Chapter 1, Everything Starts Again. Look, isn't that Yifan, the top scorer of Pingqing Middle School's entrance exam? He really got placed in the regular class. So what if he's the top scorer? They say his beast mastery talent barely qualifies as D-level, not even enough to get rated. It's a miracle he's able to attend high school here. Ah, what a pity. I heard of him before. They said even the principal thought he'd become a powerful beast master in the future. What's the use of theory if the talent isn't there? Without talent, he won't be able to master beasts. Who knows if he'll even get into university in the future? At Pingqing High School, Yifan walked through the hallway, heading toward the classroom at the far end of this floor. He could clearly hear the murmurs of the onlookers, but he didn't bother to argue with them. Beast mastery talent holds an incredibly important place in Pingqing, or even in the entire world. Since the mysterious spiritual energy appeared on Earth thousands of years ago, and various monster-like creatures replaced the original animals, beast masters have held a prestigious title. At the age of 15, after undergoing a process called the awakening, a person's beast master space opens, allowing them to form contracts with various creatures to command them. This process is also known as the awakening process. After awakening, everyone will have their own beast mastery talent, which varies in different aspects, most of which enhance beast abilities. Based on the extent of these enhancements, the beast mastery talents are ranked from D to A, divided into 4 levels. D level is not the lowest, but once someone reaches D level, they are considered to be qualified, able to become a competent beast master. By the later generations, the level of beast mastery talent became a measure for many areas, with one of the most direct indicators being like Yifan. Before high school, his theoretical knowledge of beast mastery was the best in all of Pingqing. But with a D-level talent, he was still placed in the regular class. But who said D-level will always be D-level? Yifan stopped in front of the regular class door, glanced at the number on the door, and smiled. This place was familiar to him, or rather, in his previous life, this was where it all began. The light of Pingqing, bringing countless glory to Pingqing. In his past life, despite being D-level, he still swept through all the other talents of his year and left Pingqing. No talent didn't mean he couldn't become powerful. After decades of struggle, he eventually became a king-level beast master, one of the top 10 in the entire Eastern Kingdom. But alas, he was betrayed by a scheming man. To find the legendary Beastmaster relics, he led his trusted men into an ancient secret realm. Unfortunately, his brother betrayed him at the last moment, awakening the legendary Imperial-level beast, the Time-Space Dragon. He fought desperately, but in the end, he was no match for the Imperial-level beast. Before dying, looking at the sinister smile of his former brother-in-arms, he detonated the Beastmaster relics in his hands, blowing up the Time-Space Dragon, but not the traitor. Perhaps due to the uniqueness of the Beastmaster relic, or maybe because of his lingering resentment with the Time-Space Dragon, he was reborn back to his youth, many years before. This was the beginning of his Beastmaster journey again. His talent hadn't changed, but everything was completely different now. Is this really a chance to start over? Yifan mumbled to himself, looking at the dragon-shaped pattern on his wrist. The Time-Space Dragon. He was sure his rebirth had something to do with this creature. He stared at it for a while, then suddenly seemed to remember something. Yifan turned around, his gaze shifting to the other side of the hallway. Over there was the elite class, where the top beast master talents of Pingqing's year were gathered. The man who betrayed him was there too. And only before he died did he realize that the hatred between them had already run deep, it was just that the man had hidden it so well. In my past life, I conquered Pingqing High School in 3 years. This time, it will be even faster. You, just wait. Yifan spoke in a deep tone as he turned away, his gaze filled with determination. He walked closer to the ordinary class in front of him. Yifan, why are you so late? Hurry up and come over here. In the corner, a chubby boy whispered and called out. Seeing this person, a smile appeared in Yifan's eyes as he quickly walked over and sat down beside him. This person was his childhood friend and longtime buddy, named Liu, also called Li Fatty. I really didn't expect that we would end up in the same class even after entering high school. Li Fatty seemed to notice that Yifan wasn't in a good mood inside, then quickly smiled, but it's okay. D-level is just D-level. Who says D-level can't produce a genius? Look at the 4 young masters from the capital, aren't they all D-level? And each one of them has an eternal class beast under their control. I'm fine. Feeling Li Fatty's comforting words, Yifan smiled and answered, glancing at the desk, his eyes slightly focused. Hey Fatty, when are we going to pick our beasts today? After a pause, Yifan glanced around the class, his eyes sweeping across everyone, then he seemed to casually ask Li Fatty. It should be soon. Li Fatty replied, a little excited, Yifan, have you decided which beast to pick? They're all low-grade beasts, so it doesn't matter what I pick. Yifan responded. Low-grade beasts? How could it be? Li Fati, overhearing Yifan's words, said with some disbelief, wasn't it said that this year, Ping City will give out some highly potential beasts to the students? That's for the elite classes, not for us. Yifan said, rolling his eyes. Beasts, like humans, are classified by potential. Once their potential is exhausted, it means the beast can no longer improve. Low-grade beasts usually only grow to bronze level, and whether they can even reach silver level depends on luck. Silver level is just the entry level. Beast strength levels start from black iron, then bronze, silver, gold, eternal, starry, glory, and so on. Each level is a huge gap, and the strength difference is enormous. Ah, so we have nothing. Li Fati, hearing this, became a bit discouraged. Low-grade ones? Aren't they just like the ones you can buy on the street? At least they're free, and beasts aren't something you can just buy, there's a limit to the amount. Yifan said seriously, low-grade isn't bad, they can still become strong beasts. Low-grade beasts are too hard, even reaching elite level is difficult. Li Fati said helplessly, but he could only nod. Before he could finish, a stern voice echoed from the classroom's PA system. Everyone be quiet, head to the playground to select your beasts. The classroom immediately became lively, and Li Fati grabbed Yifan, growing even more excited. Let's go, even the street-level ones are free. Who knows, we might pick up a treasure. Yifan stood up in response, hearing Li Fati's words, his eyes narrowed slightly. That's really hard to say. Soon, they arrived at the playground, where only their class was there. To avoid chaos, the selection was done in batches. On the beast selection platform, the beasts were standing there. They were all low-grade, but they looked incredibly fierce. They were definitely much stronger than ordinary humans. Yifan, which beast do you want to pick? On the platform, the teacher was still explaining the rules, while Li Fati pointed excitedly at one of the beasts, saying, that crocodile beast is definitely strong. I'm picking that one later. That's not a crocodile beast, it's a giant lizard. Yifan glanced at the beast, shook his head, and said, it looks strong, but in reality, it's very slow, and its defense isn't strong enough. Ah, it's a lizard-type beast? Li Fati looked dejected after hearing this. Clearly, if his childhood friend, who was the theoretical master, said so, it must be right. I recommend you pick that sunfire snake. Yifan glanced at Li Fati and said, that beast performs well in every aspect among the low-grade beasts. Born with poison, your talent is toxin enhancement, and with this beast, it won't be hard to reach silver rank in the future. Silver rank? Hearing this, Fat Li's eyes lit up. Then I'll pick that one. Yifan nodded without saying a word, a smile in his eyes. In his past life, his childhood friend had really picked the troublesome fierce lizard and never even made it to silver rank, failing to get into the worst of universities. In this new life, although Yifan still had a great revenge to take, helping his childhood friend wasn't bad either. Soon, the selection ceremony began. Fat Li rushed to the front and picked the Blaze Sun Snake, excitedly shouting to Yifan. Yifan, after looking through the beasts, selected one as well. Yifan, why did you choose this beast? Fat Li walked up to Yifan, frowning when he saw the beast Yifan had picked. This beast, even I know it. Fire Dog, besides having a high body temperature, it doesn't have any other abilities. It's one of the lowest tier beasts, almost the worst. I know. Yifan nodded. You know and still. Shoo. Yifan raised his finger, looked at Fat Li in front of him, and suddenly, in a deep tone, said. Fat Li, there are no weakest beasts, only the weakest beast masters. No weakest beasts, only the weakest beast masters? Upon hearing this, Fat Li was stunned. Clearly, in this era where Beastmaster talents were so highly regarded, these words had a huge impact on Fat Li. Train your coordination with the beast. A beast and its master, at the very least, must know each other well. Yifan didn't say much else, patted Fat Li on the shoulder, and turned around to recall the Fire Dog. High school didn't teach much theory, it was mostly practical work. On the first day of school, the only task was selecting a beast, and after that, students could freely interact with their chosen beasts. Yifan didn't stay at school. He made an excuse to take leave and went straight back to the dormitory assigned by the school. After all, it was the only high school in Ping City, and the students were given single rooms. Once inside, Yifan closed the door, carefully ensured there was no one around, and then sat down. He calmed his mind, took a deep breath, and then muttered silently. Beastmaster Space. The Beastmaster Space was a special space each Beastmaster had upon awakening, capable of holding beasts. However, the space was empty, only able to contain a small number of beasts. The moment Yifan finished speaking, his vision spun, and as it cleared, he found himself in a place that seemed like a paradise. There were mountains and rivers, and a small house with his Fire Dog napping outside. It worked! Seeing the Fire Dog appear here, Yifan's eyes showed joy. His gaze swept around, and at the same time, the mark on his arm lit up. A flood of information surged into Yifan's mind, and after a moment, Yifan opened his eyes, his face filled with barely contained excitement. This was the treasure he had fought to obtain in his past life, the legendary Beastmaster Holy Artifact. In the explosion, it fused with his Beastmaster space and the time-space dragon to form this treasure land. The mark on his arm was his Beastmaster space, and just now, the mark had conveyed everything about this space to him. This place was full of energy, perfect for beasts to live and grow. Beasts here could grow most effectively. Furthermore, the space contained various mysteries that would gradually unfold as the beasts grew stronger. And now, one of the most crucial mysteries the space revealed was that the flow of time inside and outside the space was 30:1. Spending 30 days here would only mean one day had passed outside. Such a treasure was truly worthy of being called the world's supreme treasure, the Beastmaster Holy Artifact. With such a treasure, putting the beast in here makes everything much easier. Yifan stroked the fire dog beside him. It is affectionately rubbing against his arm, a wave of warmth flowing through, caused by its naturally high body temperature. The fire dog is not useless. Its bloodline often contains a trace of the high-level hellhound bloodline, though it's rare and difficult to awaken. But even if it cannot awaken, as long as it grows, it can control flames and unleash terrifying destructive power. What's crucial is that due to its rare bloodline, its growth is not limited by the low-tier bloodlines. As long as it can endure, and if it finds enough heavenly materials and treasures, it can be cultivated to the eternal level, or even the glory level. It's not impossible. He dares to choose the fire dog because he has a way to unleash its potential, whether through various cultivation methods he knows, or the heavenly materials and treasures in the ruins. They can ensure that his fire dog will display terrifying power in the future. And now, after realizing the power of this space, Yifan feels even more certain that his choice was wise. For Yifan, the abilities of this space mean that the greatest limitation of the fire dog is lifted, and within this unique Beastmaster space, there is the most suitable energy for training beasts, combined with his various methods. A day here equals 100 days of effort outside. This neglected fire dog will soon drop everyone's jaws. Looking at the fire dog, Yifan's eyes were full of smiles, then after a pause, his gaze shifted to the side of the small house. There was a piece of land. If I can bring beasts into this space, then those spiritual herbs and medicinal plants must also be transplantable. With this thought, Yifan's eyes lit up. In his past life, he had become a king-level beastmaster, and had seen many rare heavenly materials and treasures. But these materials all needed a long time to mature, and collecting once meant waiting for the next harvest, sometimes after several years, sometimes even hundreds of years. But if he found spiritual herbs and medicinal plants, and transplanted them here, wouldn't that be Beastmaster sacred tool? It's terrifying. With this exclamation, Yifan looked at the fire dog beside him, patted its head, and then closed his eyes. The scene spun, and when he opened his eyes again, Yifan was back in his dorm room. At this moment, the outside sky was still not dark, only a little time had passed. Estimating the time he had entered, and comparing the two, indeed, 30:1. Looking at the quiet dormitory, Yifan let out a long breath, and his gaze turned cold. With this thing, his strength will rise rapidly, and the things he couldn't fight for at this stage in his past life, now he can begin to think about. For example, the new student's secret realm trial 3 months later. The new student's secret realm is naturally very different from the ancient secret realm he last explored in his previous life. It is a low-level, faint secret realm built by the school, and there's nothing valuable inside. But having gone through it once, Yifan knows that in this year's faint secret realm, there is a rare treasure. 3 months is enough to strengthen myself first. That treasure, I must have it. Taking a deep breath, Yifan finally calmed down, sitting cross-legged, his breathing slowly becoming a cycle. The breathing method is a tool used by beastmasters to strengthen themselves. The higher the level of the breathing method, the more beasts one can control. Ordinary people generally practice the mass breathing method provided by the school. This method has a high adaptability, and almost anyone can cultivate it. However, its upper limit is low, and it does not offer much enhancement or open many beastmaster abilities. He is naturally different. In his previous life, he had seen hundreds of advanced breathing methods, many of which had terrifying effects. For example, the one he is currently using is one of the top-tier methods, Saint's Entrance method, hailed as the world's most domineering breathing method, divided into the 4 great realms: whale swallowing, silkworm eating, dragon absorbing, and ant devouring. Transforming all energy into oneself, cultivating to the ultimate, one can shed the mortal and enter the holy. Who? With the operation of the breathing technique, Yifan suddenly opened his mouth and took a breath. This breath was like that of a whale breathing in. The surrounding air was instantly sucked in and rushed into Yifan's mouth. The space around him was rich in energy. Just with one breath, Yifan's body began to glow. First layer. With the experience of his past life, Yifan easily entered the gate of this breathing technique. Who? Once again opening his mouth, Yifan slowly exhaled. His eyes suddenly opened, and within them, light flowed. The holy entry technique is indeed domineering. The first layer's whale swallowing technique, just a mouth open, no matter if it's energy or air, everything is transformed to replenish oneself. This breath is at least equivalent to the results of several days of ordinary breathing techniques. Saying this, Yifan stood up. Whale swallowing is about quantity. He hasn't yet entered the second layer of devouring. At this moment, the energy in his body was almost overflowing and would need some time to be consumed. I feel like I could punch and kill a cow. Waving his arm, Yifan's mouth curved upward, his eyes gleaming with light. With the super powerful breathing technique and the unique beast mastery space in this life, his starting point had already been set to the maximum, plus the experience from his past life. D-Class? What of it, D-Class? Chapter 3, Delivered to the Door. After spending a long time in the beast mastery space, Yifan only exited after running the whale swallowing technique a second time. At this moment, the sky outside had just darkened, and yet, he had already spent 7 or 8 days in the beast mastery space. Just as he exited, Yifan was looking out the window, trying to digest the gains from these recent days. At this moment, the phone on the desk suddenly rang urgently. Fatty? Yifan picked up the phone and looked at it, a puzzled expression appearing on his face. Shouldn't this guy be hugging and kissing that fierce sun snake right now? Why is he calling me? Beep. After a moment of hesitation, Yifan answered the call. As soon as it connected, Li Fatty's anxious voice came through. Yifan. Deng Chang and Jifeng are trying to steal my beast. Trying to steal your beast? Yifan furrowed his brows when he heard this. Choosing a beast is voluntary. What right do they have to steal it? They said that the beast was theirs first, and I stole it from them. Li Fatty spoke, his voice frantic. They found 7 or 8 people and said they would challenge me to a Beastmaster duel. If I lose, I have to give them the beast. What about the teacher? Doesn't the teacher care? The teacher is in class, and they've trapped me in the teaching building. Right now, I'm in the bathroom next to the teaching building. Fatty spoke, sounding a bit scared. Yifan, come save me, or I'll lose my beast. Just stay in the bathroom and stall them. Click. Yifan hung up the phone and opened the door, heading towards the school. He had just helped Li Fatty find a decent beast and hoped that he would do well in this life. Now these guys were trying to steal his beast. These two were the infamous bullies of the ordinary class in the school. In his past life, before Yifan had risen, Fatty and he had often been bullied by them. Deng Chang, Jifeng, these two scoundrels, if I don't come for you, you dare to come looking for trouble. Seeking death. Hee, Fatty, hiding in the bathroom thinking we can't find you? Are you afraid? A Beastmaster, too scared to duel with others? You call yourself a Beastmaster? If it were up to me, you'd be better off going home and raising pigs. In an empty classroom in the teaching building, Deng Chang and Jifeng, along with 7 or 8 others, surrounded Fatty in the middle, mocking him with cruel words. Fatty's face turned red, his fists clenched tightly. Oh? Still clenching your fists? Who are you trying to scare? Deng Chang noticed Fatty's action and shoved him hard, almost knocking him to the ground. Stop pretending to be tough. Back in middle school, if your so-called theory expert childhood friend were here, we might not dare to touch you. But now things are different. Your childhood friend is only a D-class. We are all useless at the same level, who's still afraid of him? If you're smart, hand over that fiery sun serpent. I've asked around, and among all the beasts, that fiery sun serpent is the strongest. Someone like you is even worthy of using it? Hand it over to me now. Saying that, Deng Chang grabbed Li Pangzi, clenched his fist, and punched him in the face, then tossed him aside. A group of people surrounded them again, and Deng Chang leaned in. Don't say I'm bullying you. Either fight me with your beast like a man, or just hand it over. Otherwise, don't blame us if we get rough. With that, Deng Chang raised his fist again. I will. By this point, the fatty could no longer take it and had no choice but to speak up. What? Upon hearing this, Deng Chang laughed. What did you just say? The crowd burst into laughter, and Deng Chang stepped on Li Pangzi, leaned down, tilted his ear, and said mockingly, What did you just say? I didn't hear you. Li Pangzi, with Deng Chang's foot on his chest, felt a rush of frustration and struggled to speak. I said, He said, let me compete. Before the words even finished, a voice interrupted. Deng Chang froze, turned his head, and saw Yifan walking into the open space. Yifan? Looking at Yifan, Deng Chang seemed somewhat fierce but also unsure. You want to stick up for him? What's wrong, is that not okay? Yifan spoke, taking a step forward, his gaze sweeping over each person one by one. With this look, carrying the fury of a king-level Beastmaster, everyone shrank back instinctively, wanting to retreat. They were stunned, and even Deng Chang couldn't hold back his desire to step back, but seeing all the people around him, he seemed to think of something and regained his confidence. If you want to compete, then go ahead. Letting go of the foot on Li Pangzi, Deng Chang stood up. If you lose, you will hand over your beast. My beast is not something anyone can take. Yi Fan answered, his eyes narrowing. And if you lose? I lose. With those words, Deng Chang laughed. Yi Fan, you're still stuck in the past. These days, it's not enough to just be good on paper. I'm not stuck in the past. Yi Fan replied calmly, speaking slowly, what I'm asking is, if you lose, then what? His nonchalant attitude seemed to infuriate Deng Chang. He swung his arm, if I lose, I'll give you my beast. You're worthless beasts, I have no interest in them. Yi Fan shook his head. I want 1 seed of the fire fruit from Baichao Hall. The fire fruit seed, worth 10,000. Hearing this, Deng Chang hesitated for a moment. But soon, his hesitation turned into confidence. Let's gamble then. With a swish, Deng Chang waved his hand, and a flash of light appeared. In the next moment, a beast resembling a pangolin appeared before him. Cloud Armor Beast. Seeing the beast, Yi Fan understood a bit. A beast with natural resistance to poison. No wonder Deng Chang wouldn't let go of the fatty, it seemed his beast was just the right counter to the fatty. But it's still just this much. With that, Yi Fan also raised his hand, summoning the Fire Hound in front of everyone. Fire Hound? You dare bring out such a trash beast? Looking at Yi Fan's summoned beast, Deng Chang laughed loudly, then raised his hand again. Beast, sharpen teeth. A flash of light gathered around the Cloud Armor Beast, and its teeth visibly sharpened. Sharpen teeth, a D-level talent, the ability to make a beast's teeth sharper, providing a bit of a boost for those using teeth as a weapon. Yi Fan naturally didn't hold back either, raising his hand, and light gathered. Beast, Ascension. Under the light, the Firehound's size slightly increased, and its form seemed to change. This was his talent, Ascension, which boosts all attributes of the beast. It sounded powerful, but the actual boost was small. Less than 5%. This is what you call Ascension? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Looking at this scene, Deng Chang became even more rampant, commanding the Beast Tamer path, Cloud Armor Beast, use a direct charge. The sound of footsteps echoed, and the Cloud Armor Beast charged towards the Fire Dog at an unexpectedly fast speed. Yi Fan watched this scene and also smiled. Charge, then bite. Deng Chang's plan was quite optimistic. This kind of tactic might work on children, but on me? It's simply a joke. Fire Dog, take 1 step to the right, collide with it, hit its head. Almost at the moment the Cloud Armor Beast was about to collide with the Fire Dog, Yi Fan spoke. The Fire Dog quickly reacted, stepping right and dodging, and the Cloud Armor Beast lost its momentum. Before it could react, the Fire Dog howled and slammed heavily into its head. Bang! 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 With this crash, the Cloud Armor Beast was knocked and rolled 4 or 5 times, then collapsed, eyes spinning, and its white belly up as it lay there. The air suddenly became silent as everyone looked at the Cloud Armor Beast, now incapable of fighting, unable to respond. Deng Chang, even more so, stared blankly, seemingly unable to comprehend what had just happened. A single charge, and it's over in a second? The Cloud Armor Beast is called that for its decent defense, but you're clearly not familiar with it. You thought its belly was its only weakness, but you didn't know that the Cloud Armor covers its whole body except for its brain. In that respect, your Beast Tamer technique resembles you. Deng Chang numbly raised his head and saw Yi Fan standing before him, looking down with a mocking smile on his face. So, how is it? Are you going to give me the fire fruit seed now, or do you want to cash it out directly? Chapter 4, A Bitter Grudge. Deng Chang gritted his teeth, looking at Yi Fan's face full of mockery, somewhat angry. Yi Fan, don't get cocky. My cousin is Deng Li from the elite class. Do you dare to touch me? Deng Li from the elite class? Upon hearing this name, Yi Fan's eyes narrowed. He had of course heard of him. In his past life, Deng Li's name was practically thunderous. With B-class talent, he had been one of the top students in the elite class. After graduating from Pingcheng, he didn't attend university but instead formed a local gang called the Longchang Gang, bullying others, extorting money, and collecting protection fees. His parents had a small restaurant in Pingcheng in the past and had been extorted by him many times. Yi Fan had even had to send money back to them. Later, when Yi Fan graduated and returned, Deng Li had already fled, running to Yun City, never to return for years. Sure enough, people I hate always seem to group together. Yi Fan muttered and kicked Deng Chang. After all, Yi Fan had practiced the holy path, and although he had only completed 2 whale swallows, the effects were evident. With this kick, Deng Chang tried to dodge but was kicked down by Yi Fan and slammed against the wall. Deng Chang struggled, but Yi Fan stepped on him as he had just done to the fat guy. Nearby, Deng Li's lackeys were startled, thinking of rushing to help, but Yi Fan shot them a cold glance. You better stay where you are and not move. As the words fell, the few lackeys froze in place, genuinely rooted to the spot. Yi Fan sneered. To be honest, these people were just bullies, afraid of the strong. Even without his king-level aura, the power of a strong presence remained in his heart, easily intimidating these young punks. Deng Chang, let me tell you. Yi Fan lowered his body, coldly speaking, in 1 hour, either have your lackeys get me the fire fruit seed, or have your cousin bring it to me. 2 choices. You pick. I'll give you 1 hour. Any longer, the consequences are yours to bear. After speaking, Yi Fan increased the pressure on his foot. Deng Chang couldn't bear it and hurriedly waved his hand. You guys, go get my cousin. As the voice fell, the lackeys, who were already somewhat frightened, rushed out of the classroom as if pardoned. In the empty classroom, only the panting Deng Chang was left. He stared at Yi Fan with wide eyes. Yi Fan, how about we forget it? On the side, Fat Li, seeing that they were really going to call someone, pulled Yi Fan and whispered, the people from the excellence class are not easy to mess with. They're all at least C-level talents. C-level? Even if A-level comes today, they still have to bring me the fire fruit seed. Yi Fan snorted coldly, still not budging. Hearing this, Fat Li shrank his head, looking at Yi Fan, a hint of surprise deep in his eyes. He remembered that his childhood friend wasn't this hot-tempered. For all this time, the other person had always been very easygoing. Whenever there were troublemakers, he'd choose to make peace just like himself. Why had he become so overbearing today? Fatty, always swallowing your anger just makes others think you're easy to bully. It seemed like Yi Fan had seen through Fat Li's thoughts, and spoke up, if people don't provoke me, I won't provoke them. But if they do, they must pay the price. Got it. Fat Li was stunned for a moment, then nodded after a while, without offering any rebuttal, but there was a hint of timidity deep in his eyes. Yi Fan naturally saw Fat Li's reaction and smiled. Fat Li was naturally timid, and with poor grades, now at the bottom with a D level, it was normal for him to be afraid of trouble. Boom. After a short while, the classroom door was suddenly slammed open, and a man in a leather jacket with a gloomy expression walked in. Upon entering, seeing Deng Chang almost rolling his eyes from being stepped on by Yi Fan, the man's face showed anger. Let him go. Where is the thing I asked for? Yi Fan raised his eyes, looking at this famous Deng Li, calmly asking. Thing? Deng Li was momentarily stunned. The people beside him quickly rushed forward and explained the situation. A fire fruit seed? Upon hearing this, Deng Li frowned and looked at Yi Fan. His brows furrowed in thought, and then Deng Li said, for my sake, let's just forget about it. Forget it? Yi Fan laughed, lifting his foot, and then stepped down again. If you gamble, you must accept the loss, that's the natural order. Besides, how much is your face worth? Bastard. Hearing this, Deng Li got angry, his fists instantly clenched, and he was about to punch Yi Fan. Yi Fan stood unfazed, staring at him. Opposite him, Deng Li raised his fist, but upon seeing Yi Fan's calm, even slightly expectant expression, his heart skipped a beat. Why isn't this guy afraid? Does he have something backing him up? The thought crossed his mind, and Deng Li glanced at his cousin. His brows furrowed, and after a moment of hesitation, he lowered his fist. I'll give you 10,000 yuan. Let my cousin go. Deng Li said, suppressing his anger. Seeing that Deng Li stopped his action, Yi Fan was somewhat surprised, but didn't care. He nodded, 10,000, fine. Give it to him. Deng Li took out a stack of money and handed it to someone next to him. That person walked over to Yi Fan and handed him the money. Since that's the case, then I'll let your cousin go. After taking the money, Yi Fan said one sentence, then raised his foot. Deng Chang almost scrambled over to his cousin. Cousin, avenge me. Deng Chang's face was red. Being stepped on for so long, he had never suffered such humiliation in his life. Shut up. But Deng Li scolded him, this is school. Deng Chang was stunned by the scolding, seemingly not expecting his cousin, who had always been very close to him, to yell at him. We'll settle this outside the school. Deng Li lowered his voice, patted Deng Chang on the shoulder, here we are all students. Outside the school, there are ways to solve this. Hearing this, Deng Chang smiled and quickly agreed. Let's go. With a wave, Deng Chang led his group away, glaring at Yi Fan with a vicious look before leaving. When they left, Yi Fan leisurely started counting the money in his hand. 10,000 yuan, which was almost half a year's living expenses for a high school student. He had been thinking about whether to use his skills to start a side business and make some extra money. After all, he was still in Pingcheng at this time, and he was just starting out. A lot of resources, the easiest way is still to buy them with money. It did save some trouble. After counting, not too many, not too few, exactly 100 bills, Yi Fan patted them and held the money tightly in his hand. Yi Fan, did you hear what Deng Li said just now? It seems like he wants to find someone outside of school to deal with us. The fat guy cautiously approached, his tone full of fear. Let him find them. Yi Fan didn't care. He had told the other side to find Dang Li because he wanted to make an enemy of him, to get back at the grievances his parents suffered in their previous life. A future thug leader could only find what kind of people? At most, just some thugs, weaklings who weren't even at the black iron level. Give himself a few days, and cleaning them up would be a breeze. What should we do? The fat guy didn't have the same guts as Yi Fan. All he knew was that the other side was going to ambush them outside the school, and his face was full of anxiety. I still have to go home this weekend. Just come back with me. But what if you're not around? If I'm alone, I can't even beat Deng Chang. Looking at the fat guy anxiously pacing around, Yi Fan suddenly felt a bit sad. Looking at it, Li Fatty had always treated him well. In the most difficult times of high school, he had never changed his attitude toward him, whether he was dropped because of his D-level talent or became the future light of Pingcheng. The only regret was that the fat guy's Beastmaster talent wasn't great. In the last life, because the gap between their Beastmaster skills grew wider and wider, they barely even met, let alone fought side by side. Thinking of this, Yi Fan suddenly smiled. Fatty. Watching Li Fatty get anxious again, Yi Fan suddenly spoke. Do you want to become a powerful Beastmaster? These words made Li Fatty pause, and after hesitating, he said, I do want to, but my talent. Talent is not the issue. You just need to answer me, do you want it or not? Yi Fan's gaze was firm. Yes. Li Fatty answered without hesitation. That's good. Yi Fan nodded, patted Li Fatty on the shoulder, and then walked toward the door of the classroom. Come with me. Chapter 5, The Gluttonous Breathing Technique. Li Fatty looked puzzled but still followed Yi Fan. Soon, the two of them returned to the dormitory. Yi Fan casually sat on a chair, gesturing for Li Fatty to sit down. Fatty, I'm going to teach you a breathing technique. Yi Fan looked at Li Fatty and slowly spoke. What? As soon as Yi Fan spoke, Li Fatty was shocked. Breathing techniques were not something that could be casually shared. They were the foundation of a Beastmaster. Aside from the universal breathing techniques, even an ordinary one was worth millions. If it was a very strong one, it could be said without exaggeration that it was priceless. It's just a breathing technique. Yi Fan spoke, then became serious. The breathing technique I'm teaching you, though not the best in the world, in a certain sense, is the most suitable for you. This is too precious. Li Fatty hesitated. Our bond over the years is more precious than this. Yi Fan shook his head, looking at the fat guy with a serious tone. The breathing technique I'm teaching you is called the gluttonous technique. The gluttonous technique is very simple. You just need to eat all kinds of things, all kinds of food, even rare treasures from heaven and earth. After eating, you operate the gluttonous technique, and you can perfectly digest and convert the food into energy to replenish yourself. The gluttonous technique? Hearing the name, Li Fatty trembled. The gluttonous, one of the four fierce beasts of ancient times, was said to be able to swallow the sun and moon. A breathing technique named after the gluttonous, was this not a top-tier technique? The gluttonous technique has 7 levels. Every time you advance a level, the number of beasts you can control doubles. The conversion ability increases, and you can eat more things. In the end, not only will you be able to control hundreds of beasts, but even refine gold or can be transformed for your use. Yi Fan didn't explain much, just said, next, I'll teach you the method of the gluttonous technique. Every word, you must listen carefully. Understood. Li Fatty nodded. Close your eyes, and let your breathing guide you. Channel the energy within your body. Yi Fan spoke slowly. Li Pengzi furrowed his brows, trying his best to remember Yi Fan's words, while simultaneously practicing the breathing method. Soon, as Yi Fan finished his words, Li Pengzi entered a state of focus. Around his body, waves of energy began to form. As expected, this Taodai technique is the best fit for a fatty like him. Yi Fan nodded slightly, watching Li Pengzi quickly fall into the right state. The Taodai technique is simple and brutal, very easy to practice. It's perfect for beast tamers like Li Pengzi, who are born with a great love for food but lack natural talent. The effect is just as simple and brutal: eat more, get stronger. Often, victory comes from controlling a number of beasts far beyond what a normal person can command. In the past, the Taodai technique was a breath method known far and wide. It was obtained from an enemy of mine back then, someone who found it in an ancient Taoyuan-related ruin. When practiced to the 6th level, it could control dozens of beasts. In addition to the user's own combat power, it made them formidable among beast tamers of the same rank. I fought a tough battle to kill that enemy, and I took the Taodai technique for myself. Though I have the holy law, which makes the Taodai technique beneath me, it's still good for my childhood friend. As for how far he can go with it, that's all up to fate. Soon, Li Pengzi opened his eyes, clearly having mastered the basics. After one full cycle of the Taodai technique, his spirit, energy, and demeanor all shifted. The slump he had before was gone. This Taotai technique is incredible. Li Pengzi's first words, upon opening his eyes, were full of shock. As soon as I learned it, my beast space grew by one more layer. I can now capture a second beast. This is just the beginning. Yi Fan smiled and shook his head in response. What's the second beast compared to anything? Back when I faced that enemy, he unleashed dozens of powerful beasts, flooding the area like a sea. Just the sight of it was enough to make anyone freeze in fear. Looking at Yi Fan, Li Pengzi cautiously asked, such a precious breathing technique, how did you get it? A few fortunate encounters. Yi Fan answered, suddenly growing serious. Fatty, this Taotai technique must not be known by anyone before you become strong, not even your parents. Understood. Now, experiencing the power of the Taotai technique, Li Pengzi fully understood what it meant. He nodded eagerly, his eyes filled with excitement. It was clear that even Li Pengzi, who had just started as a beast tamer, knew what receiving the Taotai technique meant. There was no difficulty in practicing it, just eat and grow stronger. As long as he followed the method, his future would be bright. With the Taotai technique, he would never be weak. Yi Fan had given him a great gift. Yi Fan, such a precious gift, I, Liu, have no way to repay. Gurgle. Just as he was speaking, a sudden sound of a stomach growling echoed. Li Pengzi instantly turned red, awkwardly saying, this Taotai technique uses up so much energy. I just had lunch. Go eat again. With the Taotai technique, you'll be a human Taotai from now on. Yi Fan laughed, seemingly thinking of the awkward situation Li Pengzi would face in the future. He added, don't worry about what others think. As long as you're strong enough, even if you eat crap, no one will say anything. In fact, they might even try to copy you. That makes sense. Li Pengzi nodded and quickly walked outside. I'll go eat another meal right now. The dorm door opened and then closed again, and Yi Fan smiled, shaking his head. Li Pengzi didn't finish his sentence. Yi Fan wasn't interested in hearing any formal words of gratitude. He would pass on the Taotai technique to Li Pengzi because he believed in him, but not entirely. After all, even the brothers who fought side by side with him for decades had betrayed him. Human hearts couldn't withstand tests. Yi Fan didn't fully trust anyone, but right now, he trusted that Li Pengzi wouldn't betray him, or that he lacked the courage to do so. Next, I need to get to serious matters. Lost in thought, Yi Fan took out the 10,000 yuan he had from before, showing a look of contemplation. 10,000 yuan is not too much, but in his hands, it could do a lot. 3 months later, the new student's secret realm would open. During this time, he had to quickly improve his strength and ensure he could get what he wanted from the secret realm. Go to the Spirit Herb Hall. After thinking for a while, Yi Fan found his answer. If there's a faster way to improve, it's spirit herbs. They are the simplest and most direct method. The best place to grow spirit herbs is in his beast control space. If he could get some spirit herbs now, they could help the fire dog grow quickly and also allow him to cultivate spirit fruits for resale. Spirit fruits are precious. For example, the seeds of the fire fruit cost 10,000 yuan, but to successfully cultivate them takes months, and the failure rate is high. A single fire fruit is worth at least 50,000 yuan, and if it's of high quality, it could be worth 100,000 yuan. Buying a seed for 10,000 yuan and planting it in the beast control space, under the time flow, it could bear fruit in 3 to 5 days. Each fruit usually has 4 or 5 pieces. Selling them would easily bring in 200,000. If he buys more high-level seeds to plant, and resells them, the amount could easily exceed hundreds of thousands. Having made up his mind, Yi Fan never hesitated. He quickly left the house, took a ride at the school gate, and headed straight to the Spirit Herb Hall in the north of Pingcheng. On the roadside, Deng Chang was walking with his underling, who was applying a swelling ointment to him. This Yi Fan is simply courting death. Brother Chang's cousin, Deng Li, is the boss of this area. If Yi Fan offends him, he'll never get out of school alive. Maybe seeing Deng Chang in a bad mood, the underling eagerly said, as long as Yi Fan dares to leave the school, Brother Li has plenty of ways to deal with him. When that happens, Yi Fan will definitely cry and beg Brother Chang for forgiveness. Of course. The flattery made Deng Chang comfortable. He clapped his hands. I'm not bragging, but with my cousin's strength, as soon as Yi Fan dares to come out, my cousin can surround him in the next second. This Yi Fan dared to step on me today. By then, I'll make him cry and won't even be able to beg. Boom! Just as Deng Chang was making threats, a taxi sped past them through a puddle, splashing water all over them. The underling was startled, and the pressure he applied to Deng Chang made him grit his teeth in pain. You bastard! Don't you see the road? Damn it, can't you see people on the side of the road? Deng Chang cursed angrily at the taxi, but the next second. Through the broken window of the taxi, Deng Chang saw the person sitting inside. Yi Fan? Seeing the person, Deng Chang froze for a moment, then suddenly became furious. This bastard completely ignores my cousin? How long has it been since I last saw him, and now he's out again, making me all wet? Instinctively, Deng Chang thought that this was Yifan deliberately provoking him. Call my cousin and tell him that Yifan has left the school. Tell him to send someone to block him at the school gate. Yes, I'll call brotherly right now. Yifan, of course, had no idea he had provoked Deng Chang again. At this moment, he was resting his eyes, thinking about some things. Before long, the taxi stopped at the entrance of the Spirit Herb Hall. Standing at the door, Yifan looked at the familiar sign of Spirit Herb Hall and for a moment, he felt like he was in a different world. In his previous life, he had quite a bit of interaction with the Spirit Herb Hall. The hall was not just in Pingcheng, it had branches in cities across the country, and there were many strong people involved. Back then, it was a powerful force. I wonder if the hall master Ning is still around. If he is, it would be much easier to talk. Yifan said thoughtfully as he walked toward the Spirit Herb Hall. At the entrance, the two receptionists saw that the visitor was a student, somewhat distracted, but their professionalism still made them greet him loudly, "Welcome." Yifan nodded slightly, his face calm as he stepped into the Spirit Herb Hall. The Spirit Herb Hall had 3 floors. The first floor mainly sold common herbs like yam, which weren't very expensive, and naturally, their effects weren't very good either. "Little brother, what would you like to buy?" At the entrance, a female sales assistant saw Yifan, and with a professional smile, she came over to him and gently asked. "Just browsing." Yifan replied, habitually raising his eyebrow and looking at the receptionist in front of him, "Ning Shui? How did you know my name is Ning Shui?" Hearing the boy's words, the receptionist was surprised. Upon hearing this, Yifan paused. In his past life, he had visited the Spirit Herb Hall many times, and every time Ning Shui had been the one to receive him, so he had become accustomed to it. But after living 2 lives, Yifan was very composed. After a brief pause, he pointed to the wall. "It's written up there." Ning Shui looked up, and indeed, the wall had a staff photo gallery with all the receptionist's pictures displayed. "I see," Ning Shui smiled, looking at Yifan. Her years of experience as a receptionist allowed her to quickly assess that this young man probably didn't have much money and likely didn't know much about medicinal knowledge. "Little brother, I recommend this Yixiong fruit. It's picked from the southern mountain, and it tastes really good. Feeding it to Beastmasters helps enhance their physique and increases their combat strength." "Yixiong fruit?" Hearing Ning Shui's introduction, Yifan raised his eyebrow. "As far as I know, the Yixiong fruit has no effect other than being liked by some Beastmasters because of its scent." "This?" Ning Shui was momentarily speechless. Before she could explain, she saw Yifan raise his head and, with a hint of teasing in his voice, say, "Also, if Beastmasters eat too many Yixiong fruits, they can become sexually agitated." "Are you talking about enhancing their combat strength in this regard?" Upon hearing this, Ning Shui's face turned bright red, and she almost instinctively took 2 steps back. "Yixiong fruit is useless for humans." After glancing at Ning Shui, Yifan spoke again and then shook his head after looking at several baskets of spirit herbs. "Do you have any fire flame fruits here?" "Fire flame fruit?" "Yes. Yes." At this moment, Ning Shui realized that this young man was clearly not as clueless as he appeared. She quickly led Yifan to the second floor. On the second floor, there were various spirit herbs and fruits. Upon entering, Yifan could clearly smell the scents of many different herbs and fruits. "The fire flame fruit is here." On a display, a platter held 7 or 8 fire red fruits. This was the purpose of Yifan's visit, the fruit that could enhance the flame power of fire-controlling Beastmasters, the fire flame fruit. "How much?" Yifan glanced at the fire flame fruits, which looked a bit wrinkled. His brows furrowed. Clearly, these fire flame fruits weren't fresh and were likely older stock. 50,000 per fruit, Ning Shui said, seeming to sense Yifan's dissatisfaction. She added, "If you're not satisfied with these, I can get you the freshest ones from today's batch." Yifan pondered for a moment, slightly thinking it over. 50,000 per fruit was about what he had expected. If he were to resell them, he probably wouldn't get the full 50,000, but something close to it. Ning Shui stood by, watching Yifan remain silent, and an unusual sense of anxiety crept into her heart. It was as though she were facing a big shot, though he was just a young boy. For the first time, she felt like he could see through everything with just a glance. This boy. Is he from some powerful family? Glancing at Yifan's profile, Ning Shui felt somewhat uneasy. At this moment, Yifan seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly spoke up, "Do you have fire flame fruit seeds or transplantable roots here?" "Seeds?" This question again surprised Ning Shui. Who would come to a spirit herb hall specifically to buy seeds for cultivation? Wasn't this just to make fun of her? She opened her mouth to say no, but when faced with Yifan's deep, almost all-knowing gaze, she hesitated. Ning Shui hesitated, but finally said, "I'll ask the manager for you." Yifan nodded, and Ning Shui went upstairs. Soon, under Ning Shue's lead, a middle-aged man dressed in a horse coat and wearing a hat came down. Which young brother wants to buy the seeds of the fire fruit? The middle-aged man, from his high position, spoke with a strong voice. There were quite a few people buying medicine in the hall, and upon hearing this, they all looked around the room. It's me, Yifan spoke, his eyes narrowing as he looked at the middle-aged man. Ning Qinghai, the leader of the Lingqiao Hall in Pingcheng, a Beastmaster approaching the gold level. With him here, it would be easier. He was quick-witted, which could save some trouble. So it's this young brother, Ning Qinghai said, slightly surprised when he saw Yifan. Still, he smiled widely and reproachfully said to Ning Shui, a distinguished guest has arrived, why aren't you welcoming him? Yes. Ning Shui nodded and quickly led Yifan upstairs. Soon, Yifan followed Ning Shui to the second floor, where Ning Qinghai was already sitting at a table. He gestured to Yifan, please, take a seat and have some tea. Yifan wasn't fond of these formalities, but since he came to buy something, he sat down and casually took a sip of tea. Opposite him, Ning Qinghai watched Yifan and, with a slightly probing tone, said, young brother, the seeds of the fire fruit aren't cheap. Normally, Lingqiao Hall doesn't sell them. The fire fruit isn't exactly rare. Even the seeds only cost about 10,000, Yifan replied calmly. The fire fruit has a small target audience. Besides certain specific beasts, no one would choose it. Strong muscle grass at the same price works better and is more adaptable. Ning Qinghai was a bit surprised, but after years of experience, he simply raised an eyebrow and followed along. So, young brother has a beast that needs the fire fruit? Of course. May I ask, what beast is it? Fire Hound. Yifan interrupted Ning Qinghai's question and looked directly at him. Fire Hound, that makes sense, Ning Qinghai sighed, then pondered for a moment. In that case, the seeds of the fire fruit will be 10,000 each. I'll sell them to you, young brother. Ning Shui, go tell the cultivation hall to get a root of fire fruit for this young brother. Root? Ning Shui froze. But he said he wanted to buy seeds. A root was already a cultivated seed, with much higher survival and fruiting rates. The price was at least double that of the seeds. This young brother carries himself well. Let the root go for him as a way to make a friend. Ning Qinghai smiled and bowed slightly to Yifan. I hope you'll visit our Lingqiao Hall more in the future. I will. Yifan nodded, not saying much else. Ning Shui, seeing this, quickly left and soon returned carrying a box. She opened the box, revealing a root already sprouting leaves. Young brother, this herb is hard to survive. After you return, plant it in fertile soil, Ning Qinghai handed the herb to Yifan. If the soil is good, the fire fruit will fruit in May. This one could yield 3 to 5 fruits. Understood. Yifan took the box, stood up, and bid farewell. After staying on the first floor for a while, Yifan bought some more herb seeds and paid with a card before leaving. Ning Shui accompanied him the entire time. She watched Yifan leave before turning and running upstairs. Hallmaster Ning, the young man has left, Ning Shui hurriedly reported upstairs. I know. Ning Qinghai nodded, looking at Ning Shui, who appeared confused, and spoke, you must be wondering why I treated that young man so well. Yes, Ning Shui nodded, speaking frankly, that young man is a bit different. He's more mature than his peers, and his knowledge is quite broad. But his clothes and accessories are simple, not like someone with a big background. A root worth 30,000, even considering the cost to cultivate it is over 20,000. Selling it for 30,000 just to make a friend doesn't seem worth it. Heh, you're still lacking in reading people's expressions. Hearing this, Ning Qinghai shook his head. What do you mean? A boy from an ordinary family wouldn't behave like that. Ning Qinghai said with certainty, when I spoke with him just now, I released the pressure of a golden-level beast tamer, yet he didn't even furrow his brows. In this situation, either he is stronger than me and ignored the pressure, or his family has a golden-level expert, and he's used to it after living with them for so long. Besides, he mentioned he wants to train a fire dog. I've heard of it, and training one requires not only time but also a large amount of precious materials. He might just be starting, but if he's raising a fire dog, he'll definitely come around often in the future. I see. Ning Shui suddenly understood, so, that boy really does have some background. Golden-level experts are considered powerful even in this small Ping city. There are more places selling spiritual herbs and fruits than just the spiritual herb hall. Ning Qinghai spoke, his gaze drifting into the distance. If you can win the favor of a large family or a future expert with a single spiritual herb, that would truly be a big gain. Chapter 7, Ma Dafei. This root stem is good. Outside the spiritual herb hall, Yifan looked at the root stem in his hand and nodded slightly. A single root stem could save him a lot of trouble. No wonder Ning Qinghai could become the head of the Jiang province branch of the spiritual herb hall. I didn't even show much, but during our conversation, he just tested a bit and gave me some benefits. His sharp eye and vision are indeed the marks of someone who can accomplish great things. As for his test, The golden level pressure was really more like a joke to me. I'll plant it in the beast taming space and see the result. Yi Fan had a plan in mind. He raised his hand, and a taxi quickly stopped in front of him. By coincidence, it was the same taxi as before. Little brother, hop in. The middle-aged uncle with a slightly receding hairline stuck his head out of the taxi and warmly greeted. Yi Fan smiled and got into the car. Little brother, looks like your family is doing well, being able to come to the spiritual herb hall to buy things. The uncle quickly started the car while speaking to Yi Fan. Not really. The things I bought were actually given to me for free. Yi Fan replied, smiling, someone challenged me to a beast taming duel and lost, so they gave me 10,000 yuan. That means little brother is quite a powerful beast tamer. The uncle commented. Not really, I just enrolled recently. Being able to beat other students in your first year, that's already impressive. The uncle's tone was a bit envious. When I was young, I wanted to become a beast tamer too, but unfortunately, my awakened talent was too poor. I couldn't even make it to D level. It's normal. Yi Fan replied. The reason beast tamers hold such a high status in this world is partly because of their powerful beasts and partly because there are so few of them. Although Yi Fan's D level might seem low, it's already considered difficult to achieve in the beast taming world, and the proportion of people who awaken to D level is probably less than 1 in 10. Without reaching D level, one cannot even open a beast taming space, let alone meet the minimum requirements to become a beast tamer. The uncle clearly wasn't feeling down about it. After saying that, he quickly smiled again. Little brother, you can keep my number. If you ever need a ride, you can call me, and I'll be there anytime. No problem. Yi Fan nodded. The two exchanged phone numbers, and the taxi sped off, quickly arriving at the gate of Ping City High School. Little brother, don't get out yet. Just as Yi Fan was about to open the car door, the uncle suddenly spoke. It looks like those people from before are here. Those people from before? Yi Fan was taken aback. Yes, I ran into them before I came here. I overheard them talking about finding trouble with a student. I'm guessing it's you. There was someone on the road earlier who was yelling at us. The driver said, then braked and stopped the car. Hearing this, Yi Fan felt a warmth in his heart. He looked up and saw more than 10 people gathered at the school gate, dressed in strange clothes, looking carefree and unruly. Pointing and gesturing at the taxi. In the crowd, Deng Chang's figure stood out prominently. This guy really brought someone, Yi Fan scoffed. Little brother, why don't we run first? I can take you back later tonight, the uncle beside him said with some worry. I've seen that group, they are from an underground gang near the school. You just entered as a Beastmaster, and I'm afraid you can't handle so many people. It's fine, uncle, you can go first. I don't think much of these lowlifes, Yi Fan replied, opening the car door and getting out. Hey, young man, the uncle said anxiously, but seeing the fierce group opposite, he could only shrink back into the car. After all, he was just a driver, trying to live in Pingcheng. He had only offered to give Yi Fan a ride, hoping to remind him. But little did he know, Yi Fan was not afraid at all. There was nothing he could do in that situation. The taxi left, and on the road, Yi Fan did not dodge but walked straight towards that group of people, his fists slightly clenched, making crackling sounds. Brother De Fei, that's the kid. Seeing Yi Fan approach, Deng Chang hurriedly said to a burly tattooed man beside him. And the tattooed man called Brother De Fei perked up at the words, glancing at Yi Fan and shouting, you little punk, with no hair on your chin, don't you see? You dare to bully Li Ji's cousin? Saying this, Brother De Fei stepped forward, stretched his neck, and looked at Yi Fan, asking, you are Yi Fan? Yes. Yi Fan nodded, but his gaze turned to Deng Chang, his face breaking into a smile. Oh, long time no see, did your injury heal so quickly? Seeing the devilish smile, Deng Chang instantly wilted and hurriedly backed away. Brother De Fei, seeing Yi Fan still dared to threaten Deng Chang in front of him, immediately became furious. In front of me, Ma De Fei, who gave you the courage to be so arrogant? Saying this, Ma De Fei raised his fist and swung it towards Yi Fan's face. He was burly, and this punch came with some power, the fist wind roaring with a thunderous sound. Practiced breathing technique. Seeing this punch, Yi Fan's brows furrowed. It was clear Ma De Fei was not a Beastmaster. Ordinary people wouldn't have breathing techniques without the school's authorization. With that thought in mind, Yi Fan showed no mercy, sidestepping, Ma De Fei's punch missing, and Yi Fan quickly grabbed Ma De Fei's arm, then with a thunderous turn, he slammed Ma De Fei heavily onto the ground. Boom! A dull sound rang out, and everyone was taken aback. They could tell how much force that hit must have carried. Daring to hurt my brother De Fei, such big guts. A group of thugs swarmed in. These people were very ordinary, weak themselves, and had not practiced breathing techniques, so they were no match for Yi Fan, who had strong combat experience and practiced Saint Law. One punch for each. Within no time, more than 10 people were knocked down by Yi Fan, and soon, only Deng Chang was left on the ground. At this moment, Deng Chang was dumbfounded. He originally planned to bully the newly admitted Beastmaster Yifan with sheer numbers, but he had no idea the other side's combat power was so formidable. Seeing Yifan looking at him, Deng Chang panicked and began to stutter. Yifan, you better not touch me, my cousin won't let you go. Your cousin? Hearing this, Yifan laughed. Don't even mention your cousin, I wouldn't even pay attention to your cousin's cousin. Hurry and get lost, go back and tell your cousin, if he wants to cause me trouble, he should find someone decent. These lowlifes are insulting me by trying to fight. As soon as he finished speaking, seeing Yifan did not intend to attack him, Deng Chang felt as if he had been granted amnesty and quickly ran back towards the school. I let him go, does that mean I let you go? Yifan turned around. Looking at Ma Dafei and a group of thugs who were about to sneak away, he spoke coldly. As soon as the words fell, Ma Dafei froze in place, looking at Yifan with some embarrassment and said, Bro, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Yifan, however, was too lazy to listen to such nonsense, looking at Ma Dafei and said, Come here, I have some questions to ask you. Okay. Ma Dafei quickly agreed and carefully walked up to Yifan. Bro, just ask whatever you want. Yifan didn't speak, his gaze turned to the thug standing still, and coldly stated, I asked him to stay. If you don't leave, do you still want to get beaten? Hearing this, the group of thugs immediately scattered and fled, some running so hurriedly that their shoes fell off. A rabble. Yifan muttered and shifted his gaze back to Ma Dafei. Where did your breathing technique come from? Breathing technique? What breathing technique? Upon hearing this, Ma Dafei clearly showed a hint of panic, but pretended to be ignorant, even self-deprecating. Bro, you're joking. We're just an ordinary gang, how can we have a breathing technique? Yifan snorted coldly, looking at Ma Dafei with a scrutinizing gaze. The breathing technique of thunder has 3 levels. The first level is the entry level, where breathing and movement carry the sound of thunder. You should just have started, right? Ah, this is Yifan spoke the name of the breathing technique. Ma Dafei instantly fell into chaos. You better tell the truth. Yifan's eyes cooled down, otherwise, I have many ways to make you speak. This statement carried a hint of murderous intent, and Ma Dafei suddenly felt his breath catch, looking at the other's eyes in fear. Such murderous intent, this teenager of just over 10 years old must have killed someone. I'll talk. At this moment, Ma Dafei couldn't hold on anymore. My breathing technique was given to me by someone above. Someone above? Hearing this, Yifan's brows furrowed, looking at Ma Dafei and asked, Aren't you just an ordinary thug? Who is this someone above? The thug leader? No. Ma Dafei shook his head repeatedly. They are some big shots. A few days ago, they came to Ping City and took over all the underground organizations, casinos, nightclubs, and so on, including our gang members. I haven't seen them many times, someone manages things for them. A few days ago, some gang leaders were chosen to receive the breathing technique, and I did pretty well in school, so I got the breathing technique. Big shots? At these words, Yifan was somewhat surprised. At this moment, he seemed to know a secret. Someone was deliberately controlling the underground organizations in Ping City. Chapter 8, The Dynasty Organization. Ping City has a government managing it, despite these gang members seeming arrogant. From what Yifan knew, before Deng Li graduated and took charge of these underground gangs, they were quite rule-abiding. But now, with Ma Dafei's words, Yifan immediately felt something was off. Deng Li is also a member of your organization, right? Looking at Ma Dafei, Yifan asked. Yes, they value him highly because of his outstanding Beastmaster talent. It is said that a big shot personally gave him a precious breathing technique. Since he had already spoken, Ma Dafei was now willing to share everything. His status is pretty high, so he asked me to help his cousin this time, which is why I. Got it. Yifan interrupted him, frowning once again. This means that Deng Li had already joined this organization years ago, which is why he didn't go to college but stayed in Ping City. It all makes sense. The higher-ups valued Deng Li, so they left Ping City to him to manage. If that's the case, this organization is not an ordinary force. Being able to let Deng Li manage Ping City proves that this underground organization controls more than just Ping City. Why haven't I heard of an organization specifically recruiting underground groups? Yifan pondered slightly. In memory, there was no force that matched the characteristics of this organization. After thinking for a few seconds, Yifan spoke again. Did the big shots above say what they are preparing to do with you? No, they just told us to do what we should do, to inspect those nightclubs and casinos that used to pay protection fees. Ma Dafei replied, suddenly recalling something, paused for a moment, and then said, once I heard them mention something about a restoration. Restoration. As soon as these 2 words came out, Yifan's eyes turned cold. The air around seemed to cool down. It's possible that I misheard something, Ma Dafei quickly said, noticing that Yifan seemed to be getting angry. No, you didn't mishear, Yifan nodded, his voice especially icy. On the contrary, you heard quite well. Only one organization would dare to mention restoration, the Dynasty Organization, a force whose highest purpose is to restore the former dynasty's rule. In the past life, they had launched beast tides multiple times, opening hidden realms in several cities to release fierce beasts. Ping City had also faced the same situation. The beast tide struck, and Ping City was almost destroyed. My parents also died in that beast tide. For the dynasty organization, Yifan harbored a deep hatred. In his previous life, he had spent over a decade tracking them down, but the dynasty organization hid too deep. Every time he got close to a clue, they would move in time, like rabbits with 3 burrows. He could never avenge himself. I didn't expect them to infiltrate so deeply. Looking at my Dafe in front of him, Yifan suddenly realized. No wonder I could never find them. The dynasty organization had started infiltrating underground organizations in various cities many years ago. In my last life, as a king-level powerhouse, I didn't pay much attention to these underground organizations, but I didn't expect that the people I ignored were actually the cornerstone of the dynasty organization. This time, I can't give them any more chances. Yifan contemplated. The dynasty organization has caused harm far and wide. Countless people died under its schemes in the previous life. Now that I understand some things, I should seize the opportunity to eradicate this organization before it grows strong, avenging my parents and preparing for the future. Ma Dafe, I'm giving you a choice now. With clarity in his heart, Yifan looked at Ma Dafe and spoke. "WH what?" Ma Dafe answered, unable to meet the eyes of the young man in front of him. "Serve me." Yifan continued, disregarding Ma Dafe's discomfort. "This." Ma Dafe was taken aback, looking at Yifan. After hesitating briefly, he mustered the courage to say, "What's the second choice?" "There is no second choice." Yifan replied, calmly watching Ma Dafe, "You told me the secret, you should know this. If you don't serve me, I will not let you go to tell them about me." As soon as these words were spoken, Ma Dafe became alert, looking at Yifan and asking, "Are you going to kill me?" "I won't kill you, but I have ways to make you quietly die on the way to report." Yifan replied, seeming disinterested in saying more, "I'll give you 1 minute to think." "You choose." Seeing that Yifan didn't seem to be joking, Ma Dafe hesitated once again. A minute passed quickly, and when Yifan counted to 50 seconds, Ma Dafe spoke up, "I choose the first one." "Not going to think some more?" Yifan smiled, a hint of scrutiny in his expression. "No need to think anymore." Ma Dafe shook his head, "I can see that following you is indeed the wise choice." "Okay." Yifan nodded, looking at Ma Dafe and said, "I will not treat you badly. Next, I will pass on a method to you. It's extremely precious in this world." "Really?" Ma Dafe was somewhat overjoyed. Looking at the young man in front of him, he felt a change in his heart. After all, he was just a kid, he was too quick to trust others. Now he was about to be taught a method? "Just because I said I would follow you, I will really do so? Now that I am under your control." After returning, I told the higher-ups, "How can a teenager who just became a Beastmaster handle those big figures?" "Just right, this boy seems to have many good things. If I inform them, perhaps I could achieve great merit." "Follow me and channel your energy." Yifan ignored Ma Dafe's psychological activities and said this, then began to chant, channeling, focusing. At this moment, Ma Dafe was still immersed in the joy of obtaining the technique, instinctively following Yifan to circulate his energy. Soon, after running one cycle, Ma Dafe felt a surge, and a cloud of black mist floated out from his body, flying towards Yifan. He immediately felt that his body seemed much lighter. "What kind of technique is this? It's so powerful." Ma Dafe looked at Yifan with a face full of surprise. "Great cycle spirit refining technique," Yifan spoke, flipping his hand, and the cloud of black mist that floated from Ma Dafe's body disappeared without a trace. "You are practicing the Zifa technique. After practicing, every thought and action will be controlled by the opponent. If you have any doubt, a single thought from them can kill you instantly." As soon as these words left his mouth, Ma Dafe was stunned. For a long time, he could only nervously speak, "Brother, please don't joke with me." "I am not a person who likes to joke," Yifan replied, looking at Ma Dafe, slowly saying, "Want to go back to tell those big figures?" "You, Ma Dafe, don't look so simple after all." Ma Dafe, caught off guard, froze like a wooden statue. Yifan glanced at him and shook his head with a smile. "Stop thinking, those big figures can't solve it. As soon as you speak, you'll die right away." Thud. Ma Dafe immediately knelt before Yifan. "Brother, no, sir, I was wrong, I really was wrong. Having chosen to rely on me, don't have any doubts," Yifan began, speaking slowly, "follow me, you will gain much more than following those big figures." Ma Dafe understood. "From now on, this life of Ma Dafe will belong to you, sir." At this moment, Ma Dafe dared not have any other thoughts, repeatedly saying, "Your life is now mine." Yifan spoke, glancing at him, then turned around, "Get up, go back, and continue to do what you should do. I will tell you when there's a need for you." Patter patter. The footsteps gradually faded away, and Ma Dafe took a long time to raise his head, looking at Yifan's back, trembling all over. "A devil, he is a devil." Chapter 9, The Devil Teacher. At school, after finishing lunch, Yifan returned to the dormitory with a smile on his face. Deng Chang surprisingly gave him a pleasant surprise. Not only did he bring in Deng Li, but he also provided key information about the dynasty organization. That Ma Dafei was swayed by him. It shouldn't take long before he could figure out some of the arrangements of the dynasty organization in Pingcheng, and at that time, he would clean them all out. However, right now, the most important thing is to strengthen myself. Yifan mumbled and stared at the time-space dragon seal in his hand. With a flash, he entered the Beastmaster space. In this afternoon, more than 10 days had passed in the Beastmaster space. As soon as Yifan entered, the fire dog excitedly pounced towards him. With the time that had passed, the fire dog had clearly grown a little bigger and its strength upgraded to Iron Black 2 stars. Besides the racial differences, the strength level of a beast is also quite important. At the Iron Black Bronze strength level, the gap between beasts of different levels is not large, but as strength increases, the gap widens, especially from eternity upwards, where each level is significantly different. Let's first try the planting effect. After teasing the fire dog for a while, Yifan freed his hands, took out the roots, walked to the land beside the small house, dug a piece with his hands, planted it, and carefully filled the soil back. Based on the flow of time in this beast-controlling space, it shouldn't take long for the fiery fruit to ripen. Thinking of this, Yifan looked at the fire dog lying not far away. The fiery fruit is the most suitable food for the young fire dog. It is mild and not fierce, and it won't take long for the fire dog to break through from black iron to bronze level. The power of the fire dog starts to reveal itself at the bronze level. At that time, it can use flames to launch attacks. If it eats a good amount of fiery fruit, then at the bronze level, the fire dog can display quite impressive strength, completely not inferior to those beasts with better qualifications. Fire dog. Thinking of something, Yifan looked at the fire dog. You can't touch it without my permission. Even if it has grown fruit, you still can't mess with it. Woof woof. The fire dog responded, understanding what was said. Seeing this, Yifan smiled, patted the fire dog's head, and shifted his gaze to the side, his eyes now filled with a hint of heat. In his previous life, even when so many people looked down on him, he still became a king-level beast master through hard work. In this life, with such a marvelous beast-controlling space, with an outstanding breathing technique, and many memories from his past life, everything begins at its best. The limits he can reach will definitely not be just king-level. After a while, Yifan let out a long breath, thought of something, and turned his hand over, revealing a chicken leg. This was something he brought back from the cafeteria. After all, the fire dog is also a canine beast, and it loves these kinds of food. Fire dog, come here, eat something delicious. Woof woof. The fire dog happily came over, grasping the chicken leg in its mouth, just about to open its big mouth to eat it, suddenly thought of something, looked up at Yifan, and nudged its head toward the chicken leg. Clearly, it was asking Yifan for permission. I won't eat, you eat. Yifan said, watching the fire dog happily munching on the chicken leg, a smile on his face. Eat more, in the future, we still have a long, long time together. Knock knock knock. Early the next morning, someone knocked on the door of Yifan's dormitory. At this moment, Yifan had already exited the beast-controlling space, standing by the window, stretching his body and practicing a set of bizarre punches, sometimes fierce as a tiger, sometimes light as a deer, embodying various animal forms. This was a self-created technique he derived from the ancient symbolic bird method, named the all-around method. It can strengthen the body and prolong life when combined with breathing techniques. When perfected, it can help one gain immunity from poisons, serving as a health-preserving practice, especially effective when performed at dawn. Hearing the knock on the door, Yifan stopped his movements and turned to open the door. The door opened, and Fat Li stood at the door with a troubled look on his face, quickly speaking, Yifan, please help me. What happened? Seeing Fat Li's appearance, Yifan slightly frowned. Did Deng Chang and the others come to trouble you again? No. Fat Li shook his head repeatedly, unsure how to explain, turning red instead. Seeing Fat Li like this, Yifan thought for a moment and relaxed his frown. Is it that after practicing the gluttonous method, your appetite increased, but you can't relieve yourself, and your stomach is bloated and painful? Yes. Fat Li exclaimed in excitement, as if he had caught a life-saving straw, quickly grabbing Yifan's arm. Is there any way to solve this? It's really uncomfortable. I want to go but can't. My stomach feels like it's going to explode. That's quite normal. Yifan, however, shook his head with a smile. If I'm not mistaken, you just practiced the gluttonous method yesterday when I taught you, then ate a ton, and went back to the dorm to lie down, right? This. Hearing Yifan's words, Fat Li was stunned for a moment, then said, Yifan, you are simply amazing. It's not that I'm amazing, I just understand the gluttonous method. Yifan replied seriously, why is it called the gluttonous method? Because it takes after the characteristics of the gluttonous beast that eats excessively. If you eat something and don't perform the gluttonous method, how will it help you digest the food stored in your body? The intestines and stomach of ordinary people cannot digest such a large amount. Wouldn't that just lead to a bloated stomach? You didn't listen carefully when I told you yesterday. Hearing this, the chubby guy awkwardly scratched his head and quickly said goodbye to Yifan. returning to the dormitory nearby. The sound insulation of the dormitory was not very good, and soon Yifan heard a crackling sound coming from the chubby guy's room. Yifan smiled helplessly, shook his head, and walked towards the classroom. After all, being a student means you still have to attend classes every day. Quickly arriving at the classroom, Yifan had just sat down for a short while when Deng Chang came in. This guy is also here. Deng Chang saw Yifan at a glance, and his legs almost went weak from fright, nearly stepping back. Yesterday, De Fei and his gang were beaten up by this guy, and he didn't even know what happened afterward. Last night, his cousin specifically called to tell him not to provoke Yifan at this time. If even his cousin fears him, Deng Chang dared not mess with Yifan, and all of his younger brothers slouched their heads, sneaking to the corner to sit down, afraid that Yifan would find trouble with them. Yifan naturally noticed the reactions of Deng Chang and the others but merely shook his head. For these people, if they didn't actively provoke him, they wouldn't even catch his eye on a normal day. How could a Kuanping soaring in the sky care about ants on the ground? Ding-dling. The class bell soon rang, and at that moment, Li Fati arrived at Yifan's side, sitting down and letting out a long sigh. So, is it smooth now? Yifan joked, looking at Li Fati. It's smooth, it's smooth. Li Fati blushed and smiled, just about to say something when a serious-looking man with a straight posture walked in. Quiet. As soon as the voice fell, the classroom fell silent. Seeing this, Li Fati's face changed, and he quickly muttered, "Devil teacher Pan Zhao, why is it him?" Beside him, upon seeing Pan Zhao, Yifan shook his head, looking at him with a complex expression. Pan Zhao was very famous in Pingcheng. He was a well-known teacher who was extremely strict with students and often took them to dangerous places for training. It was precisely because of this that many strong individuals emerged from his students. Yifan also obtained an opportunity in a secret realm under his guidance, and from that moment began his legendary rise. To put it seriously, Pan Zhao was considered his mentor. But in the last life, this mentor did not end well. His straightforward personality led to him being marginalized by the academy's high-ups, and being sent to teach an ordinary class was a clear indication. He never had the chance to shine. The only time he did was during the later Beast Tide when he led the resistance and ultimately died, living in regret all his life. Such a teacher should be popular everywhere. Why would he be marginalized? Yifan pondered while looking at Pan Zhao, or perhaps, who was deliberately suppressing him. Chapter 10 Rewards. Thinking of this, Yifan's eyes narrowed. Pan Zhao's true strength in Pingcheng was quite formidable, possessing a golden 9-star roaring lion. If he hadn't perished in the Beast Tide, he might have even broken through to the eternal level in the future. In such a small place like Pingcheng, could someone suppress such a Beastmaster? This is getting interesting. Yifan raised his eyebrows. While up on stage, Pan Zhao looked around with a cold gaze, saying, "Everyone, coming here and becoming a member of the Beastmaster is not your first success, but your first failure." As his voice fell, many people's faces changed. Pan Zhao let out a cold snort. Do you know why? Talent. D-level beast taming talent means you are destined to be inferior. Among your peers, other beast tamers don't even have to do anything. Their beasts will easily outclass yours. You won't get the best resources. Don't be fooled by those ordinary people who seem to envy you. In the world of beast tamers, no one has hope for you. What does the upper class call your class? They call it the waste class, a group of wastes gathered together. Do you know the beast you chose yesterday? Do you know what grade of beasts were given to the genius class? Elite grade. Beasts that can grow to silver or even gold. As these words came from Pan Zhao's mouth, there were murmurs of surprise in the classroom. Elite grade, beasts worth hundreds of thousands or even millions. Once you have one, with good training, it wouldn't be too hard to reach silver level in the future. Silver level is like getting a ticket to university. Such words left many feeling defeated. Some were displeased, and among them, a delicate-looking girl in the front row stood up. "Teacher, if talent decides everything, why are we even here at school?" Good question. Pan Zhao responded immediately, looking at the girl, and asked, "What's your name?" "Ma Xiaoxue," the girl replied. "Ma Xiaoxue, I will remember your name." Pan Zhao nodded, tapping the table with his hand, scanning the room. "What I am about to talk about is what you can do in these 3 years. First, every month from now on, I will take you into the school's affiliated Mystic Realm for training." Mystic Realm. Upon hearing this, the previously dejected students became somewhat excited. Unlike Yifan, who had such vast knowledge, even the lowest level Mystic Realm held great treasures for them. "You all want to go, right?" Noticing their reactions, Pan Zhao nodded. "However, there are limited spots. I have only 10 spots given to me from above. If you want to go to the Mystic Realm, you must satisfy me. There will be a monthly exam on the 10th of each month. Beast duels will determine the top 10 who qualify to enter this Mystic Realm. Since it is already the 2nd of this month, that means in 8 days, you will have your first monthly exam and your first chance to enter the Mystic Realm." As these words were spoken, the crowd began to discuss among themselves, excitement filling the air. "Quiet." Pan Zhao said again, and this time, many complied and closed their mouths. Are you feeling smug now, thinking you will soon surpass others because you qualified to enter the mystic realm? Pan Zhao looked at the students, who were a bit too pleased with themselves, his gaze growing colder once more. Let me tell you something else, the mystic realm allows the elite class students to enter twice a month, with no limit on spots. With this statement, another splash of cold water fell upon them, and Pan Zhao continued, these 10 spots are what I requested from above, otherwise, with your D-level talent, you wouldn't even have the qualification to enter. What you can do in these 3 years is practice hard, earn the qualification to enter the mystic realm, go in once a month, and you should be able to match those who go in twice. Only then will you have the chance to turn the tide and tell others that you are not waste. Can you do it? As Pan Zhao's voice fell, the students looked at each other, and only a few quietly shouted yes. Yes. In the silence, it was instead Fatty Li who shouted loudly, catching Pan Zhao's attention, but his gaze lingered more on the silent Yifan. In the end, Pan Zhao said nothing more, just shook his head and started to put away the books on the desk. I know you lack the confidence to say this right now. But this question I will ask you every week. I don't want you to still answer like this, without confidence, when you graduate in 3 years. Alright, go train your beasts. I will watch your training. If you have any questions, come ask me, and if you need anything, come find me. Go ahead. As the voice fell, the students all walked towards the door of the classroom. This is the daily life at Beastmaster High School. Apart from the weekly routine check, usually, teachers wouldn't bother you. Of course, this applies to ordinary people. For those with outstanding talent, top teachers would guide and enlighten you, and there would be someone specifically to bring you to secret realms for trials, protecting your safety the whole time. Geniuses are destined to be different from ordinary people, but ordinary people can still fight back against geniuses. This is the first lesson Pan Zhao gave them. In the classroom, Yifan also stood up and was about to walk outside. Fat Li hurriedly asked, Yifan, aren't you going to train your beast? I am going. Yifan replied, glancing at the Fat Li and shaking his head, however, I believe the best beast training is through battle. Battle? Hearing this, Fat Li was stunned, where to fight? North of the city, Silver Moon Forest. Yifan spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, Fat Li turned pale with fright, Silver Moon Forest? There are too many fierce beasts there, it's said that there are even beasts above golden rank. People can die there. That's the core area of Silver Moon Forest, most of the outer areas have black iron rank beasts. Yifan shook his head, what about going together? This Fat Li hesitated, thinking of the legends about Silver Moon Forest, feeling a bit scared. But when he saw Yifan's calm eyes, he gritted his teeth and nodded firmly. Let's go. That's more like it. Yifan smiled, waved at Fat Li, and walked towards the school entrance first. In the classroom, Pan Zhao, who had been sitting at his desk, raised his head and looked towards the door, revealing a look of confusion. I thought Yifan would be depressed after testing D rank, but I didn't expect him to be so bold. 2 kids who just got their beasts dare to go to Beast Forest? As he spoke, Pan Zhao shook his head, ignorance breeds fear. Let them eat some losses, and they will know the danger. Do they really think those wild beasts in the forest are as docile as the ones they usually see? Saying this, Pan Zhao looked out the window, where many students were training with their beasts. Not knowing what he thought of, a hint of unwillingness gradually appeared in Pan Zhao's eyes. My results are because my students are talented, can't I teach anything good in an ordinary class? 3 years later, in the college entrance exam, I will slap your faces hard. Let's see what you have to say then. While Pan Zhao was still in the classroom, on the other side, Yifan and Fat Li exited the school gate. As soon as they stepped out, a few people surrounded them. It's over, it must be Deng Li here to block us. Seeing this scene, Fat Li realized what was happening and pulled Yifan back inside. But after a few pulls, Yifan remained unmoved. Just as Fat Li was getting anxious, Yifan shook his head. So you are Yifan? A thin man leading the group looked at the panicking Fat Li and shifted his gaze to the still Yifan. Yes. Yifan nodded, narrowing his eyes as he looked at the few people in front of him. That's good. The thin man nodded and then did a complete 180 in his attitude, saying to the people behind him, quickly greet Brother Fan. Hello, Brother Fan. Everyone present spoke at once, leaving Fat Li completely stunned. Aren't they here to pick a fight? Why are they saying hello to Brother Fan? Thinking of this, Fat Li glanced at Yifan, who still had no reaction, and began to guess. Could this childhood friend of mine also be mixed up with a gang? Who sent you here? Just as Fat Li was in confusion, Yifan suddenly spoke, looking quite displeased. Don't tell me it was Ma Dafei who sent you. Chapter 11 The First Fight. How does Fan Gu know it's Fei Gu? The thin man was about to answer, but seeing Yifan's displeased face, he felt something was off. After hesitating for a few seconds, he quietly said, Fei Gu said he offended you last time and asked us to wait for you to come out and bring you something as a gift to apologize. This fool. After getting confirmation, Yifan immediately cursed, did I not say I would contact him if I needed something? How could he not know Ma Dafei's little tricks? He thought that since his life was in his hands, he would try to please him more. But these little actions might seem unimportant. If someone with a keen eye investigated further, they could expose him. On the side, seeing Yifan getting angry, the thin man, who was already a little brother, shrank his head even more. However, he suddenly remembered something and quickly whispered, Big Brother Dafei said that the people up top have all gone back, and they won't come to Pingcheng in the next few months. We are all brothers who have sworn brotherhood with Big Brother Dafei, so Fangu can rest assured. Hearing this, Yifan's expression softened a little. He glanced at the thin man and spoke, what did he ask you to bring? Fire fruit. The thin man replied, quickly taking out a box. Big Brother Dafei heard that you bet with that Deng Cheng kid last time for the seeds of the fire fruit and knew you would need it. He specially sent us to buy a fire fruit from the 100 Herb Hall to present it to you. Fire fruit. Yifan glanced at the box, feeling a bit helpless. He had just obtained a stem and would have plenty of fire fruits in the future, yet Ma Dafei sent him another one. However, it was still useful, at least he could feed it to the fire dog right now. I will accept the item. Yifan took the box and looked at the thin man, saying, go back and tell your big brother Dafei that next time I have something, I will find him, no need for him to come looking for me. After all, as a student, don't be too flashy. Understood. The thin man nodded repeatedly. Then, Fangu, if there's nothing else, we'll leave first. Yifan nodded, and the few of them left one after another. Yifan then stored the fire fruit carefully. Yifan, who were those people just now, and why did they bring you something? On the side, Li Pengzi, who had been silent, finally spoke, you're not getting involved with a gang, right? It's dangerous. If Uncle Yi finds out. A secret underground gang can't even accommodate me. Yifan shook his head, looking at Li Pengzi and suddenly asked, Pengzi, do you think sworn brothers can be trusted? This question left Pengzi dumbfounded, since we're brothers, shouldn't we be able to trust each other? That's not necessarily true. Hearing this, Yifan shook his head, when it comes to interests, there are no brothers. Pengzi, I gave you the Tiao Tiao Law as a technique, did you not think about more things? Upon hearing this, Pengzi looked confused, replying, think about what? Seeing Pengzi's expression, Yifan felt a bit helpless. With his keen insight from 2 lifetimes, he could see that Pengzi genuinely hadn't thought about anything else. Pengzi, oh you really are adorably foolish. After saying this, Yifan patted Pengzi's shoulder and walked ahead. Li Pengzi lagged behind, pondering Yifan's words, scratching his head in confusion, why am I adorably foolish? Arriving at Silver Moon Forest did not take much time. After exiting the city walls, they walked northward for a while, and a vast forest came into view, stretching further than they could see. Many cities have such forests outside, home to a large number of wild beast tamers. Some forests even have strong wild beasts at their core, but Pingcheng is a small city, and the strongest wild beast in Silver Moon Forest is less than golden level. After all, it's not a secret realm. Most of the beasts in these forests are of low quality, and occasionally there will be elite-level beasts. Most beast hunters in the cities rely on this forest for their livelihood. Capturing some beasts to sell their flesh, if lucky enough to catch young beasts, a regular family's food supply for a year could be secured. Yifan, are we really going to go in there? Looking at the entrance of the forest, Fatty Li felt a bit anxious. Of course. Yifan replied, just wait a moment. As he spoke, Yifan summoned the fire dog. Half a day had passed, and more than half a month had gone by in the beast space. This time, the fire dog had clearly grown a bit larger. A black iron 2-star fire dog. Looking at the fire dog in front of Yifan, Fatty was a bit surprised. How did it grow so much in just a day or two? Maybe my fire dog grows fast by nature. Yifan laughed, took out the fire fruit given by the skinny man before, and handed it to the fire dog. Woof woof. The fire dog seemed excited, holding the fire fruit and wagging its tail nonstop. Go ahead and eat. Yifan patted the fire dog's head. The fire dog wagged its tail and began to devour the fire fruit. The sound of the juice bursting made Fatty Li beside him feel hungry, and his stomach let out a long growl. Hearing this sound, the fire dog lifted its head, glanced at Yifan, then looked at Fatty. Upon realizing that Fatty and Yifan seemed to have a good relationship, it wiggled its bottom and moved aside, then nudged its head toward the remaining half of the fire fruit. I don't want to eat, I don't want to eat. Seeing the fire dog's clear sharing food gesture, Fatty blushed and retorted loudly, I'm not hungry. Woof. Looking at the unmoving Fatty, the fire dog made a confused sound, but soon, it happily finished the rest of the half fire fruit. Yifan watched with a smile. This fire dog seemed nice, very affectionate towards him, and even willing to share food with his friend. It should be known that most beasts are very protective of their food, even powerful beasts dislike being disturbed while eating. The fact that this fire dog could do this clearly showed it recognized its master well. In the following time, the effect of the fire fruit quickly took place, and the fire dog visibly grew larger again. Its strength, which was close to Black Iron 3-star, quickly broke through. After an hour, having absorbed most of the medicinal effect, the fire dog successfully reached Black Iron 4-star. Woof woof. The fire dog affectionately rubbed against Yifan's pant leg, and now having grown a bit, it was already taller than Yifan's knee, completely different from when Yifan first got it. Great. Yifan patted the fire dog's head, looking at the hint of red patterns starting to appear on its forehead, his eyes filled with joy. The fire fruit was indeed a great boost for the fire dog. One could ignite its flame power, and with 7 or 8 more, the fire dog should be able to reach bronze level. Black Iron 4-star, so strong. Beside them, Fatty Lee was envious. His solar serpent had only been obtained yesterday and was still the same today. It's easy to improve Black Iron level strength, it's not a big deal. Yifan replied, waving to Fatty Lee as he walked toward the forest. Entering Silver Moon Forest, the feeling was completely different. The air was filled with various mixed aromas, from flowers and grass to beast droppings, with a kind of inexplicable oppression. Fatty, release the beasts. Yifan suddenly spoke, the solar serpent is a natural stealth expert, this environment is best for it. Okay. Fatty nodded repeatedly, waving his hand, causing the solar serpent to appear before him. Just as Yifan said, the solar serpent quickly concealed itself in the dry leaves after appearing. If not looked at closely, it was nearly impossible to spot. Not long after walking, a row of obvious footprints appeared in the jungle. Footprints of the silver deer. Looking at the footprints not far away, Yifan made a judgment. Just then, the bushes ahead suddenly moved a bit. Over there. Yifan called out, Fire Dog, go. As he spoke, Yifan raised his palm. He suddenly activated his beast taming skill, Ascension. Woof. With the Ascension boost, the fire dog gave a bark and its size increased, allowing it to leap quickly towards the bushes. Wait for me. Fatty Lee called out anxiously, rushing to catch up with Yifan. Swish. As the bushes were pushed aside, Fatty Lee suddenly froze, staring at the scene not far away. At that moment, a silver deer, as white as snow, was pinned to the ground, with the fire dog fiercely biting into its throat. The battle was decided in just a few seconds. The Black Iron 3-star silver deer almost instantly lost its life in front of Yifan. If nothing unusual happened, it should have been grazing when the fire dog leapt out, seizing the opportunity to bite its throat. For both beasts and humans, the throat is a fatal spot. Chapter 12, Lion King. Yifan. Looking at the twitching silver deer on the ground, Fatty Lee felt a pang of compassion. That silver deer looked so pitiful. Fatty, look clearly. Yifan shouted. Fatty Lee was taken aback by the sudden shout, focusing his eyes to see that the silver deer had a bloody piece of fabric in its mouth. Looking down, amidst the grass, there lay a horribly mangled corpse. This was not grazing. It was clearly eating a person. Clap clap clap. Seeing the scene, Fatty Lee turned pale, retreating 7 or 8 steps until he bumped against a big tree before stopping. Fire dog, don't let go. On the other side, Yifan did not hesitate, allowing the fire dog to seize the chance. And soon, under the fire dog's chokehold, the silver deer gradually stopped twitching, losing all sound. Only then did Yifan breathe a sigh of relief, turning to look at Fatty Lee, whose face had turned white, shaking his head. Fatty, do you really think beasts are as well behaved and harmless as those you see in cages and shops? Do you know what beasts were called before beast tamers appeared? What? Fatty Lee trembled as he spoke. Monsters. Yifan's expression was serious. When the spiritual energy appeared on Earth, these naturally gifted monsters went on a rampage, attacking human cities, killing and eating so many people that we couldn't even count. If it weren't for the powerful beast tamers capturing several strong monsters later, humanity would have been nearly exterminated. Do you think the current strong support for beast tamers is just for show? It's to combat those uncontrollable monsters. Fatty Lee was stunned by these words, and after a while, he hesitantly said, why have I never known that beasts would eat people? Shouldn't a silver deer like this be grazing on grass? Most beasts are omnivores. The truth is always much crueler. You haven't heard about it because most ordinary people can't afford wild beast meat and instead eat domesticated pigs and chickens. You can buy some from hunters who capture beasts in the forest, each one can tell you the truth. That corpse on the ground might be from some beast hunter. Yifan replied, looking at Fatty Lee's expression, furrowing his brow. For a beast tamer, mindset is crucial. If you were this scared just at the sight of a beast eating a person, if I weren't here today, would you just stand by watching that silver deer eat you? Hearing this, Fatty Lee realized how much he had lost control, taking several deep breaths before finally regaining his composure. Leaning against the tree, Fatty Lee slowly stood up, and when he saw the grotesque mangled body again, he still turned his gaze away. Go on, collect the body. At that moment, Yifan's voice rang out. Ha! Upon hearing this, Fatty Lee felt a chill run down his spine. That's a corpse, it's been chewed up like that, and you want me to collect it? I'm talking about the corpse of that silver deer. Yifan interrupted Li Fatty, saying with some helplessness, the meat of the silver deer is very expensive. A big silver deer like this can sell for at least $1,000. So much. Hearing this, Li Fatty perked up. Though feeling uncomfortable, he quickly approached the corpse of the silver deer, his hands glowing, and the corpse was collected. The Beastmaster space has storage function, of course, one must ensure that the things they put in are not eaten by the beasts inside. Other Beastmaster spaces stack up as the number of beasts increases, and Fatty, practicing the gluttonous technique, has opened a second one, just right for storing things. As for Yifan's space, that is a paradise, putting a corpse in there would be too wasteful. Let's go, keep looking for the next one. If we hunt 5 today, we can go back to rest. Yifan replied, glancing at the sky, and said, at night, the ferocity of the beasts will greatly increase, plus visibility will be limited, it's quite dangerous. We must leave before dark. Okay. Li Fatty nodded and walked beside Yifan. Since learning that wild beasts eat people, already fearful Li Fatty became even more scared. Fatty, you need to overcome your fear. Yifan spoke slowly, if you're scared of this little thing, how can you be a Beastmaster? Being a Beastmaster isn't just about happily commanding beasts to play every day. Got it. Li Fatty nodded heavily after hearing this. Later, Yifan and Li Fatty walked a big circle around the outskirts of Silver Moon Forest, during which they killed a total of 6 wild beasts, 4 were 2-star black iron, 1 was 3-star, and 1 was 7-star. This gray bear is really big. Looking at the gray bear in front of him, as big as a small mountain, Li Fatty exclaimed, this must be worth a lot of money. Not bad, this gray bear isn't yet an adult. Besides its fur worth about 4 to 5,000, the rest might be priced similarly to that silver deer. Yifan said and breathed out. Though this gray bear also belongs to the inferior quality bloodline beasts, it has the advantage in size. If bred as a beginner beast, it's still good, just eats a bit too much. Fatty, you did well just now. Yifan patted Fatty's shoulder. In the battle just now, Fatty did play a certain role. When the fire dog and gray bear were entangled, Li Fatty commanded the sun snake to suddenly jump out from the decayed leaves on the ground, biting through the gray bear's foot with its venomous fangs. The poison spread, and the gray bear gradually wore down, allowing the fire dog to successfully defeat the gray bear by advancing a level. Sigh, just doing what I should. Li Fatty scratched his head. This afternoon was the first time he took the initiative to act. I think you can specialize in training in the future, Fatty. Yifan said thoughtfully, for example, raising only snake-type beasts. In battle, releasing dozens of snakes would be quite powerful. Dozens of snakes? Hearing this, Fatty seemed a bit unwilling. How strong can snake-type beasts be? Don't underestimate snakes. Yifan shook his head. There's a kind of snake I know, called a dragon python. It has horns like a dragon but no legs, and is hundreds of meters long. Just one swipe of its tail can flatten a small mountain, and if a venomous fawn bites, even a glory-level beast would perish. Such a powerful beast. Hearing this, Fatty's eyes sparkled with excitement. Where can I find a dragon python? What are you thinking? Yifan rolled his eyes at Fatty. A beast like the dragon python lives in ancient ruins guarding treasures. Generally, glory-level beast masters don't dare to provoke them. Think about it, people must have dreams. Li Fatty scratched his head and asked again, then why do you want me to raise only snake-type beasts? It's about affinity. Yifan explained again, if you raise only snakes. Gradually, one will become compatible with snake-type beasts, and the difficulty of taming similar beasts will be much lower. Is that so? Upon hearing this, the chubby one hesitated before making up his mind, then I will raise snakes. I want a dragon python. You. Yifan shook his head helplessly, but looking at the chubby one's excited appearance as he went to pack the gray-furred bear's corpse, there was a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. From being scared at first to starting to yearn for powerful beast taming, today's trip has already opened the path of beast taming for the chubby one. In the future, as long as he follows me, I am confident I can make him a strong figure. Chubby, in this life, I want to lend you a hand. Looking at Li Fatty's back, Yifan murmured, please, don't let me down. Ah, what Lion King? Where is there a Lion King? Li Fatty heard Yifan's words and jumped up 3 zhang high with a thud. Holy crap, can there really be a Lion King at the edge of the forest? Hearing this, Yifan choked for a moment, then helplessly said, Chubby, when you have time, I'll lend you some money to get your ears checked. Chapter 13 Silver Snake Fruit. In a shop on the streets of Ping City, Yifan and Li Fatty stood at the door, taking out beast-taming beasts one after another and trading with the shopkeeper. Silver deer, silver moon rabbit. Looking at one beast after another, the shopkeeper's expression began to change, and when he saw Li Fatty finally take out a gray-furred bear, he exclaimed, Are you 2 beast tamers? You can even hunt gray-furred bears. MHM. Yifan nodded, we are new students of Ping City High School this year. New students can hunt gray-furred bears? This gray-furred bear must be at least a black iron 7-star level. The shopkeeper reacted quickly, and his face quickly filled with smiles. Since you are esteemed beast tamers, I'll buy this batch of beasts at the highest price. Silver deer 3,000, silver moon rabbit 1,200 for the gray-furred bear. I'll give you 7,000, a total of 15,200. What do you think, esteemed beast tamers? 15,200. Upon hearing this number, Lee Fatty's mouth fell open. His monthly living expenses are only 1,000. This hunting trip is more than his entire year's living expenses. Beside him, Yi Fan shook his head with a laugh at Lee Fatty's reaction and said to the shopkeeper, 15,000 is fine, but I want to keep 10 pounds of the gray-furred bear's meat. 10 pounds? Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper hesitated for a few seconds, but quickly agreed, 10 pounds is fine. Please wait a moment, and I will have them prepare it right away. Soon, the shop staff helped to move these beasts inside, and after a while, a staff member came out carrying 2 large bags. Esteemed master, here is the 10 pounds of gray-furred bear meat and 15,000 pieces of money. Please count it. The shopkeeper smiled as he handed over the items. Yi Fan took the meat, waited a bit, nodded, and casually glanced at the stack of money before stuffing it into his pocket. He wasn't worried about the shopkeeper cheating him. Someone who could run a shop dedicated to buying and selling beast blood and meat in Ping City wouldn't lack such vision. Chubby, let's go. Yi Fan said to Lee Fatty and led the way out. Fatty quickly followed, looking at the gray-furred bear meat Yi Fan was holding, somewhat confused. Yi Fan, why do you want to keep some gray-furred bear meat? To eat. Yi Fan said helplessly to Fatty, wild beasts' blood and meat are not only rich in nutrients but also taste great. Whether it's for beast tamers or for ourselves, it has significant benefits. The stronger the beast, the better its blood and meat effects, especially for a beast tamer like you who practices the tasty beast technique. You need to eat beast meat, the rarer, the better. Besides, beasts also need a lot of blood and meat. That kind of chicken and pork beast meat is useless except to fill stomachs. So, that means both I and my beast need to eat a lot of wild beast meat. Lee Fatty seemed to understand. Then doesn't that mean I will be fighting for meat with my beast in the same bowl? Hiss. Hearing this, even Yi Fan couldn't help but gasp, looking at Fatty Lee, and after a moment said, Fatty, haven't you thought about, you eat from one bowl, will your beast eat from another bowl? This. Fatty Lee was caught off guard, then scratched his head and chuckled, I thought of it differently. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan had a smile in his eyes, said no more, and raised his hand to hail a taxi. Where are we going? Fatty asked. Bai Chao Hall, Yi Fan replied, no matter how many spirit herbs we have, it's not enough. Okay. Upon hearing this, Fatty nodded repeatedly. The taxi sped away, and not long after, they arrived once again at the entrance of Bai Chao Hall. Before entering the door, Ning Shui, who was initially free and idle, suddenly spotted Yi Fan. This young man really came again. Almost immediately, Ning Shui reached the entrance. As Yi Fan just stepped in, he saw Ning Shui's beautiful face filled with smiles. It must be said, in terms of appearance, Ning Shui was one of the top beauties in the entire Pingcheng, and with her delicate makeup, she was indeed eye-catching. Having lived 2 lives, Yi Fan's heart was as calm as still water, while Fatty Lee beside him was not so composed, staring fixedly at Ning Shui, looking as if he were about to drool. Little brother, long time no see. Ning Shui noticed Fatty's reaction, but her expression didn't change. Instead, she was even more curious about Yi Fan. Long time no see. Yi Fan responded briefly, saying nothing further, and directly asked, how much for the seeds of the strong muscle grass? Again for seeds? Ning Shui was somewhat puzzled. This young man had just bought the seeds of the fire fruit yesterday, and today he wanted the seeds of the strong muscle grass again. Is he planning to create a spirit herb backyard at home? The seeds of strong muscle grass are slightly cheaper than the fire fruit seeds, 8,000 each. Ning Shui answered, hesitating slightly before adding, but I can make a decision, 6,000 each for you, little brother. Thank you. Yi Fan said without saying much more. Ning Shui was curious, but since they had already reached an agreement, she didn't ask further. She went upstairs and soon came back with a small box. Here are the seeds of strong muscle grass. With suitable conditions, they can mature in at most 3 months. Good. Yi Fan took the box, without saying much, casually picked up a purple fruit in front of him, and asked, give me 3 of these silver snake fruits. The silver snake fruit is a relatively common spirit fruit. Compared to the fire fruit, it's not in the same league, but it's cheap and preferred by snake-type beasts, making it a targeted spirit fruit. No problem. Ning Shui quickly picked 3 silver snake fruits for Yi Fan and handed them over, saying, the silver snake fruit is 2,000 each. Here are 3, plus the seeds of strong muscle grass, totaling 12,000. Count it. Yi Fan took out the money he had just received, counted out 12,000, and handed it to Ning Shui, then waved to Fatty Lee, signaling to leave. Fatty Lee didn't know anything about herbs, so he said nothing, but before leaving, he turned his head to glance at Ning Shui and exclaimed, this sister is really something. Fatty, beauty is not just something to be admired, it might also be toxic. Yi Fan said coldly from the side. These words made Fatty shiver. He quickly turned his head and quickened his pace. Toxic? Inside the store, Ning Shui naturally heard this. Her lovely eyes flickered, and a smile appeared on her face. This young man seems to have some experience. After thinking for a moment, Ning Shui raised her head and said to the reception at the door, next time this young man comes, please notify me, I will personally receive him. Yes. The receptionist nodded repeatedly, watching Ning Shui's graceful figure enter the store, somewhat puzzled. A regular young man, why does Miss Ning value him so much? Upon returning to the school, it was already dark. At the dormitory door, Yi Fan handed the 3 silver snake fruits he had bought that afternoon to Fatty. Silver snake fruits, these 3 fruits should be able to help your son snake reach the level of Black Iron 2 stars. How can I accept this? Li Fatty replied, but his hands honestly accepted the silver snake fruit. Also, here is 1,000 yuan, take 5 pounds of grey bear meat. Yi Fan continued, taking out 1,000 yuan and handing it to Li Fatty. When practicing the culinary method, you must never starve yourself, or else it will backfire. I can't take this. This time, Li Fatty genuinely felt embarrassed to accept it. He hadn't contributed much by following Yi Fan this time, and besides helping a little at the end, he was mostly being protected by Yi Fan. Just getting a silver snake fruit made Li Fatty very happy. Wanting money and meat too was too much for him to accept. Take it. Yi Fan, looking at Fatty's reaction, said lightly, what you need now is resources to grow. When you become stronger, you can return it to me. These words made Fatty hesitate, but soon he nodded and accepted the money and grey bear meat. Then I'll go back first. Yi Fan said, opening the dormitory door. Yi Fan. Li Fatty called out, and Yi Fan stopped, turned around, and saw Fatty holding the meat, looking sincere as he said, thank you. After saying that, Li Fatty scratched his head, perhaps at a loss for words to express himself, and finally just said, thank you for giving me the chance to become a powerful Beastmaster. Ha! Hearing this, Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, looking at Fatty's somewhat clumsy appearance, and a slight smile appeared as he shook his head. Fatty, the gratitude of a Black Iron rank Beastmaster is as light as a feather. You can thank me again when you tame the dragon python you want. Hearing this, Li Fatty understood something, his whole body shook, and then he nodded heavily, okay. Chapter 14, Conflict. In the beast space, Yi Fan looked at the fire fruit that had already grown into seedlings in the ground, his eyes slightly fluctuating. A day in the outside world meant 30 days had passed here. Fire fruit originally grew from roots, so seedlings were not surprising. It should take 3 more days in the outside world for the fire fruit to mature. Yi Fan's eyes filled with joy. Once the fire fruit matures, his fire dog would have a nice upgrade. He was sure he could obtain the qualification for the vague secret realm that Pan Zhao mentioned, but secret realms were not without danger. Many good things often had beasts guarding them. If he could increase his strength a bit before entering the secret realm, the chances of getting more good things would be greater. Thinking of this, Yi Fan took a deep breath and also planted the strong muscle grass he had just bought. Strong muscle grass had broader applicability, although it didn't provide the targeted boost like fire fruit, its short growth cycle still made it a decent spirit herb. Ning Qinghai should have sensed something from his deliberately exposed performance last time. The fire fruit roots had been sold nearly at half price last time, and this time the strong muscle grass seeds were also priced significantly lower. In the future, if there's a chance, I can still give them something in return. Yi Fan thought. He wasn't the kind of person who just took advantage of others, since the other party valued his potential background. When he became strong, returning something unimportant to him would be a form of gratitude. Wang Wang. Beside him, the fire dog happily nudged over, affectionately rubbing against Yi Fan. Yi Fan didn't hold back and took out the remaining 5 pounds of grey bear meat, placing it on the ground. In his beast space filled with rich spiritual energy, the beast didn't need to eat frequently, but as he had told Fatty, meat was still very important for a beast. Take your time eating this meat, later we will go hunting, and there will be more. Yi Fan patted the fire dog's head, his eyes filled with affection. Compared to humans and other beasts, canines like the fire dog were the most loyal. As long as they recognized their first master, even if the master died, they would not follow another beast master, but would rather go into the deep mountains to live alone until they passed away. Either starve to death. Such quality is extremely rare in beast masters, but because of the inferior bloodline, few people choose the fire dog as their beast. I will give you my best, and in the future, you will become the greatest pride of the fire dog clan. Looking at the fire dog, Yi Fan spoke as if declaring a vow. Woof. The fire dog seemed to understand, letting out a low bark, tearing off a piece of grey bear meat, and placing it at Yi Fan's feet. Seeing this familiar action, Yi Fan smiled helplessly. Looking at Yi Fan, who didn't move, the fire dog made a puzzled sound. Woof. It's all for you, I don't like eating this. Yi Fan explained and patted the fire dog's head again. The fire dog wagged its tail but still picked up the meat and began to devour it. It was clear that it wanted to eat the grey bear meat, but it first wanted to share with Yi Fan. Yi Fan, on the side, closed his eyes and began to practice the holy entrance method. With both inner and outer cultivation, being strong enough sometimes allows one to handle unexpected troubles. Time passed quietly. In the morning, at 8 o'clock, Fat Lee knocked on Yifan's door on time. Creak. The door opened, and Fat Lee, somewhat excited, said, "Yifan, what are we arranging for today?" Today's arrangement? Yifan thought, today we can train at school and get familiar with the cooperation with our beasts. Sounds good. Fat Lee nodded and took out a big bag of buns. Come on, eat breakfast, after eating, we'll get to work. This. Looking at the bag in Fat Lee's hand, which had at least 20 or 30 buns, Yifan shook his head. I can't eat that much. Can't eat that much? Fat Lee was stunned. Yifan, you haven't practiced the gluttonous method? That breathing method doesn't suit me. Yifan shook his head. Besides, I don't like eating too much. Like this. Fat Lee hesitated, glanced at the big bag of buns in his hand, thought for a moment, and took out 2, then have these 2, I'll eat the rest, I'm a bit hungry. All right. Yifan nodded and took the steaming buns. Let's go try the Academy's battle simulator. The school naturally has training facilities for Beastmasters, including simulators designed to mimic beast battles, sensitivity training equipment to improve reaction times, and gravity rooms to increase compatibility, among others. The training equipment at the high school wasn't advanced, but for beginner Beastmasters, it was quite good. Clap clap. Soon, the two arrived at the training room. The training room was a building, and each floor had separate training facilities. The first floor was the battle simulator. As soon as they entered the building, the sound of fighting echoed, and they saw a large indoor space divided into 5 practice halls. The simulators would automatically generate a beast of comparable strength according to the Beastmaster's own ability. The training content was almost perfectly restored based on the combat methods of corresponding beasts studied by researchers. Ah, double-headed wolf. Just passing the first practice hall, a Beastmaster's voice rang out, clearly distressed as he picked up his beast that had been knocked down by the simulator's beast. Meanwhile, a number appeared on the screen in the training hall. 1. Seeing this number, Yifan shook his head. The longer you fight the simulated beast in the simulator, the higher your score will be, and if you defeat that beast, a stronger beast will appear, increasing the battle score accordingly. A score of 1 means that he hadn't even lasted 1 minute, basically just standing there watching his beast being knocked down by the simulator's beast. Beginner Beastmasters are still too naive. That double-headed wolf is an elite-level beast. Although not the best, possessing natural speed, it was impossible to be instantly defeated. The score of the training device is basically an important basis for assessment. During the college entrance examination, there are 2 hard requirements. The first is that the beast must reach the silver level, and the second is to obtain a score of over 60 on the training device. A score of 60 means fighting a beast of the same level in the training device for 1 hour without losing. The training devices used for college entrance examinations are more advanced than those in schools. The beasts practiced in schools are typically ordinary elite-level beasts, while the beasts practiced on the training devices are generally stronger elite-level beasts, many of which have gifted skills. This is also the reason why it is hard to enter a university with lower-quality beasts, because even if low-quality beasts reach silver, the bloodline level of the beasts is still a hard limit. Of course, a score of 60 does not guarantee university admission, it only represents passing the assessment and having a chance to enter university. For top universities, there is no upper limit on scores. In the past, someone scored as high as 500 points by defeating a beast in the training device at level 5 of silver. Let's go, try one out. Yifan said as he turned to Lee Fatty, only to see Fatty with a bun in his mouth, cheeks puffed up. Ahem. Yifan cleared his throat. Fatty, please pay a little attention to your image outside. Didn't you say I shouldn't care about other people's looks? Lee Fatty replied. Well, okay. Yifan nodded and continued walking down the hallway, just in time to arrive at the next training hall, where he saw someone shoving a girl and cursing. A useless waste from an ordinary class. What qualification do you have to use the training device? The girl clearly lacked strength compared to that person. In a moment of carelessness, she was shoved to the ground outside the hallway, and her beast was subsequently thrown out. Ma Xiaoxue. Li Fatty recognized the girl who had answered questions in front of the devilish mentor and nodded towards Yifan. Yifan naturally saw this scene, and his eyes became a bit cold as he walked over. Yifan Ma Xiaoxue clearly recognized Yifan. She felt extremely embarrassed that such a disgraceful scene was seen by others. Get up. Yifan extended a hand to Ma Xiaoxue. It's normal to be outmatched sometimes. Hearing this, Ma Xiaoxue felt a bit less embarrassed as she grabbed Yifan's hand and stood up. She looked towards the person in the training room, gritting her teeth. These talented class beasts monopolize the training space and don't allow us from ordinary classes to use it. The school doesn't even intervene. Before you can demonstrate your value, no one will care about your thoughts. Yifan said and turned to walk into the training room. Upon hearing someone enter, the man who had pushed Ma Xiaoxue out turned around. Seeing that Li Fatty and the others were all in ordinary class uniforms, he became fierce again. What are you looking at? Ordinary class wastes are not worthy to watch us talented class perform. Always talking about waste, who gave you the confidence? Is it those 3 words on your shirt that say talented class? Yifan replied, sitting down on a nearby bench without saying much, his voice cold. Come on, didn't you say ordinary class people aren't worthy to use the training device? Let's see who has the higher score and who really isn't worthy to use the training device. Chapter 15, See-Through. You want to compare training scores with me? Upon hearing this, the talented class student laughed. You think those worthless beasts from your ordinary class are anything to compete with me? Exactly. Yifan remained calm, looking at the man. Don't tell me you're afraid to compete? What a joke. The man replied and took up his stance. Today I'll show you just how big the gap is between us talented class people and you ordinary class wastes. Saying this, the man turned, jumped onto the training platform, and pressed the challenge button. Challenge begins, please release your beast. The man raised his hand. A robust-looking spotted hyena appeared. Black Iron 3 stars, elite level bloodline. Releasing his beast, the man proudly looked at Yifan, but when he saw Yifan's eyes still unchanged, he became a bit angry. Let me show you my power. Saying this, he raised his hand again, activating his beast mastery ability, sea-level speed strike, which enhanced his beast's speed and slightly increased its attack power, manifesting as the hyena's teeth becoming sharper and its legs bulging with muscle. After doing all this, the man turned back again, and this time, when he saw Yifan still calm, even with a hint of a smile in his eyes, he was completely enraged. He felt as if he was being treated like a clown by others. Boom, boom. At that moment, the training device emitted light, and a Black Iron 3 stars golden deer appeared on the field. This golden deer had a long body and strong limbs. Although its size was not as impressive as the silver deer from that day, it looked much stronger than the silver deer that Yifan had hunted earlier. Spotted hyena, attack. The man commanded his beast to pounce on the golden deer, his eyes filled with rage. He wanted that kid to see clearly what the difference was. On the other side, Yifan watched as the man directed the hyena and the golden deer to fight, simply shaking his head. Such command technique seemed like child's play to him, lacking any strategy and not even utilizing his beast's advantages. As for the man's earlier flaunting, releasing his beast and abilities in front of him, that was truly a joke. A Black Iron level beast, sea-level ability, wasn't even worth his attention. Clang, clang. Soon, the battle on the field had a clear winner. After a misjudgment, the spotted hyena was kicked in the head by the golden deer, flying out and passing out on the ground. And on the field, a score of 25 gradually appeared. Looking at this number, the man held his head high. While everyone was just starting to gain their beasts, scoring 25 points proved how strong his beast and its abilities were. It's your turn. Turning to look at Yifan, the man spoke provocatively. Yifan nodded and walked up to the stage. This time, the man sat in the position Yifan had just occupied, looking at him mockingly. He wanted to see how Yifan would be made to tremble when the beast appeared in the training device. Once he releases his beast, I'm going to ridicule him well, the man thought, grinding his teeth in hatred at how Yifan had reacted to his beast's release earlier. But the next moment, when the fire dog appeared on the field, the man's eyes went wide. Black Iron 4 stars, how is that possible? Not only him, but over on the other side, Ma Xiaoxue also displayed a look of surprise. Everyone got Black Iron 1 star beasts, and just a few days later, how could Yifan's fire dog have reached Black Iron 4 stars? Is it growing even faster than the elite level beasts? Afraid? Yifan looked at the man and spoke. Humph, so what if it's 4 stars? The beasts from the training device are synchronized, the man replied, but there was a hint of cowardice in his tone. His spotted hyena had cost a lot to elevate to Black Iron 3 stars with a spirit fruit. How could this guy possibly raise his beast to 4 stars in such a short time? Did he also spend money? If one has money, why would they come to this ordinary class suffering? They might as well hire a powerful Beastmaster as a bodyguard. He definitely can't score better than me. The man felt a bit insecure but remained confident. The low-grade fire dog couldn't possibly defeat the elite-level beast of the same rank. This certainty did not last long. As the battle unfolded, the man was stunned. The same golden deer, but unlike the difficulty it had facing him, Yifan's fire dog was handling it with ease. Every time the golden deer attacked, it would just barely dodge at the last second before being hit. And every time it dodged an attack, the fire dog would definitely counterattack, leaving a claw mark on the golden deer. This situation left the man astonished, his eyes fixed tightly on the clock hanging on the wall. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 21 minutes. When the numbers swung to the 21st minute, the golden deer raised a leg high and kicked into empty space, revealing an opening this time. Fire dog, lock the throat. Yifan's calm voice rang out. In the arena, the fire dog sprang up, launching an attack from the gap between the golden deer's front legs, biting fiercely into the golden deer's throat. The golden deer thrashed wildly, trying to kick the fire dog away, but the point of the fire dog's attack was too cunning, and it couldn't break free. As time ticked away, finally, the golden deer crashed to the ground, and the clock on the wall stopped precisely at 24. I won. The man did not turn to look at the change in the arena. His gaze remained fixed on the clock, and when he saw it stopped at 24 minutes, he jumped up, saying, "I'm at 25 minutes, you're at 24 minutes. I won." Once these words were out, not just Yifan, but even Li Fati and Ma Xiaoxue were rendered speechless, looking at the man like he was an idiot. "What are you guys staring at? Can't you take a loss? Ordinary class people can't even handle this little pressure?" Noticing their looks, the man cursed, ready to continue speaking, but Yifan's voice rang out again. "Take a good look, what is my score?" Hearing this, the man finally looked up, and in one glance, he saw the golden deer, now no longer struggling, firmly held by the fire dog. At the same time, a score appeared on the training platform, bright red as blood. 100. Full marks. The man was stunned at this scene, taking several steps back, suddenly recalling what some seniors had said. 100 points. Only a direct kill of a beast of the same level would grant such a score. Note, it's a kill, not just a defeat. A low-grade fire dog has killed an elite-grade golden deer at the same level. As he uttered these words, the man's lips trembled, and he looked at Yifan, momentarily speechless. Now, does the ordinary class have the right to use this training device? Yifan stepped down from the platform, looking at the trembling-lipped man, finding it somewhat amusing. Yes, of course. The man nodded repeatedly, at this moment, his head down, his face burning red. Do not look down on anyone, even if others are not as good as you right now. Yifan merely said this and waved his hand. You may go, and do not let me see you in this training room again. Yes, I will leave right now. The man nodded, feeling overwhelmed. Fear and surprise brought him to flee like a weasel. Yifan watched his back, chuckling and shaking his head. Such characters, he didn't even care to trouble them, rather, it lowered his own standing. Alright, Fatty, you two can use this training room now. Yifan shifted his gaze to the side at Fatty and Ma Xiaoxue. Both of them looked shocked, but Fatty, having hunted wild beasts with Yifan before, soon overcame his surprise and climbed onto the platform with his beast. Yifan sat below, watching Fatty's clumsy battle, finding it somewhat funny. Beside him, Ma Xiaoxue's voice came through. Yifan, can you tell me why your beast is so strong? Hearing this, Yifan turned to look, and in his sight was a very delicate face. Ma Xiaoxue, he remembered she was one of the hardest working students in the ordinary class. However, perhaps due to a lack of talent, she did not get into college and later opened a training class in Pingcheng, which turned out to be quite successful. It's not that my beast is so strong. Yifan reflected for a moment and shook his head. I just figured out the golden deer's fighting style. See through? Hearing this, Ma Xiaoxue felt a bit confused. Isn't the fighting style of beast taming fixed? How can you see through it? The method isn't fixed, but some things are fixed. For example, with simple physical attacks, as long as you understand the fulcrum of the force during the attack, the changes in the beast's body, and even the rhythm of breathing, if you see through these, you can easily make your beast dodge the most basic beast attacks. Yifan explained. Oh. Ma Xiaoxue seemed to somewhat understand, then thought for a moment and asked, so how can I see through it? Upon hearing this, Yifan shook his head. Indeed, some details revealed a lot. No wonder Ma Xiaoxue worked so hard back then but still couldn't get into college. She was too rigid. Sigh. Yifan sighed, feeling a bit helpless. When you deliberately think about what I said during battle, as you fight more and more, these changes will become second nature, and then you'll be able to see through it, right? Chapter 16, The Fat Guy's Complaints. Oh. Hearing this, Ma Xiaoxue seemed to suddenly wake up and bowed repeatedly. Thank you. It's nothing. Yifan glanced at her and then turned his gaze back to the stage. At that moment, the fat guy's blaze serpent had been defeated by the evolved beast in the simulator. On the scoreboard, a big number 2 appeared. Li Fati scratched his head, looking awkward. He was excited watching Yifan's battle, but when it was his turn, facing an elite-grade beast of the same level, he was completely being chased and beaten. He couldn't even manage to counterattack, let alone run away. It's okay, just keep challenging. I'll take a break for a while and then continue to challenge. Yifan said, glancing at Ma Xiaoxue beside him, and added, let's take turns, it will also give the beasts time to recover in the beast space. Okay. Li Fati nodded and jumped off the practice stage. Ma Xiaoxue felt a bit embarrassed, knowing that Yifan was purposely giving her a chance. It's just some casual actions. Rather than dwelling on it, you might as well strengthen yourself first. Yifan seemed to say casually, waving his hand. I think you wouldn't want to be thrown out by someone again next time, right? These words stunned Ma Xiaoxue. She bit her teeth, said nothing, and jumped onto the practice stage. While Yifan and the others were still in the practice room, on the other side, the teacher's office of the freshman grade was in an uproar. A new student defeated the elite-level simulator on the third day of enrollment. Pingcheng High School has few classes, with just over 10 teachers. At this moment, they were all gathered around a machine, looking at the bright red number 100 displayed on it, amazed. Killing an elite beast of the same level wasn't something they hadn't seen before. After all, some new students had spent a lot of money to buy their beasts. Once familiarized, they could do it. But this was only the third day. How strong must one's battle talent be to kill an elite-level beast in such a short time? It should be one of those families where parents are beast tamers, otherwise, it's impossible to become familiar with the cooperation so quickly, one mentor deduced. At least they must be among the strongest in the elite level, with B-level or above talent. Isn't it from the elite class? Another teacher spoke up. Didn't they say this year's elite class received an A-level student? Could it be that one? It's possible, but didn't that one get picked up by their family? They said they wouldn't come to school until next month, another mentor refuted. The talented class also has several B-levels. Isn't there a B-level in the outstanding class? Upon hearing this, the mentor from the outstanding class was clearly unhappy. In our class, Dang Li has B-level talent. Plus, he chose that gold-armored beast, so it's totally possible for him to get a score of 100 at this time. I've heard of Dang Li too, but the gold-armored beast's attack methods aren't strong. How can it be so easy to defeat, especially since they're all black iron level with no real skills? I think Helen from our class has potential. I believe fellow from our class should be the one. A group of mentors argued fiercely in front of the instrument, while on the other side, Pan Zhao sat quietly, saying nothing. There was a reason for the mentors' heated discussion. In order to stimulate their teaching enthusiasm, higher-ups had set many reward rules. One of them was that the first student to score 100 points in the practice room would grant their teacher a special qualification to enter the mentor's exclusive secret realm. The realm available to mentors was not just a minor secret realm, it was a higher-level cloud rare secret realm, which had many items that could greatly benefit golden-level beast tamers. In previous years, Pan Zhao would probably be arguing along with the crowd, but this year, he could only sit here. The group of ordinary class students sigh. As he sighed, suddenly one mentor looked at the name that popped up on the instrument and asked in confusion, Yifan? Whose student is this? Hearing this name, Pan Zhao frowned. Before he could speak, another mentor shouted, he killed a pure elite beast with a fire dog. How is that possible? Fire dog? Isn't that a low-grade beast, the hardest to cultivate? Someone said, then suddenly realized, Yifan? Isn't that the kid from Pingcheng Junior High who ranked first in theory and was praised by our principal as capable of becoming a Beastmaster, but later got rated with a D-level talent? He should be in the ordinary class now. After saying this, another mentor looked at Pan Zhao. Brother Pan, is Yifan your student? A flurry of mentors gathered around. At that moment, Pan Zhao also wore a bewildered expression, but seeing the envy in the eyes of the surrounding mentors, he felt a rush of comfort inside. Wow, this Yifan is so low-key, no wonder he's brave enough to take his companions to the Beast Tamer Forest. Suppressing a smile and keeping his expression calm, Pan Zhao nodded, yes. Brother Pan has good eyes. Being able to kill a pure elite beast at this stage shows that he has great battle talent, said a mentor who had a good relationship with Pan Zhao, adding, Brother Pan wouldn't have volunteered to teach in the ordinary class just because of Yifan, right? Not entirely, there are certain reasons. Pan Zhao continued to pretend, his gaze shifting toward the instrument blocked by the crowd. Damn, let me see. My student scored 100, yet you all are surrounding me. Brother Pan seems ready to soar again. Your strength is already impressive, and if you enter the Cloud Rare realm again, you might leave us far behind. Another mentor flatteringly said, Yifan is strong, in the upcoming freshman competition and grade competition, he might achieve great results. When you soar, remember to take us with you. No. Pan Zhao was about to agree when suddenly a sharp voice rang out. It's just blowing up a peer at the black iron level, being a D-level, how strong can he be? After a few days, when those B-level students adapt to beast battle rhythms, they can blow him up too. As this voice came out, the previously lively office suddenly quieted down. Pan Zhao frowned, looking towards the source of the voice, a middle-aged man with a hawk-like nose. Jiang Hong, his old rival, who had taken over the position of the top-class mentor from him this time. Seeing Pan Zhao, Jiang Hong showed a hint of a provoking smile. Blowing up peers means nothing, real geniuses can challenge higher levels. In a few months, one of my students will definitely score over 100. Yes, the students in the top class are all B-level, and this group even has an A-level student that's been absent for decades from Pingcheng, someone murmured, and the group subtly returned to their original positions. Mother relies on her children for prestige, beast tamer teachers rely on their students who are also beast tamers. With such a group of talented students, the benefits Jiang Hong could gain in these years were easy to imagine. It was better not to flatter the wrong person. The waste class will always be the waste class, that's a fact that can't be changed. Jiang Hong said coldly. Just as he turned around, suddenly, the score on the instrument changed. 200. Right after that, the name and beast appeared below the score. Challenger, Yifan, using beast, Fire Dog. Level jump, this Yifan jumped a level to kill an elite beast. Someone spoke up. At this moment, Jiang Hong's face turned dark. He had just said that jumping levels was true genius, and before he finished speaking, a perfect score of 200 from a level jump slapped him in the face. In the corner, Pan Zhao naturally heard this. At this moment, he couldn't hide the joy on his face and mimicked Jiang Hong's words, saying, "Oh, people from the waste class can jump levels to kill beasts on the third day of school. I wonder when the elites of the elite class will get this 200 points. Just a level jump, as long as my students work hard, jumping 2 levels." Before he finished speaking, the score on the instrument changed again, reaching 300. And the words below remained unchanged. Challenger, Yifan, using beast, Fire Dog. How is this possible? At this moment, even Jiang Hong could no longer pretend to be calm. In less than a minute, he jumped 2 levels to kill an elite beast? This rampaging ostrich has a weakness that is too obvious. On the training platform, Yifan looked at the rampaging ostrich whose neck was bitten off by the Fire Dog and curled his lips. The strength and weakness of this beast were too prominent. It was very fast, but as long as one seized the opportunity, its long and thin neck was its biggest vulnerability. And for Yifan, such an obvious weakness couldn't escape his grasp. He locked onto the opportunity and delivered a fatal blow. The rampaging ostrich couldn't even resist. "Why are you all staring at me?" Turning around, Yifan looked at the dazed Li Fati and Ma Xiaoxue below, puzzled. With such an obvious weakness, jumping 5 levels isn't a problem at all. Below, Li Fati looked at the big score of 300 and thought of his own highest score of 8 points today. Then he looked at the seemingly dissatisfied Yifan, fell silent for a moment, and weakly complained. "Yifan, do something human-like." Chapter 17 Rewards. Alright, we'll end today's practice here. After defeating the rampaging ostrich, Yifan lost the desire to continue challenging. Level jumping at the black iron level was the easiest. At this stage, everyone was simply using their bodies to attack. As long as they found the weakness and dodged the opponent's beast, unless there was a big difference, even if they couldn't break the skin of the opponent, they could still win. And when it came to the bronze level, beasts began to have skills. At that time, level jumping would become more difficult, and the higher they went, the harder it would be. Alright. Below, Li Fati also stood up. He had challenged many times today, achieving a score that had broken through 10, while Ma Xiaoxue was a little higher, reaching around 15 points. "Fatty, you can try the agility training upstairs." Yifan thought of something and said, "A nimble snake is the most frightening." Okay. Li Fati nodded repeatedly and headed upstairs, with Yifan following him. Yifan. Just after going upstairs, Ma Xiaoxue chased after him. "Is there something else?" Yifan asked. I want to ask if there's any way to make my white wolf become strong quickly." Ma Xiaoxue asked. Clearly, at this moment, she was also convinced by Yifan and knew that the other's understanding of beast taming was at least several streets ahead of her, hoping to get some advice. White wolf. Hearing this, Yifan showed a hint of consideration, but soon shook his head. "The white wolf is quite ordinary, there's nothing special about it. Just feed it more wild beast meat and some suitable herbs like tough grass, and it can become stronger. But this kind of beast might not be very suitable for you. I just saw your beast taming talent. It should be a D-grade iron arm, combined with the power of beast taming. Although it also enhances the white wolf, if we talk about low-grade quality, the gray bear would suit you better. With your beast taming talent, it could display quite decent combat strength. When your breathing technique opens the second beast taming space, I suggest you choose a gray bear." "A gray bear?" Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoxue seemed to understand a bit, but that kind of beast can only be found in the beast tamer's forest. So, you need to experience it on your own. True strong individuals do not succeed just by talking about it." Yifan said and didn't say anything more, turning around and going upstairs. With that, he and Ma Xiaoxue were not well acquainted. Giving some advice was already beyond the bond of classmates. Meanwhile, downstairs, Ma Xiaoxue frowned tightly. She knew about the beast tamer's forest, but she was just a beginner beast tamer now. Wouldn't going to such a place be somewhat? In the office, as the score of 300 was announced, it completely exploded. Jiang Hong's face turned pale, sitting in his chair, not saying a word. A newcomer scoring 300 points on the third day meant something significant. He understood very well that the other party undoubtedly had frightening combat experience, possibly being an extremely seasoned beast hunter who knew all the weaknesses of beasts, which allowed them to crazily fight above their level in black iron. But this is just a newcomer. How could they possibly have such terrifying combat experience? D-grade talent, Fire Dog, even for him, he wouldn't dare say he could achieve that. A natural combat genius? This term popped into Jiang Hong's mind, instantly changing his expression. There weren't no such cases. Killing 2 levels above and black iron indicates he could fight 3 levels above. In the first year of being a newcomer, Yifan could suppress a whole group of B and C grade students. Of course, this might not mean much to Jian Hong, but more importantly, it was a whole year. Based solely on Yifan, Pan Zhao would probably gain a lot of rewards, even if later, when it came to bronze level, the gap would widen with this D-grade student of Pan Zhao. Originally, they thought they could keep Pan Zhao down for 3 years, but now, not only had the other party raised their head, their chin was almost pointed to the sky. It was tough to get Pan Zhao into the ordinary class. We thought everything was completed, but will this all be ruined because of a Yifan? Looking at the name on the instrument, Jiang Hong's eyes gradually became cold and harsh. Brother Pan, look at Yifan's strength. How could he seem like a student from the ordinary class? One seemingly honest teacher laughed and said, I think there might have been a mistake in the ratings before. With this strength, he could at least be in the extraordinary class. Were you all not present on the day of the beast taming talent awakening ceremony? Upon hearing this, Pan Zhao looked at the honest teacher, Li Xiang. Are you implying that someone cheated and altered Yifan's talent rating? I never said that. Li Xiang quickly shook his head. The beast taming talent awakening ceremony was something highly valued by the higher-ups. It was fair, just, and open. If the hat of questioning the ceremony's fairness was placed on them, it would be no easy matter to clarify. Then that is what it means. Hearing this, Pan Zhao shook his head. If Yifan is D-grade, then he is a student from the ordinary class. What? Didn't you all used to think all the students in the ordinary class were useless? Now that someone has emerged from that useless group, do you want to come over? Brother Pan, what are you talking about? Another mentor stepped in as a peacemaker. We don't intend to compete with Brother Pan for this reward, but Yifan's strength is indeed not bad. Staying in the ordinary class seems a bit beneath his talents. You mean, I am unworthy to teach him? With these words, Pan Zhao suddenly scoffed, releasing a unique pressure belonging to beast tamers. Golden 9 stars. Feeling this pressure, many mentors' faces changed slightly. Wasn't Pan Zhao still at golden 8 stars by the end of last year? How did he suddenly reach 9 stars? 9 stars is already close to the peak. If he advances 1 more star, he can gaze upon eternity. Last time during the evaluations of Pingcheng High School mentors, I was number 1. Pan Zhao scoffed, sweeping his gaze over the crowd. If anyone here thinks they are more qualified to teach Yifan, feel free to come and try. At these words, many people present fell silent, and several teachers who seemed to be in the same group as Jiang Hong looked a bit upset. Creak. Just as both sides were at a standstill, the office door suddenly pushed open, and an elderly man with graying hair but a somewhat plump figure walked in. Principal. Upon seeing this person, all the mentors stood up and bowed. Pan Zhao was no exception. Pumi, the principal of Pingcheng High School, despite his frail appearance, possessed an unfathomable strength as a Beastmaster. Even the rebellious Pan Zhao was remarkably docile in his presence. Gentlemen, I just heard that a new student reached the reward criteria we set and scored 300 points on the practice device. Pumi scanned the numerous teachers present, his face filled with a smile. Which teacher's student is it? The crowd was somewhat silent. Pan Zhao raised his hand. Principal, it's my student, named Yifan, and he used a Fire Hound. Your student? Pumi was slightly taken aback, then the smile on his face grew wider. After all these years, this is the first time I've seen a student from the regular class score at the top according to our reward criteria, and achieve perfect scores while jumping 2 levels. Not bad. Not bad. After saying this, Pumi casually took out a token and threw it towards Pan Zhao. This is the reward we discussed earlier, an opportunity to enter the Yunqi secret realm. Here is the token. Pan Zhao, find a time to redeem it yourself. Thank you, Principal. Pan Zhao nodded, and just as he was about to stand up and express his gratitude, he saw Pumi shake his head. Pan Zhao, it's not easy for a regular class to produce a good seedling. You must keep a close eye on him. Understood. Pan Zhao naturally sensed the implied meaning in Pumi's words, patted his chest, and said, with me around, who dares to touch my student will meet their end. You are a teacher now, so act like one, always talking about fighting and killing. What kind of image is that? Pumi remarked but did not say much more, turning around. Alright, I didn't come here for anything important. Everyone work hard. In 3 months, it will be the new student competition. I hope all your students can achieve good rankings. Chapter 18, The Fat Boy's Dilemma. In the evening, after training all day, Fat Li and Yifan were about to return to their dormitory to rest. Just as they entered the dormitory building, a pair of large hands suddenly attacked. Yifan reacted extremely quickly. At the moment the big hand reached out, he swiftly turned his hand to evade and then struck down like a blade. Clang! This strike felt like hitting a rock. That big hand remained completely still, while a slight pain came from Yifan's hand. A strong person. Yifan squinted, quickly withdrew his hand, and was about to counterattack again when a voice rang out. You little brat, are you still thinking of hitting the teacher? Upon hearing this familiar voice, Yifan was stunned. He looked up to see Pan Zhao holding Fat Li with one hand and stopping Yifan with the other. Teacher Pan. Yifan relaxed a bit and looked at Pan Zhao in front of him, asking, "Is there something you need, teacher?" "Nothing." Pan Zhao retracted his hand, let go of the bewildered Fatly beside him, and shook the hand he had used earlier. "You scored 300 points on the practice device today. The principal knows and says you did very well, so I came specially to reward you." "Reward?" Hearing this, Yifan raised his eyebrows. "Is there a reward for scoring on the practice device?" Of course, the school has set up many reward conditions. If the conditions are met, both teachers and students receive rewards. Looking at the still somewhat alert Yifan, Pan Zhao's expression was somewhat helpless. "I just didn't expect that students from the ordinary class could receive these rewards, so I didn't tell you." "I see." Yifan relaxed a little, he had indeed heard of such rules. "What rewards are there?" Yifan looked at Pan Zhao, showing an interested expression. "It depends on what you want." Pan Zhao replied, spreading his hands, "Within the range, I can let you choose what you want." "Are there any elite peak-level beast tamer rewards?" "The kind with talent skills." Yifan spoke up. Pan Zhao's face immediately darkened. "A beast tamer like that can't be gotten for just a few million, right? You just received a freshman reward, not saved the Phoenix City." "Within 50,000, think again." "Within 50,000. Hearing this, Yifan pouted, showing a thoughtful expression. On the side, Pan Zhao saw Yifan's expression and his face darkened even more. He hadn't heard that this kid's family was very rich. Why did he look so disappointed when he heard 50,000? Forget it. After thinking for a while, Yifan shook his head. "Just cash it out." "Are you sure?" Hearing this, Pan Zhao felt helpless. This was the first time he heard someone wanting to cash out their reward directly. Didn't he find spiritual herbs, spiritual fruits, and beast tamers appealing? Sure. In Pan Zhao's helpless gaze, Yifan seriously nodded. "I want to cash it out." Pan Zhao fell silent, and finally took out a bank card. "This card has exactly 50,000, the password is 6/8, you can take it." "Thank you, Teacher Pan." Yifan took the bank card and exchanged a glance with Li Fati beside him. "Ahem." Li Fati understood, coughed, and spoke up. Though he was very scared of Pan Zhao, he still heartily said, Teacher Pan, it's getting late, so we're leaving." "Go." Pan Zhao only said one word. In the night, looking at the backs of the two leaving, he seemed helpless, but seeing the red mark on his arm, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. This kid really had a fighting instinct that was not something ordinary people could compare to. In that lightning-fast second, he not only dodged his hand but also counterattacked. If he hadn't spoken up, he probably would have given himself a few knife-hand strikes. "I need to pay more attention to this kid, he's a good seed." Pan Zhao nodded, seeming to think of something, looking at a house on one side, with a somewhat disdainful smile. "If you want to touch my student, you better weigh yourself first." The next day, Li Fati and Yifan still came to the training room to practice. It was completely different from last time. Yesterday, the news of Yifan scoring 300 points in the training room spread, and almost everyone knew that there was a student named Yifan in the ordinary class who completed a 2-level ascent to defeat an elite beast on the 3rd day of school. As a result, the ordinary class also became famous. Yesterday Yifan did tell that genius class member not to go to that training room, and later it became that only people from the ordinary class could go there. Many people were not convinced, especially those with better talents, but after a day's time, no one had scored 300 points. Not to mention 300, even the kill score of 100 couldn't be achieved, only a defeat score of 90 was obtained. As a result, a strange scene occurred. The crowds in the first few training rooms were packed, but by the last training room, there were only a few students in ordinary class uniforms training there. "Isn't this Brother Fan?" "Quickly, make way for Brother Fan." As soon as Yifan walked in, the few slightly anxious ordinary class students suddenly brightened their eyes and shouted. This shout instantly attracted the attention of the people around. "He's that Yifan, the ordinary class student who scored 300 points by defeating beasts 2 levels higher? Ordinary class? You might not know, but he was first in theory in the Phoenix City, and even the principal said he could become a powerful beast tamer. Yifan forever. You can just roll. Weren't you the one who said he would definitely become trash? Now you're saying forever? The principal's vision is truly sharp. Even with D-level talent, he can be so powerful. If it's grade A, isn't it invincible?" The chatter of the crowd was chaotic, just like the scene when he first entered school, but now the words were no longer mockery. Instead, they were various attempts to curry favor. This is reality. When you are strong, those people will scramble to please you, but when you fall into a low point, they will come one after another to stomp on you. Yifan naturally paid no attention to the chatter, walking to the training room at the back, looking at the student who had shouted earlier, his expression very calm. The student looked at Yifan, shrinking back, and glanced at the crowded people around, clearly realizing that his shout did not strike the horse's rear but might have hit the wrong target instead. "You shouted well, but don't shout again next time." Just as he felt anxious, Yifan's voice rang out. The student raised his head in a panic, only to see Yifan calmly shaking his head. "Confidence must come from yourself. After saying that, Yifan walked toward the training platform. What are you all gathered for? Can't you find something better to do? Not long after, a stern voice sounded, and the crowd instantly dispersed. Yifan heard the voice and turned to look, only to see Pan Zhao standing with arms crossed, leaning against the wall of the training room. He came to watch Yifan train. Thinking of this, Yifan revealed a smile and didn't mind. He released his fire dog and pressed the challenge button. Black Iron 4 stars. Below the platform, watching Yifan summon the fire dog, Pan Zhao was slightly surprised, but he was also considered a strong person in Ping City, so he nodded, then focused his gaze on the battle on stage. Since he's a top student, it's only natural to give him special attention and guidance. As the top teacher of Ping City High School, guiding a freshman is like Zhang Fei eating bean sprouts. Pan Zhao's lips curved upwards as he sat down on a nearby bench, but as Yifan's battle progressed, he slowly lost that smile. This kid dodged almost every pounce from the opponent's beast using his own beast. Such quick reflexes? Boom! Before long, the first beast from the evolution device had already fallen. Looking at the 100 on the training device, Yifan did not pause, choosing to continue challenging. The higher-level beast produced the same result. From start to finish, every attack was evaded. Could this kid have calculated the opponent beast's attack pattern? Pan Zhao's brow furrowed. This was the first time he had seen the first time he had seen someone else's beast battle like this. The whole time, it didn't seem like he was fighting the training device. Instead, he seemed to be the training device itself, a very advanced one, perfectly predicting all the next moves of the opposing beast, even some counterattacks after being hit. How good must his theory be to achieve this effect? Pan Zhao was a bit stunned, and at that moment, the second beast fell. With a flash of light, this time, it turned out to be the rampaging ostrich. On stage, Yifan smiled, and below, Pan Zhao also smiled. This rampaging ostrich was extremely fast, Black Iron 6 stars, at least comparable to bronze level speed. This time, no matter how quick he calculated, could he react this fast? On stage, the battle was about to begin. The rampaging ostrich moved its legs, almost arriving in front of the fire dog in the blink of an eye. But just a second before, Yifan's voice rang out, "Fire dog, take a step left, then lock the throat." Boom! Once again, the exact same scene happened. The rampaging ostrich had its throat bitten through in a single blow. Pan Zhao was stunned, and until Yifan stepped down from the stage and saw the relaxed look on his face, Pan Zhao opened his mouth, feeling a bit dry. What am I supposed to guide here? No, just sitting here is too embarrassing. Looking at Yifan beside him, who was smiling at him, Pan Zhao only felt a bit restless. Just then, the fat guy stepped onto the stage. When he saw the fat guy clumsily evade and still get hit, Pan Zhao immediately stood up. Li Yu, what are you doing? You can't even dodge something so simple? The moment you see an attack coming, you should command your beast to dodge. Can you command a beast? My grandma can do better than you. On the stage, Fat Li was frozen in place. Goodness, this devil tutor is here to watch me train? Chapter 19, Re-entering the Forest. Soon, several days had passed, and the fire fruits and strong grass in Yifan's beast space had grown as expected. For fire fruits, not bad. Looking at the small tree bearing fruit in the earth, Yifan smiled slightly, picked the fruit, and then turned his gaze toward the nearby strong grass. At this moment, the strong grass had also grown, a lush green patch that weighed almost 2 pounds after cutting. Yifan did not feed all these spirit fruits at once. He gave 2 fire fruits to the fire dog and fed it some strong grass, allowing it to successfully reach Black Iron 6 stars. Spirit grass and spirit fruits shouldn't be eaten too much at once. Beasts also need time to digest and accumulate. Yifan, are we still training at school today? In the morning, Fat Li stood at Yifan's door with more than 10 buns as usual. Not today. Training at school every day just helps to practice skills. The real display has to be in combat. Yifan shook his head. Today, we're going to Silver Moon Forest. Going to Silver Moon Forest. Great. Hearing this, Fat Li smiled. He had been longing for Silver Moon Forest. Not only could he make a fortune with just one trip, but he could also get some meat. You finished that 5 pounds of gray bear meat, right? Yifan asked, watching Fat Li's reaction. Yes. Hearing this, Fat Li scratched his head a bit embarrassed. I finished it several days ago. Since eating gray bear meat, Fat Li's appetite had become picky. He didn't want to eat anything else, and for the past 2 days, he hadn't even been able to smoothly perform his breathing techniques. Of course, this wasn't his choice. The higher the level of the tasting method training, the better the food needed to be to fully utilize its advantages. Today, I'll get you more food. Yifan said with a hint of a smile. By the way, we'll do something more important. Hearing this, Fat Li looked puzzled. What more important thing? You'll know then. Yifan shook his head. Bring 2 larger bags, to avoid not having enough space in your beast space for the beast meat later. Okay. Fat Li scratched his head and turned to his dormitory to get 2 big backpacks, following Yifan outside in a fog. Their unusual behavior naturally caught the attention of Pan Zhao, who spent every day at school. What are these two brats up to again? In a classroom of a teaching building, Pan Zhao looked at Yifan and Fat Li, each carrying a big pack, with a puzzled expression. Could they be going to Silver Moon Forest again? These two little rascals really think it's a place to stock up? If they come across a bronze-level beast hunting in the outer area, they won't even know how they died. Time had passed, and in just a few days, Pan Zhao's attitude toward Yifan had completely turned around. He now watched him train every day. At first, Pan Zhao thought he could guide Yifan, but after several days, he hadn't managed to say a word, and instead, he was shocked by Yifan's remarkably keen combat instinct every time. Later, Pan Zhao's focus shifted, and he began to guide Fat Li, who trained alongside Yifan. This was painful for Fat Li. His daily curriculum consisted of getting scolded. Pan Zhao had never held back in his words, and Fat Li's beast control skills were indeed concerning, so every time Pan Zhao came. After looking for a while, he started yelling at Fat Li furiously. In the past few days, Fat Li's beast taming skills had improved quite a bit. Although he still received a barrage of scolding every day, at least he was showing some improvement, unlike before when his commands were completely chaotic. These two guys are really troublesome, Pan Zhao thought for a moment, picked up a hat nearby. I should go check on them, so we don't lose our only top student in the class. Fatty, hurry up, Yifan said, his brows tightly knitted in the beast-taming forest. What's wrong? Seeing Yifan's unusual reaction, Fat Li started to feel nervous. Is there a powerful wild beast around? No. Yifan shook his head, glancing vaguely behind him, lowering his voice. Someone is following us. Someone is following us? Upon hearing this, Fat Li immediately felt scared. Shoo! Yifan made a shushing gesture with his hand, whispering, just follow me, don't say a word. Okay. Fat Li held his breath, and at this moment, he thought of many stories about people killing for treasure in the beast-taming forest. Could it be that someone wanted to rob them because they were students from Ping City High? What if there were hidden arrows? Poisoned ones? Fat Li was anxious, while Yifan quickly moved through the jungle, heading straight to a bronze-level beast habitat. He was certainly not going to challenge the beasts, but rather lead this follower to deal with them. Brushing past the beast habitat, Yifan didn't stop there but continued walking for quite a while before finally stopping. Yifan, aren't we running anymore? Fat Li still had a worried look, fearing being killed for treasure. No need, Yifan shook his head, looking at the nearby beast habitat. Just wait a moment, there will be some action over there. As expected, after a while, a fierce beast's roar erupted not far away, clearly indicating someone had intruded into its territory. Fatty, let's go back. Yifan smiled, pulling Fat Li towards the beast habitat. The cases Fat Li was thinking about regarding killing for treasure were quite common in Silver Moon Forest. Wild beasts roamed here, and if one or two people died, there was no way to investigate. Many would have twisted thoughts, and there were plenty of examples of stalking and killing. However, this time it was obviously different. Instead, Yifan knew who had come. Swish, swish. As the two returned, they pushed through the bushes but saw no one, only a dead bronze-ranked vicious rhinoceros. A bronze-level beast. Fat Li's eyes lit up, but soon he felt a bit scared. The person following us could kill a bronze-level beast. That person can not only kill bronze-level beasts but also silver-level and even gold-level beasts with ease. Yifan smiled. Don't worry, that person is not here to kill us. Not here to kill us? Fat Li was taken aback. Then who are they? If I tell you, it won't be interesting. Yifan shook his head, looking in a certain direction in the forest. Anyway, he is here to protect us. He remembered Pan Zhao's presence. The latter had been tailing them since they entered the forest and hadn't deliberately concealed his presence. Yifan had a keen sense, so he naturally noticed and decided to pretend not to know, letting the teacher solve a small problem they encountered unintentionally. Fatty, quickly collect the body. This bronze-level vicious rhinoceros is quite valuable. This one is worth at least 10,000. Yifan urged Fat Li. Let's not even talk about the rhinoceros horn, just this whole carcass will be very beneficial for beast taming. You haven't had meat, right? This vicious rhinoceros weighs at least a few hundred pounds, half for each of us is enough for you to eat for a long time. Okay. Fat Li knew the crisis was over, so he boldly began collecting the flesh of the vicious rhinoceros. Before long, Fat Li had collected the flesh and then looked at Yifan excitedly. Yifan. So what do we do next? Are we going to keep looking for other bronze-level beast companions? No. Yifan shook his head. We are heading to the outskirts. Why? The chubby guy looked confused, scratching his head. Didn't you say someone is protecting us? That's protection, not a fighting squad. Taking a little advantage is enough. Too much is not only annoying to others but also makes you look cheap. Yifan shook his head. One bronze-level beast companion is enough. We came here to truly experience the battle of beast companions. Oh, okay. After hearing this, Li Fatty followed Yifan's steps. In the distance, on a tree, Pan Zhao watched as Yifan and the others walked towards the forest's edge, feeling somewhat surprised. Originally, Pan Zhao was a bit angry about finding himself inexplicably turned into a muscle for hire. However, seeing that the others did not continue to provoke but instead retreated to the perimeter made Pan Zhao have a much better opinion of Yifan. Clearly, the other party was using this action to indicate that they knew he was following, and after taking a slight advantage, they continued to do what they should be doing. Sharp, wise, knows how to act with restraint, and possesses such strong battle talent. Watching the two figures in the distance, Pan Zhao pondered. This Yifan, he is a talented individual. Chapter 20, Purple Line Snake. Fatty, this time is good. You know how to adapt, there's progress. With the cooperation of the Fire Dog and the Fierce Sun Snake, another Black Iron 7-star Grey Bear fell at Yifan and Fatty's feet. This time, Fatty's performance was still commendable, he dodged several of the Grey Bear's pounces and retaliated with bites. Sigh. Fatty scratched his head awkwardly, looking at Yifan. Teacher Pan points his finger at my nose every day to scold me. If I don't improve, he really might call his grandma to duel me with beast companions. Hearing this, Yifan laughed and shook his head. Pan Zhao had always been cold on the outside but warm on the inside. His words were somewhat harsh, but that was his personality. He would scold even while teaching the elite class, otherwise, how could he be called the devil tutor? But this devil tutor was actually pretty good to the students. If any of the students from regular classes had problems and went to find him, they would generally receive good answers. Though they'd inevitably get scolded, he would still help them solve their issues. If a different teacher were to teach ordinary people, he would explain the problem, but you might not even get a chance to be scolded for issues. Fatty, if you become stronger in the future, and if you can help Teacher Pan, you should help him. Yifan said after thinking for a moment. Upon hearing this, Fatty was taken aback and then hesitantly said, if I become stronger in the future, can I really be stronger than Teacher Pan Zhao? Fatty, you need to broaden your perspective. Hearing this, Yifan replied, aren't you going to raise a python in the future? Don't you have confidence in surpassing Teacher Pan? Fatty choked on his words, then decisively nodded. Then I will definitely be stronger than Teacher Pan in the future. That's right. Yifan smiled and nodded. Let's go see if there are any wild spirit fruits in this forest. In the tree, Pan Zhao, who had been listening to their conversation, was stunned. Am I that weak? Even Li Yu has confidence in being stronger than me in the future? You still want to raise a python, why don't you just fly to the sky? These two guys, every single day. Pan Zhao was about to scold them when he suddenly heard Li Fatty's bold declaration ahead. When I become stronger than Teacher Pan in the future, I will also tell him to let my grandma come and duel him with beasts, ha ha ha, he will definitely be furious. Pan Zhao, looks like I have been too lenient with Li Yu lately. Hey Yifan, what is that over there? In the forest, after passing a big tree, Li Fatty looked at a large cluster of mushroom-like things growing from the tree roots, surprised. Could this be some spirit grass or spirit fruit? Upon hearing Li Fatty's words, Yifan glanced at the large cluster of mushrooms and casually said, that can't be counted as spirit grass or spirit fruit. It's called explosive mushroom, at most it's just ordinary fruit. Not good enough? This statement made Fat Li a bit confused. Are there levels for spiritual herbs and fruits? Of course there are. Yifan nodded and explained, the spiritual herbs and fruits we usually see are just a general term, referring to fruits and herbs that possess spiritual energy. These kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures can be divided into 4 levels, normal, spiritual, mysterious, and immortal. Each level is further divided into 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower, based on their effects in suitable groups. To be precise, most of the spiritual herbs and fruits we come across are classified as normal level. For example, the strong tendon grass, silver snake fruit, and blazing fire fruit that I bought before, among them, the silver snake fruit belongs to the lower grade heavenly material, while the strong tendon grass and blazing fire fruit are of middle grade. The higher the level, the better the effects of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and the greater the benefits they bring to summoned beasts. When it comes to mysterious level spiritual fruits, some can even change the attributes of a summoned beast or enhance its potential. Oh. No wonder the silver snake fruit is so cheap, 2,000 per piece. Fat Li nodded repeatedly. What about immortal level heavenly materials and earthly treasures? What are they, and do they have great effects? Those are too far away and not something we can touch now. Yifan shook his head. Let alone immortal level, even mysterious level heavenly materials and earthly treasures, once they appear, will cause powerful forces to fight over them, bringing about bloodshed. True. Fat Li pondered and nodded. Then why haven't we talked about this before? I don't think I've heard about it in textbooks either. For most people, knowing this much is pointless. It's like normal level heavenly materials, besides knowing the price distinction, what else can you differentiate? Yifan replied. When your vision cannot see far, naturally, you cannot see many things. Got it. Fat Li answered. At this moment, his eyes were filled with curiosity. He had to admit that in the days spent with Yifan, whether it was about summoned beasts or other matters, he had gained a lot of knowledge, especially from the grand vision that was sometimes revealed by Yifan. It greatly benefited him. To give a simple example, before Yifan shared these thoughts, he only dreamed of having a silver summoned beast and getting into university. But now? A silver summoned beast? He wants to raise a dragon python in the future. Is there any difference between the two? He Liu is still the same Liu, but the difference between a person whose mind is filled with thoughts of just getting by and someone who aspires to become a powerful Beastmaster will surely be as vast as a chasm in the future. Of course, the main reason for this chasm is Yifan. Thinking of something, Fat Li looked at Yifan, who was exploring ahead, with a slightly fluctuating gaze and muttered, "When I have a dragon python, I must get some legendary immortal fruits for us to eat together." Up ahead, Yifan naturally heard Fat Li's mumbling and smiled. This chubby guy, just a few days ago, only wanted a dragon python, now he wants to get immortal fruits. No immortal fruits, but I do have normal level spiritual fruits. Yifan suddenly stopped and spoke. Spiritual fruits, where are they, where are they? Upon hearing this, Fat Li rushed over and immediately spotted a huge tree ahead, with purple vines coiling around it. On these vines, at least 7 or 8 fruits were growing. Silver snake fruit. Seeing this fruit, Fat Li became a bit excited. This was the perfect fruit for his blazing sun snake. With so many of them, once they were all eaten, the blazing sun snake would become a black iron 4-star. I'm going to pick it. Saying this, Fat Li stepped over a tree root and prepared to walk towards the silver snake fruit. Wait. Yifan suddenly grabbed Fat Li and lowered his voice, "Fatty, follow the vines and look carefully." Look carefully? Hearing this, Fat Li focused and looked up along the purple vines, but he didn't see anything unusual. There's nothing here. Just as he was halfway through speaking, Fat Li choked. It was obvious that one section of the vine was thicker and irregular. If he looked closely, there were clearly a pair of eyes there. Snake. A snake-type beast is hiding there. Wow. Li Fatty originally stretched his neck to see, but this time he found himself almost scared out of his wits, backing away several steps. Did you see clearly? Yifan's voice rang out. I see clearly. Stopping his movement, Li Fatty couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. If it weren't for Yifan's reminder, he would have gone to pick the silver snake fruit and would definitely have been bitten. That damn purple snake is definitely poisonous. Yifan, let's kill it. Taking a deep breath, Li Fatty said to Yifan. No need. Yifan shook his head, looking at the motionless purple snake beast, and said, a black iron 3-star purple striped snake. This type of snake has very weak combat ability. An ordinary person can kill it by hitting its vital points if they catch the opportunity. However, this snake has one advantage: its venom is very strong. Unless one is born immune to poison, otherwise even a bronze-level beast wouldn't be able to withstand it. Luckily it didn't bite me, Fatty replied, picking up a branch from the ground. I'm going to strike at its vital point. I didn't tell you all this so you could attack its vital point. Yifan spoke, his face showing a smile. This beast has strong poison and is a snake-type beast, just right since you have opened the second beast space. This beast is the most suitable for you. Chapter 21: The Second Beast. The most suitable beast for me? Hearing this, Li Fatty was momentarily dazed, looking at the raised head of the purple striped snake, taking a cool breath. How do I tame it? If I go directly, what if it bites me? Taming a beast is simply 2 things: first, convincing it; second, subduing it. Yifan replied, addressing Li Fatty, I'll use the fire dog to support you, and you can try to see if you can convince it. If that doesn't work, we can just start fighting. Convince? Hearing this, Li Fatty scratched his head, and under the gaze of Yifan and the fire dog, walked towards the big tree. Under the tree, Li Fatty looked at the purple striped snake not far away, hesitating slightly. Hello, would you like to become my beast? Hearing this, Yifan's face darkened. What I meant by convincing is to release your beast to show affinity while also releasing the beast's spiritual array. If it is convinced, it will agree to sign a contract with you. It's fine if you didn't do well in middle school, but with your pure Pingqing accent, it won't understand you at all. Oh. Hearing this, Li Fatty smiled a little awkwardly, summoned the blazing sun snake, and then waved his hand, chanting the spell. A circular spiritual array gradually formed before him. Fortunately, Li Fatty still remembered the spell for the beast's spiritual array. Hiss. Looking at the floating spiritual array in front of it, the purple striped snake hissed, glancing at Li Fatty and the blazing sun snake beside him, seeming a little hesitant. Roar. Next to him, the fire dog let out a low growl. The purple striped snake immediately raised its head and saw Yifan standing a short distance away, arms crossed. It is a beast, it has intelligence, and at this moment, it seemed to freeze human-like. Is this convincing? The fire dog's mouth was almost stretching from ear to ear. Fatty, show your beast taming talent. Yi Fan spoke at this moment. Okay. Li Fatty replied immediately, raising his hand. The degrade toxin enhancement showed effects on the blazing sun snake. Hiss. Seeing this scene, the purple-striped snake looked at the nearby fire dog, which had its mouth stretched, then glanced at the blazing sun snake with enhanced fangs. After pausing for a few seconds, it let out a low voice and charged towards the beast's spiritual array. In the next moment, the array closed in and enveloped Li Fatty. Yi Fan, I succeeded in taming it. Li Fatty exclaimed with joy. Not bad. Yi Fan nodded, without saying much more. Go collect the silver snake fruits. Okay. Li Fatty happily went to collect the silver snake fruits, a total of 8, all fully ripe. If they hadn't come here today, they would have probably been eaten by that purple-striped snake. Fatty, also collect the vines of the silver snake fruits. Yi Fan suddenly spoke, I'll take them back to plant. Transplant? Li Fatty was a bit confused. He still had some common sense, knowing that one should not drain the pond dry, and moreover, the environment cultivated by humans was not as good as that of the wild. Transplanting may not succeed. But since Yi Fan said to transplant, Fatty Li didn't think too much. He quickly collected the vines and handed them to Yi Fan. Yi Fan took the things back to the Beastmaster space, a smile appearing on his face. The silver snake fruit is produced approximately every 2 months. With this vine, Fatty's 2 early Beastmaster fruits are considered secured. Yi Fan, should I continue to capture snake-type beasts of the same level as soon as the Beastmaster space opens? Fatty Li was a bit excited. There are still many low-grade snake beasts, like the coward snake and cauliflower snake. These should be okay, right? No, Yi Fan shook his head, these 2 low-grade ones are enough. In the future, what you capture must at least be of elite grade or higher. Why? It's still the same thing, affinity, Yi Fan explained. If you gather a bunch of low-grade beasts, when you encounter an elite grade one, it will sense all the low-bloodline beasts sent on you. Who would want to follow you? I see. Hearing this, Fatty Li scratched his head. Is there a hierarchy even among beasts? Not only is there one, the bloodline is even more important among beasts, Yi Fan replied. A beast with a very high bloodline level, even if it's a black iron or bronze level, will scare away low bloodline beasts of silver or gold level. Let alone, high bloodline beasts are basically not weaker than low bloodline beasts. If you bring that bunch of cowherd snakes and cauliflower snakes, even if you capture thousands of them, when facing a dragon python, you wouldn't even be able to lift your head, let alone capture it. But if the situation is reversed, and I have the aura of a dragon python, wouldn't it be easy to capture a purple-striped snake like today? Fatty Li said doubtfully. That's right, Yi Fan nodded, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Fatty, you're beginning to think logically. Well, Fatty Li scratched his head, after all, I'm still a cultured person. Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled, shook his head, and waved his hand. Let's go. It's still early today. You need to adapt to commanding multiple beasts since you now have 2. Okay, Fatty Li nodded, summoned the purple-striped snake, and when he saw its seemingly resentful gaze, he scratched his head in confusion. Why does this purple-striped snake look at me like that? I didn't force it, it chose to follow me. Purple-striped snake, hiss. In the distance, watching Fatty Li truly control 2 beasts at the same time, Pan Zhao was shocked again. What's going on? How long have these students learned the breath method, and they already opened a second Beastmaster space? Did I misjudge? Pan Zhao wondered, his gaze wandering between Fatty Li and Yi Fan. Yi Fan is obviously a student with great potential, but Li Yu can stay with him every day. Is Li Yu also talented? But his beast taming skills clearly stink like dung. Is he the type suitable for practicing the breath method? Pan Zhao speculated. Beasts vary widely, and there are indeed some beast masters whose skills aren't impressive, but their realm in the breath method is very high. In fact, there are those who practice the breath method better than their own beasts. Such examples do exist, many without beast taming talent become strong relying solely on the breath method. These 2 kids are not bad, Pan Zhao nodded, a glimmer of light in his eyes. The advantage of being able to open 2 beast master spaces at this stage is unquestionable. Even if the talent is indeed average, being 2 against 1 changes the quantity at the very least. He had been a Beastmaster teacher in Ping City for over 10 years, teaching several brilliant classes and encountering many talents, but it was the first time he felt this way about 2 ordinary class students. What exactly this feeling was, Pan Zhao wasn't sure. Boundless potential? Lost in thought, Pan Zhao focused his gaze and saw Fatty Li directing 2 beasts, looking flustered as if he might bite his own tongue. Isn't this still just in taming beasts like a pile of dung? Yi Fan, I always feel like I'm flustered when giving commands. While cleaning up the corpse of a beast in front of him, Fatty Li said to Yi Fan, commanding this one, then that one, it feels so chaotic. No need to feel that way, your commands are indeed chaotic. Yi Fan replied with a smile. Actually, the difference between commanding multiple beasts and just one isn't that big. You can think of them as different characteristics of one beast, identifying their respective strengths and weaknesses. For example, the solar serpent has sharp fangs that can pierce through the tough hides of some beasts, and it has a gradient color that allows it to hide well in the environment, while the purple striped snake has a potent venom but lacks sharp fangs and has a relatively weak body. So, does that mean the solar serpent should attack those tough-skinned areas, and the purple striped snake should target the weaknesses and vital spots of the beast? When facing a counterattack, shouldn't the solar serpent use its gradient color to hide in the environment, while the fragile and distinctively patterned purple striped snake should use obstacles to evade? Now that you mention it, I think I understand. Fatty Lee seemed to have a moment of realization, looking at Yi Fan, and after a while said, "No wonder the principal said you will definitely become a powerful Beastmaster in the future. This theory is much easier to understand than those in the textbooks. Adapting your understanding based on the environment and different situations to match the current circumstances is an essential ability for a strong person. You need to adapt to this way of thinking in the future." Yi Fan replied, stepping forward. After a day of hunting, as evening approached, the two of them had already captured a total of 15 beasts, all of which were around 6 stars in strength, with one each at 7, 8, and 9 stars, not to mention a bronze-level mad rhino. Today's harvest is just too great. On the way back, Fatty Lee sighed. Next time we come, won't we catch 20 or 30 beasts? Next time? Next time, we won't be focusing on these black iron-level beasts anymore. Yi Fan shook his head, stretching lazily. Let's go sell the catch and keep 50 pounds of bronze-level meat to buy some spiritual herbs and fruits. Over the next few days, train well. The 10th is coming soon, and we need to prepare to enter the secret realm. Okay. Fatty Lee nodded, walking ahead when he suddenly remembered something. Hey Yi Fan, didn't you say there was a big thing to do today? What is it? I already did it. Yi Fan replied. What? That purple striped snake? Yi Fan laughed, looking at Fatty Lee and said, Fatty, you should now be the first new student to own 2 beasts, isn't that a big deal? Oh. Fatty Lee nodded, then scratched his head, looking a bit unsure. Am I that amazing? Chapter 22, Entering the Secret Realm. One morning, in the beast space, Yi Fan activated the sacred method, taking another deep breath. As he exhaled, he opened his eyes. There was some golden light flickering in his eyes. A few days had passed, and in here, several months had already gone by. At this moment, his physique had already far exceeded others, and it's not an exaggeration to say that even a black iron 5-star beast could be killed by Yi Fan barehanded. Wang Wang. Beside him, Fire Dog nuzzled up to Yi Fan as it saw him wake up. Its progress was also significant. After consuming 2 fire fruits and a lot of toughening grasses, its level had already reached black iron 8 stars. At this moment, from the outside, school had only just started for less than 10 days, and such progress could only be described as terrifying. You need to be a bit faster. Once you advance to bronze, we can do some big things. Yi Fan patted Fire Dog's head, his gaze shifting to the ground nearby. At this moment, silver snake fruits, fire fruits, and toughening grasses had already grown, and the aroma of the spiritual fruits filled the air, making it seem much sweeter. And beside the empty space, a small sapling had risen. Looking at that sapling, Yi Fan's eyes focused a bit. That was a sapling of a normal-grade mid-quality white jade tree. The white jade tree can bear white jade fruits, which can significantly increase the growth speed of beast tamers. The white jade fruit is a rare ripening fruit, considered quite good among spirit fruits at the mortal level. Yi Fan used the 50,000 given by Panjiao to buy this. This spirit fruit has a long growth cycle. Generally, it takes about a year to mature. Now that a small sapling has sprouted, it is already quite impressive. My beast taming space is getting more and more items. Yi Fan stretched lazily, picked the spirit fruit, and, as usual, gave some to the Fire Dog while putting the rest into his pocket. Today is the day Panjiao selects candidates to enter the secret realm. He has been in seclusion for several days, hoping to gain greater rewards after entering the secret realm. Exiting the beast tamer space, Yi Fan knocked on the door of Fatty Lee's room. Just as his hand touched the door, it opened by itself. As soon as the door opened, he saw Fatty Lee sitting at the table, a large piece of roasted evil rhinoceros meat in front of him. Wearing a scarf and holding a knife and fork, the dorm was filled with the aroma of grilled meat. Yi Fan? Have you finally finished your seclusion? Upon seeing Yi Fan, Fatty Lee quickly stood up to grab the knife and fork from the drawer beside him. Come. The evil rhinoceros meat is freshly roasted and delicious. I won't have any. Yi Fan shook his head, looking at the fat man with a smile in his eyes. Fatty, you're about to live a noble life, huh? Do you know what day it is today? What day? Upon hearing this, Fatty Lee was slow to realize and glanced at the calendar nearby. When he saw the bright red letters marking Secret Realm Selection Day, he jumped up with a loud bang. Oh no! Yesterday, Teacher Pan said to gather at 9 o'clock, and now it's already 8:55. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Let's gather on the playground. Teacher Pan has been displeased with me lately, and if I'm late again, he will absolutely kill me. These two brats, why haven't they arrived yet? On the playground, Pan Zhao frowned at the missing familiar shadows from the lineup. It wasn't just Pan Zhao who noticed that Yifan and Fatty Li were absent. In the back row, Dong Chang, who had been trying to make life difficult for Yifan, poked his head out. Teacher, can we start? It's already 9 o'clock. Saying this with a smile, Dong Chang knew Pan Zhao's temperament. The last time two people were late for class, they were locked outside. This time, with Yifan and his friend late, they would surely be disqualified. I don't know, do I need you to remind me? Pan Zhao cursed back, do you think my eyes are blind and can't see the time? No, If you have nothing to say, shut your mouth. Pan Zhao shouted angrily. Dong Chang shrank back, confusion filling his eyes. What's going on? Yifan and his friend are late, and Pan Zhao isn't upset? Just then, Yifan and Fatty Li arrived. The distance from the dormitory to the playground was quite considerable, and Fatty Li was gasping for breath. Liu, didn't I tell you yesterday that the selection starts at 9 o'clock? Pan Zhao's gaze immediately locked onto Fatty Li as he erupted in anger. Are you a fish? Did you forget what I told you right after I said it? Yes. Fatty Li didn't hear clearly and thought it was a confession, nodding repeatedly. This elicited laughter from the crowd. Fatty Li looked up at Pan Zhao, who was green with anger, and only then did he realize something was off. He opened his mouth and recounted the discussion he had with Yifan on the way, hurriedly saying, Teacher Pan, Yifan wasn't feeling well, so I was taking care of him and forgot. Upon hearing this, Pan Zhao's gaze turned to Yifan. When he saw that Yifan looked vibrant and hadn't even breathed hard, his eyes changed. This kid seems to have improved quite a bit. You call that not feeling well? Get back. After glancing at Fatty Li, Pan Zhao said nothing more, muttering a curse before turning away. Yes. Fatty Li continuously agreed, pulling Yifan toward the back of the line. What a coincidence, they happened to stand right next to Deng Chang and his group. At this moment, Deng Chang looked at the fat guy and actually moved aside a bit, appearing cautious. Oof. Naturally, Li Fatty was no longer afraid of Deng Chang, but seeing the other's reaction, he curiously said to Yifan, Does Deng Chang seem to be afraid of us? Whether he is afraid of us might be fake, but he truly fears Teacher Pan Zhao. Yifan shook his head. Although Pan Zhao's earlier words seemed to scold the fat guy, the implied meaning revealed a good relationship between both sides. Deng Chang was not a fool, so he understood right away. The selection rules are very simple, Pan Zhao said ahead, I have 10 spots next to me. If you think you are qualified to enter, just stand up. Each person has one chance to challenge the person standing in that spot. In the end, the 10 people standing in those spots can enter the secret realm this time. Hearing such rules, everyone fell silent, and one person quietly said, Teacher, isn't it very easy for the first person to get wheel-turned? Yes. Pan Zhao did not deny it, nodding his head, I know what you want to say, thinking it's unfair. I will give the first person to stand up a chance to challenge again. If he loses, he can challenge once more. With these words, everyone felt it was reasonable. Yifan, should we go stand up first or? The fat guy consulted Yifan. Of course, we should stand up first, Yifan replied, noticing Li Fatty's worry, and said, You just let your two-headed snakes out later. These are all new students who haven't really experienced battle. We have already killed over 20 ferocious beasts in Silver Moon Forest. Don't we have the confidence to win against them? That's true. Li Fatty nodded, and as Pan Zhao announced the selection of spots, while everyone was still hesitating, Yifan and Li Fatty had already stood up. With Yifan leading the way, soon all 10 spots were filled. Besides Yifan and the fat guy, Deng Chang occupied one, and Ma Xiaoxue also took one, while the others were mostly unknowns. There were over 50 people in the ordinary class. After removing 10, more than 40 were looking for their opponents. Before long, someone chose to challenge the reigning champion, and both sides began their beast battles. Most of the beasts from the ordinary class were still at the Black Iron 1-star level, with a few reaching 2 stars, while Deng Chang and Ma Xiaoxue were both at 3 stars. Li Fatty also followed Yifan's advice, and both the Fire Sun Snake and the Purple Striped Snake were placed on the ground, one at Black Iron 4 stars and the other at Black Iron 3 stars. The two snakes buried their bodies in the grass, raising their heads intimidatingly. This move drew gasps from many onlookers. Almost immediately, news about Li Fatty's two beasts spread. That dead fat guy can be so powerful? At another position in the crowd, Deng Chang glared at Li Fatty's two snakes and cursed resentfully. Why don't we find some trouble for him? A sidekick whispered beside Deng Chang, with more than 10 of us, we can still stage a wheel fight. Are you an idiot? Spending so much energy dealing with a dead fat guy is worse than adding more people into the secret realm. Deng Chang scolded, shifting his gaze to Yifan, and suddenly shivered. Why not go find Yifan? Calling you stupid is actually kind. Deng Chang slapped his sidekick. Don't you know who Yifan is? The throat-locking maniac. Go fight him? You might as well give up your beast. Chapter 23, Conflict. Upon hearing this, the slapped sidekick fell silent. Yifan just spent a few days in the practice room, and someone recorded a video of him scoring 300 points. Later, the video spread, and everyone learned that Yifan's favorite move was one throat lock. No matter what beast you had, or what moves you used, in the end, they all ended in a throat lock, killing with a single move. Thus, someone gave Yifan the nickname throat-locking maniac. As it spread, it gradually evolved into a saying that as long as you fought Yifan in a beast battle, the fire dog of Yifan must lock the throat. Everyone is terrified of this, so until now, Yifan hasn't released his beast, and there isn't a single challenger in front of him. Who would dare to challenge? Others challenge for victory or defeat, but he challenges for life and death. It's not easy to get a beast. If he's locked by the throat, he'll drop out on the spot. Got it, strong brother. The beaten follower could only nod and helplessly say, shouldn't we let Yifan and that fat guy enter the secret realm so easily? Let them in. Deng Chang replied, his eyes turning cold, entering the secret realm is not just for our ordinary class, the elite classes and the genius classes also need to go in. Once we meet up with my cousin inside the secret realm, we'll have plenty of ways to deal with him. So that's how it is. The follower was overjoyed. Then let's quickly occupy a few more spots and eat meat with strong brother later. Of course. Deng Chang replied, his gaze shifting towards Yifan nearby. He didn't want to provoke Yifan recently, but his cousin suddenly changed his mind, saying they needed to deal with this kid in the secret realm, which fit Deng Chang's wishes perfectly. Entering the secret realm, I'll settle scores from last time and the time before that, all at once. Looking at Yifan, Deng Chang said fiercely. On the other side, Yifan naturally sensed Deng Chang's gaze and snorted twice. This was no longer the beginning of school, he was fully familiar now, having outpaced these peers by a wide margin. This time, the secret realm would be when he firmly established his advantage. Soon, hours passed, and the qualifications to enter the secret realm were finally confirmed. Yifan, the fat guy, and Deng Chang were the least challenged, while Ma Xiaoxue lost once in the middle but managed to climb back up. The other 6 included 4 of Deng Chang's followers and 2 who snuck in at the end. Looking at the final selection results, Pan Zhao seemed somewhat dissatisfied. With his keen eye, he could naturally see how Deng Chang's followers helped each other. Out of 10 people, 5 were from Deng Chang's group. Young and forming cliques, difficult to achieve greatness. Pan Zhao didn't say much, privately making a judgment, then announced the final list. This secret realm will last 10 days. Once inside, aside from those entering the realm, no one is allowed to leave the school. Pan Zhao arranged a few sentences and led these 10 people towards the secret realm at the back of the school. This time entering the secret realm, you can explore anywhere within the time limit, but remember, you must return to the exit after 10 days. There will be dedicated instructors to protect you inside the realm, but they won't intervene unless it's a matter of life and death. Moreover, if they do intervene, your journey in the secret realm will end, so you must pay attention to your own safety in the realm, as instructors may not be able to act in time. Every year, many students die in the secret realm. On the way, Pan Zhao explained the rules of the secret realm. Suddenly, he remembered something and added. Friendly competition among classmates is not prohibited in the secret realm, but killing classmates' beasts is forbidden. When battling beasts, be mindful of your strength. As he said this, Pan Zhao's gaze focused intently on Yifan. He knew this kid's strength, at least among the top 3 of those entering this time. The only downside was that this kid was too ruthless. Every time he made a move, the beasts he encountered were guaranteed to die. It was fine to have no issue with wild beasts, but wanton slaughter of classmates' beasts could easily get him labeled as having malicious intent and expelled. Yifan knew Pan Zhao was talking about him, nodded, but didn't pay much attention. He didn't want to kill those inexperienced little kids. As long as they didn't provoke him, he wouldn't just deliver a locked throat out of nowhere. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the secret realm, a place resembling a portal. At this moment, the other classes had already arrived, led by their respective teachers. Pan Zhao arrived, and everyone's gaze focused on this small group of people. Just as Pan Zhao had said, the other classes had no limit on the number of people. Pan, you're here. A teacher who had a good relationship with Pan Zhao greeted him with a smile, then looked at Yifan. This must be the Yifan from Pan's class, such a young kid, yet so powerful. It's okay, Pan Zhao responded, and another instructor nearby said, with Yifan around, your regular class will surely get a lot of good things from this secret realm trip. I think, this time, it might be worth more than 2 trips from our class. Upon hearing this, Pan Zhao's brows immediately furrowed as he looked at the speaker, Li Xiang. Do you really think that going into the secret realm twice in 1 month is impressive? Pan, I didn't mean it like that. I was just saying that your student is amazing, Li Xiang replied, but his tone was sarcastic. Pan Zhao's face darkened, but he didn't say anything more. Even from a distance, students could feel the tension in the air. Yifan felt it too, and unlike the previous life, they were entering the secret realm now, but no one said anything. After all, they were truly being ignored. But this time, he had suddenly emerged, and just like that, the previously unclear relationships came to the surface. Besides the regular class, there were 8 total classes, and the teachers of 4 of those classes didn't get along with Pan Zhao. Most likely, the teacher with the hooked nose from the elite class was at the head of it. Among the other 4, 2 had a good relationship with Pan Zhao, and 1 was a nice guy who stayed neutral and didn't offend anyone. Teacher rivalries. Yifan thought, looking at these instructors, staying silent, but in his heart, he was remembering the students from these classes. Outside, Pan Zhao stood up for him, and when they entered the secret realm, he would stand up for Pan Zhao. Alright, the secret realm has opened, and each class can enter in an orderly manner, the 2 teachers at the entrance said with serious expressions. We are the guardians of this secret realm, responsible for the safety of the students. Go ahead, Pan Zhao said, turning and speaking to the group. Yifan nodded, bringing the chubby boy along, stepping into the secret realm ahead of the others. This action immediately caused some dissatisfaction among the group. Once all the students had entered and the guardians had followed them into the secret realm, Zhang Hong spoke first. Pan Zhao, your Yifan really gives you face, a student from the regular class walking ahead of the elite class? Doesn't that break some kind of rule? Rule? Who made these rules? Who said a student from the regular class can't enter the secret realm before the elite class? Pan Zhao replied without hesitation. If my student's legs are faster, should I blame him for that? Without rules, someone will eventually teach him some manners, Zhang Hong sneered, looking at Pan Zhao. Pan Zhao, do you really think a regular class student can outshine the elite class students in the secret realm? Just because he ate 2 spirit fruits and leveled up a bit, now you're all confident? We also have students in my class who can kill Black Iron 6-star Beastmasters. And eating spirit fruits isn't something only Yifan from your class can do. If you say so, then let's see what happens, Pan Zhao snorted coldly. I know all about your little tricks, forming cliques, scheming together. Your students should have learned that by now, right? You. Hearing this, Zhang Hong raised his hand, his aura rising. Pan Zhao, do you really think that once you reach Golden 9-star, you're invincible? I wouldn't say invincible, but against someone like you, it's a piece of cake, Pan Zhao responded, showing no sign of retreat. His powerful aura rose as well. Those who have nothing to lose are fearless, and I have a Yifan and a Liu on my side. Together, they can kill Black Iron 9-star wild Beastmasters in the Beastmaster forest. Do you really think you can suppress us? Pan Zhao. Zhang Hong was enraged, his words full of fury. He waved his hand, and a gigantic silver moon wolf appeared by his side. Its silver fur shimmered like flowing water under the sun, and with a long howl, the air around him surged instantly. Golden 8 stars. Compared to last year, Zhang Hong's beast had also improved by 1 star. The moment he saw this silver moon wolf, Pan Zhao's lips curled upward. Just a wolf, do you know what it means to be the king of beasts? Roar! Light gathered, and a golden 9 stars roaring lion appeared by Pan Zhao's side, raising its head to let out a long roar, instantly sweeping the room with the might of the king of beasts. 1 gold, 1 silver, 1 lion, 1 wolf, the 2 stood against each other, and the many instructors panicked. Some went to pull Pan Zhao, while others rushed to grab Zhang Hong. Brother Pan, forget it, Zhang Hong is just joking, don't take it seriously. Brother Zhang, there's no need for such a big fuss, we are teachers, let's not fight. At this moment, the instructors tried to mediate with kind words. The 2 top instructors from Pingcheng High School were already evenly matched, and both were top experts. If they really started fighting here, the others might not be able to hold them back. Both stood motionless, staring intensely at each other. Clearly, there was not just competition between them, but also personal animosity. Ahem. At that moment of deadlock, a somewhat elderly cough sounded. Principal. Seeing the old man appear, several instructors finally breathed a sigh of relief. At Pingcheng High School, only this old Principal Pumi had the authority to speak. You 2 are just like your beasts, always ready to fight the moment you see each other. Looking at the furious Pan Zhao and Zhang Hong, Pumi shook his head helplessly. Pan Zhao, sit upright and behave correctly, unlike some people who only know how to form cliques and fight within their own groups. Pan Zhao responded. Pan Zhao, don't slander. Zhang Hong replied coldly, if you say I form cliques, where's your evidence? Do we still need evidence? Your actions, Zhang Hong, are known to all. You're talking nonsense. All right. Seeing the 2 about to swing their fists at each other's faces, Pumi spoke up again to mediate. 2 teachers, please don't disregard our dignity. Today is the day their trial in the secret realm begins, what's the point of arguing? Let's take a step back. How about this? I'll add some stakes. Whoever student gathers the most in the secret realm, I will award them an elite level beast, and their teacher will get an extra 3 months' salary. How about that? Upon hearing this, both Pan Zhao and Zhang Hong's expressions brightened considerably, finally stopping their quarrel. Principal, how will we judge who collected more? Pan Zhao asked. Items in the secret realm have their own value, we will tally up the total value after they come out, and that's it. Pumi replied. But what if someone uses items from their own bags to pretend they collected things from the secret realm? Pan Zhao questioned again, glancing at Jiang Hong. After all, our ordinary class students aren't as wealthy as some others. Jiang Hong grew angry again, and seeing this, Pumi quickly spoke up. Items from the secret realm have unique marks, they cannot be faked. That's more like it, Pan Zhao responded and finally ceased his arguments. Meanwhile, Jiang Hong merely snorted coldly a couple of times. Seeing that both still held animosity, Pumi shook his head helplessly. He understood the hatred between them and couldn't mediate much, minimizing conflict was the best approach. Alright then, let's wait for the results in 10 days. No need to linger here, everyone should go do what they need to do. With that, everyone began to leave one after another. Pan Zhao and Jiang Hong remained behind, glaring at each other with mutual resentment before finally putting away their beasts and leaving. With the principal present, they had to give him face. In the misty secret realm, Fat Li looked around at the environment in a daze. Isn't this the Silver Moon Forest we visited a few days ago? This is a secret realm built to resemble the Silver Moon Forest, Yifan explained. After all, this misty secret realm is man-made. There has to be a reference, right? So there are many wild beast tamers and spiritual level treasures here too, said Fat Li. Pretty much, Yifan nodded. You can think of this place as a higher level Silver Moon Forest. The beasts here are stronger, and the things you can get are better. Not only are there spiritual level treasures, but also breathing techniques and young beast tamers. As he spoke, Yifan looked deeper into the forest. But it's different here, in the deepest part, there are no wild golden beasts. There's only one silver beast. I see, Fat Li nodded, then suddenly choked up. Yifan, how do you know so much? I know much more than this, Yifan said with a mysterious smile. This secret realm was where he rose to prominence back in the day, how could he forget it? Let's go, Fat Li. Since this is a place similar to the Silver Moon Forest, this is our home ground. After saying that, Yifan strode forward. Hearing this, Fat Li looked at the familiar surroundings and smiled, quietly releasing his two snakes. Just as Yifan said, this place was indeed their home ground. Meanwhile, in another part of the secret realm, a group of people had gathered. It was Deng Chang leading several of his followers, meeting up with Deng Li. Cousin. Seeing Deng Li, who was also accompanied by 7 or 8 people, Deng Chang's eyes lit up. No wonder he's my cousin, he has so many followers in the excellence class. Where did Yifan go? After glancing at his cousin, Deng Li spoke coldly. That direction, we all entered from the same place, Deng Chang replied, a hint of confusion in his voice. Cousin, didn't you say you weren't on good terms with Yifan? Why suddenly? I said I wasn't on good terms, I just thought it was unstable then. That loser, Ma Dafei, got beaten up by someone else and scared out of his mind, hiding at home every day. Deng Li answered, a cold smile rising at the corners of his mouth. Recently, I've spent a lot of money to buy spiritual fruits to cultivate my beasts. My golden armor beast is about to reach black iron 7 stars. With my dragon armor talent, who below bronze can win against me? Black iron 7 stars. Hearing this level, Deng Chang was somewhat surprised. That high? Quite normal, Deng Li shook his head. Everyone who enters the excellence class has elite level beasts. As long as you're willing to spend money, you can reach bronze. Speaking of bronze, how much does that cost? Hearing this, Deng Chang was somewhat dumbfounded. Their family had some money, but after spending tens of thousands, his beast was only black iron 4 stars. To reach bronze, he would probably go bankrupt. It's all about you, cousin. Looking at Deng Li, Deng Chang showed a flattering expression. With you in action, this time, Yifan will suffer. That's natural. Deng Li raised his head, his eyes narrowing. What I want isn't just to make him suffer. When this statement came out, the cold intent in it stunned Deng Chang. Carefully, he said, cousin, are you planning to kill? Yes, Deng Li nodded, his gaze icy. At that time, just make some noise to divert the guardian's attention from this side. In the secret realm, it's quite normal for 2 people to die. Understood, Deng Chang replied, a hint of fear creeping into his eyes. He seemed shocked that Deng Li would want to kill Yifan. Remembering something, his body couldn't help but tremble. Fool. Seeing Deng Chang's reaction, Deng Li merely muttered a curse. He wasn't a narrow-minded person, dealing with Yifan wasn't only because of the previous conflict. More importantly, it was the look Yifan gave him that day. He encountered someone looking at him that way for the first time, as if they could see right through him. This feeling made Deng Li very uncomfortable, even a little frightened. He knew well what lay behind him. If others found out and exposed it, it would be enough for him to die 100 times. The restoration of the dynasty would implicate his entire family. He had to eliminate Yifan. That's why Dangli had spent a lot of resources recently, forcing the beast levels to be raised during this phase that shouldn't have been so busy. He could not let someone who might know his true identity live, even if the chance that person knew was less than 1%. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for looking at me that day. Looking deep into the jungle, Dangli spoke, his tone filled with severity. Chapter 25 The Guardian. At this moment, in a corner of the secret realm, with a loud crash, a black iron 9-star splendid monkey fell before Yifan and the fatty. An elite-level beast, so hard to deal with. Looking at the not-so-large splendid monkey, Li Fatty sat down as if relieved. This splendid white monkey was quite intelligent. Currently, Yifan and Li Fatty had decent strength. Yifan commanded the black iron 8-star fire dog as the main force, while Li Fatty's 2 venomous snakes were always ready to strike, taking advantage of the terrain in the forest to unleash a deadly bite. Such strength could actually face beasts below the bronze level with fighting power. Even so, hunting this splendid white monkey still put a lot of pressure on the two. The difficulty was more than double compared to hunting the black iron 9-star beast in Silver Moon Forest. Several times, the splendid white monkey nearly caught Li Fatty, saved only by a heavy punch from Yifan. Primate beasts are much smarter than other beasts to begin with, especially since it is an elite-level beast. Meanwhile, Yifan was bandaging the wounds on his hands and continued, after all, they are the closest to humans. Primate beasts not only come in many varieties, but many also have strange abilities. This splendid white monkey is relatively easy to deal with. Are there primate beasts like the Lingming stone monkey? Li Fatty asked, his eyes shining a bit. Since there are ancient remnants of mythical beasts and ferocious creatures, there should be Lingming stone monkeys too, right? There are no Lingming stone monkeys, but there are Lingming demon monkeys. Yifan replied, seemingly thinking of something, his gaze becoming focused. There is one Lingming demon monkey in the North Sea. It can speak human language, understand change and reason, subduing hundreds of thousands of primate beasts, and built its own secret realm there, named Water Curtain Cave. Isn't that the Lingming stone monkey from our myths? Li Fatty got excited. No, or rather, not entirely, at least it doesn't have the golden cudgel. Yifan explained, smiling at Li Fatty, if you can get into a university over in the North Sea in the future, you should know this, the Lingming demon monkey is very strong, one of the top 10 beasts in the North Sea. Top 10 beasts? Is there a dragon python? Hearing this, Fatty asked eagerly. No dragon python, the remains where dragon pythons live are in Kyoto. Yifan shook his head. In that case. Hearing this, Li Fatty shrank his head, then I won't go to university over in North Sea. It's better not to go, the pressure there is very high. If you go to study, it's going to be tough. Yifan replied, pushing aside the body of the splendid white monkey. On the ground, a beautiful blood charm flower was blooming. This was the reason they went to such great lengths to hunt a splendid white monkey. The blood charm flower, a mid-level spirit flower of the mortal rank, could stimulate the flesh and blood potential of beasts, causing rapid growth in a short time. However, this growth was clearly different from the white jade fruit. It was aimed at the bodies of beasts. If a beast that originally couldn't grow too large consumed too many of these spirit flowers, it would grow significantly, making it quite suitable for those beasts that primarily rely on physical attacks. There are many good things in the secret realm, but to buy this blood charm flower outside, you would have to spend a lot of money. Yifan typically dug up the rootstock of the blood charm flower and casually handed it to Li Fatty. Your sun snake should be quite suitable. A larger size would give better defense and attack power. It's not exactly a nimble beast, so it'll be fine to eat. All right. Li Fatty nodded, taking the blood charm flower, but his eyes seemed a bit distracted. Looking at the blood charm flower in his hand, Li Fatty gazed at Yifan walking ahead and suddenly spoke, Yifan, what is the world outside Ping City like? I've been hearing you talk about it lately, and it feels so dangerous. The world outside. Upon hearing this, Yifan paused, but soon shook his head. It's very exciting, there is definitely danger, but correspondingly, there are countless opportunities. Knowing so much now doesn't help, just remember this, to become the strong person you imagine, you must go out. Oh. Li Fatty nodded, somewhat understanding, then I must get into a good university to see the outside world. Yifan smiled, walking ahead as his voice floated back, actually, it doesn't have to be through university to go out, there are many grassroots organizations that are very willing to accept students from Beast Tamer High. These organizations vary, some are based on exterminating beasts, some on restoring humanity's great glory, others are based on religious beliefs, a variety of them. There are even ones who pick up trash in the North Sea to protect the environment, it's quite amazing. Of course, there are bad ones too, some cults harm themselves and others, so you must be able to discern. Those powerful beast tamers who establish their own sects also count as one kind. Of course, aside from these, you can also go out on your own, as long as your strength is solid enough, no one can really do anything to you. The most important thing is still strength, there are many mysteries in this world. In the sky above the secret realm, as the two guardians of this secret realm, there was a man and a woman, both wearing masks, making it impossible to see their true faces. They both had bird-type beasts, and their breathing techniques were cultivated to a high level, giving them excellent vision. At this moment, they were high above, looking down at the group of students exploring the secret realm. That ordinary class student, Yifan, is indeed quite strong. It's his first time in the secret realm, and he was able to slay a black iron 9-star beast. At this rate, he might very well break through to bronze level on this trip. The female guardian spoke, and although she wore a standard uniform, it could not hide her amazing figure. Her eyes had a hint of amusement, clearly pleased with Yifan's performance. I think his companion is impressive too. At such a young age, he can control 2 beasts, showing remarkable skill in breathing techniques, the male guardian added, focusing intently on Fatty. After all, breathing techniques are very important. If one can master breathing techniques quickly, even if their beast taming skills are lacking, they can still be considered strong. After saying this, the male guardian fell silent for a few seconds before continuing. This year's new students at Ping City High really are quite good. Not to mention the appearance of students with A-level beast talent not seen in decades, the proportion of B-level students is also very high, and surprisingly, even D-level classes have 2 unexpected delights. In 3 years, who knows, maybe one of them will even get into a university in the capital. Then Ping City High has finally reaped the fruits of its labor. The female guardian smiled. After so many years without producing 2 talents, the higher-ups have increasingly paid less attention to Ping City. At this rate, perhaps you and I will need to be recalled in a few years. Having lived in Ping City for more than a decade, this place is already my home. Going back is not that easy. The male guardian shook his head, about to say something else when his gaze focused on a certain spot in the forest. Is that Dang Li from the excellence class? What is he gathering such a large group for? Upon hearing this, the female guardian also looked over, but after just a glance, her brows furrowed. It seems they want to cause trouble for Yifan. I heard they seem to have had some conflicts before. This group of students goes into the secret realm and doesn't focus on important matters. Instead, they learn to fight among themselves faster. The male guardian scolded, a bunch of useless little punks. Should I go stop them? Seeing the male guardian getting angry, the female guardian said, just a little action to warn them? No need, let these little punks go. The male guardian was clearly a bit angry that Yifan is obviously experienced in hunting. How do they expect to cause trouble for him in this kind of terrain, a bunch of kids who have never gone far? In a duel in the secret realm, if something happens. Nothing will happen, I'm watching. The male guardian interrupted the female guardian. I actually want to see how a group of little punks who only know how to fight among themselves gets dealt with. Chapter 26 Unconventional Moves. Fatty, catch. In the afternoon, deep in a very hidden patch of grass, Yifan picked 3 mushrooms that looked like explosive mushrooms but were red and threw them to Fatty. What's this? Looking at the bright red mushrooms in his hands, Fatty scratched his head. Raging mushrooms, common low-level spiritual medicine. Eating one can boost a beast's fighting power for a short period, but will then fall into a weakness period of about an hour. Yifan said, casually brushing off the dirt from his hands. So it's like a stimulant. Fatty commented, stowing the raging mushrooms away. When he noticed his huge backpack was almost full, a smile appeared on his face. It's only the first day, and our harvest is this big? This is nothing. It's just some common low-level stuff. We're still on the outskirts of the secret realm. If we had bronze-level strength and could venture into the inner area, the things there would be better, and maybe we could even get some good beasts. Yifan replied, looking at the full backpack with a slight smile in his eyes. In his past life, until the end of the first semester of his sophomore year, he was still only active on the outskirts, but in this life, just the first day entering the secret realm, his harvest equaled what he had in over a year in his past life. Such terrifying gains were partly due to Yifan's past experience, but more importantly, it was the significance of strength. Only with stronger practical skills could they go deeper into the secret realm, get better things, and increase their power. This was a positive relationship. With Black Iron 1 star, he could only scavenge in the most peripheral places. A secret realm trip once a month could leave you with nothing, and by the time your level rises, the good stuff would have already been claimed, leaving you to pick through the trash. Take one step fast, take every step fast, only by always being ahead of others can you grasp all the good stuff to the fullest. Let's split the spiritual herbs we got today, let the beasts eat and rest for a bit. Tomorrow, we head deeper. Yifan said, flipping open his backpack. On the other side, Fatty also opened his backpack. With Yifan's reasonable allocation, both large bags of spiritual herbs were divided into the most suitable amounts. Soon, as they consumed the spiritual herbs, Yifan's fire dog broke through again, reaching Black Iron 9 stars, while Fatty's 2 beasts, the blazing sun snake, went up to Black Iron 5 stars due to eating an extra blood charm flower, and the purple pattern snake reached Black Iron 4 stars. Wow, I feel a bit unreal. Looking at his 2 beasts that had clearly become much stronger, Fatty suddenly spoke. At this stage, unless some students were wealthy, it was practically impossible for their beasts to reach Black Iron 4 or 5 stars, yet he now had 2. Am I a D class, and still this strong? Fatty, you're at it again. Yi Fan's voice sounded beside him. Did you forget what I told you? You need to have vision. Oh, vision, vision. Li Fati nodded, pondering slightly, then suddenly snorted coldly. Little black iron, how laughable. This scene stunned Yi Fan for a moment, then he couldn't help but chuckle. Yi Fan. Look at me, do I have the aura of a strong person now? Li Fati frowned and lowered his voice. Not much of a strong person aura, but the aura of a teenager certainly has increased. Yi Fan replied, standing up with his backpack. Alright, let's find a safer place and set up the tent. Wait for me. Li Fati, still caught up in his performance, hurried after Yi Fan as he entered the forest. Clang, clang, clang. In the depths of the forest, the sound of a hammer hitting a wooden stake echoed, as Li Fati set up the tent while Yi Fan gathered some herbs to burn for repelling mosquitoes, scattering the ashes around. After all, this is the forest, and the mosquitoes here are not ordinary, many can be considered Beastmasters. Their power, although only around black iron 1 star, can leave you with big lumps for 4 to 5 days if bitten. Done. At one moment, Li Fati put down the hammer, looking at the 2 neatly erected tents, a smug smile on his face. Yi Fan, come look at how I set up this tent. Let me see. Yi Fan turned around, saw Fati's work, and nodded. Not bad, Fati, your outdoor survival skills are gradually improving. Oh. Li Fati scratched his head and clapped his hands, letting out a sigh of relief. The quality of this tent is really good, spending $100 on it is worth it, it's stable and looks good, and getting in and out is. Looking at the tent in front of him, just as he was speaking, Li Fati suddenly felt something was off. Hey, where's the door of my tent? Not far away, Yi Fan, who had just praised Fati, raised his eyebrow. Looking at the tent, Yi Fan was silent for a few seconds, then slowly spoke. You didn't put the side with the door on the top, did you? Oh. Li Fati scratched his head, wanting to explain to Yi Fan when suddenly, a large group of people stumbled out of the jungle. Deng Chang? Upon seeing the leader of the group, Yi Fan's eyes instantly turned cold and his body subconsciously lowered, taking a defensive stance. Beside him, Li Fati also reacted quickly, summoning his 2 beast companions right away. Finally found you guys. From the crowd, Deng Li's voice rang out, and the next moment, he stepped forward, looking at Fati's 2 beasts with a hint of mockery. Black Iron 4 star, Black Iron 5 star, dead Fati, you got something good in the secret realm, huh? Li Fati retracted his head, ready to curse something when Yi Fan's voice sounded from the side. Deng Li, you came looking for me, confident you can avenge your cousin now? Hearing this, Deng Li immediately turned his gaze to Yi Fan, narrowing his eyes when he saw the same expression as last time. Yi Fan, you should know why I came to find you, right? Guess. Yi Fan raised the corner of his mouth, still speaking in a calm tone. If you want to fight, let's fight. You didn't take action last time, and I didn't have my fill beating your cousin. Arrogant. Deng Li shouted angrily, waving his hand as a hedgehog-like beast covered in golden armor appeared before him. Beast, dragon armor. With a gleam, the golden armor of the beast was once again reinforced, and scales-like items appeared, obviously raising its defensive power significantly. Dragon armor and golden armor beast, this combination fits well for someone like you who's afraid of dying. Yi Fan replied, saying nothing more, whistling softly. Pat pat. In the jungle, the patrolling fire dog pushed through the underbrush and jumped to Yi Fan's side. Black Iron 9 star. Seeing the fire dog almost at Yi Fan's waist, everyone's hearts chilled. How is this possible? Looking at the fire dog, Deng Li's face darkened. Just a few days ago, your fire dog was only Black Iron 4 star. Then you should say that a few days before that, my fire dog was also only Black Iron 1 star. Yi Fan smiled faintly. What? A genius from Class B is scared away by my single fire dog? Just a Black Iron 9 star, what's there to be arrogant about? Deng Li lowered his voice, looking towards the crowd behind him. I have 15 people here, can you block them all by yourself? No matter how many rabble there are, they are still rabble. Yi Fan replied, raising his hand. Beast control, ascend. Light fell down, and the fire dog grew larger once more. Yi Fan took the lead and attacked even before Deng Li and the others could move. Fati, make your move. Hearing this, Li Fati nodded quickly. The 2 poisonous snakes vanished into the grass, heading toward the crowd. Clang. The fire dog raised its sharp claw and struck heavily against the golden armored beast's shell, producing a dull sound. However, this blow did not seem to inflict much damage on the golden armored beast. My golden armored beast, paired with the dragon armor, won't be broken by a beast below bronze level. Seeing this scene, Deng Li coldly spoke. But the next moment, his pupils shrank violently. Yi Fan, you dare? Before he could finish, a fist struck heavily against his chest, knocking Deng Li back 7 or 8 steps. He stumbled and fell to the ground. Who told you that I must break through your golden armored beast's defense? Yi Fan's voice echoed. In the crowd, Deng Li looked up in a panic and saw Yifan moving his fists, his gaze icy. Today, I will teach you well, a beast control master is not limited to just controlling beasts. 1. The fire dog lunged into the crowd, and at the same time, Yifan's fists followed close behind. Use your beasts to fight him. Surround him, don't let him get through. There's a snake. There's a snake. I've been bitten by a snake. Fire dog. Block the fire dog, it's going to bite me. In front of the crowd, the golden armored beast shrank inside its shell, hearing the chaos from behind. It poked its head out from the shell, looking at Yifan and the fire dog rampaging through the crowd. For the first time, it began to doubt the reliability of its heavy shell. Chapter 27, Violent Beating. This Yifan, it's like an adult hitting a child. In the sky above, the female guardian looked at Yifan standing out in the crowd, shaking her head. This is the first time I've seen a beast control master fight with their fists. Did he practice martial arts from a young age, aiming to be a martial artist or a beast hunter? You haven't seen the real situation. The male guardian immediately shook his head, his eyes fixed on Yifan. He let out a long sigh. As I said before, his companion's breathing technique was more advanced, but I didn't expect Yifan's breathing technique to be far superior. He doesn't practice martial arts, his physique is far superior to his peers due to his breathing technique. Breathing technique? The female guardian was a bit surprised upon hearing this. How long has he been learning the breathing technique? How could he already have such a strong physique because of it? That black iron 4-star rattlesnake can't withstand his few punches. One can imagine how extraordinary his breathing technique is. If it were ordinary, it would be at least above the second level. The male guardian shook his head. It shouldn't be an ordinary breathing technique, there should be a strong individual in his family who passed an uncommon breathing technique down to him, and he should have practiced it long ago. Are there strong individuals in Ping City? Of course, but most of them have retired from the front lines, living peacefully at home, enjoying their later years. The male guardian spoke slowly, his gaze deepening. The surname Yi, still in Ping City, could it be related to that individual? That individual doesn't have descendants, right? Upon hearing this, the female guardian quickly lowered her voice. Don't mention that individual too much, they are very sensitive about what is said behind their back. Regardless of whether it's true or not, this Yifan needs to be watched closely. The male guardian shook his head. If my guess is correct, it's no wonder that Yifan is so strong right now. What about those students? Should we intervene? The female guardian spoke again, seeming somewhat worried. Let's not cause any fatalities. That kid knows how to control his strength. If he really wanted to strike, Deng Li would probably be heavily injured by his first punch. The male guardian said and, after a moment of contemplation, added, those few bitten by snakes might need some assistance. When Li Yu acted, Yifan simply meant to act. He directly let the snake bite people, wasting such a deep mastery of breathing techniques. In the jungle, there was now wailing everywhere. Those who were bitten by the snake, those beaten by Yifan, and those bitten by the fire dog all had some injuries on their bodies. The overwhelming battle had been decided the moment Yifan passed the golden armor beast. They had come to trouble Yifan, thinking that Yifan couldn't break the defense of the golden armor beast, which was protected by dragon armor. They planned to hold him back and swarm him with a group. But who could have known that Yifan didn't play by the rules? Instead of breaking the defense of the golden armor beast, he directly started beating the people. The golden armor beast was extremely slow and couldn't defend in time. With a black iron 9-star fire dog and a punch from Yifan, who was a black iron 4-star, it was like a wolf entering a sheep pen. A group of kids who had never experienced close combat had never seen such a scene. One by one, they were all beaten black and blue, begging for mercy. Weren't you just shouting about teaching me a lesson? Why are you all silent now? Yifan walked through the crowd, strolling leisurely. Soon, he arrived at the end of the line, in front of Deng Li. At this point, Deng Li had been beaten senseless, sitting on the ground panting, getting hit with fists, attacked by dogs, and bitten by snakes. Among everyone present, he was probably the most miserable. He had thought of many possible outcomes, and he had expected some accidents, but he never expected it to be so unexpected. Isn't beast mastery about using beasts to fight? How could it be about directly swinging fists? Yifan, don't go too far. Looking at Yifan, who had a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth, Deng Li still spoke stubbornly, as a Beastmaster, do you feel proud winning like this? You brought 15 people to cause trouble for just the two of us, and you're asking me if it's a proud win? Yifan was amused by this question, squatting down to look at Deng Li, and said, let me tell you, I won't hide it from you. Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do. If I wanted to kill you, I could do it any time. You dare? Deng Li spoke, do you know who's behind me? The words quickly died in his throat. Yifan, however, smiled and leaned towards Deng Li's ear, lowering his voice. I know, but do you dare to say it out loud? As soon as these words were spoken, Deng Li's pupils instantly contracted, his eyes filled with terrifying fear as he looked at Yi Fan. He really knew. Things that should never be seen in the light can never be seen in the light. Yi Fan snorted coldly, not saying much more. He clapped his hands, turned around, and said, "All right, you can all leave now." With those words, the group scrambled to run away. Deng Li stayed still for a while, finally gritting his teeth and getting up, limping as he ran away. "Yi Fan, you just let them go like this?" Nearby, Fatty Li looked at the students who ran away, a bit worried. What if they come back with more people? No, several of them got bitten by snakes, including Deng Li. They won't be able to run far, and the guardians will probably send them out soon, Yi Fan replied, stretching lazily. Then, as if hinting at something, he said, "Just a bunch of small fry. It's not interesting to make things difficult for them. The fun part is when the big fish behind them come out." Small fry? Big fish? Upon hearing this, Fatty Li looked confused. What do you mean? It's like fishing. It's a very simple concept. Yi Fan answered, clapping his hands. All right, knowing these things won't help you. Instead of asking me about this, why don't you ask yourself where you're sleeping tonight? There's still some time left. How about we set up a seesaw and jump in tonight? Ha! Upon hearing this, Fatty Li awkwardly scratched his head. I'll go and set it up again. With that, Fatty Li turned around and swung his arm, clearly ready to get to work. Behind him, Yi Fan watched Fatty Li's back with a focused look, as if thinking about something. He was definitely letting Deng Li go on purpose. After all, without this small fry as bait, how could he know who the big fish behind them was? This kind of action was definitely risky, but it wasn't a big deal. Pan Zhao would probably be watching over them every day. Wherever I go, this devil mentor with the golden 9 stars stands strong. At this moment, the fishing rod was set, and the bait was cast, just waiting for the fish behind to take the hook. I just wonder how big the fish behind me can be. Thinking of something, Yi Fan's eyes turned slightly cold. I hope there are no old acquaintances. Those bitten by the snake, come out with me. As Yi Fan expected, Deng Chang and the others did not run far before the guardian appeared, but there was only one, that male guardian. Why? Someone in the crowd asked in confusion. One of the snakes that bit you is a purple pattern snake, which is highly poisonous and can kill a bronze-level Beastmaster. The guardian spoke coldly, his tone icy. Do you think your body is stronger than a bronze-level Beastmaster and can withstand this snake venom? Guardian, save us. Hearing this, the crowd could no longer keep calm. At this moment, the poison started to take effect, and some people's faces turned purple. The guardian said nothing more, just counted heads one by one. When he reached Deng Li, the latter suddenly asked, if we go out with you, does that mean our qualification for the secret realm is cancelled? Of course. The guardian nodded. Hearing this, Deng Li's face darkened, his teeth clenched. Although they were looking for Yi Fan that day, they had also obtained many good things. Obviously, if they could stay in the secret realm for 5 days, they could gain a lot. Now leaving would definitely set them back a lot. Yi Fan. Deng Li lowered his voice, a hint of fear in his eyes, and at the same time, hatred emerged. This Yi Fan, he must die. Guardian, we were bitten by Yi Fan and Li Yu. What about them? On the side, Deng Chang cursed, they hurt our classmates so badly. Shouldn't they be punished? Did your teacher not tell you before entering that fighting with Beastmasters is allowed? Hearing this, the guardian, who already disliked this group of people, coldly snorted, looking at Deng Chang, and immense pressure came down from him. Or do you think I'm blind and can't see what you did in the forest? Chapter 28, Short-Legged Lizard. Yi Fan, are you up? Early the next morning, Fatty Li crawled out of the tent, stretched lazily, and just said this when he saw Yi Fan practicing a strange punch. What kind of fist technique is this? Fatty Li asked with curiosity. It's a health-preserving fist technique. Yi Fan threw his last punch, retracted it, let out a long breath, and then smiled at Fatty Li. So, do you want to learn, Fatty? I don't want to learn health-preserving fist techniques. Fatty Li shook his head repeatedly, taking out a pile of dry food from the tent. Life is short, so it's better to enjoy it a bit more. Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled and shook his head. It didn't matter that Fatty Li wouldn't learn the 10,000 forms method, it was suitable for people with calm dispositions, and it would take years to see the effects, which didn't quite fit with Fatty. Yi Fan, where are we going today? While eating, Fatty Li mumbled unclear words. Are we going to search for good stuff like yesterday? More or less, but today I plan to be a bit more aggressive. Yi Fan spoke, how about a bronze-level Beastmaster? Be bronze level? Upon hearing this, Fatty Li choked and hurriedly said, a bronze-level Beastmaster has already mastered beast skills. Our Beastmasters are still at black iron level. Hunting across realms seems a bit too risky, doesn't it? With risk comes reward. A bronze-level Beastmaster only knows one skill. As long as we are familiar with its skill, it should be fine. Yifan replied, seemingly very confident. Besides, the bronze-level Beastmaster we are dealing with today isn't very strong, and its weaknesses are quite obvious. In that case, no problem. Fatty Lee did not hesitate for long. After all, when they first entered the Beastmaster forest, they had already successfully hunted wild beasts with Yifan across 3-star ranks. Now he has 2 beasts, and Yifan's beast has also arrived at the Black Iron 9 stars. Hunting a bronze beast shouldn't be a big problem, right? What are those 2 kids up to again? Are they going to the territory of bronze-level beasts? In the sky, as Yifan and his companion just put away their tent and prepared to leave, the female guardian's gaze caught sight of them. Let them go, it's fine. Young people have a bit of passion, which is not bad, we just need to be cautious. Hearing this, the female guardian smiled and shook her head. Yesterday, they drove off a total of 11 students, 8 of whom were from the elite class. If they go out, Li Xiang will probably be unhappy. They have Pan Zhao as their teacher now. That brutish guy has such a bad temper, Li Xiang wouldn't dare to say anything unless Zhang Hong stands up for him. The male guardian shook his head, seeming a bit interested when he mentioned teachers. He looked at the female guardian and said, by the way, what kind of grudge do Zhang Hong and Pan Zhao have? How come they have been fighting tooth and nail ever since we arrived in Pingchang, even after more than 10 years? It seems to be because of a girl they both liked in school. When this topic came up, the female guardian also became intrigued, bending closer and saying, they were both famous geniuses in Pingchang back then. They supposedly went to university in Beihai together as brothers, and both fell for the same girl. But as good brothers, they couldn't possibly fall out over a girl, so they agreed to compete fairly. However, it seemed that the girl favored Pan Zhao a bit. Later on, it was rumored that during a college mission, Zhang Hong happened to work with that girl, but it was just an ordinary task, yet most of the team died, leaving only a handful alive. The girl also died in the secret realm. Pan Zhao went to investigate and apparently discovered some things, but when he confronted Zhang Hong, he said nothing. This created a rift between them, which gradually turned into a deep-seated enmity, and it has remained so all the way to Pingchang. Did Zhang Hong kill that girl? Hearing this, the male guardian seemed skeptical. Zhang Hong can be a bit petty, but he became famous young. With the disposition of a strong individual, he wouldn't sink so low. I don't know the specifics, some say it was a beast tied during the Secret Realm incident, others say it was an assassination by a cult targeting the Academy's top students, and some say it was Zhang Hong himself. Only they know the truth. The female guardian shook her head. In any case, they've been foes for many years now, and for a while, they seemed evenly matched, until last year when Pan Zhao gained a lucky break and suddenly advanced to star, winning for the first time in the teacher competition against Zhang Hong. There may still be plenty of good shows to watch. The male guardian spoke, as if he had thought of something. That kid from the Ji family is now Zhang Hong's student, an A-level talent rarely seen in decades. Then over at Pan Zhao, there's Yifan, who also seems to be from a prominent family. With 3 years in high school, it looks like these two along with their teachers won't avoid a fierce rivalry. There has to be a clear winner. The female guardian sighed helplessly. I just hope these 2 kids don't let their teachers' grudges create enmity between them as well. They are both from Pingchang, it's better for everyone to help each other. I actually think it's fine as long as they don't resort to killing, it could be healthy competition. The male guardian replied, seemingly unconcerned. Both Pan Zhao and Zhang Hong settled in a small city like Pingchang. Considering their skills compared to other Beastmasters of the same age across the entire realm, they're still quite impressive. Perhaps that's part of the reason. They're both holding a grudge, ready to tear each other apart, but that very drive can be terrifying. Yifan, have we arrived? Walking through the forest and feeling the oppressive atmosphere, Fat Li lowered his voice. Are you sure this bronze-level beast is easy to deal with? I feel like it's really oppressive here. Definitely easy to deal with. Yifan said, and suddenly, stopped in his tracks. In front, a raised tree root blocked the path, and the dense jungle suddenly became orderly, as if it had been trimmed. This is it. Looking at this familiar scene, Yifan whispered, then picked up a stone from the ground and threw it over the tree root. Bang! The stone flew in a parabolic arc, clearing the tree root and landing behind it, and then fell silent. This scene made Li Fatty feel a bit strange. He looked at Yifan and opened his mouth. Yifan, this doesn't. Roar! Before he finished speaking, a giant beast, 3 meters tall, charged out from behind the tree root, its roar sweeping away the surrounding weeds in an instant. Damn, bronze 3 stars, short-legged violent lizard. Seeing the beast charge out, Li Fatty's soul nearly left his body. He looked at Yifan. Yifan, this is what you said isn't strong? It isn't strong, at least, its IQ isn't strong. Yifan replied, a smile curling at his lips, then turned around. Now, Fatty, run. As soon as he finished, Yifan had already taken a step, and Li Fatty wished he could grow 8 legs, making great strides. Boom, boom. Deep in the beast forest, a short-legged violent lizard chased the two. Along the way, they dodged using the terrain, while the short-legged violent lizard wreaked havoc, smashing through any obstacles in its path. Yi Fan, how do we deal with this short-legged violent lizard? Just after narrowly avoiding being bitten, Li Fatty exerted all his strength to speed up again, shouting at Yi Fan, if we keep running like this, I'll be run to death. Don't panic. Yi Fan's voice came through, but the long run had him panting. He suddenly bent down and picked up a large stone, abruptly coming to a stop, and hurled the stone into the front jungle. Roar! Another roar echoed, and the next moment, a silverback gorilla charged out from the jungle with its gaping mouth. Another one! At this moment, Li Fatty's eyes nearly popped out. Yi Fan, what are you doing? Before he could finish, Yi Fan grabbed him and pulled him back. They rolled back into a nearby ditch. Shoo! Looking at Li Fatty's terrified eyes, Yi Fan made a silencing gesture and then extended his fingers. 1, 2, 3. Boom! Before he could say anything, a sound of two giant beasts colliding came from behind, followed by roaring. Got it. Hearing this sound, Yi Fan breathed a sigh of relief, relaxing a bit. Looking at the still terrified Li Fatty, Yi Fan smiled. You can stick your head out to take a look now. Li Fatty cautiously popped his head out of the ditch. At this moment, the short-legged violent lizard and the silverback gorilla were already locked in combat. Their appearance looked like each thought the other was their archenemy. Damn, they just went straight at it, not even realizing you're the one who provoked them. This is the weakness of the short-legged violent lizard, it's too dumb. Yi Fan's lips curled up. As for the silverback gorilla, its sense of territory is very strong. Normally, they don't play nice when their territories get too close, and the short-legged violent lizard charged right into its territory, so them fighting like this is no surprise. So, are we just waiting for them to suffer both sides? Li Fatty seemed to catch on and quickly asked. They won't come to a conclusion. At most, one side will get injured and retreat. Yi Fan shook his head. Even if injured, a bronze 3-star elite is hard to handle. So our goal isn't them? Li Fatty asked. Definitely not. Yi Fan laughed, then brushed the dirt off the ground and stood up. Now, let's head to the lair of the short-legged violent lizard. Lure the tiger away from the mountain. Steal its home. Chapter 29, The Degraded Fruit. Wow, Yi Fan, you are really bold. Inside the nest of the short-legged violent lizard, watching Yi Fan reach out to get the golden fruit from the nearby rock wall, Fatty Li sighed and curiously asked. What on earth is this thing that is worth us taking such a huge risk? It's worth it, and it's very worth it. Yi Fan nodded, carefully putting the 4 fruits into his embrace. This fruit is called the Degraded Fruit, which can enhance the bloodline of low-grade beast tamers and even elevate it to elite bloodline status. An elite beast that eats it can quickly increase its level of strength. The short-legged violent lizard was originally just an ordinary low-grade reptilian, but because of the existence of this degraded fruit, it has gradually become today's elite-level copper beast. We are still early. In a year or two, this short-legged violent lizard will probably become a silver-level beast. Such a precious fruit. Hearing this, Fatty Li was shocked, his eyes wide open. This must be at the spirit level, right? It's an elite grade among the mortal level, not yet at the spirit level. Yi Fan shook his head. Mainly, it targets low-grade beasts, so calling it precious is only relative to students like us who start from a low point. After saying this, Yi Fan put away the last degraded fruit, looking at the vines and a few unripe fruits on the rock wall, hesitating a bit, but after a few seconds, he gritted his teeth. Let's retreat, we'll come back next time for this vine. As Yi Fan spoke, he quickly withdrew while Fatty Li followed closely behind. Just after the two of them exited, the short-legged violent lizard returned, its body wounded as it entered the nest. Clearly, it had not won against the silverback gorilla. Roar! When it discovered that the degraded fruits it was guarding had disappeared, an angry roar instantly echoed throughout the outer parts of the secret forest. Luckily we ran fast. If we had waited a few more minutes, we would have probably been caught. Fatty Li looked back at the distant jungle, letting out a long breath, but soon after, he became a bit excited. Where's the degraded fruit? Let me take another look. Here. Yi Fan also smiled at this moment, opening his backpack to reveal 6 golden fruits. It smells so good. Fatty Li sniffed, and suddenly, his stomach growled, followed by a bit of embarrassment as he scratched his head. Can people eat this fruit? It's meant for beasts, it's best if humans don't eat it. Yi Fan replied, splitting the fruit in half. Fatty, here are your 3. Take them, it's best to give one to a beast first. This way, the chances of enhancing it to elite level are greater. This. Fatty Li hesitated a bit, knowing the preciousness of the fruit, yet he looked at Yi Fan and said, I didn't contribute much, you can take it to enhance the fire dog. After all, it's the main force, raising its level first will be better. No need, 3 fruits are enough. Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled and then added, don't use the fruits blindly, it's best to think about the future direction for your beasts. For example, your blazing sun snake. As I said before, if its main role is defense, you should give it more relevant spiritual herbs and fruits that can increase weight and size. In this way, after using the degraded fruit, its bloodline enhancement will also be directed toward that. The enhancement of a beast's bloodline is selective, it typically improves in areas where it already has advantages. You can think of it as a kind of evolution. I understand. Fatty Lee nodded, putting away the fruits, his expression still could not hide his excitement. The enhancement of a low-grade beast's bloodline brings substantial improvements, both its potential and overall performance will undergo a qualitative change. Beside him, Yifan looked at Fatty Lee's reaction, a smile in his eyes, and glanced at the fruit in his hand. This was the beginning of his journey to rise, coincidentally discovering the conflict between the short-legged violent lizard and the silverback gorilla. Obtained a degraded fruit. An elite-grade beast, sometimes the improvement is great, sometimes it's not, but sometimes, such an improvement can open a door for you. The door to the throne. The future is becoming more interesting. With the degraded fruit put away, Yifan sighed. I think so too. On the side, Fat Lee spoke up, scratching his head. I suddenly remembered when my dad brought me to school a few days ago, he was still telling me that if I couldn't study, I could go back and learn pig butchering from him, and I could have a skill. Uncle Lee really speaks too, honestly. Hearing this, Yifan couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head. My dad didn't say much when he brought me here, just told me to study hard and strive for a good university, but my mom cried over the phone, reminding me of so many things. As he spoke, Yifan's eyes flickered, memories of his parents flashing in his mind. Their family was just an ordinary one, running a common restaurant, working diligently for many years. If it weren't for the later beast tide, the peak version of himself in his past life could have certainly given them a very good life. Thinking this, Yifan sighed softly, a smile appearing on his face. So nice, he was back when they were still around. After the secret realm ends, let's go home and take a look together. Thinking of something, Yifan looked at Fat Lee beside him. Sure. Fat Lee nodded upon hearing this. If my dad knew that within 10 days of school, I could control 2 beasts, he would probably go burn incense for my grandpa. Hearing this, Yifan smiled. Then you need to let Uncle Lee prepare more incense, who knows how much there will be to burn in the future. Brother Jiang, look at Yifan, he's simply disregarding human affairs. In the office, the resentful Li Xiang found Zhang Hong just as the Guardian had said. He and that Li Yu, together, sent out 8 people from our class, and only 32 entered the excellence class. Even Dang Li was sent out by him. Isn't this cutting off the futures of our class students? How much can be gained from the secret realm in one go? With his disruption, the performance of our class will fall so much. I think we must make Pan Zhao give an explanation. What does it mean that he doesn't even say sorry for such a big loss? Can one Yifan ignore the futures of other students? Sitting down, Zhang Hong listened to Li Xiang's complaints, his expression somewhat displeased. I heard about Dang Li. The Guardian's response was that they gathered and actively provoked Yifan, and 15 of them were beaten by 2 others. Provoking others actively and still losing, what else is there to say? Brother Jiang. Upon hearing this, Li Xiang's face stiffened, and then his tone softened. Brother Jiang, I'm just worried that if Yifan continues like this, he will become lawless. Let him be lawless then. Zhang Hong shook his head. With a D-grade beast talent, I don't believe he can achieve much. To become a dragon, one must have dragon blood. A 4-legged lizard wishing to ascend is just delusional. But I heard that Yifan's fire dog has already reached Black Iron 9 stars. Li Xiang replied, somewhat worried. This time in the secret realm, he might directly move to bronze. So what about bronze? Being fast for a moment doesn't mean being fast forever, it's just buying some spiritual fruit. Zhang Hong still shook his head. On the 1st of next month, Ji Jia will be back. With his family background, he will also be bronze level. No matter how strong Yifan is, can he suppress the A levels that haven't emerged in Ping City for decades? You and I both know the gap between D and A levels. Don't forget, this minor secret realm is just a benefit for some academies. What really matters is the freshman's secret realm 3 months later. In 3 months, won't it be enough time for those like Dang Li in your class to catch up? These 2 questions left Li Xiang a bit silent. After a while, he awkwardly laughed and said, Jianggu has a broader perspective, I'm the one who got anxious. Don't always think about putting pressure on Pan Zhao over these small matters. Zhang Hong shook his head, then his eyes revealed a deep look. I know him too well to put pressure on him, to make him convinced. Chapter 30, Hell Hound. At night, Yifan entered the tent and silently stepped into his Beastmaster space. He transplanted some herbal roots into the soil and looked at the Fire Hound wagging its tail beside him, taking out the inferior mutation fruit, his eyes pondering slightly. Having successfully obtained the inferior mutation fruit, he could start advancing the Fire Hound toward a higher bloodline. Before this, he had also made ample preparations by feeding the Fire Hound flame fruits, establishing a foundation to ensure that the Fire Hound's evolution would not go astray. Fire Hound, come here. Waving at the Fire Hound, Yifan placed the inferior mutation fruit in front of it. The moment the Fire Hound saw the inferior mutation fruit, its eyes widened. Obviously, this fruit that enhanced bloodlines had a natural attraction for them. Woof, woof. The Fire Hound let out an excited sound, and then it circled anxiously around the inferior mutation fruit, but it did not start eating. It was waiting for Yifan's permission. A smile appeared in Yifan's eyes as he squatted down and patted the Fire Hound's head. Go ahead, we need to become stronger. Woof. The Fire Hound responded, quickly devouring the 3 inferior mutation fruits in front of it. After eating the 3rd fruit, the Fire Hound suddenly shone with brilliance, the light enveloping it completely. This was the light of evolution, representing that the Fire Hound's bloodline was about to undergo a leap forward. Seeing this scene, Yifan nodded and settled down in a cross-legged position, activating the entry to Sage method. The enhancement from the entry to Sage method was also tremendous. Yifan's skills were already impressive, combined with his strong physique, even an ordinary black iron 4 to 5 starfighter could not withstand a few punches from him. And the wonders of the entry to Sage method were by no means limited to just that. Once he reached a higher realm of breathing techniques, his physical condition would break through a bottleneck, and at that time, he could use some miraculous methods. As a Beastmaster, one's own self should never be the breakthrough point. Ha! With a deep breath, Yifan slowly exhaled, and when he raised his gaze again, the light on the Fire Hound had gradually faded. After waiting for a while, the Fire Hound's brand new appearance emerged. Its body had significantly increased to Yifan's chest height, its fur changing to a slightly dark red color, adorned with a flame marking on its forehead, and floating flames appeared around its feet. Hell Hound. Looking at the Fire Hound's new form, Yifan's eyes sparkled with brightness. Indeed, it was the Hellhound, one of the very few elite beasts capable of controlling fire. Woof! The Hellhound barked joyfully as it came to Yifan, sticking out its tongue to lick his palm. This is a gesture of friendliness from a canine Beastmaster. Just becoming a Hellhound, it was marking its new scent. You're amazing. Yifan patted the Hellhound's forehead, feeling a pleasant warmth through his hand. I need to give you a name, otherwise, if you evolve again later, I'll have to change it. With a smile, Yifan looked at the Hellhound and pondered for a few seconds, then said, You evolved from the Fire Hound, so let's call you Little Fire. How does that sound? Woof. The Hellhound responded, nuzzling against Yifan's palm. Then it's decided, your name is Little Fire. Yifan nodded, standing up. Come on, show me your new ability. Can you breathe fire? Woof. Hearing Yifan's question, the Hellhound showed a moment of confusion, as if contemplating for a while, then tentatively opened its mouth. Awoo. The sound rang out but quickly subdued. Inside its open mouth, a small flame flickered, but it did not last. Suddenly transformed into black smoke. Woof. The hell dog made a small sound, seeming a bit embarrassed, and opened its mouth again. This time no flames appeared, only a wisp of black smoke floated out. It's okay, you are still at black iron level, it's normal not to use flames yet. Yifan patted the hell dog's head. When you reach the bronze level, you should awaken your first fire skill. Once you awaken the skill, controlling fire will be much easier. Woof. The hell dog barked and nudged its head against Yifan. In the future, when the fiery fruit matures in the beast space, you can go eat it yourself. Yifan said, a smile on his face. That thing is specially grown for you, it can enhance your fire control abilities. Don't touch the rest, I will choose a suitable number for you later. Woof. Hearing this, the hell dog looked towards the patch of spirit herbs and fruits, trotting over to the fiery fruit plant, and nudged its head towards Yifan. That meant it was asking Yifan, is this the one? Yes. Yifan nodded, and the hell dog's mouth opened wide, happily bouncing in place. This little fire. Yifan smiled at the scene. One must say, as a Beastmaster, seeing one's beast happy brings a comforting feeling. How to describe this feeling? It's somewhat like when your dad bought you candy when you were a child, and seeing your little chubby hand raise up a 2-yuan lollipop, laughing joyfully, that feeling in your heart was the same. Damn, Yifan, has your fire dog grown so big? In the morning, just stepping out of the tent, Fatty Lee exclaimed upon seeing the hell dog, which was as tall as Yifan's chest. It is a hell dog now, I named it Little Fire. Yifan replied with a smile, glancing at Fatty Lee, and said, Fatty, how's your beast? Did the inferior fruit get fed to your beast? I gave it to the blazing sun snake. Fatty Lee answered, patting his head. By the way, Yifan, can you check what my blazing sun snake should be called now? As he spoke, Fatty Lee summoned the blazing sun snake, which had also dramatically changed, its size at least significantly larger, its color turned black with some yellow flower-like patterns. Black Flame Snake. Seeing the snake, Yifan nodded. This evolution is pretty good, it retains the blazing sun snake's characteristics. Although the toxicity has decreased a lot, the size limit has been unlocked, and it can grow very large, comparable to other beasts of the same level. Black Flame Snake, ha! Hearing this, Fatty Lee scratched his head. I thought the blazing sun snake's evolution direction was towards being a python. The evolution direction of the blazing sun snake mostly doesn't lead to python type. Yifan shook his head. Aren't snakes supposed to grow into pythons, and pythons into dragons? Fatty Lee said weakly. I know you want to say that a dragon evolves from a WIRM, it requires that kind of bloodline. Yi Fan replied, explaining, the bloodline origin of a beast is quite complex. The examples you mentioned do exist, like the descendants of ancient relic species evolving and diverging through generations. There is a possibility for very special snake-type beasts to appear. Initially very weak, possessing dragon lineage blood, and if the environment is right, they can even evolve into dragons. However, such beasts must be different from other beasts. Even the same type of beast will have very obvious differences. What kind of differences? What kind of differences? Hearing this, Fatty Lee became interested. Is it having horns on their heads or having strange tails? What you described already reflects the features of exhibiting relic bloodline. Yi Fan shook his head. Dragon lineage relics have a very obvious characteristic: dragon eyes. Dragon eyes? They are very big eyes where the pupils take up a large portion, and when they move, golden light flows unintentionally. Yi Fan explained, there are many dragon lineage relics. Not everyone can become very strong, you don't need to care so much. The eyes are very big, and the pupils take up a large part. Fat Lee obviously didn't listen to the sentence, only hearing the first half, reciting it, and then seemed to think of something, looking at Yi Fan with a bit of confusion, saying, Yi Fan, can a human have the bloodline of dragon species? Yes. Yi Fan replied, but usually, these people have ancestors who were the first-generation beast tamers who killed dragon species. So killing dragon species can give you this bloodline? Not really. Dragon blood is highly toxic, only those who bathe in dragon blood and do not die will have this characteristic and pass it down. Yi Fan casually said, currently, I only heard that there are 2 families with this bloodline, and as the bloodline is passed down, the number of people with dragon eyes is becoming fewer and fewer. I see. Upon hearing this, Fat Lee pondered, and then looked at Yi Fan, quietly saying, there was a time during the summer vacation after middle school graduation when your cousin came to play with you. His eyes seemed to be like what you said, dragon eyes. My cousin? Yi Fan showed a puzzled expression upon hearing this. Which cousin? The one who lives in the urban village, named Yi. Fat Lee scratched his head. I forgot his name, but anyway, his eyes are like that, very big, with mostly pupils, and when he yawns, there is that golden light flowing that you mentioned. I even asked you if there was something wrong with his eyes. Urban village. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's brows furrowed. There is little memory of relatives in his mind. Since the beast tide in Ping City broke out and his parents died, Yi Fan went out to wander, rarely coming back. 100 years have passed, and he has almost no memories of these cousins. Does he have a cousin with dragon eye characteristics? In his past life, aside from one family in the capital and one in Beihai that had descendants with dragon eye features, he doesn't recall any family with the surname Yi. Frowning and thinking for a while, Yi Fan finally shook his head. Dragon eye bearers are exceptional. If one of his cousins truly had this bloodline, he would definitely remember. Forget it, those things have nothing to do with us, even if they do, it doesn't matter. Yi Fan spoke, dragon species are just one of the ancient remnants. It's good to know that, pay attention if encountered, if not, just let it be. Let's go, today is the 3rd day, hurry up to find some good stuff. Try to increase the beast taming level before we leave the secret realm. As he spoke, Yi Fan walked ahead, and beside him, the hellhound followed, its dark red tail swaying, quite impressive. The bloodline level brought by 2 tamed beasts is quite substantial. Throughout the entire 3rd day, Yi Fan and Fat Lee hunted near the outskirts of the forest, killing a bunch of 8-star and 9-star wild tamed beasts, and even took down a bronze level 1. At this rate, the next time we come in, we will be able to hunt close to the core area. As night fell, Fat Lee made a pile of fire, roasting a piece of fierce rhino meat while stretching lazily. By this time, the people from the elite class shouldn't dare to come here, right? It seems we have intimidated them. Not really. After all, everyone here is just starting, and the competition will get more intense later. Yi Fan tore off a piece of roasted meat. The welfare that new students enjoy is the best, even the teaching area is separated. After the first semester, the upperclassmen will be with us. Some people can be quite disgusting. If they're disgusting, just beat them up. Fat Lee exclaimed, those who bully the weak are the most detestable. If we can beat them, we will, but there will also be some decent talents among the upperclassmen, especially in the senior year. There's one who supposedly has already reached silver 9-star, his family and school are preparing resources for him, hoping he can break through to gold before the college entrance examination. Yi Fan replied, seemingly recalling something. That person should be the cousin of cousin Deng Chang. He really has a cousin's cousin? The fat guy was stunned when he heard this. Of course. Otherwise, why would I say his cousin's cousin came? Yi Fan answered, casually curling his lip. But it's just like that, he doesn't have the last name Deng, he may not help someone like Deng Chang. Deng Chang is too messed up, and he doesn't have much brains. His cousin's cousin isn't a fool, why would he help him? That's good, that's good. Silver 9 stars is genuinely a bit outrageous. Li Fatty whispered in response. Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled and didn't continue, tearing off a piece of roasted meat to eat. I have to say, being with Li Fatti, perhaps due to his influence, he became more talkative and less constrained than in his past life. But this is also good. After all, we have lived again, making up for the regrets of the past and enjoying every day now is what really matters. Hey Yifan, you said when I have a dragon python in the future. While eating roasted meat, Li Fatti raised his hand, ready to say something about great ideals. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the nearby jungle. Then, a little creature that looked like a honey badger came out, its forehead seemingly covered in white ash, looking like a lost little beast. It stepped out and, upon seeing Yifan, Li Fatti, the hellhound by the fire, and two snakes, it froze for a moment. But soon, it seemed a bit cold and crouched down not far from the fire. What kind of beast is this? It looks really unique. Li Fatti exclaimed, just about to reach out to touch it when Yifan's voice rang out. Fatti, don't touch it. The tone was a bit urgent, and Li Fatti was startled, quickly retracting his hand. What's wrong? Looking at Yifan, who had a furrowed brow, Li Fatti asked in confusion. Shoo. Yifan made a shushing gesture, watching the honey badger-like beast and raised his hand. That little creature also noticed Yifan's action, grunting and extending its two paws, rubbing them in front of the fire. After warming up for a bit, the little creature's gaze shifted to the grill in front of Yifan, where a large piece of bad rhino meat was still resting. Do you want to eat this? Noticing the little creature's gaze, Yifan spoke and gestured at the same time. Chirp. The little creature made a sound and nodded human-like. Yifan didn't say much more, cutting off a piece of roasted meat and tossing it to it. The little creature carefully watched the meat Yifan tossed over, sniffing it with its nose before cautiously grabbing it to eat. Such a small thing consumed the roasted meat at an astonishing speed, and in a short while, the piece of meat was gone completely. Seeing this, Yifan cut off another piece and tossed it over. It repeated like this until a large portion of the bad rhino meat was eaten. The little creature then patted its belly and stopped picking up the meat Yifan tossed. Chirp. Rising to its feet, the little creature made a sound towards Yifan, seemingly expressing gratitude, and then burrowed back through the jungle, quickly disappearing from sight. Phew. Only then did Li Fatti, who had been silent all this time, let out a long breath. Looking at Yifan, he opened his mouth and said, Wow, such a small thing can eat so much, is it going to finish all the meat? It just looks small. Yifan replied, also relieved, glancing at Fatti before suddenly asking, Fatti, do you know how strong that little creature was just now? How strong? Bronze 1 star. Yifan answered, picking up a piece of meat in front of him and stuffing it into his mouth. Bronze 1 star? Isn't that easy to deal with? Why were you so nervous? Hearing this level, Li Fatti asked in confusion. Other bronze 1 stars are easy to deal with, but this little guy is tough. Yifan shook his head, it's called little badger, and there are no similar beasts. In its species, there is only this one, with bloodlines ranging from low quality to peak elite. That one just now was of elite grade. It's a bit special, Li Fatti replied. But it's so small, it shouldn't be that powerful, right? No, quite the opposite, Yifan responded. This kind of beast tamer is super difficult to deal with, naturally resistant to poison, its armor is exceptionally hard and impervious to water and fire. Plus, it's small and nimble. To kill it at the same level, unless you have absolute crushing power, it's basically impossible. At this point, Yifan looked at Fatti and smiled helplessly. The key point is, this kind of beast tamer holds grudges. Holds grudges? Upon hearing this, Li Fatti was taken aback. How much of a grudge? Just from you touching its head a moment ago, it could follow you and attack for 3 days, Yifan replied. This kind of beast tamer is called a jungle bully. Once a conflict starts, it will keep fighting its recognized enemies until they escape somewhere it can't reach or until they die. Think about it, if this difficult little bronze-level badger really had a conflict with us, can we still stay in this secret realm? Wow, that's exaggerating, Li Fatti gasped upon hearing this and quickly slapped his own hand. This thing, unless you can crush it, if you encounter it, it's best to treat it with great respect. Yifan looked at Fatti's actions and spoke with a smile. Absolutely, my badger brother, must give face, Li Fatti said hurriedly, then suddenly thought of something. Yifan, you said that little badger is so fierce, isn't it great to have it as a beast tamer? It is great, but this kind of beast tamer has a strong resistance to being tamed. Other beast tamers at the same level will basically not be able to earn their recognition, Yifan said helplessly. One failed contract, and you should be ready to be chased and bitten by this little badger for dozens of kilometers. Chapter 32 Wang Lingxi. This is way too fierce, Li Fatti exclaimed. This kind of beast tamer is really unique. There are a lot of unique beast tamers, Yifan said with a smile. I know of a kind of parrot beast tamer that is skilled in human speech, able to imitate every person it has seen, and even a close person of the original owner can't tell the difference from behind a screen. There's also a monkey beast tamer called the monk-faced Buddha monkey, which has a red face, wears clothes, and carries prayer beads, just like the monks in the temple. Various kinds, myriad beings, it's very interesting. Indeed, just listening to you makes it sound interesting. Li Fati said with a hint of longing. Yifan, how do you know so much about beast tamers? Is it all from middle school theory? Not really, most of it comes from what I've seen and heard, Yifan replied. As long as you're interested, there are plenty of ways to learn. That's true, Li Fati nodded, just about to say something when suddenly, a roar from a beast echoed from deep in the jungle, mixed with the sound of the little badger. What's going on? Li Fati raised his head and concentrated his gaze, only to see at the end of his line of sight, the little badger was face to face with a silver-gray wolf of bronze 2-star rank, roaring angrily. An eerie scene unfolded. The little badger seemed very angry, raising its head and constantly letting out piercing screams at the silver-gray wolf, which was in a defensive stance but was visibly retreating, with a clear bite mark on its leg. Just as Yifan had said, under normal circumstances, the same-level beasts could not do anything to the little badger. The silver-gray wolf's several attacks missed, and it was instead bitten and roared in return. It didn't hold out for long before it tucked its tail and fled. The little badger followed closely behind, its small body moved at high speed, and in the blink of an eye, both beasts dashed into another section of the jungle. That little badger is really fierce, chasing a beast so much larger than itself, and the opponent is still afraid of it, Li Fati remarked after watching the entire scene. What can you do if you can't win? For a while, that silver-gray wolf is probably in for a lot of trouble. Yifan naturally saw this scene, smiled and shook his head, then stood up. Let's go. It's too close to the forest, bronze-level beasts could appear at any moment. We should move to the outer area to avoid being attacked at night. Okay. Li Fati replied, shouldering his backpack and standing up, then blowing a whistle. The next moment, the black flame snake and the purple pattern snake slithered over from nearby. The nights in the forest are quite dangerous, so at night, the beasts typically rest around the campsite as a warning. Thud thud. Footsteps sounded in the jungle, coming to a livelier area on the outskirts of the forest. Clearly, some students had managed to team up and explore to this spot, setting up nearby. Yifan paid no attention to these people, leading Li Fati away from the edge of their campsite. Yifan? Suddenly, as they passed through a narrow area, a voice called out, followed by a figure stepping out from the darkness. Both Yifan and Li Fati were startled by the sudden appearance, and once they recognized the figure, Yifan frowned. Ma Xiaoxue, what are you doing here? The Ma Xiaoxue before him, once possessing a delicate face, now looked disheveled, with many wounds on her body, indicating she had gone through a brutal battle. I encountered a gray bear on the outskirts this afternoon. I couldn't defeat it during our fight and lost my backpack, Ma Xiaoxue said, looking somewhat ashamed. So, I had no choice but to sleep on the ground. As she spoke, Ma Xiaoxue pointed to the side, where a bed made of leaves and branches lay in the shadow. How did it go for you? Yifan asked. Not bad. I found some strong muscle grass yesterday and today, and I've given it all to my beast, Ma Xiaoxue replied. My white wolf has reached Black Iron 4 stars. Black Iron 4 stars is quite good. Upon hearing this, Yifan was a bit surprised. Ma Xiaoxue's performance in her previous life was fairly mediocre. Although she had entered certain secret realms, she was always at the bottom. In this life, however, she was doing quite well. Reaching Black Iron 4 stars at this point put her among the upper middle of all the new students. Fatty, give her an extra backpack and tent. Suddenly recalling something, Yifan casually said. Sure. Li Fati nodded, taking a spare backpack and tent from the beast space and handed them to Ma Xiaoxue. Thank you. Ma Xiaoxue nodded repeatedly, looking at Yifan with gratitude in her eyes. When doing things, you must leave room for yourself, preparing alternative plans as much as possible, Yifan spoke calmly. If you want to quickly level up your beasts, I suggest heading east, you may find some good rewards there. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoxue nodded repeatedly, okay. Fatty, let's go. After saying this, Yifan stepped forward, not turning back to Ma Xiaoxue, who stayed behind. Soon, the two had walked a considerable distance. Li Fati then leaned in to ask, that Ma Xiaoxue seems pretty nice. Why not let her join us? Our secret is very valuable, I won't let anyone I don't trust get close to us, Yifan replied, glancing at Fatty and continuing, as for whether someone is good or bad, it's hard to tell at a glance. But you just told her. I thought she seemed to have some ambition, so I offered a couple of words. If she manages to reap some rewards, I guess it helps to build goodwill, Yifan said, a hint of a smile on his face, saying with deeper meaning, sometimes, small acts of kindness may bring unexpected returns. I understand. Li Fati nodded. Having followed Yifan these past few days, he had begun to grasp some of his way of thinking. Keep strangers away, but if the person seems good, offering help is still okay. Thud. As they walked, a group suddenly appeared ahead. Clearly, they had seen Yifan and the others first. 7 or 8 of them stood straight on the small path. Damn, are they blocking the way to rob us? Seeing this scene, Fat Lee was startled and wanted to step back. The Guardian is here. If you dare to snatch things from your classmates, you might get expelled from school. Yifan shook his head, showing no fear, and stepped towards the path. Soon, they encountered the group, and at the front, there was a well-groomed girl lazily leaning against a tree root. Seeing the two walk over, the girl spoke, her voice exceptionally soft and tender. Yifan, let's get to know each other? You are Wang Lingxi from the elite class, right? After glancing at the girl, Yifan calmly replied. You know me? This surprised Wang Lingxi a bit. Of course. Yifan nodded, a hint of a smile in his eyes. This Wang Lingxi could be considered a proud daughter of heaven. In the last life, due to her dissatisfaction with the A-class, she formed a gang and often went against Jie. Later, during the college entrance exam, she performed poorly, went to a remote city for college, and then, as the rumor goes, got married and had children there, disappearing thereafter. At that time, Wang Lingxi was quite famous, hailing from a well-known entrepreneurial family in Pingcheng. She herself was one of the few with B-level special beast taming talent, able to share vision with her beasts and easily discover opportunities that others found hard to see. Before the entrance exam, she was recognized as a genius in Pingcheng. This girl was quite interesting. Yifan's high school life had intersected with hers, making her a genuine girl in his eyes. Then there's nothing more to say. Since you know me, you should know about the Lingxi group. Wang Lingxi spoke. I heard about the situation with Deng Li. I also have a bad relationship with Deng Li. Would you like to join me? He definitely won't dare to trouble you then. Sure enough, as soon as Wang Lingxi spoke, Yifan shook his head and looked at her, saying, I don't like joining other people's organizations. What's wrong with organizations? Isn't it great to do activities together? It's safer, and you gain more. Wang Lingxi countered, we are like-minded people. Hearing this, Yifan's expression was one of helplessness as he looked at the group of people beside Wang Lingxi, shaking his head. This was not a proper organization at all. It was clearly a group of people with various motives in their hearts. Some wanted to gain Wang Lingxi's and her family's support, some wanted benefits by following her, and some merely hoped to share in her special talents. If they really worked together, they wouldn't have been so severely oppressed by Jie in the last life. Chapter 33 The End of the Secret Realm. What's wrong, you don't agree? Seeing Yifan's reaction, Wang Lingxi frowned and pouted, I heard about your martial arts skills, that you defeated more than 10 of Deng Li's people, but now everyone is at black iron level, and once you reach bronze level with skills for your beasts, your martial arts won't be useful anymore. The power of 1 or 2 people is limited. If you want to stand against Deng Li and his group, joining me is the best choice. Stand against Deng Li? Hearing this, Yifan smiled helplessly. He had never taken Deng Li seriously. Ever since he learned that the dynasty organization was operating in Pingcheng, his focus had been behind Deng Li, on that chaotic cult. Don't be skeptical, once you reach bronze level, beasts will truly be much stronger than humans. It's very hard to win using just martial arts. Wang Lingxi seemed worried that Yifan didn't believe her and emphasized, moreover, we have already faced bronze level beasts today and almost took down the opponent. This is the power of teamwork. Looking at Wang Lingxi's determined appearance, Yifan shook his head and turned to Fat Lee beside him. Fatty, show her. All right. Fat Lee replied, took off the bag, placed it on the ground, and opened it. Bronze level. With one glance, Wang Lingxi quickly saw the flesh of the terrible rhinoceros. In her eyes, surprise emerged. Bronze level, is it really strong? Yifan opened his mouth, and Wang Lingxi suddenly looked up, staring into his calm eyes, her lips parted slightly, feeling a bit dry. You have already advanced to bronze? Bronze killing bronze, there's no need to show off. Yifan shook his head, giving the fat man a glance, and the fat man also packed up his things. Wang Lingxi fell silent. It was clear that at this moment, she understood what it meant for black iron to defeat bronze. After hesitating for a few seconds, Wang Lingxi prepared to speak, but I have Spirit King. I know you have Spirit King, but Spirit King doesn't mean anything. It only means you might have a bit more opportunity than others, but to grasp those opportunities requires strength. Yifan interrupted Wang Lingxi, stepping forward. I think you'd better think more about how to become stronger, don't waste your talent. After he said this, many people's faces around Wang Lingxi changed, some were a bit angry, wanting to speak but ultimately remained silent. Yifan and the others soon left, and Wang Lingxi watched his back, her eyes deep. This Yifan is really arrogant. One person seemed to notice Wang Lingxi's discomfort and approached, a guy who doesn't fit in, joining us would probably lead to fights, better not to join. But others don't even look up to us, let alone join. Wang Lingxi shook her head. It was evident that Yifan's group defeating bronze-level Beastmasters at this stage had left her quite shocked. The people here had quite decent strength, generally in the black iron 5-star range, yet even such a group, when faced with the skills of bronze-level Beastmasters, still struggled and were defeated. Why do 2D levels have such strong combat power? 5 days in the secret realm soon passed. On the morning of their exit, the entrance opened, and students exited one by one. At the door, the principal came personally, and the mentors were all present. Pan Zhao and Jiang Hong sat on either side, not speaking. Students coming out, please register what you gained in the secret realm for a total value assessment. The principal says that this time, the student who performed best and gained the most will receive an elite beast. As the voice rang out, many students felt excited, especially those who had gained significantly in the secret realm, their faces full of joy. Lu Song, total value of items around 11,000. Zhao Li, total value of items around 36,000. At a table, an old man with glasses and gray hair was responsible for statistics. His vision seemed sharp, just a slight glance at the students' items on the table, he could discern their value. In no time, most of the students had been assessed, and most were around 10,000 to 50,000. It looks like these students have made quite good gains. The principal nodded as he looked at the items, clearly satisfied with this batch of newcomers' performance. Ma Xiaoxue, total value of items around 3,000. The voice sounded rather abrupt. A few mentors glanced over, and upon realizing it was a student from the normal class, their eyes shifted back to Pan Zhao. I mostly used my items. Looking at Pan Zhao's gaze, Ma Xiaoxue explained. Used or not, it doesn't matter. Pan Zhao nodded, intending to say something, when he heard a few more voices. Li Shuai, total value of items around 1,000. Xian Kuan, total value of items around 500. The consecutive announcements were all the remaining normal class students, all barely reaching 1,000. Pan Zhao's face darkened. When he heard the last student gained items worth 0, he couldn't help but speak. Did you just go window shopping in the secret realm? 5 days and found nothing? Teacher Pan. My beast is only black iron 1 star, I can't defeat any beasts. The student stammered. This statement left Pan Zhao speechless, he pouted and scolded, why are you still hanging around here? You know you can't rely solely on your beasts, so why not practice? Standing here is just embarrassing. Yes. With their heads down, a few students slipped away, while nearby, the teachers by Jiang Hong's side looked on with interest. It doesn't seem that impressive. I thought the students from the regular class could really rise up. I think He Fan is probably about the same. He looks strong, but exploring the secret realm isn't just about fighting, it's also about finding things. Not long later, the remaining students mostly came out, and as Wang Lingxi appeared, several teachers turned their attention toward her. With her spirit leader talent, Wang Lingxi has the most advantage in this secret realm, her harvest should be huge. Absolutely. You know the talent of spirit leader, treasure hunting is too easy for her. And Wang Lingxi did not disappoint, after the assessment, she obtained nearly 110,000 worth of items. 110,000, upon hearing this number, many students showed astonished expressions. This trip was equivalent to 10 times the harvest of other students. Not bad. Jiang Hong also spoke up for a rare occasion, apparently satisfied with such a harvest. Yes. Wang Lingxi nodded, but her gaze was looking back. Yi Fan and the others haven't come out yet, what are they doing? Everyone was waiting, and not long after, the light gate of the secret realm reacted. Eyes focused, suddenly, a beast corpse was thrown out. Short-legged rampaging lizard. The moment they saw this beast's corpse, many teachers' faces changed. They all knew the strength of this short-legged rampaging lizard, it had no brain, just charged around. Bronze-level awakened skills caused a seismic wave in an area, which was quite powerful. Some second-year students had gotten into trouble with it last month. But, it was killed? Before anyone could speak, the light gate shook, and then Li Fatty's voice rang out, damn, this short-legged rampaging lizard is too heavy, and the beast's space is full. As he said this, he waved his hand and, noticing everyone was staring at him, instinctively looked toward Yi Fan beside him. What's going on? Yi Fan was also surprised to see a crowd here and paused for a moment. The air was slightly silent until the principal spoke up, smiling and asking, Liu, did you too hunt this short-legged rampaging lizard? Yes. Li Fatty nodded, not thinking much. Yi Fan said the secret realm would open at 10, we should have time to take down this short-legged rampaging lizard, so we went. I see. Upon hearing this, the principal nodded, turning his gaze to Yi Fan and inquired, Yi Fan, we are currently counting the value of the secret realm's treasures, do you mind if we take a look at your harvest? No problem. Yi Fan shook his head and looked over at Li Fatty. Li Fatty understood and took off the pack from his back. When he opened it, numerous gasps filled the air, as the large backpack was stuffed full with various spirit herbs, medicines, and flowers. Thud. The pack was placed on the table, and this time, even the old man in charge of the counting was stunned for a moment, looking up at the two, then rummaged through the pack to take out the items inside. Piece by piece, items were taken out, almost filling half the table. The old man fell silent for a few seconds before announcing a number. Yi Fan and Li Yu, the value of your harvest is approximately 550,000. Chapter 34, Reward. 550,000, the moment this number came out, gasps echoed everywhere. 5 times Wang Lingxi's. 550,000? Hearing this, Wang Lingxi was the first to be shocked. Probably no one knew the situation in the secret realm better than her. There were many spirit herbs and medicines protected by beasts in that realm. How could they possibly get so many? This Yi Fan. She opened her mouth, suddenly recalling what Yi Fan had said that day. Grasp opportunities, relying on strength. So he could kill not just the bronze 1-star beasts. Cough. Hearing this number, Principal Pumi coughed softly and his gaze lingered on the package behind Yi Fan. You? I have nothing but the blood and flesh of beast tamers, it's worthless, Yi Fan quickly spoke. Pumi was left speechless. He opened his mouth but didn't continue asking. His gaze turned to Fat Li, and he smiled again. Liu, did you get anything else? I have none, it's all empty. Fat Li cooperatively spread his hands. Everything's here, the other beasts have eaten everything. Hearing this, many teachers secretly cursed. Nonsense. You just said your beast space was full. My beast space only has food in it, there's nothing else, Fat Li emphasized. Shameless. Who on earth fills a space with food? The teachers cursed quietly again. At this moment, they couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Clearly, those gains couldn't all be accounted for. Yi Fan's package and the contents in both their beast spaces definitely still contain plenty of good things. It's already 550,000, just how much did they actually earn this time? Did they go to the secret realm to stock up? Well done. From a distance, Pan Zhao's voice rang out, your two's earnings surpassed the total of an entire class. This statement aroused some jealousy, but Pan Zhao didn't mind at the moment. He had just held in a breath, and now he regained all of it. You have one amazing Wang Lingxi? My 2 here are worth more than your whole class. Jiang Hong's face darkened, his gaze focused on Yi Fan in the room. When he saw Yi Fan's calm expression, he stood up and prepared to leave. Jiang Hong, aren't you going to take a look at the results? Pan Zhao's voice called out, but Jiang Hong just snorted coldly, waved his sleeve, and left. This Jiang Hong looks ready to explode in anger. Watching Jiang Hong's reaction, Pan Zhao felt happy. Looking at Yi Fan and Fat Li, he felt increasingly favorable toward them. Even finding Liu, who had seemed like a total mess before, now looked much more pleasing. Principal, isn't it time to give out the rewards? Pan Zhao urged. Well, Pumi sighed helplessly, glared at Pan Zhao, coughed, and then looked at Yi Fan and Fat Li, speaking, this is what I arranged earlier. This time, the biggest gain from the secret realm will receive an elite grade beast. However, there's only one beast, so you'll have to decide who gets it. Give it to Yi Fan, he worked hard, Fat Li said without hesitation. All right. Pumi nodded, his gaze shifted to Yi Fan, preparing to take out the beast from his space, when Yi Fan's voice rang out. Can the beast be exchanged for cash? What? This caught Pumi off guard. Nearby, Pan Zhao was a bit anxious and couldn't help but speak, it definitely has to be a beast. The principal has only well-trained beasts, and they all started Black Iron 9 stars, very easy to evolve to bronze level. My current beast still needs a lot of resources, I shouldn't need a second one for now, Yi Fan shook his head. You? Pan Zhao opened his mouth, seeing Yi Fan's firm expression, he ultimately could only let out a frustrated sigh. The beast that the principal offers will definitely be extraordinary, even if it does not reach the elite peak with special skills, it will at least be quite good among elite grades. Raising it to a high level wouldn't be a problem. Saying it can be exchanged for cash is just ridiculous. Are you sure you want to exchange it for cash? Pumi obviously didn't expect Yi Fan to say this, surprised he said, aren't you going to ask what kind of beast I would give you? I'm not asking, Yi Fan shook his head. You little rascal, you're quite interesting, Pumi smiled at Yi Fan but didn't say more. He waved his hand, alright then, one Black Iron 9-star elite beast, at the market's average price, 600,000. I'll have the finance department calculated later and have your teachers give it to you. Okay, thank you, principal. Yi Fan clasped his hands in gratitude. He nodded to the chubby Li beside him. Li understood and lifted the package on the ground, greeting the teachers. Well, we'll be leaving now. Don't touch that short-legged storm lizard, okay? I'll be back to carry it later. As they spoke, the two of them carried their large packages and walked out, looking just like they were off to stock up on goods. The teachers watched them leave with wide-open eyes, while Pumi smiled at their departing figures, finally turning to Pan Zhao, saying meaningfully, Pan Zhao, this year seems to be your lucky year. Bang! 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 Back in the dorm, Yi Fan and his companion had just returned and closed the door when the loud knocking from Pan Zhao began. Seeing the door was almost dented, Li hurried to open it, and as soon as he did, Pan Zhao, looking somewhat unhappy, said, you two are really something. Why didn't you take that elite-level beast? I told you and you wouldn't listen. Mainly, I still have to train my own beast. Hearing Pan Zhao say this, Yifan felt helpless, just about to repeat his explanation when Pan Zhao angrily cursed him. Nonsense. You two have low-level beasts, what's there to train? Isn't that just wasting resources? It's not, Yifan shook his head and summoned his beast. The Hellhound appeared, making the temperature in the dorm noticeably warmer. Bronze-level Hellhound? Pan Zhao was taken aback at the sight of the beast. Is this your newly tamed beast? No, Yifan replied, smiling. We got 6 inferior mutation fruits in the secret realm, raising our beast's bloodline levels to elite. Inferior mutation fruits? Pan Zhao was somewhat surprised. You guys got those? Yeah, it was guarded by that short-legged storm lizard just now. Yifan answered. No wonder you didn't want it. Pan Zhao finally dropped the topic of the beast and looked at Li Liu. Where's your beast? Show me. Oh, all right. Li, who had always been scared of Pan Zhao, hurriedly summoned his 2 beasts. Black Flame Snake, Purple Pattern Snake, 2 black iron 6 stars. Pan Zhao fell silent looking at Li's 2 beasts and then glanced at the packages they had placed on the ground. How did you two manage to get so many things in the secret realm? Mainly, we were lucky. Li scratched his head, but Pan Zhao interrupted. Did I ask you? Hearing this, Li immediately fell silent. Pan Zhao turned to Yifan, who only smiled and said, just lucky, I guess. Lucky. Upon hearing this, Pan Zhao snorted but didn't ask more. As a teacher, he wouldn't pry into his students' secrets. Alright, in the next few days, go home and rest a bit, consider it a break for you too. After a while, Pan Zhao said, turning to leave. Okay. Hearing this, Yifan nodded, a smile appearing on his face. Li also wore a big smile but asked in confusion, why are you giving us a break? Are you 100,000 wise? You get a break and you're not happy? Pan Zhao scolded, not happy? Then come back and practice every day for me. I'm happy, happy. Li hurriedly replied, and only then did Pan Zhao's expression soften a bit. He looked at Yifan and said solemnly, don't rest too long after going home. You must come back before the secret realm opens next month. You're smart, you should understand what I mean. Understood. Yifan nodded in agreement, and Pan Zhao nodded back. He then shot a resentful glance at Li and scolded, Li Yu, if you could have even half the smarts of Yifan, I would be less than twice as frustrated by you every day. Li dared not speak up, watching Pan Zhao leave. He then made a face and scooted over to Yifan, quickly asking, what exactly did Pan Zhao mean? Why are we suddenly getting a break? It's just a way to say we should lay low for a while. Yifan replied, looking at Li and saying, people fear becoming famous, pigs fear becoming fat. We have gained so much from this secret realm, and since our matters have spread out, there will surely be some trouble. Instead of wasting our energy here with these people, it's better to quietly take a break and go home for a while. Anyway, it won't delay our experiences. Oh, I see. Upon hearing this, Fatty Li nodded, you mean we become famous now? Very famous. Yifan replied. He didn't expect the principal to suddenly create such a scene. Originally, they were making money quietly, and even if others suspected, they only knew he was quite strong. But with this whole incident, everyone now knows they killed the bronze beast and gained a huge haul, which is a completely different concept. They've almost been pushed into the spotlight, and for a considerable time ahead, probably all eyes would be on them. This is still without Yifan opening his bag. If he did count everything, probably a large group of people in school would want to rob them. Thinking of this, Yifan felt a bit helpless, but he didn't mind too much. Forget it, resting for a while is not bad, and I can see my parents. Anyway, I still have some things to do when I get back. Chapter 35, Going Home. Saying this, Yifan opened his backpack and counted the earnings from this trip. It was indeed a bountiful harvest. The income this time must be over 1 million. This shows the gap between Beastmasters and ordinary people. Once reaching the bronze level, even a random beast can be worth thousands. Not to mention they could find better spiritual herbs. An ordinary person, even if they are a skilled beast hunter, can only catch low-tier iron beasts, risking their lives each time they hunt. Beside him, Fatty Li leaned over, showing an interested expression. Yifan, what skill does your Hellhound understand at the bronze level? I saw it use it suddenly today, and flames surrounded a few meters around. That short-legged lizard died instantly. That's too strong. That skill is called Overheat Burn. It's quite a decent skill. Yifan replied with a smile. This morning, on the 5th day of the secret realm, his Hellhound had completed its breakthrough to bronze level in the Beastmaster space and understood its first beast skill, Overheat Burn. This skill allows the Hellhound to briefly unleash high temperatures from within, enveloping part of the surrounding space with scorching fire, based on the beast's power. This skill is somewhat similar to self-explosion but does not harm the beast itself. After usage, it will experience brief fatigue, making it a large-scale lethal skill. With this confidence, Yifan thought of capturing the short-legged lizard to get the mutated fruit spine and decided to hunt that short-legged lizard in the last 2 hours. That's when Fatty Lee was seen carrying the short-legged lizard. That skill is so cool. Fatty Lee said enviously, I wonder what skill my beast will understand at the bronze level. Anyway, no matter what skill you understand, you need to practice more and learn when to use the beast's skills in battle, Yifan replied. This is just the first skill. As the beast's level increases and the number of beasts increases, the skills understood will increase too. At that time, mastering them will become more difficult. When we go back, don't just play around, practice coordinating with your beast more. We are just starting out, don't develop lazy habits. Got it. Fatty Lee nodded, he loved listening to Yifan's lectures. Alright, let's pack up, we'll go home tomorrow. Yifan started tidying up the things on the table and thought of something. He advised Fatty, when you go back and eat so much, your parents will definitely ask you. You just need to say that the Beastmaster needs to supplement a lot of nutrition. It's fine, I normally eat a lot. Li Fatty's words left Yifan speechless, and after a long pause, he finally said, then it's alright. Early the next morning, Pan Zhao brought 600,000, a reward from the principal, to the two of them, 300,000 each, and sent them to the station. It was the first time Li Fatty had seen so much money. His eyes widened, and after being scolded by Pan Zhao for being useless and repeatedly warned not to waste the money when he got home. Tap 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 tap. Soon, the car drove away, and on the platform, Pan Zhao watched the car speed away, then he sighed softly. These two brats should be more settled when they get home. After saying this, Pan Zhao turned around and walked towards the school. But he had not walked far when a long-winged bird flew swiftly overhead, heading in the direction of the departing car. It's broad daylight, don't they know flying beasts are prohibited in Ping City? They don't understand the rules. Pan Zhao frowned as he watched the long-winged bird fly by. Every city has its own rules, some cities do not prohibit flying beasts from soaring through, while others do. Every month, a few beastmasters from other places violate the city regulations unknowingly and face punishment. For situations like this, there is a special law enforcement team in the city that will catch the beastmaster flying the long-winged bird within an hour and give them a good talking to. Shaking his head, Pan Zhao seemed a bit displeased. There are always people like this, beastmasters think they are something special, and they want to show off with a flying beast. Mom, I'm back. In the restaurant, Ning Xingxia, who was still wiping tables, froze when she heard this voice. She looked up to see Yifan carrying many bags, and for a moment, she was stunned. Yifan, why are you back? The teacher gave us a holiday. Facing his slightly aged mother, Yifan didn't say much but put down his things and reached out to hug her. Mom, you've worked hard. Ning Xingxia felt a bit overwhelmed by the hug. She unconsciously patted Yifan's back. What's wrong? Did you suffer at school? No. Yifan shook his head, released her, and took out the money from Pan Zhao from his backpack. Li Yu and I performed very well in the school's secret realm, and the principal rewarded us with 600,000, 300,000 each. This. Seeing the stack of money, Ning Xingxia became a bit anxious and quickly packed it up, her eyes filled with panic. So much money? It's not much, I'm a beastmaster now. Yifan smiled. A beastmaster can earn this much money? Ning Xingxia was somewhat skeptical, pulling Yifan close and whispering, you must not be lying to me, right? Is this really a reward from your principal? No, if you don't believe me, you can ask our teacher. Yifan replied. Then let me ask. Ning Xingxia, feeling uneasy, took out her phone and dialed Pan Zhao's number. Yifan didn't say anything. For an ordinary family, 300,000 is indeed a lot, and it was normal for his mom to worry. Confirming it was also good. Hello, is this Teacher Pan? I'm Yifan's mother. The call quickly connected, and after a few questions for confirmation, Ning Xingxia hung up, her face lighting up with joy. Yifan, are you really that amazing? I heard Teacher Pan say you are one of the most outstanding beastmasters among this year's freshmen. Of course. Yifan felt completely at ease with his mother, smiling proudly. Mom, don't underestimate me, I'm already a bronze-level beastmaster. So impressive? Ning Xingxia looked surprised. Clearly, she knew about the beastmaster levels. Definitely, from now on, you won't need to worry about our lives. Yifan replied, I could easily earn 10,000 or so just from hunting in Silver Moon Forest. Is my son really that amazing? But the Silver Moon Forest is too dangerous, it's better to go less often. Ning Xingxia said with a face full of joy. You, just study hard and get into a good university, no need to worry about the family. Alright, wait a moment, I'm going to find your dad and tell him this good news. Okay. Yifan nodded, smiling at Ning Xingxia as she walked towards the kitchen. According to usual, his dad should come out in less than 3 seconds. What? Bronze level? He even got a reward of 300,000? Clap, clap. Sure enough, a surprised exclamation rang out, and soon, Yifan's dad, Yi Lincheng, walked out from the kitchen, holding a soup spoon. Dad! Looking at Yi Lincheng, Yi Fan spoke. Good boy, you're impressive. Yi Lincheng took several big steps towards Yi Fan, a bit excited. Quick, let me see what your bronze level beast looks like. All right. Yi Fan nodded and summoned the Hellhound. Wow, it's so big. Seeing the Hellhound appear, Yi Lincheng was amazed. This must be several times bigger than our Xiaobai. About that. Yi Fan smiled and nodded. His dad was once a Beastmaster, but his skills were quite low. Xiaobai, a common white dog, was his first beast, now probably around Black Eye and 3 stars, very intelligent, and was assigned by his dad to guard the house. You boy, good, good. After circling around the Hellhound, his dad clicked his tongue in wonder, then patted Yi Fan's shoulder, sighing, if I had your talent back then, I wouldn't have failed to get into college. Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled and pulled his dad over, a bit mysteriously saying, Dad, do you still want to become a powerful Beastmaster? Become a powerful Beastmaster? Hearing this, Yi Lincheng froze, glanced at Yi Fan, and lowered his voice, do you have a way? Yes. Yi Fan nodded, also glanced at Yi Lincheng and made a gesture. After all, they were father and son, this bit of mutual understanding was still there. Yi Lincheng raised his head and shouted behind him, Xingxia, I'm taking Yi Fan to buy some good stuff, we'll be back soon. Go ahead, it's not busy in the shop anyway. Like you, he's also D-rank, capable of dealing with ordinary people, but now that we're past that age. Beast control talent does not decide everything. As long as there are enough opportunities, even without beast control talent, one can still become strong. As for age, many great talents emerge later in life. Yi Fan replied, not elaborating further, and led Yi Lincheng to sit down. Dad, I'm going to teach you a breathing technique, you must remember it. Breathing technique? Upon hearing this, Yi Lincheng's expression became serious, and he quickly adjusted his state before saying solemnly, you speak. No need to be so serious. Yi Fan smiled, Dad should know the school's breathing technique. Just follow me, change the circulation path, starting from the heart. In the following time, Yi Fan spoke slowly, teaching Yi Lincheng the breathing technique. Soon, Yi Lincheng completed the operation of the breathing technique and suddenly exhaled a breath that was dark, like impurities. What kind of breathing technique is this? It's so magical, I feel like my body has suddenly lightened a lot. After this exhalation, Yi Lincheng's energy seemed to improve significantly, looking at Yi Fan in surprise. This breathing technique is called the mirror technique, it can clear impurities from the body. There are a total of 7 levels, and after years of practice, it can prolong life, make one light as a swallow, and sharp-eyed like an eagle. At higher levels, it can also make one resistant to toxins and immune to heat and cold. Yi Fan replied, his eyes filled with a smile. Dad, you can find a reason to pass this breathing technique to Mom, you both work in an environment full of smoke and oil, so your bodies definitely have a lot of residue. Practicing this breathing technique is extremely beneficial. Good, good. Yi Lincheng nodded repeatedly, standing up and moving around, sounds crackling from his body. This breathing technique must be extremely effective. It's okay. Just don't let others know. Yi Fan shook his head, the mirror technique is not the top-tier breathing technique, but after much thought, he realized that many top breathing techniques require early practice and have special requirements. His dad, being older, might not see the best results from high-level techniques. This should be the most suitable breathing technique for his dad, it's easy to learn, and most importantly, it can prolong life and resist toxins, greatly ensuring their safety from petty villains. Dad, the breathing technique is just one step. To become a beast control master, the level of the beasts is also extremely important. After saying this, Yi Fan opened his package and placed it in front of his dad. These are the spiritual herbs and fruits I obtained in the secret realm. Though Xiaobai is considered older among white-haired dogs, suitable spiritual fruits can greatly enhance its potential. Giving it to Xiaobai? Why not keep it for your own beasts? Upon hearing this, Yi Lincheng shook his head. Spiritual fruits are too precious. I have plenty more, and these are specially selected for Xiaobai, they are the most suitable for it. Like this. At these words, Yi Lincheng hesitated and looked at Yi Fan. Are you really serious? Of course. Yi Fan replied, Dad, I am already a bronze-level beast control master. Such spiritual herbs and fruits are not difficult for me to obtain. You know, in a place like Ping City, a bronze-level beast control master can live very well. That's true. Yi Lincheng nodded and this time accepted the spiritual fruits. I'll be at home for a while. When you're free, Dad, you can train with me in the Silver Moon Forest. I have 100% confidence in ensuring your safety in the forest's outskirts. Yi Fan said somewhat seriously, and it would be good for you to improve your beast control skills. That's not a problem. Yi Lincheng nodded, he once dreamed of reaching the pinnacle of beast control masters, and now that he had a way, the heart of a strong man began to beat again. But how to tell your mom? She'll worry if you go alone, and if I take Xiaobai with you, she definitely won't allow it. Is this a challenge for Dad? Hearing this, Yifan smiled. Dad, you usually come up with excuses to sneak off for drinks pretty easily. We'll go secretly first. After some time, when you get stronger, it'll be hard to hide it, and then we can tell Mom. It'll be a surprise for her. You little rascal. Hearing this, Yi Lincheng cursed lightly, scratching his head a bit shyly. Alright then, I'll try to find some time soon to go with you. Then that's settled. Yifan nodded, glancing at Yi Lincheng, and suddenly said, Dad, I definitely want to go to a university in Kyoto in the future. You better prepare your mom, give her a heads up in advance. We're all going. By next year, I should reach the silver level. When I train, I can save some money. After graduation, buying a house in Kyoto should be no problem. No problem. Yi Lincheng smiled. Your mom was just mentioning wanting to travel to Kyoto a few days ago. Great. Yifan nodded, though there was some complexity in his eyes. He was originally worried that his dad and the others wouldn't want to go. In his past life, when he mentioned this topic while attending university, it had been denied by his mom, saying going there would hold him back, and his dad said living there wasn't as comfortable as here. It turned out his parents were willing to go to Kyoto, it was just that they didn't have the means. In this life, he had shown enough capability for the family to stand firm, and everything was different now. Thinking of this, Yifan nodded. What he wanted was just like this, everything heading in a good direction. What he didn't have before, what his family didn't have now, they could all have. This feeling is so good. Yifan nodded. As for his dad, he didn't reveal everything. Rather than telling him he became a king-level reborn in his past life, it was better to directly tell him he had inherited the legacy of a king-level powerhouse. Knowing too much would make it hard for them to accept and would add more worries. Chapter 37, Forest. I feel like I haven't been here in years. At the entrance of Silver Moon Forest, Yi Lincheng looked at the forest ahead, feeling a bit nostalgic. Pingqing isn't big, it's a small city in the 18th tier. The school is less than an hour from Yifan's house, but the school requires students to stay in dorms for management. In reality, his house is probably closer to Silver Moon Forest than the school. Beastmasters and ordinary people are really worlds apart. With a population of about 300,000 in Pingqing, there are fewer than 1,000 high school students, making the ratio less than 1 in 300. Even among Beastmasters, many lack talent and opportunities. Ordinary families can't afford the cost of raising a beast, and upgrading a normal beast to bronze requires spending money. It surely takes hundreds of thousands, if not millions. How many can afford that? Just like those in Yifan's class who couldn't even compete for the top 10. Without access to secret realms, Silver Moon Forest is extremely dangerous. Relying on their beasts to grow, they might stay at Black Iron for years, or even regress without enough nourishment. In their past life, they could grow, and even the chubby kid reached bronze level, significantly thanks to the 10 slots Pan Zhao secured for them. In previous years, students in ordinary classes really had nothing. This is also why the gap between Beastmasters and ordinary people, as well as weak Beastmasters, is so vast. A powerful Beastmaster could bring back the equivalent of several years' income for an ordinary family from a single hunt. The stronger the powerful, the weaker the weak. Moreover, many people can't fully dedicate their lives to beast mastery. If they can't get into university, they have to start thinking about family life. I spent my whole life struggling to earn money, and I might never get very far. Dad, this is just the first time, there will be more times in the future. Yifan said with a smile in his eyes, looking at the noticeably larger Little White next to his dad with a nod. The spiritual fruits he prepared for Little White were mainly focused on strengthening bones and body shape, and it was expected that this would be the direction of future evolution. The inferior mutation fruits had already been planted, and it wouldn't be long before they would bear inferior mutation fruits for Little White to use. For a Beastmaster who couldn't control elements to attack, size and strength were the greatest advantages. Did Mom learn the breathing technique? Yifan asked, recalling something. She did. Yi Lincheng nodded, a smile appearing on his face. I told her it was your grandpa who came to me in a dream, saying it should only be passed to us. I have already passed it to you, very spiritual indeed. My grandpa came to you in a dream, Dad, you're quite something. Hearing Yi Lincheng's words, Yifan couldn't help but chuckle, but didn't say much more and summoned his hellhound. Little Fire, come out. Woof. The hellhound came out, paused when it saw Yi Lincheng, then, as if it sensed something, affectionately nudged Yi Lincheng, before bending down to sniff Little White. Little White also sniffed the hellhound. It was a habit of canine creatures, and soon they would become familiar with each other. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the two canine beast masters to start playing together. Watching them play around for a while, Yifan finally spoke up, alright, we should get down to business. Upon hearing this, the hellhound immediately stood up, and Little White also appeared lively and energetic. Dad, let's go. Yifan waved to Yi Lincheng. The two entered the Beastmaster forest, where Yi Lincheng's shock was just beginning. Yifan's hellhound was too strong, and with Yifan present, it was almost a crushing experience around the entire forest perimeter. Ordinary beasts couldn't withstand even one of its pounces. However, it didn't take long for Yi Lincheng to get used to it, eagerly directing Little White to fight, quickly building up some momentum. An afternoon passed quickly, and under Yifan's guidance, Yi Lincheng successfully commanded Little White to single-handedly hunt down a wild beast of black iron 3 stars for the first time. I hunted a black iron 3-star wild beast all by myself, looking at the fallen white wolf before him. Yi Lincheng let out a long breath and turned to Yifan. Great job. Yifan smiled, waving his hand at his dad. Dad, that's enough for today. It's already past 6 in the afternoon, we should go sell the meat and head home. Otherwise, Mom will wonder. All right. Yi Lincheng agreed somewhat reluctantly. After all, he used to be a Beastmaster, and the feeling of commanding beasts was incredibly satisfying. Yifan could naturally see the expression on Yi Lincheng's face and smiled in return. This is the world of Beastmasters. If one could choose to become a powerful Beastmaster, who would be willing to be trapped in the mundane life of cooking and household chores for a lifetime? In the city meat shop, the boss smiled brightly upon seeing Yifan arrive. Recently, Yifan had come many times, each time more diligent than the last, bringing in stronger beasts than before. The boss wasn't foolish. He knew this seemingly ordinary young man was definitely not an ordinary person and was likely to achieve great things. Little brother, long time no see. The boss greeted enthusiastically, but was taken aback when he noticed Yi Lincheng beside Yifan. Old Yi, you're here too. Sigh. Yi Lincheng hadn't expected Yifan to come to this meat shop. He ran a restaurant and bought meat from this very shop, just ordinary pork and chicken beast meat. After so many years, they had become old acquaintances. Yifan glanced at Yi Lincheng, smiling as he addressed the boss. This is my father. Today just happened to be free, come with me to the Silver Moon Forest for hunting. Ah. Hearing this, the boss was shocked, looking at Yi Lincheng and saying, Wow, old Yi, this little brother is your son? Yi Lincheng nodded, appearing calm on the surface while his heart was filled with joy at the boss's expression. Your son is something else, young as he is, yet able to hunt bronze beasts so young. Then came a series of praises from the boss, and Yi Lincheng went from holding back laughter to laughing heartily, chatting merrily with the two. I'll take all the beast meat today, we are old friends, so I'll buy at the highest prices. In the end, the shopkeeper, filled with enthusiasm, sent Yi Lincheng all the way to the street corner, even stuffing a pack of good cigarettes into Yi Lincheng's pocket with insistence, showering him with compliments again. Dad, this feels pretty good, right? At the street corner, Yifan looked at Yi Lincheng, whose mouth seemed unable to close from smiling, teasing him. It's okay. Yi Lincheng replied, but the smile on his face couldn't be hidden. Hearing the butcher's words, he felt quite pleased inside, knowing the fellow was quite wealthy and treating him like this. This is just the beginning. In the future, there will be Beastmasters who will compliment you just like this. Yifan said, it'd be best if you become stronger yourself so that when I'm not around, others will respect you just the same. Absolutely. Yi Lincheng nodded repeatedly. Tomorrow, we'll come again. Tomorrow? Hearing this, Yifan raised an eyebrow. Coming out every day, aren't you afraid Mom will find out? Oh please, as long as you get stronger, it doesn't matter if your mom knows. Yi Lincheng replied, looking at Yifan, and they both laughed. Yifan and his dad have always had a good relationship, with no barriers between them. Wife, that Li Diyun said he's moving today. At the breakfast table, Yi Lincheng picked up a piece of meat, pretending to casually say while eating, you know, we've always had a good relationship, and I plan to take Yifan to help. Moving again? Hearing this, Lincheng furrowed her brows, looking at Yi Lincheng with slight scrutiny. Your good friends have all gotten rich recently, why are they moving so often? I don't know, maybe. Yi Lincheng felt a bit guilty. Are you trying to sneak out for drinks again? Lincheng seemed to see through him. No, why would I take Yifan if I were going to drink? Yi Lincheng defended himself, glancing at Yifan beside him. Yifan got the hint and quickly raised his chopsticks. It's true, we just happened to run into Uncle Li while shopping for groceries, he told Dad. Isn't Li Diyun living in the east of the city? How would you meet him? Lincheng expressed some doubts but didn't continue interrogating. She just nodded. Alright, if you go, come back early, don't return late. Okay. Hearing this, Yi Lincheng hurriedly finished his meal and stood up, heading outside. Yifan, hurry up, let's go help before it gets too late. Okay. Yifan agreed, quickly taking a few big bites, wiping his mouth, and also standing up. These two. Watching Yi Lincheng and Yifan hurriedly leave, Lincheng shook her head. She didn't believe they were actually moving, she just thought they were out for a day's fun. After all, Yifan had become a bronze level, so at least their future life would be fine, making Lincheng feel much more at ease. Letting them relax is fine, the restaurant hasn't seen much business all day. Thinking this, Lincheng picked up her bowl, preparing to grab some dishes when she saw Sha Bai, who had been lying at the door sleeping, shake his head and follow them outside, revealing a hint of confusion in her eyes. Am I seeing things? How does Xiaobai seem to grow larger every day? Chapter 38, Birthday Fruit. A few more days passed, and one morning, Yi Lincheng was quickly eating breakfast. Just as he put down his chopsticks and hadn't had time to speak, Lin Xingxia spoke first. Today is your uncle's birthday. Aren't you going? It's my uncle's birthday. Hearing this, Yi Lincheng was taken aback, but soon, he looked somewhat troubled and said, maybe I won't go. Why not go? After all, he is family. Lin Xingxia replied, glancing at Yi Lincheng, seemingly understanding his troubles, and added, I heard they are moving away next year. We won't see them again. Now that Yi Fan has made something of himself, it wouldn't hurt to show up and bring some glory. Hearing this, Yi Fan's ears perked up. He couldn't recall having an uncle. That's true. Yi Lincheng hesitated, but after looking at Yi Fan, he nodded. Taking Yi Fan along is fine, after all, his cousin has a good relationship with us. His cousin came to our house to play for a few days last time. Then go early today and buy some decent gifts. Lin Xingxia stood up, no need to worry about the store. Okay. Yi Lincheng nodded, stood up, and motioned for Yi Fan to follow. Yi Fan saw this and followed him out. At the door, seeing Yi Lincheng's worried expression, Yi Fan curiously asked, Dad, do you really have an uncle? Of course I do. Your uncle is quite remarkable and has always treated us well. It's just that a few years ago, he went away, and the family. Yi Lincheng said a line, seeming to recall some past, shaking his head. Never mind, let's go buy some stuff. Hearing this, Yi Fan became more convinced that there was some story behind it. Then, he suddenly remembered what Fatty Li had said the other day about having a cousin from the Longtong family. Connecting it with what his dad had mentioned before about having a cousin, could it be that Fatty was right, and he really did have a cousin from the Longtong family? With a Longtong family, that family must have some connections. In his past life, his dad was quite successful, yet he didn't rise at first. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan seemed to connect some dots. He looked at Yi Lincheng and suddenly said, Dad, is it that your uncle's family doesn't quite welcome you? Hearing this, Yi Lincheng's face stiffened, then with a bitter smile, he said, You little rascal, can you not be so blunt when you speak? So that's it. Yi Fan smiled and patted Yi Lincheng's shoulder to comfort him. It's okay, Dad, now I'm here, we have some face. Of course. Hearing this, Yi Lincheng nodded, but then a worried expression resurfaced. It's just that their gifts are quite precious. What can we buy? You don't know the last times I went, others brought spiritual herbs and fruits. I brought a bag of fruits, it made me feel embarrassed. That indeed is somewhat shameful. Hearing this, Yi Fan pondered for a moment, then quickly had a plan. He waved and hailed a taxi. Let's go, Dad, we are going to Lingqiaotang. Lingqiaotang? Yi Lincheng was somewhat puzzled. Are we going to buy spiritual herbs and fruits? We already have some at home, we could just take those. What we have at home is for feeding the beasts, what I want to buy is definitely different and of higher quality. Yi Fan said. Of higher quality. Hearing this, Yi Lincheng was taken aback and hesitated. Isn't that a bit expensive? I didn't bring much money with me. Buying spiritual fruits doesn't necessarily need money, we can trade. Yi Fan smiled mysteriously. This morning, the mutated fruits he had grown in his beast space had matured, a total of 6, each worth around 500,000. That should be more than enough to buy a gift for the birthday celebrations. Saying this, Yi Fan got into the taxi. Yi Lincheng hesitated but still followed Yi Fan. The taxi sped along, and in a short while, stopped at the entrance of Lingqiaotang. It's that kid that Shui Jie mentioned. Seeing Yi Fan's appearance, the receptionist at the door immediately recognized him and hurriedly went inside to notify. That little brother is here? Inside, Ning Shui, who was feeling a bit bored, was slightly surprised to hear the news. It had been over 10 days since Yi Fan last visited Lingqiaotang. She thought the little guy had stopped coming. Pat. As he was thinking, Yi Fan walked into the room with Yi Lincheng, and Ning Shui smiled, greeting them. Little brother, long time no see. Long time no see. Yi Fan replied with a smile, while Yi Lincheng looked at Yi Fan in surprise beside him. What a kid, everywhere you go there's someone you know. Yi Fan didn't explain anything to Yi Lincheng. Looking at Ning Shui in front of him, he pondered for a moment and said, Do you have Shou Dangua here? I want the highest quality. Shou Dangua? Upon hearing the name of this spirit fruit, Ning Shui was taken aback. Shou Dangua, this is not a fruit for beast taming, but specifically for people, known for its ability to prolong life. Outside, it is often used as a gift for strong elders, carrying a big reputation. One piece is worth 1,000,000. Little brother wants Shou Dangua. There's an elder at home having a birthday, it's a gift. Yi Fan replied briefly. Ning Shui didn't ask further, but her heart raced with excitement. Just as Ning Qinghai said, this little guy really comes from a prestigious family. To give Shou Dangui as a birthday gift, what a grand gesture. Please wait a moment, I'll ask our leader. She suppressed her inner excitement and spoke to Yi Fan calmly. Yi Fan nodded, and Ning Shui quickly went upstairs. At this moment, Yi Lincheng leaned closer. Yi Fan, what is Shoudangua? A hyped-up spirit fruit. Yi Fan replied, shaking his head with a smile, but to give as a longevity gift, it carries a lot of prestige. This is the truth, Shoudangua is indeed hyped up, it just looks good, tastes great, and has some spirit energy. For people, the effect is similar to good beast meat. As for prolonging life, it's completely exaggerated. If it truly had that effect, it wouldn't be sold as a common mid-tier item, at least it would be considered spiritual level, and in high demand. Little brother, we have Shoudangua. Let's talk upstairs. Soon, Ning Qinghai came downstairs with a smile. Yi Fan nodded at Yi Lincheng, and the two went upstairs. This time, they didn't go to the second floor but to the third floor, a private room, and as usual, tea was served. Soon, the attendant brought Shoudangua. The appearance of Shoudangua resembled a large peach, looking plump and crystal-like, with a divine fragrance wafting through the air. Little brother, this is one of the best from our batch of Shoudangua. Ning Qinghai smiled at Yi Fan, saying, if it's for an elder's gift, it's definitely a top choice. As for the price, I'll give you the best deal, 880,000 per piece, a lucky price. Good. Upon hearing this number, Yi Fan nodded, seemingly unfazed, looking at Ning Qinghai, can I trade it for something? Ning Qinghai was slightly surprised by this but quickly nodded with a smile, of course, little brother, just bring out any suitable spirit fruits. This should be enough. Yi Fan responded, taking out 2 inferior transformation fruits, having kept 3 for Xiaobai, there wasn't much use for the extras. Inferior transformation fruits. Seeing this fruit, Ning Qinghai's expression slightly changed, then he nodded repeatedly, that's enough, completely enough. In terms of rarity, inferior transformation fruits are indeed rarer than Shoudangua, it alters bloodlines, and even changing a lowly bloodline is a completely different concept. Take it. He instructed the attendant to collect the inferior transformation fruits, and Ning Qinghai looked at Yi Fan, his gaze completely changed. What was once a guess about the strength of Yi Fan's family was now almost certain. Ahem. Hesitating for a few seconds, Ning Qinghai said with a hint of uncertainty, may I ask your name, young friend? Yi Fan. Yi Fan replied. Upon hearing, Ning Qinghai pondered for a moment, then seemed to recall something, his expression changing as he hurriedly said, so it's young friend Yi. You're being too polite, Ning Hall Master. Yi Fan replied, picking up the Shoudangua from the table, my father and I are busy preparing to attend the elder's birthday, so we won't trouble Hall Master. Young friend Yi, you are welcome to leave. Ning Qinghai quickly stood, this time almost escorting Yi Fan out of the spirit herb hall. With a long breath, he finally relaxed. The leader, Yi Fan, it seems he is quite the rising star among this year's freshmen at Pingcheng High School. I've heard he has already reached the bronze level. Ning Shui said, standing by, showcasing Ling Keotang's keen insight into information. Compared to his family, what's bronze worth? Ning Qinghai shook his head, glancing at Ning Shui, seemingly relieved. This time, we might have made the right connections. Is there a big family with the surname Yi in Pingcheng? Hearing this, Ning Shui was puzzled, but soon, her expression changed dramatically as she seemed to realize something, lowering her voice, it can't be that one, right? After saying this, Ning Shui looked at Ning Qinghai. Isn't Yi Fan's background a bit too strong? Strong, and frighteningly strong. Ning Qinghai replied, shaking his head. Don't tell anyone about this, to avoid trouble. Chapter 39, Gift Giving. Stowing away the longevity fruit, Yi Fan and the others headed towards where their uncle resided. The location was in Morning Breeze Village, which sounded like a typical urban village. However, upon arrival, staring at the expansive medieval palace-style buildings before him, Yi Fan was stunned. This isn't an urban village, this must at least be a noble's castle? What on earth is my uncle doing? Looking at the scene, Yi Fan couldn't help but glance at Yi Lincheng beside him. He must be a powerful figure in the beast-taming world, though I don't know how strong. Anyway, he's very formidable and belongs to the military. Yi Lincheng replied. A military powerhouse? At these words, Yi Fan frowned. He was aware of many strong figures in the military, but all were active in his own era. Let's meet him first before deciding. Yi Fan didn't get hung up on the question, following behind Yi Lincheng, his mind deep in thought. Next year, moving house, shedding armor to return to the fields, with the surname Yi in Pingcheng, possessing Dragon Eye bloodline, so many clues interconnected, yet in his memory, there was still no relevant figure corresponding to them. It shouldn't be like this. Yi old man's birthday, no entry for the idol. At the entrance, 2 guard-like figures blocked the way. Please show your pass. Pass. Hearing this, Yi Lincheng felt a bit embarrassed. I'm Yi old man's nephew, Yi Lincheng. Yi old man's nephew? On hearing this, the guards hesitated, taking out a nearby roster. Soon, they found Yi Lincheng's name at the bottom and nodded, stepping aside to let them through. Please enter. Okay. Yi Lincheng nodded, leading Yi Fan inside. Dad, you're quite low profile, I saw you at the bottom of the list. Yi Fan said with a smile. You little rascal, at least I'm on the list. Yi Lincheng retorted. Before he could say more, someone walked over. This person looked dignified and was likely Yi old man's son, here to greet the guests. Eldest brother. Seeing the arriving man, Yi Lincheng greeted him with a smile. Lincheng? Upon seeing Yi Lincheng, the other seemed a bit surprised, his brow furrowing slightly. However, he didn't say much, just waved his hand, go on in. Just two simple sentences, with no further words, and his gaze never glanced at Yi Fan. With this one gesture, Yi Fan already sensed their family's attitude toward them, immediately feeling an increase in discomfort about this family. Yi Lincheng didn't say anything, just nodded, pulling Yi Fan deeper within. Soon, a large hall appeared ahead. Yi Lincheng pushed the door open, and inside, the spacious living room was filled with guests, a crowd dressed in fine clothing, bustling with excitement. Upon hearing the door open, many people's eyes turned towards them, but upon recognizing Yi Lincheng, many averted their gaze, resuming their lively conversations. Looks like Dad isn't really welcomed here. This scene made Yi Fan shake his head. Dad, let's find a place to sit. All right. Yi Lincheng nodded, searching amidst the crowd until he found a secluded corner to sit down. On their seats, as the crowd looked at Yi Lincheng and Yi Fan sitting down, they all remained silent, some wearing expressions of disdain. Yi Fan sensed this atmosphere, his gaze turned towards a person opposite him. In a hazy sight, he saw golden light swirling in his eyes. Dragon pupil. Yi Fan's expression changed slightly, it was indeed the dragon pupil. At this moment, Yi Fan suddenly fell silent, raising his eyes to look around. Among the guests, under the light of the hall, in the midst of enthusiastic conversations, many people's eyes also had golden light swirling. Even Yi Fan couldn't help but take a cold breath at this scene. The Slayer's family, there are so many dragon pupils. How could there be so many dragon pupils in the next generation? Yi Fan was secretly astonished. The bloodline of the dragon pupil grows fainter over time, and the number appearing in offspring decreases, yet here, there were no less than 30 dragon pupils. How could this quantity be possible? Dad, are all the people here from the Yi family? Yi Fan suddenly asked, looking at Yi Lincheng beside him. Yes, but your uncle's line is not many, there are others. Your grandfather is the youngest, ranking 28th, almost 20 years younger than your uncle, Yi Lincheng replied. Your ancestor was quite passionate, marrying 7 wives. Your uncle and your grandfather have the same mother, we are still very close. 28th. Hearing this number, Yi Fan felt a bit helpless. That's fine then. Old Yi is here. Soon, with the noise of the guests, an old man walked onto the stage. The old man had white hair but a youthful face. Although he appeared old, he was very spirited, walking steadily on stage with sword-like eyebrows that carried some authority. Complimentary words were endless, and soon someone led the way, one by one carrying gifts to the stage, while a nearby attendant shouted who was giving what. Those going up addressed him as uncle or ancestor, each with their own way of calling, and Old Ji chatted with each person briefly before moving to the next. This scene made Yi Lincheng's face turn somewhat unnatural, as if recalling something. Meanwhile, Yi Fan felt a bit sorry for his father. Such a grand occasion was truly the center of attention, carrying fruits onto the stage. No wonder his father said he wouldn't come. For ordinary people, they could already change to live in another city. It's okay, Dad. Yi Fan patted Yi Lincheng's shoulder and smiled, taking out a box containing birthday fruits. This year won't embarrass us. Good. Receiving Yi Fan's comfort, Yi Lincheng felt reassured and held the box of birthday fruits. All right. Yi Lincheng nodded, and after most of the Yi clan had gone up, he stood up, holding the box and walking over with Yi Fan. Once on the stage, many people's eyes turned to pay attention, many had smiles in their eyes. Obviously, they all wanted to see what this descendant of the Yi family, who brought fruits last year, would offer this year. As soon as he got on stage, Old Ye's gaze shifted over, taking a glance at Yi Lincheng and nodding slightly. Then, he waved to an attendant, seemingly saying something. The attendant, hearing this, nodded and came over to take the item from Yi Lincheng's hands, quickly putting it aside without saying anything. Watching the scene, Yi Lincheng felt a bit helpless. He already understood what Old Yi was talking about, probably worrying that he would embarrass himself. He told the attendant not to open the box to announce the gift. Just your presence is enough. Old Ye's voice rang out. Hearing this, Yi Fan looked up and saw the gentle light in Old Ye's eyes directed at Yi Lincheng, filled with affection. No matter what you give, you are all my family. This statement was very gentle, and Yi Lincheng couldn't help but freeze, looking at the kind-faced Old Yi, and instinctively nodded. Old Ye's gaze focused on Yi Lincheng for a while, as if noticing that Yi Lincheng was somehow different, slowly nodding. You have changed a lot this year, it's good. Uncle is too kind, Yi Lincheng nodded, pulling Yi Fan aside. Say hello to your uncle. Hello, uncle. Yi Fan spoke up. Good. Old Yi nodded, shifting his gaze to Yi Fan. The gaze slightly changed. Fanner, your changes are quite big too. I have heard about your situation in Pingcheng High School. You are doing well. Thank you for the compliments, old man. Yifan nodded, feeling no strong dislike towards this kindly old man. You, just like Lin Chang, look like your grandfather. Old Yi seemed a bit sentimental and said, it's a pity he was too reckless back then, otherwise, he would have left you something. After saying this, Old Yi appeared a bit uncomfortable and started coughing violently. Old Yi, you have talked too much today, you must be tired. The attendant hurriedly came over, but was waved away by Old Yi, who firmly said, I don't need anyone to serve me. I know my body best. As he spoke, Old Yi emanated a calm authority, eyes filled with anger. At that moment, Yifan clearly saw the golden light in Old Ye's eyes, which was far more intense than that of everyone present. It looked like a pair of glowing eyes. A faint sense of majesty arose, and the attendant was instantly frightened, quickly retracting his hand. This dragon eye. On the side, Yifan was slightly surprised at the scene. Such intense dragon eye showed a high ratio of dragon bloodline within the body. I am old, my body is indeed feeling unwell. Old Yi soon became gentle again, the golden light in his eyes fading, and he looked at Yi Linchang, asking, next year, we will move to Kyoto. Do you want to go with me? This. Yi Linchang paused for a moment, then glanced at Yifan and shook his head. Yifan is still in high school. I can find him a high school in Kyoto. Old Yi spoke again. This time, Yi Linchang was at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. When Yifan spoke up, old man, I will get into a university in Kyoto myself in the future, and bring our family along. When these words came out, a smile appeared on Old Ye's face, praising, you brat, you have ambition. In that case, we will wait for you in Kyoto. After saying this, Old Yi waved his hand, and Yi Linchang timely bid farewell, walking off the stage. Yifan hesitated for a few seconds, but ultimately, as he was about to leave the stage, he couldn't help but turn back, walking to Old Ye's side and whispering, old man, have you been feeling very unwell lately? Whenever you exert yourself, does your body feel like it's being pierced by countless fine needles? Old Yi, who had been confused, changed his expression instantly upon hearing this. He looked at Yifan and lowered his voice, you know about my hidden illness? Most dragon eye users have such symptoms. I just observed that your dragon eye seems much more intense than the average second generation. You must have had some lucky encounter that enhanced the concentration of your bloodline. Yifan explained, sounding quite confident. But dragon blood is highly toxic. Unless it's the first generation dragon slayers, once the bloodline concentration of the second generation exceeds a certain limit, it will backlash from this inherited bloodline. Old man must have already suffered from the backlash. If this situation isn't dealt with promptly, your health will continually decline until the dragon blood completely erodes you to death. As these words came out, Old Ye's expression changed again, the golden light in his eyes flickering, and he glanced at Yifan, whispering, do you have a solution? I do, but there are too many people here right now. If you have time soon, just come to my house to find me. Yifan spoke, then stepped back and returned to his seat with Yi Linchang. What did you just say to your grandpa? Why did I see your grandpa's eyes so wide? At the table, Yi Linchang lowered his voice and asked Yifan. I said I know how to treat grandpa's illness. Yifan casually replied. Illness? Hearing this, Yi Linchang's expression changed, is your grandpa sick? Of course. Otherwise, why would he retire from the front lines? Yifan scoffed. Then how do you know you can treat it? Dad, why are you asking so many questions? Yifan responded, glancing at Yi Linchang. Suddenly said, it's not your responsibility. Tisk. This statement choked Yi Linchang for a moment. After a while, he quietly cursed, you little brat, not even giving face to your old man. No. Yifan shook his head. Suddenly thinking of something, he asked, didn't Dad say there's a cousin we have a good relationship with? Didn't she come? Your cousin. Hearing this, Yi Linchang lowered his voice again and leaned close to Yifan's ear. You know your cousin isn't favored by your uncle, so she probably didn't come today. My cousin isn't favored by uncle either. Hearing this, Yifan was a bit surprised. Isn't his cousin a dragon seer? How could that be? After all, your uncle is in charge of the family now. In such a big family, conflicts are easy to arise. Plus, your cousin has married far away to Beihai, so she has even less standing at home. It's normal for her not to come, she probably informed your uncle beforehand. Yi Linchang explained, looking at the dishes being served, picked one up, and continued, your cousin's life is quite tough too. Married to Beihai alone, she has no acquaintances there. I've heard she's not doing well. I see. Yifan nodded, and didn't say much more. Soon, the banquet ended, and the guests left one after another. Clearly, most of these people weren't from Ping City. Outside the banquet hall, the sound of helicopters echoed continuously. Yifan and the others went to say goodbye to Elder Yi. After waving and smiling, they left. They didn't have a helicopter, so they could only walk away. That brat Lincheng, what a pity, finally getting some opportunities at almost 40. Watching the two leave, Elder Yi sighed and then frowned, thinking of something, but my grandson seems a bit extraordinary. Extraordinary or not, he's still just a D rank, without the dragon vein of the Yi family. A middle-aged man's voice came from the side. It was Yi Guihai, Elder Yi's eldest son, who had been welcoming the guests outside. Over the years, he had always had a poor impression of Yi Lincheng. The dragon vein isn't necessarily a good thing. Elder Yi shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further, but looked at the end of the gifts. Let me see the gift Lincheng gave. They could send something good? Last time it was watermelon, this time, it might be pineapple, Yi Guihai spoke, seeming to notice Elder Yi's thoughts. Father, it might be better not to look. Your health hasn't been great lately, it's not good to get angry. Even if it's a stone, a gift from family, I think is great. Elder Yi began, shaking his head. Besides, that's the son of the youngest. Little dad's glory from back then is all going to be overshadowed by him. Yi Guihai said, seeing Elder Yi's determination, he said no more and picked up the box Yi Lincheng sent, taking it to Elder Yi's front. Open it. Elder Yi instructed. At the sound, Yi Guihai opened the box, and when the abundant birthday fruit appeared, he froze in place. This. He said, for a moment seemingly unable to believe it, that guy Lincheng, where did his family get the money to buy this birthday fruit? Elder Yi was also a little dazed, as if recalling their earlier conversation, a significant expression appeared on his face. Sending birthday fruit on a birthday in Ping City, seems like it's not common. Dad, why are you looking so glum? Walking on the road outside, Yi Fan noticed Yi Lincheng's gloomy face and asked with a smile, is it because of the expensive gift that uncle didn't appreciate? It's not just that, 880,000 yuan can buy a decent house in Ping City. Yi Lincheng replied, shaking his head. Your uncle is kind-hearted, I don't blame him, it just stings a little. Alright, it's not your money, it's my money. Hearing that, Yi Fan nodded and miraculously pulled out a low-grade fruit. Besides, I still have the kind of fruit I spent today. Still have? Hearing this, Yi Lincheng was shocked. Of course, I have too many spiritual herbs and fruits here. Yi Fan replied, pulling out a deformation fruit. Good boy. Seeing this, Yi Lincheng quickly took a deformation fruit. This thing is incredible, it can enhance the Beastmaster bloodline, it's not an ordinary item. For an ordinary family, even a lifetime of hard work might not buy a few of these. After admiring it for quite a while, Yi Lincheng finally handed the deformation fruit back. This is for your old dad. Yi Fan shook his head and took out another deformation fruit, stuffing all of them into his father's hands. There are 3 in total, to enhance Little White's bloodline level. For Little White, this. Yi Lincheng quickly waved his hands, but Yi Fan spoke up first. My beast has already reached the elite level, it's no use for me to take them. Yi Lincheng was taken aback and then helplessly accepted the deformation fruits. You little rascal, now you've got all the good things. That's for sure. Yi Fan nodded, and then thought of something, asking, Dad, do you know our family history? Family history? Upon hearing this, Yi Lincheng showed a contemplative expression. After a few seconds, he shook his head, I don't know. Dad, next time if you don't know, just say you don't know, no need to pretend to think. Yi Fan responded helplessly and then asked, so who are the strong ones in the family, what did they do, surely you must know some of that. Chapter 41 The Chaos of Dragon Eyes. Strong ones? There are many, your great-grandfather, second-grandfather, fourth-grandfather. As Yi Lincheng was about to list them, Yi Fan quickly waved his hands. Anyway, the Yi family members of their generation were all quite powerful. Yi Fan summarized, I just heard from my uncle that something happened to Grandpa, so he didn't take care of us? That's right, I've barely seen your grandfather. Apparently, he went to the front lines right after I was born, and by the time I remembered things, your grandfather had already passed away. As he said this, Yi Lincheng sighed, your grandmother had poor health. After hearing this news, she cried every day and didn't live long after. I was just over 10 when I took charge. During this time, did other Yi family members not help us at all? Yi Fan asked. Yes, your uncle's family was quite nice to us at first, supporting my education, daily life, and such. Yi Lincheng replied, sighing, but I didn't excel, I became a D-level and didn't achieve anything in high school, so we gradually had less to do with them. Only your cousin's family still treats us well. So that's how it is. Yi Fan nodded thoughtfully. The general idea was that uncle and grandfather were brothers, and after grandfather passed away, their family took care of his dad at first, but as his dad became more ordinary, the care gradually lessened, transforming into indifference and mockery. Dad, it's okay. Patting Yi Lincheng's shoulder, Yi Fan said, we will become strong in the future, and make everyone look at us in a new light. I don't think much of it. It's just that we are all family, it shouldn't have turned out like this. Yi Linchang replied, wanting to say something but ultimately didn't continue, just sighed. At night, when they returned home, it was already quite late. Lin Qingxia was already lying in the bedroom, and Yi Fan returned to his room. Creak. In the bedroom, seeing Yi Linchang return, she asked, "How is it?" "Same as usual." Yi Linchang replied, "But today, Uncle said I changed a lot. He praised me a bit and also praised Yi Fan." "That's not bad. Did Lena go?" "Lena didn't go. Today she was at elder brother's house for a feast." Yi Linchang shook his head, looking at Lin Qingxia's eager face. He suddenly said, "Qingxia, I want to become a Beastmaster again." "Become a Beastmaster again?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxia was taken aback, instinctively looking through the window towards the door where Little White, who was knee-height, was lying. Could it be Little White? Yes, I fed a lot of spirit fruits to Little White. Now Little White has already reached the Black Iron 6 stars. Yi Linchang replied, pulling out the deformation fruits. This is the inferior transformation fruit given by Yi Fan, which can turn low-grade beast tamers into elite-grade beast tamers. At this moment, perhaps due to something at the banquet, Yi Linchang suddenly laid his cards on the table, looking at Lin Qingxia with serious eyes and saying, "Fanner has obtained the inheritance of a supreme powerhouse. The breathing method I told you about before is what he gave me. His strength is very strong. During this time, I have been making excuses to go out, but I have actually been following him to hunt in the Silver Moon Forest." Hearing this, Lin Qingxia was stunned. "Qingxia, I no longer want to accept being ordinary." Yi Linchang's tone was profound. "Do you know how I felt at the banquet today? What? I couldn't even bring dignity to my son, but instead, I needed him to comfort me." Yi Linchang spoke, shaking his head. "It would have been fine if it were just me, but Yi Fan shouldn't be looked down upon because of me." These words left Lin Qingxia somewhat silent, and after a while, she said, "Have you thought it over?" Yi Linchang nodded. "Beast taming was once my dream. Now Fanner has opened a path for me to become strong. If I don't seize this opportunity, I will regret it. If you've thought it through, then it's fine." Lin Qingxia nodded, embracing Yi Linchang. "When the shop rent is due this month, we'll close the shop, and I will accompany you. Since we got married, I haven't seen your beast taming for a very long time." On the other side, in the bedroom, Yi Fan naturally had no idea about his parents' conversation, nor did he expect that today's banquet would have such a huge impact on his father. In terms of mindset, in his previous life, as a 100-year-old monster, he had long been indifferent to the opinions of others, so regarding these people's behavior, he felt only that his father was somewhat pitiful. For himself, it really didn't matter. At most, he was curious about this family. Which family could it be? On the bed, Yi Fan once again revealed a thoughtful expression. "Dragon pupils, Kyoto, Ping City." No. After a moment, suddenly realizing something, Yi Fan sat up from the bed, a memory of a huge upheaval emerging in his mind. The Dragon Pupil Chaos. No way. As this term emerged, Yi Fan found it hard to believe. In his previous life, there had been a significant upheaval in Kyoto, roughly happening 4 years later. This upheaval nearly affected the core of the government. The specific reason was a rebellion launched by a group of troops led by those with dragon pupils, which was massive and even occupied several key positions in Kyoto. It was only through the urgent return of several powerful figures from the front lines that the rebellion was suppressed. All dragon pupil users were killed. All rebels were exiled. That news had been suppressed at the time. Just as Yi Fan was studying at university in Kyoto, he had witnessed the chaos with his own eyes. Later, it was announced by the government that it had been intentionally instigated by the dynasty organization, and he hadn't thought much of it. But now, with all the clues piling up, the only thing that fit this description was that rebellion. The dragon pupil chaos actually started with the Yi family. Speaking this sentence, Yi Fan took a cold breath, thinking of the kind Yi elder at the banquet, a military boss who had retired from the front lines. Such a person, who had dedicated his life for the sake of his country, would never initiate a rebellion. Unless Yi elder is dead. Although Yi elder's hidden illness is severe, it shouldn't be untreatable within 4 years. Yi Fan speculated, but the more he speculated, the more shocked he felt. Someone must have harmed Yi elder, and also joined the dynasty organization. This was almost shocking news. A family with dragon pupil bloodlines, their ancestors were all the first dragon slayers full of glory. They were pioneers who created this era, and practitioners as well. No one would doubt that their descendants would join the dynasty organization to restore the ancient feudal dynasty, and this was precisely an extremely dangerous omen. When I have the chance, I must tell uncle to be wary of those around him. Yi Fan silently made a decision. Looking up at the window, suddenly, a dark shadow flashed by, like a huge bird of prey swooping low. Woof! Woof! The little white dog at the door stood up, barking wildly at the sky, as if sensing something. Yi Fan frowned instantly and rolled out of bed. As soon as he stepped out the door, Yi Linchang across the room was also about to open his door, but was stopped by Yi Fan. He pressed down on the door, lowering his voice. "Dad, you and Mom stay in the room. Unless I call for you, don't come out." Inside the room, Yi Linchang, who originally thought there was something outside, suddenly became tense upon hearing this. He wanted to push the door open, but Yi Fan spoke again, "You must listen to me." "All right." Yi Linchang fell silent and released his hand from the door. Outside, Yi Fan walked softly toward the yard, his footsteps light, not looking up like the little white dog. He didn't linger in the yard but opened the door and headed toward a secluded street. Soon, under the moonlight outside, Yi Fan gradually came to a small alley. Facing a dead end ahead, Yi Fan stopped and spoke. "Come out, is it interesting to stay in the sky?" Boom. As the voice fell, the sound of wings flapping echoed, and then a figure in a black robe landed in front of Yi Fan. "You are quite bold," Yi Fan said, his eyes scanning the long-winged bird beside the cloaked figure, frowning slightly. "A bronze 5-star elite-level beast, still able to fly." After a moment of thought, Yi Fan raised his hand. "You don't know that the airspace is restricted here?" "I know, but it's just a fine, and how many enforcers are awake in the middle of the night?" The black-robed person replied, a smirk of mockery on his face as he looked at Yi Fan. "You really have a heart to protect your family, bringing me to such a remote place." Chapter 42 Black-Robed Man. Yi Fan nodded, looking at the black-robed man, and suddenly spoke, "Is there no one left in the dynasty organization?" "Just you?" Hearing this, the black-robed man's eyes sharpened. "Kid, you know about the dynasty organization? Otherwise, why would I have asked Deng Li to tell you?" Yi Fan replied, his eyes calm, "You sure came at the right time, when I was back in my hometown." "What, afraid to act in school? Are you provoking me, kid?" The black-robed man said, his gaze fixed on Yi Fan, "I know your background well, the son of the most useless person in the Yi family, no one will help you. I suggest you take back that statement." Yi Fan's tone suddenly turned cold. "Angry?" The black-robed man taunted, "But the fact is just that. You are quite bold." Yi Fan spoke again, and in the next moment, the hellhound appeared from the beast's base. "Beast, ascend." Yi Fan raised his hand, light gathering, and when the towering hellhound appeared before him, the black-robed man was slightly surprised. "Bronze 2-star?" But soon, the black-robed man laughed. "Kid, I'm not one of those rookies at your school." Saying this, the black-robed man also raised his hand, light gathering around him. "Beast, Gale." As he spoke, this light did not envelop the beast but instead spilled out in all directions. The wind suddenly roared, blowing both of their hair. The wind was so strong that a sign from a barber shop at the other end of the alley rolled away like a ball. "A rare talent that can change the weather in the C rank." Yi Fan stood firm, feeling the change in the surrounding weather, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Another rather special beast talent. If such a person entered the front lines as a warrior, they could serve as excellent area interference. Logically, they are valuable military talents. But now, this talent was used to create a distraction for killing. Is the restoration of the dynasty really that tempting? Yi Fan spoke, no longer hesitating at this moment. The opponent wanted to kill him, and he would not hold back. Xiaohua, pounce and bite. Roar. A low, hoarse roar echoed from the hellhound's mouth, and in an instant, it lunged toward the long-winged bird. The figure in the black cloak reacted quickly, flipping onto the bird, and with a powerful flap, the long-winged bird soared into the sky once more. "Kid, you can't win against me." The figure in the black cloak did not fly too high, and at least, Yi Fan could clearly hear his words. "Long-winged bird, use the feather of falling leaves." As the black-cloaked man's voice rang out, the long-winged bird flapped its wings again, expanding them, and the feathers shot down like tiny swords from the sky, pulled by an unseen force. With the dense number of them, it covered several meters around Yi Fan, and this scene was alarming. Clearly, the black-cloaked man knew he couldn't tangle with Yi Fan, so he used the long-winged bird's beast control skill right away. The first move was a lethal strike. Yi Fan looked at the countless feathered blades in the sky and smiled. Almost as soon as the black-cloaked man finished speaking, he let out a soft grunt and swiftly retreated. His speed was fast, obviously beyond the black-cloaked man's expectations. When this strike missed, the black-cloaked man stared blankly as Yi Fan safely exited the killing radius. "You were right earlier, you are not one of those school weaklings." Yi Fan's voice rang out, "But unfortunately, I am no weakling either. I'm already tired of direct attacks on Beastmasters in beast battles." On the ground, standing against the fierce wind, Yi Fan patted the hellhound beside him and let out a cold laugh. Having experienced countless beast battles in his past life, whether simply facing beasts or battling to the death, he knew all too well about ambushes and counter-ambushes. His combat experience was vast. How could he not see through a young man? Just this man in his 20s in a black cloak. With just a glance, Yi Fan knew what he intended to do. A skill like Rain of Falling Leaves can't be used a second time in such a short time, right? Looking at the silent black-cloaked man in the sky, Yi Fan teased, "Now, if you want to kill me, it seems you can only dive down from the sky. Birds are also most vulnerable to counterattacks when they are hunting. Do you dare to come?" At these words, the black-cloaked man's expression shifted. Looking at the young man on the ground who not only showed no fear but was mocking him, he felt a strange panic. From a rookie just stepping into the world, he actually felt an odd sensation, like being scolded by a teacher for exposing his weaknesses during school. He's so confident, does he really think he can counterattack when my long-winged bird swoops down to kill him? In the sky, the black-cloaked man, who initially was determined to complete his mission, hesitated for the first time. Clearly, he understood that in the sky, the long-winged bird was in an invincible position, but if it dragged on too long, he would be exposed. The most effective and fastest way was to swoop down for the kill. Once he chose to pounce, it was equivalent to gambling, betting that Yifan wouldn't seize this opportunity. What's wrong? Not daring? Yifan waited a long time without receiving a response, and a smile appeared on his face. Then I suggest you go back early. If you haven't killed me after so long, it might be easy for the enforcement team to catch up with you. I know you're afraid to die, it's okay, I won't blame you. Bastard! Hearing this, even though he knew Yifan was goading him, the black-cloaked man still became furious, waving his hand, long-winged bird, pounce and bite him. Whoosh! The next moment, the long-winged bird flapped its wings, its massive body gliding like a plane, heading straight for Yifan. The momentum of this charge was quite frightening. Come on! The black-cloaked man's voice rang out, anger visible on his face. He couldn't believe that a D-class kid, with just a second-star bronze hellhound, could counterattack his long-winged bird in this fierce wind. This strike was also meant to be fatal. Whoosh! The howling of the wind echoed in the sky, and Yifan looked at the long-winged bird coming straight at him and suddenly smiled. You said you investigated my background thoroughly, but my nickname at school is. Why don't you know? After saying this, Yifan's eyes changed, and he suddenly spoke coldly. Xiaohua, lock his throat. With the sound, Yifan retreated, and at the same time, the hellhound opened its big mouth and pounced. At this moment, the long-winged bird had not even arrived. He predicted my attack in advance. At this moment, the man in the black robe's face changed. He had fallen into a trap. Yifan was waiting for this intense battle. The directly charging long-winged bird simply could not turn around in such a short time. Roar! The roar echoed, and this scene looked extremely strange. Just 1 second after the hellhound pounced out, the long-winged bird seemed to have its throat shoved into its mouth. Thud! With its throat locked, the tremendous force carried the struggling long-winged bird as both the hellhound and the bird pounced out. The man in the black robe rolled on the ground, watching the long-winged bird, which had its throat locked, and hurriedly swung his fist to charge forward. At this moment, Yifan, not far away, found it amusing and shook his head again. You don't even know my beast mastery skills, yet you dare to say you understand me completely. As those words fell, Yifan raised his hand once more. Xiaohua, use. Overheat burn. Roar. With the roar, a magma-like red appeared on the hellhound, a terrifying flame brewed, and in an instant, it spread like a bomb. No. Seeing the flames rushing towards him, the man in the black robe's eyes widened. The next second, the fire engulfed him. Yifan stood still, and the wave of fire finally stopped just under 5 centimeters away from him. This was the limit distance of overheat burn, and it was also why he chose to retreat earlier. From the moment the man in the black robe chose to strike, Yifan had already planned everything that followed. That was not the black robe's sure kill, but his own. Such a close-range overheat burn, even if the Beastmaster could withstand it, the Beastmaster would definitely die. Sizzle. Soon, the flames disappeared completely, and not far away lay a pitch-black corpse and a blackened bird's remains. Xiaohua, well done. Yifan walked over, patted the somewhat weak hellhound, and casually took out a spirit fruit to prepare for it. Wang, the hellhound let out a gentle sound but did not take the spirit fruit from Yifan's hand. Instead, it nudged its head towards the ground, signaling Yifan to place the spirit fruit down. This was a habit it had recently learned from Xiaobai, not to eat food placed on the table or handed over by a person's hand or chopsticks. It had clear etiquette. Seeing this, Yifan smiled and shook his head, rubbing the hellhound's head and feeding the spirit fruit into its mouth. You are my beast, in my eyes, the best partner, no need to be polite. Wang Wang. The hellhound responded and once again rubbed against Yifan. Yifan then squatted down, looking at the pitch-black man in the black robe, and smirked as if giving a eulogy. In your next life, remember not to provoke others without your parents. Clap. 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 At this moment, suddenly, the sound of applause rang out from behind Yifan. What a remarkable Beastmaster duel. As the voice fell, Yifan sprang to his feet like lightning, quickly assuming a defensive stance, his body tensing in an instant, fists clenched, veins bulging on his arms. Someone had gotten close to him without his knowing. This was definitely a strong opponent. But when he turned around and saw the person in front of him, Yifan was a bit stunned. Grandpa, why is it you? Chapter 43 Origin. Saying this, the heavy punch Yifan had gathered stopped in midair. This scene looked a little awkward. Didn't you ask me to come find you? Grandpa Yi replied with a smile on his face, I happened to see this person and wanted to see your beast mastery level. I didn't expect to be greatly surprised. After saying this, Grandpa Yi paused, a glint of golden light flowed in his eyes. Fanner, your beast mastery strength doesn't seem like that of a newbie beast master. Grandpa, you flatter me. Yi Fan replied, regarding this Grandpa Yi who had been on the front lines for many years. Still maintaining respect, I have had some extraordinary adventures. Extraordinary adventures? That's no wonder. Upon hearing this, Elder Yi nodded slightly and did not ask further. Instead, his eyes showed a bit of joy. It is indeed a happy thing for one's descendants to have extraordinary adventures. Having extraordinary adventures is good, we should seize the opportunity. Understood. Yi Fan nodded and pointed to the corpse behind him. Don't you want to know who it was that came to fight me today? Who is it? Elder Yi, hearing this, looked at the corpse, his gaze narrowing slightly, and saw a seemingly iron badge left by the burnt clothing of the corpse, on which there was a pattern spreading from the character Wang. Is it a member of the dynasty organization? Furrowing his brows slightly, Elder Yi pondered for a moment and spoke, I will have someone above pay attention to the situation here in Pingcheng. I do not recommend you do that, Elder. Yi Fan shook his head, this person appearing here at this time represents something, I believe you should understand. Since the Beastmasters appeared, places everywhere have been strengthening their control over Beastmasters. No matter how backward Pingcheng is, it is impossible to let a Beastmaster with a flying beast appear here so easily at this time. It has been 20 minutes from just now until now. Even with that black-robed person's strong winds, it would have been enough for someone to notice. But until now, there is still no movement at all. It is clear that the law enforcement agency here in Pingcheng, at least near Yi Fan's home, intentionally concealed the appearance of this black-robed person. This statement made Elder Yi ponder again, but soon he seemed to be somewhat enraged. The law enforcement agency in Pingcheng actually colluded with the dynasty organization. How dare they? Elder Yi, we have underestimated the dynasty organization. Yi Fan spoke from the side. According to my previous understanding, the dynasty organization has already gathered all the underground gangs in Pingcheng. They are not just openly organizing rebellion as we think, but are also laying out plans in many places. Larger cities are fine, but in places like Pingcheng, which are already lax in defense, it should be no surprise that many law enforcement agencies have been infiltrated, and even some local families have participated. Today's black-robed person is the best example. It's simply unbelievable. Elder Yi replied, his eyes showing some shock, then turning back to Yi Fan, suddenly asking, Fanner, how do you know about the dynasty organization, and you seem to know quite a bit. I just happen to have some personal grievances with a member of the dynasty organization. Yi Fan did not hesitate, and answered, I accidentally discovered some clues during this conflict with that member. I see. Elder Yi nodded, glancing at Yi Fan's eyes and seeing no signs of deceit. He did not doubt much and continued to ask, then how did you find out that the dynasty organization has gathered all the underground gangs in Pingcheng? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan revealed a smile, looking at Elder Yi with a hint of meaning. Elder, our vantage point is different now, and we see different things. What you see is the upper high ground of the dynasty organization, while what I see is the root and stem of this tumor called the dynasty organization. This statement made Elder Yi pause for a moment, but soon he showed some smiles again, nodding appreciatively towards Yi Fan. Fanner, you have such insight, very good. So your advice is to keep them unaware? Yes. Yi Fan nodded, you should know how cunning and difficult the dynasty organization is. Once they sense danger, they will quickly retract, and one or two cleanups will hardly hurt them. To truly hurt them, we must find opportunities, following the clues step by step from the underground gangs I know, luring them out little by little. This black-robed person is someone I deliberately drew out through some methods, allowing us to know a bit about the law enforcement agencies. I can definitely continue to provoke them. I am just a bronze beast master, plus Elder Yi is sick, they won't take me seriously. With one test after another, by the time they react, we'll already know who in Pingcheng and which organizations are colluding with the remnants of the dynasty. At this point, Yi Fan's voice was a bit cold. He glanced at Elder Yi and whispered, at that time, we will catch them all in one net and eliminate them completely. This statement was cold, and the iron will behind it even moved Elder Yi slightly. He looked at Yi Fan, clearly noticing the amazing change in his grandson. He wanted to ask, but didn't know where to start. But how will you ensure your safety? This time it's a bronze 5-star, next time, it might be silver. In the end, Elder Yi didn't ask anything, but answered seriously, do you need me to send someone to protect you secretly? Elder Yi can send someone to protect my family. The dynasty organization is always despicable. They might take action against them. Yi Fan replied, as for me, you don't need to worry, Elder Yi. Our teacher is a well-known strongman in Pingcheng. While I'm at school, he will protect me. In that case, that's acceptable. Elder Yi was not a hesitant person. Since Yi Fan's words moved him, he would naturally be decisive. Within a year, you will provide me with a specific list to deal with. Elder Yi said, glancing at Yifan with a slightly cold expression. I'm still in Pingcheng. Since the dynasty organization dares to extend their reach here, then let them pay a sufficient price. Good. Yifan nodded, a smile appearing in his eyes. With Elder Yi's assistance, my plan to eradicate the Pingcheng dynasty organization would go much smoother. Grandpa, now it's time to talk about serious matters. Serious matters? Elder Yi frowned slightly. About treating your hidden illness. Yifan started, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Grandpa came to find me, didn't he? Isn't it about this matter? Hearing this, Elder Yi was stunned for a moment and then instinctively said, Fanner, do you really know how to treat my hidden illness? Of course, I happen to know some methods to treat dragon eye backlash. Yifan looked at Elder Yi, but first, you need to tell me how you supplemented the blood of the ancient species that caused your own blood density to exceed the limit. This. Elder Yi hesitated but didn't hide it, saying, I obtained a precious dragon species blood in a secret realm, and I also happened to get a formula for how dragon eye users elevate their bloodline, so I used the dragon species blood. Hearing this, Yifan remained calm on the surface but was secretly shocked. To obtain dragon blood in a secret realm, the level of that realm must be quite high. Being able to enter such a place and obtain dragon blood meant Elder Yi's strength was quite impressive even among military high ranks. Just thankfully, the method of supplementation was through direct blood infusion. Yifan nodded. For such a special ancient species bloodline descendant as the dragon eye user, the general method of bloodline supplementation is through dragon species blood, but there are also other methods, like some special heavenly materials or rare beasts, even special ancient weapons might have potential. Since it's this way, then it will be easier. Yifan nodded and extended his finger. There are two methods, one works quickly but will lose some strength, the other works slowly but has little effect on strength. There are two methods? Elder Yi was slightly taken aback. His backlash had lasted quite a while, and he had sought many doctors without finding a solution. On the contrary, some treatments made it worse. Otherwise, he wouldn't have withdrawn from the front lines so quickly. Yes. Yifan was confident, both of these methods can guarantee the treatment of dragon eye backlash. It depends on how Elder Yi chooses. These words made Elder Yi hesitate. After a while, Elder Yi finally said, what is the quick-acting method? Bloodletting, Yifan simply replied, by using a special method to replace Elder Yi's dragon lineage blood with ordinary human blood, the blood concentration will drop below the backlash threshold, and there will be no backlash or damage. Special method. Elder Yi furrowed his brow, not asking further, but instead said, if that's the case, will my strength significantly decrease? Of course, Yifan nodded. Dragonite individuals rely on their own strength, and this strength is fundamentally based on the ancient bloodline within them. Without the bloodline, their power will naturally be less than before. As soon as he said this, Elder Yi decisively shook his head. What is the slow-acting method? This one is more complicated, it needs to be paired with a prescription, and requires revising the breathing technique, Yifan answered. Revising the breathing technique. Upon hearing this, Elder Yi's brow furrowed again. The breathing technique is basically the foundation of beast tamers. The beast taming space and the tamer's own combat ability mostly come from their mastery of the breathing technique. At higher levels, the breathing technique grants many abilities, like the thunder breathing technique that Maidathe obtained, which allows for attacks to carry a faint thunder strike at its final tier. Revising the breathing technique would cause a significant drop in one's own combat ability, making it impossible to utilize those abilities. This damage seems to be greater than that of blood replacement. No, this is the best treatment plan, Yifan shook his head. Dragonite individuals do not rely on beast taming. Most modern Dragonite individuals have grown with a similar breathing technique to ordinary beast tamers, and this growth plan is wrong. What I told you about pairing with medicine and revising the breathing technique is to help you transform and become a real Dragonite individual. In the short term, strength will drop, but once you adapt, you may even become stronger than before. A true Dragonite individual. Upon hearing this, Elder Yi's pupils slightly constricted, clearly aware of what Yifan meant by a true Dragonite individual. The first generation of Dragonite individuals specialized in themselves, their bodies were like dragons, capable of splitting Mount Hua apart. Chapter 44, The True Dragon's 9 Transformations. I choose the second method. Soon, Elder Yi nodded. Among the two methods, the pros and cons were almost instantly apparent. Good, Yifan nodded, looking at Elder Yi across from him. He paused slightly and suddenly spoke, Grandpa, I now need you to use the Dragonite bloodline to swear the original oath. In any way, you cannot reveal the breathing technique I taught you today, nor can you harm me or my family. The original oath? This made Elder Yi momentarily stop. The original oath is equivalent to a vow directed at ancient lineage creatures and those with ancient lineage blood. Ancient lineages are considered favored by the heavens. As favored beings, they are born strong and have corresponding restraints. One such restraint is the original oath. Once an ancient lineage creature swears using its bloodline, the oath crystallizes within the bloodline. If violated, the bloodline will explode, and the violator will face certain death. Originally, this vow was discovered by the first generation of beast tamers as a means to control and subdue those ancient lineages. In modern times, aside from ancient lineage creatures and those with ancient lineage blood, few know about this matter. After all, neither beast tamers with bloodlines nor humans would tell you about the existence of the original oath. Elder Yi, what I tell you next will drive all Dragonite individuals in the world crazy, Yi Fan replied, looking at Elder Yi. It's not that I don't trust you, it's that I must ensure the safety of myself and my family. All right. Upon hearing this, Elder Yi said no more, closing his eyes. Soon, the sound of a dragon's roar echoed, and a dragon shape appeared at his heart. I, Yi Mao, swear by the bloodline's original oath, to never, in any way. As Elder Yi completed his oath, the dragon's roar gradually subsided, and the dragon-shaped pattern in his heart turned red and disappeared. This means the oath is established. After the oath was established, Yi Fan sighed and said to Yi Lao, it's not convenient here, let's go to my home to talk. Okay. Yi Lao nodded, looking at his grandson who was leaving in front, some confusion surfacing in his eyes. What breathing technique could drive all Dragonite users crazy? What is it? Uncle, what brings you here? In the room, seeing Yi Lao follow Yi Fan inside, Yi Lincheng, who was sitting upright in the hall, was stunned. I have some matters to discuss with Fan Air. Yi Lao coughed, his gaze awkwardly landing on the little white beside Yi Lincheng. Mom and Dad, it's fine now, you can go back to rest. I have something to talk about with Uncle. Yi Fan noticed Yi Lao's awkwardness and smiled at Yi Lincheng and Linchengsha. Oh, alright. Yi Lincheng agreed, turning to walk toward the room, while Linchengsha stayed behind, politely saying, then Uncle, take your time talking with Fan Air, there's fruit on the table. Okay. Yi Lao nodded, a faint smile on his face. After the door closed, the two entered Yi Fan's room. At this moment, Yi Fan's expression gradually became serious. Uncle, the technique I'm about to talk about is the cultivation method of the first-generation Dragonite users, specially designed for those with dragon bloodlines. This technique is called True Dragon 9 Transformations, consisting of 9 levels. With each level cultivated, the dragon blood within will become stronger, and the physical body brought by the bloodline will also improve. At the higher levels, it can even unleash power comparable to that of dragon bloodlines. True Dragon 9 Transformations. Hearing this name, Yi Lao's expression slightly changed. He had heard of this breathing technique, which was indeed the cultivation method of the first-generation Dragonite users. Is such a technique part of your adventure? You don't need to inquire further about that, Uncle. Yi Fan replied, an imperceptible depth in his eyes. In his previous life, he had slain a true Dragonite user and obtained this True Dragon 9 Transformations. Thus, he was not overly concerned about so-called Dragonite users. He still trusted Yi Lao, but he wasn't completely at ease, which is why he made Yi Lao take an oath. The more powerful the Beastmasters he could present, the more they would be tempted. Aside from his parents, no one should be without guard. Uncle, listen carefully to the following techniques. Saying this, Yi Fan began to explain True Dragon 9 Transformations, while Yi Lao focused, simultaneously practicing according to Yi Fan's words. As time passed, Yi Lao suddenly groaned softly, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. This was a minor backlash from changing his breathing technique. After all, at their level, their understanding of breathing techniques was not low, and switching required some small price to pay. After this mouthful of blood overflowed, soon, Yi Lao's breath stabilized. After a short while, he suddenly exhaled and opened his eyes. In his eyes, golden light flowed, lingering without dispersing. I have successfully entered the first transformation of True Dragon 9 Transformations, Yi Lao said as he stood up. A mighty aura rose from him, and then Yi Lao raised his hand, a faint smile appearing on his face. This comfortable feeling has not appeared for a long time since I started suffering from the backlash. Congratulations, Uncle. Yi Fan said with a smile, your strength is still there, although it has dropped slightly now, but once you enter the second and third transformations, you will soon recover, even surpassing your previous self. I can feel it. Yi Lao nodded, looking at Yi Fan, who remained humble and composed in front of him, his eyes filled with a hint of surprise. I also have a prescription here, specifically targeting blood energy. Yi Fan said, taking out paper and pen, writing down the prescription and handing it to Yi Lao. Yi Lao took the prescription and read it for a while before looking up. With such a precious technique and such a rare formula, I won't take it for free. Fan Air, if you need anything, just tell me. My strength recovery, even in Kyoto. They also need to give me some face. Most of what you want, I can fulfill. I promise you, within the allowed conditions, I can find 3 things for you. Let's talk about it later. Yi Fan shook his head. Right now, I am still too weak, many things are useless to me. When I get to Kyoto later, if needed, I will bother you. No problem. Yi Lao agreed readily. At this moment, he also understood why Yi Fan had made him pledge earlier. For a Dragonite person, this True Dragon 9 Transformations has a deadly attraction. Even for myself, I would definitely be tempted. Fanner, are you really not going to Kyoto with me? After thinking, Yi Lao asked again, there's more than a year left, we can eradicate this place's dynasty organization. You must have received great fortune, in a place like Pingchang, it's hard to display it. I will go to Kyoto in the future. Yifan shook his head, in Pingchang, I still have some ties, I need to finish what I started before I can go to Kyoto with peace of mind. Since it's like this, then I won't ask more. Yi Lao nodded, standing up, in the future, I will send people to protect your family well, here is my communication talisman, take it with you, in case something happens, you have a backup. Hearing this, Yifan did not refuse anymore, accepting Yi Lao's communication talisman and placing it in his chest. As he was about to leave, Yifan walked Yi Lao to the door, hesitated, and finally spoke, Yi Lao, be careful of the people around you. These words made Yi Lao's steps pause, he turned around, a hint of doubt in his eyes. He was naturally perceptive, meeting Yifan's gaze, he revealed a slightly incredulous expression, are you saying that the Yi family also? Shoo. Yifan made a quiet gesture, his eyes were somewhat deep, just a guess, Yi Lao, just pay a bit more attention. Black is black, white is white, it can't be disguised, there will definitely be differences. Chapter 45 Return. Yifan, did uncle leave? At the door, seeing Yifan come back, Yi Lincheng stepped out of the house. Left. Yifan answered, glancing at Yi Lincheng, he asked, old man, didn't I tell you not to come out? Why are you waiting in the living room with Xiao Bai? I was worried about your safety. Yi Lincheng replied, who knew your uncle would come looking for you? Hearing this, Yifan smiled and shook his head, not mentioning the dynasty organization. Some things are better kept from them, less worry is a good thing. With the uncle's guarantee, he didn't have to worry about his parents' safety. In this way, the next period of time, he could focus on fighting against the one at school and the dynasty organization in Pingchang. Old man, give the inferior transformation fruit to Xiao Bai, let's see how Xiao Bai can evolve. Remembering something, Yifan called out to Xiao Bai who was still at the door. Xiao Bai quickly ran over, Yi Lincheng also responded by taking out the inferior transformation fruit. Soon, 3 inferior transformation fruits were eaten by Xiao Bai, a light rose and enveloped Xiao Bai. Not long after, a beast covered in fur radiating steel light appeared before the two. Steel Hound. Looking at the creature that was almost identical to a hellhound, Yifan nodded in satisfaction, it's considered one of the stronger types among elite-grade beasts. Steel Hound? Hearing this new name, Yi Lincheng was slightly surprised, but then he looked at Xiao Bai and called, Xiao Bai. Woo! Xiao Bai let out a low sound, bowing its head and rubbing against Yi Lincheng who was sitting. The bond between a beast and its Beastmaster does not change with the beast's strength. Yifan spoke from the side, old man, from now on, you will also be considered a decent Beastmaster in Pingchang. Good. Yi Lincheng nodded, looking at Yifan, suddenly said, by the way, your mother agreed for me to continue being a Beastmaster. Really? Yifan raised his eyebrows. Doesn't mom worry about you? She does, but she still agreed, Yi Lincheng replied, a smile unconsciously appearing on his face. Your mom said she would accompany me. Did mom say she's worried you'll go out drinking every day? Yifan spoke, a smile appearing on his face as well. In his memories, his father and mother were a couple who got along very well, even though their previous life was ordinary and sometimes difficult, they always loved each other. It was a love that made people envious. Dad, when you become a powerful Beastmaster in the future, don't marry 7 or 8 wives like our ancestor, Yifan joked, thinking of something. How would I dare? Hearing Yifan's words, Yi Lincheng quickly replied. He glanced towards the bedroom, hesitated for a moment, shrank his head, and leaned closer to Yifan's ear, whispering, I only want your mom. In Morning Wind Village, looking at the old man coming from afar, Yi Guihai showed a slightly surprised expression. Father, where have you been so late? Just took a walk, Yi Lao replied, glancing at Yi Guihai, looking somewhat heavy-hearted. Guihai, what do you think of the dynasty organization? Dynasty organization? Upon hearing this, Yi Guihai was stunned, then quickly replied, it's an evil cult organization that claims to restore the ancient dynasty, harming the common people. Yes, it really is an evil cult organization that harms the common people, Yi Lao nodded, then sighed gently. But why are there so many people willing to join it? This question made Yi Guihai hesitate. Those martyrs struggled hard to overthrow the system oppressed by ancient beasts and the royal family under the ancient dynasty. To stop those ancient beasts who were expelled but always thought about returning, countless generations generously sacrificed themselves. To this day, we are still their heirs. Yi Lao spoke earnestly. This part of history is something everyone should know, especially for a family like ours, which is descended from the original dragon slayers. We should never forget. I know this, Yi Guihai nodded, looking at Yi Lao, seemingly sensing his bad mood, and spoke softly, Father, what's wrong today? Did you see something outside? I saw the corruption of a local law enforcement agency, and I heard a piece of unexpected advice, Yi Lao replied, turning to look at Yi Guihai, suddenly saying, Guihai, the Yi family does not allow anyone who betrays the glory of our ancestors. Recently, send some trusted confidants to thoroughly investigate all the dealings of everyone in the Yi family over the past year. If there are any abnormalities, write down the names, and we'll verify them one by one. I will determine if these people have any connections to the dynasty organization. As long as we find out, kill them on the spot. Yi Lao's voice was not harsh, but it carried a thunder-like murderous intent. This murderous intent made Ji Guihai beside him tremble and his face changed drastically. Clearly, Yi Lao meant that there were traitors in the Yi family who had joined the dynasty organization. I will definitely investigate this matter. Yi Guihai responded, his brow furrowed. As the eldest son of the Yi family, he felt obligated to ensure that the family's glory would not be lost. Go ahead, Yi Lao waved his hand, watching Yi Guihai leave. He seemed to suddenly think of something and added, Guihai, when you have time, be sure to interact more with Lin Cheng and the others. This remark startled Yi Guihai for a moment, but he quickly stiffened and acknowledged it before leaving. Watching this scene, Yi Lao shook his head slightly. He could see that Yi Guihai did not hold any malice towards Yi Lincheng, it was just that Yi Guihai was filled with the desire to uphold the glory of the Yi family and could not bear to see the descendants of the Yi family in such a pitiful state. Especially since Yi Lincheng was the only ember left by his esteemed brother. In the future, everything should change, right? Lost in thought, Yi Lao spoke a line, hands clasped behind his back. Walking towards Morning Breeze village, under the old figure, there seemed to be some regrettable sighs floating away with the wind. The following time went by very quietly, except for one time when the fat guy's dad came to thank Yifan for taking care of him at school. There were no other visitors, and the dynasty organization was silent after their last defeat. Dad, during the time I am at school, you must not go to Silver Moon Forest alone. Before leaving, Yifan advised Yi Lincheng, you don't know the habits of the beast tamers and their territory range, going to battle can easily lead to accidents. Usually, you can go to the beast fighting arena in the city center, there you can have beast tamer duels, which can elevate your tamer level, and if you win, you can also earn rewards. Got it. Yi Lincheng nodded, acknowledging Yifan's advice. Also, practice the breathing technique I taught you regularly, it's very beneficial for your body. Eat well, don't worry about money, it's more than enough. Xiaobai's spirit herbs and fruits should be enough for now, I've put them in my room. Just feed them according to the list I wrote. Don't show off wealth, try not to let others know about Xiaobai's situation, but you don't need to worry about people seeing the beasts. Although the city is small, the system is still sound. Beast tamers and ordinary folks are protected, and common people generally don't dare to provoke you. If you really encounter trouble, you can also call me. As he was leaving, Yi Lincheng and Lin Xingxia didn't have time to say much, but Yifan went into detail with instructions, big and small, until the car was about to drive away, and then he bid farewell to the two. I'm leaving, take care of yourselves. I'll come back to see you when I have the time. Yi Lincheng and Lin Xingxia stood at the bus station, watching the car drive away, letting out a sigh, and then glancing at each other. Finally, it was Yi Lincheng who spoke first. I feel like our identities with our son seem to have swapped. Why does he talk more than us now? At the school gate, the waiting fat guy saw Yifan leisurely arriving and hurriedly walked over. Yifan, why are you only coming now? Didn't we agree to meet at 10 o'clock? The fat guy had returned 2 days earlier. During those days Yifan was gone, he was scolded by Pan Zhao all day long. Usually, when Yifan was around, Pan Zhao wouldn't keep such a close watch on him. Something happened on the road. Yifan replied with a smile in his eyes. The dynasty organization took action against him, and he wouldn't be foolish enough to wait for them to come knocking. As soon as he got off the bus, he found a hidden spot to summon Ma Dafei to understand the recent situation of the dynasty organization. Ma Dafei didn't know much, he only told Yifan that the dynasty organization would soon send a silver-level beast tamer to carry out some new plans, supposedly because a lord they sent earlier had been secretly killed. As for the lord they mentioned, unless something unexpected happened, it was the bronze-level beast tamer who had previously come to assassinate Yifan. What's up? Seeing the fat guy, Yifan asked. Nothing, just curious. Beside him, the fat guy nodded at this and didn't ask further. Instead, he pulled Yifan and quietly said, Yifan, what level is your beast tamer now? Bronze 4 stars, what's wrong? Yifan turned to look at the fat guy and asked. The A-level student from the hero class has returned to school. The fat guy replied quietly, he came with a bronze-level beast, and there are 2, one is an elite-grade peak beast. Jia is back? Hearing this, Yifan's mouth curved up, then nodded, that's great. Yifan the fat guy initially wanted to say a few cautious words, but seeing Yifan seemed to be interested, he hesitated for a while and finally said, he's very strong, yesterday he broke your previous record of 300, scoring over 370. Yifan nodded, after all, it's A-level, without this kind of strength, it's not worthy of the A-level title. Aren't you worried? Fatty Li said, I feel like he will become your fierce competitor. What's there to worry about? Yifan replied, glancing at Fatty, his eyes somewhat deep, Fatty, this Ping city is too small. If there isn't a suitable opponent, it gets very boring. Hearing this, Fatty scratched his head. Looking at Yifan's expression, he thoughtfully said, "It seems my perspective hasn't opened up yet." "Haha, you will open it in the future." Yifan nodded, looking at Fatty with a hint of inquiry. "What's the strength of your two beasts?" "Both are black iron 8 stars now." Fatty Lee quickly answered, "They are both fed spiritual herbs and fruits according to your plan." "Black iron 8 stars? Then you are soon going to reach bronze level." Yifan nodded, pulling out a mutated fruit. "This is the mutated fruit I got, use it on your purple striped snake, and your strength should reach another level." "Mutated fruit?" Seeing the mutated fruit in Yifan's hand, Fatty was somewhat surprised. "How do you have?" "No need to ask too much about that," Yifan replied, stretching himself. "Let's go, first to the training device. Bring my record back." In the school, with Yifan arriving at the training room, many people came to hear the news. When the Bronze 4 Stars Hellhound appeared, gasps of astonishment erupted. "How is that possible, Bronze 4 Stars in just a month? That's 2 levels higher than Jijia's beast? And he has a new beast, it seems he can control 2 beasts now? No, this Hellhound should have evolved from his previous fire dog. This Yifan is quite powerful, is he preparing to break Jijia's score? It's not easy to exceed levels at the bronze level, let alone break 300 points. The discussions rose behind, but Yifan smiled, watching the beast appearing on the training device, shaking his head. The higher the level, the harder it is to surpass, but that is also because it achieved that level. How difficult can a bronze level beast be? Moreover, his Hellhound was one he spent a lot of effort specifically cultivating. Little fire, show them. Yifan smiled, looking at the Hellhound not far away. Roar a low and hoarse roar sounded, the Hellhound opened its mouth, flames overflowing from its mouth. Watching the elite beast appearing on the training device, fire erupted like rays. That beast seemed to freeze for a moment, facing the flames, without dodging. At the moment it was covered in flames, it was instantly engulfed. Soon, the flames burned out, leaving behind a scorched training device beast. The air was somewhat silent, and after a while, the device slowly displayed a score of 100. Many people were astonished by this display. What happened just now? Was that the skill of the Hellhound? Fire breathing, this skill is too amazing. Before the voice could fade, the next training device beast appeared. The Hellhound opened its mouth again, the same flame spouting, easily destroying this beast once more. This time, many people's faces changed. It can use skills continuously. What is this? Isn't it said that the skills of bronze-level beasts can mostly only be used once for a short time? Why can he keep having the beast use it? And soon, the third beast appeared, still the same result. The fourth beast, still the same. 400. Looking at the score displayed on the training device, Yifan nodded, choosing not to continue challenging. He waved to summon Fatty back. Turning around, everyone was dumbfounded. Today it's 400 points, if anyone can break this score, I will come again. Looking at everyone, Yifan slowly spoke and walked off the stage. Pan Zhao also didn't know when he arrived here. Looking at Yifan who came down from the stage, his eyes slightly changed. This little brat has gotten another fortuitous encounter. As a mentor. His gaze was clearly different from those students. It was obvious that the flame he spat out was not a Hellhound skill. It was its own flame bloodline. It could originally spit fire, and the power within this bloodline could mostly only be activated at the silver rank. This is also why silver is said to be the starting point. Only by reaching silver, the bloodline shackles of the Beastmaster would be opened. At that time, one could begin to use powers of different attributes, spitting fire, spraying water, calling thunder, dropping stones, and so on. What did he give the beast to activate the firepower in its bloodline, allowing the Hellhound to break the bloodline shackles at the bronze level? Pan Zhao judged, feeling a bit startled. Spiritual fruits that could break the bloodline shackles early were not non-existent, but at least they were spiritual level. This kid was only bronze. Where did he get spiritual level fruits? Teacher Pan. While Pan Zhao was still in a daze, Yifan had already approached him, greeted him casually, and said with a hint of a smile, "How is it? Are you satisfied with this performance, Teacher Pan?" "Not bad." Pan Zhao suppressed his inner feelings, calmly replied, but still couldn't help but ask, "How did you do it?" "I got some good stuff," Yifan replied, a smile appearing on his face. Letting the Hellhound be able to utilize the attribute power in its bloodline early, he only achieved it successfully a few days ago. This was something he had planned for a long time. He had prepared fire spirit fruit, and later also had white jade fruit, flame mushrooms, and several other types of spiritual fruits specifically for the Hellhound planted in the Beastmaster space. All these spiritual fruits could accelerate the growth of the beasts, although for bronze level, the enhancement from common heavenly materials was not large. The key point was the activation of the bloodline shackles. Every spiritual fruit at 8 was loosening that shackles, plus the 30:1 flow rate in the Beastmaster space. Such a long time was enough to open the shackles in advance. The increase in strength was not much, but the activation of the fire was solid, and the resulting killing power was also evident. With this ability, your Hellhound will be quite strong before reaching silver level, Pan Zhao spoke, his eyes showing a hint of joy. A few days ago, he had also seen Ji Jie's beast fight here. The latter's performance had made him worry that Yi Fan would be left behind upon returning. But upon returning, Yi Fan directly demonstrated his ability to surpass ranks. Things that could only be used at silver level were present even in bronze. Although the firepower at bronze level was not strong, it was already enough for him to dominate in bronze level beast duels. This didn't include Yi Fan's own terrifying combat experience as a monster. What if you have A-level terrifying boosts and elite peak beasts? Every one of my attacks feels like using beast skills. How do you fight? After all, in a few days, it's the monthly secret realm. Looking at Pan Zhao, Yi Fan smiled faintly. I hope to gain something bigger. Chapter 47 Complaints. Secret Realm. Upon hearing this, Pan Zhao's expression slightly changed as he looked at the 400 points on the board and grew somewhat aware. Yi Fan came back and headed straight for this practice platform, suggesting he must have learned of Ji Jie's arrival. He wanted to suppress this A-level that hadn't appeared in Ping City for decades. This time, Ji Jie will also enter the secret realm. He has two beasts. If you face him, be extra careful. Understood. Yi Fan nodded. Looking at Yi Fan, Pan Zhao grew a bit worried and hesitantly said, A-level beasts have terrifying talents, don't let a moment of pride lead to. I won't compete with him out of pride. Yi Fan shook his head, his eyes showing some coldness. Good. Having said this, Pan Zhao did not continue, watching Yi Fan leave with the fatly, his expression somewhat surprised. He could clearly feel Yi Fan's hostility towards Ji Jie. This hostility doesn't feel like competition between two students, instead, it feels somewhat like the animosity between myself and Jiang Hong, suddenly familiar. His growth path doesn't intersect with Ji Jie's, right? How can there be such strong hostility for no reason? Ji Laoda, how is it? Is the strength suitable? In Ningxie's class, Ji Jie sat in his seat. Beside him, a sycophant was eagerly massaging his shoulders. This sycophant is not ordinary, he comes from a well-off family and possesses outstanding beast-taming talent. Yet in front of this genius who hasn't emerged from Ping City in decades, he still keeps his posture very low. The one before him is terrifying not only for his talent but also for his immense family background. He should have studied in the capital, but for some unknown reason, he came to Ping City for high school. Not bad. In his seat, Ji Jie replied calmly, looking at the many admirers around him, shaking his head. Ping City is too small and too backward. These people are praised as the most talented beast tamers of this generation in Ping City, but in his eyes, they are not worth mentioning. The children of powerful families in the capital, regardless of their talent, won't lose at the starting line with spirit fruits and spirit herbs to support them. But in Ping City, at this stage, there isn't even a single bronze-level beast tamer, which fails to spark any interest in him. What about Yi Fan? Has he returned to school? Suddenly thinking of something, Ji Jie asked. I don't know, he should be back soon. The secret realm is about to open soon, someone replied. Just as the words dropped, someone rushed in from the outside. Yi Fan is back. He broke Ji Laoda's record in the training room, scoring 400 points, and said if anyone can break his record, he will go again. Two voices rang out like a thunderclap, making some people stand up, their faces filled with astonishment. 400 points, bronze level, how is it possible for someone to score 400 points? 400 points? Ji Jie in his seat seemed a bit surprised, but quickly he asked, what was the battle process like? Very easy. The person replied, his tone hurried, he has a hellhound, seems to have evolved from the previous fire dog, able to continuously use the fire breath beast skill. The beasts in the training simulator couldn't recognize it, all were one-hit killed. Continuously using fire breath? Upon hearing this, Ji Jie's brows slightly furrowed. However, since he comes from a prestigious family, Ji Jie's vision is naturally not low. He must have chosen the fire dog, adjusted its best evolution direction with spirit fruits, and used a special spirit fruit at the bronze level to unlock the hellhound's bloodline restraints early. With this, the hellhound's fire ability gets unleashed, giving it a huge advantage among bronze level beast tamers. This Yi Fan indeed has some guts, he must have someone guiding him. Saying this, a smile appeared on Ji Jie's face. As expected from that person's direct descendant, even in such decline, he can still give me some pressure. That person's direct descendant? Hearing this, a student beside him had a strange expression. Isn't Yi Fan just an ordinary family student? I heard his parents run a restaurant in the western district of Ping City. What do you guys know? Upon hearing this, Ji Jie snorted coldly, then stood up. Get ready, maybe you can bump into him in the secret realm. You are all the talents of Ping City. Don't end up worse than that fat guy next to Yi Fan, everyone else has two beasts, and they're all black iron high stars. Yi Fan, how have you been at home recently? In the dormitory, Li Fatty looked at Yi Fan, helplessly saying, you don't know, after I got back, my dad found out I'm good at beast taming, and he drags me around visiting relatives every day, bragging to everyone. If I didn't pull him back, he would have thrown me a banquet. After all, your family has never produced a beast tamer, so it's normal for your dad to be a bit happy. Yifan nodded, teasingly saying, "Don't get lost in the compliments of ordinary people, you are a Beastmaster now." I know, I need to have a broader view," Fatty Lee replied. "Oh, you even learned to answer first," Yifan replied, a smile in his eyes, scanning around Fatty, saying, "How's your Tao Tai technique training going? You should be opening your third beast space soon, right?" "Your eyes are too sharp, Yifan," Fatty Lee answered, scratching his head. "I was planning to show off a bit." "Then remember to tell me earlier next time," Yifan replied, slightly nodding. By this time, the advantages of the Tao Tai technique were slowly becoming apparent, as many Beastmasters had yet to open their second beast space, while Fatty had already opened his third and would likely open his fourth in just a few months. Winning by quantity, this is the essence of the Tao Tai technique. In a few years, Fatty should have 7 or 8 beast friends, and getting into college would be a piece of cake. "Hurry and go to the beast forest tomorrow, and contract a bronze-level snake-type beast for you," Yifan replied, and then added, "Just in time, I also want a new beast." "Yifan, you've opened your second beast space too?" Fatty Lee asked, a bit surprised. "I have," Yifan confirmed, a hint of a smile in his eyes. His space wasn't layered, but rather a vast area with no limit on the number of contracts. Yifan just wouldn't contract randomly. He wanted the best quality, the most fitting combinations, everything needed to progress in the most perfect matching sequence. "That's great. You don't know, while you were gone these days, I went to the Silver Moon Forest alone and ran away several kilometers from bronze-level beasts," Fatty Lee said, a trace of confusion in his eyes. "Why do I feel like those beasts are so docile when you are around? They don't attack people at all." When you become completely familiar with the sense of different beasts, their territorial ranges, habits, and various attack patterns, you can do it too, Yifan replied. "How do I become familiar with that?" Fatty asked. "Beast Encyclopedia," Yifan said, patting Fatty Lee. "It costs about $50, just memorize the contents in it, and you'll be good to go." Beast Encyclopedia. Hearing this, Fatty Lee scratched his head. "Did we learn the content from that book back in middle school?" "Yes. That book is thousands of pages thick, my brother Yi," Fatty Lee groaned. "Isn't there an easier method?" "There are simpler ways too," Yifan nodded. "Just go out and explore more. When you get chased and poked by a vicious rhino a few times, you'll probably be familiar with it too." "Geez, that's like the version of Shinnong tasting every herb for Beastmasters." Fatty shook his head repeatedly, glancing at Yifan, then said, "I better stick with you, Yifan, it's safe and reliable." "Following me is fine too," Yifan smiled, "but you need to work hard and not disappoint my expectations. I hope we are comrades fighting side by side, you understand, right?" "Alright," Fatty nodded repeatedly, looking at Yifan and saying, "You see, if only Panjiao could talk like you, Yifan, how nice that would be. Every day he calls me names, saying my beasts are like piles of poop, cursing me every day, it's making me doubt my life." "Cursing you is for your own good," Yifan said with a helpless smile. "I know he means well, but his words are so harsh, it's like he's afraid I'd thank him," Fatty Lee said, then suddenly whispered, "Yifan, do you think Panjiao's awful tone is the main reason he's still single? He was definitely a straight dude when he was young, I bet no girl liked him." At the door, Panjiao, about to knock, froze in midair, his arm tense, veins bulging. "I'm single for other reasons. Who says no girl liked me when I was young? I was pretty popular back in the day, alright." Chapter 48, The Rock Python. The next day, the two woke up early and headed to the Silver Moon Forest. "Fatty, what has your purple patterned snake evolved into?" On the way, Yifan asked. "Ghost snake." Fatty summoned his beast, a dark black snake that wasn't very big and had some red spots on its body. "Not bad." Looking at the beast, Yifan nodded. "The ghost snake is quite troublesome among snakes. Its fangs are long, and the poison is very strong. At the bronze level, it probably understands some ambush skills. After breaking the bloodline shackles at the silver level, its toxicity becomes exaggerated. The venom produced by its fangs can even be collected to make top-grade poison." "What about my black flame snake?" Fatty asked eagerly. At the bronze level, it is likely to understand stealth or self-defense skills, Yifan nodded. After breaking the bloodline shackles at the silver level, the black flame snake can easily use some fire-related skills, which is pretty good. Hearing you say this, it feels like catching the black flame snake is easy. Fatty sighed and then asked, "What are bloodline shackles?" To explain it in detail is complicated. Just understand that when it reaches a certain level, the beast will have more abilities, Yifan replied. "Alright." Fatty nodded, suddenly thinking of something and looking back. "Fatty, what are you looking at?" "I'm watching if Panjiao is following us." Saying this, Fatty touched the big bump on his head, which was the price he paid for secretly scolding Panjiao the day before in the dormitory. "I always feel like Panjiao is spying on us. He knows every time I scold him. Didn't I tell you that I would be stronger than Panjiao in the future and have my grandmother's beast fight against his? After I went back, every time he scolds me it's, 'Go on, call your grandmother over.' Do you think Pan Zhao is a bit perverted? He wouldn't have some special kink, would he? Fatty, don't say that. Yi Fan spoke with helplessness in his eyes. It's no wonder Pan Zhao always scolds Fatty. Whenever they go out, Pan Zhao usually protects them in the shadows, and everything Fatty says in a day is clearly heard. Just these 2 sentences alone would be enough for Pan Zhao to scold him for a week. Fatty, about the third beast, what are your own thoughts? In the Silver Moon Forest, Yi Fan observed the surrounding woods while looking at Li Fatty, asking. Li Fatty, with a big bump on his head, hesitated for a moment when he heard Yi Fan's question and replied, Yi Fan, you can just help me choose. I can't help you choose for a lifetime. Yi Fan shook his head, looking at Fatty, slightly serious, and said, you will need to step out into the world, you need to have your own space. You must learn to think for yourself and start making your own judgments. This hearing Yi Fan's words, Li Fatty was stunned for a moment and then nodded. I have 2 beasts, one is the black flame snake, which has good defense but average attack, and then the ghost snake, which is very poisonous but fragile. Right now, I need a beast with strong offensive capabilities. Strong offensive capabilities, what does that mean specifically? Yi Fan asked. It means it has great strength, preferably also a large size. Fatty replied. What snakes fit this type of beast? I don't know the specific variety. Li Fatty answered, scratching his head. But I think pythons are the best, they don't necessarily have to be poisonous as long as they can enhance my battle strength. The previous 2 beasts mostly rely on you when you are around to function. If I have one beast that can stand in front, my beast lineup will be complete, with attack, defense, and poison. Hearing these words, Yi Fan nodded and said to Fatty, Fatty, see, when you start thinking about your beasts, isn't your future beast path becoming clearer? What you see by yourself is different from being illuminated by others. I think I'm starting to understand a bit. Li Fatty scratched his head, so, I will capture beast companions in this structure from now on? That's right, and you can also add in some extras, Yi Fan replied, for example, whether you should include something like a winged serpent for aerial types, or whether to have a treasure-seeking beast companion that lacks combat power, these various choices depend on how you think. You are practicing the Tao Tai method, with enough beast companions, you can make up for all your weaknesses. Okay. Li Fatty nodded repeatedly, looking at Yi Fan, but it's hard to find python-type beast companions in this forest, right? Not too difficult. Yi Fan answered, following the Hellhound, stepping forward quickly, while Li Fatty trailed behind, the 2 serpent-type beast companions swiftly moving through the grass nearby. As they grew, the 2's hunting cooperation improved greatly, and along the way, they occasionally hunted some beast companions guarding the spiritual herbs. Now, they could move freely around the forest's outskirts, even in the inner areas, beast companions rarely blocked their way. Soon, they passed through a thicket and pushed aside the weeds ahead to reveal a long river. The dark river in Silver Moon Forest. Looking at the river, Yi Fan silently nodded, turning to Li Fatty, there is a type of python in Silver Moon Forest that likes to reside near the banks of this dark river, we should easily find it following this river. Is it that kind of python? Li Fatty spoke up, pointing ahead. Yi Fan looked in the direction Li Fatty was pointing, and saw a big grey python coiled on a large rock above the river, apparently resting. That's it, the rock python. Looking at the python coiled like a big tire, Yi Fan nodded, this beast companion is elite grade, with a tough body, a large size, and fierce attack power. It can trap a grey rhinoceros bigger than itself, just the kind of beast companion you want. It looks really scary. Li Fatty said, but still quietly summoned his 2 beast companions. This rock python's level wasn't high, black iron 7 stars, clearly it hadn't grown for long. This beast companion you will capture by yourself. Yi Fan didn't intervene, watching Li Fatty direct his 2 beast companions to attack the rock python. The 2 elite grade black iron 8 stars beast companions were not inferior in either level or grade, so it wasn't difficult for Li Fatty. No problem. Li Fatty replied, clearly very confident. However, when the battle began, Yi Fan shook his head as he watched Li Fatty's flawed commands with the beast companions. Each of these beast companions could stand toe-to-toe with the rock python alone, but together they barely managed to tangle with it. Although the rock python had the advantage in size, Fatty's commands were really not great. No wonder teacher Pan Zhao scolds him every day. Yi Fan felt a bit helpless, he hadn't noticed this before, but after seeing Fatty fight alone, the flaws became very evident. His techniques with beast companions and awareness in combat were indeed quite poor. At least he's making progress, Yi Fan thought, recalling how Fatty struggled to command 2 beast companions during his first attempt, a smile spread across his face. Now, the performance of the beast companions didn't matter, everyone needs time to grow. Boom! After a while, the rock python fell to the ground under the assault of the 2 serpent-type beast companions, facing Fatty's beast companion contract with little resistance. Defeating and then capturing the opponent was the method with the highest success rate. Because beast companions also possess wisdom, when you use words to capture them, they choose whether to follow you based on the benefits, but when you bring them to the ground, their choice is life or death. Phew, I'm so tired. Finally capturing the rock python, Li Fatty breathed a big sigh and came to Yifan's side. A smile appeared on his face. But finally, I have my own third beast of control. Saying this, Fat Li summoned the rock python. When the huge rock python appeared next to him, Yifan nodded. In the future, you can appropriately differentiate the spirit fruits you cultivate for your beasts, strengthening defenses or fire attributes for the black flame snake, and strengthening size for the rock python. For python-type beasts, size is king. The stronger they are, the larger their size. The stronger the size, the larger? Fat Li nodded. Then how big would a dragon python be? Hearing this, Yifan smiled and pointed at the dark river in front of them. This dark river is twice as wide and 3 times as long. Goodness, how big would that be? Looking at the river, Fat Li was a bit surprised. If it appeared, wouldn't it easily trample a tall building? Of course. Yifan nodded, then seemed to think of something. His voice grew serious. However, beasts at that level will never have the chance to appear in the world of ordinary people. Chapter 49, Gale Eagle. Why? Fat Li asked. The history books have spoken. Yifan replied, before modern society, there were ancient feudal dynasties. The rulers of these dynasties worshipped those powerful beasts, and both ruled over ordinary people, oppressing and exploiting them painfully. Later, the emergence of the first Beastmasters disrupted this balance, igniting a wave of rebellion. Eventually, the dynasties fell, and those ancient beasts were either exiled beyond the domain or hid in ancient secret realms. It was a long tug-of-war. To this day, the front line is still fighting those ancient beasts. No powerful ancient beast can breach those defenses. This is how we achieved a peaceful and harmonious modern society. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Fat Li seemed a bit lost in thought. So we rarely see the strong Beastmasters because those strong ones have gone to the front line? Most of them, yes. Many are out searching for secret realms to grow stronger. Yifan responded, shaking his head. Ever since the revival of spiritual energy thousands of years ago, this world has changed. We are all struggling, wanting to gain a piece of pure land. It sounds like I've learned some secrets. Fat Li scratched his head. After such a long time, so many strong ones have come out, yet they haven't been able to completely eliminate the ancient beasts beyond the domain? Beasts can also reproduce. The expulsions back then drained the energy of the human pioneers. If it were possible, they would have completely eradicated them long ago. Yifan answered, shaking his head. Moreover, people always find it hard to unite. Not everyone is willing to go to the front line, and many with ulterior motives are trying to overturn this world, which leads to severe internal strife and a stalemate in external battles, actually harming humanity. 500 years ago, we advanced over 1,000 kilometers into the domain, but now we have been pushed back and can only tangle near the border, within 100 kilometers. So are we still going in reverse? Fat Li pondered. With this trend, will there come a day when those expelled ancient beasts will push back? No, the higher-ups are making efforts. Yifan replied, eradicating the cult organizations causing internal strife, discovering talents, and vigorously encouraging the development of Beastmasters. It will get better. Good. Hearing this, Fat Li nodded. In the future, I will also go to the front line to fight. Then you need to get stronger first. Black iron level isn't even a cannon fodder on the front line. Yifan said with a smile, waving his hand. Alright, I should go find the beast I want. What beast do you want? Fat Li showed a hint of interest. You'll know when you get there. Yifan smiled mysteriously and walked into the forest. Fat Li quickly followed. The two of them rapidly moved through the forest, collecting some spirit grass and spirit fruits while slaying some beasts. Yifan, we are getting close to the core area of the forest. Looking at Yifan, who continued moving forward. Li Fatty opened his mouth with some worry. In the core area, silver-level beast tamers would appear. It's okay, it should be nearby. Yifan nodded, stopped his steps, and walked along the bushes, slowing down. Li Fatty, imitating him, also slowed down. In the jungle, only the chirping sounds from insect-like beasts could be heard. Whoosh! At one moment, a gust of wind came through the jungle, and Yifan's voice rang out. Fatty, get down! Hearing this sound, Li Fatty was stunned, and then a prickling sensation from his back made him react without thinking. He suddenly lunged into the nearby grass. Chirp! A harsh bird cry rang out. Li Fatty looked up and saw a large eagle-like beast brush past his face, its sharp claws almost catching him. Having missed its strike, the eagle quickly soared high into the air. In the blink of an eye, it was back in the sky. Indeed, it's here. Yifan's voice came from the side. Swiftwind eagle, bronze 6 stars, peak elite great beast. Fatty, get to the side. I want to have a good duel with this Swiftwind eagle. Elite peak, bronze 6 stars. Hearing these two keywords, Li Fatty's soul felt like it was leaving his body. He rolled on the spot and tumbled into the bushes. Yifan, do you need support? From the bushes, Li Fatty exposed a pair of eyes. No need, this Swiftwind eagle is very troublesome. Your beast's level is too low, just hide well. Yifan said a word to Li Fatty. He looked up at the sky and faintly saw a figure flickering among the trees. It's observing me, trying to find my flaw. Yifan stood still, gently wiggling his fingers, and the hellhound came to his side, ears up and alert. Whoosh! In the next moment, the wind stirred again, the swift-winged eagle swooped down, its wings spread like a huge shadow, a massive momentum pressed down. This blow was clearly not an ordinary attack. Yifan stood still, and the surrounding grass was pressed flat against the ground by the strong wind. Self-sacrificial attack. Chanting the name of the beast skill used by the swift-winged eagle, Yifan quickly twisted his body. Whoosh! A pair of shining claws suddenly came from in front of Yifan, tearing away a large chunk of earth. Xiaohua, use fire attack on it. Once the swift-winged eagle missed, Yifan's voice rang out. Roar! The hellhound opened its mouth, flames gushing forth, but this fire attack had no effect. The swift-winged eagle was too quick, almost dodging this attack with a single movement, rising into the air once more. Soon, the swift-winged eagle swooped down again. This time, it knocked down a small tree nearby, leaving a deep claw mark on the bark. If that strike landed, not to mention Yifan, even the hellhound would be struggling. A bit hard to deal with. Watching the hellhound's attack miss again, Yifan secretly gritted his teeth, but his eyes couldn't hide the excitement. This swift-winged eagle was a flying beast, extremely fast, with powerful attack strength and a great field of vision, perfectly suited for him. I must capture this swift-winged eagle. Saying this, Yifan looked up at the sky, calming his mind, adjusting his breathing rhythm. Ground to sky, it's like this, when the opponent dives, it's the best killing opportunity. Xiaohua, back up a little with me. Yifan commanded, moving his feet and fixing his gaze above him. The hellhound beside him also obeyed, clearly feeling the pressure in front of such a fierce beast. Right here. Stopping next to a stone, Yifan halted, suddenly making a weightless backward fall motion. This opportunity, the swift-winged eagle would certainly not miss. Almost a second later, it dove from the sky. This time, its claws were aimed directly at Yifan's head. Here it comes. Watching the eagle's claws rapidly expand in his vision, Yifan took a deep breath, and at that moment, it seemed as if his heart had stopped. Less than 1 centimeter away, the eagle's claw grazed Yifan's throat, and just then, Yifan swung his fist and delivered a heavy blow to the windhawk's head. With a muffled sound, the punch carried substantial force. After a month's martial training in the beast taming space, Yifan's physical strength was at least black iron 7 to 8 stars. When it struck the windhawk's head, it immediately caused it to tilt and crash heavily against a nearby rock. Now, Xiaohua, lock its throat. Yifan's voice rang out, and the hellhound let out a furious roar, leaping up and pouncing onto the windhawk's back, biting down hard. This was clearly not a fatal attack. The windhawk struggled, its wings flaring open, a faint light beginning to appear on them. This was a sign it was going to use its innate skill. The innate skills of beast tamers are often incredibly powerful, and once unleashed, they generally possess terrifying lethality. I advise you not to continue, Yifan's voice erupted at that moment, interrupting the windhawk's spell. The windhawk's movements abruptly halted, seeming quite astonished. This was all because the hellhound, biting its throat, had flames gradually intensifying in its mouth. Before you unleash your innate skill, my hellhound can easily melt your throat. Yifan spoke, squatting down to look at the windhawk, which was intently focused on him, and praised. You are a born jungle hunter with outstanding speed and attack power, but there is one thing you absolutely cannot overlook as a hunter. That is, the strength of the prey. In the jungle, there are never true hunters. Perhaps one moment you're the prey, and the next, your identities can reverse. Once more, Yifan spoke, extending his hand, and a summoning array for beast taming appeared in his palm. Surrender, you have no other choice. Coo. The windhawk strained its neck, its keen eyes locked onto Yifan, yet it remained unwilling to imprint the mark. Until the flames from the hellhound overflowed, it finally succumbed, emitting a cry. In the next moment, the array contract succeeded, and it was instantly drawn into the beast taming space. A smile appeared on Yifan's face as he raised his hand. The windhawk was summoned out, and at this moment, there was a trace of human-like astonishment in its eagle eyes. It clearly saw a vast array of spiritual herbs and fruits in Yifan's beast taming space, a place it had never encountered while living in the Silver Moon Forest, where it fought life and death for survival. Follow me. This isn't a disgrace, on the contrary, it's your future glory. Yifan spoke, lifting his arm. The windhawk hesitated in the air for only a brief moment before swiftly descending, folding its wings and landing on Yifan's shoulder. Yifan's lips curled up as he called the hellhound to his side, petting its head before glancing towards the bushes where Fatty Li was hiding. Fatty, come out. Damn, Yifan, you are too fierce. Fatty Li exclaimed, his face dumbfounded. He had witnessed the entire battle between Yifan and the windhawk. The level of danger was enough to make Fatty's heart race. If Yifan had made even one mistake, he would have been pierced right through by the windhawk. But from start to finish, Yifan just stood there. Aside from that last stone, there were no obstacles around, and it was ultimately his lethal punch that clinched victory. Terrifyingly confident. The more powerful the beast, the more you must showcase your strength to tame it, Yifan replied, patting the windhawk on his shoulder, waving to Fatty Li, let's go. Today we've gathered all our beasts, let's get some spiritual herbs and fruits before heading back. Oh, okay. Fatty nodded, a little dazed as he walked beside Yifan, occasionally glancing at the windhawk on his shoulder, still feeling a bit unreal. A month ago. Yifan had just acquired the fire dog, but a month later, this powerful beast was defeated by Yifan himself, without even using its innate skills in the end. The peak of elite grade, this was already the best beast a normal person could get close to. When can I be as strong as you, Yifan? Fatty Li, walking behind Yifan, sighed, I feel like our gap is even widening compared to before. Don't rush, your path is different from mine, Yifan replied. Maybe you think I'm strong now, but in a few years, you might feel it's nothing exceptional. Look forward, you are the first among this year's newcomers to have 3 beasts. In this regard, you are also a top genius. Don't belittle yourself. But I'm strong because of the technique you gave me. The technique is just part of it, but what will determine your future is always you, Yifan answered, looking at Fatty Li with a slightly serious expression. The same technique given to others may take a lifetime for them to master. Your achievements in such a short time also prove your potential. Look at Deng Chang, he could step on your chest and humiliate you back then, but now, do you still regard him highly? Have confidence. Okay. Fatty Li nodded, clenched his fist, and encouraged himself, I can also become a strong person. That's the spirit, Yifan nodded, a hint of a smile in his eyes. To be honest, Fatty Li's current strength wasn't weak among newcomers, it's just that he had always been timid growing up, which shaped his cowardly and insecure character. How could a timid person become a true strong one? That's why Yifan often spoke motivational words to Fatty, encouraging him and guiding him to become strong. And I should also tell my old man about this theory of strength when I get back, Yifan thought of something and smiled as he walked into the forest. Whether it's Fatty's old man or the dynasty organization, he was planting seeds, and perhaps it wouldn't be long before these seeds would take root and sprout. This kid is way too confident. In the back of the forest, as he watched Yifan lead the way with the left yellow and right azure, Pan Zhao frowned slightly. In the recent battle, he had almost been unable to hold back from intervening several times. That Gale Eagle was extremely fast and had great lethality. Yifan's combat style was risky, as a small mistake could have ended his life. Although Yifan eventually succeeded in taming the Gale Eagle, Pan Zhao was a bit dissatisfied with this way of fighting. He knew this kid had a terrifying combat instinct, but instincts are not always accurate, and battles can change in an instant. Any unstable factor could alter the outcome of a fight. Walking beside the river often, how could one avoid getting their shoes wet? If you always risk your life like this, do you not value your own life? I need to have a word with him when we get back. Saying this, Pan Zhao couldn't help but praise Yifan again. This kid really is making frightening progress every day. A hellhound that unlocked its bloodline shackles at the bronze level, and adding an elite grade peak Gale Eagle into the mix, this configuration rivals that kid from the G family. In fact, his beasts are even at a higher level. And he has a Gale Eagle, a powerful aerial combat beast. With combat power, he might completely overshadow the opponent. As he spoke, Pan Zhao clicked his tongue in admiration, and there was also an inexplicable smile in his eyes. That rascal Jiang Hong thinks just because he has an A grade, he can overpower me. But if he sees a D grade kid suppressing his proud A grade, I wonder what kind of expression he'll have. Oh right, that Li Yu is a bit impressive too, he actually opened 3 beast spaces. A few days ago, I asked him about it, but he wouldn't say a word. This damn thing, he doesn't even trust his own teacher, Yifan? As night fell, Yifan and Fat Li finished a day of hunting. At this level, their hunting mostly revolved around bronze-class beasts. They had 8 or so bronze low-star beasts and a good number of 5-star and 6-star ones too. Fatty, you hunted a bronze beast alone today, how does it feel? Yifan teased as he watched Fat Li counting their gains. It's okay, the bronze level seems not that special. Fat Li scratched his head, feeling a bit shy. But after all, I had 3 against 1, it feels a bit unfair. In the world of beast tamers, where's the unfairness? As long as you can win, 20 against 1 is still a win. Yifan replied, smiling. As they walked through the forest, stepping on fallen leaves, there was a soft sound echoing. But the next moment, this echo suddenly multiplied. Yifan stopped and pulled Fat Li beside him, looking at the dense trees ahead, suddenly speaking, come out, we are all travelers, what's there to hide? As soon as he finished speaking, more than 10 people walked out from behind the trees. These people wore leather armor, held rifles in their hands, and had knives at their waists. Clearly, they were beast hunters living by hunting. Little brother, you have a good eye. The one who spoke was a one-eyed giant, with a big knife at his waist and a fierce-looking white wolf beside him. Not bad. Yi Fan replied, glancing at the giant, suddenly saying, "Are you from the Lone Wolf Squad?" Upon hearing this, the leading giant was taken aback. "You know our Lone Wolf Squad? The most famous beast hunting mercenary squad in Ping City, how could I not know?" Yi Fan replied, but his gaze held some coldness. Not all beast hunters fought alone. Many beast hunters formed teams to hunt together. These hunting teams were often mercenary groups, relying on taking jobs from clients or hunting in the forest to survive. Ping City had quite a few such beast hunter groups, among which the Lone Wolf Squad was the most notorious. It was founded by a man who called himself Lone Wolf, a beastmaster with considerable strength, and his white wolf, fed on years of robbing others, had the strength of a bronze 3-star. Black eats black, robbing passers-by, and even killing to silence witnesses. This was what the Lone Wolf Squad loved to do. But the special nature of Silver Moon Forest made it impossible for the law enforcement team to gather evidence, instead fueling their bandit-like arrogance. Encountering Lone Wolf means a wasted day of hard work. If you have no money, your life is in danger. Such words were widely spread among peers. In his past life, Yi Fan had a period of time working part-time in a mercenary group and had long heard of them, even experiencing their robbery himself. "Since you know, then I won't have to say more." Saying this, the leading Lone Wolf drew out his big knife, pointing at it fatly. "I just heard this fatty say you had good hunting gains this time. Show everything, I won't make it too difficult for you today. Otherwise, you should understand. You're thinking too much." Fatly cursed softly from the side, raising his hand as the light of beast taming shone. Click. 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 But at the same time, the sound of rifles being cocked quickly rang out from the other side. This scene startled Fatly, who turned to look at Yi Fan. "Yi Fan, this rifle. It's fine, within 7 steps, the gun is fast." Yi Fan shook his head. "As for within 7 steps. Understood." Fatly took a step forward, nodded, and the light in his hand shone brightly again. "Just a mere rifle, so daring. We're about 70 steps away from them." Yi Fan's voice rang out. "If you rush over, you'll probably be shot to pieces." "Ah, this." Fatly, who was already ready to fight, felt a bit embarrassed, retracting his hand and looking at the opposite Lone Wolf. Sigh. "Don't take it to heart, I was just joking." Chapter 51, Lone Wolf Mercenary Group. "Ah, kid, you do have some guts." Hearing Yi Fan's words, the Lone Wolf grinned, his big knife planted in the ground. "I'm also a person of integrity, you can keep your things, I promise I won't harm you." "Fatty, give them the stuff." Yi Fan suddenly spoke. Hearing this, Li Fatty was taken aback, looking at Yi Fan with surprise in his eyes. He knew Yi Fan's temperament, he absolutely wouldn't take this loss. "Now it's 70 steps." Yi Fan said in a deep voice, taking the bag from Li Fatty's hand, and walked towards the Lone Wolf. Soon, Yi Fan stopped a few steps in front of the Lone Wolf, stretched out his hand. "The stuff is here, come take it if you want." "Ha!" Upon hearing this, the Lone Wolf's eyes slightly changed, but soon, when he saw Yi Fan's youthful face and the regular class student uniform, he let down his guard. A typical student in his teens, even if he was a Beastmaster, could he really do anything to himself? Good. The Lone Wolf lifted his big knife, and the White Wolf followed him toward Yi Fan. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Very quickly, the Lone Wolf reached out his hand, grabbed Yi Fan's bag, and pulled hard, but this pull had no effect. The bag remained firmly in Yi Fan's hand. "Stinky brat, do you dare to play tricks on me?" The Lone Wolf reacted, looking at Yi Fan, and without saying much, he swung his big knife. "Not only do I want to trick you, I also want to kill you." Yi Fan's cold voice rang out. In the next moment, in the Lone Wolf's incredulous gaze, Yi Fan raised his arm and collided directly with the blade. Clang! The blade tilted, Yi Fan let go of the bag, and with the other hand, he grabbed the Lone Wolf's throat with an eagle claw grip. Roar! Nearby, the Lone Wolf's White Wolf howled, ready to charge, but at that moment, a bright light shone, and the Hell Dog also roared angrily, directly pouncing on it. The difference in size and strength allowed the Hell Dog to quickly pin down the White Wolf, while on the other side, Yi Fan choked the Lone Wolf's throat, with his other hand blocking the blade. You are simply bold." At this moment, the Lone Wolf's face changed, a bit scared yet trying to seem fierce. "Having hunted in the forest for so many years, do you not know that you can never let your guard down? When you knew I was a student from Pingcheng High School, you should have been on high alert, but relying on your firearm, you not only didn't avoid me but also wanted to get close." Yi Fan spoke, staring at the Lone Wolf, a slight smile appearing on his face. "Drop the gun, or you will definitely die." Hearing this, the Lone Wolf gritted his teeth. Just as he was holding firm, a screech of a bird echoed, followed by a panic-stricken voice from one of his subordinates. The Lone Wolf turned to look, and saw a Gale Hawk had grabbed one of his subordinates, taking him up into the sky. Meanwhile, a faint sound of hissing snakes arose. In the surrounding grass, huge rock pythons, the hidden black flame snakes, and the ghost snakes with their arched bodies and flicking tongues all revealed themselves. "You two actually have 5 beast masters. Looking at this scene, even the lone wolf realized that these two students in regular class uniforms were not easy opponents. Thinking of something, the lone wolf shivered. Looking at Yifan's cold face, he timidly said, "Why, you are Yifan? You know me?" Upon hearing this, Yifan frowned, but glancing at the crowd behind the lone wolf, he spoke again. "I will say it again, drop the gun, or you will definitely die." Saying this, Yifan increased the strength in his hand, the grip of the black iron high star instantly reddening the lone wolf's face. "Put down the firearm." He struggled and waved his hand, and all his subordinates surrendered their guns. Yifan nodded at Li Fati, who quickly gathered the pile of firearms. A total of 15 guns. Li Fati walked over with the firearms held tightly, looking at Yifan, smiling. He knew that Yifan was someone who never ceded an inch. "Robbing on the road, isn't that looking for death? I ask you, how did you know about me?" Yifan nodded to the fat man, and his gaze returned to the lone wolf again. The lone wolf hesitated, but the pressure on his neck came the next second, nearly choking him into silence. "I won't ask you a second time, you can try lying in front of me." Yifan spoke, his eyes seeming to pierce into the heart. "As long as I think you were lying, I won't give you a chance to plead." Yes, it's the big man from above." The lone wolf began, his body trembling slightly. "The big man from above, the dynasty organization?" Yifan asked. "Yes, they said that as long as you can kill you, the reward is 1 million. The lone wolf replied. "So, you came to find me for the bounty?" "I didn't come to find you. I just planned to rob." The lone wolf answered, his eyes flickering. If he had known it was Yifan, he would never have said so much, just a gunshot from a distance would have sufficed. "What a coincidence that you happened to rob me." Upon hearing this, Yifan squinted his eyes slightly. "That really is quite lucky. Who else, besides you, has joined the dynasty organization?" "Dawn Mercenary Corps, Strong Brother Mercenary Corps." The lone wolf spoke, hesitating for a few seconds, then added, "Also, the Radiance Mercenary Corps." "Radiance is also in it?" Hearing this, Yifan was slightly taken aback. In his previous life, he had indeed joined the Radiance Mercenary Corps for a while. The leader of the Mercenary Corps was a devout follower of the Holy Light, a generous and gentle person, treating his subordinates well. That was why the Radiance Mercenary Corps was almost the largest mercenary group in the city. He actually joined the dynasty organization too. Yifan's face turned slightly cold. Indeed, you know a person's face but not their heart. After saying this, Yifan fell silent for a moment, but soon, he just shook his head and smiled. Even the descendants of dragon slayers could betray their ancestors' glory. A hypocritical righteous gentleman wasn't so hard to accept. "Can I go now?" The lone wolf said cautiously beside him. "I have already told you everything I know." "Do you think you can leave?" A trace of coldness appeared in Yifan's eyes. "Do you want me to let my enemy go back to report and continue to deal with me? You are an old hand at licking blood off the knife's edge. Do you really still have such a naive thought?" Upon hearing this, the lone wolf's face changed. He exerted all his strength and raised his big knife high. "I'll fight you." Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed, and the lone wolf's voice stopped abruptly, his eyes wide open as he stared at Yifan collapsing to the ground. Yifan crushed his throat. "Fatty, make your move." Turning his head, Yifan shook his hand and looked at the fat man. Beside him, Li Fati trembled slightly, looking at Yifan's icy gaze. "Yifan, do we have to kill?" He patted Li Fati's shoulder. "Don't be too narrow-minded. A strong person is someone who acts decisively and avenges themselves. If you feel guilty about killing a wicked person, do you expect them to worship at your grave?" "I understand." Li Fati nodded, forcing down his discomfort, and approached the bodies to collect the items from their bags. It was clear that they hadn't just worked a day here. Many people's bags were full, and the total was even greater than what Yifan and his team had gathered. How many people must they have robbed? Looking at the full bags in front of him, Li Fati spoke. He then opened one pocket and found a woman's body, covered in bruises. Clearly, she was a poor soul who had been tortured by this group until her death. These guys really deserve to die. Seeing this scene, Li Fati couldn't help but turn his head and spit. They're just a bunch of beasts. Chapter 52, Deception and Treachery. Such obvious beasts are fine, at least you know they are beasts. Yifan replied, and in his mind, a tall, gentle figure appeared, snorting coldly. It's the kind of beast wearing human skin that's troublesome. If you're not careful, you might mistake them for humans. Saying this, Yifan felt a surge of anger, unable to imagine that a believer could secretly engage in such vile acts. In his previous life, he had once regarded this person as a brother. The light mercenary group, named after the dawn, turned out to be the greatest darkness before the dawn. Yifan said, shaking his head, and looked at Li Fati beside him. "Fatty, when you have the ability, make sure to eradicate these tumors as much as possible." "Understood." Fatty replied, looking at the corpse not far away, and nodded heavily. "Let's go back." Yifan nodded, picked up the bag from the ground, and walked toward the exit of the forest. Li Fati quickly followed, and soon, a pack of wild beasts attracted by the scent of blood arrived in the forest. Aside from some mottled bloodstains on the ground, this forest regained its peace once again. Click. Click. Not long after, Pan Zhao arrived here. Looking at the scene before him, his eyes changed slightly. He witnessed the whole process in Yifan's response. However, at this moment, he didn't feel that Yifan's quick thinking was remarkable, rather he found a sense of resonance in him. A resonance of hatred towards the dynasty organization. This kid. Gazing at the ground, Pan Zhao's eyes deepened slightly. The brief conversation was enough to show that this kid seemed to be taking action against the dynasty organization, and it had already caught their attention. The dynasty organization is such a huge group, and this kid, just a bronze level, dares to provoke them? Saying this, as though he thought of something, a cold smile appeared on Pan Zhao's face. These people from the dynasty organization truly deserve to die. In Peace City, want to kill Yifan? Did you ask me first? A few days later, the secret realm opened once again, and naturally, Yifan and Li Fati were on the list. However, this time, it was surprising that Ma Xiaoshui didn't make the cut. She reportedly got severely injured while hunting in the beast forest a few days earlier and was sent to the hospital. Meanwhile, Deng Chang and others lost their spots due to Pan Zhao's claims of internal strife. With that, there were many new faces among the ordinary class members entering the secret realm this time. Teacher Pan is really ruthless, just one accusation of internal strife stripped Deng Chang and his group of their spots. Isn't he afraid Deng Chang will find someone to cause trouble? Li Fati remarked during a break while lining up to enter the secret realm, chuckling at Deng Chang's almost unbelievable expression from earlier. Cause trouble? That's Pan Zhao. How many can suppress him in Peace City? Besides, how can others go against a teacher teaching his students? Yifan replied, shaking his head. Such a teacher is rare, giving everyone a chance, and not letting those who form cliques monopolize resources. Rare indeed, but their words can be quite sharp. Fat Li was speaking, and noticing Pan Zhao's sudden piercing gaze, he quickly shut his mouth. Let's go, we've entered the secret realm. Seeing this, Yifan patted Fat Li on the shoulder. Get some good stuff this time, and hide it well to avoid any sudden reward events later. A reward event sounds pretty good too, we get money and gain face. Exposing our strength and gains for a bit of money is unwise, you understand? The two chatted as they entered the secret realm. At the entrance, Pan Zhao watched them go in, his gaze shifting to the other side, where Jiang Hong happened to be looking at him too. The eyes of the two met in the air, and tension filled the atmosphere immediately. Brother Jiang, the weather is nice today, shall we go for tea? Brother Pan, I recently got a bottle of fine fruit wine, let's go taste it. Before they could speak further, the teachers nearby, already worried about a clash, were fully prepared and intervened, holding on to both of them. Pan Zhao, who was still brewing how to confront Jiang Hong, got interrupted. His accumulated anger only half formed. He glanced at Jiang Hong, seeing no intention from him to speak, he decided to hold back. Now, a trip to the secret realm was no big deal. In 2 months, after the freshman trials began, there would be the freshman competition and the teachers' competition, which were the real main events. Throwing verbal jabs might annoy the other side for a day, but winning the competition head-on would annoy them for half a year. Previously, no matter what Pan Zhao said, Jiang Hong wouldn't be upset. Instead, he might throw out a sarcastic comment that would genuinely irritate Pan Zhao. But ever since Pan Zhao won the teachers' competition last year, even a casual provocation would set Jiang Hong off, often leading to heated exchanges. The reason was simple: losing felt frustrating, I'll prepare well, and when the time comes, not only will my students crush you, but I will too. Glancing at Jiang Hong, Pan Zhao muttered to himself and looked at the teacher he had a good relationship with, suddenly opening his arms. Since there's good wine, let's go drink and relax today. Hearing this, the teacher nearby was a bit surprised. He had invited Pan Zhao many times, but this was the first time he agreed. What are you standing there for? Let's go. Pan Zhao didn't wait and gave the teacher a pat on the shoulder. He then turned to another person beside him. Zhao Ji, join us. Zhao Ji, who was called, was also a bit surprised. He nodded in astonishment. Pan Zhao usually acted alone, so why was he suddenly inviting him? All right. After a moment of surprise, Zhao Ji nodded. He wanted to strengthen ties with Pan Zhao, so he eagerly anticipated this opportunity. Last year before the teachers' competition, I had a stroke of luck and managed to win just once. No one actually thinks they can be this lucky every year, right? Pan Zhao left, while Jiang Hong stood there coldly watching him go, muttering a curse and snorting in disdain. Let's go, have tea. Saying this, he put his hands behind his back and stepped away. The teacher who spoke and the other two exchanged glances, then followed him. Clack, clack. Inside the secret realm, Fat Li looked at the crowd exploring ahead and turned to Yifan. Yifan, do we have any plans this time? First, let's gather spiritual fruits in the inner circle for a few days. Once your beast is at bronze level, Yi Fan replied, his eyes sparkling with a smile, we'll head into the core of the secret realm. The core? But the core has silver-level beasts. Hearing this, Fat Li turned pale and quickly said, Yi Fan, don't be reckless. Silver-level beasts are genuinely powerful. If we go in, we definitely can't handle them. I said we'll go to the core, not to fight silver-level beasts. Yi Fan shook his head. There are many good things in the core, although most of them are guarded by silver-level beast tamers. We just need to think of some ways. What ways? Hearing this, Fatty Li looked a bit confused. What else can we do? Yi Fan replied, patting Fatty's shoulder, sneak in, surround way to rescue Zhao, lure the tiger away from the mountain, drive the tiger to swallow the wolf. With the series of idioms, Fatty Li was stunned, but soon, he scratched his head, seeming to understand a bit. What you mean, Yi Fan, should be, tricking and deceiving, right? Close enough. Close enough? Fatty Li was shocked, so even silver beast tamers can be tricked and deceived? If people can be tricked, why can't beast tamers? Not to mention silver beast tamers, golden and eternal level ones can be tricked the same. Yi Fan nodded, appearing confident, summoning 2 beast companions, and walked towards the secret realm. Behind, Fatty Li watched Yi Fan's back, feeling a cold sweat all over. He must be joking, right? He can't be serious about tricking silver-level beasts for their good stuff. Chapter 53, Alcohol and Tea. The first day's hunting was very easy, with the Windhawk and Hellhound, plus 3 snake-like beast companions close to the bronze level. Yi Fan and Fatty Li swept through the outskirts of the forest to hunt. Furthermore, with Yi Fan already familiar with the secret realm's environment, in just one day, the two made a huge profit. I feel like hunting is so easy now. By the campfire at night, Fatty had a big smile, roasting meat and saying, now those bronze-level beasts, as long as they are not at the 8-star or 9-star level close to silver, feel really easy to take down. It's normal to hunt bronze and dark iron beasts. Most of these beasts are quite ordinary. Yi Fan replied, elite-level beasts, after all, have a low cap, and only elite peak beasts can show some power at this stage. Hey, Yi Fan, I've heard you talk about the bloodline levels of beast tamers, but it seems I've only heard about inferior, elite, and elite peak. Fatty scratched his head, what about the bloodlines above elite peak? Above elite? Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled, above it is the excellence level, then the extraordinary level, and further up are the direct descendants of ancient rare species, which can be called the rare breed level. Do these bloodline levels of beast companions have any special aspects? Fatty Li asked, the elite peak has talent skills, do the excellence, extraordinary, and rare breeds have even more talent skills? Having more talent skills doesn't mean much, the higher the bloodline of the beast, the stronger their innate abilities. Yi Fan replied, glancing at Fatty, look at my Hellhound. It can barely unlock its bloodline shackles at the bronze level with many spiritual fruits. If it were an excellence-level beast, its bloodline shackles would be naturally unlocked, allowing it to use various elements like wind, fire, thunder, and lightning corresponding to their attributes from birth. Wow, then can't a dark iron beast fight bronze? Fatty was shocked. It's not that exaggerated. Yi Fan shook his head, after all, the growth of beast companions is there, they just don't need too much time. Moreover, the stronger the bloodline of the beast, the more likely they are born strong. Most extraordinary beasts are born as bronze or silver. It can only be said that most beast companions start from dark iron, bronze unlocks the first skill, and silver unlocks bloodline shackles. However, the stronger the bloodline, the more they can ignore these limitations that nature intended for beasts. Elite peak comes with talent skills, excellence ignores bloodline shackles, extraordinary ones are just not too weak at birth, and as for the rare breed level, they can summon the phantom of their bloodline ancestors, truly strong. I see. Fatty nodded, so, maybe it's easy for us now at the bronze level to deal with a beast at the elite peak bloodline. But if it's an extraordinary level, it would be very difficult? You could say so. Yi Fan nodded, thinking of something, and said to the chubby man, that's why the college entrance examination now tests the practical abilities of beast tamers. At the same level, most beast tamers actually find it hard to defeat a wild beast with a bloodline level higher than their own beasts. However, if you can reach a certain standard, a qualitative change will occur. For example, a few days ago, I defeated a wind eagle with a hellhound. From then on, the minimum standard for the beasts I tame became elite peak. Once this number accumulates, if one day I can defeat an extraordinary beast of the same level, wouldn't the quality of my beasts then achieve a qualitative leap? I see. Upon hearing this, the chubby man nodded repeatedly, so what about affinity that you mentioned before? Affinity is included, it actually increases your success rate in taming high-level beasts. Yi Fan replied, not all beasts will submit after they are defeated. The more powerful the beast, the harder it is to tame. High affinity means a higher chance of being accepted. Then why don't you specialize, Yi Fan? I don't need to specialize. Yi Fan shook his head, I can win the second time after I improve my grade once. If this one doesn't work, I can switch to another. That's true. The chubby man nodded, looking at the wind eagle on Yifan's shoulder with some envy. Your wind eagle is so cool, it's fast, and that talent skill, what's it called? Saying half of it, the chubby man got stuck. Yifan glanced at him and said, God bird rush, right? Yes, it's that skill that suddenly disappears for a moment and then reappears. The chubby man nodded repeatedly, it's like teleporting. Not exactly teleportation, the talent skill boosts its speed for a short time. If the speed exceeds a certain range, it seems to disappear suddenly. Yifan replied, looking at the chubby man's envious expression, and said, you can also get a flying snake in the future, like the winged snake I told you about. Definitely, flying beasts are so cool. The chubby man declared with conviction. Upon hearing this, Yifan's face showed a barely noticeable smile. To be honest, most flying snake-like beasts have some physical mutation, with something resembling wings bulging out, and they're actually quite ugly. Chirp! While the two were talking, a rustling sound came from the jungle nearby. A few beasts instantly lifted their heads, showing vigilant eyes. In their line of sight, a small beast rubbing its paws entered view. It's this guy again. Seeing the appearing beast, the chubby man was somewhat surprised. Isn't this the little badger from last time? Should be. Beside him, Yifan smiled and nodded. A month had passed, and this little badger's level hadn't grown much, only reaching bronze 2 stars. Chirp. Clearly, this little badger also recognized Yifan and the other person. It froze human-like for a moment and then looked up, spotting the wind eagle on Yifan's shoulder. That was its natural enemy. The wind eagle was extremely fast and could easily pierce its armor or find its weak defensive spots. This time, the little badger hesitated, glancing at the campfire in front of Yifan and them, only able to rub its claws in place. That appearance looked a bit pitiful. Come here. Seeing this scene, Yifan also smiled, waved at the little badger, and patted the wind eagle on his shoulder to signal it to be quiet. The little badger hesitated, but soon, realizing the two had no hostility, it approached the campfire. Eat meat. Cutting a piece of meat, Yifan tossed it to the little badger. The little badger held the meat, its eyes first glancing at the wind eagle on Yifan's shoulder. Seeing that the other beast wasn't looking at it, it started to eat. This little thing can actually read people's expressions. Beside him, the chubby man found it a bit interesting. Last time it came back, it was like a little tyrant. This time, if I didn't know better, I would think we were bullying it. After all, having natural enemies is quite normal. Yifan smiled and shook his head, reaching out to touch the little badger's head. Its picky temperament makes it often die in fights with other beasts. Plus, it has natural enemies, so their numbers are actually quite small. In places like Silvermoon Forest, you basically can't see little badger's shadow. Chirp. Touched by Yifan's big hand, the little badger paused, but soon seemed not to care, continuing to eat the meat in its paw. By the small fire at night, after a good meal and warming up by the fire, the little badger stood up, called out to Yifan and fatly each, then turned around and burrowed into the jungle. It has learned to say goodbye. Watching that small figure, Yifan's eyes were filled with a smile. I think it's quite pitiful. The fat man beside him felt emotional, looking at Yifan and said, how about in the future, when there's a Beastmaster space, we capture this little badger? It won't accept your taming. 2 meals at most can make it not bite you when it meets you. Yifan shook his head, his tone somewhat deep. Moreover, for a beast like the little badger, the jungle is actually its best home. It has gotten used to a daily life of competing fiercely with other beasts. If you take it away to live a life ruled by a Beastmaster, it might not be good for it, and could even backfire. Some beasts are born for endless battles, not for anyone, but for themselves. After saying this, Yifan stood up, stretched his body, and walked towards the tent. It recognizes us now. Next time we come, we can give it more food, and some spiritual herbs and fruits as well. Who knows, one day it might fight and become the overlord of this secret realm, then it would be interesting. Chapter 54, Bloodline of Qinyu. In the sky, the same 2 guardians looked down at the ground. When they saw the 2 leisurely enjoying roasted meat by the campfire and entering their tents to rest, the male guardian showed a helpless expression. These 2, Yifan and Liu, are quite relaxed. While others are still hunting all night for a beast, they are good, sweeping the mountains during the day and sleeping after roasting meat at night. It looks like they are on vacation in the secret realm. That Yifan is too strong. With that hell dog that broke the bloodline lock, and somehow found a Gale Eagle, there is essentially no beast in the forest that can limit him. The female guardian spoke, unable to help but say, could this kid really be from that family? Such a speed of progress seems a bit too fast. The geniuses of Kyoto's generation might only match his pace. It might really be. The male guardian nodded, and now somewhat suspicious, he couldn't help but say, I checked this kid's background, but there's basically nothing to find. Someone has encrypted all family information above his father. His father, doesn't that mean that one? It should not be. The grandchildren of that one are basically studying in Kyoto, and the news about his heirs, including known illegitimate children, has all been made public. I haven't heard of someone like this. The male guardian replied thoughtfully, could it be that one's sibling's descendant? Their family is quite impressive. Sibling, isn't that one's brother in Ping City our former army commander? The female guardian was surprised at this point, didn't he go to the front line at 20? I've never heard of him having offspring. Maybe. The pressure the commander faced back then was immense, and many wanted to harm him. Even if he had offspring, he probably wouldn't let others know. The male guardian answered, his gaze becoming somewhat profound. The army commander was also declassed back then. At the age of 22, he pushed back the outer domain by hundreds of kilometers. If he hadn't led us to fight, the defenses of the outer domain would have collapsed 40 years ago because of that chaos. 40 years, calculating the time, if the spark was left exactly in that year, then Yifan's father should be 40 years old now, having given birth to Yifan at 25. The female guardian deduced, this data should be available, right? Should you check it out when you have time? Check it out, okay. The male guardian nodded slightly, his eyes moving through the forest, carrying a hint of complexity as he said, if that's true, then Yifan has some karma with the two of us. Swiftwind Eagle, use the divine bird strike. In the forest, the figure of Swiftwind Eagle flickered into view, and its sharp cry made the giant brown bear nearby momentarily lose focus. In the next moment, Swiftwind Eagle suddenly appeared, its claws piercing through. This was a fatal hit, and as Swiftwind Eagle soared into the sky, the giant brown bear fell to the ground. This is too strong. Watching Swiftwind Eagle's performance, Fatley couldn't help but marvel, picking up his bag and small knife to approach the giant brown bear. Such cooperation had become second nature. At that moment, Fatley's 3 beasts had reached Black Iron 9 stars. With the help of spiritual fruits, they would all be able to reach bronze in just a day or two. Now, their strength was formidable, at the bronze level, they were almost unbeatable. Crack, crack. As he was cleaning up the remains of the giant brown bear, suddenly, footsteps sounded in the jungle. Fatley immediately stood up alertly, with 3 heads of snakes circling around him. Yifan also raised his hand, with Hellhound and Swiftwind Eagle guarding his side. The jungle rustled, and soon, a person ran out in a disheveled state. Upon seeing this person, Fatley exclaimed, Wanlingxi? Hearing Fatley's voice, Wanlingxi also froze as she burst out from the grass, Yifan, Liu, what are you doing here? Hunting. Yifan replied, his gaze fixed on Wanlingxi, what happened? Ji Jia is sending his minions to scour the entire forest edge. Wanlingxi replied quickly, he has a guy called Longwu who is very strong and is chasing after me. Longwu? Upon hearing the name, Yifan frowned slightly. He had some impression of this person, supposedly the son of a servant from the Ji family, here to be a study companion. He had a powerful beast but possessed great strength himself, 3 to 5 ordinary people couldn't get close to him. Ji Jia is still as cautious as ever. Afraid of being driven away by the guardians, he sends his servants to do his dirty work. Hearing this, Yifan narrowed his eyes and looked at Wanlingxi, where are your people? Those from Lingxi Legion who vowed to protect you, where did they go? They... Hearing this, Wanlingxi bit her lip, looking somewhat pale. Facing Ji Jia's pressure, no one dared to speak up for you, right? Yifan seemed to have guessed something. Now, you should understand what I said last time. Wanlingxi opened her mouth, and behind her, a burly figure gradually stepped out of the jungle. Wanlingxi, you can really run. The sound of footsteps grew dense as 7 or 8 people followed the burly man out. This man was indeed fierce, towering nearly 2 meters tall, built like a yak, incredibly strong. A group of people emerged. Wanlingxi wanted to run but was caught and lifted up like a chick. Where's the stuff? Hand it over. Longwu shouted at Wanlingxi, then noticed Yifan and Liu standing in the forest. He squinted, what class are you 2 from? Have you submitted your earnings? Longbro, that one is Yifan and Liu. One of Longwu's followers murmured. Oh, so they're the ones my young master mentioned. Hearing this, Longwu nodded and casually tossed Wanlingxi aside. Headed straight towards Yifan and his companion. Yifan. Beside him, Li Fati whispered, should we take action or? At this moment, Li Fati was different from before. Facing this situation, he no longer thought about fleeing but instead felt a surge of eagerness. Yifan naturally wouldn't back down. He nodded slightly, looking at the approaching Longwu, suddenly speaking, your name is Longwu? Hearing what sounded like a rhetorical question, Longwu was taken aback. What? Do you have an opinion? I have no opinion. Yifan shook his head, looking at Longwu as if he suddenly thought of something, smiling, isn't your ancestral bloodline said to come from the Kuei-Niao? Why are you called Longwu? Shouldn't it be Niao Wu? You. Upon hearing this, Long Wu was momentarily lost for words, his copper bell-sized eyes staring at Yi Fan, incredulously saying, "How do you know?" "Ha!" Hearing this, Yi Fan slightly revealed a smile. Of course he knew this faithful lackey of Jijia quite well, and he could be considered familiar with him as well as a distant descendant of the bloodline, though not very powerful. "I've always been curious about what the Ji family can offer you distant Kuei Niu bloodline descendants that makes you so devoted." Yi Fan seemed to ponder, looking at Long Wu, smiling slightly. "Your ancestors were great figures who slaughtered ancient descendants. As descendants of greatness, don't you feel ashamed serving others as slaves? You're seeking death." Upon hearing this, Long Wu instantly became furious. He had heard many rumors, but the one he could not tolerate the most was this. "Today, I'm going to turn you into meat paste." Boom! With a punch thrown, Long Wu's physical power was well displayed, his muscles bulging all over. The momentum of this punch changed the expressions of many onlookers. Smack! Yet in the next second, Yi Fan firmly caught this punch. In Long Wu's shocked gaze, he spoke again, seemingly pitifully, "A descendant of the ancient bloodline is so weak, it's no wonder you're treated like a slave by the Ji family now." "Shut up!" Long Wu threw another punch, still being caught steadily by Yi Fan. The two quickly exchanged blows, fists clashing, and after dozens of exchanges, Yi Fan pushed hard with both hands, sending Long Wu stumbling back, nearly falling. "You!" Being forced back by sheer strength, Long Wu was a bit furious, about to throw another punch, but Yi Fan's voice rang out. "You're not my opponent. If you keep fighting, you'll only end up dead." Chapter 55, Mind the Master When Beating the Dog. Upon hearing this, Long Wu froze, looking at Yi Fan, who remained calm and collected, his hands trembling slightly and uncontrollably. He was completely suppressed in physical strength by someone of his age. "Do you also have the ancient bloodline?" Looking at Yi Fan, Long Wu suppressed his emotions and spoke in a deep voice. "Me? I shouldn't." Yi Fan shook his head. Now that he knew his background, it was impossible to say he had no ancient bloodline at all. However, one could only say he hadn't inherited it. If he had the Dragon Eye bloodline and combined it with the breathing technique, his physical power might even reach bronze level at this moment. "Without bloodline, how can your body be so strong?" Long Wu asked again. "I have the breathing technique." "Didn't your master give you descendants of the Kuei Niu a proper breathing technique?" Yi Fan countered. This made Long Wu momentarily stunned. "We can practice the breathing technique." "Why not? Those with dragon eyes can practice, those with phoenix wings can practice. Are you Kuei Niu special compared to them?" Yi Fan replied, a hint of a smile in his eyes. "Whether you can practice breathing techniques, haven't you tried?" Long Wu was speechless, glancing at his trembling fists, seemingly thinking of something. He looked back at Yi Fan beside him and finally shook his hands. "We're leaving." With that, Long Wu took the lead and departed. A group of people stood in place, looking at each other in confusion. The big brother left, and it surely wasn't possible for them to confront Yi Fan, so they hurriedly followed Long Wu away. In the jungle, only Wang Lingxi was left sitting there, as if she had just been picked up and tossed by Long Wu, still unable to come to her senses. "Yi Fan, what is the Kuei Niu bloodline?" Li Fati leaned over, asking, "Is it similar to the Dragon Eye bloodline?" "It can be considered so. It is also a type of bloodline inherited through special means from the ancient species, a descendant of the first-generation beast tamer. Those with this bloodline often have bodies like bronze oxen, immense strength, and those with a stronger bloodline may even develop horns," Yi Fan nodded and said. "But there might also be a curse tied to the bloodline. Those with the Kuei Niu bloodline often have a few screws loose," Yi Fan added. "No wonder Long Wu looks like a big fool," Fatty nodded, seemingly envious. "These people with innate bloodlines all seem so strong, they are naturally better than others. It's basically what their ancestors fought hard for. When one person achieves greatness, it lifts the whole family. It's normal for their descendants to have some advantages," Yi Fan nodded, then commented, "but it's just okay, most bloodlines come with limitations and aren't necessarily strong. Even the strongest descendants of the Dragon Eye bloodline have to worry about the backlash of dragon blood. If they were that amazing, would a guy like Long Wu still need to be someone else's servant?" "That's indeed true," Li Fati nodded. "Let's go hunt for the next beast." Yi Fan shook his head and stepped forward. "Yi Fan." Wang Lingxi's voice rang out at that moment. Yi Fan stopped, looking at Wang Lingxi who was still dazed, furrowing his brows slightly. "What's wrong? Are you not leaving?" "No," Wang Lingxi shook her head, glancing at Yi Fan, seeming hesitant. "Yi Fan, thank you. It's just a small effort," Yi Fan waved his hand. "You helping me might have burdened you." Wang Lingxi felt a bit guilty. Long Wu was Ji Jia's confidant. By blocking him, Ji Jia may notice you soon. He has many subordinates, this time, nearly 40 to 50 of them are under him. They might come to cause you trouble." "Trouble for me?" Hearing this, Yi Fan sneered. He was actually looking forward to them causing trouble for him. Now, with the Hellhound and Swift Wind Eagle on his side, he could easily handle anyone below silver rank or A grade. In his past life, he had faced countless hidden daggers and arrows, ultimately betrayed and killed by a guy he had called a brother for decades. Now, this was the perfect opportunity to vent his anger. I'm just afraid he won't come. Yi Fan shook his head and glanced at Wang Lingxi. Here's a piece of advice, don't think about forming some Lingxi group. A bunch of people with different minds gathered together is like a pile of loose sand, they'll fall apart at a touch. This made Wang Lingxi hesitate, looking at Yi Fan and Li Fati beside him. After some time, she said, do you still need more manpower? As soon as she finished, Yi Fan was about to refuse when Wang Lingxi quickly added, I have Spirit Leader and can help you find treasures. This trouble with Jijia actually started because of me, this is my way of repaying you. I don't want any reward. Hearing this, Yi Fan's brows furrowed slightly, but he soon waved his hand and turned around. Just follow me. Let's distribute whatever we gain based on effort. Hearing this, Wang Lingxi was taken aback, then she looked at Yi Fan and the others who were already preparing to leave, a hint of a smile appearing in her eyes. Okay. Boss G is impressive. That bronze 4-star illusion deer is like a little chick in your hands. There's no question about this battle power, who at the same level can match Boss G? As an illusion deer thundered down, praises filled the forest from the group. Ji Jia was among them, smiling as he listened to the compliments. What does a bronze 4-star mean? With a word, Ji Jia waved his hand, and his beast, like a cheetah, swiftly approached him. He casually took out a piece of meat and stuffed it into the beast's mouth. Ji Jia looked up and asked, where is Long Wu? Why hasn't he returned yet? Collecting protection fees from a dozen people has taken him half a day. Beside him, someone eagerly replied, today, only that group from Lingxi clan is left. They may have encountered some resistance. Lingxi clan? Upon hearing this name, Ji Jia snorted coldly. A woman from a small family in Pingcheng. If it weren't for their ancestral spirit beast being somewhat useful, would I let her stay in the secret realm until now? Yes. That Wang Lingxi doesn't know her place, it's time to teach her a lesson. A flattering lackey quickly responded, soon, Brother Longwu will definitely catch that woman and make her apologize to you, Master Ji. At that moment, from the jungle, a group of people emerged, and at the front was Longwu, who had just been beaten by Yi Fan. Young Master. Seeing Ji Jia, Longwu knelt on one knee without saying a word. Longwu has failed in his duties, please punish me, young master. Failed in your duties? Upon hearing this, Ji Jia frowned. Noticing Longwu's bruised fists and wounds on his body, he said in a deep voice, did someone from Lingxi clan defeat you? It's not someone from Lingxi clan, I defeated their team. Longwu shook his head. It was Yi Fan. I encountered him while chasing Wang Lingxi, and after fighting him, I lost. Yi Fan? This made Ji Jia pause for a moment. He stepped in to protect Wang Lingxi? No, it was I who challenged him. Fool. Upon hearing this, Ji Jia immediately became angry. You know that Yi Fan has the strength of bronze, right? I knew, but Longwu wanted to explain, but before he could finish, Ji Jia snorted coldly again. Getting beaten is getting beaten. I haven't been able to find their trace these past couple of days. Since they bumped into me, it's just given me a reason. Ji Jia said, looking at Longwu with a chill in his voice, you remember where you saw them, right? Yes, the eastern part of the forest, not far from that big silver fir tree. Longwu quickly replied. Let Longwu lead the way, following their path, and find their tracks. Ji Jia commanded, and a group of people responded in unison, seeming eager to hunt down Yi Fan. Young master. Longwu hesitated slightly. Yi Fan is very difficult to deal with, he has two powerful beasts. No matter how strong, he is just one person. I don't believe he can do much more. Ji Jia answered, his eyes somewhat cold. Even when beating a dog, one must watch the master, without paying some price. How could it be possible? Yes. Upon hearing this, Longwu could only nod. As he bowed, a subtle change appeared on his face. Chapter 56, Display. Yi Fan, under the stone 15 meters ahead, there is a spirit herb. In the jungle, Wang Lingxi's voice suddenly sounded. At this moment, she was activating her spirit beast, her eyes glowing faintly blue. Squeak, squeak. As her voice fell, a golden-haired rat quickly ran back from the jungle. Upon hearing the sound, Yi Fan moved and indeed found a medium-grade spirit herb, concentration grass, under the stone. This beside him, Li Fati stared at the spirit herb, momentarily speechless. This was the 14th spirit herb they had found today, and they had hardly exerted any effort. Aside from two that had beasts guarding them, the rest were all found in the wild. This is too incredible. Li Fati spoke, exchanging a glance with Yi Fan. Yi Fan also showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. His sense of smell for spirit herbs was quite sharp, but compared to the golden-haired rat, often called the treasure-finding beast, he was still greatly inferior. Finding so many spirit herbs without any effort was beyond his expectations. Golden-haired rat, you can maximize the effectiveness of your spirit beast. Yifan spoke, a hint of inquiry in his voice. This shouldn't be the beast you chose at school, right? No, Wang Lingxi shook her head. It's specially trained within my family. My spirit beast has a hereditary talent. My father, my grandfather, both have this talent. Inherited beast taming talent. Upon hearing this, Yifan slightly nodded. Indeed, a small number of beast taming talents are inherited, but this kind of inheritance is unstable. It is very rare to inherit the beast taming talent across 3 generations. Your Wang family should be a family that lives by treasure hunting, right? After pausing for a moment, Yifan asked. Yes, we have a partnership with Lingqiao Hall, and we basically provide a lot of spiritual herbs and fruits every year. Wang Lingxi replied, smiling as she looked at her golden-furred mouse and said, don't be fooled by how useless this little guy seems. When leveled up, it can find not only spiritual herbs and fruits but also their seeds and roots. It's very powerful. I know this. Yifan nodded, looking at the smiling Wang Lingxi, but he thought of other things, reflecting for a moment, then waved his hand, saying, the purpose of treasure hunting is to enhance strength, don't get it wrong. Your talent is indeed very useful, but it does not increase your own combat power. A black iron 6-star golden-furred mouse, still a B level, your strength seems to fall far behind that of students of the same age. These words hit Wang Lingxi's weak spot. She froze for a moment. So, have I gone the wrong way? There was a problem from the beginning. Logically, with so many spiritual herbs and fruits you found, even if you just stacked them up, you should have at least bronze-level strength, but you formed the Lingxi team and gave a large amount of your resources to others. Yifan shook his head. Creating a team isn't wrong, but a good team should be able to help you, not drag you down. Indeed. Wang Lingxi slowly nodded, then looked at Yifan, her eyes revealing a smile. So I think joining you was a very wise choice. You? This made Yifan a bit choked up, but soon, he just waved his hand. Let's go, we'll hunt in a place closer to the core and try to get some good stuff. In the inner circle of the jungle, a hunt was centered around a bronze 8-star giant brown bear. This was a very powerful beast within the inner circle, known as the king of the inner circle, but at this moment, it was charred and in a very awkward state from the flames of hellhounds. If it were just one hellhound, this giant brown bear naturally wouldn't be in such a sorry state, but from time to time, a ghostly snake with poisonous fangs would dive out, as well as rocky-bodied rock pythons, and occasionally black flame snakes ambushing from the grass underfoot. These things were relentless, leaving it unable to escape the entanglement of the hellhounds. The most critical factor was the gale eagle circling in the sky. Its instinct as a beast told it that the hunter from the sky posed a deadly threat to it. And its instinct was very accurate. At a certain moment, the gale eagle swooped down from the sky, its claws empowered by beast skills tore through its fur, piercing flesh directly into the heart, delivering a fatal blow. Boom! The giant brown bear's figure crashed to the ground, and behind it, in its nest, there was a spiritual fruit that looked like a reishi mushroom, quietly growing on the cliff behind the nest. That spiritual fruit had already been eaten halfway, and there were some incomplete roots and stems nearby. It was obvious that this was the main reason this giant brown bear could grow to the bronze 8-star level. Bloodlingxi, a top-notch item among common level, even comparable to some ordinary spiritual level low-grade treasures, it is a medicinal herb that can quickly elevate beast levels. Looking at the half-eaten Bloodlingxi, Yifan's eyes lit up. Good stuff, fatty, hurry and collect it. With this half-Bloodlingxi plus all those herbs in your backpack, it should be enough for your 3 beasts to reach bronze. Okay. Upon hearing this, Li Fatty quickly agreed and rushed forward. Having plucked the blood spirit mushroom, Yifan also walked over and pulled out the remaining roots of the blood spirit mushroom. Beside him, Wang Lingxi skillfully took a small knife to collect the body of the giant brown bear. The giant brown bear of bronze rank 8, just like this, is dead? Looking at the giant brown bear in front of her, Wang Lingxi's eyes were full of amazement. It was the first time she had seen Yifan and Liu fight with all their strength against a beast. It was clear that their cooperation was quite harmonious. During the battle, they performed very calmly, even joking and chatting. The hellhound provided frontline firepower, the rock python attacked from the side, the black flame snake and the specter snake waited to launch sneak attacks, while the gale eagle was always ready to deliver a fatal blow from the sky. With such harmonious coordination, it was evident that they weren't hunting this high-level beast for the first time. This is what a Beastmaster is. Glancing up at Yifan and Liu, Wang Lingxi was somewhat speechless and seemed to yearn for such battles herself. I need to practice my breathing technique well and strive to have a second beast space as soon as possible, to capture a fighting beast. Having made a firm resolution, Wang Lingxi had already gathered the giant brown bear's body and said to Yifan, Yifan, what are we going to do next? Next? Hearing this, Yifan looked at Fat Li and paused slightly. Next, we will just casually look for spirit herbs and spirit fruits, waiting for Fat Li's beast to reach bronze rank before preparing to do something big. Something big? This statement puzzled Wang Lingxi. What big thing? Let Fat Li tell you. Yifan replied, taking a step forward. Wang Lingxi shot a glance at Fat Li, who scratched his head and came over to whisper. Are you guys going to the core? Upon hearing Fat Li's words, Wang Lingxi was shocked. The core has silver-ranked beasts, and the environment there is completely different. I told Yifan the same thing. Fat Li answered, but Yifan said we could go into the pit, we can use strategy to get what we want. What strategy? I don't know. Fat Li scratched his head and glanced at Yifan's back, then said, but since Yifan said it can work, it must work. Having said this, Fat Li chased after Yifan's figure, leaving Wang Lingxi behind, watching their silhouettes and suddenly feeling a bit unreal. Yesterday she was outsmarting and battling black iron-ranked beasts at the forest's edge, and today she was hunting high-ranked bronze beasts in the forest. Not only that, but she was soon going to enter the core of the forest to find trouble with silver-ranked beasts. This drastically different treatment was entirely due to her joining Yifan. What kind of person is Yifan? Watching the two gradually drift away, Wang Lingxi murmured, the level of these beasts has nothing to do with D rank. Chapter 57 Core. Big Brother Ji, I've found Yifan and the others. On the fourth day in the secret realm, the news finally reached Ji Jia. Found them? Hearing this news, Ji Jia looked at the shifty-eyed person. Where are they? Reporting to Big Brother Ji, they've entered the core area of the secret realm. We didn't dare to investigate further due to our limited strength. The person replied, Wang Lingxi is with the regular classes Li Yu and him. They entered the core of the secret realm? Upon hearing this, Ji Jia's brows furrowed. Are you certain the news is reliable? I'm certain it's reliable. The shifty-eyed person replied, my beast talent is shadow vision, I can probe life bodies in an area for a short time. Near the forest core, I detected the three of them, but it was quick, and I didn't see where they specifically went. Upon hearing this, Ji Jia had no doubts anymore, but there was some confusion in his eyes. The core has silver-ranked beasts, they dare to go in? Big Brother Ji, maybe Yifan knows he has offended you and has hidden in the core area. One person replied. This statement made Ji Jia slightly less confused, but he remained a bit wary, waving his hand. Long Wu, you take 20 people close to the edge of the core area to investigate, confirm if they are in the core region. You go with Long Wu. After glancing at the sneaky-looking man, Ji Jia added, once you confirm the location, use a signal flare to notify us. Understood. Long Wu nodded, respectfully bowing and retreating. A group of people quickly assembled and headed into the forest. Ji Jia sat at a high point, watching the distant crowd, his eyes showing a rare hint of caution. At this stage, why does he dare to go into the core? Yifan, are we really going to target the silver-level beast? Walking through the jungle, Fatty Li whispered to Yifan, barely making a sound. After coming this far, are you still asking me if it's true? Yifan smiled, glancing at Li Yu and Wang Lingxi, who didn't dare to breathe, and said, as long as we use the right method, silver beasts aren't that difficult to deal with. Saying this, Yifan stopped in his tracks. Look, don't the weeds ahead have clear signs of being trampled? Yeah. Fatty Li nodded. That's right, there are beasts lurking nearby. Yifan spoke, and look at the jungle ahead, doesn't it look like the entrance to a cave? Such entrances are usually beast dens. Wang Lingxi interjected, with her experience in finding spiritual herbs, she had a peculiar familiarity with this kind of place. Right, this is the territory of the silver-level beast, the color cloud leopard. The color cloud leopard is an elite peak-level beast, very fast, and has an excellent sense of smell. Yifan nodded, looking at Fatty Li. Fatty, where's the stinky fruit I asked you to prepare? Here it is. Fatty Li took out a small bag of pale yellow fruit. The juice of this stinky fruit has a strong odor, which works well on sensitive-smelling beasts like the color cloud leopard. Yifan explained, taking the stinky fruit from him. So, we need to smear the juice on ourselves, and the color cloud leopard will ignore us because of the smell, allowing us to sneak past. Fatty Li added. That's partly correct. Yifan replied, shaking his head, and explained his plan. We'll sprinkle the juice in many places outside, we need to have it on us as well. Soon, I will have the swift wind eagle rush in to provoke the color cloud leopard. After the color cloud leopard chases my beast out and runs away, we will quickly go in to take the spiritual fruit. The color cloud leopard is very alert and won't chase far. This won't take long, we only have about 1 or 2 minutes to grab the spiritual fruit, and after we get it, we have to run like crazy, constantly tossing out the stinky fruit juice as we escape. Within half an hour, we must reach a place near the river to wash off the smell, or else the color cloud leopard will sniff out the stinky fruit juice we used to hide our scent and chase us down, until we are sent out of the secret realm by the guardian. Is it really that thrilling? Upon hearing this, Fatty Li replied, so, we essentially lure the tiger from its mountain lair, and then continuously throw smoke bombs until we can get away? Yes. Yifan answered, this plan isn't complicated, the main points are just 2. Get inside, and reach the river to wash off in half an hour. Then how does this plan relate to my beast reaching the bronze level? Fatty Li suddenly inquired. Self-preservation. Yifan answered, glancing at Fatty, if the plan fails, we will have to try to kill the color cloud leopard. Kill it? Fatty Lee was stunned. Is there really a possibility of failure? There's no such thing as a 100% successful plan, you must always have a backup. Yifan replied, not saying more, prepare the juice. That color cloud leopard guard's a very special spiritual fruit, the reward definitely warrants the risks we are taking. All right. At his words, the three quickly took action. Although they had made preparations in their hearts, they still felt a rush of adrenaline. But when faced with the green, foul-smelling juice of the stinky fruit, Wang Lingxi's face still turned a bit ugly. This is too smelly. Saying this, Wang Lingxi didn't hesitate much and smeared the juice on herself. Yifan was no exception, and soon the three of them were covered in green, then they splashed the juice all over the jungle, the stink rising. It should be fine now. After patting his hands, Yifan raised his hand, calling out the Gale Eagle, tapping its head, and whispering softly, then raised his hand again, and the Gale Eagle let out a cry and rushed into the clouded leopard's den. Hide well. Yifan said, and the three of them hid in the nearby bushes. Soon, the Gale Eagle dashed out, closely followed by a deafening roar. Roar! In the jungle, through the model site, a clouded leopard that might stand 3 meters tall burst out, its massive size and fierce appearance making one claw hit the ground, uprooting a large tree, and then in just a blink, it leaped 10 meters away. This scene made Li Fatty and Wang Lingxi's faces change somewhat. In just a few seconds, they could feel how strong this Beastmaster was. How can it be so strong? Thinking about what Yifan said, Li Fatty trembled a little. Don't freeze there, it's now, hurry in and get the spirit fruit. Yifan's voice rang out after the clouded leopard dashed out for dozens of seconds, and he stepped forward, then jumped into the clouded leopard's den. Li Fatty and Wang Lingxi were stunned for a moment, but they hurriedly followed Yifan into the den. What the hell is this? Looking at the 4 or 5 golden spirit fruits beside the clouded leopard's den, Li Fatty was shocked. Harvest fruit, low-grade spirit fruit, bears fruit every 3 years, under silver level, eating one raises the level by 1 star. Yifan didn't say much, grabbed the stem of the harvest fruit, pulled hard, and soon a large patch of root was torn up, several fruits fell to the ground, and Li Fatty and Wang Lingxi hurriedly picked them up. The fruits must be stored in the Beastmaster space. We can't leave any scent. With a hard shake, Yifan tossed the stem to Fatty, then took out 7 or 8 stinky fruits and smashed them around. Fatty was in a flurry, not even finished collecting the spirit fruits when Yifan's voice rang out again. Now, run. Escape without looking back. Roar. The clouded leopard's roar echoed in the jungle, clearly sensing the intruder in its den and rushing back quickly. Oh my goodness, how could it be such a short time? It was clearly only a few seconds. At this moment, Fatty realized the seriousness of the situation, pulling the roots back into the Beastmaster space while quickly running outside, with Wang Lingxi closely following. Yifan brought up the rear, hesitating momentarily before releasing the hellhound, which spewed fire, turning the entire den into a sea of flames. Chapter 58, Call for Help. What's going on? In the sky, watching the sudden fire appear in the forest, the Guardian was stunned. Is there a fire-type silver Beastmaster fighting in the core, said the male Guardian, squinting, and as he focused, his expression changed dramatically, that Yifan, he burned the clouded leopard's den. What? The female Guardian was also shocked, looking down. At this moment, the clouded leopard was at its doorstep, watching the fire in its den and the surrounding green, foul-smelling juice, seemingly lost in thought. But soon, it caught a whiff of something, focusing its gaze on where Li Fatty and the others were escaping, letting out a roar. At this moment, it still hadn't sniffed out Yifan and the others' scent, but after a moment of thought, it discovered the 3 moving large stinky fruits. Combining that with the green juice at its doorstep, it came to a conclusion. It wondered why there were stinky fruits at its doorstep. Damn it! They stole something and burned my home. Roar! The roar sounded, and the clouded leopard moved, seemingly with rolling thunder beneath its feet, its speed extremely fast, covering dozens of meters in a breath. Along the way, all the trees were knocked down, and the cloud leopard was filled with rage, wanting to tear apart this group of thieves. It's over, they have been discovered. In the sky, seeing this scene, the female Guardian panicked. This Yifan is too bold. Last time it provoked the bronze level, this time it provoked the silver level. Next time, is he going to provoke the overlord of this secret realm? Don't be anxious yet. The male Guardian's voice rang out at this moment. Yifan seems to have prepared a backup plan. Backup plan? The female Guardian was stunned. Suddenly, furious beast roars echoed from the jungle, and the cloud leopard seemed to have gone wild, knocking down trees and attacking unrelated inner circle beasts along the way. Most of these beasts were high-star bronze, and although they were no match for the cloud leopard, their instinctive territorial awareness still drove them to attack. This Yifan is too annoying. After watching for a moment, the female Guardian seemed to realize something different. He deliberately chose to pass by those beast nesting areas, letting the Gale Eagle spray the stinky fruit juice on those beasts, and the cloud leopard hasn't distinguished their scents yet, so it attacks upon smelling the moving stinky fruit. This really is a case of collateral damage. The male guardian shook his head helplessly. This guy is really too bold. Last time he at least approached bronze, this time he's provoking silver-level beasts, several levels away. He must be after that harvest fruit. The female guardian said, if he has that fruit, he should be able to quickly rise to silver. Rising to silver, then next time he might really provoke the overlord beast in the core. The male guardian looked for a while, and when he saw Yifan and the others successfully jump into the river while the cloud leopard was still fighting a giant brown bear, he couldn't help but turn away. This doesn't seem like something a newcomer could pull off. I won't watch. We did it. The river was rushing, and when Fatty Lee climbed up, he finally let out a long sigh of relief, sitting next to the package, feeling as if he had survived a disaster. Boom, boom. Looking at the various angry roars coming from the bushes across the way, Fatty Lee shrank his head and looked at Yifan, asking, Yifan, we only stole a few spirit fruits, and they can only be eaten by those below silver level. Why are they reacting as if we burned down their house? Hearing this, Yifan smiled slightly and then shook his head. I don't know, maybe it's just that they are petty. Saying this, Yifan continued, if they weren't so petty, they wouldn't be attacking indiscriminately. Who knows, they might catch up soon. I see. Fatty Lee nodded. Anger leads to impulse. Impulse blinds the eyes. Yifan replied, patting Fatty Lee's shoulder, let's go, sitting here any longer, they might catch up. Wait for me. A weak voice came from the side, it was Wang Lingxi, I didn't bring extra clothes. As her voice fell, Yifan looked over and saw that after falling into the water, Wang Lingxi's clothes were glued to her body, revealing her curvy figure. I have an extra. After a quick glance, Yifan tossed over a piece of clothing and turned away, hurry up. Okay. Wang Lingxi took the clothes, looking at Yifan who had already walked ahead, momentarily frozen. Isn't he a man? Not even a glance? Long Wu, I sensed Yifan and the others' whereabouts again. In another patch of grass, Long Wu was moving quickly with his team. Suddenly, the previous sneaky-eyed person spoke up. Where? Long Wu inquired. Right ahead, I feel they are getting closer to us. The person replied. Take out the signal flare, prepare to notify the young master. Long Wu ordered, quickly scrambling up a slope, with a group quickly following. Just after they climbed over this slope, Yifan and the three were slowly walking towards them from the opposite side. At this moment, both sides were stunned for a moment. Long Wu? Looking at the large group across from him, Yifan's gaze focused on the leader, Long Wu. Have you come to find me again? Long Wu began to speak, but hesitated, tough words almost on his lips. At this moment, a sly-eyed man stepped forward, pointing at Yifan. It's Boss Ji who sent us to find you. Ji Jia, right? I know him. Yifan nodded. Where is he? Is it just you guys who came? Just us. The man answered, not yet aware that something was off about the atmosphere. If he hasn't arrived, what right do you all have to stop me? Yifan's voice resonated, and immediately, Hellhound and Gale Eagle appeared beside him. These past few days in the secret realm were not in vain. The Hellhound had reached bronze 5 stars, and the Gale Eagle had also reached bronze 7 stars. Beside him, Fat Lee's beast also appeared, 3 heads at the bronze level. The sudden appearance of these 5 beasts made the air feel heavy with tension. With 5 bronze-level beasts present, they could crush all of them in an instant. Long Wu, what do we do? Seeing this scene, the sly-eyed man shrank back. Long Wu felt a bit helpless, looking at Yifan and cupping his hands. The young master says to hit the dog and look at its owner, so he wants to invite Brother Yi for a talk. And you brought so many people for a talk? Yifan retorted, narrowing his eyes. And if you hit the dog and look at its owner, who is the dog? You, Long Wu? This made Long Wu grit his teeth. It's just a metaphor. A metaphor? Don't you understand that it's just a metaphor, Long Wu? Yifan sneered. Being someone else's slave, even for a lifetime, you're still a slave. I am not. Long Wu started to respond, but suddenly, a signal flare shot up into the sky and exploded. Who fired the signal flare? Long Wu's face immediately changed. Brother Long, it was me. From the back, a man raised his hand. Didn't Boss Ji say to find Yifan and notify him? Why should we be afraid of him? Idiot. Long Wu cursed. Yifan was right here, and you set off a signal flare? Aren't you afraid it will make him mad and send us all out? Idiot. Truly an idiot. Calling people? Seeing the signal flare in the sky, Yifan revealed a cold smile. It's not just you who can call for help. He then looked at Fat Lee beside him. This action made Fat Lee stunned. What's going on? Do you want me to call someone? Who do I have to call? Stinky fruit, take it out and throw it at them. Yifan lowered his voice and spoke slowly. Oh, Fat Lee suddenly understood, said nothing more, and directly took out the stinky fruit and threw it at Longwu and his band. You scoundrels, I'll call people to handle you. A few people were hit by Fat Lee's stinky fruit, the foul smell spreading, and many began to curse out loud. Run! Yifan shouted, and the three quickly dashed towards the nearby forest. Don't chase. Longwu stopped one of the people hit by Fat Lee's stinky fruit, his gaze a bit intense. If we chase them, we won't win. They are nearby, we will wait for the young master to come. But that fat guy threw feces at me. That man was furious, the smell of the stinky fruit was overwhelming, really akin to something else. Longwu also turned his head due to the smell, but in his eyes, there was a hint of doubt. Why didn't Yifan attack them at this moment and only threw 2 stinky fruits? Can this stinky fruit also call for help? This doubt didn't last long, as suddenly a roar echoed throughout the inner circle. Roar! Chapter 59, Fat Lee's exclamation. By the river, the color cloud leopard jumped over the big river. It chased after those few stinky fruits until it reached the riverbank. Originally, the smell had disappeared, and it anxiously paced beside the river. But in just a moment, that smell appeared again. You can't escape. Opening its bloody mouth wide, the color cloud leopard quickly ran through the jungle. This area was already close to the outskirts, and those iron black and low bronze level beasts sensed its presence and ran away in fear. Roar! It crossed a high slope, and Longwu and the others were stunned to see the silver level beast bursting forth. How can there be a silver level beast on the outskirts of the forest? Longwu looked at the colorful cloud leopard, fear filling his eyes. Quick, retreat! Roar! The speed of the colorful cloud leopard was too fast. Almost as soon as Longwu's voice rang out, it locked onto the few people who had been struck by the fat man's stinky fruit. At this moment, it saw this group of people as thieves intruding into its home. With a roar, its sharp claws swept forward, and some people hurriedly directed their beasts to block the attack, desperately trying to escape. Facing a silver-level colorful cloud leopard, the 20-person team was almost completely slaughtered. Shin, we need to act. Seeing the situation on the ground, the female guardian spoke, calling out the male guardian's name. If we don't act soon, those people will die. It's not the right time yet. The male guardian named Jin responded, glancing at the female guardian. Our duty is to ensure their safety without interfering with the original order of the secret realm. This colorful cloud leopard isn't killing, it's only chasing those with the stinky fruit. We'll act at the last moment. Alright, okay. Yu nodded, her gaze fixed on the scene below, a hint of tension in her eyes. Clang. With a collision, the colorful cloud leopard's claws swept towards Longwu, who braced himself to withstand it. The immense force of the strike sent him crashing into a nearby tree, and then he slid down. Roar. Watching Longwu, the colorful cloud leopard let out a low, hoarse growl. It seemed to sense the bloodline of rare species in him and did not launch a further attack, turning its head to focus once again on the fleeing stinky fruit people ahead. In the next moment, it seemed to transform into the wind, sweeping through the forest's edge. One casual strike could take down a black iron-level beast. At this moment, the few people fleeing also realized something was wrong. It was obvious the colorful cloud leopard was targeting them. It's definitely that stupid fat man's fruit, one person cursed, tearing off his clothes and tossing them aside. The others followed suit. The clothes were discarded, but the colorful cloud leopard continued to pursue. In a panic, they even threw away their pants. Why is it only focusing on us? Feeling the colorful cloud leopard relentlessly behind them, the few were on the verge of tears. We're doomed. We're totally doomed. The colorful cloud leopard's speed was extremely fast. Clearly, they couldn't outrun it, and they were staring death in the face. Boss G is here. Seeing a large group appear ahead, one person shouted in surprise, wildly waving his arms. Boss G. We're over here. We're over here. As the shout rang out, Ji Jia, who had rushed over with people due to the flare signal, was stunned to see a few white, naked figures. You guys? Just as he began to speak, suddenly, the colorful cloud leopard burst forth from behind. Ji Jia's expression changed instantly, silver-level beast. You fools, I told you to find Yifan. Why did you provoke a silver-level beast? Ji Jia scolded angrily, not hesitating, waving his hand. Quick, retreat. As his voice fell, the crowd froze in their tracks, and one person whispered, Boss G, aren't we going to save them? They're fools, are you also a fool? That's a silver-level beast, how can we save them? Ji Jia shot back at that person, the guardians will step in to protect them. If we don't retreat, are we just waiting to be taken out with them? This questioning made the person shrink back, daring not to speak again. The group retreated like the tide, and the few naked individuals were left dumbfounded. Boss G, where are you going? We're over here, hurry and save us. Before their voices could finish, the colorful cloud leopard had already arrived. Faced with such a massive advantage, they collapsed on the spot. One person managed to run a bit, but was immediately pinned down by a paw. Roar! With its wide-open mouth, the colorful cloud leopard let out a furious roar at the few people. Just when it wanted to slap a person to vent its anger, a powerful aura suddenly surged in. The colorful cloud leopard was immediately shaken back several meters. It was furious and wanted to pounce again, but the next moment, when it saw the man standing silently opposite, it instantly became cautious, closing its large bloody mouth and taking small careful steps in place. Clearly, it knew the person was not someone it could easily confront. Retreat! Jin looked at the colorful cloud leopard and coldly spoke. At this command, the colorful cloud leopard instantly folded its ears, lowered its head, and quickly left, seemingly afraid of Jin taking action against it. Jin simply stood there, watching the colorful cloud leopard leave before turning to the few people behind him. You have lost qualification for the trial. State your names and leave the secret realm. At this moment, the few people's souls were still unsettled. Upon hearing this pronouncement, someone expressed some dissatisfaction. We were harmed by Yifan. Do we really have to be expelled? I do not wish to repeat the rules within the secret realm. Jin spoke, his eyes carrying a hint of indifference. If you have objections, feel free to complain to your teachers about me. After hearing this, the person who spoke shrank back. In the secret realm, the judgments of guardians cannot be questioned, and even if they went out to complain, they might just end up getting scolded. The few remained silent, and Jin coldly glanced at them, taking out a notebook. Go find your pants and put them back on, then tell me your names. Damn it, Yifan, that colorful cloud leopard is too fierce, crushing Long Wu and his group without them being able to fight back at all. Not far away, on a high ground, Yifan and his companions witnessed the colorful cloud leopard sweeping through Long Wu and his group. Li Fati said, somewhat amazed, with so many injuries to people and beast tamers, Ji Jia will definitely hate you. They weren't harmed too badly. Yifan shook his head, seemingly a bit dissatisfied with this result. Ji Jia is too cowardly. I thought he would at least try to stop it, but he just retreated. There are still 2 days left in the secret realm, and Ji Jia definitely doesn't want to risk his life with that colorful cloud leopard for a few subordinates. They may have the numbers, but defeating a silver-level beast is probably quite challenging. Wang Lingxi spoke up beside him, wearing the coat Yifan had given her. And after this, he probably won't come looking for trouble with us, considering how many were hurt. If he doesn't come looking for trouble with us, Yifan coldly snorted upon hearing this, that doesn't mean we can't go find him ourselves? You? Wang Lingxi hesitated slightly. Yifan, are you thinking of taking action against Ji Jia? Hearing this, a flame of anger ignited in Yifan's heart, but looking into the distance, he suppressed his rage and lowered his voice. Let's talk about it if there's a chance. Now, we move. Saying this, Yifan stood up and stepped deeper into the forest. Yifan, where are we going next? Li Fati quickly asked. Find a place to rest and use the harvest fruits we got today. Yifan answered, pausing for a moment as his gaze fixed on the colorful cloud leopard that was preparing to leave after crossing the river. This colorful cloud leopard has fought multiple battles along the way and has sustained significant injuries. Plus, its lair has been destroyed, leaving it with nowhere to rest. Right now, it is at its most vulnerable. We need to prepare quickly. Tonight, we'll capture this colorful cloud leopard. Capture the colorful cloud leopard. This statement stunned Li Fati, who opened his mouth to say something but could only take a deep breath, glancing at Wang Lingxi beside him as he saw Yifan already moving forward. Wow, I suspect Yifan has been planning to target this colorful cloud leopard from the very beginning. Chapter 60, Move Out. This Yifan, damn it. Returning to the outskirts of the forest, after hearing from Long Wu about their encounter with Yifan, Ji Jia felt somewhat angry and cursed. Young master, we were too careless. Beside him, Long Wu spoke up. Lowered his voice. Mainly those few fools who actively provoked and set off flares messed up big time. Ji Jia spoke, not blaming Long Wu, but cursing, are all the Beastmasters in Ping City such fools? Do they not think before they speak or act? These words were not spoken in a low voice, and many people around changed their expressions. But after the change, many still smiled and gathered around. Boss Ji, don't be angry, this time a few fools messed things up, it won't happen next time. There are about 2 days left until the end of the secret realm, we can continue looking for Yifan. Yifan is not stupid like you, making a move will only alert the snake, at this moment, he must be very vigilant. After saying this, Ji Jia seemed a bit more annoyed. If it weren't for those 2 fools being sent away by the guardian, I would definitely teach them a lesson. Yes. In place, Ji Jia thought for a moment, then glanced at the students around and sighed, forget it, we won't trouble him this time, let's first get through these 2 days safely. After we go out, there will be plenty of opportunities to deal with him. Sizzling. Night fell. By the campfire, 3 people were roasting meat, while Yifan was feeding his wind eagle with harvest fruits. A total of 5 harvest fruits, 3 were fed to the hellhound, and 2 were left for the wind eagle, which could increase their strengths to bronze 8 stars and bronze 9 stars, quite close to silver level. Yifan, why don't you save 1 harvest fruit for the wind eagle? That way it could reach silver level. The fat man beside him asked, a bit confused by Yifan's actions. Harvest fruits are only effective below silver, they cannot help a beast directly break through to silver. Yifan shook his head, explaining, also, silver level is considered a small threshold. It is not easy for a beast to open the bloodline lock and unlock its attributes at this level. Oh, I see. Fat Li nodded, looking at Yifan, hesitating for a moment. Why do we choose to hunt the cloud leopard at night? Vision is poor at night, and the cloud leopard is a feline, with good night vision. Doesn't that disadvantage us? You make a good point, Fatty. Yifan nodded slightly, then sighed. If I could, I wouldn't choose to hunt at night either. My beast needs time to digest the harvest fruits, but if we wait until after tonight, the cloud leopard's strong recovery ability will allow it to regain its combat power. So, isn't this the best plan? Fat Li paused. There aren't so many best plans, sometimes the opportunity lasts only a moment, and we must seize it. Yifan replied, plus, my Wind Eagle and Hellhound have good night vision abilities, and with Wang Lingxi with us, her spirit commander can play a significant role, so nighttime battles won't impact us much. Me? Wang Lingxi was taken aback upon hearing this. The golden mouse is a beast good at operating at night. Your spirit commander shares vision and can provide me with additional sight at night. Yifan replied, in the jungle battles, vision is extremely important, especially against fast beasts like the cloud leopard. If you lose sight of it, you are likely to die from its ambush from the shadows. I see. Wang Lingxi nodded, carefully, I will report back when needed. No need, in this battle you need to protect yourself, tell me when I need you to report back. Yifan replied, command your golden mouse well, my hellhound is fire type and will likely ignite some underbrush during combat. Understood. Wang Lingxi nodded. What about me? What about me? Fat Li spoke up. You? Upon hearing this, Yifan's eyes revealed a hint of a smile. You, of course, will fight alongside me. Fight side by side? Upon hearing this, Fat Li trembled, but then he couldn't help but feel excited. Hunting beasts beyond your level, this feeling can excite every Beastmaster. Chirp, chirp. As the three discussed, a familiar sound echoed, and a small badger popped out from the side of the jungle once again. This little guy really knows us. Li Fatty smiled faintly. This little badger. Seeing the small badger, Wang Lingxi was a bit surprised and looked at Yifan beside her. Do you know it? Yes, it came to roast fire with us for a few nights. We also give it some meat each time. Yifan replied, extending his hand. This time, the little badger didn't resist much, allowing Yifan to place his hand on its head. It actually didn't bite you. Wang Lingxi was a bit astonished, as if realizing something. The last time we came in was half a month ago, right? You guys from the ordinary class didn't come, and someone was curious and teased this little badger. What happened then? As a result, it chased and bit that person from the inner area to the outer area, and the one who teased it was finally brought out by the guardian. Wang Lingxi spoke while looking at the little badger being petted by Yifan, seeming a bit tempted and also leaning over to extend her hand. Hiss. Before her hand could touch it, the little badger opened its mouth and made a threatening sound. Wang Lingxi was startled and quickly withdrew her hand. This kind of beast, the little badger, is very hard to get close to others. Yifan spoke with a hint of amusement in his eyes. It lets me pet it because I've become familiar with it, and my Gale Eagle is its natural enemy, which has a certain deterrent effect. Oh, Wang Lingxi felt a bit regretful, rubbing her hands, looking at the little badger with eyes full of affection. After looking for a while, she suddenly said, the little badger seems to be injured. Huh? Hearing this, Yifan squinted and looked carefully. Indeed, there was a scar on the little badger's leg. It seemed to have been injured for a while, and the wound had already scabbed, apparently not serious. Fatty, give it some spirit fruits. Yifan spoke, looking at Li Fatty beside him. Blood grass and white jade fruit can both be given to it. Okay. Li Fatty responded, carefully taking out the blood grass and white jade fruit from his backpack and placing them in front of the little badger. Chirp. The little badger stared at the spirit grass and fruits in front of it, momentarily stunned, then looked at Yifan, with an expression that seemed to ask a question. There for you. Yifan nodded, then gently patted the little badger's head and stood up. Alright, you can roast the fire and eat these before leaving. After saying this, Yifan looked at Li Fatty beside him. We should set off. If we delay longer, it will be hard to search. Okay. The three quickly packed their bags and headed towards the jungle's depths. By the small fire, the little badger watched Yifan and the others leave, glancing at the white jade fruit in its paws, a bit dazed. What are Yifan and the others going to do again? In the sky, as soon as Yifan moved, Town's gaze followed. Looking at their direction, they should be heading to the core. You spoke beside him. heading to the core again. Hearing this, Town's face darkened. Isn't the trouble from during the day enough? Working overtime at night, huh? This time they probably aren't going to provoke other beasts. You seem to discover something. Yifan fed the harvest fruit to all his beasts, and the path he took seems to be in the direction where the cumulus leopard left. Cumulus leopard? Upon hearing this, Town was taken aback, his gaze moving within the core and spotting the cumulus leopard sleeping on the bare ground under a big tree, covered in scars. This scene made Town twitch his mouth. Does this cumulus leopard hold a grudge against Yifan? Is he targeting it? This cumulus leopard seems so pitiful. You spoke from the side, it hasn't done anything wrong, its spirit fruit was stolen, its home was burned down, and now it has to face Yifan's night raid. Pitiful? Not really. This cumulus leopard has killed quite a few people in the Beastmaster forest, it deserved to die. If it weren't for the principal saying to put it in the secret realm for the students to train, I would have killed it in the Beastmaster forest back then. Shin replied, shaking his head, I'm just wondering if Yifan and the others can win. The gap between silver and bronze is no small hurdle, and the difference is huge. That's a silver 2-star beast at the peak of elite level. No matter how injured it is, it can still use elemental powers, possesses talent skills, and has awakened 2 beast skills. It's very hard for a bronze-level Beastmaster to defeat it. Yifan has a bronze 9-star Wind Eagle and a bronze 8-star Hellhound. The gap shouldn't be very big. You spoke, it's just a pity that his talent is D-level, which doesn't provide much enhancement. If he had a C-level or above beast-boosting talent, with his terrifying combat intuition, he should be able to win. Let's see, I think it's very difficult. Jin shook his head from the side, get ready to take action. Yifan and the others will definitely be risking their lives against this colorful cloud leopard. The trials for such talented individuals are the hardest to handle. Let's do it. What if he has tricks up his sleeve and is wrongly judged for expulsion? But if we don't act and he dies, that would be even more unjust. This Yifan is really working overtime late at night and making us work overtime too. Chapter 61, Fierce Battle. In the darkness, the footsteps of the three were very quiet. Under some dim moonlight, Li Fati and Wang Lingxi followed closely behind Yifan, and it seemed they could hear their own heartbeats. We should be almost there. At a certain moment, Yifan suddenly stopped, looking seriously at a big tree not far ahead. The two behind him heard this and felt their hearts race immediately. Wang Lingxi, let your Jinhua mouse scout the area and confirm the position of that colorful cloud leopard. Yifan spoke, quickly arranging, Fatty, hide your phantom snake and hellfire snake in the nearby bushes, keep the rock python on standby, and be ready to summon it at any time. Okay. The two replied in unison, releasing their beast companions. The small Jinhua mouse made tiny sounds as it approached the big tree. At that moment, Wang Lingxi also activated her spirit chi, her eyes glowing faintly, sharing the vision with the Jinhua mouse. As the Jinhua mouse explored, just after passing the tree, Wang Lingxi suddenly jolted, nearly falling. On the other side of the tree? Seeing Wang Lingxi's reaction, Yifan asked. Yes, right at the center of the trunk. Wang Lingxi nodded, sweat on her forehead. There are no weeds around, only some trees, and not many obstacles. Good. Yifan nodded, direct the Jinhua mouse to hide in a tree further away, climb higher if possible, and share the vision. You two hide well, aside from when I ask for updates, don't let the colorful cloud leopard notice you. No problem. Wang Lingxi nodded. Fatty, command your 2 snakes to get ready to act. Yifan spoke, raising his hand. The Hellhound and Wind Eagle appeared beside him, followed by the boost of their Ascension talent. The D-level talent boost was indeed small, but Ascension was comprehensive, so it was still decent. Let's go. Yifan stepped forward, a knife used for cutting meat appearing in his hand, the Wind Eagle on his shoulder, the Hellhound at his feet, Li Fati lowering his head, with the Hellfire Snake and Phantom Snake quickly moving in the nearby bushes. Soon, they were close, at about 10 steps away, Yifan moved. Hellhound, breathe fire. As the voice fell, the Hellhound opened its mouth, flames instantly surging toward the tree trunk, spreading as it smashed into the trunk. Roar! The next moment, the furious roar of the colorful cloud leopard erupted, which had just managed to sleep, leaping from the flames, and instantly recognizing Yifan and the fire beside him. This guy is the culprit setting fire to his own home. Fatty. Yifan looked at the rage in the colorful cloud leopard's eyes, his expression calm, just speaking quietly. Followed by Fatty's voice, Phantom Snake, use poison mist. Hiss. The Phantom Snake emerged from the bushes, opening its mouth, a large cloud of green poison mist heading straight for the colorful cloud leopard. This is the skill of the Phantom Snake at the bronze level of comprehension, releasing stored poison fog, hitting directly, with considerable lethality. The colorful cloud leopard reacted quickly, dodging the poison fog, and instead raised a claw to swat the Phantom Snake away, charging straight at Yifan the next moment. It wants revenge. It's coming, it's coming. Yifan. Looking at the colorful cloud leopard easily dealing with the surprise attack of the phantom snake, rushing towards them, the fat man panicked. Just assist from the side, head on, no need to worry. Yi Fan spoke slowly, looking at the incoming colorful cloud leopard, without a hint of retreat. Hellhound, Stormhawk. Let's go. Roar. Caw. The sounds of the dog and the hawk echoed, and Yi Fan swiftly advanced with this sound, while the Hellhound collided with the colorful cloud leopard at even faster speed. Boom. The two summoned beasts instantly bit into each other, the Hellhound's strength unable to compete, being pinned down by the colorful cloud leopard to the ground. As the colorful cloud leopard raised its paw to pursue, Yi Fan's dagger was already coming. Sizzle. The dagger slashed through, cutting across the wound on the colorful cloud leopard, which immediately roared in anger, turning around to pounce on Yi Fan. Yi Fan reacted swiftly, watching the colorful cloud leopard's paw swipe towards him. He dodged to the side, and at the moment the paw brushed past, he kicked off the colorful cloud leopard swiftly. Hellhound, overheat blaze. The voice sounded, flames instantly erupted on the Hellhound. Roar. At the same time, the colorful cloud leopard did not stay idle. As the flames erupted, its body crackled with purple lightning. Immediately after, it vanished from its spot. Thunder flashes, innate skill, similar to Stormhawk's innate skill. While still in the air, Yi Fan made a quick judgment and spoke rapidly. Wang Lingxi, report the position. To your right and behind. Wang Lingxi's voice almost echoed simultaneously. The voice was filled with urgency. Clearly, the colorful cloud leopard had launched a surprise attack. This colorful cloud leopard is truly clever. In just a few seconds, Yi Fan didn't think too much and made a deliberate sidestep. Roar. The enormous leopard head brushed past Yi Fan's ear, so close that he could almost smell the foul stench from its mouth. Stormhawk, Divine Bird Assault. Yi Fan's dagger lunged forward once again, retreating once more. Caw. In the sky, the Stormhawk's call rang out, flashing like lightning as it rushed down, claws imbued with fierce wind. This claw landed firmly, leaving a large gash on the colorful cloud leopard, and this strike also ignited the leopard's ferocity, making it roar in anger. Roar. At this moment, electric light erupted from it, instantly spreading lightning in all directions. Electric field, capable of launching a lightning strike in the surrounding area. Yi Fan muttered, standing within the static electric field's coverage, and instead of retreating, he raised his hand, fatty, rock python. Okay. The fat man's voice rang out, a flash of light appeared, and the rock python emerged before Yi Fan, the lightning being blocked, while a faint glow appeared on the rock python. This was its bronze-level comprehension skill hardening, turning its body into rock, just right to counter the colorful cloud leopard's electric attacks. There's still one skill left. Yi Fan bypassed the rock python. At this moment, the Hellhound had rushed in again, fighting fiercely with the colorful cloud leopard. Today, you should have nowhere to run. Looking at the colorful cloud leopard clearly struggling, Yi Fan spoke, twisting the dagger in his hand, charging towards the colorful cloud leopard. Stormhawk, sacrificial attack. In the sky, the Stormhawk circled, claws like steel diving down. This claw once again tore open a wound, and the colorful cloud leopard entangled with the Hellhound lifted its head to bite. Yi Fan's dagger shone coldly at the same time. With a whoosh, the dagger brushed past the colorful cloud leopard's throat, leaving behind a gash. Roar. The colorful cloud leopard roared, blood pouring from the burning wound, trying to bite Yi Fan, but was entangled by the Hellhound again. Time was passing, and under the relentless attacks, it had gradually grown weak. The colorful cloud leopard roared and bit, yet it never unleashed its final skill. Such a nuisance. With a powerful charge, Yi Fan was knocked back while holding his dagger. He paused at a distance, noticing that the wound he had cut into the colorful cloud leopard's throat had surprisingly stopped bleeding. His expression changed slightly. This colorful cloud leopard was indeed a silver-level Beastmaster, and its throat was surprisingly tough. But this is where it ends, the next strike. Yi Fan slowly lowered his stance, gazing at the roaring colorful cloud leopard, preparing to unleash a deadly blow once more. Yi Fan, be careful. Wang Lingxi's anxious voice suddenly rang out, look above your head. At this warning, Yi Fan's expression hardened, and he looked up. He saw that a bolt of lightning as thick as a barrel was gathering above him, now rushing down with terrifying force. Heavenly Thunder Punishment, a Beastmaster skill with strong lock-on capability, possessed immense destructive power. Its only drawback was that it needed time to charge. While I was attacking, it secretly gathered this attack. Yi Fan realized and turned to the colorful cloud leopard. At this moment, the colorful cloud leopard, surrounded by relentless onslaughts, showed a fierce glint in its eyes. Deep inside, a hint of human-like cunning emerged. It had succeeded. Chapter 62, The Plan. Boom. As the lightning struck down, Yi Fan suddenly smiled in that split second. The wisdom of a silver-level beast is still too limited. No skill is guaranteed to hit. As he spoke, a swift wind eagle rushed in from the storm of thunder, moving incredibly fast. The moment the lightning brushed against Yifan, it pounced him away. The thunder struck the ground, unleashing terrifying currents that surged outward, while Yifan, carried by the swift wind eagle, rolled quickly along the ground, always staying ahead of the electric current. Roar! Seeing this scene, the colorful cloud leopard let out an unwilling roar. Almost at the same moment, the hellhound lunged in, locking onto its throat. Soon, entangled without any skills left, the colorful cloud leopard, under Yifan's command, lost its voice and fell to the ground. It's over. Looking at the fallen colorful cloud leopard, Li Pengzi sighed in relief, while Wang Lingxi beside him looked a bit excited. We won. We really won. We hunted a silver-level beast. In the arena, Yifan smiled at the two who were a bit happy, subtly putting away the dagger in his hand. Pengzi, go collect the body. Yifan stood up and looked at Li Pengzi, his eyes showing a slight change. Silver-level beasts and above have corresponding attribute spirit pearls inside them. They are pricey and are highly beneficial to suitable beasts or beastmasters with compatible breathing techniques. Spirit pearl? Hearing this, Pengzi was stunned and quickly approached the corpse of the colorful cloud leopard. In a short time, he lifted a purple pearl in his hand. The pearl was crystal clear, and within it, there seemed to be faint lightning, correspondingly matching the lightning attribute of the colorful cloud leopard. Is this the thing? Yes. Yifan nodded, taking the spirit pearl. Lightning attribute spirit pearl, fairly rare, this one is valued at over 300,000. In a place like Pingcheng, it is extremely hard to buy. 300,000. Hearing this, Pengzi was taken aback. 300,000 seems not that expensive, it's even cheaper than a well-trained elite beast. Of course, the spirit pearl from a silver-level beast isn't expensive, but all beast masters above silver level have a huge demand for corresponding attribute spirit pearls, and they generally won't sell them. Even if they sell, it is usually to exchange for pearls that meet their own needs. Yifan shook his head, explaining a bit, as the level of beast masters increases, many things are often bought and sold through barter of equivalent value. So that's how it is. Li Pengzi nodded, pondering slightly. Then, scratching his head, he said, bartering feels so primitive. Primitive, but very practical, Yifan replied, putting away the spiritual pearl. In the future, we need to obtain as many spiritual pearls as possible. Above silver, getting enough quantity and sufficient levels of the same attribute spiritual pearls is the easiest and most effective way to elevate our beast's level, aside from obtaining rare materials. Whether for our beasts or for our own use, they are very useful. So what kind of spiritual pearl should I use? Fat Li asked. You? Hearing this, Yifan thought for a moment. If you want to use it for practicing breathing techniques, it's best to use the non-attribute spiritual pearl. Your breathing technique works directly on the physical body, so a non-attribute spiritual pearl is the most suitable for you. Non-attribute? This made Fat Li pause. Isn't it said that when a beast reaches silver it will unlock its bloodline shackles and gain attribute powers? Non-attribute is also a type of attribute power. To be precise, non-attribute can be called flesh and blood attribute. Many beasts are non-attribute, and they can survive just with their strong physical bodies. Yifan continued to explain, the ratio of beasts that can wield elements to those that cannot is quite similar. Of course, beasts that can wield elements are much harder to deal with, and correspondingly, spiritual pearls with elemental attributes are a bit more precious. Non-attribute spiritual pearls are not hard to buy, they have high versatility. Most beast masters use them to assist in practicing breathing techniques. In the trading market, many people use non-attribute spiritual pearls to exchange for the attribute pearls their beasts need. So that's how it is. Fat Li nodded thoughtfully. It feels like the higher our realm, the more we come into contact with. None of these things were taught to us by Pan Zhao. Without reaching a certain level, it wouldn't make sense to discuss them, Yifan shook his head. In the future, there will be even more things waiting for you to learn. Once we enter silver, we can truly step into the world of beast masters. By then, we will have caught a glimpse of some scenery inside. What about me? What should I use to practice in the future? Wang Lingxi raised her hand eagerly. That depends on what breathing technique you are practicing, Yifan replied, glancing at Wang Lingxi. You should be practicing a breathing technique related to breath control and concealment. That's right. This is the breathing technique passed down in our family. Once the level is high enough, I can be as light as a swallow and can hide my presence well, preventing others from peeking into me. Wang Lingxi quickly explained without holding back. Then just use wind attribute spiritual pearls. Yifan didn't think too much and answered while looking at Wang Lingxi. Does your family not have any silver level or above beast masters? No, our family has only been around for 3 generations. Moreover, in each generation, aside from one inheriting the spiritual talent to become a beast master, very few have other talents for beast mastery. Wang Lingxi replied, looking a bit embarrassed. My grandfather is the strongest Beastmaster in our family, stuck at bronze 9 stars for many years. I see. Yifan nodded slightly, glancing at Wang Lingxi, who looked a bit awkward, and suddenly spoke, in the future, you will be the first. Ah, me. Wang Lingxi froze for a moment, then nodded. I will work hard. Yifan nodded and didn't continue, waving his hand. Fatty, quickly pack up the body of the colorful cloud leopard. This is the core, and there are many other silver beasts around. Be extra careful. Understood. Fatly responded, while he and Wang Lingxi quickly packed up the body of the colorful cloud leopard. Soon, the three were fully loaded and, under Yifan's lead, retreated towards the inner part of the forest. These three little ones have succeeded. In the sky, looking at Yifan and the others who had retreated to the inner perimeter, Yu spoke, unable to hide his shock in his tone. It has only been a little over a month since the start of the school year, and already new students are able to hunt silver-level beasts. Not hunting, it's murder. Next to him, Town shook his head. This is partly because the colorful cloud leopard was injured and couldn't use too much attribute power. But that's still impressive, right? Bronze defeating silver, in Pingqing for so many years, this is my first time seeing it. Yu said, a glimmer of light rolling in his eyes. Especially that Yifan, very strong. If we ignore his D-level Beastmaster talent, I even think he is not inferior to the talented ones in Kyoto of the same age. That terrifying battle instinct, control over beasts, understanding of timing, is completely unlike what a young Beastmaster in his teens should have. It's frightfully mature. Perhaps he is a natural battle genius, and he has sufficient knowledge about beasts, otherwise, he wouldn't have dodged that lightning strike. Town spoke, his gaze focusing on Yifan. Gradually, his expression began to change. This kid does have some shadow of the old regiment commander. I think so too. Yu nodded. After the secret realm ends, you can investigate. If he really is the bloodline of the regiment commander, as former members of the Battle Sky Army, we should take more care of him. If he really is the regiment commander's bloodline, I don't suggest paying too much attention. Instead, we should keep our distance. Town shook his head. We represent the will of the guardians from the higher-ups. If we show favoritism, it may let those with ulterior motives notice something. Pingqing is too small. There are many different monsters and spirits. Be careful and keep an eye on things secretly. Chapter 63, Grandpa Wang. 2 days later, after the secret realm ended, the guardians escorted everyone out. This time, Yifan and the others didn't delay until the end and exited the secret realm early. This time, the principal didn't come to hold any prize activities, he just waited at the entrance and said a few things. He looked at Yifan with a hint of surprise. With the return of many students, the incident where Yifan had provoked a silver-grade beast resulted in Ji Jia and his group suffering instead spread out. You three hunted a silver-grade beast? In the dormitory, Pan Zhao, who came to inquire about the gains from the secret realm, was stunned when he saw Yifan take out a lightning attribute spirit orb. After getting a confirmed answer, Pan Zhao gasped, then started to pat the shoulder of the fatty and Yifan repeatedly. You two, not bad, huh? 2 people, 5 bronze beasts, this progress is good, very good. Rarely, Fatty Li also received Pan Zhao's praise and scratched his head a bit shyly. This is basically all Yifan's credit. I know, just thought to praise you a little. Pan Zhao replied. Hearing this, Fatty Li was stunned. On the side, seeing this scene, Yifan smiled and looked at Pan Zhao, saying, Teacher Pan, we might not stay in school for a while. Apart from the monthly secret realm, the facilities in the school have limited benefits for our improvement. That's true. Pan Zhao nodded, looking at Yifan. So what are your plans next? Are you going to Silver Moon Forest? I plan to take Fatty to join a mercenary group. Yifan answered, we can earn money and also gain experience. Mercenary group? Hearing this, Pan Zhao frowned. Are you joining a mercenary group just to make some extra cash? That's just part of the reason. Yifan replied, his eyes seeming to hold some depth. All right. Seeing Yifan being so certain, Pan Zhao didn't say much. Instead, he said in a reminding tone, the mercenary group is mixed, you must be careful. Human hearts are hard to read, you should understand this. Yeah. Yifan nodded, Teacher Pan, you don't need to worry too much. Fatty and I are already at the bronze level and have some ability to protect ourselves. Just don't push yourself too hard when facing challenges. Pan Zhao spoke, taking out a communication talisman from his pocket and tossing it to Fatty while saying to Yifan, your combat ability is strong, far surpassing ordinary beastmasters of the same level. But if facing strong enemies, the first thing you should consider is your own safety. Understood. Yifan answered, a hint of helpless smile in his eyes. Clearly, he also knew that Pan Zhao was saying his fighting style was too dangerous, that he should be more afraid of death, softer. I won't do anything without certainty that puts myself in danger. After thinking for a moment, Yifan looked at Pan Zhao and said, you can rest assured, Teacher Pan. All right. Hearing this, Pan Zhao nodded, though he wasn't very satisfied with the answer, it was still acceptable. Hey, how do you operate this thing? Pan Zhao was about to give more instructions when suddenly, the voice of a fat man interrupted. Pan Zhao turned to look, just in time to see Li Pazi fiddling with the communication talisman, unknowingly pulling out a wrench. Bang! Seeing the wrench about to hit the communication talisman, Pan Zhao reacted quickly, snatching the communication talisman away, and immediately scolded Li Pazi without mercy. Communication talisman. This is a communication talisman. It costs 100,000 each. You can call me anytime and anywhere when you are in danger, do you know that? 100,000. Others just need to press it once, and you're using a wrench to operate it? Li Yu, are you a tiger? Are you a tiger? Yi Fan. Li Yu. Outside the gate of the Wang family, after waiting for a long time, Yi Fan and Li Yu finally heard Wang Lingxi's voice, and they looked up to see Wang Lingxi wearing a small floral dress, her makeup delicate, she looked very pure and cute at first glance. This scene left the fat man stunned. Wow, you can't say that Wang Lingxi looks quite exciting, Yi Fan, don't you think so? Not bad. Yi Fan nodded, his eyes did not show much fluctuation. During his 100 years, he had seen too many beauties pass away, and many various stunning women as well. A girl in her teens really didn't catch his interest much. Sorry for coming out a bit late. Wang Lingxi walked up to the two and explained, I just told my dad that I want to join you guys in the mercenary group, but he absolutely refused, saying it's too dangerous for a girl like me. In the end, it was my grandfather who intervened and allowed me to come out. Your grandfather? Hearing this, Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Just then, the gate of the Wang family opened, and an old man walked out with a golden mouse on his shoulder, followed by a very large golden dog. This golden dog is called a family guardian, a very ordinary beast, but gentle in nature and easy to tame. Ordinary people can also keep them, and many like to use these beasts for guarding their homes. Your grandfather is indeed quite devoted. Looking at the bronze 9-star family guardian dog, Yi Fan had a hint of a smile in his eyes. It was obvious that Wang Lingxi's grandfather was stuck at bronze 9 stars mainly because the bloodline of the family guardian dog was too low, even using a considerable amount of spiritual grass and fruits could not break through the silver-grade bloodline shackles. Lingxi, be careful on the road. At the gate, Grandpa Wang waved to the three, buy some food on the way, don't go hungry. Got it, Grandpa. Wang Lingxi replied, waving at Grandpa Wang, but the family guardian dog wagged its tail and came closer, bouncing around Wang Lingxi, seemingly reluctant to see her leave. Da Wang, come back. Grandpa Wang waved his hand, but seeing the family guardian dog unaffected, he could only helplessly lean on his cane and walk out. Da Wang, Lingxi is going on a long trip, don't be upset. Grandpa Wang patted Da Wang's head, and only then did Da Wang shrink its head and back away. Alright, we will be back soon. Wang Lingxi replied helplessly, turning to Yi Fan and said, let's go. Wait a moment. Yi Fan raised his hand and walked towards Grandpa Wang, bending down and kindly said, Grandpa, you can feed Da Wang half a pound of strong fruit, heart protection grass, and 100 flavor fruit every day in a 1-to-1 ratio. It is not far from reaching the silver level, just lacking some bloodline strengthening stuff. If you feed him about 7 times, Da Wang will be able to advance to silver. It won't change the shape of the bloodline. Is that so? Hearing this, the old prince was taken aback, looking at Yi Fan, seemingly surprised. How do you know about me? I've seen many old grandpas like you who are Beastmasters. Yi Fan replied quickly, a smile in his eyes. In reality, there are many such Beastmasters who are devoted to one beast and do not want their beast to change due to bloodline variations. They stick to one, even if it means being stuck at a certain level for life. I see. Hearing this, the old prince nodded, this prescription. There are elders at home with similar conditions, and they have developed this prescription. Yi Fan responded. As soon as this was said, the old prince's eyes changed slightly. Having been in business and treasure hunting for many years, his thoughts were much sharper than ordinary people. After just a few seconds, he said, then thank you, young friend. No problem. Yi Fan waved his hand and added with a smile, Uncle, Wang Lingxi is very safe with me, you can rest assured. Good. The old prince nodded, saying no more, then I won't delay your journey. Be careful, the mercenary groups in Pingcheng are quite deep. Yi Fan nodded, turned around, and left with Wang Lingxi and Li Fati. At the door, the old prince watched the three backs, lost in thought. This formula that can break through silver rank without changing the shape of the bloodline. I've searched for years, and it's just made up of 3 ordinary spirit fruits and herbs? Chapter 64, Mercenary Group. The 3 of them walked together, and soon, some buildings resembling taverns appeared. Is this the mercenary group? Li Fati asked, curious as he watched people entering and exiting the tavern, carrying cannons and long knives, along with their beasts. To be precise, you can understand this place as a centralized trading area. Yi Fan replied casually, these mercenary halls serve many functions. It's a place where you can buy and sell items, publish or accept tasks, recruit teammates, and even eat here. Of course, aside from selling items and publishing tasks, everything else requires membership in the mercenary group. There should be more than a dozen mercenary groups in Pingcheng, most led by some Beastmasters, and the members are mostly beast hunters looking for teammates. A powerful mercenary group can provide many guarantees and various benefits for its members. It's basically a form of support. Oh, I see. Li Fati nodded. Beside him, Wan Lingxi was a bit sharp. So what benefits does forming a mercenary group bring to the leader? They wouldn't give so many benefits to members for free. Of course, there are many benefits. Yi Fan answered when he heard this, let me give a simple example. Publishing a low-level task generally costs around 5,000 coins, and a mercenary group might have several hundred of these tasks every month, each with a 10% commission. The commissions could amount to hundreds of thousands. Li Fati changed his expression when he heard this. And this is just for low-level tasks. For high-level ones, the commission could be a large sum, plus transaction fees and various costs for recruiting and publishing information. Yi Fan shook his head. Overall, a big mercenary group has very good income. Take that lone wolf we met earlier, his mercenary group has only a few dozen members, yet his group's annual income might be close to 1 million. Hearing this, Li Fati was a bit tempted. In that case, how about we also create? Creating a mercenary group requires at least 5 people. Yi Fan shook his head, and a large sum of money to set up the mercenary tavern, along with management and all that. It's too much effort, unless there is a professional person. We can consider it later. For now, let's join a mercenary group and take on some tasks to get familiar with the environment here. Okay. Li Fati nodded, so which mercenary group should we go to? Just follow me. Saying this, Yi Fan walked towards a mercenary tavern. The mercenary tavern was large and looked very comfortable, with a sign hanging over the door displaying 2 big characters. Dawn. Dawn? Seeing this name, Fat Li seemed to remember something, the Dawn mercenary group that Lone Wolf mentioned? Yeah. Isn't it said that they are? Hearing is one thing, I want to confirm it. Yi Fan replied, stepping forward and pushing open the tavern's big door. Creak. As soon as the door opened, many people in the tavern looked over. When they saw 3 young boys, they just shook their heads. We don't serve minors here. A waiter hurried over, holding a tray with 2 glasses of red wine on it. We are here to join the mercenary group. Yi Fan glanced at the waiter and replied. This immediately sparked laughter from everyone in the tavern. Little buddy, do you know what a mercenary group is? You didn't just hear about it on the street and come here thinking you could earn money, right? Go home. Come back when you've grown some hair. Various voices came out. What the people in the tavern loved most was mocking young ones like these. Facing the laughter, Fat Li was okay, but Wang Lingxi frowned, clearly uncomfortable with the scene. The waiter also had a smile on his face, but still politely said, Little buddy, we don't accept minors into the group. We are beast tamers. Yi Fan's face was calm, he didn't say much and waved his hand, summoning the Hellhound. Bronze 8 stars. At this moment, the Hellhound had long since left its young and innocent appearance, with sharp fangs and flames circling its 4 legs, towering over Yi Fan, looking quite fierce. As soon as the beast appeared, many people present gasped. For hunters mingling in Ping City, a bronze high star was considered a strong figure. A beast tamer of such young age at the bronze high star level clearly had a bright future ahead. My bad. Many of those who previously mocked quickly shut their mouths. The waiter's expression changed drastically, quickly smiling, so it's a young beast tamer with achievements, my apologies. Quickly, little brother, please follow me. Saying this, the waiter led Yi Fan and the others deeper into the tavern. Yi Fan followed the waiter, his gaze sweeping over the tavern's crowd. Many people were buried in their drinks, not meeting Yi Fan's gaze. After a quick glance, Yi Fan shook his head. He naturally wouldn't care about these hunters, he just wanted to see if there were any familiar faces from his past life. In his previous life in the mercenary group, he had encountered several good partners. Having this opportunity in this life, he could recruit a few. The Yi family would be moving to the capital next year, and he would need some means of self-protection. Besides his own strength, gathering some people to build a force similar to a mercenary group was a pretty good choice. You guys need to register your information here, we'll help you get the mercenary group's ID. The waiter brought Yi Fan and the others to a table and spoke, also adding, this is our group's 6th chief, Zhao Kuei. Okay. Yi Fan nodded, looking at the person behind the table with a smile in his eyes. Dawn was not led by one person but formed through the bond of 6. The 6th chief, known as Little Liuzi, was young, in his 20s, also a beast tamer with good strength and straightforward personality, at the bronze level. 6th chief, these several are all beast tamers. The waiter quickly spoke to Zhao Kuei. I saw it just now. Zhao Kuei smiled warmly and said to Yi Fan, the Hellhound at Bronze 8 stars, little brother, your strength is impressive, you should be a student at Ping City High School. Yeah, regular class, Yi Fan. Yi Fan did not deliberately conceal anything and revealed his real name. Yi Fan? Hearing this name, Zhao Kuei slightly nodded, a senior high school student? First year. Yi Fan replied, not explaining much, these two are my companions, this is Li Yu, and she is Wang Lingxi. Oh, hello to both of you. Zhao Kuei smiled and waved at the two, quickly writing in the registration book in front of him. It's great for the 3 Beastmasters to join our mercenary group, we can have that guard introduce our group's rules and regulations later. Zhao Kuei spoke, his eyes filled with smiles, little brother, you can rest assured, the Dawn Mercenary Group is the largest mercenary group in the city, we are fair and just in our work. If there are any disputes during missions or if you are bullied by other mercenary groups outside, you can definitely come and tell us. Dawn will never stand by and do nothing. All right. Yi Fan nodded. Soon, a servant came over with 3 medals and handed them to the 3. Just as he was about to explain the rules, Yi Fan waved his hand. I basically know the mercenary group's rules, no need for further explanation. After saying this, Yi Fan looked around the area and spoke again, is the group leader not here? The group leader took a mission to escort a batch of goods to Li City, he has not been in the group lately. Zhao Kuei replied, is there something wrong, little brother? It's nothing. Yi Fan shook his head. Since he wasn't here, there was nothing to ask. Seeing Zhao Kuei looking somewhat puzzled, Yi Fan smiled slightly and took out a lightning attribute spirit orb from his hand. I have a silver 2-star lightning spirit orb, I need to exchange it for a non-attribute spirit orb. Lightning spirit orb. Seeing Yi Fan take out the spirit orb, Zhao Kuei's expression slightly changed, such a big deal. I'll help little brother ask around. Taking the spirit orb, Zhao Kuei stood up from the table, cleared his throat, and shouted in the tavern, here is a silver 2-star lightning attribute spirit orb, needs to be exchanged for a non-attribute spirit orb, which brother needs it? Damn. Seeing Zhao Kuei's reaction, Li Fatty was choked up. Isn't this a bit too plain? Chapter 65, Trade. Lightning attribute spirit orb. As soon as the voice fell, many people's gazes turned towards Yi Fan and his group. Can these people have spirit orbs? Li Fatty leaned closer to Yi Fan's ear. They can. Yi Fan nodded, a hint of a smile in his eyes, most people who come to the mercenary group are here for missions, who has time to drink and rest during the day. Here, apart from those looking for teammates, most of them are just middlemen, as well as various families, there are definitely some outsiders. All middlemen. Upon hearing this, Li Fatty understood. That's right. Yi Fan nodded, adding, of course, there might be some strong ones, many Beastmasters who didn't get into college stay, and occasionally some silver-level Beastmasters will show up. Not long after, someone stood up from their seat and walked towards Yi Fan and the group. This person had a hawk-like nose and a somewhat gloomy expression. He approached the 3 and whispered, little brother, for this lightning spirit orb, I can offer 3 silver 1-star non-attribute spirit orbs in exchange. 3? Hearing this, Yi Fan snorted, the market price for a lightning spirit orb is 3 non-attribute spirit orbs of the same level, if it's 1 level lower, the price will increase by about 30%. The lightning spirit orb has a price but no market, it should reasonably exchange for 5 to 6 silver 1-star non-attribute spirit orbs. This. Upon hearing this, the hawk-nosed man paused for a moment, his face slightly awkward. Jean Bo, it's evident that little brother is not ordinary. You're still offering a black-hearted price, that's a bit too much. A person came out, a teasing smile on his face, little brother, I offer 6 silver 1-star non-attribute spirit orbs. You're everywhere. Hearing this, Jean Bo was somewhat annoyed, glaring at the other party. Seeing him take out 6 non-attribute spirit orbs, he no longer said anything, shrugged his sleeves, and left. Little brother, is that alright? That person clearly was not afraid of Jean Bo, turned his head, and smiled at Yi Fan. Sure. Yi Fan did not say much, took the spiritual pearl, and casually handed over the thunder spirit pearl to that person. Little brother is straightforward. The person took the thunder spirit pearl, glanced at it, and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes as he looked at Yi Fan and said with a smile, little brother, I am a member of the Ningnan Merchant Association, we usually buy a lot of this type of spiritual pearl at the highest price. Are you interested in leaving contact information? Mum. Yi Fan nodded and looked at the fat man beside him. The fat man understood, quickly took out his phone, and exchanged contact information with the other person. Let's go. Yi Fan nodded and walked towards the task board. Yi Fan, what is the Ningnan Merchant Association? The fat man chased after him from behind. It's a big merchant association in the south, somewhat similar to Wang Lingxi's family. They collect materials from various places for trade all year round, headquartered in Nanchang, the largest city in the south. Yi Fan replied as he arrived at the task bulletin board. This is the place where the mercenary group posts tasks. Tasks are divided into different colors based on rewards, from the bottom to the top, indicating the difficulty levels. Wow, 10 million for a top-grade beast control egg. As soon as Fatty came, he immediately spotted the red marked task at the top of the task board and exclaimed, "This task alone has a commission of 1 million. It should be some people from big families collecting this. Such tasks exist in all mercenary groups." Yifan shook his head, "They probably receive a dozen every year. Why would someone sell a top-grade beast control egg?" Wang Lingxi beside them appeared puzzled. With a top-grade beast, it would at least reach golden level in the future. A golden level powerhouse can easily earn 10 million. Some people might get it by accident and don't realize its value. Others might need money urgently. Yifan replied, "There are all kinds of situations in life. So what level of task should we accept?" Fatty voiced, looking around with a frown, "I feel like these tasks aren't that great. A bronze beast only costs a few tens of thousands, and the rest are just searches for various items, or collecting rare materials. We're here to earn some extra cash, not to get rich. Most of the good tasks have already been snatched up, and what's left is just this quality." Yifan waved his hand, casually tore off a few task papers, and walked outside. "Let's go stay in the Silvermoon Forest for a few days. Spiritual pearls, Fatty, you can take 2, I need the remaining 4. As they walked through the forest, Yifan handed 2 spiritual pearls to Fatty. Fatty didn't hesitate, took the 2 spiritual pearls, and ate them without saying a word. The next moment, Fatty's face suddenly turned bright red, and he ballooned up like a balloon. "Run your breathing technique." Yifan's voice sounded from the side, "Cultivating with spiritual pearls isn't something to be taken lightly. Eating 2 directly is really bold of you." Upon hearing Yifan's words, Fatty quickly began to operate the Taodai technique and slowly started to calm down, but soon, his body obviously swelled a bit more. Half an hour later, Fatty completed his cultivation, let out a long breath, and looked surprised. "Wow, I feel like I now have strength close to bronze." Saying this, Fatty punched a nearby tree, and the massive trunk was almost penetrated by his punch. "Not bad." Seeing this scene, Yifan nodded slightly, "Wait a while longer, and we will be able to hunt silver-level beasts directly. Your progress will continue to increase. You can eat more suitable spiritual herbs and fruits." "No problem." Fatty nodded, took out 2 white jade fruits from his bag and ate them, patting his stomach. Mainly, spiritual herbs and fruits like this are really filling. Meanwhile, Wang Lingxi watched this scene with some surprise. "Isn't the white jade fruit a spiritual fruit meant for beast tamers? Can humans absorb it?" "My breathing technique is special, I can absorb spiritual herbs and fruits." Li Fatty scratched his head, glanced at Yifan nearby, and said no more. Wang Lingxi had a clear mind and roughly guessed that Fatty's breathing technique might have come from Yifan, so she didn't ask further. She had far more knowledge than Fatty, just this small action made her aware of how precious this breathing technique was. Only a small part of spiritual herbs and fruits can be used by humans, but a breathing technique that can overcome this limitation to absorb the spiritual herbs meant for beast tamers to strengthen oneself, it was hard to imagine how valuable it could be. This Yifan is truly impressive, to have such a breathing technique. Wang Lingxi stole a glance at Yifan ahead and silently said to herself, her eyes showing slight changes. "Wang Lingxi, is your breathing technique about to open the second beast tamer space?" As she was lost in thought, Yifan's voice rang out. Wang Lingxi was taken aback for a moment and quickly replied, "Soon, it shouldn't take many days." "Good." Yifan replied, thinking for a moment, and said, "Try to hurry, we will be in the forest for the next 2 days. Let's see if we can help you catch your second beast during this time." "Ah, help me catch it?" Hearing this, Wang Lingxi was a bit flattered. "Yes." Yifan nodded and continued, "Do you have any thoughts on your next beast?" "Ah, I haven't thought about it in detail." Wang Lingxi felt a bit awkward. "As long as I can get some help, that's sufficient." "Of course, I can definitely help. It's just a matter of how much impact it has." Yifan replied, shaking his head. "I've given it some thought these past days. Your spiritual essence can actually play many roles, but maybe you aren't even aware of it yourself." "Many?" "Yes." Yifan nodded. "The rating for talents is very strict, merely having shared vision isn't enough to be rated B. You might want to think more about combat. For the simplest example, if you share vision with your beast, doesn't that mean the beast can also share in your view? In combat, can it transmit the dual perspective directly throughout the battlefield? Or, could you learn some physical techniques while in the state of spiritual essence to feed back into the beast, allowing it to have more ways to counterattack or attack?" This. Upon hearing these words, Wang Lingxi's eyes brightened slightly, as if she suddenly thought of many things. "Think more about it, special types of beast talents can offer many practical uses." Yifan didn't continue but waved his hand. "Don't limit yourself, think on a larger scale." "Brother Ji, it seems Yifan and the others aren't in school anymore." At school, a student approached Ji Jia with some panic. "We've been squatting at Yifan's dorm entrance for days and haven't seen them come out." Not in school? Hearing this, Jia looked slightly displeased. After searching for a few days, that's the conclusion you've come to? It's like that. The student shrank his shoulders. That's rather foolish. Jia spoke, waving his hand. Go to your things, I need to focus on improving the leveling of the beasts lately, so don't bother me. Yes, yes. Upon hearing this, the student nodded repeatedly and hurried away. Watching the person leave, Jia's face turned grim. After thinking for a moment, he finally spoke, Long Wu. Young master. Nearby, the big man Long Wu appeared, bowing respectfully. Gather some people and investigate Yi Fan's whereabouts. Jia instructed, no need to bother the fools at school, go find some capable ones in the mercenary group of Pingchang. Since Yi Fan and the others aren't in school, they're likely training in Silver Moon Forest. Once you find them, give them a lesson. Give a lesson. This made Long Wu slightly stunned. Young master, do you mean to kill them? Yi Fan must not be killed, the other two, do as you wish. Jia replied. He turned around. Understood. Long Wu nodded, just about to bow and leave, but looking at Jia's back, he seemed to think of something, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke up. Young master, can the Kuei-Nyo clan really not practice breathing techniques? Hearing this, Jia squinted his eyes slightly, turned around to look at Long Wu, and said, why do you ask this? No, nothing. Long Wu shook his head repeatedly, whispering, I heard someone say that our Kuei-Nyo clan can also practice breathing techniques, and I was a bit confused. The Kuei-Nyo clan cannot practice breathing techniques, your father should have told you this. Jia said, if you don't believe it, you can verify it yourself. I can teach you a set of breathing techniques, the dragon elephant skill, which my family has collected, and it's extremely rare. You can try it yourself. Okay. Hearing this, Long Wu was overjoyed. Thank you for granting me the technique, young master. Listen carefully. In the following time, Jia taught Long Wu a set of breathing technique methods. Long Wu listened intently, accurately noting down each word while starting to practice at the same time. But not much time passed before Long Wu's face suddenly changed, and in the next moment, a mouthful of blood spurted out, his spirit instantly diminished. You see, whether you can practice or not, you should understand now. Jia said coldly, as a servant, you actually doubted me. Long Wu dares not. Long Wu shook his head repeatedly, kneeling on one knee. Alright, not believing is quite normal. Now that you've tried it, you should believe it. Jia waved his hand, go ahead, act according to what I told you. Understood. Long Wu stood up and quickly walked out, a hint of anger on his face. This Yi Fan actually deceived him. Made him provoke the young master's anger. He must teach him a good lesson. Fool. Watching Long Wu storm away, Jia snorted coldly, a hint of sinister light in his eyes. If I let you people with hybrid bloodlines practice breathing techniques, how would my Ji family control? Bobby Bird, accept my contract. In the forest, Wang Lingxi was casting Beastmaster contract on a round and plump bird, demonstrating her spiritual talent, showcasing her advantages. The Bobby Bird across from her had clearly taken a beating, now lying on the ground weakly, facing Wang Lingxi's contract without any resistance, choosing to submit. Soon, with a flash of light, the Bobby Bird was summoned from the Beastmaster space by Wang Lingxi. I did it. Wang Lingxi said excitedly, looking at Yi Fan and Li Pingzi who were waiting nearby. As long as you succeeded, that's fine. Yi Fan nodded, looking at the Bobby Bird called forth by Wang Lingxi with a somewhat helpless gaze. This was a bronze 2-star Bobby Bird, with the Beastmaster skill of emitting a piercing cry, an elite grade. This was merely a type of warning beast, capable of sensing enemy presence over a large area, very alert. Even Yi Fan had once missed it before finally catching it the second time. With this beast, providing vision can be done by it in the future. Yi Fan said, watching Wang Lingxi hold the Bobby Bird close, unable to put it down, and continued, you chose the Bobby Bird, so you must have thought clearly about your future Beastmaster route. Yes. Wang Lingxi nodded, now that I have the golden mouse for treasure hunting, the Bobby Bird for scouting, I plan to find some supportive beasts that can heal wounds and restrict opponents' movements. Support types? Yi Fan fell into thought for a moment but still nodded, support types are also fine, they can play a strong role in the team. Exactly. Wang Lingxi nodded, looking at Yi Fan and said, I just feel that our team lacks a support-type Beastmaster. You and Liu are the main combat forces. You take the front line for heavy attacks, the fatty mainly harasses and ambushes, and with me assisting, we would be a complete team. A complete team? Hearing this, Yi Fan's gaze slightly changed as he looked at Wang Lingxi, ready to say something when suddenly, the sounds of a chase erupted from the nearby bushes. Hey, little girl, where do you think you're running? This jungle is so complicated, can you really escape? Two rather lecherous voices rang out. Yi Fan raised his eyebrows, and before he could act, a bloodied white wolf burst out from the jungle. Following closely behind was a familiar girl, stumbling as she chased after it. Ma Xiaoxue? Seeing the girl appear, Yifan frowned. Yifan? Upon seeing Yifan, Ma Xiaoxue was slightly startled and quickly said, Yifan, save me. A bunch of mercenaries are hunting me. Hunting a student from Pingcheng High School? Upon hearing this, Yifan squinted his eyes and signaled to the nearby fat guy. The fat guy, hearing this, hurriedly helped Ma Xiaoxue up, while Yifan patted the hellhound, signaling it towards the bushes. Creak. Soon, the bushes were pushed aside, and at the same time, the hellhound let out a fierce roar and lunged, directly knocking that person down. What the hell is this thing? The person who was knocked down exclaimed in horror, struggling under the hellhound's jaws, while the few others who rushed out saw their leader captured and quickly came to help. But how could a few people withstand the hellhound? As they watched helplessly unable to yank it away, one person grew anxious and pulled out a gun, ready to shoot. If you pull that trigger, it's a declaration of war against me, Yifan's voice rang out. The few people froze, and at that moment, they glanced at Yifan, their movements instinctively halted, and just then, the hellhound dragged the leader's clothes, pulling him straight toward Yifan. Help! Help! Being dragged by the hellhound, the person was terrified, and upon seeing Yifan, quickly pulled out a medal. Beastmaster Lord, we are from the mercenary group. Spare us. Mercenary group? Hearing this, Yifan raised his hand, and the hellhound released its grip, standing alert beside him, while the others stood there, scared to breathe in front of the several summoned beasts around Yifan and his companions. Dawn? The moment Yifan saw the medal, his expression changed immediately. You guys are all from Dawn? Yes, yes, yes. Seeing the medal was effective, the few nodded repeatedly. Isn't Dawn strictly forbidden from attacking others in the forest? Yifan asked back, his gaze sharp, don't you guys know? We know, we know. The person on the ground replied, glancing at Ma Xiaoxue beside him, our leader is interested in this girl, but she didn't appreciate it. Last time when we teamed up, she slapped our boss. It was our boss who sent us here. He is also from Dawn. Your boss? This made Yifan's brows furrow tightly. Dawn leader by Chen? No, no. The person quickly shook his head as if it were a rattle drum. It's the third in command, Baiyu. Baiyu? Upon hearing this name, Yifan's expression slightly darkened. So it was this rascal. Chapter 67, The Assault. It's Baiyu's people, that explains a lot, Yifan replied, looking coldly at the person opposite him. Bai Qin isn't here, Baiyu thinks he can act freely? No, no, the fourth in command. The person on the opposite side shook his head repeatedly, wanting to explain, but Yifan only waved his hand and casually kicked the person on the ground towards the others. Take your people and get lost. If there's anything, let Baiyu come find me. Okay, okay. The few quickly assisted the fallen person and fled in a panic. Yifan watched them leave, his expression cold, saying nothing further. Yifan, who is Baiyu? The fat guy moved closer. A rascal, the younger brother of Dawn leader Bai Chen. Yifan shook his head, this Baiyu burns, kills, plunders, and lets his subordinates run wild, he's like a bandit. If it weren't for having such an older brother, he would have been killed long ago. Younger brother? Hearing this, Li Fati was somewhat surprised, looking at Ma Xiaoxue beside him. Ma Xiaoxue, how did you get involved with him? Ma Xiaoxue opened her mouth, but her gaze shifted towards Yifan. Speak. Yifan replied, you can say anything to me. I want to become stronger. Ma Xiaoxue answered, her voice dull, in the secret realm, I can't get good things, so I have to come to the mercenary group, looking for teammates and missions, hoping to quickly improve myself. You joined the mercenary group last month. Yifan thought of something and said, so, this time you didn't participate in the secret realm because of Baiyu? Yeah, he sent someone to injure my beast, and I really had no way out. Ma Xiaoxue replied, her eyes showing helplessness, the dawn is too strong, he wants to target me, and I have no way to counter it. Every time I enter the forest, his people will follow me. I have tried many times, there's really no way. This time I ran very far, yet I still got found. As she spoke, Ma Xiaoxue picked up her white wolf. The wolf was a black iron 6-star and covered in blood, clearly having undergone many battles, with numerous scars from blades and gunfire on its body. Li Pengzi and Wang Lingxi watched from the side, their eyes filled with compassion. Yifan. Li Pengzi started to speak, but Yifan raised his hand, looking at Ma Xiaoxue who was squatting down, and suddenly said, what kind of person do you want to become? I want to become strong. Ma Xiaoxue replied, looking at Yifan, who had 2 powerful beasts at bronze 9-star, and spoke, a strong person like you, who can have 2 strong beasts. Having 2 bronze-level beasts doesn't make someone truly strong. Yifan curled his lips and turned around, keep up, to become strong, it's not enough just to talk. Keep up? Hearing this, Ma Xiaoxue was taken aback, looking at Li Pengzi and Wang Lingxi, only to see them both smiling in agreement. Let's go. Li Pengzi spoke first, taking out 2 pieces of fresh blood grass and handing them to Ma Xiaoxue, welcome to join us. Do your best. Wang Lingxi then squatted down and stroked the white wolf. When I have a healing beast in the future, I can help you heal your beasts. You. Looking at Wang Lingxi, Ma Xiaoxue felt a bit dazed. We will be partners from now on. Wang Lingxi smiled, glancing at Yifan ahead. That guy is very powerful. Being with him, you can definitely become strong. Boss. In the Dawn Tavern, several people who were repelled by Yifan returned, and as they entered the tavern, they shouted loudly. Hearing this voice, many gazes turned towards them, and upon seeing these people, their faces showed a hint of sneers. Baiyu's people are causing trouble again. At the registration desk, Zhao Kuwei also saw these people, but he merely curled his lips and lowered his head, pretending nothing happened. Bai Qin was not there, and they really had no way to deal with Baiyu, so they could only let him make trouble. When the captain returns, we'll have to clean up after his brother again. Zhao Kuwei felt a bit helpless, and at this moment, a thin man from the back heard the noise and walked out. Upon seeing his people looking disheveled, he immediately said, I sent you to catch a little girl, and you went to fight a war? Boss, we were blocked. The leader spoke. We were about to catch Ma Xiaoxue, but one of our mercenary group members came out, who was a Beastmaster, with 2 powerful beasts. We were no match and got taught a lesson. Our mercenary group's Beastmaster? Hearing this, Baiyu was stunned for a moment, then felt a bit displeased. Did you not tell him it was me, Baiyu, who wanted that person? I told him, but that person didn't care at all and cursed the boss as a bastard. The man replied, complaining. He even said, if there's anything, let the boss come personally to find him. Upon hearing this, Baiyu became even more displeased. His reputation in the Dawn mercenary group is well known, even Beastmasters wouldn't dare to meddle with him. For someone to say that, it showed total disrespect for him. What was the name of that Beastmaster? After thinking for a moment, Baiyu asked. I don't know. The man shook his head. He has a Hellhound and a Storm Eagle. They are both bronze 9 stars. 2 tamed beasts of bronze 9 stars. This made Baiyu's face change a bit, and he took a cold breath. When did our mercenary group get such a powerful figure? I don't know, I haven't seen the person either, I just saw the person's Dawn mercenary badge. Upon hearing this, Baiyu felt puzzled, but Zhao Kuwei beside him slightly changed his expression. Hellhound, bronze 9 stars, isn't that the kid from a few days ago? That kid doesn't seem like someone easy to provoke. Forget it, no matter how many bronze stars, no one can protect the person I want, Baiyu said. Go call the brothers, and get ready. Okay. The person repeatedly agreed. Cough. Zhao Kuwei quickly spoke. Hey Baiyu, the others are beast tamers, is it really necessary to cause trouble over a little girl? So what if they are beast tamers? Can beast tamers just take away someone else's love? Baiyu, however, looked displeased. Who isn't a beast tamer? My brother is even a silver-level beast tamer. This made Zhao Kuwei shut his mouth. Looking at Baiyu who walked out, he could only shake his head helplessly. This little ancestor is really something every day, sigh. Zhao Kuwei sighed. If the leader doesn't come back soon, our mercenary group will be turned upside down by him. Boss, that guy is in the forest, we still remember the position. Let's teach him a good lesson, and that Ma Xiaoxue, the boss has given her a few chances, yet she doesn't appreciate them. On the street, a large group of people marched towards the forest, each holding firearms. With such momentum, one would think they were going to fight some silver-level beast. As they walked, suddenly, when they passed by the Dawn mercenary group, the door opened, and another large group marched out fiercely, led by Long Wu. The narrow street naturally couldn't hold 2 groups, and Baiyu immediately spotted the tall Long Wu, squinting his eyes. Such a big person, has he lost his eyesight? This made Long Wu somewhat unhappy. He raised his hand, but recalling Ji Jia's order, he just gritted his teeth and motioned for his men to retreat. Poof. Baiyu snorted, as his group grandly left. What the hell? If he wasn't his brother, I would have beaten him to death. Baiyu, relying on his brother's power. Some people in the Dawn mercenary group cursed in anger. Is that Baiyu? Hearing these words, Long Wu snorted coldly, shaking his head. A brother of a silver beast tamer, just in Ping City. If it were in Kyoto, my young master could crush him easily. Once this was said, everyone fell silent, following Long Wu as they headed towards the forest. Chapter 68, Strike First. In the forest, Yifan's group was currently hunting a metal-skinned wild boar. This metal-skinned wild boar's level was not high, black iron 7 stars. Yifan did not take action, watching Ma Xiaoxue command the white wolf to fight the wild boar, his brows gradually furrowed. Soon, after some time passed, the 1-star lower white wolf was clearly no match for the metal-skinned wild boar and was at a disadvantage, while Ma Xiaoxue gritted her teeth insisting on commanding. All right. At some point, seeing the white wolf in danger, Yifan raised his hand. The Hellhound, which had been ready for a long time, rushed out, directly pouncing on the metal-skinned wild boar and solving the fight with a simple throat grab. In the previous battle, you had 7 chances to turn the fight around. Looking at the panting Ma Xiaoxue, Yifan said, first, with the wild boar's first charge, you could have commanded the white wolf to dodge while launching a counterattack, but you chose to meet it head-on, clearly not considering the power levels of both sides. Second. Yifan's tone was not gentle, and Ma Xiaoxue beside him felt somewhat ashamed, nodding repeatedly. A true strong fighter must have enough battle experience and awareness. Yifan looked at her, pondering slightly, then took out 2 white jade fruits and tossed them to Ma Xiaoxue. During this time, you and Fatty take the main combat role, and I will hold the fort, until you can confront and defeat beasts of bronze 5 stars and above. Bronze 5 stars? Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoxue's expression changed slightly. I only have black iron 6 stars. The level can be quickly raised. Before silver, it can be done with spirit herbs and medicines. Yifan waved his hand. The most important thing is that you have enough combat power to face strong enemies. I can provide you with spirit herbs and medicines, but I don't want you to just be ornaments. Okay. Ma Xiaoxue nodded upon hearing this. So can I participate in the battle too? Wang Lingxi, who looked somewhat dissatisfied with Yifan, said nervously. You don't have much you can do right now, but you can participate in the battle to practice your teamwork. Yifan replied, stepping forward. He currently had many spirit herbs and medicines planted in his Beastmaster space, all at the mortal level. Only the harvest fruit was at the spirit level. During this time, Yifan planned to find spirit herbs and fruits in the forest to help his beasts break through to silver, while also starting to improve the skills of those around him. Combat is the fastest way for Beastmasters to learn to command their beasts. Having them always follow him without participating in battles would only turn them into ornaments. In the following battles, Yifan, as he had said, did not participate. Instead, after each battle, he analyzed the mistakes and shortcomings of a few people, suggesting improvements. After all, he was a king level in his previous life. With a keen eye, he could clearly see every detail in such battles. Under Yifan's careful guidance, the combat skills of a few people improved rapidly, shifting from initial clumsiness and panic to gradual proficiency in a short amount of time. They fought until night fell, at which point Yifan finally stopped the group's advance, setting up tents and a campfire at the edge of the forest. I feel like I've learned so much today. Next to the tent, while organizing it, Ma Xiaoxue said to Wang Lingxi, Yifan has such rich battle experience, he is on a completely different level from us. Indeed. Wang Lingxi nodded, looking thoughtful as she said, you might not know, but we hunted a silver 2-star cloud leopard in the jungle before. Silver 2 stars? Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoxue was stunned. How is that possible? Can bronze defeat silver? I really used to think so, but we actually did kill it. Wang Lingxi replied, glancing at Yifan, who seemed to be deep in thought by the fire, and said quietly, that guy, not only his beast mastery, but also his various strategies and insights, is really impressive. I see. Ma Xiaoxue nodded, then I should learn more from him. Definitely. Wang Lingxi replied, leaning towards Ma Xiaoxue's ear, I feel like Yifan cares about you, he taught you a lot of things. Before you came, he didn't tell us anything like this. Cares about me? How could that be? Ma Xiaoxue found it hard to believe. It's true, believe me, Yifan really values you. By the campfire, Yifan naturally heard the whispers of the two, shook his head, and smiled slightly. Yifan, do you really care about Ma Xiaoxue? Nearby, Li Pingzi also leaned over, curiously asking. It's okay, I wouldn't say I care a lot, just that I see some potential. Yifan replied, looking at the fatty with a serious tone, her desire to win is strong, and she doesn't easily give up. Such people, as long as they encounter some luck, won't be too weak in the future. Oh, I see. Li Pingzi nodded, glancing at Yifan, so you are investing in her in advance? MHM. Yifan responded, patting the fatty, I plan to establish a mercenary group next and recruit some personnel. We can't always passively wait for trouble. It's a disadvantage for 2 or 3 people to face dozens or hundreds. If we have some power in hand, we'll gain more initiative. Establishing a mercenary group sounds great. Hearing this, Fat Li was a bit excited. So when the time comes, won't I become an elder member? Of course, Yifan replied, a faint smile on his face. Fatty, you need to work hard. In the future, you will be my right-hand man, so you must be strong enough. No problem, Fat Li agreed, patting Yifan. After all, I'm the one who will catch the python in the future. If I'm not strong enough, how can that work? Here comes the python again. Hearing this, Yifan had a hint of helplessness in his smile and nodded. Boss, why are those people from Dawn still haunting us, not going away? In another part of the forest, Baiyu had a sharp-faced guy approach him, speaking a bit quietly. Hearing this, Baiyu frowned, looking back a short distance. Indeed, there were flames, and judging by the number of people, they were indeed the Dawn mercenaries from the afternoon. They have been following us since we left the city this whole afternoon, and now it's already night, and they are still tailing us. What do they want? Baiyu was a bit alert, silently signaling with his hand. The members, seeing this, quietly loaded bullets into their guns. The Dawn and Aurora mercenary groups already had a rivalry, and in this Silver Moon Forest, if they wanted to take action, there wouldn't be much hesitation. Could it be they want to make a move on me while my brother is not here? Muttering this, after walking a bit, Baiyu turned around. When he saw the group of people with torches still not far behind him, his suspicion grew stronger. These bastards from the Dawn mercenary group do seem to be coming for us. Boss, what should we do? They have quite a few people, said a companion next to him, a bit afraid. Strike first. Baiyu, who was usually fierce, quickly made a judgment, nodding, since they want to move against us, we'll take action first. We have about the same number of people. Whoever strikes first will have the advantage. But... Hearing this, a nearby companion hesitated. What if they aren't coming for us? How do we explain that? Explain what? Baiyu sneered, they have been following us all this way. What's there to explain? We'll just insist they struck first. It just so happens that Yifan hasn't found us, and these fools from Dawn want to challenge me? Then let's sharpen our knives on them. As soon as he said this, the people following Baiyu quickly hid to both sides of the forest. They were all experienced hunters, too skilled at ambushing. On the other side, Long Wu let out a sigh as he watched the disappearing flames ahead. Finally, they are taking a different path from us. After saying this, Long Wu suspiciously looked at a thin guy beside him. Are you sure Yifan and the others are taking this road? I'm sure, the thin guy replied, nodding. Today I followed them, thinking they looked like inexperienced kids. I thought I might gain something from them, but after realizing they were Beastmasters, I retreated. As he explained, noticing Long Wu's doubt, he added, those from Aurora might be here to hunt the nearby rock pythons, so their route is similar to ours. However, once they get past here, they will have to head towards the Dark River. Alright, Long Wu nodded after hearing this, thinking a bit and then whispering, let's split up the people, extend the search range as much as possible, and cover the area. Since it's night, Yifan and others probably won't move deep into the forest but will choose to camp. We'll communicate where we find them, and then we will surround them. Remember, don't alert the enemy. Yifan is very alert. Be extra careful. Understood. Chapter 69 Plan. At night, Yifan and the others set up their tents and did not choose to rest immediately but, under Yifan's command, went hunting around. Ensure the safety of the camp. Yifan, what is this thing? In the night, Li Fati looked at a cluster of fruits nearby that emitted a faint glow, with curiosity in his voice. Glowing mushrooms, they shine at night and have no other use, they are not special. Yifan glanced at the fruit and said, squatting down to collect them. If they are not special, why collect them? Li Fati was somewhat confused. They glow, Yifan replied, saying, if we encounter bad weather where we can't make a fire, these glowing mushrooms can provide some light. Oh, I see, Li Fati suddenly understood. There was a hint of a smile in Yifan's eyes. Many things have their uses, some ordinary crops may be useful in special situations. So the explosive mushrooms we saw a few days ago also have other uses? Explosive mushrooms. Upon hearing Li Fati's question, Yifan showed a thoughtful expression. Explosive mushrooms can be used for cooking. This. Li Fati choked, just as he was about to say something. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire came from the distant jungle. Bang! The sound of the gunshot erupted like a fuse being lit, and immediately followed by a barrage of gunfire and a cacophony of arguments and noise. What is happening? Li Fati was startled and shrank back. Wang Lingxi, send the Bopi bird to take a look. Yifan listened to the sounds, slightly furrowing his brows, and looked at Wang Lingxi beside him. Be careful, they have guns, the Bopi bird's defense is very weak, don't let it get shot down. Okay, Wang Lingxi nodded quickly, directing the Bopi bird to fly out, and slowly a gleam of light appeared in her eyes, which was the activation of her spirit power. The Bopi bird flew very quickly, and after a short time, Wang Lingxi spoke up. There are two groups of mercenaries fighting, one side is from Dawn. From Dawn? Upon hearing this, Yifan narrowed his eyes. What does the leader look like? Thin and not tall, with heavy dark circles under his eyes, and a mole at the corner of his eye. Wang Lingxi said, halfway through, Ma Xiaoshui interjected, that person is Baiyu. Yifan nodded, if it was Baiyu, then the group from Dawn must be looking for trouble with him. And what about the group they are fighting? What are the leader's characteristics? Very tall, probably around 2 meters, a big and strong guy, Wang Lingxi replied, suddenly her brows furrowed. Long Wu. That group seems to have been brought by Long Wu. Long Wu? This made Li Fati next to them stunned. Isn't he a servant of Ji Jie? How come he is here? He should also be looking for trouble with us, Yifan spoke, looking towards the distant jungle. In his eyes there was a rare hint of doubt. How did these two groups start fighting? Baiyu, are you crazy, ambushing our Dawn people in the jungle? In the jungle, the gunfire continued, and one small leader from the Dawn side shouted loudly. With your brother not around, do you Baiyu intend to represent Dawn in war against us? Stop threatening me. Baiyu retorted, you guys brought so many people to track us down, weren't you just trying to ambush me? Now that I've uncovered you, you're pretending. Who's tracking you? We are. The small leader began to explain, but was interrupted when he was shot and fell dead on the spot. In the scene, several people protected Long Wu, and the situation was clearly unfavorable for Dawn. They never expected Dawn would act suddenly, and they had been scattered, suffering great losses in this encounter. Long Wu, let's retreat, this crazy dog by you is ready to bite us. One person said to Long Wu, we're losing too much like this, we can only retreat and find trouble with Baiyu later. Hearing this, Long Wu felt somewhat unwilling. After all, the young master was already very unhappy with their recent repeated failures against Yi Fan. If they returned empty-handed this time, the young master would surely become even angrier. I will talk to him. After hesitating for a while, Long Wu stepped forward. Baiyu, I am from the Ji family in Kyoto. Bang! A bullet exploded in a spray of blood on Long Wu's shoulder. His face changed dramatically as he quickly retreated. The moment he stepped back, bullets from firearms hit the spot he had just occupied. What Ji family in Kyoto? I've never heard of it. Baiyu's voice rang out from the other side. Such a mad dog. Long Wu gritted his teeth, looking at the blood blooming on his shoulder, his expression dark. If it weren't for his rare bloodline, granting him faster reflexes and stronger body than ordinary people, he would have met the same fate as that little leader due to this moment of carelessness. Lord Long Wu, we should retreat first. Let's go out and tell young Master Ji to handle him. One person quickly helped Long Wu up. Baiyu is crazy again. At this moment, Long Wu could only nod. Several people protected him as they quickly fled back the way they had come. But they hadn't escaped far when members of the Dawn organization appeared once more, sneaking up behind them without a sound. It's over, we're surrounded. The faces of a few changed drastically as Baiyu's voice sounded from behind. You grandsons of Dawn, you won't escape today. Long Wu's group has been surrounded. Not far from the battlefield, on a hillside, Wang Lingxi spoke to Yi Fan behind her. That Baiyu seems to see them as enemies, fighting fiercely. Yi Fan nodded, his gaze fixed on the distance, slightly contemplating. He knew how Baiyu was extremely suspicious and ruthless in his actions. Since he had already opened fire, he would definitely leave no survivors. Long Wu declaring his identity would not stop Baiyu, but rather spur him to eliminate the threat entirely. That Long Wu. Looking at the injured Long Wu among the crowd, Yi Fan's expression slightly intensified. Long Wu was quite a decent person. The Kuei Nyo tribe had fallen into the control of the Ji family, and there were many hidden affairs during this period. Unfortunately, in his past life, no one guided him, he remained blindly loyal and never knew the truth until his death. Having guided him a couple of times, Long Wu was too straightforward, perhaps still blinded by Ji Jia. If I can awaken this Long Wu, it would plant a seed. Yi Fan said thoughtfully, a hint of a smile in his eyes. The Ji family was one of the 8 great families in Kyoto, with immense power. Among them, the Kuei Nyo tribe was an indispensable part of this great force. If this part could be activated, its potential would not be small. It's just right. The Dawn and the Morning have some connections with the dynasty organization that Lonely Wolf mentioned. If they can fight, we can see what kind of tumors are hiding inside. With a resolution made, Yi Fan no longer hesitated and raised his hand. Fatty, get ready to move. Are we going to attack? Fatty was taken aback but didn't say anything further, just nodded. The 3-headed serpent beast silently crept into the bushes. You two stay here for now, your strength isn't enough, you could easily be accidentally harmed by gunfire. Yi Fan said to Wang Lingxi and Ma Xiaoxua, quickly heading down the hillside. The swift eagle and hellhounds quickly followed. Bang! Bang! In the battlefield, Long Wu captured a man charging towards him and slammed him to the ground, but immediately after, the sound of gunfire rang out, and he was shot in the back, collapsing to the ground. It's over. The few people protecting Long Wu felt scared, watching the many Dawn mercenaries surrounding them, unsure of where to retreat. Am I Long Wu going to die at the hands of these people? Despite being shot multiple times, Long Wu felt slightly disoriented, looking at the encircling crowd, seemingly unwilling to accept defeat, he clenched his fists. Just as this fist was about to swing out, suddenly, a panicked voice erupted from the crowd ahead. Is the young master here to save us? Looking at the chaos and the Dawn mercenaries before him, Long Wu's face changed slightly, and before he could speak, suddenly, a fireball rapidly expanded and exploded ahead. Boom! In just a few seconds, a large crowd was cleared away, and many who did not escape in time were ignited by the hellhound's intense flames. Fleeing with terror, the surrounding trees were also instantly ignited, turning the scene into a hellish inferno. Hellhound? Seeing the beast in the field, Long Wu froze, looking up to see a familiar figure standing quietly by a tree not far away. His expression suddenly changed. Yi Fan? How can it be you? Chapter 70, Impact. Yi Fan? As the voice echoed, Baiyu gazed at Yi Fan beside the hellhound, his eyes shifting slightly. So you are the one who saved me? You are incredibly bold. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed as Yifan dashed to the nearby tree. Meanwhile, the Hellhound's flames swept a path. Chirp! The sound of the Gale Falcon rang out, then it swooped down from the sky. How dare you! Baiyu panicked, repeatedly trying to dodge, but the Gale Falcon was extremely fast. In an instant, its sharp claws slashed across Baiyu's face, leaving a wound. Yifan leapt out, casually grabbing a person trying to charge at him and tossing them aside. The Rock Python and Hellhound surged through the crowd, both beasts brimming with strength, and an ordinary hunter could not withstand even a single blow. In no time, all of Baiyu's companions were repelled, and the Gale Falcon dashed back once more. Baiyu's soul surged with fear as he fell to the ground. Baiyu, having a brother like you is truly a misfortune for the Bai family. Yifan's voice rang out, and Baiyu looked up to see Yifan standing before him, with the Gale Falcon, resembling a grim reaper in the air, quietly perched on his shoulder. From above, Yifan displayed little emotion in his eyes as he looked at Baiyu and coldly spoke. Back off, or die. I will retreat, I will retreat. At that moment, Baiyu dared not say anything more and stumbled backward. Yifan did not stop him, he simply watched Baiyu leave, placing his hand on the head of the Hellhound beside him. Soon, the remaining members of Dawn withdrew from the forest, and only then did Yifan turn around to look at Long Wu and the others. Beside Long Wu, as they saw Yifan approaching, their expressions showed signs of unease. They had originally come to kill Yifan, yet they ended up being saved by him. Brother Yifan, thank you for intervening. One person clasped his hands apologetically, feeling a bit awkward. I did not come to save you. Yifan replied, his gaze lingering on the kneeling Long Wu, and spoke, he stays, the rest of you, leave. This. Upon hearing this, the person was taken aback and was about to explain when Long Wu raised his hand. You all should go. Okay. Seeing that Long Wu had spoken, the already frightened group heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly fled into the distance. Soon, apart from some corpses left from the battle, the forest was left with only Long Wu, half kneeling on the ground. The scene was somewhat silent. Eventually, Long Wu looked up and spoke firmly, do it, my Kuei-Nyo clan will not be reduced to captives. Do you think I saved you because I want to kill you myself? Upon hearing this, a slight smile flickered in Yifan's eyes as he shook his head. If your Kuei-Nyo clan were truly so honorable, how could you have become servants? This statement darkened Long Wu's expression, silencing him instantly. This history was a shame for the Kuei-Nyo clan and their fatal weakness. As servants, they could not stand tall for a lifetime. Moreover, they were still members of the Kuei-Nyo clan. Yifan spoke, watching the silent Long Wu, and slowly said, do you know how your Kuei-Nyo clan became the servants of the Ji family? Is it true, as the outside world claims, that your Ji family surrendered voluntarily? After your Kuei-Nyo clan submitted to the Ji family, why did your bloodline become weaker and weaker? Yifan, a warrior may be killed but cannot be humiliated. Upon hearing Yifan repeatedly bring up the Kuei-Nyo clan's matters, Long Wu seemed somewhat enraged, raising his head, wanting to stand up. But the injuries on his body made it impossible for him to get up. I wasn't insulting you just now. Yifan shook his head, like I asked you last time about the breathing method, did you find any results? I asked the young master and got the dragon elephant skill, but it can't be practiced at all. Long Wu replied, last time, you were just lying to me. Dragon elephant skill? Upon hearing this, Yifan showed a playful smile, does he Jia dare to give you the real dragon elephant skill? What do you mean by that? Long Wu raised an eyebrow, you saved me, is it just to sow discord between me and the young master? Do you know what the dragon elephant skill is? Yifan interrupted Long Wu's words. The dragon elephant skill is just the name of a breathing method. Poof. Upon hearing this, Yifan laughed, Long Wu, you Kuei-Nyo clan, can't even remember the skill created by your own ancestor? Our ancestor created a skill? This made Long Wu's expression slightly change. Otherwise, based on your Kuei-Nyo bloodline, how strong could you be? Yifan retorted, looking at Long Wu, the first-generation Beastmaster who could hunt ancient remnants was nothing but a magnificent talent. It wouldn't be too hard for him to create a suitable breathing method for his descendants. This. Upon hearing this, Long Wu hesitated. If you don't believe me, you can tell me the breathing method that Jia gave you, and I can point out the differences on the spot. Yifan said, glancing at Long Wu, who was about to shake his head, then continued, you have been with Jia, so you must know some things about me. A dragon elephant skill is not worth me going to such trouble to save you. Long Wu was silent for a while before he finally spoke. The skill given to me by the young master is like this. Soon, Long Wu recited the breathing method formula that Jia had given him. Yifan listened beside him, gradually revealing a trace of a smile in his eyes. According to what I said, change these 3 steps of the breathing method and adjust the acupoints, which are. Upon hearing this, Long Wu was taken aback and unconsciously followed Yifan's instructions to operate the breathing method. Soon, a series of bone-cracking sounds came from Long Wu's body, and the wounds on him visibly healed at a rapid pace. Boom. Like the sound of a bull stepping down, Long Wu stood up. His hair seemed to squirm a bit, and faintly, a small bullhorn sprouted. This is indeed our Kuei-Nyo clan's ancestral skill. Long Wu felt the dramatic change in his body and looked at Yifan, his eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? You should know how important the dragon elephant skill is to your Kuei-Nyo clan. Yifan looked at Long Wu, speaking lightly, then continued, not to mention the dragon elephant skill, as long as you practice an ordinary breathing method, your Kuei-Nyo clan would not be as weak as before. So, the young master deliberately gave me an incorrect breathing method, making me think I really couldn't practice the breathing method? Long Wu retorted. At this moment, he seemed greatly shocked, unable to accept, looking at Yifan and saying, but why would the young master do this? Wouldn't it be more helpful for him if I became stronger by practicing the breathing method? Long Wu, even now you don't understand? Yifan felt a bit helpless, looking at Long Wu and saying. This Kuei-Nyo clan really had too simple a mind, some things he wanted to hint at didn't work. 100 years ago, your Kuei-Nyo clan had to submit. For so long, the Ji family has been constantly finding reasons to oppress and weaken you. Yifan spoke plainly, they want to make you true servants, not even a possible revenge force. Revenge. This made Long Wu stunned. What revenge? Of course, it's the revenge for your clansmen. Yifan spoke, his eyes cold. Unlike the Dragon Eye users and other bloodline remnants, your bloodline is mild and non-toxic. Supposedly. Your kin should number among all those with mixed blood, the most in quantity, not to mention 10,000, at least thousands without a doubt. But, in my generation, there are only a few dozen of my kin. Long Wu replied, but as the words left his mouth, he was stunned, looking at Yifan's calm expression, and in his eyes, a storm gradually rose. Chapter 71, Change. Long Wu fell silent, not speaking for a long time. Clearly, upon reaching this point, he fully understood. Why? After a while, Long Wu raised his head and spoke, but only asked this one question. It's just the victors and the losers, Yifan answered. Your Kuei-Nyo clan is strong, and the Ji family needs you, but they also worry that you will rise again and revive old blood feuds. They want to weaken you by any means, it's that simple. Long Wu fell silent again, and after a few seconds, looked up. What should I do? If you give me the dragon elephant skill and tell me about the deep grievances of your kin, I can be your servant. Be your servant. At this point, a trace of a smile appeared in Yifan's eyes as he glanced at Long Wu, but he said nothing and simply shook his head. Long Wu, I don't need servants like Ji Jia to block arrows for me. The Kuei-Nyo clan is mighty by nature. What flows in your blood is the blood of heroes. Saying this, Yifan patted Long Wu's shoulder. What you should do is far more than just follow me. Long Wu hesitated. After a moment, he nodded heavily. Go back. Yifan waved his hand. Don't expose yourself. Quietly take the dragon elephant skill back to your kin and let them conceal themselves from the Ji family. There will be a day for you to take revenge. Understood. Long Wu nodded, clasped his fists towards Yifan, and then headed out of the forest. After walking a few steps, Long Wu seemed to remember something, suddenly stopping and turning to look at Yifan, asking, Yifan, how do you know about our Kuei-Nyo clan's dragon elephant skill? Upon hearing this, Yifan showed a smile and replied lightly, does the answer matter? As these words landed, Long Wu was taken aback and then shook his head self-mockingly. Compared to the hatred of the Kuei-Nyo clan, these things are nothing. Saying this, Long Wu turned around and left without any hesitation. Soon, Long Wu disappeared into the jungle. Nearby, Fat Li approached, looking at Yifan's smiling eyes, curiously asking, Yifan, what did you say to Long Wu just now? You seem a bit happy? Not much. Yifan nodded, looked at Fat Li, seemingly recalling something, and smiled while shaking his head. It's actually funny, Ji Jia and Baiyu both want to trouble me, each gathering a group to ambush me, but before they could find me, they fought among themselves. Now Ji Jia will definitely gather a big crowd to trouble Baiyu again. Wang Lingxi also came over. During this time, we can watch how they fight back and forth. Baiyu wouldn't dare to come to blows with Ji Jia. At most, it's just between him and the Dawn mercenary group. Yifan shook his head. We should also be more careful, those small fries or whatever, but Bai Chen has been quite protective of his brother. When he returns, he might come looking for me to talk. Is his brother a pampering tyrant? Fat Li voiced, his brother has spoiled him this much already. There's nothing to be done. Bai Chen is just that kind of person, a great do-gooder who likes to spoil his brother. Yifan replied. In his eyes, some past events seemed to surface, and he shook his head helplessly without saying more. Let's go, head back to rest. Tomorrow, we'll continue deeper into the forest. In a blink, several days passed. Baiyu was driven back by Yifan, cursing as he returned to the Dawn mercenary group, but he dared not trouble Yifan again, though he called Bai Chen 7 or 8 times a day. On the other hand, the employer was injured, and the mercenaries sent on a mission suffered heavy casualties. The people of the Dawn mercenary group naturally couldn't swallow this anger, blocking the door of the Dawn mercenary group with a large crowd to demand an explanation. The conflict between these two mercenary groups suddenly changed the situation for the Pingcheng mercenary group, and under the demands of both sides, other mercenary groups chose their sides, transforming the situation into a large-scale brawl. The higher-ups of Pingcheng noticed this scene and sent people to intervene, but it couldn't be pulled apart. Seeing that both sides were about to fight, Bai Chen hurried back and learned of his younger brother's actions, profusely apologizing and making amends. Perhaps they didn't care about the face of a silver-level Beastmaster, but if it were Bai Chen, the leader of the Dawn mercenary group, it would naturally be different. After receiving an explanation, Dawn did not continue to linger, and a fight ended with a whimper. As night fell, in the Ji family's courtyard, Ji Jia was resting in the courtyard. It's been several days, where is Long Wu? He hasn't returned? Looking at the darkening sky, Ji Jia frowned tightly. Since sending Long Wu to find trouble with Yifan, 7 or 8 days had already passed without any news from Long Wu. Recently, he had been in seclusion, improving his Beastmaster skills, and was too lazy to send someone to find Long Wu. Days passed, and it wasn't until he came out of seclusion that Ji Jia started to feel something was wrong. Creak. Just as he was hesitating whether to call someone to check on Long Wu, the door suddenly opened, and Long Wu walked in. Long Wu, why are you only back now? Looking at Long Wu, Ji Jia frowned. I went into the forest to find the Dawn mercenary group's people to hunt down Yifan, but I was ambushed by Baiyu from the Dawn mercenary group midway. I was hit by several gunshots, injured and treated in the hospital, Long Wu replied, kneeling on one knee as usual, the sound of his knee hitting the ground crisp. Someone injured you? Hearing this, Ji Jia narrowed his eyes. Did you not tell that Baiyu that you are my Ji family's servant? At this, Long Wu paused, then glanced at Ji Jia and slowly replied, I did tell him, but he still attacked. So bold. Hearing this, Ji Jia's face became cold. That Baiyu is really a thing that doesn't know how to look at who is in charge? Long Wu spoke, lowering his head. Please, young master, help me. Of course. Ji Jia stood up and walked outside. As he passed Long Wu, Ji Jia suddenly stopped, looking at the horns growing faintly from Long Wu's hair, stunned for a moment. Long Wu, you have grown horns? After my injury healed this time, I suddenly noticed that I had grown horns. Long Wu replied, bowing, my strength is stronger than before. It seems this injury has awakened something. The injury triggered your bloodline awakening, huh? Hearing this, Ji Jia seemed unsurprised, his eyes slightly helpless. You Kuei Niu people are quite lucky. Not lucky, only following the young master is true luck, Long Wu replied. And now you've learned to flatter. Hearing this, Ji Jia smiled and then stepped outside. Alright, let's go. I want to see just how bold that Baiyu is to dare not give my Ji family this face. Okay. Long Wu nodded, slowly rising in the night, watching Ji Jia's back walk ahead, his fists clenched tightly, but after a while, he relaxed his fists and followed. Chapter 72, Conspiracy Against. Creak. Just as he was hesitating whether to call someone to check on Long Wu, the door suddenly opened, and Long Wu walked in. Long Wu, why are you only back now? Looking at Long Wu, Ji Jia frowned. I went into the forest to find the people from the Dawn mercenary group to hunt down Yifan, but I was ambushed by Baiyu from the Dawn mercenary group midway. I was hit by several gunshots and injured. I am receiving treatment in the hospital, Long Wu replied, kneeling on one knee as usual, the sound of his knee hitting the ground crisp. Has someone hurt you? Hearing this, Ji Jia squinted his eyes. Didn't you tell that Baiyu that you are my Ji family's servant? With these words, Long Wu paused, then looked at Ji Jia and slowly replied, I told him, but he has already taken action. So bold. Upon hearing this, Ji Jia's face turned cold. This Baiyu really doesn't know how to respect the master when beating the dog? Yes. Long Wu replied and lowered his head, please, young master, help me. Of course. Ji Jia stood up and walked outside. As he passed by Long Wu, Ji Jia suddenly stopped, looked at the horns vaguely growing in Long Wu's hair, and was stunned for a moment. Long Wu, have you grown bull horns? Yes, I suddenly found them after this injury was healed. Long Wu replied, bowing, my strength is stronger than before. It seems that this injury has awakened something. The injury triggered the awakening of your bloodline, huh? Upon hearing this, Ji Jia seemed not surprised, his eyes slightly filled with helplessness. You members of the Kuei Niu clan really are quite lucky. It's not luck. Following the young master is what counts as luck. Long Wu answered. You now know how to flatter. Hearing this, Ji Jia smiled, and then stepped outside. Alright, let's go. I want to see just how bold this Baiyu is to dare not give my Ji family face. Okay. Long Wu nodded, slowly lighting up in the night, watching Ji Jia walk ahead with tightly clenched fists. After a while, he relaxed his fists and followed. Young Master Ji, please sit. In the Dawn mercenary group, Ji Jia sat at a table. Opposite him, the tall and sturdy Bai Chen was politely serving tea. Long Wu stood next to Ji Jia, his face serious, not saying a word. At the entrance of the mercenary group, the Dawn members were gathered around, watching the commotion with looks of interest. Where is your brother Bai Yu? Jie glanced at the tea on the table but did not drink. He looked at Bai Chen and asked. Bai Yu got himself into big trouble, so I punished him to stay at home. Bai Chen replied and said to Jie, I already know about the incident in the forest a few days ago, and here I want to apologize on behalf of my younger brother. My younger brother was foolish, I hope young Master Ji can be magnanimous. Poof. Seeing Bai Chen bow so low, Jie snorted, not continuing the questioning. Instead he fiddled with the teacup on the table, his gaze slightly focused. The teacup made of white jade is quite nice. It seems your Dawn mercenary group is doing quite well. If young Master Ji likes it, I can send a few sets to you later, Bai Chen hurriedly said. Consider it an apology for my younger brother, please don't be polite. Hearing this, Jie was somewhat stunned. This guy's skill in finding opportunities was impressive, leaving Jie unsure of how to continue his criticism. This matter, you should know, won't be easily settled. After a moment of silence, Jie spoke in a low voice, Bai Chen, you don't think that lowering your stance will calm my anger, do you? No. Bai Chen replied, this matter is my younger brother's fault. Young Master Ji can bring up any demands, and I will do my best to satisfy them. This is what you said. Jie replied, tapping the table with his fingers, and continued in a low voice, I heard before I came that Yi Fan is in your mercenary group, right? Yi Fan. Hearing this familiar name, Bai Chen was momentarily stunned. Is he the member who clashed with my younger brother? Yes. Jie nodded, since he is in your mercenary group, it should not be difficult for you to target him, right? It's not difficult, but... Bai Chen hesitated slightly, he is my group member. Bai Chen, at this point, are you still saying this? Jie interrupted Bai Chen, his expression seemed a bit dark, or do you think I am discussing this with you? This made Bai Chen speechless. Looking at Jie, he was silent for a while, and finally nodded, since young Master Ji said so, I will follow your words. After saying this, Bai Chen glanced at Jie and spoke softly, about the unpleasantness my younger brother had with young Master Ji before. Let it be wiped away. Chapter 73, Come Alone. Young Master Ji, please sit. Inside the Dawn mercenary group, Jie was seated at a table. Across from him, the tall and sturdy Bai Chen was politely serving tea, and Longwu stood beside Jie, wearing a serious expression and saying nothing. At the entrance of the mercenary group, the members of Dawn and other mercenary groups were gathered, watching with eager interest. Where is your younger brother Bai Yu? Jie glanced at the tea on the table but did not drink, looking at Bai Chen as he asked. Bai Yu got into big trouble, so I punished him to house arrest. Bai Chen answered and said to Jie, I already know about what happened in the forest recently, so I want to apologize on behalf of my younger brother. My younger brother was naive, I hope young Master Ji will be magnanimous. Seeing Bai Chen's low posture, Jie hummed softly and did not continue to question. Instead, he moved the teacup on the table slightly, his gaze becoming a bit more focused. This teacup is made of white jade, quite nice, seems like your Dawn mercenary group is making quite a profit. If young Master Ji likes it, I can send a few sets over later. Bai Chen quickly replied, just consider it an apology for my younger brother, young Master Ji need not be polite. Upon hearing this, Jie looked at Bai Chen, somewhat stunned. This guy's skill in seizing opportunities was a bit too high, making it hard for him to express his displeasure. You should know that this matter won't be so easily settled. After a moment of silence, Jie spoke in a deep voice, lowering his tone, Bai Chen, you don't think lowering your stance will calm my anger, do you? No. Bai Chen replied, this is my younger brother's fault, if young Master Ji has any requests, please feel free to mention them, Bai Chen, will do my best to satisfy. That's what you said. Jie answered, tapping his fingers on the table, and continuing in a lowered voice, before I came, I found out that Yi Fan is in your mercenary group, right? Yi Fan hearing this familiar name, Bai Chen paused for a moment, is he the one who had a conflict with my younger brother? Yes. Jie nodded, he's in your mercenary group, it shouldn't be hard for you to target him a bit, right? It's not hard. Bai Chen replied, though he hesitated a little, but since he is my team member. Bai Chen, at this point, are you still saying this? Jie interrupted Bai Chen, his expression seeming a bit dark, or do you think I am discussing this with you? This Bai Chen was left speechless, looking at Jie and staying silent for a long time. Finally, he nodded, since young Master Ji said so, then I will do as you say. After saying this, Bai Chen glanced at Jie and lowered his voice, then about the previous unpleasantness between my younger brother and young Master Ji. Let it be wiped away. Jie waved his hand and stood up. During this time, I will have Longwu stay in your mercenary group. Captain Bai Chen, you better keep your word. If I find out. Since I promised, I will definitely do it. Bai Chen replied. All right. Ji Jia nodded, then patted Long Wu on the side. During this time, you will stay here, follow Captain Bai Chen. After a little more than a month, it will be time for the new student Mystic Realm to open. I need to prepare more lately. Young master need not worry. Long Wu bowed respectfully, watching Ji Jia leave. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face. Brother Long Wu on the side, seeing Long Wu smile suddenly, Bai Chen was taken aback. What's wrong with you? It's nothing. Long Wu replied, his expression darkening again. I just suddenly thought of something happy. Then, Brother Long Wu, just smile, there's no need to be reserved. Bai Chen nodded, returned to his seat, and then his face became a bit conflicted. He was extremely unwilling to target his own team member. He had always emphasized fairness and justice when establishing the team. I've also heard about your brother's situation. It's on me. Even if Yi Fan comes back, it won't be easy to reason out. But now Ji Jia is pressuring me to deal with him, and I can only accept. What should I do? Looking at Long Wu across from him, Bai Chen sighed, ultimately shaking his head. My brother really knows how to get into trouble. Bang! In the forest, with a heavy blow, a bronze 5-star beast fell to the ground, struggling for a moment before going silent. We won! As she watched the wild beast crash down, Ma Xiaoxue let out a huge breath, excitement lighting up her face as she looked at Yi Fan. We finally won! Nearby, Li Pangzi wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yi Fan nodded, surprisingly not correcting their mistakes, a hint of a smile in his eyes. In half a month, Li Pangzi's 3 beasts had all reached bronze 3 stars, and Ma Xiaoxue's white wolf had eaten a mutated fruit, evolving into a sharp-toothed wolf which now also reached bronze 1 star. Hunting a bronze 5-star beast head-on, such strength is quite impressive at this stage. Alright, we've achieved our goal, we should prepare to head back. Yi Fan casually announced while stretching. Heading back? Hearing this, the still excited Ma Xiaoxue and Li Pangzi were momentarily stunned. What's wrong, have you gotten used to living in the forest? Seeing their reactions, Yi Fan asked with a smile. It's not that we're used to it, but it feels like our strength is increasing pretty quickly in the forest. Li Pangzi scratched his head. Improving too quickly isn't good, you need time to settle in and familiarize yourself with your beast's growth. Yi Fan replied, waving his hand. Also, the practice of breathing techniques needs to keep pace. No problem. Li Pangzi nodded. So, are we heading back to prepare to establish a mercenary group now? You seem to remember this clearly. Yi Fan smiled and nodded. Yes, this time we go back to form a mercenary group. But doesn't a mercenary group need 5 people? Wang Lingxi asked. Aren't there only 4 of us here? We're still 1 short. Not short, I've already decided on the last member. Who is it? Li Pangzi asked. You'll find out later. Yi Fan waved his hand and started walking forward. The few exchanged glances, but they tacitly chose not to say much more. They were all following Yi Fan's decision. Yi Fan, let me tell you, it seems like Ma Xiaoxue really has learned a lot. On the way back, Li Pangzi walked alongside Yi Fan and whispered, her fighting style is similar to yours, both focus on locking the throat and strive for a single strike to kill. Just now, when she commanded the white wolf to lock the throat, she really did resemble you. To have achieved this in such a short time shows she has good combat talent. Yi Fan shook his head. But it's not that my fighting style is like this, anyone with strong beast handling skills has similar combat methods at this stage. A single strike to kill is the most lethal and the best way to resolve a battle, all attacks leading up to that strike are just to set the stage for it. You should also cultivate this mindset, during battle, think deliberately about how to launch attacks and achieve that killing blow. Understood. Li Pangzi nodded, pondering for a moment, then suddenly hesitated and said, I feel like Ma Xiaoxue has much more potential than I do. Yi Fan, why did you choose to help me back then? Hearing this, a smile appeared in Yi Fan's eyes as he looked at the fat man. My help to you has nothing to do with talent. It's easy to say that. Li Pangzi scratched his head, thinking for a while, then slowly said, but I feel like giving me these resources feels like a waste. What a waste is that? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan shook his head. At least, you're no longer the timidly you who was always scared. You're starting to dream of becoming a powerful Beastmaster. Dare to strike hard against injustice and oppression. With these changes, it's no longer a waste. Saying this, Yi Fan stepped forward. Beside him, the hellhound quickly lifted him up, racing swiftly through the jungle. Fatty, keep up. Our journey is still long. Chapter 74, Creating the Mercenary Group. It feels like I haven't been back for a long time. On the street of the mercenary group, Fatty Lee looked at the familiar buildings ahead and sighed. It's only been a bit more than half a month. Yi Fan replied, stepping ahead directly towards the Dawn mercenary group. The figures of the 4 were not particularly eye-catching among the crowd, but soon, someone noticed Yi Fan and their presence. Look, that person seems to be Yi Fan. Isn't he the one who clashed with Bai Yu and took down a dozen of Dawn's people? Yes, that's him. How dare he come back? Isn't he afraid of Bai Chen causing him trouble? The unusual reactions of the people around drew Fatty Li's attention, and he leaned closer to Yi Fan, whispering, "Yi Fan, it seems we've become famous now." Yi Fan nodded. The mercenary groups in Ping City are like a small circle. If something happens, basically the whole circle will know by the next day. I see. Fatty Li nodded, thinking of something, and looked at the several mission lists in Yi Fan's hand, asking, "Are we really going back to turn in the missions? Will Bai Yu's brother cause us trouble?" No. Yi Fan shook his head and stepped into the Dawn mercenary group. Once he stepped in, many gazes turned towards him. When they saw this boy who had once left such an impression, many faces changed slightly. In the room, many mercenaries stood up, and some of those who had escaped from Yi Fan's hands were even filled with anger. "Yi Fan, why is this kid back?" Not far away, Zhao Kuei saw Yi Fan appear, his expression shifting slightly. Before he could stop it, a servant had already walked towards the back, clearly to inform Bai Chen. Yi Fan naturally noticed everyone's reaction, wearing a cold smile on his face, saying nothing. It seemed that their reaction had no effect on him at all. "I'm here to turn in the missions." Walking up to Zhao Kuei, Yi Fan took out the mission lists he had brought back and nodded to Fatty Li beside him. Fatty Li understood, took out a bag, and threw out a pile of items, all of which were what the mission lists required. "You." Zhao Kuei looked at Yi Fan, who was calm, and his expression was slightly helpless. "Don't you know Bai Chen is back?" "I kind of know." Yi Fan answered, "If he hadn't come back, you should already be in a fierce fight with the Dawn mercenary group." These words caused Zhao Kuei to choke a bit. He glanced at Yi Fan, his eyes showing some change. "You know that and you still come back?" After saying this, looking around, Zhao Kuei lowered his voice and said quietly, "A few days ago, Ji Jia came to find our leader, using the matter in the forest to pressure our leader to target you." "Ji Jia looked for your leader?" Hearing this, Yi Fan's eyes showed a hint of a smile. He glanced at Zhao Kuei and nodded. This Zhao Kuei was still as warm-hearted as ever. "Let's settle my tasks first." After a few seconds of pause, Yi Fan spoke. "You." Seeing Yi Fan unmoved, Zhao Kuei could only helplessly take the mission list. Soon, the task was checked and completed. Zhao Kuei pulled out a stack of cash and handed it to Yi Fan. "This is your commission. After deducting fees, it's a total of 110,000. "Good." Yi Fan nodded, and beside him, Fatty Li quickly took the commission and stuffed it into the bag. Looking at Zhao Kuei, who was tensed and watching the backstage, Yi Fan felt a bit helpless and waved his hand. "Then I'll prepare to leave." "Leaving?" Hearing this, Zhao Kuei kept agreeing. "Leaving is good. Hurry up, hurry and go. Help us with the withdrawal procedures, please." Yi Fan spoke. Okay, wait." Zhao Kuei suddenly realized, looking at Yi Fan. "Name." Upon hearing this, the four young boys exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of excitement and uncertainty. "How about the brave warriors?" suggested one boy with bright eyes. "No, that's too common," replied another, shaking his head. "What about the iron fists?" suggested a third boy, his fists clenching as he spoke. "I don't know, it sounds a bit aggressive," the first boy said, scratching his head. "What do you think, Li Fan?" They all turned to look at Li Fan, seeking his opinion. Li Fan pondered for a moment, the weight of the decision resting on his shoulders. "Let's call it the Dawn of Hope," he said finally, his eyes shining with determination. The other boys looked at each other, considering the name's meaning. "I like it," said the second boy, a smile breaking across his face. "Yeah, it represents our journey and aspirations," added the third boy, nodding in agreement. The fourth boy, who had been quiet, finally spoke up. "It's perfect." The notary raised his eyebrows, impressed by their choice, and jotted down the name. "All right, the Dawn of Hope it is," he declared, his voice warm with approval. As he filled out the paperwork, Li Fan felt a surge of pride wash over him. This was the beginning of something special, something that could change their lives forever. "Now, you need to pay the registration fee," the notary reminded them, looking up from his desk. "How much is it?" Li Fan asked, feeling a mix of eagerness and worry. The notary replied, "It's a small amount, but important for your official start." Li Fan reached into his pocket, revealing a few coins he had saved up. "Will this be enough?" he asked, hopeful as he counted the coins. The notary examined the coins carefully, then nodded. "Yes, this will do." With a sense of relief, Li Fan handed over the coins, feeling the weight of his dream becoming reality. "Congratulations, you're officially members of the Dawn of Hope," the notary smiled, handing them their documents. Joy erupted among the young boys as they clapped each other on the back, their laughter echoing in the small room. "This is just the beginning," Li Fan said, his voice filled with hope and excitement for the adventures ahead. They stepped out of the office, the sun shining brightly overhead, symbolizing a new chapter in their lives. Yi Fan hesitated slightly, as if he thought of something, but soon he smiled and shook his head. "Let's call it Shinai." Saying this, Yi Fan picked up a pen and wrote the powerful characters Shinai on the notebook in front of him. "Shinai?" The old man in charge of the ranks was taken aback and looked at Yi Fan. Is such a casual name really okay? It's fine, I guess. A glimmer of amusement shone in Yi Fan's eyes. Shinai is not a casual name. In his past life, it was one of his codenames. I will register you now. The old man said no more. He took the name list and quickly logged everyone's names, then continued, the registration fee is 100,000. The Mercenary Guild will assign you a base and issue an announcement. Subsequent operations and precautions will be guided by a dedicated person. All right. Yi Fan nodded and looked at the fat man beside him. The fat man was dazed, and in some pain, he took out a card from his pocket. This card was their startup capital. After hunting for more than half a month, besides keeping spiritual herbs and medicines, they sold everything else for a total of over 300,000. Seeing the fat man's expression, Yi Fan teased with a smile, what's wrong? Are you still in love with money? This is the money we worked hard to earn this month. Of course, I feel a bit heartbroken. Li Fatty said as he handed the card to the old man. Soon, the card transaction was completed, and the old man called over an assistant, a graceful and dignified beauty named Shouqin, who held a lease agreement and led Yi Fan and the others toward Mercenary Street. Yi Fan, what's going on? On the way back, Yi Lincheng, who had been silent, finally came to Yi Fan's side and whispered, why did you establish a mercenary group? To earn some money and also establish some influence. Yi Fan replied, and before Yi Lincheng could speak, he asked, Dad, how is your strength now? Not bad, just reached bronze 2 stars. Yi Lincheng responded, I've been practicing beast taming in the arena in the city recently. Bronze 2 stars. Hearing this, Yi Fan nodded, that's not bad. Of course. Yi Lincheng replied, glancing at the girls behind him, he whispered, who are those 2 girls? They're part of our team, we've been hunting in the forest together during this time. Yi Fan answered, introducing to Yi Lincheng, this is Wang Lingxi, the only heir of the Wang family, and this is Ma Xiaoxue, our classmate. Hello, uncle. Wang Lingxi politely greeted, and Ma Xiaoxue chimed in next to her. Hello. Yi Lincheng responded with a smile, remaining calm. After greeting, Yi Lincheng leaned closer to Yi Fan and whispered, these 2 girls are quite good, you seem to be quite popular. What popularity? We're all part of the same team. Yi Fan replied, looking at Yi Lincheng. I understand. Yi Lincheng said with an uncontrollable smile on his face. Yi Fan felt a bit helpless, but he didn't say much more. On the way, it was Li Fatty and his dad who chatted happily. After all, Fatty and Yi Fan had grown up together, and they were very familiar with each other. When Li Fatty learned that Yi Lincheng had also broken through to the bronze level, and that the beast he tamed was their family pet Xiaobai, he was shocked. Wow, I really didn't expect this little Xiaobai to reach the bronze level. Looking at Xiaobai squatting in front of him wagging its tail, Li Fatty sighed. Every beast has boundless potential, as long as you find the way to unlock it. Yi Fan said with a smile, your son Snake is the same. That's true. Li Fatty replied, scratching his head as he looked at Shouqin walking ahead, what's her role in our team? What else? Collecting money. Yi Fan answered. Collecting money? What money? Li Fatty paused, didn't we already pay 100,000? 100,000 is just the startup capital. Yi Fan replied, patting Li Fatty's shoulder, you'll find out soon. What the heck, why does everything cost money? At the end of Mercenary Street. In the newly opened Mercenary Tavern, Fat Li sat on a broken wooden stool, looking at the list given by Shouqin, and gasped. A signboard costs 500, custom badges are 100 each, tables and chairs are 100 for a set. Cough, cough. Halfway through, Fat Li began to cough, looking around the dusty Mercenary Tavern. This tavern has nothing, not even a clean corner, and it's still going to charge 10,000 in rent each month? Now you understand why I said 100,000 is just the beginning, Yi Fan said beside him, patting Fat Li's shoulder. Alright, it's just some handling fees. Once the mercenary group is established, we will earn it back quickly. Let's first get Shouqin to prepare a package deal, and ask her to find someone to renovate. We will discuss our plans today, and we need to start running the mercenary group tomorrow. Alright. Fat Li nodded, heart aching as he took out his bank card. While not far away, Shouqin seemed to have anticipated this and had a card reader ready. Okay, now we can assign our tasks. When Fat Li returned with a painful expression, Yi Fan pulled a few people to sit beside a table and took out some paper, saying, the initial structure of the mercenary group is not complex. Except for a few important roles, most can just hire some employees. The first task is to recruit and register personnel, and for now, this will be handled by Wang Lingxi. Ah, me? Wang Lingxi next to him froze for a moment, a bit hesitant. What is my task? It's simple, just advertise to attract some mercenaries to come to us, Yi Fan replied. Then you need to register these mercenaries, record their information as detailed as possible, and keep a backup. Sounds like it's not too complicated. Wang Lingxi nodded thoughtfully, no problem. Good. Yi Fan nodded. The second task is leading the team on missions. In the beginning, this just means taking some members of the mercenary group to complete some mercenary tasks and distributing appropriate rewards to the members. Later, when there are more members, we can select some to become core members. Is that the fixed team of the mercenary group? Ma Xiaoxue, who had been silent, spoke up. Yes, Yi Fan nodded. The fixed team is an important part of the mercenary group, representing its hard strength, so we must choose reliable members. I will personally oversee the selection. As for leading the team, for now, it will be the three of us, me, you, and Li Yu taking turns. Once we have more members, we can divide into several fixed teams. No problem. Ma Xiaoxue nodded, clearly satisfied with the task, as she was already keen on beast battle. Me too, Fat Li also agreed, nodding. What about me? Yi Lincheng spoke up from the side. As for Dad. Hearing this, Yi Fan looked at Yi Lincheng with a smile in his eyes. Dad is in charge of staying at the back to oversee the mercenary tavern. Staying at the back? Yi Lincheng froze. What will I be doing? There are many tasks, Yi Fan replied. Supervise the employees we hire later, check the financial statements, handle the daily affairs of the tavern, including buying and selling items and resolving potential conflicts, etc. Just supervising, huh? Fat Li voiced from the side. So that's what you meant. Yi Lincheng nodded but hesitated. I'm not really good at these things. Mom can come, Yi Fan said, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Didn't Mom say she was bored at home? Perfect timing for her to come and manage things. As for you, Dad, just focus on improving your beast taming skills. That's fine. Yi Lincheng agreed. Then our initial task distribution is complete. Yi Fan clapped his hands. In the meantime, I will hire a few people, front desk attendants, cashiers, and so on. During this time, our main focus in our spare time will be on practicing breathing techniques. Every month, except for returning to school to participate in the secret realm, the rest of the time, we go out 4 times a month for fixed team hunts with our group of 4. No problem. Everyone replied together, and Yi Fan waved his hand. Alright, you can all rest early today. Starting tomorrow and for the next few years, our pace will be focused on the mercenary group, with the school's secret realm as a side. Remember, the mercenary group is for making money and training personnel. These things should primarily enhance ourselves, so don't reverse the order of importance by only thinking about making money. Captain Bai Chen, it seems a new mercenary group has opened at the end of the street. In the Dawn mercenary group, it seemed they heard the sounds of renovations, and a group of people gathered to look. A new mercenary group? Upon hearing this, Bai Chen wasn't particularly surprised and just shook his head. There are quite a few mercenary groups established in Pingcheng every year, but most of them don't last long, with many disbanding in less than a year. There are many reasons for this, but the key reason is the competition among peers. The mercenary group is essentially an organization that licks blood off the knife's edge, and most tasks are often in difficult-to-manage places like Silver Moon Forest. Additionally, mercenary tasks are often shared. The first mercenary group to complete a task gets the reward, leading to malicious competition. A newly formed mercenary group, without strength and reputation, will be suppressed everywhere in the forest, often suffering heavy casualties and can't compete with other mercenary groups, leaving very little room for survival. I hope this new mercenary group can hold on. Bai Chen said, letting out a sigh. There haven't been any new mercenary groups in Pingcheng in recent years. Big brother, I think I saw Yi Fan. On the side, Zhao Kuwei pointed at a few people coming out of the street corner. Those few seemed to be his previous partners. Yi Fan? Upon hearing this name, Bai Chen was a bit surprised and glanced at the group. Is it the mercenary group formed by them? It really seems to be. Zhao Kuwei nodded. I saw some people from the guild handing something over to him, and the renovation workers have arrived. I see. Bai Chen pondered slightly. No wonder he withdrew from the group before. It turns out he was preparing to go solo. Of the 5 people, 4 are Beastmasters, and one even has 2 bronze 9-star beasts, Zhao Kuwei said, leaning closer to Bai Chen and lowering his voice. If they rise up, it won't be good. They might even affect our mercenary group's task volume. The Dawn is vast, having one more mercenary group isn't a big deal. Bai Chen shook his head, seeming not to care too much. He watched the group leave, seemingly lost in thought, but that GGS seems to have some hostility towards Yi Fan. If he opens a mercenary hall, it might attract some trouble. Perhaps. Jia is probably looking for someone to cause him trouble, Zhao Kuwei replied. Then he suddenly remembered something and said, Captain, you said Jia isn't from a big family in Kyoto. Shouldn't the children of big families be very magnanimous? But Jia seems quite petty, always trying to trouble Yi Fan. I don't know either. Maybe Jia feels threatened by Yi Fan. People from these big families value their face very much, Bai Chen answered. Moreover, Jia is only 15, so it's normal not to be that steady at this age. That makes sense. Zhao Kuwei scratched his head. So what should our attitude be towards their newly opened mercenary group? Should we try to draw them in? If they grow big, they could be a help. Let's not show any stance. Bai Qin contemplated and said, just stick to our usual way, and don't provoke others. If we don't provoke them, they won't provoke us. After saying this, Bai Qin seemed to have seen enough and walked toward the mercenary tavern. At the door, Zhao Kuei watched Bai Qin's departing figure, his expression slightly helpless. Sometimes, he really couldn't understand Bai Qin. For many years, Dawn had opportunities to unify the mercenary groups in Pingcheng, but Bai Qin chose not to do so. He neither formed alliances nor constrained others. Instead, he allowed other mercenary groups to rise. As a result, a group named Dawn emerged, opposing them, with its leader appearing to adopt a "you don't provoke me, I won't provoke you" attitude. In recent years, Dawn had gradually grown stronger, seemingly on par with them. As a member of Dawn and one of the 6 leaders, Zhao Kuei observed this with worry in his heart. Yi Fan has helped Dawn before, maybe they have a good relationship. If Dawn manages to win over Yi Fan and his group. Zhao Kuei sighed at the thought. I really don't understand what this leader is thinking. In Pingcheng, in an underground casino, what should have been a luxurious night was devoid of excited gamblers. Only a group of people in various colored outfits were waiting, heads lowered and silent, appearing somewhat cautious as if awaiting the arrival of an important figure. Clap, clap. Soon, footsteps echoed from the other side of the casino, and a masked figure dressed in black entered. The mask was quite ugly, a bright red, resembling a demon from hell. Master. Upon seeing this person, everyone spoke up. The masked figure responded, quickly walking to stand in front of them. I've heard about the matters in Pingcheng. Next, I'm sent here to take charge of the situation. You can call me the Red Ghost. Yes, Master Red Ghost. Everyone answered in unison. Good. The Red Ghost nodded, scanning the crowd before continuing. Recently, does anyone know about Yi Fan, the new freshman at Pingcheng High School? Yi Fan? Upon hearing the name, the room fell slightly silent. Soon, someone stepped forward. Master, I had a conflict with Ma Dafei before. I know, that was arranged by Deng Li. The Red Ghost nodded, looking through the crowd. Ma Dafei, do you know any news about Yi Fan recently? Reporting to the master, I don't know. Ma Dafei, suddenly named, appeared a bit flustered but maintained his composure. All right. Master, I know. A sharp voice rang out. Yi Fan established a mercenary group today, and many in the group saw it. Established a mercenary group? The Red Ghost expressed some surprise, turning to look at the speaker. Can you confirm this news? No problem, and that Yi Fan currently has 2 bronze tier 9-star summoned beasts, the person replied. He is quite strong. Bronze level, no matter how strong, he is still bronze level. The Red Ghost scoffed, then waved a hand. Lately, the situation in Pingcheng has been tense. It seems someone is investigating us, hence I cannot act recklessly. Since he formed a mercenary group, let the group deal with him. Saying this, the Red Ghost looked at the speaker again. You should know what to do, right? Understood, the person replied, bowing respectfully. Good, then this matter is up to you. The Red Ghost spoke, standing up. Then, as if remembering something, he smirked slightly. I heard that the kid from the G family doesn't get along with him. If possible, you can team up with him. The G family is also a decent family. Chapter 77, Recruiting. In the beast taming space, Yi Fan closed his eyes tightly, practicing the sacred entry method. He used the spirit orb exchanged previously, consuming the energy of the spirit orb. Soon, some time passed, and Yi Fan opened his eyes, a brilliant light flashing within. He stood up, powerful energy pulsing through him. The second layer of sacred entry, devouring, can quickly consume energy for personal use. Clenching his fists, Yi Fan felt carefully, a smile growing in his eyes. Right now, relying solely on his physical strength, he possessed the power of bronze 7 or 8 stars. Progress is good. Exhaling a breath. Yi Fan looked towards the nearby fields, where there was a lush expanse. Within it, many spiritual herbs and fruits had already grown. The bountiful fruits he had taken from the colorful cloud leopard a few days ago were also showing signs of bearing fruit. There were many types of fruit, some of which Yi Fan couldn't use, but many were prepared for his father and the chubby guy and others. His father didn't participate much in battle, but his strength had to keep up. The body fruit and white jade fruit were basically meant for his father, while the other spiritual herbs and fruits would be distributed based on the needs of his beast. The Hellhound and the Swift Wind Eagle were currently stuck at bronze 9 stars. If they stayed in the beast space, it would probably take them about half a month to break through naturally. Once I reach silver, there will be even more I can do. Yi Fan smiled as he patted the Hellhound beside him. Counting it up, it had been less than 2 months since he entered school in this life, and he had not only improved his own level to the peak of the same stage, but the chubby guy beside him was also quite a formidable combat force. And then there's Ma Xiaoxue and Wang Lingxi. Thinking of these 2 people, Yi Fan's eyes showed a hint of contemplation. Wang Lingxi was impressive as an auxiliary talent, playing a huge role in the team. In comparison, he was more optimistic about Ma Xiaoshui. The other person's desire to fight and will to survive were qualities he could nurture. In such a short time, she had already broken through to bronze, and her level in beast mastery had advanced rapidly. Given time, she might become even stronger than the chubby guy. I can train her more. After a little thought, Yifan nodded. In these few years in Pingcheng, he needed to accurately find some decent seedlings to cultivate, laying a foundation for future power. Dealing with Ji Jia was not that simple. At this stage, Ji Jia was only around 10 years old and still too immature, lacking in mentality, and Yifan, with 2 lifetimes of experience, could easily suppress him. However, as time went on, this kind of big family offspring would gradually become tricky. The forces behind him, the strong people beside him, and even his own growth would all be considerable troubles. To deal with him, one had to be prepared to deal with the entire Ji family. It might be better to find an opportunity to kill him with one sword. Thinking of something, Yifan said this, then shook his head. He had considered actively looking for Ji Jia, even directly killing him, but based on his understanding of these big families, Ji Jia must have a protector above eternity guarding him while he studied in Pingcheng. To forcefully kill him would require a grandmaster's help, but this would bring no benefit at all and would instead trigger a war between the 2 families. In this new life, his goal was to reach the peak of Beastmaster. Dealing with Ji Jia could only be a secondary task, not worth such a high price. This was why Yifan hadn't made a move against Ji Jia this time. He would take his time, eventually consuming the entire Ji family. That Ji Jia. Last life when I rose, he had already learned to hide, but in this life, as soon as he arrived, my brilliance was undeniable, revealing his true nature. If it had been the same in the last life, how could we have called each other brothers for decades, only to end up like that? It's also laughable. On the first day of the Divine Leaf Tavern's opening, the sun was already high, but no mercenaries had come to join the group. The few people inside the tavern appeared somewhat bored. This situation was strange. Logically speaking, on the first day of establishing a new mercenary group, many mercenaries should come to inquire about benefits and other things. It shouldn't be this cold and quiet. Yifan, why isn't there anyone here? Feeling a bit bored, Wang Lingxi asked in a low voice. I don't know. Yifan shook his head, feeling a bit odd too. I'll go check it out later. After a while, he stood up. Silently exiting through the back door, he arrived at the nearby tavern. Yifan practiced the sacred art, his 5 senses stronger than those of others. From a distance, he silently locked onto the 2 mercenaries by the window. At that moment, the 2 mercenaries were drinking in a corner, talking about something. Yifan's ears perked up, capturing their conversation. Hey, what do you think of the Divine Leaf Mercenary Corps? Why are our boss and the leaders of several other corps teaming up to resist them? No mercenary is allowed to join in. If anyone does, they will be expelled from the corps and never hired again. I don't know. I heard it was formed by a few Beastmasters. Maybe our leader feels threatened. A few Beastmasters? That's impressive. What if we sneak a peek? Are you crazy? That's just talk. What if they're Black Iron level Beastmasters? If we go over and get expelled, we won't even have food to eat. After listening for a while, a cold glint appeared in Yifan's eyes. He said nothing more, glanced at the name on the mercenary guild sign, and silently returned to the Divine Leaf Tavern. How was it? When Yifan came back, Wang Lingxi approached him eagerly. Several mercenary corps are teaming up to resist us, not allowing any mercenary to watch the excitement. Yifan said, sitting down. Resisting us? Upon hearing this, Wang Lingxi paused. Why? They might have learned about our setup and don't want us to develop. Yifan replied, slightly squinting, or some people may have ulterior motives. What should we do then? Wang Lingxi felt a bit nervous. If no one comes, we won't be able to complete our mercenary tasks every month. It's okay. Yifan shook his head, stood up, and waved to a few people, follow me. Saying this, the few people followed Yifan to the entrance. At this moment, many from other mercenary corps had shifted their gazes toward them, but most just watched from a distance. No one spoke. Yifan, what should we do? At the entrance, facing the crowd's gaze, Li Fati felt a bit awkward and looked at Yifan. Release the beast. Yifan answered, what limits can a mercenary corps impose on mercenaries? As long as we are strong enough, any resistance is just a joke. With that, Yifan raised his hand, and hellhounds and swift-winged eagles appeared, 2 bronze 9-star beasts. Many people's faces changed. Li Fati quickly followed suit, summoning the rock python, blazing sun snake, and ghost snake, 3 serpentine beasts surrounding him, flicking their cold tongues. Wang Lingxi also released 2 beasts, the bobby bird and the colorful rat appeared. Last were Ma Xiaoshui and Yi Linshang, with the shark-toothed wolf and iron hound appearing, emitting low growls. 5 people, 9 beasts. The appearance of these 9 beasts caused many to gasp in astonishment. Wow, the leaders of Divine Leaf are all bronze-level Beastmasters? Isn't this paper's strength a bit too strong? Damn, it's not just a bit strong. Among the mercenary corps in the city, aside from Dawn and Daybreak, who can present 5 Beastmasters with 9 bronze beasts? Why not go take a look? Staying with these Beastmasters shouldn't be too bad. At the entrance, after releasing the beasts, Yifan observed everyone's reactions, giving a faint cold snort. Alright, we can go back now. Chapter 78 Plan. Yifan and the others returned to the tavern, and soon, as someone cautiously walked into the tavern, people began to flock in. In no time, the Divine Leaf Tavern was packed, and when people learned that Divine Leaf would send Beastmasters on missions every month, many became excited, eagerly signing up. Wow, these people are really wavering. Watching the bustling registration area from the back, Li Fatty quietly said to Yifan, "These people seem useless, aren't they just here to pick up cheap offers?" There's nothing surprising about that. The mercenaries are here to make money, wherever offers them greater profit is where they will go. Yifan replied, waving his hand, "Let them take advantage, we need manpower right now. After a while, we can carefully select some people." Understood. Fatly nodded, looking at the crowded people over there, a rare thoughtful expression appearing in his eyes. After a long time, he suddenly spoke up. "It's like the emperor selecting concubines, isn't it? First recruit a few thousand, then pick some good ones for the harem." Fatty, your metaphor. Hearing this, Yifan choked up, taking a while before saying, "The metaphor is good, but don't use it next time." Soon, the first day ended, and Wang Lingxi brought Yifan a complete list. Today, a total of 33 mercenaries have registered. Looking at Yifan, Wang Lingxi was slightly happy. Now we have people for the tavern. Let me take a look. Yifan took the list, glanced at the brief information on it, took out a red pen, and circled the names of 7 or 8 people. He then handed the paper to Fat Li and Ma Xiaye, saying, "These few people have some issues, they should be prioritized for exclusion in future tasks." There's a problem? Hearing this, Wang Lingxi was stunned. Why? It's simple. Yifan answered, looking at Wang Lingxi and slowly said, "These people had a good task completion rate in their last mercenary group and completed many tasks. They are obviously senior members of those mercenary groups. For no reason, why would they come to our mercenary group? They're not planning to let us lead them." Wang Lingxi hesitated somewhat. Anyone who can complete so many tasks with a good rate must have some personal strength, whether we guide them or not makes little difference. Yifan replied, shaking his head, "These people are not here to join the group." When she heard this, Wang Lingxi realized, so, they are spies from other mercenary groups? Yes. Yifan nodded. Almost a quarter are spies? Fat Li exclaimed. Not just that, I haven't looked closely yet, it might be nearly a third are spies. Yifan shook his head, looking at the shocked Fat Li, and said, "It's normal, this is the initial stage." What should we do? Fat Li asked, seemingly indignant. "We can't let these people from other mercenary groups take advantage of us for free." Of course not, we will check them out gradually. Yifan replied, waving his hand nonchalantly. "Later, when you go on missions, observe those who don't contribute in tasks, those who relay information, consider them spies, report back to Wang Lingxi and blacklist them, and after that, we won't take them again." Absolutely. Fat Li agreed. Damn, they're trying to take advantage of us. In the early stages, many people want to take advantage. As long as the strategy is correct, we can modify it progressively. Yifan nodded, taking on a serious tone, then said, "When you go on missions, you can observe who seems like a good candidate, report back, and I will do a secondary check on those you report. If they are good, we can consider making them part of the core team." Got it. Ma Xiaoya voiced, "So, are we going out for the first mission tomorrow?" "Yes, we'll go tomorrow and choose some decent people." Yifan nodded, "Make the announcement." "We'll go together. For the first task, the main goal is to make a name for ourselves and hunt some high-level beast tamers. The mercenaries are very informed. As long as we make a good impression on the first hunt, it will be much easier afterward." The next morning, when Yifan and the others arrived at the tavern, many people had already been waiting for quite some time. "Captain Yi, are we going out for a fixed team mission today?" Seeing the few come in, a scar-faced man stood up. "Yes." Yifan nodded, glancing at the scar-faced man, squinting his eyes. "Why, what's wrong?" "Do you want to go?" "Of course I want to," Scarface replied, pulling out a bright, shiny big knife. "Don't underestimate me, Captain Yi. I, Koro, am a master hunter." Hearing this somewhat familiar statement, Yifan glanced at Koro, a slight smile on his face. "If I remember correctly, you were a worker in the pig slaughterhouse in the east of the city before. How did you become a master hunter now?" This. Koro was suddenly stunned by these words, as if he had not expected Yifan to know his previous identity. Yifan looked at Koro and shook his head, smiling. He indeed had an impression of this guy. In his past life in the mercenary group, he believed Koro's claim of being a master hunter and teamed up with him, almost getting himself killed. This guy, he could handle the meat pigs he raised, but when it came to wild beasts, he could barely lift the knife. Forget it, you're hired. After a slight pause, Yifan patted Koro's shoulder. Okay. Koro was somewhat surprised, nodding repeatedly, overjoyed. You guy. Yifan sighed, looking at him and shaking his head as he continued walking forward. The two had some fate, at least his background was absolutely clean. With Yifan personally overseeing, the recruitment was completed quickly. For their first mission, Yifan selected 15 out of 33 people. Aside from the clear ones, some suspicious ones were also eliminated by him. The remaining 15 were mostly wild root mercenaries, having been with different mercenary groups for a few days. Alright, let's set off. Looking at the crucial task before him, Yifan's gaze did not linger for long. He waved his hand, leading Ma Xiaoshui and Li Pengzi into the Silver Moon Forest. The rest followed, and on Mercenary Street, many people stood at the door, watching the hunting team led by 3 Beastmasters, engaging in quiet discussions. Not long after Yifan and the others left, soon many people from the remaining mercenary groups also left, but they were not going on a mission. Instead, they quietly returned to other mercenary groups. This Yifan has some skills. In the Strong Brother mercenary group, the one called Strong Brother, Sun Chang, looked at his meticulously selected spies being eliminated by Yifan and was slightly surprised. Maybe he has some of our intelligence. Another smaller mercenary group leader spoke up. This Yifan doesn't seem like a rookie who just came to the mercenary group for a few days. After all, he is an approaching silver-level Beastmaster, not so easy to fool, Sun Chang replied, rubbing his bald head. With all 3 of them gone, causing trouble for them in Silver Moon Forest won't be easy. But Lord Red Ghost gave us orders. Another person answered, looking slightly grave. Although we have several Beastmasters, our beast powers are all low bronze. Dealing with a high bronze Beastmaster won't be easy. It's hard, but not impossible, Sun Chang replied, his expression turning fierce. Let's find a team to take some pot shots, steal their prey, and then have some people waiting in the back. If a dispute breaks out, we'll go in with guns. Are we really going to fight them? No need to fight hard, Sun Chang shook his head. They just want to make a name for themselves the first time. We only need to annoy them a bit so they can't establish that name. Alright, one person agreed, but hesitated, just stopping this time. What about next time? Next time, we can also send a fixed team, Sun Chang answered. Isn't Yifan relying on being a Beastmaster to pull people together with a fixed team? With our numbers and guns, we can also form a few fixed teams. They make 4 trips a month, we will make 8 trips a month. Let's see who can outdo whom. Chapter 79, Hunting. In Silver Moon Forest, everyone followed behind Yifan and the 2 others, hunting on the way. With Beastmasters on the team, everyone's enthusiasm for hunting was high, charging at the black iron beasts together. Koro, it's the first time I've seen you take action today. One person in the mercenary group looked at Koro, who was rushing at the front, swinging his big knife. Some joked, the ancestral pig-killing knife is worth using. Poof. Hearing this, Kolo snorted in annoyance, raising the knife in his hand. This big knife of mine just hasn't found the opportunity to strike. Dealing with ordinary beast tamers would sully my reputation. Come on, if it weren't for the captain and them holding the line, would you dare to rush like this? The man scoffed in response, quickly touching a gray-haired bear with the small knife in his hand. These people are not bad in combat. Seeing the hunter's performance, Li Fatti was slightly surprised. Many of them could handle the black iron lowstar beast on their own. This kind of performance surprised Li Fatti, who thought these hunters could at most suppress some beasts with their rifles. A few are skilled fighters. Yifan said lightly from the side, ordinary people may not have access to precious breathing techniques, but martial arts training is still not hard to find. Martial arts? Hearing this term for the second time, Li Fatti was a little curious. Yifan, what is martial arts? It's fist and foot skills, extracted from ancient texts by some people, regarded as a training method for these skills. Yifan answered, some powerful martial arts are impressive. With years of training, mastering them can allow one to reach an extreme level of skill. Like the saying, use 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds, martial arts experts indeed have such strength. It sounds like martial arts are amazing. Li Fatti expressed his astonishment upon hearing this. It sounds impressive, but without breathing techniques as a foundation, the upper limit won't be very high. Yifan replied, of course, if a beast tamer can learn some martial arts while cultivating breathing techniques, it's still good. That way, they'll have more means of self-protection in battle. I kind of want to learn. Li Fatti asked, Yifan, do you know martial arts? I know a little, but I'm not specialized in martial arts. Yifan shook his head, the myriad forms technique I practice every day is also a kind of martial arts. You mean that punch technique that sometimes resembles a turtle and sometimes a tortoise? Hearing this, Li Fatti hesitated, I'm afraid I can't practice that martial art. Saying this, Li Fatti patted his round belly. With my body, I can only learn to be an elephant. The myriad forms technique is definitely not suitable for you. Yifan looked at Li Fatti's belly, shaking his head helplessly, and thought for a moment, you probably won't adapt to close combat, and you don't need to learn any martial arts, just be a meat shield, hiding in the midst of beasts. When the battle starts, release a bunch of beasts, others won't be able to do anything about you and will definitely have to fight you while facing a horde of beasts. If you're physically strong, others won't be able to handle you. After fighting a few times, people will avoid you like the plague. Yifan, what you said sounds so despicable. Li Fatty's face was filled with black lines, but he smiled. But I think this style is great, it can really disgust others. Yifan, how did you come up with this? No need to think, just speculate. Yifan replied, his expression slightly stiff. In his previous life, he was disgusted like this by the master of this gluttonous technique, fighting many battles, and in the end, he had to fight back with injuries to win. It was indeed quite disgusting, otherwise, he wouldn't point out such a growth path to Li Fatty, and still a specialized route that would be even more repulsive when fully developed. We are about to enter the inner circle, there should be bronze-level beasts. Just then, a mercenary came to report, Captain Yi, shall we continue moving forward? Of course. Hearing this, Yifan nodded, we came here to hunt bronze-level beasts. Captain, you are amazing. A bronze 9-star beast tamer, indeed different. Following the captain means there will be meat to eat. Charge. Voices of flattery rang out. Yifan's gaze swept across, then he leaned down to Li Pangzi's ear, those two who spoke first, go back and tell Wang Lingxi, mark them, don't bring them next time. Is it not okay to take the lead in speaking? Hearing this, Li Pangzi was taken aback, seeming a bit confused. Don't just look at the surface of things. Yifan shook his head, those two didn't contribute at all along the way. As soon as I started to speak, they began to show enthusiasm. Those who make noise but don't put in effort are usually the tumors in the team. I understand. Li Pangzi nodded, while Ma Xiaoxue beside him seemed to ponder, what about the others? Is there anything to watch out for? Those who create pressure and those who seek credit, it's best not to have these types in the team. Yifan spoke. What is a pressure creator, and what is a credit seeker? A pressure creator is someone who panics at the first sign of trouble, not looking to solve problems but creating conflicts within the team. Yifan replied, a slight smile on his face, as for a credit seeker, they try to take all the credit for themselves and don't consider the team at all. For a team to function effectively, the atmosphere must be taken seriously. It should not be too relaxed, but there can't be those who constantly create intrigue and treat each other like enemies. I think I roughly understand. Li Pangzi nodded, and Ma Xiaoxue also nodded in agreement. Captain, look quickly. I just killed a bronze 1-star beast with one shot. In no time, a team member shouted, raising his gun. The gray-furred bear lay on the ground not far away, with many traces of firearms on its body. Upon hearing this, those around him noticeably looked uneasy, some secretly cursed this guy for hogging the credit, while others regretted not taking the last shot. This is a credit seeker. Li Pangzi and Ma Xiaoxue both turned their heads in unison to look at Yifan, their eyes filled with amusement. Shoo! Yifan signaled for silence with his hand, waving it to indicate the team to keep moving. Watching Li Pangzi and Ma Xiaoxue step forward, there was also a hint of a smile in his eyes. Li Yu and Ma Xiaoxue, these two were now his right-hand and left-hand assistants. Though they were still quite green, with him around, they would soon grow rapidly. And this growth would not be one-sided, both the beast trainer and combat experience needed improvement, as well as skills in recognizing people, management techniques, and various psychological tactics. He would slowly teach them all. A little snake can indeed become a dragon, and an earthworm is not necessarily just for chicken feed. Saying this thoughtfully, Yifan turned around, looking at the road they had come, and absent-mindedly noticed some shadows flickering in the distance. These people really dare to follow us. Seeing these people trying hard to hide, Yifan's eyes turned cold. He had already noticed this group of hunters trailing behind and had guessed their intentions. However, he hadn't expected them to dare to follow a bronze 9-star beast trainer. To band together against me, and I let you go free, yet you still dare to actively pursue me. His voice was slightly hoarse as Yifan narrowed his eyes. Just a few weaklings standing behind. Where do they get the confidence to think I will tolerate their probing? Chapter 80, Taking Action. Captain, if we keep following like this, will we provoke that Yifan? In the grass, a few people were hiding. One person spoke, appearing slightly worried. The captain told us to fire from the shadows. If we provoke him, a double bronze 9-star beast trainer's anger. What are you afraid of? We are not the only ones here. The one called captain seemed somewhat unconcerned, pointing to the back. We have a big troop behind us. Can't be invulnerable, right? If it's just one-on-one, we might still worry a bit, but with so many mercenaries here, a battle is about to start. If we kill all his men, who would dare come back next time? That's true. The man nodded, feeling still a bit uneasy. He glanced back at the large troop in the distance, turned his head, and his face turned pale in an instant. Captain, it seems like Yifan is gone. Gone? Hearing this, the captain was stunned. He quickly picked up the binoculars beside him, looked through it for a few seconds, and his expression changed as well. He really is gone. Wasn't he just here at the back? Someone replied. Did he run to the front? Let me take another look. This time, the captain began to panic. The disappearance of a Beastmaster in the jungle was not a small matter. After a while of searching, he still couldn't find Yifan. The captain dropped the binoculars in his hand and said to a teammate beside him, "Get me another pair of binoculars." "Which binoculars do you want?" A somewhat cold voice rang out. The captain was taken aback and turned his head. The hellhound had appeared less than a meter away from him, and at that moment, the teammate beside him had already fainted without him realizing it. Yifan. This scene startled the captain so much that he stuttered, his body in the grass trying to back away. Around him, several teammates also suddenly felt like they were in a great danger and quickly raised their firearms. "What are you doing here?" Yifan, however, caught up with the retreating captain in 2 steps, crouched down, looked at him, and wore a teasing expression on his face. "You're not thinking about shooting, are you?" Hearing this, the captain's face changed repeatedly as he looked up at Yifan. "Why, you heard?" "Yeah, I've been in your tree for a long time," Yifan replied, pointing at the big tree above him. "When?" The captain seemed to suddenly realize. "Just when you were chatting," Yifan answered, no longer saying much. He reached out and directly grabbed the captain by his collar, lifting him up as if he were a chick, with his near-bronze star power. "Let go of the captain." One teammate shouted angrily. The sound of bullets loading echoed. "You could very well try to see if you can pull the trigger." Yifan looked at that person, his cold gaze sweeping over. That teammate's body trembled, gritting his teeth at the urge to fire. Caw! The cry of an eagle sounded. The Gale Eagle rushed past in an instant, snatching the gun from that teammate's hand and crushing it in midair. Then, it circled back, landing on a branch of the big tree above Yifan, wings spread open, clearly still ready to strike at any moment. This scene changed expressions on everyone's faces. Some amidst the chaos began to shoot, but Yifan only turned, and the bullets swept past him. "In the jungle, at this close range, it's hard for you to hit me with firearms," Yifan said coldly with a snort. "In your next life, you might want to buy some good guns. That way, there might be a chance you can catch me off guard." Saying this, Yifan no longer looked at these people. He snapped his fingers and walked away into the distance. In the next moment, 2 roars of beasts echoed, and in the jungle, only one person let out a painful sound, followed by a deathly silence. You're insane." In Yifan's hand, the captain was being held. His gaze, however, caught sight of the gruesome scene behind him. He turned pale and said, "We just came to observe you, we did nothing. Why do I have to wait for you to do something?" Yifan replied, "When I see a snake hissing and wanting to bite me, why should I wait for it to bite me before striking back instead of killing it directly? You don't understand emergency evacuation?" Saying this, Yifan walked slowly forward and soon reached a small hilltop. From a higher vantage point, he saw a team of about 30 people gathering in the distant forest. "You have quite a number of people." Yifan casually tossed the captain aside and sat down, clapping his hands. "What do you want?" Seeing Yifan's expression, the captain's face changed repeatedly, and as he noticed the smile on Yifan's face, he began to feel a sense of fear. "That is our mercenary team's fixed team. You killed them, and the mercenary guild will punish you. Don't say such nonsense to fool outsiders." Hearing this, Yifan waved his hand dismissively. "I killed them all, who can prove it was me?" Perhaps he truly sensed the murderous intent in Yifan's words. The captain trembled a bit, biting his teeth. "We are just mercenaries working for others. There's nothing wrong with working for others, the key is to see who." Yifan spoke with a gradually cold gaze. "Dying for the dynasty organization is not worth it." How?" The captain choked on his words. "What's wrong? Are you curious about how I know?" Yifan revealed a teasing smile. "Do you really think an organization made up of scum can be very tight-knit? You have informants in the dynasty organization." Once the words were out, the captain's body involuntarily trembled, and looking at the completely indifferent Yifan, he suddenly understood how ridiculous their mistake was. This young Beastmaster had never regarded their mercenary team as anything, his gaze always pinned on the dynasty organization behind them, even having set up informants within the organization. "Who exactly are you?" The captain stuttered, but Yifan made a shushing gesture again. "All right, I didn't keep you here to hear you talk nonsense. I want you to enjoy the scenery." "Scenery? What scenery?" The captain instinctively replied. "You'll know once you look." Yifan answered, leaning back against a rock, and the next moment, a hellhound rushed out from behind him, accompanied by a galehawk. 1 dog and 1 eagle charged towards the distant mercenary large force. Not much time passed before a great fire rose in the jungle, and screams erupted from the crowd. The captain stood frozen, watching the fire in the distance, his lips trembling slightly. A hellhound that could unlock bloodline shackles at the bronze level, paired with a peak elite level flying beast, this configuration posed a threat equivalent to a silver beast. Such an attack would be difficult for any mercenary team to stop. You see, is this view beautiful? Just when the captain was frozen, Yifan's voice came from beside him. Looking at the distant flames, he smiled and said, "The fires of hell ignite, and the scum of this country suffer countless pains to die. Doesn't this scene resemble the fate of the dynasty organization behind you? You." The captain looked at Yifan's smile, hearing the distant screams, his body once again trembled violently. "You are a devil." "I'm a devil?" Upon hearing this, Yifan couldn't help but sneer. As far as I know, the local officials assassinated by the dynasty organization over the years, as well as some priority students from schools, must be more than 1,000, not to mention the ordinary people who died in the beast tide. When added up, it's tens of thousands. I kill dozens of people and you say I'm a devil. What then is your dynasty organization? The captain was left speechless, looking at Yifan's cold eyes. He could only say, "But we are innocent, we can only work for the dynasty organization. If we don't serve them, we will die." Innocent? Yifan laughed, patted the captain, and again made a shushing gesture. "Alright, spare those words. First, enjoy this scene. We'll talk after you're done." Chapter 81, Shock. Soon, the sounds in the forest gradually faded away, ultimately turning into silence. The hellhound and the Galehawk returned, stopping by Yifan's side. "Are you hurt?" Glancing at the wounds on the hellhound, Yifan frowned slightly, not saying much, and casually took out a bloodgrass. He handed the hellhound a treat, then gently rubbed its head before turning to the captain beside him. At that moment, the captain was already in a daze, his heart feeling like it had fallen into an ice cellar, trembling violently as he looked at Yifan. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" At this moment, having witnessed 2 brutal slaughters, his mental defense had completely collapsed, filled with the fear of death. "Now you can't say you are innocent, you won't explain anymore?" Yifan said with a slight smile. "What, when you kill others, do you let them go just because they say don't kill me?" "I deserve to die, I deserve to die," the captain replied, slapping his own face in desperation. I beg you, spare me, don't kill me. I will never speak of this, I swear. If I do, I deserve to die." The captain continued to babble his pleas for mercy, while Yifan simply watched him coldly, remaining silent. After a long while, he waved his hand. "Forget it, I don't want to hear the pleas of scum like you anymore." Yifan said coldly, "I will let you live now, I have no intention of killing you." Upon hearing this, the captain stopped his movements, his face showing a look of relief after a disaster. "The fact that I don't kill you proves you are still useful," Yifan said, glancing at the captain again. I am useful, the captain answered eagerly, almost leaning beside Yifan. "Young hero Yifan, whatever you need me to do, just say the word. I guarantee I can do it." "Are you sure?" Hearing this, Yifan raised his eyebrows. "I want you to find out the list of all the people from the mercenary group who have joined the dynasty organization, and hand it to me without alarming them." "This." The captain hesitated upon hearing this, but the next moment, he saw Yifan's sharp gaze and nodded repeatedly. "I guarantee I can do it." "Then it's settled." Yifan nodded, the corner of his mouth slightly rising. "I will teach you a great soul refining technique. After practicing it, you can leave." "Soul refining, what kind of technique is that?" "A technique that places your life in my hands." Yifan spoke, seeming reluctant to continue. "Do you practice it or not?" I will practice. I will practice. Listen carefully." Soon, the great soul refining technique was completed, and the captain's body trembled slightly, clearly sensing something was off. His expression changed a bit, but looking at Yifan, the captain still bowed down. "Thank you for sparing my life, young hero Yifan." So you should repay me." Yifan responded, then gazed at the captain. "You should know what to say when you get back, right?" "I know," the captain quickly replied. "We encountered a silver-level beast in the forest, and we were unprepared, everyone died." "That's not very reasonable." Yifan shook his head. "If you really encountered a silver-level beast, you should all be dead. Why are you still alive?" "Then, what should I say?" "What to say?" Yifan's lips curled up slightly. "Just say that Yifan slaughtered all of you, and specially let you go back to say that you're colluding with those scoundrels to resist me, and have your leader come find me for trouble immediately. It would be best to bring more people along, even colleagues from the Dawn mercenary group, call them all." This. Upon hearing Yifan's words, the captain was speechless, looking at Yifan with a stiff expression. "Young hero Yifan, are you joking?" "I am not joking." Yifan replied, waving his hand casually. "There are law enforcers in the city, you don't dare to act. Take the opportunity during the conflict, and after you tally the list, just tell me." "So, okay." The captain felt a bit embarrassed, thinking Yifan really intended to go to war with everyone. "I actually want to kill you all at once, but there are too many scum, I need special means to handle it." Yifan seemed to have seen through the captain's thoughts, saying lightly, Hearing this, the captain repeatedly shook his head, yes, yes. Alright, you can go back now. Yi Fan waved his hand. At this moment, the captain finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurried away into the distance. Make yourself look a bit more like it, you are the one who fought to the last in a slaughter, don't come back clean, with only handprints on you. Yi Fan's voice rang out once more, and right after, the captain responded and ran away as if flying. Only then did Yi Fan stand up, turn around, and stretch his back. He knew some news about these people. Last night, Ma Dafei had urgently come to tell him that someone above wanted the mercenary group to find a way to take him down, and he had been wondering who those people were when they happened to come together. This dynasty organization is too arrogant in their dealings, Yi Fan huffed, his eyes showing a bit of coldness. The dynasty organization was indeed huge, so large that they didn't even put a small fry like him in their sights. The last time, they sent a bronze-level Beastmaster to assassinate him, and this time they sent some small fries directly. If this drags on for a while longer, I should be able to pull out a large part of the dynasty organization's scraps hiding in Pingcheng. Looking at the list that Ma Dafei handed over, Yi Fan said thoughtfully, and then suddenly seemed to remember something, giving a slightly disdainful huff. They always treated him as a child whose mind was not yet mature, thinking they could directly suppress him through various means. Little did they know the ones truly being suppressed were themselves. With such foolish reaction speed, by the time they realized, they would already be facing annihilation. Captain! Captain! In the evening, at the entrance of Chang Ji's mercenary group, a blood-soaked little captain crawled back, rolling and tumbling. Zhou, what happened? Sun Chang stepped out, looking at the blood-covered Zhou, his brows tightly knitted. Why are you the only one back? Yi Fan brought his beasts and killed us all. Zhou cried out in despair. Right now, Yi Fan had him by the lifeline, and he was acting earnestly, looking terrified. He completely ignored our explanations. We didn't even have a chance to say anything before he ordered his beasts to attack us. You all went with more than 40 people and had no chance to resist at all? Sun Chang asked, isn't Yi Fan just a bronze? How could he be strong enough to crush you all? He ambushed us, he had already discovered us before, and his hellhounds opened the bloodline restraint, plus that Gale Eagle had strength comparable to silver. Zhou responded, as soon as our people entered, they were ambushed, he directly ordered the beasts to set fire, and we had no capacity to resist. A bronze-level Beastmaster who opened the bloodline restraint. Hearing this, Sun Chang's expression slightly changed. He glanced at Zhou, showing some hesitation. So how did you survive? I fought with all my strength to the last. Initially, Yi Fan wanted to kill me, but in the end, he let me come back to deliver a message to the captain. Zhou answered, he said he wants to send a challenge to the captain. He said that if you all work together to resist him, he will kill all those who resist. This Yi Fan has gone mad. Upon hearing this, Sun Chang cursed angrily, this is Pingcheng, the lives of mercenaries are protected by those above. He says such things and isn't afraid of being investigated? This. Zhou paused slightly at this and then said in a quieter tone, he said, in the forest, there are no witnesses, and he's not afraid of us investigating. With these words, Sun Chang was instantly choked up. This phrase had always been what they said, yet now he heard it from someone else's mouth. This Yi Fan is too arrogant. After a long while, Sun Chang finally spoke. Captain, what should we do? Zhou took advantage of the momentum and spoke softly, should we wait for him to come knocking? I've been in Pingcheng for over 10 years, when did it become the turn of some little brat to come knocking? Sun Chang cursed angrily, waving his hand, go call the pigeon captain, Linny captain, I want to see, even Bai Chen, having been in silver for so many years, wouldn't dare to say such things. He is a bronze-level Beastmaster, why can he say that? Does he really think that being a Beastmaster allows him to treat us, a group of people licking blood off the blade, like ants? Chapter 82, Maintenance. As night approached, the team halted near the core of the forest. In this hunt, they had killed dozens of bronze beasts and even more black iron beasts, and they had gathered plenty of spirit herbs and fruit, returning with full loads. Many people's backpacks were stuffed to the brim. Captain, we have gathered too much today. A mercenary spoke up, carrying a phantom deer on his shoulder, his expression filled with excitement. Such a harvest was nearly equivalent to what many outstanding hunters achieved in half a year. Even if divided among those present, everyone would get a considerable share. Yi Fan nodded slightly, sweeping his gaze over the crowd, and finally waved his hand, let's go, it's time to head back. After saying this, Yi Fan turned around, with Fatty Li and Ma Xiuxue following him, their beasts in tow, while those behind were equally excited and cheerfully trailed Yi Fan back. They all seemed so happy, Fatty Li said, surprised as he walked beside Yi Fan. That's normal. Hearing this, Yi Fan nodded, his eyes lowered as he looked at Fatty Li and slowly said, many of them have just become hunters not long ago, and some are clearly not wanted by other mercenary groups. By joining us, this trip's income can let many of them have a decent month, supporting themselves and their families, of course they are happy. Got it. Fatty Li nodded, slightly pondering, seeming to think of something, he spoke, it's all for survival. Yes, but it's not just them, we, too, are for survival. Yi Fan replied, with a hint of depth in his voice. However, our survival is different, it's not just about daily meals. Fighting against those ancient beasts at the border? Fatty Li replied. Yes. Yi Fan nodded. Actually, it's not just a battle between humans and ancient beasts, there is conflict between humans and humans, between beasts, endlessly ongoing. We all strive to cross, to become the best in this world. To be the best, how strong must that be? Upon hearing this, Fatty Li seemed to have some thoughts. Above glory? Above glory, perhaps that is where the qualification to aspire for the first place lies. Yi Fan answered, shaking his head, not continuing further. Right now, we cannot see that far, it's enough to keep that hope alive. Understood. Fatty Li nodded, unintentionally glancing at Ma Xiaoxue beside them. Unlike himself, Ma Xiaoxue had a deep look in her eyes, gazing at Yi Fan, seemingly lost in thought. Fatty Li was taken aback. This, have you found enlightenment? As he spoke, Ma Xiaoxue suddenly woke up, looking at Fatty Li, who was staring at her, slightly startled, and then seemed a bit embarrassed as she spoke to Yi Fan. I just spaced out. It's fine. Yi Fan shook his head, a hint of a smile in his eyes, and did not say much more, instead waving his hand. You all prepare, soon we'll return to Mercenary Street. There might be a few mercenary groups looking to trouble us. A mercenary group is looking to trouble us? Fatty Li asked, puzzled. Why? No reason. Yi Fan waved his hand casually, pointing not far away. They sent people to follow us to plan some sneak attacks, and I killed them all. Killed them all? Upon hearing this, Fatty Li gasped. When did this happen, and why didn't I know? Just this afternoon, it didn't take much time. Yi Fan replied, lowering his voice slightly. They are just lackeys of the dynasty's organizations. Oh, got it. Fatty Li nodded. So what do we do when we return? Are we going to fight them? There are enforcers in the city, they won't dare to act. At most, they'll just threaten us verbally. Yi Fan shook his head, a slight smile appearing on his face. Just wanted to give you a heads up, so you won't be flustered later. You are now the face of the mercenary group. When something happens, you cannot show fear. Even if you are really scared, you must hide it in your heart, understand? Okay. Li Fatty replied, and beside him, Ma Xiaoxue also nodded, their faces slightly serious. And you don't need to be so stiff, just be natural. Looking at their appearance, Yi Fan spoke with a slight smile. No matter what happens, I am here. Where is Yi Fan? Give me an explanation. On the Mercenary Street, a large crowd blocked the entrance of the Divine Leaf Tavern. Sun Chang held a big knife, and behind him were hundreds of men, all armed with guns, along with 7 or 8 Beastmasters. Inside the Divine Leaf Tavern, it was silent. Many who had just joined the group today were so scared they wished they could hide under the table. What's the matter, brother? Wang Lingxi and Yi Lincheng walked out, looking at the mercenaries who had almost blocked the entire street. Yi Lincheng spoke quite politely. What's the matter? Yi Fan killed over 20 of our brothers, what do you think? Sun Chang shouted angrily, glaring at Yi Lincheng. Where is he? Didn't he say he would kill us all? We're right here, let him come out and kill us. Yi Fan said he would kill all of you. Hearing this, Yi Lincheng's face changed slightly. This brat, how could he say such a thing? Where is he? Sun Chang shouted again, pushing and shoving as he looked ready to storm into the Divine Leaf Tavern, when a gentle voice rang out. Sun Chang, this is within the city, fighting is not allowed. At the sound of this voice, Sun Chang stopped, turned his head to look, and squinted his eyes when he saw who it was. Bai Chen, are you trying to meddle? I'm just stating the rules of the city. Bai Chen shook his head, glancing at the furious Sun Chang. If you want to cause trouble, go find Yi Fan. Blocking someone else's mercenary group here is not right. You can't intimidate these unrelated people, and blocking here makes it troublesome for other mercenaries to come and go. Give me some face, go back first. This busybody. Hearing this, Sun Chang's face turned a bit ugly, and he muttered under his breath, but he did not press further. After all, Bai Chen is the boss of Dawn, a genuine silver-level Beastmaster, so he must be given some face. After a few seconds of pause, Sun Chang glared viciously at Yi Lincheng and said, Where is Yi Fan? Where is he? I don't know. Yi Lincheng began, but before he could finish, a newly joined mercenary jumped in. Yi Fan and the others went to the forest to hunt and haven't come back yet. Haven't come back? Hearing this, Sun Chang looked at the already darkening sky and then at Bai Chen beside him, snorting coldly, We'll wait right across, let's see if he dares to come back. With that, a group of people sat down on the street opposite the Divine Leaf Tavern. Seeing these people give way, Bai Chen said no more and waved his hand, leading everyone back to the mercenary group. Boss, didn't you say not to meddle in Divine Leaf's affairs? Why did you go help Yi Fan? At the entrance of dawn, Zhao Kuei looked at Bai Chen with confusion. I heard that Yi Fan killed nearly 40 of Sun Chang's mercenaries. He is bound to stir up trouble. Why are you getting involved in this mess? I'm not backing him up, just maintaining the order of the street. Bai Qin replied, shaking his head, besides, last time we were the ones in the wrong. Helping a little this time isn't a big deal. With that, Bai Qin did not say more and walked into the mercenary tavern. Zhao Kuei watched and felt a bit helpless. The captain really helps with everything. Chapter 83, Retreat. Yi Fan and the others are back. Not long after, when Yi Fan and his group just appeared at the other end of the street, someone quickly spoke up. Go! After waiting for several hours at the door, Sun Chang was filled with pent-up anger, and at this moment, upon seeing Yi Fan return, he immediately stood up. With a wave of his hand, a large group of people rushed toward Yi Fan and his team. They are coming. Yi Fan naturally saw Sun Chang's group too, his eyes slightly squinting. Behind him, many mercenaries knew nothing and felt a little scared when they saw the aggressive Sun Chang and others. Yi Fan, you finally made up your mind to come back? Sun Chang was at the front. Beside him followed a gray-haired bear with a bronze 5-star rating. Behind him, the squad leader who was released by Yi Fan in the afternoon looked somewhat frightened, his eyes reflecting the calm face of Yi Fan, as if recalling the afternoon's tragedy, fear still evident in his gaze. Captain Sun Chang, you brought such a large group to welcome me? Yi Fan stopped not far from Sun Chang and spoke with a hint of mockery. I'm here to send you home. Sun Chang was now boiling with anger, standing opposite Yi Fan and roaring, you killed over 40 of our strong brother mercenary group members, and you dare to shout about killing us? Where do you get the guts? As he spoke, the sound of guns being cocked echoed sharply. Hundreds of dark gun barrels were aimed at Yi Fan and his team, sealing off their escape route. Seeing this scene, many mercenaries turned pale, some fell to the ground in fright, while others took this chance to abandon their prey and sneak into the crowd. Yi Fan noted the reactions of these people, simply shaking his head with a light laugh, glancing at Sun Chang and slowly speaking, Sun Chang, do you dare to shoot? You brat, you're seeking death. Sun Chang cursed angrily, you can come and try if I dare to shoot. All right. Yi Fan coldly snorted. Without saying much, he advanced directly towards Sun Chang. At this moment, the atmosphere in the field became tense. Fat Li and Ma Xiaoye were momentarily stunned, but in the next moment, they still braced themselves under pressure and pretended to follow Yi Fan. 1 step, 2 steps, soon Yi Fan reached in front of Sun Chang, and Sun Chang looked at the approaching Yi Fan, his expression shifting from fierce to somewhat shocked, even hard to accept. By the time Yi Fan stood before him, his palms were already sweaty from gripping the firearm. This brat, so bold. With a slight change in expression, Sun Chang struggled to make himself angry, intending to scare Yi Fan away. Yi Fan observed this and curled his lips into a cold smile, taking another step forward, suddenly standing right in front of Sun Chang. With this step, an inexplicable aura seemed to emanate from him, and that piercing gaze combined with this inexplicable aura caused many mercenaries to instinctively take a step back. Sun Chang was no exception, yet as he stepped back, he felt somewhat embarrassed and was about to step forward again when Yi Fan's voice rang out. Shoot! This voice stunned Sun Chang. As he looked up, he directly met Yi Fan's cold gaze. At this look, Sun Chang's heart tightened, and involuntarily, he stepped back again. With this retreat, the atmosphere in the field changed. Several mercenaries began to back away, creating a faint path in the middle. Seeing this, Yi Fan coldly snorted and stepped forward, walking past Sun Chang, while coldly speaking. Having many people doesn't always mean having power. If you want to compete with me, don't act like a tiger behind a bush. Using words won't help, show some real skill. After saying this, under the gaze of the crowd, Yi Fan led Fat Li and Ma Xiaoye forward through the mercenary group, and soon, some braver mercenaries from the back began to follow, starting with one, and in the end, except for one sneaking away, everyone followed. Just like that, a group passed through the crowd, and all alone, Sun Chang's group held tightly to their guns, silent. Brother Chang, are you just letting them go like this? After seeing Yi Fan enter the Divine Leaf Tavern, a captain of a small mercenary group beside Sun Chang finally couldn't help but speak. With so many guns aimed at him, isn't he afraid at all? Hearing this, Sun Chang remained silent, looking at the Divine Leaf Tavern, his mind echoing with the glance Yi Fan had just given him. That glance carried an immense sense of pressure. Just staring back at him felt like encountering the eyes of some ancient beast, making him instinctively want to retreat. He was also a captain and knew that his reaction had been embarrassing, but upon recalling that glance, Sun Chang still trembled slightly. This Yi Fan. After a brief silence, Sun Chang finally spoke, we need to think of a way, we probably can't deal with him. Yi Fan, you were too brave just now. In the tavern, Li Fatty leaned close to Yi Fan, seemingly still in shock. With so many guns, weren't you afraid they'd shoot? With so many people gathered, the enforcers in the city have already noticed. Once they shoot, it's a serious crime, Yi Fan replied, shaking his head. These scared mice wouldn't dare to fire. But you're not afraid at all? What if? Li Fatty asked. If they do shoot, I have my backup plan, Yi Fan answered, a hint of a smile in his eyes. I'm not a fool, I wouldn't just step up close like that. At such a short distance, only Sun Chang could shoot me. If anyone else tried, they'd hit him too. And even if Sun Chang did shoot, I would have time to react. So that's why. Li Fati nodded thoughtfully. No wonder you're so confident. Hearing this, Yi Fan shook his head. I won't do anything without certainty. Yi Fan, I have a question. Next to them, Ma Xiaoxue, who had been silent, finally spoke up. What do you want to ask? Yi Fan looked at Ma Xiaoxue. When you got close to Sun Chang just now, why did they all take a step back? Ma Xiaoxue asked, her eyes filled with curiosity. It felt like they were all afraid of you. That's quite simple. Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled. There's something called momentum. Momentum? Yes, momentum. Yi Fan replied without further explanation, slightly serious as he recreated the aura from that moment. As the aura surged, Ma Xiaoxue's expression changed instantly, feeling like a great mountain was pressing down on her, making her instinctively take a step back. After stepping back, Ma Xiaoxue realized what had happened, looking at Yi Fan, who had returned to calmness, in shock. Is this momentum? Yes. Yi Fan nodded, looking at the curious Ma Xiaoxue, and explained after a moment of thought, momentum is not something that can be built up quickly, it's a deep and profound thing. You can think of it as the dignity accumulated over time by a strong person, like a lion glaring at other beasts, it's the same idea. Is it similar to the imposing aura of a superior? Ma Xiaoxue seemed to understand and, looking at Yi Fan, asked curiously, Yi Fan, how do you have this kind of momentum? It comes naturally. Yi Fan smiled and didn't elaborate further. In his past life, he had killed ancient royal-level beings with his own hands. Now, having returned again, the dignity he had previously accumulated remained. Even if he wasn't as strong as before, he was still not someone ordinary people could withstand. Yi Fan, what should we do next? Li Fati looked at the group from Chang'o mercenary team passing by the door, worried. I have a feeling that Chang'o won't let this go easily, they might come looking for trouble. They definitely won't. Yi Fan replied, with a hint of a smile in his eyes. Let them come, the more trouble, the better. But... Upon hearing this, Li Fati shrank back a little. Yi Fan, there are only a few of us. If a real battle happens, we might not be able to hold up. We can handle it. Yi Fan answered, patting Li Fati on the shoulder, with a deeper meaning in his words. The mercenary team's things remain the same. I believe soon, we will see a grand show. Chapter 84, Secret Discussion. Sun Chang, what's going on? Weren't you supposed to cause trouble today? That night, the strong mercenary team burned dim lights. Occasionally, someone walked in from the dark door at the back, their figure thin and narrow, eyes carrying a hint of gloom. By phone. Upon seeing this person, Sun Chang nodded slightly, then sighed helplessly, that Yi Fan, I think he's not simple. In front of so many people, I find it hard to take action. How complicated can it be? Hearing this, By phone snorted, the red ghost is not as easy to deal with as the former master. If we delay our tasks, we will be punished. You say it so simply. Upon hearing this, Sun Chang felt a bit dissatisfied. The higher-ups told you to take down Bai Qin quickly. It's already been half a year, have you succeeded? If it weren't for Bai Qin hindering me today, I would have smashed that Shinai tavern already. Is Bai Qin really that easy to deal with? Bai Feng replied, his gaze cold. Shuguang has stood tall for many years, and 90% of the people in Shuguang trust him. To deal with him, we can only outsmart him, and we must gain the trust of those mercenaries. Outsmart? Hearing this, Sun Chang laughed, suddenly saying, I know Bai Chen's character. Just a cup of poison, and that's it. If the task hadn't been given to you, I would have acted long ago. In my opinion, it's not that you can't act against Bai Chen, right? Sun Chang sneered after saying this. After all, you are Bai Chen's sworn brother, the fourth leader of Shuguang. Are you afraid that your conscience won't allow you to act against your elder brother? Sun Chang, what do you mean? This sentence angered Bai Feng, who suddenly stood up. In his hand, light surged, seemingly ready to unleash a beast. Sun Chang of course would not stand idle. He stood up as well, light glowing in his hand. Don't start fighting among yourselves. The person beside them quickly intervened, pulling both of them apart, leading to a moment of scuffling. All right. Just then, a burly man spoke, his voice steady, we didn't come here today to fight. If you have something to say, let's discuss it later. Fighting among ourselves is simply disgraceful. Upon hearing this, Sun Chang and Bai Feng exchanged glances, and then, seemingly wary, their expressions softened a bit. They each snorted coldly and sat down. Seeing both sit down, the burly man continued, thinking for a moment, according to the information we currently have, that Yi Fan's surface strength is quite formidable. He himself is a bronze 9-star Beastmaster, with a hellhound that has unlocked its bloodline shackles and an elite peak-grade Swift-Wind Eagle. His strength is certainly on par with silver. The fat man beside him is also a strong Beastmaster with 3 snake-type beasts, all at bronze 5-star. The middle-aged man in the tavern is at bronze low star, his exact strength is unknown. The two women are relatively average, both just recently surpassing bronze, one is supportive, and the other has a bronze 2-star white wolf. After saying this, everyone furrowed their brows. The burly man continued, they are hard to deal with. To kill him directly, we need at least 100 mercenaries to ambush, and we must strike first. Otherwise, casualties from his counterattack would be severe. 100 mercenaries won't be too difficult. Hearing this, Sun Chang spoke, however, my personnel suffered over 40 casualties from him today. The others are not from the organization, getting them to risk their lives is tough. I can send some people from my side. The burly man replied, I can mobilize the fixed team from Dawn, there are a total of 120 people. No wonder you are the leader of Dawn, you are indeed generous. Sun Chang replied, looking at the burly man as he spoke. After all, in Dawn, my word is final. Li Ming waved his hand, the fixed team from Shinai has a rotation system. That fat man and the girl with the white wolf will go on a task once each. Yi Fan should take a team at least once a month. When he takes the team, we can take action. With these 120 people, plus those we can mobilize here, we may approach 200, all equipped with firearms. Even if Yi Fan can match Silver, he will definitely die. Sun Chang spoke, seemingly relieved, in that case, we just need to wait for him to go to the forest. Just a Yi Fan, not worth paying much attention to. Li Ming replied, glancing at Bai Yu beside her, right now, our main goal is to find a way to get rid of Bai Chen. Once Bai Chen is dead, Dawn will fall, and the mercenary group in Ping City will be under our control. The meaning of this was very clear. Bai Yu, who was nearby, changed his expression slightly upon hearing this, but after a while, he could only respond in a dull voice, I will hurry. You really need to hurry a bit more. Li Ming added, looking at Bai Yu, upstairs has received news that the frontline battles are intense. Next year, the Dragon Eye family in Ping City will leave, and the Guardians will be transferred to the frontline the year after. In 2 years, Ping City will gradually become an empty shell. This is our best chance. By then, whoever grasps Ping City will be considered a hero, and in the future, we may even be granted titles of kings and lords. I know you have some brotherly feelings for Bai Chen, and might be unwilling to make a move, but you need to think clearly. Do you want to be a mercenary in Ping City for a lifetime, or do you want to be a new king or lord in a dynasty? This statement once again left Bai Yu in silence. As he lowered his eyelids, his eyes showed a bit of intense turmoil. After a pause, Bai Yu raised his head, seemingly helpless with a sigh, and then said, give me a little more time. Little Fire, come over and eat some fruit. In the Beastmaster space, Yi Fan held a newly harvested fruit, waving at the hell dog. Wang. The hell dog responded, wagging its tail, quickly arrived in front of Yi Fan, and happily rubbed against his legs. Eat it. Handing the fruit to the hell dog, Yi Fan smiled and patted the dog's head. It wasn't hard for the hell dog to reach silver level, as it had already opened its bloodline lock in the black iron and bronze levels by consuming a lot of fruits containing elemental powers. The biggest benefit wasn't that it gained elemental powers early, but that its path to silver would no longer be restricted by the bloodline lock, allowing it to avoid stalling too long at the bronze level. Good job. Watching the hell dog eat the fruit, Yi Fan couldn't help but smile. He took out some meat from a nearby bag and placed it in front of the hell dog. The harvest fruit was the highest quality fruit he had. Although it couldn't help the hell dog upgrade, the energy contained in it was real. After eating 2 more fruits, the hell dog would be able to reach silver, which would take about 2 months. By then, the Gale Eagle would also be close to silver. Chirp! The Gale Eagle also rushed over from a distance, landing on Yi Fan's shoulder, affectionately rubbing its face against Yi Fan's. Yi Fan smiled and took a piece of wild beast meat, handing it to the Gale Eagle, which took the meat and flew away. The habits of beasts are quite different. The hell dog, raised by Yi Fan since it was little, was the closest to him and liked to stay close while eating. The Gale Eagle, however, was much cooler. Although it would get close to Yi Fan, it preferred to eat alone. It's still best to raise them since they were young. Yi Fan patted the hell dog in front of him, thoughtfully sighing. Wang? The hell dog, which was eating, looked up when Yi Fan patted it, seeing him gazing at the Gale Eagle eating meat in the distance, showing a look of confusion. After a few seconds of confusion, the hell dog seemed to understand, picking up a large piece of meat and standing up, leaning toward Yi Fan. At this moment, the hell dog was quite large. As it stood, the meat was almost at Yi Fan's mouth. Seeing Yi Fan remain indifferent, the hell dog tried to push closer. I won't eat, I won't eat. Seeing the hell dog holding the meat, Yi Fan shook his head repeatedly. Woof woof. The hellhound shook its head and leaned in closer again. Seeing the persistent hellhound, Yi Fan quickly took out a fruit from his pocket and took a bite. I eat this. Woof. Watching Yi Fan eat the fruit, the hellhound showed a puzzled expression. After a moment, it shook its head and tossed a piece of meat in front of Yi Fan, then lowered its head to eat other meat. This. Looking at the bloody piece of meat in front of him and glancing at the hellhound enjoying its meal in the distance, Yifan's expression was a bit helpless. I can't get this down either. Chapter 85, Unexpected Choice. The next few days passed peacefully, with no one coming to cause trouble, and it was nice to have some peace. Yifan's performance during the first hunt made him famous among the gods. In one hunt, over a dozen bronze-rank Beastmasters and dozens of iron-rank Beastmasters were wiped out, resulting in 40 members of the Strong Brothers mercenary group being eliminated. With such rich rewards and a strong leader, the number of mercenaries registering to join increased day by day. Although Sun Chang and others enforced strict barriers, other mercenary groups and some freelancers were not restricted. Yifan, these are the lists of mercenaries who have registered recently. In the back of the tavern, Wang Lingxi brought a registration book and placed it in front of Yifan. Okay. Yifan took the list, as usual, took out a red pen, and started marking suspicious people. With a rustling sound, flipping page by page, suddenly Yifan's movements came to a halt. Chan Peng? Looking at this name, Yifan furrowed his brow slightly, put down the pen, and looked at Wang Lingxi. Is this mercenary named Chen Peng here in the tavern? I'll go ask. Wang Lingxi replied and quickly walked outside. Is this guy really here? Glancing at the simply described introduction on the list, Yifan's face showed a slight change. This Chen Peng was not an ordinary mercenary. In his previous life, he was known as a task maniac in the mercenary group, not only powerful but also completed no fewer than 300 tasks in a year. He was straightforward and remembered favors. In his previous life, Bai Chen once saved him during a mission, and whenever Bai Chen was in trouble, he would help. Ultimately, he died blocking a dark weapon for Bai Chen during the battle between dawn and twilight. More importantly, this individual was a lone wolf, who in his previous life had not registered in any mercenary group but would go to the Dawn mercenary group to accept tasks. Yifan had crossed paths with him several times, not on friendly terms but left with a very good impression. At this time in the previous life, Chen Peng had just entered the mercenary trade and had not yet made a name for himself. Captain, Chen Peng is here. While he was pondering, Wang Lingxi's voice rang out. Yifan looked up, and behind Wang Lingxi stood a middle-aged man in a black trench coat. He had a hooked nose and a scar on his face that slanted from his forehead to his jaw. It's really this guy. Seeing the familiar face, Yifan was slightly surprised but didn't show it. Instead, he waved his hand to Wang Lingxi. Seeing that, Wang Lingxi hurriedly stepped back. Captain. When he saw Yifan, Chen Peng was quite polite and greeted him. Yifan nodded, looking Chen Peng up and down, and asked, why do you want to join my mercenary group? The benefits of Xin Yi are very good. Chen Peng answered truthfully, glancing at Yifan, then added, the task commission for registered mercenaries in Xin Yi is only 8%, so I can earn more money doing tasks. So that's how it is. Hearing this, Yifan nodded slightly. This made sense. In order to attract mercenaries, their mercenary group had set the commission at a lower rate, usually 10%, while they had only 8%. For ordinary mercenaries, a difference of 2% might not mean much, but for a task maniac like Chen Peng, it was a significant sum. After thinking for a moment, Yifan glanced at Chen Peng, and Yifan suddenly said, hit me. Hearing this, Chen Peng's face changed slightly. What? I said, throw a punch, hit me. Yifan continued, standing up. Why? Chen Peng did not move, but stopped in place. No reason. Yifan got into a stance. I'm right here. If you can push me back, I can decide to lower your commission by 2%. Is that true? Hearing this, Chen Peng showed some interest and quickly asked. Of course. Yifan nodded. Seeing Yifan agree, Chen Peng no longer hesitated and clasped his hands. I'm sorry for this. In the next moment, Chen Peng threw a punch, a straight jab aimed at Yifan's face. Boom! The punch came with a loud sound, carrying a strong wind. Good one. Seeing this punch, Yifan's eyes gleamed slightly. This punch held at least bronze 4 or 5-star power. This Chen Peng is indeed extraordinary. Saying this, Yifan also tightened his fists, the holy law running, his fists swaying like swimming dragons, a surge of power rising up, and he threw a straight punch as well. Bang! The fists collided, producing a muffled sound, and Chen Peng staggered back 4 or 5 steps. The leader has a strong physique. Chen Peng spoke, not giving up, and threw his fist again. This time, his punch not only had a thunderous sound, but also a faint glow. This is martial arts. Watching this scene, Yifan's eyes gleamed even more, and he tightened his fists again, the myriad forms law operating, forming a fierce tiger. Bang! The fists collided, and Chen Peng was knocked back with a thud, slamming directly into the side wall, while Yifan's figure slightly moved but did not retreat. Cough! After landing, Chen Peng coughed, looking at Yifan, who stood motionless, with a hint of unwillingness in his eyes, but did not strike again. Instead, he clasped his hands. The leader's close combat ability is much stronger than that of a typical Beastmaster. I can't match up. Your ability is also much stronger than that of an ordinary person. Yifan said, glancing at Chen Peng before suddenly saying, if I'm not mistaken, you should be practicing the thunder breathing technique, right? This. Hearing Yifan state it directly, Chen Peng's expression changed slightly, about to say something, but Yifan waved his hand. The punch is like thunder. This is the mark of the third layer of the thunder breathing technique. Saying this, Yifan continued, the thunder breathing technique is not a rare breathing technique, many people have it, so you don't need to worry about me telling others that you can breathe this technique. Thank you, leader. Chen Peng replied. Besides the breathing technique, it seems you have also learned a martial art, and you practice it pretty well. Yifan spoke, pondering slightly, shaking his head, I don't delve much into martial arts, so I don't know which one it is. Upon hearing this, Chen Peng grew a bit silent, and after a while, he said, Leader, what exactly do you want to say? There's nothing much to say. Yifan replied, looking at Chen Peng, saying, would you like to follow me? This. Faced with Yifan's sudden invitation, Chen Peng was taken aback. If you follow me, you will have a greater future. Yifan glanced at Chen Peng, not saying much, but slowly added, the thunder breathing technique has more than 3 layers, as for martial arts, I have even better ones. This made Chen Peng hesitate again, saying, Leader, why? It's nothing, just placing value on you. Yifan replied, looking at Chen Peng, with a slight smile in his eyes, you just need to answer me whether you want to or not. I want. Chen Peng replied, but soon shook his head helplessly, but I'm really sorry, leader, I can't follow you. Can't follow? Hearing this, looking at Chen Peng's expression, Yifan guessed slightly, is there some difficulty? My elderly mother is seriously ill and requires a lot of medical expenses every month. Chen Peng replied with a bitter smile, I must take on mercenary tasks to earn money. I appreciate the leader's kindness, but... He didn't continue speaking. Yifan raised his hand and asked, what illness does your mother have? The doctors in the city say it's fire poison. Chen Peng replied, every month, she needs the energy essence extracted from the water spirit pearl just to barely suppress it. Fire poison? Hearing this, Yifan's brow furrowed slightly. Fire poison is a type of illness that is extremely difficult to treat. Since the revival of spiritual energy, the world has changed greatly. While there are many spiritual herbs and plants, the fruits and vegetables suitable for humans have become scarce. Even if they are artificially cultivated, they still contain trace elements. Trace elements may not matter to Beastmasters, but for ordinary people with normal constitutions, they are like a hidden bomb. Over time, if the content of these elements exceeds the limit and becomes unbalanced, it will explode and turn into toxins, and fire poison is one of them. Has the fire poison turned against your internal organs? After thinking for a moment, Yifan looked at Chen Peng. Not yet. Chen Peng replied with a sigh, but it's very close, so now we need the water spirit pearl every month to suppress it. Well, that's good. Yifan nodded. The consequences of elemental imbalance are quite severe. Once it turns against the internal organs, it is basically certain death, and hard to save. If it hasn't happened, then it is still okay. Let's do this. After a moment of silence, Yifan looked at Chen Peng, I can save your mother. After saving her, you will follow me, how about that? Chapter 86, Healing. Hearing this, Chen Peng was slightly stunned and looked at Yifan, does the leader have a way to heal my mother? It's just fire poison, it hasn't reached the internal organs yet. It's just a minor illness. Yifan replied, waving his hand. Seeing Chen Peng's disbelief, he smiled slightly and lowered his voice, I can also cure the poison of dragon blood backlash. What is mere fire poison to speak of? Upon hearing this, Chen Peng was taken aback, looking at Yifan's confident demeanor, and gasped. He was knowledgeable and knew what dragon blood backlash was. It was the death knell for those of draconic descent. Once it turned against you, it meant certain death. This person in front of him actually dared to say he could cure the poison caused by dragon blood backlash. If it were true, then fire poison is indeed a minor illness. Please, leader, save my mother. Without hesitation, Chen Peng clasped his hands and spoke quickly. Yifan replied, saying nothing more, just nodded, let's go, take me to see your mother. Chen Peng complied and quickly walked outside. Yifan watched Chen Peng's back, his expression thoughtful, and quickly followed. Fanner, are you going out? In the tavern, noticing the two leaving, Yi Lincheng spoke from behind the bar. Yes. Yifan nodded. It's not very peaceful lately, you'd best not go out. Yi Lincheng said with concern. During this time, they had learned a lot from the backup set up by Yi Tong, knowing that Brother Chang and his group were preparing to make a move on Yifan. I'm not going to Silvermoon Forest. Yifan replied, looking at the slightly worried Yi Lincheng, smiled slightly and continued, just handling some business in the city, there won't be any conflicts. If that's the case, okay. Yi Lincheng nodded, but still looked a bit worried. Just as he was about to advise something, Yifan spoke again. Dad, Mom said yesterday she would come check your accounts today, have you prepared? Huh? Hearing this, Yi Linchang was stunned for a moment. Didn't your mother say she was coming tomorrow? Pat pat pat. Saying this, Yi Linchang became flustered and hurried towards the back office. Watching this scene, Yi Fan showed a smile. In the current Divine Leaf, Ning Qingxia could be regarded as the chief manager. She would come to check the work every few days and specifically set up a reward and punishment system, making her the direct superior of Yi Linchang. If he hadn't done it well, he would get scolded again. Dad feared getting scolded the most. Upon hearing that Mom would come, looking at that expression, he probably forgot to handle logistics again these past few days. This old dad really is. Yi Fan started to say but didn't finish, turning to Chen Pang and nodding, "Let's go." Following Chen Pang, the two quickly arrived at their residence, located in the east of the city, in a very remote old building. The walls of the house had many areas where the plaster had fallen off, making it look like a dangerous building. Of course, it wasn't just this building, the surrounding houses. It's basically like this, various routes, various piles of garbage, looking very messy. This is actually equivalent to the slums of Pingcheng. Looking at Yi Fan beside him, Chen Peng explained, originally, this was a section of unfinished apartments. Later, a developer took over and did some patchwork, but no one bought them. Then, some gangs took them over and sold them to us at a very low price. For a room, the price was less than 30,000 back then. The gang members. Hearing this, Yi Fan slightly frowned. Would they really be so kind? Not really. Chen Peng replied, lowering his voice, most of the time, this place is where those gangs carry out illegal trades. Quite a few gangs have established bases here. After all, it's remote, and law enforcement pays little attention to this area. It's like these gangs have taken root here under the guise of being a slum. Hearing this, Yi Fan understood and nodded slightly without asking further. Let's go, first check on your mother's condition. Chen Peng nodded, leading Yi Fan through the buildings, and soon brought him to his home. Right here. Standing at the door, Chen Peng took out his key and whispered to Yi Fan, "Captain, can we not tell my mother that I became a mercenary? She's old and might worry." "No problem." Hearing this, Yi Fan nodded, and Chen Peng opened the door. The scene inside revealed a pile of disordered items, but the room was relatively clean with a mix of herbal smells. The conditions are usually poor, so I cook medicine for my mother at home. Chen Peng said somewhat embarrassedly, explaining as he led Yi Fan into the inner room. Creak. The inner room door opened, and in the bedroom, an elderly woman with gray hair lay on the bed, her face pale. "Pingzi, you're back?" Hearing someone open the door, Mother Chen propped herself up trying to sit. "Mother, you don't need to get up, just lie down." Chen Peng hurried over to support Mother Chen while quickly adding, "Mother, I've brought a skilled doctor to check your illness." "See a doctor?" Hearing this, Mother Chen shook her head repeatedly, "No need to see a doctor, our family has no money." "It's okay, Auntie, I don't charge any money." Yi Fan spoke, stepping up to Mother Chen. "Don't charge money?" Mother Chen was slightly taken aback, looking at Chen Peng beside her. "Yes, Mother, this doctor doesn't charge money." Chen Peng quickly replied, "You don't need to worry." Hearing this, Mother Chen finally relaxed, looking at Yi Fan with grateful eyes, "Then thank you, doctor." "You're welcome." Yi Fan nodded, indicating for Mother Chen to lie back down before placing his hand on her pulse. Upon touching Mother Chen's pulse, it was hot to the touch. Indeed, it's fire toxicity. Yi Fan slightly frowned, calming his mind as he sensed it carefully, then exhaled a breath. Fortunately, it's only a little away from affecting the internal organs. "Captain. Doctor, does my mother still have hope?" Chen Peng asked with concern. "There is hope." Yi Fan nodded, signaling Chen Peng to help Mother Chen sit up. Yi Fan placed his hand on Mother Chen's shoulder, taking a slight breath and then began to operate his breathing technique. A glow emerged from his hands, visibly glowing points of light were released from Yi Fan's palms, spreading along the meridians through Mother Chen's body. This was the second layer of the entering the saint technique, devouring, which allowed his spiritual energy to split into points. It was generally used to quickly digest various precious materials and foreign spiritual energy. Of course, it also had remarkable effects for ordinary people with excessive fire elements in their bodies. Soon, after completing the entering the saint technique, Yi Fan retracted his palm and let out a long breath of hot air. "All right." Standing up, Yi Fan spoke. This is fixed already?" The less than 10-minute treatment process left Chen Peng stunned. He quickly glanced at Mother Chen. At this moment, Mother Chen indeed looked much better, her spirit had noticeably improved. To touch his forehead, the temperature had already returned to normal. "Doctor, I feel my body has recovered a lot, and it doesn't hurt as much anymore," Mother Chen said, looking at Yi Fan, wanting to bow but suddenly getting out of bed by herself. "Thank you, doctor." "It's just a small matter," Yi Fan replied, glancing at Mother Chen and then said to Chen Peng, "During this time, make sure your mother eats more nourishing medicine. I have just removed the accumulated energy elements in your body, now your body will be in a phase that needs more nutrition." Understood, understood. Chen Peng answered repeatedly, looking at Yi Fan with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Well, since your mother's illness has been cured, I will take my leave, Yi Fan said, walking towards the outside, waving his hand at Chen Peng who wanted to follow. You should stay at home and accompany your mother today. It's a joyful occasion that the elderly has just recovered from a serious illness. We can talk about everything else tomorrow. Okay. Hearing this, Chen Peng hesitated, looking at Yi Fan with a trace of surprise in his eyes. Yi Fan simply smiled, said nothing, and pushed the door open to walk out. As a son, being filial is a wonderful quality. Chapter 87, Fulfillment. Clicking sounds. Walking through the hallway of the building, Yi Fan was thinking of checking the situation of the gang in this poor area when he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Ma Dafei? Yi Fan called out, looking at the noticeably tall and sturdy person among the 3 to 5 people gathered in the alley. Ha! Upon hearing someone call his name, Ma Dafei was startled, just about to jump up, but when he saw it was Yi Fan, he shrunk his head back. Quickly greeting the few people nearby, Ma Dafei came to Yi Fan and pulled him aside to whisper, Brother Fan, what brings you here? I have matters to attend to, Yi Fan said, looking at Ma Dafei with a scrutinizing expression. Isn't your gang near the school? Why are you here? While hearing this, Ma Dafei showed a bit of embarrassment, glancing at Yi Fan, and whispered, It's because last time, Lord Hongui asked me about Brother Fan, and since I didn't know anything, Lord Hongui was a bit unhappy and moved my gang here. Hearing this, Yi Fan couldn't help but smile, slightly teasing, So I am dragging you down? Not dragging down, Ma Dafei hurriedly replied, Actually, this place is pretty good, there are some profits, but the competition is a bit fierce. Profits? This made Yi Fan ponder for a moment. Where do the profits come from? Black market trading, Ma Dafei said, this is the famous black market of Pingchen. Many things that have a dirty background and can't be shown in public, like some breathing techniques banned by schools and some martial arts not disclosed by sects and organizations, are traded here. Our gang acts as middlemen, where the sellers give us the items, and we sell them, taking a cut from the profits. So that's how it is. After hearing this, Yi Fan nodded slightly. So what were you guys preparing to trade just now? A breathing technique passed down through generations, Ma Dafei replied. It is said that the seller obtained it from a certain big family. A breathing technique from a big family? Hearing this, Yi Fan frowned slightly. Which big family? This. As Ma Dafei was about to speak, he suddenly remembered something, and his face showed a bit of difficulty. Speak. Yi Fan said on seeing him in that condition. It's the breathing technique of the Yi family, Ma Dafei answered. Yi family? This made Yi Fan pause. Which Yi family? Pingcheng Yi family, Ma Dafei replied, his voice lowering. Hearing this, Yi Fan's expression changed slightly. The breathing technique from such a big family is highly powerful and represents the family's face. The inheritance is very strict, not everyone gets to learn it. Typically, only a few talented individuals in each generation receive the education, and it is not hereditary. If your father is outstanding and you aren't, you still won't qualify to learn it. Stealing knowledge is a serious crime. But now, it is no longer about stealing knowledge, someone is directly selling the breathing techniques of the Yi family. Is it really possible for a descendant of dragon blood to be so disgraceful? Yi Fan said, earlier, he merely suspected there might be a traitor. Now, it was confirmed that there was indeed a traitor, and more infuriatingly, this traitor was selling the breathing techniques of his own family, equivalent to trading away his ancestors' honors for money. Is this truly something a dragon slayer's descendant would do? Can we find out who is selling it? After a brief silence, Yi Fan spoke, looking at Ma Dafei. Find out. Ma Dafei's expression slightly changed as he glanced at Yi Fan. The seller is too big a shot. If we investigate, I fear. Investigate. Yi Fan said no more, noticing Ma Dafei's fear. After a moment of thought, he added, You don't need to check it yourself, just send someone else to investigate. If they discover you, you run away. Come find me. But if I flee to find Brother Fan, what about the organization? Ma Dafei hesitated. Do you really think the person selling your things has no connection to your dynasty organization? Yi Fan countered, narrowing his eyes. Others' positions are not like yours, they can't possibly be unaware of who is backing you. Otherwise, they wouldn't choose to let you trade. Brother Fan means. Upon hearing this, Ma Dafei's face changed slightly, and his words trailed off. Be careful when you investigate. Yi Fan replied, If he really discovers you, you won't be safe in the dynasty organization either. If you don't come find me, how will you survive? Understood, understood. Ma Dafei nodded repeatedly. If you understand, then go. Yi Fan said, adding, Don't sell the breathing techniques. If he discovers it, flee with the techniques. Upon hearing this, Ma Dafei shuddered but only nodded repeatedly, heading in the other direction. Seeing this, Yi Fan nodded slightly, deep in thought. Sending Ma Dafei to investigate was like self-destructing, however, sacrificing one piece on the board to capture a traitor of the Dragon Slayers seemed fitting. He had planted 2 pieces in the dynasty organization, and now he had learned much information, waiting for the net to close. Now, with more candidates for the Yi family's traitor, it was an unexpected delight. Shaking his head, Yi Fan turned and walked back the way he came. Fortunately, I have already cured my lord, otherwise, if he heard someone was selling the family's breathing techniques passed down for thousands of years, he might truly be furious enough to die. The next day, around noon, Chen Peng arrived. Upon seeing Yi Fan in the background, without hesitation, he knelt on one knee. Thunk. Captain, save my mother. From today onwards, Chen Peng is willing to serve the captain. Get up. Looking at Chen Peng before him, Yi Fan had a slight smile in his eyes as he waved his hand. I'm just asking you to follow me, as for serving, that is not necessary. No, we have understood each other, I am not a person who lacks gratitude. Chen Peng insisted and did not stand up but said, from now on, my life belongs to the captain, at your command. This guy. Hearing this, Yi Fan felt a bit helpless. He glanced at the other party, thought a moment, and then said, you seem to have deep feelings for your mother. Yes, I was born to an older mother. When she gave birth to me, she was nearly 50. Later, my father passed away early, and she worked hard to raise me, just getting me to today. Chen Peng replied, his voice somewhat hoarse. My mother is extremely important to me. When they found out about the fire poison, the doctors said there was no salvation, only a matter of time, but the captain directly cured my mother. Such kindness may seem trivial to the captain, but to me, it is as heavy as a mountain. So that's how it is. Hearing this, Yi Fan nodded slightly and said no more. He waved to help Chen Peng up while asking, I see your family situation seems ordinary. How did you come to have your breathing techniques and martial arts? My father was an old-school martial artist. I used to run a martial arts school, so I have some basics. Chen Peng replied, but my talent is average, and I have been training since I was young. Now, my strength is not particularly powerful. Being able to kill a bronze-level Beastmaster with your bare hands is quite impressive. Yi Fan shook his head, your strength doesn't seem like one that should struggle to find a good job. Why? Well. Hearing this, Chen Peng hesitated for a moment before saying, my father was aggressive and eventually died in a fight with someone else. My mother worries I might walk the same path, so she is unwilling to let me follow in my father's footsteps. Although I practice breathing techniques and body skills, I do not work in a fighting-related field. I see. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan nodded slightly, it's normal to worry, but this has cut off your path to becoming strong. Aren't you worried about your mother objecting to you following me? This. Chen Peng hesitated, unsure how to respond, but Yi Fan spoke first. Becoming strong is the best way to protect your family. Talking without power is just adding worries. If you were silver level or even higher, would your mother's illness be hard to treat? At this, Chen Peng was stunned, as if suddenly enlightened, yes. I will give you time to visit your mother. As for the kind of life your mother will have, that depends on your own hard work. Yi Fan replied, not continuing on that topic, and waved his hand, alright, since you have fulfilled your part, I will keep my promise. Better breathing techniques and better body skills, I can teach you right now. Breathing techniques, body skills? Hearing Yi Fan's words, Chen Peng's expression shifted slightly, Commander, are you really going to give these to me? Of course. Yi Fan nodded, to become strong, these are the basics. My growth is rapid. If you want to help me, you must be strong enough. If you are not a Beastmaster, then breathing techniques and body skills are extremely important. Understood. Chen Peng replied, bowing once more, thank you very much, Commander. Alright, listen carefully to the following chant, and run it as I instruct. Yi Fan spoke and began to teach the breathing techniques. Chen Peng began to practice simultaneously, and soon, as Yi Fan finished teaching, he also finished his practice, opening his eyes, looking slightly puzzled. Commander, what you just taught me, was that the thunder breathing technique? Why does it feel much more complex than the thunder breathing technique I practiced before? Of course not. Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled and shook his head, it's just that the two are similar. Your thunder breathing technique is a simplified version of the breathing techniques I taught you. Simplified version? Upon hearing this, Chen Peng was taken aback, what is the name of the breathing technique I just practiced? It's called the awakening technique. Yi Fan replied, waving his hand, awakening begins with thunder. It is the ultimate version of the thunder breathing technique, consisting of 9 levels and considered the ancestor of all thunder-type breathing techniques. Your thunder breathing technique corresponds to the mid-level of the second layer of the awakening technique. When you reach the third layer, you will possess silver-level strength. At that point, it will no longer just be a punch like thunder but truly unlocking elemental power, allowing you to use thunder-based elemental forces like a Beastmaster. When you reach a very high level, you can even change the weather, summon lightning, and have it stretch for miles. This. Listening to Yi Fan's words, Jin Peng was stunned, looking at his own hands, as if struggling to believe, is there really such a precious breathing technique in the world? Breathing techniques are indeed precious, but how well you can utilize them still depends on yourself. Yi Fan said, patting Jin Peng on the shoulder, work hard. I will write you a manual later called 100 Battles Fist, which is a body skill developed through battle, also very suitable for you. Thank you, Commander. I will never be stingy with my people. Yi Fan waved his hand. For the time being, you can join Liu and the others for mercenary missions. It's a good chance to hone your breathing techniques and earn some income. Get stronger soon. You can reach this level with just a basic breathing technique and physical skills. This proves you are suited for this path. Simply having breathing techniques and physical skills will not make you a strong person, you must fight and struggle to become powerful. Only strength is the fundamental solution to everything. Yi Fan, Jin Peng is really fierce. Half a month of hunting quickly passed. Finally, this day, seeing Yi Fan free, Fatty Li couldn't help but say to him, how fierce. Looking at Fatty Li's surprised face, Yi Fan chuckled. So fierce. Fatty Li replied, glancing at Jin Peng, who was quietly eating at the bar. He lowered his voice and said, in the first 2 days, it was fine, he could only fight against bronze 4 and 5-star beast tamers. But over the past half month, he has been hunting every day, and his strength keeps getting stronger. Just yesterday, we hunted together. I saw him clash head-on with a bronze 9-star gray bear and single-handedly take on a bronze 8-star fanged wolf. This guy's actual combat power may be higher than all 3 of my beasts combined. Ridiculous, completely absurd. It's alright, his strength was already decent. Hearing this, Yi Fan wasn't too surprised. Jin Peng wasn't weak to begin with strength around bronze 4-star. Coupled with his mature physical skills, he was approaching bronze 5 or 6-star. Now that he has obtained the Jingzhi Law, unlocking the upper limit of the 3 layers of thunder breathing technique, plus a strong physical technique, there's definitely a big boost in his combat power in a short time. After all, he is the person I personally chose. If he really had no strength, he wouldn't catch my eye. This is the first time I've seen someone who isn't a beast tamer be so fierce. Fatty Li was still shocked and whispered, Yi Fan, is Jin Peng also some kind of ancient bloodline? Not at all. He is just an ordinary person, at most with some talent and physical skills, Yi Fan answered as he patted Fatty Li. Fatty, some people are strong not necessarily because of talent or a powerful bloodline, but because they work hard enough. Look at Jin Peng, I've been watching him for so many days. Except for spending half a day every Saturday and Sunday visiting his elderly mother, he is either hunting or cultivating. He goes to bed by 10 and gets up at 5. Other than eating, he is always on full throttle. Disciplined and hard-working, as long as they have a suitable opportunity, why wouldn't such a person be strong, right? Hearing this, Fatty Li was left speechless. He paused for a long time before he finally spoke softly, that's just too impressive. If it were me, just getting up at 5 o'clock would be hard for me. So you also need to work a bit harder, Yi Fan replied, becoming slightly serious. Although your Taio method doesn't have many requirements and is just about eating, it doesn't mean you don't need to put in effort. In this time, Ma Xiaoxue's beasts have reached bronze 5-star and she even captured a second bronze 4-star beast. You have just reached bronze 6-star. Although it's because you have 3 beasts, your starting point is different from others. Don't let others surpass you, that would be a bit embarrassing. Ma Xiaoxue is already at bronze 5-star. She improved so quickly? Hearing this, Fatty Li couldn't sit still. Yeah, others complete 4 or 5 missions a week, Yi Fan said with a smile as he watched Fatty Li get anxious. Originally, fixed teams only went out once every half month, but now Ma Xiaoxue and Jin Peng are going out 4 or 5 times a week each. Together, they basically go out once a day and sometimes even twice. Damn, they're really pushing it too hard. Fatty Li exclaimed, thinking for a moment before slapping the table and standing up. I'm also going to take a fixed team out for a mission. I'll go out once a day and complete 7 missions a week. Saying this, Fatty Li went to the bar and began shouting for mercenaries to join his fixed team, while the mercenaries who had just returned from a mission with Jin Peng were all a bit stunned. We just finished a mission. Why are we going out again? But soon, a mercenary team of 30 gathered quickly. Who doesn't want to earn money? After all, isn't becoming a mercenary all about making a living? Yi Fan, let's go. At the door, Fat Li called out to Yi Fan, and after receiving a response from Yi Fan, he quickly led a group out of the door. Yi Fan waved his hand, but before his hand could fall, Ma Xiaoxue walked in again. A fixed team is going out. Those on the list, who wants to go? As her voice fell, the remaining people in the room were momentarily taken aback. Another team? What's going on with these big shots today? The God Leaf side is also sending out a fixed team. At the entrance of Brother Chang's mercenary group, several people watched a group walk out of the God Leaf Tavern and spoke up. 3 trips a day, each led by a big shot, this is too tempting. Someone sighed with envy, unable to hide their admiration. During this time, everyone saw the changes in Godleaf, it was abundant, and they were so diligent in taking tasks. They could be said to be the most hard-working mercenary group on the whole mercenary street. If I could stay with the Godleaf fixed team for a month, I bet it would be worth years of income. Someone spoke up, and it immediately evoked many people's exclamations. Many were intrigued. Under such a system, it was natural for many to seek the Godleaf. In the blink of an eye, registered mercenaries had already exceeded 1,000 and were about to surpass Brother Chang's mercenary group, becoming the third largest mercenary group on Mercenary Street. Are these people from Godleaf crazy? In the back, Sun Chang also saw that Godleaf had sent out its third fixed team for tasks today, and his face darkened. Brother Chang, this can't go on. Beside him, the second in command of Brother Chang's mercenary group, Fengmi, spoke, somewhat helplessly. Godleaf is going all out, their momentum is getting stronger, and many of our people have gone to Godleaf. Yi Fan isn't going out. If this continues, before we even think about dealing with Yi Fan, our people will all run away. You're talking nonsense. Hearing this, Sun Chang was somewhat angry, cursing, seeming a bit exasperated. Isn't Godleaf just relying on the hustle? 3 trips a day is impressive, as if no one else can do it? Starting tomorrow, our Brother Chang's mercenary group will also go out 3 times a day. Oh no, 4 times. Let's see who can outdo whom. Chapter 89, Sun Chang's Breakdown. In the following time, the mercenary street in Pingcheng became lively. Ever since Godleaf took the lead in launching multiple fixed teams for tasks in a day, Brother Chang's mercenary group quickly followed suit. At first, this situation was tolerable, but as personnel began to dwindle, the other mercenary groups could only imitate, vigorously promoting the frequency of fixed team tasks. Ultimately, even the usually laid-back Dawn was affected, changing from once a month to once every 2 weeks, and finally to every 3 days, led personally by Bai Chen. The entire mercenary street was bustling with merchants coming and going, and tasks were being completed at a rapid pace. This even attracted merchants and employers from other places to post tasks in Pingcheng, leading the mercenary guild to announce rewards, declaring a huge cash prize for the top 3 mercenary groups each month based on task completion numbers, igniting the enthusiasm of these mercenary groups. I'm back, Yi Fan. In the hall, Fat Li walked in, drenched in sweat from outside, glanced at Yi Fan, and looked a bit helpless. There are just too many people going on tasks, even the wild beasts can't keep up. The mud on the outskirts of the forest is almost turned over. With daily hunting like this, the beasts will become extinct. How vast is Silver Moon Forest? With just these people, there are tens of thousands of wild beasts on the outskirts. How could we possibly wipe them out? Yi Fan shook his head, but excessive hunting isn't good, it can easily provoke some inner and core beasts into chaos. After saying this, Yi Fan felt somewhat helpless. He originally just wanted to supervise Fat Li, but a series of chain reactions came about, catching him by surprise. However, if everyone is like this, what's to fear from those ancient beasts from outside? Thinking this, Yi Fan sighed and patted Li Fatty's shoulder. We can take a break for a while, the new student trial at the academy is about to start, we need to go back to school. Break? Hearing this, Li Fatty was stunned, wiping the sweat from his forehead, seemingly not reacting. What, are you too obsessed with hunting every day? Seeing Li Fatty's reaction, Yi Fan smiled. I am a bit obsessed, lately, my mind is filled with hunting, suddenly saying break, I'm still not used to it. Li Fatty replied, scratching his head. It's not completely a break, this time the new student trial is quite difficult, we still need to be mentally prepared. Yi Fan replied, then said a bit mysteriously, you tell Ma Xiaoshui and Shen Peng later, no more tasks for now, get ready, and bring your best state to participate in the new student trial secret realm. This trial secret realm has some pretty good stuff, every batch of students can only enter once in the first semester. If you perform well and get some good things, it's a big boost. No problem. Upon hearing this, Li Fatty nodded repeatedly, then asked, can Shen Peng go too? He seems like he isn't from our school. He can go, but there are many restrictions. Yi Fan replied, he can get a companion status by paying a high price like Long Wu by Jijia. He can join me in the secret realm, but cannot use the school's facilities, nor can he leave me to obtain things in the secret realm alone, and his level cannot exceed mine too much, he must be within a major realm. Oh, there are such rules. Hearing this, Li Fatty scratched his head, this is the first time I heard that the academy allows paying for companions. Many high schools have such hidden rules. After all, some children come from big families, they can't rest assured letting their family's heirs go out to train alone. Yi Fan said, waving his hand, but this is only in high school, in university, it won't be allowed anymore. Is university stricter? Li Fatty asked. No, the purpose is different. Yi Fan replied, high school is only to cultivate outstanding talents, university is to train frontline warriors for humanity. Daily life is already iron-blooded, unless there are some exceptions, such companionship will not be allowed. I see. Li Fati nodded, and only then did Ji Fan nod, stepping outside. Outside, at the gate of the Canggu Mercenary Corps, many people became excited when they saw Yi Fan coming out. He's out. He's out. Someone hurried to inform the back, Sun Chang, and upon hearing this news, Sun Chang also jumped up abruptly. It's been almost 2 months, this Yi Fan finally came out. In his words, Sun Chang's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. They had been waiting for Yi Fan to go hunting outside the city, then execute the hunting plan. In this more than a month's time, in order to compete with Xin Yi, the elite of the Canggu Mercenary Corps all went out, even including himself, leading the team day and night, only just returning to rest. Yi Fan, you bastard, I finally waited for this day. Taking a long breath, Sun Chang's eyes turned cold as he looked at Feng Mi beside him. Go, find Bai Yu and Li Ming, tell them to bring people here. Okay. Feng Mi also became excited and hurriedly walked outside. Soon, a group of people quietly gathered on Mercenary Street. They moved like a pack of snakes searching for food, all flicking their tongues. This more than a month was painful for everyone, and the source of this pain was the Yi Fan they hated to the bones. Yi Fan must die. Kill him. I can't live this life of doing 28 tasks every month from 9 to 9. At Pingcheng High School, Yi Fan stood at the school gate, looking at the familiar 4 characters on the gate, taking a deep breath. Competing against these immature students is really meaningless. It's better to deal with those mercenaries outside. During this time, besides Chen Pang, I have also promoted 2 acquaintances from my previous life. Although I didn't give them a fortune like Chen Pang, it can still be considered a promotion, making them backbone members of the mercenary group. That bastard Ji Jia, he hasn't come to trouble me for such a long time, he must be in seclusion. Thoughtfully saying this, Yi Fan curled his lips. Such kids from big families must have everything they need. The high-level heavenly materials and earthly treasures that are not available in Ping City, their family can surely get for them. During this time, his strength may have greatly increased. I actually can't wait for him to grow stronger. The current Ji Jia, even if I kill him, it really wouldn't satisfy my hatred. Thinking about it, Yi Fan smiled and shook his head. After spending this time in this life, he gradually understood the future direction. His focus is on developing partners and improving himself. For Ji Jia, he didn't really pay much attention, the other side has remained silent all along. He will definitely come out in this secret realm. Thinking of this, Yi Fan revealed a cold smile, stepped forward, and was about to walk into the school when suddenly, he felt something was off and turned back to take a look. In the distance, there was a market, bustling with activity, but Yi Fan could clearly see that those people were hiding within. What are these guys following me to school for? It was rare for a look of confusion to appear on Yi Fan's face. Aren't they taking a job today? Are they that free? Thinking for a moment, Yi Fan didn't pay much attention, waved his hand, and walked into the school. In a corner of the market, watching Yi Fan walk into the school, a group of mercenaries fell silent. Captain, Yi Fan seems to have entered the school. Half an hour later, a mercenary rushed over, looking at Sun Chang whose face was gradually turning ashen, and weakly said, I heard from our spy in Xinyi that the others have all paused their tasks today and are probably all going back to school. Why did you only say this now? Sun Chang shouted angrily, realizing that Yi Fan really just went back to school, his anger surged. Our spy just sent the news over, the mercenary spoke. Get the hell out. Sun Chang kicked that mercenary down and stood up abruptly. After working hard for over a month, finally waiting for Yi Fan to come out, a group of people sharpened their knives, trailing Yi Fan for half a day, only to find out the other side returned to school. They had been speculating that he might have taken a detour, even thinking entering the school might just be a ruse. But they never expected he truly just went back to school. Recalling the hard hunting in Silver Moon Forest for over a month, competing for the dangerous mission of hunting silver beasts, nearly losing his life scenes flashed in Sun Chang's mind as he looked at his hand, gripping the big knife, even trembling. Yi Fan, don't you know it's over 10 kilometers from Mercenary Street to the school? Don't you know you can take a car back to school? Why do you have to walk? I just got back from the Beast Forest today, do you know that? Damn bastard. Chapter 90, Transaction. In the afternoon, everyone gathered at the school, and Pan Zhao learned the news and arrived at the classroom. You're back. In the classroom, seeing Yi Fan and the others, Pan Zhao clapped Yi Fan on the shoulder with a smile. You boy are impressive. I've heard that you stirred up Xinyi and made everyone in Ping City's Mercenary Street as if they were injected with adrenaline. Even the principal has heard of it, you're a celebrity now. Oh, Teacher Pan, you flatter me. Yi Fan replied. So, how much has your strength improved recently? Pan Zhao followed up quickly, his gaze sweeping over everyone. When he saw Chen Pang, he paused for a moment. This is my follower. I plan to arrange for him to accompany me, so it will be more convenient for him to go in and out of the secret realm with me in the future. Yi Fan spoke. Oh, I see, okay. Pan Zhao nodded and didn't ask much, his gaze turning to the other 2 people. My 3 beast taming skills are now at bronze 7 stars, Fatly replied, seemingly gaining some confidence from the recent hunting trips he led. My beast taming level has improved a lot. What? Originally taming beasts like a pile of crap, now improved a lot, so it's not like a pile of crap anymore? Pan Zhao shot back, leaving Fatly nearly speechless, then turned to Ma Xiaoxue with some surprise. You've been following Yifan recently too? Yes, a while ago, Yifan helped me solve a big problem, Ma Xiaoxue replied, glancing at Pan Zhao, and added actively, I now have 2 beasts. One is a Feng Wolf evolved from a White Wolf, bronze 6 stars, and the other is a newly tamed Iron Bear, bronze 5 stars. Such great progress? Hearing this, Pan Zhao nodded repeatedly, good. With this kind of progress, it's quite nice. With such paper strength, it should be enough for you to get some good things in this trial secret realm. The first year trial secret realm is different from the usual secret realms you enter. It is very dangerous, so listen to Yifan more. When encountering danger, don't be greedy and reckless. Protecting yourself is the most important. After a few pieces of advice, Pan Zhao said no more and left the classroom for everyone to rest. This Pan Zhao, Yifan, do you think he is deliberately targeting me? In the classroom, seeing Pan Zhao leave, Fatly leaned close to Yifan and whispered, he praises Ma Xiaoxue for her progress, but he scolds me for mine. Look at how irritating he is, talking in such an annoying way. Isn't this just teacher Pan Zhao motivating you? If you want him to recognize you, you have to work hard, Yifan said with a smile, patting Fatly's shoulder. His scolding means he has expectations of you. If he had no expectations, he wouldn't even talk to you, right? Upon hearing this, Fatly fell silent, glancing at Yifan, and said, if we're talking about motivational quotes, it still has to be you, Yifan. You speak so nicely every time without repeating yourself. Look at Pan Zhao, always saying I tame beasts like a pile of crap, with no creativity at all. I suggest you take some classes in language expression. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud thud on the classroom door, followed by Pan Zhao's voice. Li Yu, what are you rambling on about? As soon as the voice was heard, Fatly shrank back. I didn't say anything. Hearing this, the people present all looked at Fatly's awkward expression and burst into cheerful laughter. The first year trial began as scheduled, and this time the place they entered was noticeably different, in a higher grade area, where Yifan and the others saw many upperclassmen. Yifan, do you think that one over there is the cousin of Deng Chang? On the way, seeing an upperclassman silently watching them with his hands behind his back, Fatly spoke quietly. No, he is called Ling Long, and he is a pretty strong student from the senior class, close to silver 9 stars, Yifan replied, glancing at the person and shaking his head. This guy is nothing special, he just has that habit. The first year trial will open up all districts together afterward, so you should see him often. He just stands there every day? Upon hearing this, Fatly paused, looking at Ling Long, and with a strange impulse, he said, not speaking, just pretending to be an expert? And this comment was not small. Ling Long naturally heard it and his expression became somewhat unpleasant. Don't talk nonsense, Yifan said helplessly, patting Fatly and cupping his hands in apology to Ling Long. Seeing Yifan's gesture, Ling Long nodded slightly but said nothing. This guy is quite nice, he's a good person, don't talk trash about others, Yifan looked at Fatly and quietly said. Understood, Fatly nodded, feeling a bit embarrassed, and waved at Ling Long. Ling Long saw this and waved back. This guy, as always, Yifan smiled while walking along the road. Ling Long is really quite good, he knows that he is also from his previous life after college. After graduating from college, Ling Long joined the army and later became a small general in a legion, fighting beasts and killing enemies on the front lines, bringing glory to his hometown and benefiting his region. Such a person, even now, has a good character. The only issue is that this guy loves to walk with his hands behind his back and watch others, not knowing what kind of habit this is. In a later life, he was even given the nickname Owl General because of this. I hope to meet this Owl General on the battlefield again in the future, Yifan thought, with a slight smile on his face. Soon, a group of people arrived at the entrance of the trial secret realm, and it was clear that this time the secret realm was of great importance to the school. Not only were the numerous new student mentors present, but the principal, the grade director, and some high-ranking members of the school were all gathered. Yifan, you guys are here. Wang Lingxi quickly walked over to Yifan with a smile. I've been transferred from the elite class to the ordinary class. That's good, Yifan nodded slightly. Being in the same class would be more convenient, and as for the difference between the ordinary class and the elite class during the usual secret realms, that didn't matter much, since their current income in the mercenary group was not necessarily lower than going to the usual secret realms. Where is Ji Jie? Isn't that guy here? Yifan furrowed his brow after looking around the team and not seeing Ji Jie's figure. I don't know, maybe he hasn't arrived yet. Wang Lingxi shook her head. The new student trial is only open once every year, such an important opportunity. Even if his family is wealthy, how could he not come? Hearing this, Yifan nodded slightly and didn't say much. Anyway, we can go in any time today. Going in a little earlier just gives us more time to explore. Soon, a series of presentations by the school's higher-ups began, from the great national righteousness to the details of the secret realm precautions, covering everything meticulously for over an hour before everyone was allowed to enter the secret realm. Young Master Jia, I hope this cooperation goes smoothly this time. Outside the city, in a tea house's private room, Jia looked at the red ghost across from him, his face somewhat unpleasant. You want me to help you set a trap to kill a descendant of an ancient remnant, and it's in the secret realm, taking such a huge risk, and you're giving me just a map? Hearing this, the red ghost smiled slightly, took out a map, and placed it on the table. Young Master Jia, your family is so wealthy yet you humble yourself to come to a place like Ping City, isn't it all for this once-in-a-century treasure? It's true that I'm looking for the treasure, but a map alone isn't worth taking such a huge risk. Jia shook his head again, killing the descendant of a dragon slayer, and collaborating with you. If this is discovered, my family won't be able to bear it. If it's found out, how could that be possible? The red ghost coldly snorted. This time the guardian of the secret realm is one of our people. As long as young Master Jia dares to act, who could find out? Is that true? Jia's face changed a bit upon hearing this. Of course, the red ghost replied, just a small guardian of Ping City, not to mention him, even others. He trailed off, revealing a playful smile. The map is here, whether to cooperate or not depends entirely on how young Master Jia considers it. With these words, Jia fell silent, looking at the map on the table without speaking. After a long time, he silently nodded, looking at the red ghost across from him, his face gradually showing a chilling smile. I hope the cooperation goes smoothly. Chapter 91, Scheming. In the Trial Secret Realm, this year's new students are currently exploring. Many students are pairing up, exploring in the secret realm. However, Yifan and his group did not quickly venture inward like others. Instead, under Yifan's command, they stayed where they were, relaxing leisurely. Yifan, why don't we hurry up and charge into the inner area? On the outermost edge of the secret realm, Fatty Li sat on a pile of stones, seeming a bit confused by Yifan's decision. Different environments call for different strategies, Yifan replied, a smile on his face. They are rushing in to search, while we don't need to search. Don't need to search? Fatty Li was taken aback by this. Then does the good stuff just fly over? Of course, it's impossible for it to fly over. Yifan shook his head. In his eyes was a meaningful smile as he patted Fatty's shoulder. Rest well, save your energy. We have something big to do tonight. Something big? Seeing Yifan's expression, Fatty Li looked curious and leaned closer. What big thing? Shoo. Yifan made a gesture for silence. Geez, you always make it so mysterious. Fatty Li whispered. Just as he was about to say something else, suddenly, the nearby teleportation gate shook. In the next moment, two figures appeared from the teleportation gate, and upon seeing them, Yifan's eyes narrowed slightly. Jia, Longwu. When he saw that the people were Jia and Longwu, the other three also became serious. At the same time, Jia, who had just stepped out of the teleportation gate, paused upon seeing Yifan and the others but quickly adjusted himself. Yifan? What are you doing here? Is there a problem with me being here? Yifan countered, his gaze carrying a hint of coldness. Is this secret realm run by your family? You guy. Jia looked a bit displeased, but after glancing at Yifan, he said no more. With a wave of his hand, a swift wind wolf appeared, carrying him deep into the secret realm. Longwu followed closely, glancing back at Yifan as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately remained silent and went alone. Jia has reached bronze 8 stars. Watching the swift wind wolf disappear, Fatty Li spoke, his tone carrying a hint of surprise. This progress is faster than ours. That should not even be his best beast, Yifan replied, quietly observing Jia leaving, feeling something was off. Jia had shown intense emotions and an unstable aura when he first saw Yifan, as if he had done something wrong. What underhanded scheme is this guy up to? A peak elite beast at the bronze 8-star level is not his best beast? Fatty Li was somewhat astonished. Wasn't it said he only had 2 beasts, 1 elite and 1 elite peak? That's just what others say. Yifan waved his hand and looked at Fatty Li. Do you think those big families would spend millions at the mercenary guild for a beast egg for nothing? Hearing this, Fatty Li gasped. You mean Jia might have an exceptional grade beast? Not might, but definitely. The children of these big families practice breathing techniques from a young age. By the time their beasts awaken, they can already open the 2nd and 3rd beast spaces. Hiding an exceptional grade beast as a trump card is very normal, Yifan explained, glancing at the apparently shocked Fatty Li with a smile. What, are you scared? I'm not scared. Upon hearing this, Fatty Li quickly denied it, then after a pause, said a bit quietly, but then his last strength should be quite strong. Why didn't he dare to attack us? He didn't have confidence, Yifan replied, seeming somewhat indifferent. It's just exceptional, not invincible. I see. Hearing this, Fatty Li fell silent, looking at Yifan for a while before finally saying softly, looks like I still think too small. Young Master Ji, you're finally here. Deep in the secret realm, many followers, who had been waiting anxiously, rushed over upon seeing Jia, each one trying to flatter him faster than the last. After a month, young Master Ji has become much stronger. With a bronze 8-star strength like this, you can definitely sweep through the same level. As expected of young Master Ji. Listening to these compliments, Ji Jie's expression wasn't particularly pleased. He scanned the crowd with a glance, and the next moment, coldly spoke, "Get ready, within the next 2 days, we'll surround and kill Yi Fan." These words caused many people present to be shocked immediately. Among them, a tall man was the first to step forward, cautiously saying, "Young Master Ji, didn't you say last time that just causing some trouble would be enough? I keep you around just to cause trouble?" Ji Jie spoke, staring at the man, and snapped coldly. The man shrank back, his voice suddenly dropping a notch. "Young Master Ji, this is a secret realm, the Guardians will notice us at any moment, to kill him." "Don't worry about the Guardians." Ji Jie interrupted the tall man's words. At these words, many people fell silent. They were all the type to bully the weak and fear the strong, most of them grew up in a sheltered environment. It was fine to gang up and bully someone a little, but to make them kill a person? That was too much for these 15 or 16-year-old boys to bear. It's just killing one person, and you don't have to take responsibility. You're all cowering like turtles. Seeing the reactions of the crowd, Ji Jie cursed, paused for a moment, and spoke again, "Kill Yi Fan, I'll give each of you 100,000. As soon as these words were spoken, many people were stunned, revealing a trace of temptation. In addition to the 100,000, there are spirit herbs and elixirs. I can personally see to it that each of you gets one." Seeing that his words had an effect, Ji Jie continued, "If someone kills Yi Fan, I will give him an exceptional grade beast tamer egg." Exceptional grade. At these words, everyone's breathing became heated. "Young Master Ji, are you serious?" "Of course, my Ji family can easily provide a beast tamer egg, even if it's exceptional grade." Ji Jie answered, his eyes gradually becoming cold. "I've said enough. Those who want to follow me, follow me. If you don't follow me, humph." Two cold hums made everyone shudder. Looking at Ji Jie, they all knew what the latter half of the sentence meant. They were not like Yi Fan, who had relied on Ji Jie's power. If they left Ji Jie and became his target, "I will definitely follow young Master Ji's steps." One person spoke first, and then, the others quickly voiced their support. With the generous rewards and terrifying threats, these sycophants, who were already a bit hesitant, couldn't wait to show their loyalty. And Ji Jie didn't say much more. Seeing everyone's declarations, he nodded, then said, "Where's the person with the underworld sight from last time?" "Young Master, I'm here." The person who looked like a skinny monkey stepped forward. "From today until tomorrow, you go and track Yi Fan's movements." Ji Jie spoke, "You don't need to be precise with the positioning, just roughly confirm their location. As soon as they enter the deeper part of the secret realm, notify me immediately." "Understood. The rest of you, stay near the area. Don't light any fires, don't build tents, and don't leave any traces. We can't let Yi Fan notice us." Ji Jie spoke again, "Once we confirm that Yi Fan has entered the deeper part of the secret realm, we'll strike with full force. We absolutely can't leave any survivors." "Yes." Everyone responded, then scattered into the surrounding forests. Over 100 people, heads bowed, walking stealthily with light steps. This scene resembled a group of black rats crawling out from a manhole cover. Chapter 92, The Plan. "Young Master, is it feasible for this group of people to surround and kill Yi Fan?" Watching the crowd leave, Long Wu quietly approached Ji Jie and softly asked, "Yi Fan has 2 bronze 9-star beast tamers, his actual combat strength should be at the silver level, not to mention the people around him. I'm not relying on these idiots to kill Yi Fan." Ji Jie snorted coldly, "I just need them to be cannon fodder. When the time comes, I'll personally take action. Young Master will personally take action." Hearing this, Long Wu fell silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "Young Master, do you have confidence in facing Yi Fan? He's just a neglected descendant of the Yi family. Even if he has some lucky encounters, so what? The last time I held back was because I hadn't truly mastered the art of beast control. After these 2 months of seclusion, I am no longer the same." Ji Jie responded, sneering, looking at Long Wu, then said, "The foundation of the 8 great families is beyond your imagination." As these words came out, Long Wu's eyes slightly changed, but soon after, he said nothing and remained on one knee. "The young master has extraordinary talent and is valued by the family. He will surely become an unmatched powerful warrior in the future." An unmatched powerful warrior, of course. This statement seemed to make Ji Jie a bit happy, and after saying it, he slightly grew serious. "Just a Yi Fan, killing him is all it takes. But this time, I am cooperating with the dynasty, and you must not tell anyone." "Understood." Long Wu nodded, hesitated a moment, and said softly, "Young Master, what exactly is the creation fruit that makes you willing to take such a big risk to trade with the dynasty organization?" "Creation fruit." Ji Jie pondered, glanced at Long Wu, and then suddenly squinted his eyes. "Long Wu, why are you asking these things?" "Some worries." Longwu replied, his tone seeming sincere, the young master has taken such a big risk just to exchange for a map. I am worried that the young master might suffer losses. Suffer losses? Not at all. I came to Ping City precisely for this creation fruit. If this is indeed its map, taking this little risk is worth it. Jia responded, not going further, and waved his hand. Alright, you just need to know that the creation fruit is very precious, there's no need to ask more. Longwu understands. Longwu bowed in response, and at that moment, as he bent down, a flicker of cold light flashed in his eyes. Let's go. In the middle of the night, Yifan got up and suddenly spoke. Beside him, Qin Peng quickly reacted, just stunned for a moment, then flipped over and stood up. Fat Li was still in a deep sleep. Hearing the noise in the tent, he dazedly opened his eyes, and as soon as he opened them, he saw two dark figures standing in front of him, scaring him into a shiver. What the heck? There are ghosts. A scream echoed in the jungle, instantly startling some resting birds. In another tent, Ma Xiaoshuet and Wang Lingxi heard the fat guys shout, hurriedly got up and came over, only to see Yifan and Chen walking out with smiles on their faces. What's wrong? Looking at Yifan, Wang Lingxi pointed at the tent and said, I think I just heard Liu yelling about something. It's nothing, he just got startled awake. Yifan waved his hand, glanced at the two girls, then said, get ready, we're setting off now. Setting off now? Upon hearing this, Wang Lingxi was taken aback. Where are we heading? To find something good. Yifan replied, his voice deep, that good thing is guarded by a silver-level beast, and this time is when it's resting. So, we're going to hunt a silver-level beast? Wang Lingxi asked. Yes. Yifan nodded, without explaining too much, waved to the others, hurry up, we need to be quick. That beast only sleeps completely for 3 hours each day, and if we miss this time, it will be extremely difficult to handle. Okay. Hearing this, Wang Lingxi and Ma Xiaoxue straightened up, quickly packing their things in the tent. Captain, what do I need to do soon? Beside them, Chen Peng asked, his voice hardly hiding his excitement. He was already eager for battle, and now that the constraints were lifted, his fighting spirit was unstoppable. Challenging powerful beasts in Silver Moon Forest was almost his daily routine, and hearing about hunting a silver-level beast excited him even more. Do what you want to do. Glancing at Chen Peng, Yifan patted his shoulder and said, unleash all your combat power. Okay. Chen Peng nodded heavily upon hearing this. Yifan smiled a bit, this Chen Peng was indeed a battle fanatic. Fatty, hurry up and come out. After a pause, seeing that Wang Lingxi and the others had finished packing, Yifan called out again to the tent. Soon, Fat Li walked out. On his face, there was obviously still a hint of lingering terror. You coward, why are you so scared? Looking at Li Panzai's appearance, Yifan spoke and then took a step forward, hurry up and keep up. As everyone moved forward, Li Panzai lagged behind, looking at Yifan's back, he couldn't help but murmur. It was the middle of the night, and I was sleeping soundly, when suddenly two pitch-black figures stood in front of me. Who wouldn't be scared? If it were someone with a weak heart, they might just drop dead on the spot. In the secret realm, Yifan and a few others quietly moved through the jungle. Following Yifan, they didn't intrude into any beast territory along the way, and everything seemed very smooth. Yifan, I saw a person from the elite class, and it seems he is sneakily following us, Wang Lingxi suddenly spoke, her eyes shining as if she saw something. Someone is following us? Upon hearing this, Yifan stopped in his tracks. After such a long time, the few of them still had some tacit understanding. Whether on the road or in battle, Wang Lingxi's visual control was always in play. This is the function of vision control. Yifan began, raising his head to look at the sky at the poppy bird. A talent like Wang Lingxi's, which has no auxiliary combat function with beasts but can reach B-level, naturally has its merits. One crucial aspect is mastering vision control. The degree of vision control not only determines how much you can see but also how much others can see. Especially in large battles, those with reconnaissance vision talents are extremely important talents, essentially the eyes of the army. It should be a talent similar to reconnaissance, Yifan thought for a moment and said, that person must be from Ji's side. Yes, I have seen him several times, Wang Lingxi replied. After saying this, she seemed to recall something. I remember a bit. I heard his talent is nether vision. It's useless, but his family put money into the elite class. Nether vision, a talent that can detect the life fluctuations around. Hearing this name, Yifan pondered slightly. With this talent, it's no wonder he can discover our tracks. Last time in the daily secret realm, it should have been him that allowed Longwu and the others to find us at the boundary of the core and the inner area. Saying this, Yifan's lips curled up, then he quietly turned around and spoke to the others. Let's go, first catch this kid and ask him. I want to see what Ji is planning. Chapter 93, Tied Up. In the forest, a boy with a sharp face was leaning against a big tree, woodenly smiling, as quiet as the tree beside him. But if you get a bit closer, you could clearly hear the sound of his heartbeat. That heartbeat seemed to come from him, like a bat's sound wave spreading out, and the next time it sounded, it seemed to receive news from afar, beating rapidly. What are Yifan and the others doing, running into the jungle in the middle of the night? At some point, feeling something, the monkey-faced boy spoke, frowning, and then, once again, his heartbeat sounded. The sound echoed, but the monkey-faced boy's expression suddenly changed. They are coming this way. Have they found me? The monkey-faced boy involuntarily moved, his heartbeat quickening, and the echoed information intensified. They really came to find me. Just a few seconds later, the monkey-faced boy felt the heartbeat moving quickly in the jungle, his face changing dramatically. He quickly retreated. Behind him, several figures shadowed him closely, and in almost just a moment, they had closed the distance significantly. This made the monkey-faced boy a bit frightened. Looking at the distant camp, his footsteps unconsciously quickened. As the distance to those few people grew closer, the more the monkey-faced boy ran faster, nearly using all his strength. If this continues, I won't make it to the camp. At a certain moment, with the information from the dark sight, the monkey-faced man came to a desperate conclusion, turned his head, and almost saw a shadow of people at the other end of the jungle. At this moment, he even thought of shutting down the dark sight, as the constant messages during his escape were hitting his psychological defenses. The monkey-faced man's hands and feet felt a bit cold, and in his panic, he stumbled over a tree root and accidentally fell to the ground. TCH. The next moment, a cry of an eagle rang out, and a massive gale eagle dashed from the sky, knocking the monkey-faced man down to the ground, its sharp talons slicing through his clothes and embedding into his flesh in an instant. Help! The intense pain made the monkey-faced man cry out in agony, and as he struggled and tried to fight back, a shadow fell over him. If you keep screaming, you might die. Yifan's voice sounded, as he sat atop the hellhound, looking down at the monkey-faced man. I won't scream, I won't scream. The monkey-faced man quickly closed his mouth, and immediately after, the gale eagle's sharp claws pressed against his throat. You just have to say whatever I ask. Yifan spoke, his voice icy, his gaze as sharp as a sword. Okay. Guided by Yifan's intimidating gaze, the monkey-faced man answered tremblingly, swallowing hard, as the pressure on his throat suddenly left a trace of blood. The pain in his throat made the monkey-faced man feel his soul escaping. These usual subordinates of Jijia, who feared the strong and bullied the weak, had never encountered such intimidation. He quickly raised his hands. I'll say anything. I'll say anything. Seeing the monkey-faced man like this, Yifan's expression did not change. He would not show any mercy to these minions of the tiger. Poof. With only a cold snort, Yifan continued, what did Jijia send you to do? To check on your whereabouts. The monkey-faced man hurriedly replied. Is that all I need to hear from you? Yifan spoke, his eyes turning colder. You should understand what I want to know. It's best to say it all at once. I don't like to keep asking. Understood. The monkey-faced man nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Jishao sent me to check your whereabouts, and as soon as I find out that you've entered the inner area, I should inform him so he can lead everyone to ambush you. Ambush? Upon hearing this, Yifan narrowed his eyes. Jijia dares to kill under the eyes of the guardians of the secret realm? He dares. He said the guardians are also our people. The monkey-faced man answered, his voice trembling. Guardians, are they from the Ji family? Upon hearing this, Yifan pondered for a moment, his eyes filled with contemplation. These guardians from small towns and cities were not ordinary. Almost every one of them were elite soldiers from the frontline demon-slaying legions, sent down by the higher-ups after retiring, mainly to maintain the functioning of the secret realm and ensure the safety of the city. Their strength was absolutely formidable. In theory, these warriors should have no stance. As their title suggests, their duty is to guard, and besides their direct superiors, they wouldn't follow anyone else's orders. If I remember correctly, there shouldn't be any members of the Ji family in the frontline demon-slaying legions. Muttering to himself, Yifan felt something was off as he glanced at the monkey-faced man, pondering slightly before asking, do you know anything else? Yes. The monkey-faced man spoke. Jijia said that everyone participating in the ambush against you would receive spirit herbs, and those who personally killed you would get a superior-grade beast egg. A superior-grade beast, or a beast egg? Upon hearing this, Yifan narrowed his eyes, looking at the monkey-faced man, and suddenly laughed. So, you really believe he will give you a superior-grade beast egg? This? The monkey-faced man became a bit awkward upon hearing this, scratching his head. The people from the 8 great families have money, but they aren't foolish. Yifan shook his head and did not continue speaking. The easiest way to tame a beast is through hatching a beast egg, and the egg is even more expensive than the beast itself. Superior-grade beast eggs are rare and can't be easily obtained, even by the children of prominent families. They may not be able to use it, let alone give it to someone else. That's just a dream. Only you guys would believe in that. Shaking his head, Yifan spoke again, is there any other information? No, no more. The monkey-faced man quickly shook his head, his throat already starting to form scabs from the blood. I've told you everything I know. In that case, fine. Upon hearing this, Yifan waved his hand, and the Gale Hawk loosened its claws. The monkey-faced man felt as if he had been granted amnesty and hurriedly stood up, about to beg for mercy. However, Yi Fan's voice rang out once more, "Fatty, tie him up." Eh? Upon hearing this, the monkey-faced man was stunned. "I've already told you everything. So what if you've said it?" "I never said that once you speak, I'd let you go." Yi Fan waved his hand, but his figure was already moving further away. The monkey-faced man panicked. Before he could react, Li Fatty had already come over with a rope in hand. "Don't talk, or I'll stuff dirty socks in your mouth." Li Fatty spoke as he looked at the monkey-faced man, his actions not light at all. Soon, under Li Fatty's careful binding, the monkey-faced man was wrapped up like a dumpling. "Ah, I really do have artistic talent. Even tying someone up looks so nice." Li Fatty patted his hands, exhaled, then looked into the distance and shouted, "Yi Fan, he's tied up, now what?" "Tie him to a tree. The Guardian will take him out." Yi Fan's voice echoed. Chapter 94, Iron Claw Tiger. In the jungle, Li Fatty cursed as he quickly moved through the forest. Behind him, the giant rock serpent carried the monkey-faced man, silently weaving through the trees. You. Ahead, Yi Fan turned back to look at Li Fatty, a helpless expression on his face, but he didn't say much more. "Keep moving forward, it shouldn't take much longer. We'll reach the place I mentioned. Be prepared, that beast is very powerful. Don't be careless." Upon hearing this, the others straightened up, getting serious and closely following Yi Fan. At the same time, high in the sky, two people were silently floating in the air within the secret realm. These two were different from the last time's guardians. Although they were also a man and a woman, their aura was far colder. Dressed in black, in the night, they looked like bats hanging on a wall. "Yen, this kid is a bit tough to deal with." In the darkness, the female guardian spoke, her voice tinged with coldness. "With Wang Lingxi there, even if Ji Jia and his group can find them, it's another thing entirely to surround and kill him." "Indeed." The male guardian, named Yen, spoke, glancing at the traces of movement in the forest, then fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, he spoke again, "This Yi Fan, the potential he's showing is somewhat frightening." "Frightening?" Hearing this, the female guardian was confused. What's so frightening about a bronze-level kid? His state of mind, his strategies, his ability to command subordinates, and his combat talent that far surpasses his peers, all of these are far from ordinary. Yen spoke lightly. "This kid has been in Mercenary Street for 2 months, and without breaking a sweat, he overturned the decades-old order of the Ping City Mercenary Group. He has formed a mercenary group close to the third largest in Ping City. If given more time, he will undoubtedly become our major enemy in Ping City. If it weren't for the monitoring devices on us preventing us from acting, I would have wanted to personally eliminate him." "Is it that serious?" Hearing this, the female guardian fell silent for a moment, also glancing at the figure in the forest, seeming not to fully believe it. "He's just a kid in his teens, is he really that powerful? I don't miss when I judge people. It's a talent I was born with." Yen shook his head and spoke. He looked at the female guardian. The voice was low as he said, "I faintly see the shadow of his ancestor in Yi Fan." "This." Upon hearing this, the female guardian's expression changed slightly as she looked at Yen, her pupils narrowing slightly. "Yi Fan must be killed." Yen did not explain much, emphasizing, "If we don't kill him, he will definitely become a great enemy of the dynasty organization." Clap. In the jungle, after passing through a cliff, Yi Fan stopped his steps. "Have we arrived, Yi Fan?" Seeing Yi Fan stop, Wang Lingxi nervously spoke up. "The canyon is just ahead." Yi Fan spoke, casually looking up, his gaze suddenly becoming a bit cold. After a brief silence, Yi Fan waved his hand casually. "Wang Lingxi, command Bobby Bird and Jean Mao Mouse to scout the canyon. Be careful not to disturb the beasts in the canyon." "Understood." Wang Lingxi nodded, her eyes shining as two beasts, one on the ground and one in the sky, quietly entered the canyon. Soon, the beasts synchronized their vision, but Wang Lingxi's expression changed slightly. In the canyon, there is a silver 5-star iron claw tiger resting. As the voice fell, the faces of the three nearby changed slightly. A silver 5-star beast was already considered a mid-tier silver beast, and the difficulty of killing it was quite high. "Yi Fan, the silver 5-star might be a bit hard to kill." Li Fatty spoke, hesitating slightly. "Not bad." Yi Fan's expression did not change as he waved his hand gently. "The iron claw tiger is the weakest among tiger-type beasts, just elite level." "Elite level is still not easy to deal with," Li Fatty said. "As long as you're familiar with the precautions for fighting it, killing it is not hard." Yi Fan shook his head again, his expression becoming serious. "What I'm about to say, you all must remember. During the battle, follow my instructions. We must not be careless." The others nodded repeatedly, and Yi Fan pondered slightly before saying, "The iron claw tiger, as its name suggests, has physical attributes. Its claws are like steel, and it has great strength. You must not hard resist its iron claws. Secondly, pay attention to its tail. When attacking, aim for its back and head, these vital spots. If the beast gets injured, recall it back to the beast space. When going down, be quiet, have your beast skills ready. It is only in this sleeping state for a few hours, and once we attack, we must make an impact. Having said a couple of sentences, Yifan raised his hand. If you've understood, prepare to go. Huh, are we really going now? Li Fati was slightly stunned. Yes. Yifan nodded, glancing at Li Fati with a slight smile. What's wrong? Haven't you all been battling in the Silver Moon Forest lately? Your battle experience should have improved greatly. That's true. Li Fati replied, scratching his head, but that was against silver-level beasts. Shouldn't we discuss battle details, like last time with the Rainbow Cloud Leopard? Details must be honed by yourself. Once you understand the key points, that's enough. Opportunities are often brief, they won't always give you time to discuss and prepare. Yifan replied, already stepping forward quickly, with Chen Peng and Ma Xiaoxue closely following behind. Li Fati hesitated for a few seconds before hurriedly chasing after them. Am I still here? On the back of the rock python, the monkey-faced man quickly shouted, let me down first. Oh right, and you. Li Fati stopped his steps, looking at the monkey-faced man on the back of the rock python, his expression thoughtful. If I leave you here and you shout loudly, it could disturb our battle. After thinking for a few seconds, Fati came to a conclusion, waved his hand, and walked over to the monkey-faced man. Clap clap. Li Fati carefully climbed over the cliff. At this moment, Yifan and the others had already prepared, hiding behind a large rock. Not far away, the massive iron claw tiger was resting with a snore like thunder. Fati, hurry and release the phantom snake to sneak over. Seeing Li Fati arrive, Yifan waved his hand. When I give the order, we'll go. First round, let's blind it. Understood. As the voice fell, the phantom snake silently slipped beside the iron claw tiger, which at that moment had no awareness of the uninvited guest in its territory. Go! At a certain moment, Yifan suddenly stood up, and in his hand, the Beastmaster light quickly lit up. Several Beastmasters appeared, and at the same time, the phantom snake hissed, spraying toxic mist toward the iron claw tiger. Roar! The iron claw tiger was startled awake. Just as it opened its mouth, a large gulp of poison gas filled its lungs, causing it to arch its back immediately. Following closely, flames surged, the Gale Eagle and Hellhound simultaneously attacked, sharp claws biting, sharp fangs, rock python, and blaze snake all pounced forward. Roar! In the canyon, the furious roars of the iron claw tiger echoed continuously, while not far above the canyon, on a tree, the monkey-faced man tightly bound by Fat Li had his eyes wide open, filled with fear. Woo! He wanted to call for help, but his mouth was stuffed with Fat Li's stinky socks, so he could only whimper, struggling violently until tears nearly burst out. At that moment, a figure appeared silently, followed by a gentle voice. Hey, classmate, what's wrong? Chapter 95, Celestial Lotus. In the canyon, Yifan and the others were grappling with the iron claw tiger. Having already gained the upper hand, and with several Beastmasters attacking, the iron claw tiger gradually could not hold on, and during one collision was violently knocked back by the Hellhound, then stood at the spot, roaring angrily at everyone. The tiger looked fierce, and seeing the iron claw tiger, which was clearly at its limit yet still incredibly aggressive, for a moment, several people changed their expression slightly. This iron claw tiger's ferocity is too intense. Not far away, Fat Li looked at the iron claw tiger, baring its fangs, feeling a bit frightened. If this beast were in Silver Moon Forest, who knows how many people it would eat? Why do you think it's here? Yifan answered from the side. In the secret realm run by the school, aside from a few that are native to the realm, many of the Beastmasters come from Silver Moon Forest or other places. The secret realm has guardians to protect students' safety. Utilizing such ferocious beasts to test newly certified Beastmasters is the best choice. Ordinary students probably can't withstand this tiger's might. Chen Peng spoke up, being several years older than the others, and looked at the iron claw tiger, knitting his brows slightly. Saying this, Chen Peng glanced at Yifan, who had remained calm, and couldn't help but praise, the leader's composure is remarkable. Seeing such a fierce Beastmaster, his expression hasn't changed. It's fine. Upon hearing this, Yifan lightly shook his head. Those who have seen a dragon's lament would not fear a tiger acting fierce just before its death. Alright, prepare to finish it off. Don't let your guard down until we are sure of our victory. Waving his hand, Yifan raised his dagger, and under the moonlight, the dagger emitted a silver glow, sharp and dazzling. This dagger was bought by Yifan for a small sum, made from some precious gold or, extremely sharp yet very agile, quite suitable for someone with Yifan's fighting style. As he spoke, Yifan took the lead and charged toward the iron claw tiger, with the others Beastmasters following closely behind. Roar! In the face of this scene, the iron claw tiger clearly realized its time was up, still roaring, opening its massive mouth to try to bite Yifan. As it missed, Yifan's dagger whirled, cutting down along the tiger's raised throat. Rip! The sound echoed like paper tearing, as the dagger sliced through to reveal a gruesome wound, which only intensified the iron claw tiger's furious roars. It turned to look at Yifan, eyes filled with hatred, completely ignoring the other Beastmasters, lunging directly toward Yifan with its iron claws. At this moment, it clearly recognized that Yifan was the leader of the group. The ferocity of the beast made it want to take Yifan down with it even in its last moments. At this point, you still want to turn things around? Yifan scoffed, raising his dagger, as the iron-clawed tiger's paw collided with it, sparking fiercely. The tremendous force almost knocked Yifan off his feet. Furrowing his brows, Yifan was about to flip his dagger and slice at the tiger's throat when a loud shout rang out. "Evil tiger, don't harm the commander!" Qinpeng charged in from the side, lightning swirling around his fists, carrying a violent force that exploded with a deafening sound, as if shattering the very air. Clang! That powerful punch hit hard, directly pushing the enormous iron-clawed tiger back, leaving a charred mark where the lightning struck. In the next moment, several summoned beasts swarmed in, taking down the tiger that had expended all its energy. Phew, that was close. As he watched the iron-clawed tiger breathe its last, Qinpeng finally relaxed, glancing at his trembling fists. That punch just now must have been the short burst punch from the 100 battle fist, right? Yifan's voice came from the side. Qinpeng looked up and saw a hint of a smile in Yifan's eyes. The short burst punch emphasizes instantaneous explosion, delivering double the force. Your punch just now was close to mastery. The basics of martial arts are tough. You've only had the 100 battle fist for such a short time and are already close to mastering it, not bad. Well. Hearing this, Qinpeng felt a bit shy and scratched his head. I actually haven't fully learned that move, I just used it in a panic without thinking. Many insights are meant to be gained in battle. You've already caught a glimpse of the scenery inside the 100 battle fist. If you reflect on that punch, it won't be long before you fully master it. Yifan spoke and then patted Qinpeng's shoulder. Thanks just now. Hearing this, Qinpeng was slightly taken aback, watching Yifan walk towards the iron-clawed tiger. A spark of light gradually brightened in his eyes. A silver 5-star attribute-less spirit pearl can at least trade for 10 silver 1-star attribute-less spirit pearls. In front of the iron-clawed tiger's corpse, Fatty Lee held up a spirit pearl, his tone excited. This time we've hit the jackpot. We didn't come here just for the spirit pearls. Yifan shook his head slightly, observing the canyon, quickly locking onto a spot thick with weeds. Follow me, the good stuff we want is right here. Yifan waved and walked towards that place, with everyone closely following behind. This place seems like it has nothing. Beside him, Fatty Lee looked at the pile of withered yellow grass, mumbling, but Yifan suddenly lifted the weeds, revealing a cave about half a person high. What? Fatty Lee's expression changed. Meanwhile, seeing the cave, a hint of a smile appeared in Yifan's eyes. Indeed, the cave was still here, so the thing he had been thinking about for months in this trial's secret realm must be inside. This time, we might really have a big harvest. Turning to the others behind him, Yifan spoke, stowing away his summoned beast and bending down to enter the cave. Behind, the others exchanged glances but also bent down and entered the cave. The cave was dark and damp, light was scarce, and coupled with its narrowness, everyone felt somewhat uncomfortable walking through it. There shouldn't be any summoned beasts like blood-sucking bats in here, right? Fatty Lee's voice echoed, and the next moment, 70 or 80 bright red eyes lit up above them. Holy crap! This scene almost scared Fatty Lee into fainting. He hurried to pull Yifan, but only heard Yifan's voice. These aren't blood-sucking bats, they are just low-grade cave bats, at most black iron 1-star. This type of summoned beast is inherently timid and won't bite. If they don't bite, then that's good. Hearing this, Fatty Lee let out a sigh of relief, but looking up at the densely packed red eyes, he still a bit eerie. I whispered to Yifan, Yifan, have we arrived? Almost. Yifan's voice sounded, and his footsteps suddenly quickened. The few people behind him hurried to keep pace. At one moment, with a single step forward, the originally narrow cave opened up. A chamber-like space appeared, with walls covered in many glowing fruits, and the dim light gathered in the center. There, like an altar, was a faint rise, on which a lotus-like spirit plant was blooming. The petals opened, and strangely, they were not all one color: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. 7 petals, 7 colors. Xuanji Lotus. Looking at the lotus in the space, Yifan's eyes lit up. He quickly stepped forward and carefully pulled it up by the roots. Chapter 96 Harvest. That group of kids seems to have found the treasure hidden in the secret realm. In the sky, watching the crowd that had killed the iron claw tiger and entered the cave, Yin furrowed his brows. Is there a hidden treasure in the secret realm? Upon hearing this, the female guardian spoke up, seemingly puzzled. The secret realm is only controlled, not fully developed. There must be many spirit herbs and fruits growing in places we don't know, Yen replied, his gaze somewhat cold. Then they must have obtained something good? This made the female guardian's expression change. If it is hidden, then there are both good and bad things, Yen stated, shaking his head unconsciously. But since it is a treasure guarded by a silver 5-star iron claw tiger, the items shouldn't be too bad. This kid probably knows about this treasure place through some means. Ever since he entered the secret realm, he has been preparing to come here with a strong purpose. Are you saying that someone detected the treasures in the secret realm and told Yi-Fan? Upon hearing this, the female guardian began to guess, but the secret realm is a classified area. Besides us, who else has the qualifications to enter? Who else could it be? Yen snorted coldly. Jin has access to all the entrances and exits of the secret realm. They? Upon hearing this, the female guardian hesitated. Jin has always been fair and impartial, he shouldn't favor Yi-Fan. He was once a member of the War Heaven army, and Yi-Fan is the descendant of his commander. Do you dare say he wouldn't have a bit of bias? Yen answered again, his eyes growing even colder. Those from the War Heaven army back then all wished to see a second Yi Zhantian emerge to reunite them. These self-righteous folks, claiming fairness and justice, are still the same as us behind the scenes. That's true. The female guardian spoke, looking at Yan's cold expression. After a moment's thought, she added, if Shin stands behind him, then dealing with him might be a bit difficult. I don't believe he can protect this kid forever, Yan replied. I will find an opportunity to strike personally, this boy must not be kept alive. You want to make a personal move? This surprised the female guardian, and she quickly spoke up. We are the main setup in Ping City, our tasks are much bigger. With so many people around, if we expose ourselves for just one kid, it won't be exposed, I will be careful. Yen shook his head, glancing at the female guardian, a trace of fear hidden deep in his eyes. You have not experienced that battle 40 years ago, you do not know what the name Yi Zhantian represents. If it were not for him, the dynasty's restoration would have succeeded 40 years ago. So many years have passed, we have finally managed to infiltrate various cities, towns, and even villages again. The best opportunity for the dynasty's restoration has come. At this moment, we must not allow a second Yi Zhantian to appear. Yi-Fan, what exactly is the Xuanji Lotus? Why are you so happy? Outside the cave, walking in the canyon. Li Fati looked at Yi-Fan, who still had a smile on his face, and couldn't help but speak up. It's a very magical thing, considered to be extremely rare among spirit-level materials. Yi-Fan replied, glancing at Li Fati and then at the crowd who were casting curious looks. After a slight pause, he added, you can understand the Xuanji Lian as an upgraded version of the degraded fruit, specifically targeting elite-level beast tamers. Upgraded degraded fruit. Upon hearing this, Li Fati was stunned. The Xuanji Lian can also improve a beast's bloodline? Yes. Yi-Fan nodded, a hint of a smile in his eyes. The Xuanji Lian blooms once every 10 years, with 7 petals, corresponding to 7 basic elemental powers. By consuming the corresponding petal, the beast's level will be enhanced. Can it improve it to the outstanding level? Li Fati quickly asked. It can, but it requires several uses. Yi-Fan replied, revealing a smile. Generally speaking, elevating from elite to elite peak requires 2 uses, and from elite peak to outstanding, it takes 3. So from elite to outstanding, it will take 5 uses. Blooming once every 10 years means it will take 50 years. After hearing Yi-Fan's words, Li Fati calculated a bit and suddenly looked deflated. 50 years, that's way too long. Not really. Yi-Fan smiled and shook his head. His beast space has a time flow rate of 30:1, meaning 1 year equals 12 days, thus 10 years is only 4 months in real time. 5 uses, that's a year and a half. By then, I can promote all my beasts to outstanding level, and even the people around me can have outstanding level beasts. You know, even the biggest families and the most talented beast tamers will inevitably encounter a problem. The first beasts they tamed may fall behind due to bloodline level limitations compared to the later ones, leading to efforts to make up for it. Degraded fruit is fine, as it can be found, but the Xuanji Lian is a rare spirit plant, hard to come by. Even if obtained, its long maturity time is a drawback. Ultimately, if the beast's powers do not keep up, the limited beast space locks them in, making it impossible to swap out for others, inevitably wasting the beast space. But now that I have the Xuanji Lian and a unique beast space, it almost guarantees all my future beasts will reach the outstanding level, perfectly avoiding this drawback. This improvement is monumental, especially for Yi-Fan, who is pursuing perfection in this life. It is an essential choice. Fortunately, in this life, I can win. Looking at Li Fati beside him, Yi-Fan narrowed his eyes and let out a breath. In my previous life, I also obtained the Xuanji Lian, but it was while being chased by that iron claw tiger into a cave. In the chaos and without knowing the rarity of the spirit herb, I hastily fled with some leaves of the Xuanji Lian while the iron claw tiger was asleep. At that time, I hadn't obtained the degraded fruit, I only had the fire dog. Using the leaves of the Xuanji Lian had no effect, so I never realized its rarity. It took me a long time until one day, by chance, I learned about the Xuanji Lian's rarity. I wanted to go back and find it, but there was no opportunity. Because of this, in this life, Yi-Fan pays great attention to the Xuanji Lian. This is also why he is so familiar with the Iron Claw Tiger. Yi Fan, since the Xuanji is so powerful, why is that Iron Claw Tiger still only at the elite level? Wang Lingxi, who was nearby, suddenly thought of something and leaned in. Did it not discover the Xuanji? Of course it discovered it. Otherwise, how could it have reached the silver 5-star level? Why would it choose this empty place as its lair? Yi Fan replied, as for why it is still at the elite level. At this point, Yi Fan seemed to think of something, and a smile appeared in his eyes as he turned around and pointed at the cave. It could enter when it was young. Only later became stronger and bigger. But I can't get in. Chapter 97, So-Called Justice. This Iron Claw Tiger is too miserable. On the way back, Li Fati sighed, guarding such a good thing but can't eat it, a huge loss. It's not really a huge loss. Without that mystic lotus, it wouldn't be so fierce now. Yi Fan waved his hand. That's true. Li Fati replied, then added, so what are we doing for the next few days? For the next few days? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan thought for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face. Naturally, we are going to trouble Jijia. He wants to kill me. His plan was seen through by me. If I don't counterattack, it wouldn't be my style. Trouble Jijia? Upon hearing this, Li Fati hesitated slightly, but Jijia has a lot of people around him. There are only 5 of us, we might be at a disadvantage. No need to fight them to the death, just injure them a bit. Yi Fan waved his hand and patted Li Fati's shoulder. Then it's no problem. Hearing this, Li Fati nodded. The 5 people walked on, and soon, on the path they came from, a person gradually appeared, standing in the middle of the road, still like a tree. This person was the monkey-faced man whom Li Fati had tied up before, and at this moment, he seemed to have been rescued by someone else. Seeing this scene, Yi Fan frowned while Li Fati and the others became vigilant at once. Who untied you? Li Fati's voice rang out, was it Jijia? The monkey-faced man quickly shook his head in response. No. Looking at the 5 of them, the monkey-faced man was obviously a bit scared, quickly saying, a classmate rescued me and told me to wait for you here, then. Then what? Li Fati pressed, still looking cautious. Then, to seek justice. A voice echoed, and then a tall figure stepped out from behind a nearby tree. He was broad and strong, but had a scholarly air, wearing glasses. It's you? Upon seeing this figure, Yi Fan raised his eyebrows slightly. Shuji? You know me? Hearing Yi Fan's voice, Shuji was momentarily taken aback. I've heard a little. Yi Fan spoke, his eyes showing a hint of a smile. This guy was quite famous back then, a well-known lone ranger who often liked to help out when he saw injustice, seeking justice here and there, getting called Justice Brother by others, later simply named Chu Justice. His strength and talent were pretty good, and in the past, he was once on par with Jijia, but his tendency to seek justice for others was bound to attract trouble, and later, he was reportedly severely injured in Silvermoon Forest by some enemies teamed up with mercenaries, and after that, he fell into decline. This Chu Justice. Thinking of these, Yi Fan felt somewhat helpless, glanced at Li Ji, and then slowly spoke, how do you want to seek justice? You guys tied this classmate to a tree for no reason and blocked his mouth so he couldn't call for help. Such behavior counts as murder. Shuji said flatly, facing the 5 without changing his expression, according to the rules, you should apologize and compensate this classmate. Wow, an apology and compensation are on the table. Hearing this, Li Fati finally couldn't take it anymore, raising his hand and wanting to point at Chu Ji. Fati. Yi Fan pressed down on Li Fati, shaking his head. Li Fati looked at Yi Fan, his words unstated, and took a step back, but his mouth was still cursing. Chu Ji. Yi Fan finally spoke, looking at Chu Ji across the way, his tone not that soft. Before you seek justice, do you understand the whole story? The whole story? Hearing this, Chu Ji seemed puzzled. Isn't the whole story that you guys tied this classmate to a tree? Poof. Hearing this, Yi Fan shook his head, but his gaze shifted towards the monkey-faced man. The monkey-faced man saw Yi Fan looking at him, and the scene of being captured by the Gale Eagle popped up once again. A slight tremor was visible. You tell this Chu Ji, what is the whole story? Yi Fan spoke, his gaze slightly cold. Yes. The monkey-faced man replied, looking at Chu Ji beside him. Before he could speak, Chu Ji said, don't worry, just tell the truth. These words made the monkey-faced man somewhat embarrassed. He glanced at Chu Ji and shrank his head. He originally wanted to leave, but hearing that he was tied up by classmates, Chu Ji insisted on pulling him in to seek some justice. Being a hero was fine, but justice, that wasn't on his side. After hesitating for a few seconds, the monkey-faced man caught sight of Yi Fan's icy gaze. That glance made him shudder again, and he hurriedly spoke. Brother Chu, the thing is like this. Soon, the monkey-faced man clarified the whole incident, including Jijia spending a lot of money to kill Yi Fan, and him monitoring the tracks of a few people. A series of events were laid bare. And as the monkey-faced man spoke, gradually, Chu Ji's face became somewhat unnatural. How about it? Where is the justice? On the other side, upon seeing this scene, Yi Fan spoke. Chuji spoke but didn't know what to say. He looked at the monkey-faced man and glared at him fiercely. Why didn't you say it before? You didn't give me the chance to say it either. The monkey-faced man's voice trembled slightly. This time, Chuji hesitated for a few seconds, but quickly turned to Yi Fan, clasping his hands in apology. Since this is the case, this guy brought it upon himself. I acted on behalf of others without understanding the whole story. This matter is my fault. Here I apologize to classmate Yi Fan. It's nothing. Seeing Chuji earnestly admit his mistake, Yi Fan waved his hand. As for Ji Jia, classmate Yi Fan should seek justice from him. Chuji continued, then added, classmate Yi Fan, do you need my help? It can also serve as atonement for my earlier recklessness. You want to help me seek justice? Hearing this, Yi Fan's expression was somewhat helpless, but soon, he nodded, if you can help, that would be nice. Good. Chuji nodded and walked towards Yi Fan's group. This time, the monkey-faced man was stuck, and when he saw Yi Fan's gaze sweeping towards him, he repeatedly voiced, Brother Yi Fan, spare me. Sparing you is not impossible. Yi Fan replied. Thank you, Brother Fan, thank you, Brother Fan. The monkey-faced man exclaimed as if granted amnesty. Sparing you comes with conditions. Yi Fan continued, his voice deep, tomorrow morning, take me to find your base. Hearing this, the monkey-faced man hesitated, looked at Yi Fan, and reluctantly said, if Ji Xiao finds out I led Brother Fan, I might not be able to stay in Pingcheng High School. What, do you really want to be Ji Jia's lackey for the rest of your life? Hearing this, Yi Fan snorted coldly. No, I wouldn't dare. The monkey-faced man replied, but my talent is not outstanding, my beast taming ability is ordinary. Without following Ji Xiao, I wouldn't even get a sip of soup. A proper beast tamer, not to mention being as powerful as those who suppress monsters, at least should have a bit of the spirit of a beast tamer. Waiting like a beggar for others to give you scraps is what kind of appearance? Yi Fan countered, waving his hand, do you know about the mercenary group? Once we go out, go to Xinyi, that is my mercenary group. Upon hearing this, the monkey-faced man was stunned, then nodded repeatedly, thank you, Brother Fan, for taking me in. I'm not taking you in. Joining the mercenary group means you take care of yourself, I won't give you any privileges. Yi Fan replied, shaking his head as he walked ahead. Also, I don't like others calling me Brother Fan. You can either call me by my name or call me Commander. Yi Fan, are you planning to recruit that monkey-faced man? On the way, Li Fati walked beside Yi Fan and whispered, that monkey-faced man is Ji Jia's lackey. Why should we give him a chance? A kid just over 10 years old, who hasn't made a big mistake yet, giving him a chance isn't a big deal. Yi Fan shook his head, this guy's talent is still decent. In the future, if he can grow stronger, it will be somewhat useful. Saying this, Yi Fan paused, then continued, of course, if he doesn't seize this opportunity, there won't be a second chance later. I see. Hearing this, Li Fati nodded, his gaze shifted to the back, sweeping over Chu Ji, then hesitated and said, what about Chu Ji? He seems quite strong, why not take him too? That guy. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan hesitated, but then shook his head. Let's just go with the flow. Why? Li Fati was a bit confused upon hearing this. Chu Ji is certainly better than the monkey-faced guy. He's good, no doubt about it, but he's always talking about justice and doing the right thing. You should be able to see that. Yi Fan spoke, having lived 2 lives and experienced the joys and sorrows of life and death, his thoughts were already very clear. After a slight silence, it seemed like Yi Fan felt a bit emotional as he said, he is a good person, but in this world, is there really absolute justice? Chapter 98, Childhood Friend. The next morning, Yi Fan got up early as usual to practice boxing. Chen Peng also got up very early and practiced his boxing beside Yi Fan. Captain, your boxing seems to have some tricks. Watching Yi Fan's various stances, Chen Peng opened his mouth in surprise after a while, is this an ancient technique? It's barely that. It's something I created by combining some ancient techniques, called the Wanchang method. Yi Fan replied, looking at Chen Peng with a smile in his eyes. A self-created technique. Hearing this, Chen Peng's eyes showed a bit of astonishment, Captain, you are truly a genius, being able to create a technique means you could be considered the founder of a school. It's just a body technique, nothing to label as a genius. Yi Fan waved his hand, glancing at Chen Peng. So, do you want to learn this technique? I want to learn. Chen Peng was honest and nodded, but I practiced the 100-battled fist, which is aggressive. Your technique seems to be gentler, will there be a conflict if I practice both? No. The 100-battled fist is strictly speaking a type of technique, and my Wanchang method is more like a foundation to strengthen the body. There shouldn't be any conflict. Yi Fan answered. Upon hearing this, Chen Peng's eyes lit up with enthusiasm as he looked at Yi Fan, suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed. I haven't done anything great following you, Captain. You taught me the Jinja method, passed on the 100-battled fist, and now you want to share your self-created technique. For you to achieve great merit, you first need to be strong enough. Yifan spoke, patting Qin Peng on the shoulder. A big man stands tall. This self-created technique is not precious to me. If you have the heart in the future and are capable of establishing a school, just return it to me. Upon hearing this, Qin Peng was taken aback and then nodded heavily. Alright, watch me demonstrate a few times. My Wanshang method is not hard to learn. Yifan replied, taking his stance and demonstrating the Wanshang method once more. Beside him, Qin Peng watched intently, and after a while, he began to practice too. Although it was a bit awkward, it still looked similar. Not bad. Yifan smiled and nodded as he watched Qin Peng's efforts. Qin Peng was very suited for practicing body techniques. He learned quickly and made good progress. Even if he is not a Beastmaster and does not have the bloodline of ancient heritage, in the future, he can still become a powerful figure. Thinking of this, Yifan looked at Qin Peng, a smile gradually appearing on his face. Nothing is predetermined from the start. An individual with D-level talent can also become a powerful Beastmaster. An ordinary person can also become strong. Many times, it's just a lack of an opportunity. And now, he could provide them with this opportunity. The rest is just seeing if they can seize it. Before long, the nearby tent opened, and Wang Lingxi and Ma Xiaoxue stepped out. Seeing the two practicing the Wanshang method, they looked a bit surprised. You guys are up so early. The early bird catches the worm. Yifan waved his hand, looking towards another tent. Go call Fatty and the others. The sun is about to rise, yet still no one is up. Today there's a tough battle to fight. I'll go wake them. Hearing this, Wang Lingxi hurriedly went to call Li Fatty and the others. Soon, everyone gradually got up, had a simple breakfast, and only then did Yifan call the monkey face man over. Zhou, it's time to lead the way. Yifan patted the anxious monkey face man, looking calm. Okay. Zhou nodded repeatedly, walking beside Yifan, guiding everyone through the forest. It's already the second day. Is there no news about Yifan at all? Watching the sunrise, Jia stepped out of the tent, a hint of displeasure on his face, scanning everyone present as he asked, Where's Zhou? Reporting to young Master Ji, Zhou didn't return last night and there's still no news. Someone replied. This Zhou is so useless. Jia responded, his brows furrowing. The secret realm opened yesterday, in a day and night's time. Yifan and the others can't just stay in one place. How could there be no news at all? Seeing Jia get unhappy, someone stepped forward, speaking softly. Zhou might have already gotten info about Yifan, maybe it will come through soon. I hope so. Jia glanced at that person, his voice darkening. I didn't come to the secret realm for a vacation. What's being wasted now is the time for exploring the secret realm. Understood. That person replied, his eyes showing some anxiety. He was a good friend of Zhou, named Deng Ai, having grown up together. Seeing Jia unhappy now, he could only hope that Zhou would return soon to avoid another scolding. I came here to be a student, but now I'm just another person's lackey. Deng Ai sighed slightly, feeling helpless. He and Zhou came from ordinary backgrounds. Although they both became Beastmasters, fighting with beasts was tough, and their strength wasn't too strong. Originally, they just wanted to hold on to an A-grade thigh to gain some benefits, but once they were on the ship, they realized they were in deep waters. Following Jia, they faced scoldings daily, with few benefits. If they didn't follow Jia, others would target them, making it impossible to fit in and rendering them stuck in a difficult position. If I had known it would be like this, I might as well have partnered with Zhou. It's dangerous, but at least I wouldn't be working like a dog and getting scolded by a peer every day. Soon, time passed again, and seeing no sign of Zhou, Deng Ai took the initiative to step forward. Young Master Ji, how about I go take a look around? Maybe Zhou ran into some trouble. After all, it's the secret realm, there are many wild beasts, and he has no combat ability, making it easy for him to get caught. Hearing this, Jia snorted coldly but only waved his hand. Go. Understood. Deng Ai replied, quickly walking out of the campsite. A bunch of useless people. Watching Deng Ai gradually walk away, Jia spoke again, his tone cold, his gaze shifting to Long Wu, lowering his voice. Once I kill Yifan, these people won't need to follow me anymore. Zhou, what's with your inability to handle matters smoothly? If you can't find anyone, come back earlier. What are you doing? In the forest, Deng Ai searched around, never catching sight of Zhou, and couldn't help but mumble to himself. Clatter, clatter. While walking, suddenly footsteps echoed from the forest. Deng Ai looked up and saw Zhou ahead. You brat, where have you been? I've been looking for you. Deng Ai started to speak, but froze halfway, his gaze shifting to Yifan and the others beside Zhou. Deng Ai. Zhou was delighted to see Deng Ai and was about to speak. Yet before he could finish, Deng Ai turned and ran straight into the forest. This. Seeing this scene, Jotsong was stunned, his gaze moving towards Yifan, looking a bit helpless. Brother Fan, this Deng Ai is my childhood friend. His personality is a bit timid. That sounds a bit like you. Yifan smiled, not saying much more, and waved his hand, looking over at the side at Li Fati. Li Fati understood and immediately whistled. Boom! From the distant jungle, a black flame snake suddenly dashed out of the grass, followed by a terrified shout. Help! Chapter 99, The War Begins. Brother Fan, my childhood friend is just timid. He didn't mean to blow the whistle just now, let him go. In the jungle, seeing his friend, who was pale and bound by the black flame snake, Jotsong couldn't help but plead with Yifan. I don't plan to do anything to him, just don't mess things up. Yifan waved his hand, and at the same time, Li Fati had the black flame snake let Deng Ai down. Since he's your childhood friend, you can handle him yourself. Yifan said. Yes, yes. Jotsong nodded repeatedly, hurriedly pulling Deng Ai to his side. The front is your base, right? Yifan spoke, his eyes looking far into the jungle, where some traces of the base could be faintly seen. Yes. Jotsong replied quickly and came over. There are more than 100 people there, attacking directly might not be good. I know a small road that can go in from the side. Dealing with these people won't require me to take a small road. Yifan shook his head, waved his hand, and the Hellhound and Swift Wind Eagle appeared beside him, while Li Fati and Ma Xiaosno each released their beasts. Seeing Yifan clearly ready for a big fight, Shushi hesitated a bit, but perhaps because he had made a promise yesterday, he also waved his hand, summoning 2 bronze 7-star beasts, an elite iron-eating beast and an elite peak flame bird. This configuration was quite impressive, and Yifan nodded slightly. He then turned to Jotsong and the others and said, if you want to follow later, you can. If you're scared, just stay here and wait or hide, it's fine. As soon as the words fell, Yifan took the lead, and everyone headed toward the distant base. Jotsong, are you crazy? You let Yifan know, aren't you afraid of Jie getting mad? Until this moment, Deng Ai was anxious, looking at Jotsong, loudly saying, if we offend Jie, how can we still mix in Pingcheng High? I don't want to either, but there's no choice. Jotsang answered, his eyes somewhat helpless. Yifan said after going out, he would let me join his mercenary group. Join his mercenary group? Upon hearing this, Deng Ai was stunned. Shen Yi? How do you know Shen Yi? Shen Yi, now the 4th mercenary group in Pingcheng, very famous. You don't even know this? Deng Ai spoke, letting out a sigh of relief. His mercenary group has great benefits. Being able to follow him there is pretty good. Following Jie, we won't even get a sip of soup and will be scolded every day. Hearing you say this, it feels like following Yifan is a bit better. Jotsong weakly said, halfway through his sentence, a sudden roar came from the other side of the jungle, where the beasts were enraged. Then, sounds of fighting broke out, flames shot into the sky, and it suddenly became fierce. Yifan, you dare! Jie's angry voice came, but it suddenly stopped, as if something had knocked him down. This. Hearing this voice, Jotsong hesitated, paused for a few seconds, and shifted his gaze to Deng Ai. After all, we can't stay with Jie anymore. Why don't we join the fun and help out, as proof of our loyalty? Upon hearing this, Deng Ai was taken aback but soon gritted his teeth, revealing a fierce look, picking up a wooden stick from the ground. Let's go! Boom! In the jungle at this moment, Yifan's eyes were very cold. Not far away, Jie stood there, with a red handprint on his shoulder. Clearly, in the recent confrontation, Yifan had the upper hand. Beside him, chaos reigned, Wang Lingxi provided vision, and all the ones present were bronze high stars. At this moment, it felt like sheep entering a wolf's den. The only dragon marshal that stood up was beaten back by Qin Peng. At this moment, despite the crowd, Jie felt somewhat isolated and helpless. Yifan, have you thought about the consequences of attacking me? Jie spoke, facing the quietly standing Yifan, striking a stance, with a glow brightening in his hand. Have you thought about the consequences? Yifan replied, looking at Jie with cold eyes, you gather your lackeys wanting to kill me. Slaughtering classmates is a grave offense. Do you really think no one in Pingcheng dares to deal with you? Who can prove it? Jie countered, raising his hand, talking too much is useless. Beastmaster, let's see who has the real strength. Okay. Yifan nodded, agreeing on the spot, 2 beasts coming to his side as he lifted his hand, the glow enveloping his beasts. Beast, ascend. D-level talent, indeed not ordinary trash. Jie coldly snorted, watching the 2 beasts that showed almost no change. He raised his hand, and a beast as tall as 2 men appeared in front of him, covered in iron-like scales. Exceptional grade, silver 2-star, Zhenjun beast. As Yifan looked at the beast that had appeared, his eyes slightly narrowed. Yifan, you brought this to me, which saves me some trouble. Jie spoke, slowly raising his hand, and then, a glow appeared from his palm. Beast, divine power. The red glow instantly enveloped the Zhenjun beast. In the next moment, a red light surged in the beast's eyes, its size ballooning significantly, letting out an angry roar that immediately triggered a shockwave-like sound. A level divine power can grant a beast over 50% power increase. This Qianjun beast's strength could at least be raised by 2 star levels. The sound waves struck, drawing everyone's attention. When many saw the giant beast in the arena, many were shocked. This dog Jijia really does have some tricks up his sleeve, just like Yifan said. In the distance, Fatty Li looked worriedly at Yifan. Yet Yifan remained calm, looking at the enhanced Qianjun beast showing its full power, only lifting his hand. A single exceptional beast creating such a fuss, if one didn't know better, they might think you brought out some ancient species. As soon as the words fell, Yifan raised his dagger, rushing towards the Qianjun beast. Following closely were the Hellhound and the Gale Eagle. Both beasts had fought alongside Yifan many times, showing no fear when facing a higher bloodline silver beast. As they collided head-on, the Hellhound unleashed a breath of flames, while Yifan dodged the beast claw strike of the Qianjun beast. He thrust the dagger straight at the Qianjun beast. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. This thrust sent sparks flying, but the beast armor was clearly exceptionally hard. This thrust did not break the Qianjun beast's armor, and the Hellhound's flames only left a charred spot with little effect. My beasts are not wild beasts from the forest. Jijia's voice echoed, carrying a hint of contempt. Qianjun beast is a combined offense and defense beast among exceptional beasts. Just with your dagger bought from a street stall and a Hellhound, dreaming of breaking its defense is just wishful thinking. Oh? Hearing this, Yifan laughed. Then I'd like to see just how strong the defense of your Qianjun beast is. With that, Yifan stabbed out again with his dagger and quickly retreated. Boom! The Qianjun beast's claw landed right in front of Yifan, kicking up a cloud of dirt. Gale Eagle, sacrifice attack. Yifan's voice rang out at the same time, followed by a hurried eagle cry. In the next moment, the Gale Eagle swooped down from the sky, its claws glowing, swiftly slicing across the Qianjun beast. Once again sparks flew, and the Gale Eagle soared back up. I told you, you can't break through. Jijia spoke once more, but halfway through, he suddenly fell silent, his eyes filled with shock. At this moment, 3 bright red wounds had appeared on the back of the Qianjun beast, glaringly eye-catching. Although it did not cause any injuries, it was clear that its skin armor was pierced by the Galehawk in that very strike. How is this possible? Looking at this scene, Jijia spoke, his tone revealing an unmistakable surprise. A top-tier Beastmaster, do you really think you are invincible? Yifan's voice echoed, containing a hint of mockery. My Galehawk is the strongest in attack power among elite pinnacle-level beasts. With that kind of high dive and skill enhancement, you are just 2 levels higher than me. Talent does not enhance your beast's defense, so why wouldn't I be able to break through your 1000-gene beast's defense? Chapter 100, The Cost. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jijia looked at Yifan, his eyes displaying a moment of uncertainty. What's wrong? Did your defense get broken, and now you don't know what to do? Yifan spoke, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. With just this little ability, do you really think you can kill me? You are too delusional. Yifan, stop trying to provoke me. Jijia replied, seeming somewhat irritated. Just because you gained a small advantage, do you think you have one? With that, Jijia raised his hand. 1000-gene beast, use earthquake. As soon as the voice fell, the giant paw of the 1000-gene beast was raised, a pale yellow light gathered in its palm, and the next moment, it slammed down heavily towards Yifan. Yifan stepped backward, and seemed to know what would happen next, leaping up as the Hellhound charged out, lifting Yifan and jumping several meters away. Boom! The paw struck empty, but the 1000-gene beast did not stop, its heavy paw crashing into the ground. The ground trembled intensely, and this blow seemed to unleash terrifying destructive power. In an instant, dozens of trees nearby collapsed, and the earth cracked open with a huge fissure. Snap! On the other side, the Hellhound, carrying Yifan, landed lightly on the edge of the destruction. Seeing that this buildup of power had not worked, Jijia became slightly anxious again and waved his hand once more. 1000-gene beast, rock smash! Roar! With an angry roar, the 1000-gene beast raised its giant paw again, light gathering, and several massive stones quickly solidified. Boom, boom, boom. As the stones rushed towards him, a faint smile appeared on Yifan's face. He patted the Hellhound's head, and then the Hellhound suddenly charged out. Several stones smashed into nearby trees, rolling out with a thunderous crash, knocking down a few of Jijia's underlings instead. Gale Hawk, attack! Yifan's voice rang out once more, as the Gale Hawk raced back in, taking advantage of the gap during the 1000-gene beast's attack to tear through the marks it had left previously with its sharp claws. Roar! This time, the 1000-gene beast bled. Under the sudden pain, it roared in rage. It should be my turn now. Yifan spoke again, jumping off the Hellhound, flipping the dagger in his hand, rushing towards the 1000-gene beast. The Hellhound also launched a fire attack, aiming at the wound once more. The 1000-gene beast grew furious, raising its upper body and swinging its massive paws to block the attack. Good opportunity. Seeing the Thousand Gene Beast raise its upper body, Yifan's eyes lit up, swiftly stepping forward, his dagger darting down along the throat of the Thousand Gene Beast like a phantom. Thud. Now, with Yifan's strength close to the copper level 8 or 9 stars, this strike pierced a soft spot, landing perfectly as the dagger sank in deeply. Roar! This time, the pain was 10 times worse than before. The Thousand Gene Beast went wild, frantically waving its giant paw. Yifan also took advantage of this force to push the dagger deeper, retreating nimbly. He did not get greedy. The Thousand Gene Beast was massive, and even its throat was thick-skinned and tough. This strike could not kill it, but it was enough to inflict considerable damage. Tisk! Once again, the Gale Hawk swooped in from the sky. The Thousand Gene Beast retreated, with the dagger embedded in its throat, trying in vain to dodge this attack, but its head was once again slashed, leaving another wound. It all seemed to happen a long time ago, but in reality, from the moment Yifan stabbed with the dagger to the lightning-fast eagle attack, it was just a few breaths' time. On the opposite side, Jie reacted, his face changing drastically, and hurriedly shouted, "Thunder Beast, come back!" The Thunder Beast, with its massive body, moved backward as commanded, finally retreating to Jie's side. The outcome of the battle was already clear. Seeing Jie with his silver-grade excellent beast being completely suppressed by Yifan, many people looked on in shock, some even forgot to resist and were knocked to the ground by Li Fatty's rock python's tail. Yifan watched the scene without making another move, simply folding his arms and observing as the Thunder Beast returned to Jie's side before speaking again. "Your beast battling skills are too poor, you're not even as good as Liu. You're talking nonsense." Hearing this, Jie instantly became furious. "That fat dead man? You say I'm not as good as him? At least he wouldn't underestimate the enemy like you did." Yifan scoffed, looking at Jie, seeming to mock him as he waved his hand. "Young Master Ji, what do you have to say now?" "What's there to say?" Jie opened his mouth, pulling out the dagger from beneath the Thunder Beast's throat, looking at the bleeding wound, his expression cold. Losing to Yifan in direct confrontation with his beast left him feeling suffocated instead. "You fight like a coward, only hiding and sneak attacking. That's called beast controlling tactics." Yifan replied, curling his lip, no longer arguing, and opened his hands towards Jie. "If your skills are lacking, young Master Ji, then I suppose you have no other beasts that can defeat me. What do you want?" Upon hearing this, Jie's brows furrowed. "Yifan, do you want to kill me? I'm not like young Master Ji, who always talks about killing others. Besides, there are guardians in this secret realm." Yifan spoke, pointing to the sky, showing a meaningful smile. "Killing you isn't possible, but if young Master Ji wants to leave instead of being sent out by me, I think there should be some cost, right?" "Cost?" Hearing this, Jie became a bit angry. "Yifan, you want me to pay a price? I have over 100 people here. If we go down together, do you really think you can gain much? If all these 100 people are willing to perish together for you, then perhaps I will consider it." Yifan replied, snorting lightly, spreading his hands. "But you should also take a good look. These people are not under your family's control and won't rush to their deaths just because you are the young master of the Ji family." As these words left his mouth, Jie was momentarily at a loss. He glanced around and saw people scattered about, fleeing from Yifan and his companions. They weren't all weak, yet now facing battle, most were running away, hardly anyone was standing up to resist. A bunch of useless people. Seeing this scene, Jie gritted his teeth, his eyes moving to the duo in the distance, Deng Ai and Zhou, each with a wooden stick, and anger boiled in him. "Zhou, Deng Ai, how dare you two betray me?" As soon as the voice fell, Deng Ai and Zhou, who had been secretly preparing to ambush a couple of people in the corner, froze, quickly withdrawing their heads, wanting to explain, but Yifan raised his hand. "What's the point of being someone else's lackey and fighting over scraps?" As the words rang out, Yifan waved his hand. "Everyone, not just Zhou and Deng Ai, but for those willing, I can offer you a chance. Go into the city, join my mercenary group, hunt those vicious wild beasts in the Silver Moon Forest to ensure the peace of Ping City, and you can earn generous rewards. Beast Tamer, do what a beast tamer should do." As the words landed, the crowd changed colors. For a moment, many who had little loyalty to Jie started to have different thoughts. Who dares? Seeing Yifan openly poaching his people, Jie could no longer hold back, roaring in anger, "You can try it, anyone who goes to him will be my enemy, and I will hunt them down to the end." Wow, Master Ji has such great authority. Hearing this, the quiet Fat Li couldn't help but speak up, with a sly expression, "What a statement about chasing to the end. If we didn't know better, we might think Master Ji is the governor of Ping City. Oh no, even the governor wouldn't dare say this. Master Ji is truly impressive, his authority is even greater than that of the Ping City governor." As these words left his mouth, Jie's face turned dark, looking at Fat Li. "You fat pig, following Yifan, do you think you can turn the tides and speak to me like this?" "Whether I can turn the tides, I don't know, but at least I don't have to suffer like some people's lackeys, eating one meal and not knowing where the next comes from, and still having to endure insults every day," Fat Li replied. I don't even know what those people are after. At least following Yi Fan, you can earn as much as you want, but following some people, you might not even get enough to eat. You. Ji Jia was furious, pointing at Fat Li to retort, but Yi Fan raised his hand. Alright, young Master Ji, where they want to go is their choice, let's discuss what we need to talk about, Yi Fan said, a smile appearing on his face as he extended his hand towards Ji Jia again. Tell me, young Master Ji, what are you going to offer to save your face? Being sent out by me, to be honest, it's quite embarrassing. I assume young Master Ji would find it hard to accept such humiliation. Chapter 101, News of the Transformation Fruit. Yi Fan, you this guy. Upon hearing this, Ji Jia's expression darkened, and in his hand appeared an object resembling a charm. As this object appeared, Long Wu's expression also slightly changed, as if sensing something was wrong. What? Young Master Ji still plans to use energy charms here? Yi Fan, unafraid, looked at the charm-like object, nearly snorting lightly. Young Master Ji, don't think that just because you have many trump cards, you can act recklessly. If the energy charm explodes, it will cause a chain reaction in the entire secret realm, leading to the death of all the young people in Ping City with beast mastery talent. If this matter is investigated, even the Ji family might not dare to help you bear the responsibility, right? At these words, Ji Jia's expression changed again, gritting his teeth, and ultimately, he put away the charm. What do you want? Looking at Yi Fan, Ji Jia spoke, his tone carrying anger. What I want? Yi Fan waved his hand, falling into slight silence, then said, an exceptional quality beast egg. Young Master Ji should be able to provide that, right? An exceptional quality beast egg. Hearing this, Ji Jia grew furious. Yi Fan, you have such a big mouth. That kind of beast egg has a price but no market, even my family took a lot of effort to get one for me. Oh, I thought with young Master Ji's status, such an egg would be easy to obtain, Yi Fan smiled, staring at Ji Jia. Hearing this, Ji Jia's face immediately turned gloomy, snorting coldly. Yi Fan, just tell me what you want without all this. Give me a few seeds of the tyrant fruit. Yi Fan paused, and after a moment, a slight sparkle flashed in his eyes. If nothing unexpected has happened, you should already have tyrant fruit seeds on you. Upon hearing this, Ji Jia was momentarily stunned, looking at Yi Fan, seemingly in disbelief. The tyrant fruit is specifically for huge beasts. You have 1,000 gene beast. Given the Ji family's resources, you wouldn't lack tyrant fruit supplies. Seeing Ji Jia's expression, Yi Fan casually smiled and waved his hand. The core of the tyrant fruit is the seed, but for young Master Ji, it should be of no use. I do have seeds, Ji Jia replied, his eyes showing slight confusion. What do you need the seeds for? What I need the seeds for is none of young Master Ji's business, Yi Fan responded, you just need to give them to me. This statement caught Ji Jia off guard, and his expression darkened again. After a few seconds of silence, Ji Jia took out 2 black-red fruit cores from the beast space and threw them to Yi Fan. These cores were quite large. The fruit is as big as a fist, 10 times larger than an ordinary fruit. It is easy to imagine that a violent fruit size is far beyond ordinary fruit by several times. Here are 2 seeds for you. Sure. Yi Fan caught the 2 seeds, nodded slightly, and then put them away. Now, can I leave? Ji Jia's voice sounded, his eyes darkly staring at Yi Fan. Please feel free, young Master Ji. Yi Fan made a gesture with his hand, smiling once again. If young Master Ji has such business again next time, you can come find me. This made Ji Jia snort coldly again, his face grim. He ignored the lackey still being chased and beaten by Fatty Li and the others, simply called out to Long Wu, turned around, and left. Yi Fan did not stop him, standing still, quietly watching Ji Jia leave. Soon, the many students who had no will to resist were all driven away by Fatty Li and his group. For these people, Yi Fan did not show mercy and just gave them a good beating. Ah, that felt great. After the fight, Fatty Li twisted his neck and came to Yi Fan's side. I have always disliked these bullies who pick on the weak. Beating them up feels so much better. Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled slightly. Fatty, you've changed. Changed? Fatty Li was taken aback. What's changed? Your spirit, your courage. Yi Fan spoke, not saying much, just patted Fatty Li's shoulder. Leader. Chen Peng also came to Yi Fan's side, but unlike Fatty Li, Chen Peng looked a bit serious. Leader, Long Wu next to Ji Jia, his strength is quite unusual. He is indeed different from ordinary people. Yi Fan nodded, glanced at Chen Peng, and then asked, what's wrong? You were the one with the advantage just now. I was indeed at an advantage. Chen Peng pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, I feel that Long Wu didn't use his full strength when he fought me. Didn't use full strength? Hearing this, Yi Fan raised his eyebrows but quickly thought for a moment and nodded slightly. By obtaining the Dragon Elephant skill, it was equivalent to activating Long Wu's ancient bloodline. In a short time, his strength would surely have made a leap, and compared to Chen Peng, his growth rate would be much larger. This guy has even learned how to hold back, he is indeed different now. As he thought of this, Yi Fan nodded. Just then, in the grass, a tall figure suddenly appeared. Long Wu? Seeing this figure, Yifan frowned and looked up at the sky. Do you have something to say? Looking at Longwu, Yifan spoke. Brother Yifan, the young master asked me to bring you a message. Longwu looked at Yifan, his expression slightly unnatural. What message? He said this matter will not just end like this. Longwu replied, clasping his hands. And then? Yifan asked, lowering his voice, if you have something to say, please be as concise as possible. This. Longwu hesitated, but just a few seconds later, he quickly lowered his voice and spoke, Brother Yifan, young Master Ji's reckless attack to kill you this time is because the Dynasty organization presented a map of the fortune fruit as a condition for exchange. This time the guardian in the secret realm is also from the Dynasty organization. After saying this, Longwu immediately clasped his hands and stepped back. I have delivered what young Master Ji asked me to bring. Longwu takes his leave. Soon, Longwu disappeared into the grass, and the others at the scene looked at Yifan with surprise in their eyes. Longwu now counts as one of my people. Looking at the others, Yifan nodded and explained briefly, then a dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. Longwu's words were brief, but the news he brought was shocking enough. Ji Jie colluding with the Dynasty organization, the guardians of the secret realm are also from the Dynasty organization, and besides these, there was one more shocking piece of news. Fortune fruit. Even Yifan's eyes were filled with a hint of heat. The legendary fruit that can unlock the second Beastmaster talent. Chapter 102, Entering the Secret Realm. There are people from the Dynasty organization among the guardians of Ping City. Beside him, Fatty Li and others did not know what the Chaohua fruit was, but this short sentence also gave them a significant shock. Guardians are people who protect peace in a region. They are extremely powerful and directly sent down from the higher-ups. In these small cities and towns, they essentially represent the top combat power. If such a person betrays and joins the Dynasty organization, the consequences would be terrifying. Yifan. Fatty Li spoke, looking at the sky above, his voice trembling slightly. Don't look up, Yifan said, his gaze sharp. The guardians can directly observe us. Try not to show any unusual behavior, and keep your voices low to avoid being overheard. Oh. Upon hearing this, Fatty Li quickly shrank his head and lowered his voice as he leaned closer to Yifan. Yifan, what should we do? In Ping City, there are not only guardians but also stronger people, Yifan replied, his voice steady. But during this time, we need to be cautious. Don't go out alone and absolutely shouldn't inform anyone else. Hold on for a while, and someone else will come to deal with them. When these words were spoken, the uneasy emotions on everyone's faces were somewhat calmed. Fatty Li spoke again, this Ji Jia is also insane. For what Chaohua fruit, he colludes with the Dynasty organization. This is a death penalty. I didn't expect him to collude with the Dynasty organization either, Yifan shook his head, answering, but his expression carried a hint of confusion. He had heard of the Chaohua fruit in his previous life. It had appeared only a few times in this world over thousands of years. It would bloom once in hundreds of years, even up to several hundred years, and the places where it grew were extremely secretive, often found in undiscovered secret realms. Only when the Chaohua fruit bloomed would the secret realm be opened, making it incredibly difficult to find. In the later stages, he had also joined the frenzied army seeking the Chaohua fruit, spending several years in pursuit, only to never find it. But now, the Dynasty organization in Ping City actually had a map of the Chaohua fruit, which meant that Ping City had an unknown secret realm containing the Chaohua fruit. In my previous life, at this stage, I seemingly never heard of the existence of the Chaohua fruit. Yifan's brow furrowed again, his eyes revealing a hint of nostalgia, and then suddenly brightened. In his past life, Ji Jia had mentioned to him that he came to Ping City for an important matter, but upon graduation, he lost his lead and never completed it. At that time, while he was hunting, he heard this but never asked what it was. Later, he thought it wouldn't be polite to pry into others' secrets, so he just didn't ask again. Could it be that this important matter was to find the Chaohua fruit? With this thought, Yifan instinctively confirmed the truth of this information, looking at the people beside him with a hint of excitement in his eyes. If it really is the Chaohua fruit, then I must fight for it. People with dual Beastmaster talents are not necessarily born that way. There are also naturally dual talents, but most of the time, the level of the Beastmaster talent is not very high, at most double B rank, or even double D rank. However, without exception, each one would unleash terrifying combat power in the future. Having two Beastmaster talents brings enormous benefits, multiple Beastmaster talent bonuses, double the Beastmaster space, and several times more Beastmaster combinations. These advantages would allow a Beastmaster with dual talents to be significantly stronger than their peers. More importantly, I can transplant the Chaohua fruit. Yifan pursed his lips, his eyes flickering. If he could get the Chaohua fruit, take its roots, and transplant it into his Beastmaster space. 100 years. If we can benefit from a 30-to-1 boost in the Beastmaster space, then in more than 3 years, possibly by the time I go to college, I could have harvested a second one. If it's 10 or 20 years, that number will only grow. Thinking of this, Yifan once again looked at Fat Li and the others, his eyes slightly changing. If all the people around him had dual talents, this power would become terrifying in the future. Fatty, work hard. Thinking of something, Yifan patted Fat Li's shoulder. The future is promising. Alright. Hearing this sudden remark, Fat Li was taken aback for a moment, then nodded, glancing at the others around them. He leaned closer to Yifan and whispered, Yifan, the transformation fruit, is it something really remarkable? Very remarkable. Yifan nodded, a smile appearing on his face, and we must get this. Of course. Fat Li replied and asked again, Yifan, compared to Teacher Pan, who was stronger, the guardian or him? It's always been Teacher Pan this and Teacher Pan that. But when there's danger, suddenly he's Teacher Pan. Hearing this, Yifan teased, then added, the guardian is definitely stronger than Teacher Pan, but probably not by too much. It's certain he's above gold level. You don't need to worry about this. In the next few days, focus on finding good things in the secret realm. After we go out, I'll make some plans. In Pingchang, there are more than just these two guardians, and they can't really be considered top-tier combat strength. The next time passed quickly. Without Ji Jie's interference, Yifan led everyone to sweep through the secret realm. He also didn't provoke difficult beasts like the Iron Claw Tiger, attacking and hunting weaker low-star silver beasts in succession while collecting a lot of spiritual herbs and fruits. Although they didn't find something as precious as the Xuanji lotus, there were still many items that had quite good effects for them. Through this period of harvest, the group had almost all reached a bottleneck from bronze to silver, which could be considered very fruitful. This morning, as the trial secret realm just concluded, Yifan led the group to be the first batch to leave the realm. At the entrance, many instructors were waiting. Pan Zhao had long been waiting, and seeing Yifan and the others return, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Good kid, how is your harvest these days? He grabbed Yifan and led the group towards the freshman dormitory. It's alright, we got the Xuanji lotus and a big bag of spiritual herbs and fruits. Yifan replied, while Fat Li next to him timely took out a large bag filled with spiritual herbs and fruits. Looking at that large bag, Pan Zhao was taken aback, then helplessly spoke. You guys, this isn't entering a secret realm, it's clearly going to stock up. I didn't get this much during my time in the secret realm. Maybe we are just naturally suited for secret realm exploration. Yifan replied with a casual remark. He glanced at the still slightly noisy crowd around and lowered his voice, Teacher Pan, I have something important to tell you. Chapter 103, The Mission. Something important? Pan Zhao was slightly taken aback, noticing something was off in Yifan's expression, growing serious, what is it? Speak. The guardian of this secret realm is from the dynasty organization. Yifan spoke in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Pan Zhao's face immediately changed dramatically, looking at Yifan, do you know what your words mean? Of course I know. Yifan nodded, then shared the information he learned in the secret realm with Pan Zhao, omitting the news about the transformation fruit. Ji Jie is colluding with the dynasty organization. Beside them, Pan Zhao's expression gradually darkened as he listened to Yifan's words. This Ji Jie, he's absolutely insane. After finishing, Pan Zhao angrily scolded, then added, I'm going to tell the principal right away. Teacher Pan, please calm down. Yifan waved his hand, stopping Pan Zhao, and spoke again. It is not wise to tell the principal at this moment. Why? Pan Zhao shook his head, the old principal is strong, he was once a powerful figure on the front lines. Can Teacher Pan guarantee that the principal is on our side? Yifan suddenly spoke up. Pan Zhao was momentarily stunned, in the next moment, he looked at Yifan with a hint of disbelief, do you suspect the principal is also? It's not really suspicion, I would call it a lack of complete trust. Yifan shook his head, looking at Pan Zhao, fell into slight silence, then said, Teacher Pan, even the guardians have people from the dynasty organization, in a high school in Ping City, with dozens or even hundreds of teachers, could there really be none? At this moment, Pan Zhao also realized something was wrong, clenching his fists, the dynasty organization has already infiltrated the school? Not just the school, there are also underground gangs, mercenary groups in the city, and even the law enforcement officers in Ping City. Yifan replied, the teacher Deng Li Pan, who has often clashed with me recently, must be known to you, he is one of the pawns of the dynasty organization. Hearing this, Pan Zhao frowned, so you mean, the conflicts you had with Deng Li recently were related to this? Of course. Upon hearing this, Yifan nodded, a hint of a profound smile appearing on his face. The remnants of the dynasty must be eradicated by everyone. Listening to this, Pan Zhao fell silent again, looking at Yifan, who was smiling, his expression slightly changing. Standing face to face at such a close distance, this inexperienced young man actually gave him an ungraspable feeling. He had felt this way before, now, it was even more vague, making Pan Zhao feel a bit startled. What do you need me to do? After pondering for a while, Pan Zhao finally spoke. He did not say anything else. Pan Zhao was once a standout among his peers, perceptive enough to know that Yi Fan was sharing this with him for a reason. Seeing Pan Zhao understand, Yi Fan nodded and then slowly said, Teacher Pan is a teacher at the school and has more opportunities to interact with other teachers. During this time, could you help me investigate whether any teachers have really joined the Dynasty organization? If there are, Teacher Pan should not alarm them, keep a secret tally and find an opportunity to give me the list. No problem. Pan Zhao nodded, then asked, but what will you do with the list once you have it? Most teachers in Ping City are Silver Star or Gold level, neither of us can handle it alone. Of course, it won't be up to us to solve it. Hearing this, Yi Fan shook his head, looking at the about to ask Pan Zhao with a smile. Someone will take action, and their power will be enough to clear it all away. Pan Zhao immediately froze, glancing at Yi Fan with a hint of shock. Seeing this, Yi Fan didn't explain too much, since that person was so low-key, they surely had their concerns, and he tried not to mention them as much as possible. Teacher Pan need not worry. After contemplating, Yi Fan added, I am just a student now, there are many levels I cannot reach, so I still need your help, Teacher Pan. No problem. Pan Zhao nodded repeatedly, not pursuing who this person was. Regarding Yi Fan, he still trusted him. This young man exhibited an astonishing maturity. Then I will trouble you, Teacher Pan. At this point, Yi Fan waved his hand. For the time before the end of term competition, I will continue to stay with the mercenary group, secretly investigating some remnants of the dynasty in the city. The remnants of the dynasty must be eradicated, and once we act, we must clear them out completely. In the southern loft, this was the newly built teachers' dormitory this year. Ping City only has this one Beastmaster high school, so the teachers' conditions are quite good. Basically, each has their own separate floor. Ji Jia was actually suppressed by Yi Fan. In one dormitory, Zhang Hong looked at some secret realm news compiled by a specialist in his hand. A slight look of surprise appeared on his face. That Ji Jia is the young master of the Ji family, with A-grade beast taming talent, and possesses a silver-level outstanding beast. His strength is even greater than many seniors in their third year. This Yi Fan is only at the bronze level, and he managed to win against him? Looking at the news, Zhang Hong found it hard to believe. However, he quickly calmed down and shook his head. That Pan Zhao fellow really has good luck. Even teaching an ordinary class, he can encounter such a good seed. PFF. While speaking, suddenly, the lights in the attic flickered, and the candles on the table extinguished instantly. Who? Sensing something, Zhang Hong stood up abruptly, light flickering in his hand. In the next moment, a man cloaked in a black robe appeared. Lord Yen. Seeing this man, Zhang Hong's expression changed, and he quickly cupped his hands in greeting. Zhang Hong, you seem to have a lot of leisure. Yen glanced coldly at the report on the table and spoke again. It has been more than a year since the higher-ups ordered you to kill Pan Zhao. Why haven't you made any move? Lord Yen. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hong felt somewhat unnatural, bowing as he replied, my strength and Pan Zhao's are about equal, and as both of us are involved with many people in Pingchang, it's difficult to kill him. I need some time to arrange it. With your wisdom, if you truly wanted to kill Pan Zhao, it would not be difficult. Yen spoke coldly, Zhang Hong, don't forget that you are now a member of the dynasty organization. Everything should be prioritized for the dynasty. Don't let personal feelings delay our grand plans. The choice from 15 years ago, I believe you wouldn't want to choose again. Hearing this, Zhang Hong's face stiffened, and after a long while, he nodded somewhat stiffly. I understand. That's good. Yen spoke, scanning the surroundings with his eyes, pausing slightly before continuing, I'm not here to force you to kill Pan Zhao right now. There are other tasks that need your attention. Other tasks. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hong raised an eyebrow. Please speak, my lord. There is a student in your class named Yi Fan. You should know him. Yen began. I know. Zhang Hong nodded repeatedly. That guy is a student of Pan Zhao, and he is quite strong. It is said that he just defeated Ji Jia from my class in a head-on battle in the secret realm. Yes, that's him. Yen also nodded slowly, then continued, you need to find an opportunity to take action and kill him. Kill Yi Fan. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hong was slightly taken aback, pausing for a few seconds before speaking. He is just a first-year student with some combat talent. Does the organization really value him this much? If he were just an ordinary student, it wouldn't matter. Yen shook his head. Yi Fan knows that Deng Li is a member of the dynasty organization. For some reason, he hasn't reported it. We have already planned several assassination attempts, but none have succeeded. He knows Deng Li is a member of the dynasty organization? Zhang Hong fell silent, then said, even if a student knows, what can he do? He can't report the information. Not necessarily. Yen spoke. You should know Yi Zhantian, right? Yi Fan is his biological grandson. Yi Zhantian's grandson? This statement shocked Jiang Hong. Wasn't it said that he had no children? He does. He was just hidden in Pingchang, and we only got the news in the past 2 years. Yan nodded, looking at Jiang Hong and solemnly said, if he were just a mediocre talent, it would be fine. This kid is showing himself to be so outstanding. If we allow him to grow, he will become a great threat to the dynasty in the future. Jiang Hong nodded. At this moment, he began to realize the seriousness of the matter and spoke in a deep tone. So Lord Yan wants me to take action to ensure a successful assassination this time? Yes. Yan affirmed and waved his hand. This matter is very important. If you complete it, the higher-ups may consider your situation regarding Pan Zhao. Understood. Hearing this, Jiang Hong cupped his hands in response. I hope you understand the importance of this matter. Yan spoke and looked deeply at Jiang Hong, then said, if it weren't for my recent pressing matters, I will even personally handle it. Get this done within a month. With that, the light in the attic flickered once more, and the candle on the table was burning again, though no one knew when it had reignited. Yan's trace disappeared, and only Jiang Hong remained in the attic. I was wondering why this kid is so strong. At some point, Jiang Hong spoke up, his gaze growing deep as he looked at the intelligence on the table. So it's the descendant of the Yi King, no wonder. Yi Fan, aren't we going hunting lately? In the Xinyi Tavern, Li Fati sat on a high stool, looking at Yi Fan and asking, his hands in his pockets, seemingly at loose ends. Beside Li Fati, Chen Peng and Ma Xiaoxue looked somewhat the same, perhaps because they had been busy with tasks every day for the past 2 months. Now, with Yi Fan asking them to stay in the tavern, they were still a bit unaccustomed. Only Wang Lingxi was better off, as her usual job was to stay in the tavern every day, occasionally going hunting with Yi Fan and the others. Yi Fan's arrangement had brought her back to her old line of work. I didn't ask you to stay in the tavern just to sit around, but to reflect on your recent gains. Being stuck at the silver level for a while is a good period to settle down. Yi Fan smiled as he looked at their bored expressions. Reflect? This. Upon hearing this, Li Fati scratched his head, but I don't know where to start. Don't know where to start? Yi Fan raised his eyebrows slightly and glanced at Ma Xiaoxue and Chen Peng, thinking for a few seconds before continuing, how about this, let's go to another place and fight a little. Where are we going, Captain? Chen Peng immediately became interested. We're going to the arena in the city. Yi Fan answered with a smile on his face. Usually, we encounter ordinary people and those newbies. The arena has more beast tamers, so it's a good place to train. Sounds good. Li Fati agreed with a cheerful tone, I've been wanting to spar with someone for a long time. But everyone needs to keep a good attitude. Although Ping City is small, there are all kinds of people here, and there are some strong beast tamers as well, silver ones, gold ones, they're not unheard of. Yi Fan said, patting Li Fati's shoulder, stay calm, we're mainly training. No problem. Li Fati patted his chest, my attitude is great. We'll only know how good the attitude is once we've fought. Yi Fan smiled and nodded, not saying much more. He waved his hand, let's go, prepare to leave. With Yi Fan's steps, the group followed him out of the mercenary guild. Their actions immediately caught the attention of Sun Chang and his group. What are these guys up to recently? Sun Chang watched their departing figures, feeling a little confused. I don't know, all our spies have been cleared by Yi Fan. The second-in-command whispered, somewhat resentful, these bastards have made the mercenary groups in Ping City all act like they've been injected with steroids. The competition is so fierce now. While others are exhausted from completing tasks every day, they're starting to rest again. After saying this, the second-in-command looked at their figures and quietly said, Brother Chang, should we follow them and take a look? If you want to go, you go. Hearing this, Sun Chang immediately became angry. Since the last time Yi Fan had escaped from him, this anger had been brewing in his heart. The second-in-command could only retract his head, so what do we do now? Yi Fan and the others are resting, but we still have to work hard for the mercenary group? What to do? Sun Chang hesitated, then sneered, if they're resting, why should we keep working hard? Can't we just take a break for once? Starting tomorrow, we'll rest too. Since they're not putting in any effort, why should we keep joining the frenzy? So this is the arena? At the entrance of a building resembling ancient Roman architecture, the group looked at the grand structure. Li Fati looked at the magnificent huge building, a bit surprised. How much money did it take to build this? It must have cost several million, Yi Fan replied, the main thing is, you need some means. Places like the arena are very chaotic, without some skills, you can't operate it. After saying that, Yi Fan clapped his hands, let's go, it's a mixed crowd here, be careful, keep an eye on your wallet, and follow me. As he said that, Yi Fan took the lead and walked into the arena. The arena was very large, with a big fighting arena in the center, plus several specially built fighting halls for Beastmasters to duel and for spectators to take their seats. The central arena only opened once a day, and it was always the most powerful Beastmasters battling against each other, heavily promoted. Spectators needed to purchase tickets and could place bets in the arena. As for the Beastmasters competing, winning the battle meant they could earn the prize set by the arena, which was how the arena operated. Clap clap. Walking down the hallway, occasionally, scantily clad women walked past with wine glasses in hand, and now and then, bloody people were being carried out while crying out in pain. Inside, cheers and applause constantly echoed, and those who won bets joyfully expected their good luck to continue, while those who lost grit their teeth, preparing to win everything back in the next round. This place was considered a realm of intoxicating pleasures, and of course, it was not lacking in shady deals happening in the dark while the noise covered them. People's most primitive desires were satisfied here, watching the Beastmasters fight in the arena as they waved and shouted, as if they were part of it themselves. Chapter 105, Yi San Xiao. Yi Fan, Bronze 9-star Beastmaster. At the front desk, Yi Fan registered his information along with Fatty and the others. The young girl at the front desk, hearing Yi Fan's voice, glanced at him instinctively. When she saw his very youthful appearance, she was momentarily taken aback. Bronze 9-star? Are you sure? Sure, Yi Fan nodded, releasing the Hellhound. Seeing the Hellhound, the girl was stunned and quickly apologized. Li Yu, Bronze 9-star Beastmaster. Ma Xiaoxue, Bronze 9-star Beastmaster. Fatty and Ma Xiaoxue registered in turn, and when it came to Chen Peng, he showed a somewhat awkward expression. I'm not a Beastmaster, Chen Peng whispered to Yi Fan. It's fine if you're not a Beastmaster, just report your combat power, Yi Fan replied, then turned to the young girl and said, Chen Peng, Bronze 9-star Martial Master. Okay, the girl nodded repeatedly and then asked, what events do you want to sign up for? Beastmaster Duel, or Beast Fighting? Beastmaster Duel, Yi Fan replied, glancing at Chen Peng beside him, hesitating a little before saying, let's have Chen Peng sign up for Beast Fighting, while Li Yu and Ma Xiaoxue sign up for Beastmaster Duels. They're all of the same level. Alright, the girl nodded in agreement and then operated the equipment in front of her for a while before picking up several devices that looked like watches. I've submitted the application for the duel. This is the communication device specially configured for our arena. You can play around inside first, and if a match is found, the device will notify you of the venue. Do you need me to explain the prize system for the duels? No need, Yi Fan shook his head, picked up the device on the table, and led the others to another side, where there was a spacious area with tables and chairs. Besides Yi Fan and his group, many others were waiting there. Some had scars on their faces, while others had coarse flesh. A variety of fierce-looking faces were present. These people look so fierce. Li Fatty glanced around and leaned closer to Yi Fan, whispering, are the silver and gold levels among them? How could that be? Those are mostly very famous in the arena, with exclusive titles and private resting rooms. Yi Fan answered, waving his hand. Most of the people here are bronze and black iron ranked, and some beast hunters. Not many come to watch the Beastmaster duels for money, it's just beast fights, where royal beasts raised in the arena face life and death. Beast fights attract many spectators, and surviving brings substantial rewards. The royal beasts in the arena are basically very fierce, trained especially to provoke their ferocity, and are even more brutal than wild royal beasts. Those who face such beasts every day, betting their lives in battle, naturally have a fierce spirit. Got it. Hearing this, Fatty Li nodded, so you wanted me and Ma Xiaoxue to participate in the Beastmaster duel. Yes, your battle skills in the Beastmaster duel aren't exceptional, so it should be safer. If you can't win, just surrender. Yi Fan replied, then looked at Chen Peng beside him, your combat experience and strength are stronger than theirs, I want you to participate in the beast fights. I hope you can quickly master your physical skills and, during this time, achieve a breakthrough to silver level strength. Chen Peng understands. Chen Peng nodded quickly and said, I will work hard. Alright, get ready now, the duel is about to start. Yi Fan waved his hand, try to make a name for yourselves, the news spreads in the beast arena, and gaining a reputation here will be useful when you go to other arenas in the future. Once you become stronger and known, you'll receive special titles, and the fees and prize shares will be much higher. Buzz. Buzz. After waiting in the outer hall for a while, suddenly, Yi Fan's communicator rang. Hall 1. After glancing at the message on the communicator, Yi Fan nodded, his expression unchanged, turned to the others, and said, you all can go upstairs, there's a viewing area up there. Hearing Yi Fan's arrangement, everyone nodded repeatedly and headed upstairs. Yi Fan also stood up, stretched lazily, and walked towards Hall 1. Wow, today the Golden Rhino in Hall 1 is incredibly fierce. It has already killed 4 bronze high-star Beastmasters in a row, including the renowned fighter by Meiying Chu Xiao, who previously took down 2 same-level royal beasts. This Golden Rhino, I think, probably has silver-level strength. For challengers of the same level, defeating it will be quite difficult. In Hall 1, the host was admiringly watching the Golden Rhino in the arena, holding a microphone and speaking passionately. It was a grand event, with a large crowd in the viewing area, likely attracted by the intense battles, creating a cacophony of sounds. At the back of the viewing area, a middle-aged man in black quietly sat there, isolated from the crowd by a group of well-equipped individuals. He had a cigarette in his mouth, and beside him was a provocatively dressed woman carefully attending to him. "Yi San Shao, is your golden rhino on drugs today or something? It's too fierce, it took out my hard-trained, titled fighter." At one point, a man dressed in mink fur came over, looking like a spoiled rich kid, and swaggered over to sit next to the man known as Yi San Shao. Poof. Upon hearing this, Yi San Shao merely snorted coldly, glanced at the mink fur man, and said, "Baijan, your fighter is not good enough. A titled fighter couldn't even defeat a beast of the same level." Upon hearing this, Baijan clearly looked displeased. They were all from prominent families, with considerable wealth, and unlike those gambling in the beast arena, their way of playing was more unique. They spent heavily to train fighters and royal beasts, letting them participate in beast fights and Beastmaster duels to earn titles. Whoever has more lackeys and stronger beasts, that person has face. It's like some second-generation heirs in the capital, raising crickets as their beasts for fun. I see there won't be anyone challenging my diamond rhinoceros today. Seeing Baijan's gloomy expression, Yi San Shao didn't mind at all, yawning. Those silver-level lackeys are very cautious with their lives, they can only watch this bronze-level beast fight. "Baijan, do you have any good lackeys? Send 2 to the ring for some fun." Hearing this, Baijan remained silent. "I haven't recruited any powerful lackeys these past few months, they can't withstand the torment from Yi San Shao's diamond rhinoceros." "Then it's meaningless. Some wild beast masters have no strength at all." Upon hearing this, Yi San Shao seemed a bit bored. He waved his hand and stood up. "Forget it, I'll go back and get some rest." Just as he was about to leave, at that moment, the host's voice echoed in the beast fighting arena. "Alright, next up is a newcomer named Jifan, a bronze 9-star beast master, who will challenge this fierce diamond rhinoceros in his first fight. Let's welcome this courageous newcomer to the arena." As the voice sounded, Yi San Shao, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped and turned his attention to the fighting arena. "Jifan? That name sounds a bit familiar?" Chapter 106, Baijan's Invitation. Saying this, Yi San Shao looked up, and as he saw Jifan enter the arena, he was momentarily stunned. "Isn't that my little nephew's grandson?" The words didn't leave his mouth, but Yi San Shao's expression became a little displeased. The descendants of the Yi family have fallen to the point of becoming beast fighters, that's somewhat of a disgrace to the family. Alas, it's a pity that when my little nephew was famous, he only left one descendant. Thinking of something, Yi San Shao sighed and felt a bit empathetic. Big families are quite harsh, especially ancient lineage families, they nurture their descendants based on bloodline and talent. No matter how strong and powerful the previous generation is, if the next generation is lacking, they can't even learn the family's breathing method. "Third young master, what do you think of Jifan?" Baijan seemed to notice that Yi San Shao's expression was a bit off and quietly asked. At this age to reach bronze 9-star, he is still a pretty impressive beast master. "What's the use of level? It all depends on actual combat." Yi San Shao replied, shaking his head. "Pretentiousness has no effect." "That's true." Hearing this, Baijan responded softly and turned his head to look at the arena, but he was suddenly taken aback. "Third young master, something seems off." "What's off?" Yi San Shao instinctively answered, looking up just in time to see the hellhound and the diamond rhinoceros. Jifan leapt high with a dagger glinting coldly in his hand. In the next moment, the dagger flashed with silver light. Jifan landed on the other side, calmly sheathing the dagger, and a long bloody mark appeared on the diamond rhinoceros's neck. Boom! The gigantic body of the diamond rhinoceros crashed to the ground, and after a brief silence in the arena, a wave of gasps erupted. "Instant kill!" The host's trembling voice rang out. This newcomer, Jifan, in his first battle, with thunderous momentum, killed a diamond rhinoceros that has slain several of the same level in an extremely short time. "Congratulations, you have won a prize of 30,000 yuan." As the voice fell, Jifan sheathed his beast and left calmly. From entry to the completion of the kill, it took less than a minute, instantly stirring a huge wave in the arena. Many elegantly dressed people in the stands stood up, clearly impressed by this newcomer beast fighter. "I must recruit this Jifan." In the stands, Baijan was also getting excited. After saying this, he quickly headed toward the passage below. In the stands, only Yi San Shao was left standing there, looking at the fallen golden rhinoceros, seemingly lost in thought for a long time. "Wow, Jifan, you won so cleanly." Stepping out of the passage, Li Fati, who had watched the entire event, immediately exclaimed, "A bronze 9-star golden rhinoceros was actually killed by you in one hit." "It's just bronze level. Find its weak spot, and it's a one-hit kill." Jifan replied, waving his hand. Before he could say more, a hurried voice came from behind him. "Jifan, Jifan." Hearing this voice, Jifan frowned and turned to look. He saw several people walking towards him, the forefront being a young man around 20 years old, dressed well and seemingly of some status. What's the matter? Yi Fan spoke, standing his ground. Do you want to join my mercenary group? 150,000 yuan a month, and I will supply 10 spirit herbs and fruits each month, with priority for ranking battles. Bai Zhan shouted his terms right away. As soon as these words came out, several people behind him, who were eager to try, froze in place, their faces looking somewhat grim. Clearly, Bai Zhan's offer was high and had exceeded their expectations. Yi Fan, of course, would not be moved by such conditions. After hearing it, he shook his head. I won't join any mercenary group. Think about it. After being rejected by Yi Fan, Bai Zhan refused to give up, pointing at himself and quickly saying, I'm Bai Zhan, do you know me? Bai Zhan? Hearing this name, Yi Fan slightly frowned, glancing at the person before him, the Bai from the Bai family commerce? Yes, yes. Seeing that Yi Fan recognized his background, Bai Zhan was somewhat excited. If you've heard of the Bai family commerce, you'll know my status. Joining my mercenary group will provide benefits that no other group can offer. The financial power of the Bai family commerce is naturally extraordinary. Yi Fan responded, his eyes revealing a hint of a smile. Being called a commerce group is certainly not ordinary. The Bai family commerce is one of the top 10 commerce groups, with branches in dozens of cities, and saying their financial resources are boundless would not be an exaggeration. But precisely because it's a commerce group, the strength of the group's leader isn't particularly strong, so attracting powerful fighters is very important to them, to protect the commerce's property and ensure the safety of personnel. Bai Zhan appearing here to form a mercenary group likely stems from this need. So, does that mean you agree? Upon hearing this, Bai Zhan showed a smile. No, I'm not joining the mercenary group. Yi Fan's words caused Bai Zhan's expression to freeze. Why? Bai Zhan asked, incredulous at being rejected a second time. You want to be a mercenary, isn't it for the money? Joining my mercenary group, I can give you better benefits, letting you earn more money. It's true what you say, but I don't like being restricted by others. Yi Fan replied, cupping his hands, thank you for your kind offer, brother Bai, but I am used to my freedom. This, all right. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhan could only respond helplessly. Looking at Yi Fan, he was about to say something when, beside him, Chen Peng's communicator suddenly rang. Captain, it's my turn. Chen Peng said, I am in Hall 1 as well. Then this is it. Yi Fan nodded, hurry up. Okay. Chen Peng responded and walked past the crowd towards the beast fighting arena. You are the captain? Bai Zhan was surprised. You have your own mercenary group. Not a mercenary group, but a mercenary team. Yi Fan shook his head, not saying much more. This kid. Bai Zhan muttered. Seeing that Yi Fan wasn't talking to him, he turned to look at the arena. At a glance, Chen Peng was already engaged in a fierce battle with the beast on the opposite side. With the operation of the Thunder Awakening technique, lightning surged around Chen Peng, and paired with a strong set of 100 battle fists, his combat power was overwhelming the beast he faced. Martial Master? Looking at Chen Peng in the arena, Bai Zhan's eyes filled with surprise. There's actually a martial master near silver level in Pingcheng. Hearing this, on the side, Yi Fan smiled, and soon, the battle ended, and Chen Peng's bold fighting style once again drew everyone's attention. Captain, Chen Peng came out of the passage. You fought well, Yi Fan nodded, your skills have improved a lot. I owe it all to the captain, Chen Peng replied, glancing at Bai Zhan beside him. Seeing the looks from the few people, Bai Zhan felt a bit awkward, but being the son of a merchant association, he quickly reacted, and a smile appeared on his face, grinning, Brother Chen Peng, are you interested in joining my mercenary group? Chapter 107, The Arrival of the Eldest Son. Hearing this, Yi Fan felt somewhat speechless. This Bai Zhan had such thick skin, he knew others were following him but still asked. Sorry, the captain has favored Chen Peng, he has sworn to follow the captain. Chen Peng also spoke up, cupping his hands, sorry, brother Bai. The captain has favored you? Hearing this, Bai Zhan looked at Yi Fan and then could only shake his head, in that case, fine. Here's my contact information, if you need anything, you can find me. Saying this, Bai Zhan took out a business card and handed it to Yi Fan. Yi Fan took the card, slightly nodded, and watched Bai Zhan leave, only then revealing a smile full of meaning. Yi Fan, why are all these people recruiting lackeys? Li Fati spoke up, a hint of confusion in his voice. They are offering money and benefits. Do they have too much money to spend? Of course not. Just because they have money doesn't mean they lack brains. Yi Fan shook his head, then said thoughtfully, first, in the beast fighting arena, lackeys are status. Having more powerful lackeys means greater status. These people are very particular about face. As for the second reason, strong lackeys also bring good standing, earning income at home as bodyguards or protectors, and the stronger ones can even become revered elder figures in the family, which bolsters the family's strength. So it's sort of a disguised recruitment? Li Fati seemed to understand a bit. You could say that. Yi Fan nodded. Got it. After hearing this, Li Fati replied and then pondered, but if these big families spend so much money training lackeys, what happens if the lackeys become strong and run away? If you can think of this, those clever big family kids won't be able to figure it out? Yi Fan responded, then continued, most lackeys have contracts with penalties. If not careful, they have to pay a hefty breach fee. As for being taken into the family, there are many restrictions, like soul contracts to keep them in line. Wanting to take benefits and leave isn't that easy. Generally speaking, once someone joins a lackey group, their choices are pretty much restricted. Many times, they are tied together with their backers. After hearing this, Li Fati understood, nodding repeatedly, no wonder you said you didn't want to be restricted, it turns out that's why. Saying this, Li Fati seemed a bit puzzled again and asked, but I see that many lackeys are in lackey groups, don't they know there are so many pitfalls? They know, but what can knowing do? Yi Fan answered, shaking his head, most who come to be lackeys are here to make money. Joining lackey groups can earn more money and connect with those big families for better resources. When you need to survive, losing a little bit of pitiful freedom seems like something not too hard to accept. What? Didn't you recruit anyone? On the stands, seeing Bai Zhan return looking a bit gloomy, Yi Sanshao teased. Others are the captains of mercenary groups. Bai Zhan waved his hand, don't even mention him, even his subordinates aren't willing. Captain of a mercenary group? Hearing this, Yi Sanshao was slightly surprised. Yes, I just asked someone, he is the captain of Xinye's group, ranking 4th in Ping City, with several hundred mercenaries under him. Bai Zhan replied, with a hint of regret on his face, it's no wonder that someone who hunts in the forest every day has such good skills. The 4th mercenary group of Pingcheng. Hearing this, Yi Sanshao showed a slight expression of interest, so, this Yi Fan must be quite impressive? Indeed impressive. Just watching him kill that rhinoceros shows that he must have cultivated some powerful breathing technique, giving him strength comparable to silver-level warriors. Both of his beasts are about to break through to silver level, Bai Zhan began, such strength is quite remarkable, even in this beast fighting arena. Upon hearing this, Yi Sanshao nodded, his gaze flickering slightly, if that's the case, then he is indeed not bad. It sounds like you might be a little interested in this Yi Fan, Bai Zhan interjected quietly, next year, Sanshao will be heading to Kyoto, aren't you planning to take some people with you? Kyoto has plenty of talented people, there are also many foundational businesses of the Yi family there. There's no need to bring people from Pingcheng. Yi Sanshao shook his head, recalling something, and then shook his head again, the Yi family members have always been strong, and we don't need any guards. It's well known that the descendants of the dragon eye have blood as fierce as a dragon. Bai Zhan also praised at the right moment, keeping a low profile, and then casually asked, is the Yi family preparing to choose the next generation of heirs? I've heard that Sanshao's reputation is quite high. It's okay, but not as good as my elder brother. Yi Sanshao shook his head, he is the eldest son, older and more experienced than me. The eldest son is naturally suitable, but when it comes to choosing an heir, talent is what matters. The eldest son's talent is mediocre, he is almost 30 and has yet to reach eternal. Bai Zhan replied, then added, Sanshao is the most talented in this generation of the Yi family's dragon eye descendants, having reached golden 9 stars at just 23. At this pace, it's not impossible for him to ascend to glory level in the future. A dragon-slaying clan cannot be divided by age. Alright, this is my family matter. Halfway through, Yi Sanshao suddenly spoke up, seeming somewhat dissatisfied, my grandfather is still alive, and my father is healthy, so the decision about the heir is up to them. Hearing this, Bai Zhan felt a bit awkward and could only shake his head repeatedly. Just then, another slightly heavy voice rang out. Third brother, what brings you to my beast fighting arena today? As the voice sounded, the two looked up, and before them revealed a figure in a grey robe, with a square face and deep dragon and phoenix eyes. Despite his simple clothing, he carried a faint aura of authority. This person was none other than Yi Sanshao's elder brother, the current head of the Yi family, Yi Guihai's eldest son, Yi Shenji. Elder brother, seeing this person, Yi Sanshao stood up to salute and replied, a few days ago, I caught a rhinoceros, and since I had some free time, I came to see how strong this beast is. I see, Yi Shenji nodded, his deep gaze scanning with a smile. This glance made by Zhan, who had just been discussing the heir selection, feel a bit awkward and shyly say, good morning, brother Shenji. Good, Yi Shenji smiled, only gently nodding, as he sat down beside Yi Sanshao and glanced around the arena, asking, third brother, where's your rhinoceros? It was just killed by a rookie fighter, Yi Sanshao replied. A rookie fighter could kill a beast my third brother valued? Yi Shenji laughed and said, seems like this rookie fighter's strength is not bad. What's his name? Upon hearing this, Yi Sanshao's expression slightly changed, he glanced at Yi Shenji and lowered his voice, his name is Yi Fan. Yi Fan? Upon hearing this name, Yi Shenji was taken aback, looking at Yi Sanshao, and softly said, is he from our family? Yes, Yi Sanshao nodded slightly. No wonder then, Yi Shenji replied, shaking his head, then quickly stood up, since he is a descendant of the clan, and he is the only direct bloodline from Little Master. Arriving at the beast fighting arena contracted by the Yi family, as the eldest son of the Yi family, I should go and offer some consolation. Saying this, Yi Shenji stood up, wearing a gentle smile on his face, and turned around. At the moment he turned around, this usually gentle eldest son of the Yi family had a glint of cold light flashing across his face. Chapter 108, Shen Peng is shocked. On the other side, Fat Li also faced his first battle, a battle against a Beastmaster of the same level, his opponent being a Beastmaster in his 30s. Although he only had a 9-star bronze beast, his battle experience was quite rich. Moreover, the environment of the beast fighting arena was not suitable for snake-type beasts to hide, and several times, Fat Li found himself in life-threatening situations. Fortunately, in the end, relying on his 3 beasts, he won due to numerical superiority. That was close. Outside the passage, Fat Li came out, wiping the cold sweat from his head. I almost lost. How do you feel? Is it different? Yi Fan asked with a smile beside him. It's very different. Fat Li shook his head. The person I fought against had fantastic battle skills, whether it was the connection of battle moves or skill releases, he was much stronger than me. After all, he has been a Beastmaster for over 20 years. If his experience is not richer than yours, that would be unbelievable, Yi Fan replied, adding, it's good that you know your shortcomings. You should refine yourself more in battles. After each battle, reflect on the flaws in your beast mastery and actively correct them next time. Mastering beasts is actually a long learning process that requires slow polishing. You can't get fat overnight. Understood. Fat Li nodded in response, and before long, Ma Xiaoxue's name was also called. The group hurriedly made their way to another beast fighting arena. Ma Xiaoxue's battle was much smoother than Fat Li's. Although she didn't have as many beasts as Fat Li, her battle awareness was quite impressive. Plus, her opponent was a Beastmaster of a similar age. In this level of battle, she pressed her opponent the entire time and won easily. I feel like I'm now the weakest in our team. Seeing Ma Xiaoxue walk out of the arena, Fat Li couldn't help but speak up. Comparing their performances, he looked a bit downcast. How can that be? Hearing this, Yi Fan shook his head with a smile and patted Fat Li on the shoulder. What you lack now is battle awareness and beast mastery skills, but your number of beasts, their quality, and your own physical fitness are higher than others. Once you fill in your weaknesses, your combat power will definitely be much stronger than others. Okay. Fat Li nodded repeatedly, then picked up his entry card. I will go sign up for the next beast battle right now. As he spoke, Fat Li quickly ran towards the front desk. This Fat Li Yi Fan lagged behind, watching Fat Li's performance, with a somewhat helpless smile in his eyes. He didn't want to put too much pressure on Fat Li. With the best breathing techniques and abundant resources, it's just a matter of time for Fat Li to grow. Of course, it would be best if he could work a little harder. Yi Fan, how did I perform just now? Ma Xiaoxue walked out, her gaze first falling on Yi Fan. She knew how terrifying Yi Fan's battle awareness was, and the reason she could show such strong combat power without the breathing techniques and resources Yi Fan provided was largely because she often took the initiative to consult Yi Fan, learning beast mastery skills and fighting techniques from him. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't hold back, being a king-level beast master who had lived for 100 years, he himself was the best handbook. In the lengthy time spent, Ma Xiaoxue had learned some of Yi Fan's battle techniques. The style of battle is very similar to Yi Fan's, emphasizing perfect offense, based on a relentless pressure from beginning to end, forcing the opponent to show flaws, seizing the best moment to deliver a fatal blow. You fought quite well. Yi Fan commented as usual, pondering for a moment before continuing. When you commanded the Toothed Wolf to attack for the second time, you were a bit too hasty. During that clash, the Toothed Wolf hadn't steadied its footing, and you ordered another bite. The force was clearly insufficient, equivalent to a useless attack. This happens several times, you need to pay attention to it. Fighting cannot be rushed, you must always pay attention to your beast's condition and adjust the timing of your attacks. The coherence of attacks is dynamic, and forcing continuous attacks does not positively contribute to your pressure. Also, when you commanded 2 beasts simultaneously, your performance was quite stiff. You can try batch commanding during combat, launching separate attacks for the 2 beasts as a combined effort, giving a single command to command both beasts at the same time, like Toothed Wolf attack left, Grey Bear attack right, Toothed Wolf bite, Grey Bear pursue. This linked sequence of commands should work much better. Yi Fan's words were not hard to understand, and as he spoke, Ma Xiaoxue's expression was very serious. After thinking for a while, she nodded. I remembered. That's good to remember. Yi Fan nodded, looking at Ma Xiaoxue, his eyes showing a hint of satisfaction. Among these few people, Ma Xiaoxue's performance was the most satisfying to him, diligent in learning, with a strong fighting spirit. By now, she had vaguely shown signs of a strong person. It is no exaggeration to say that among these individuals, Ma Xiaoxue might not go the farthest in the future, but her combat strength will definitely not be weak. Alright, you go report for another match. If you complete 5 rounds with Li Fatty today, you can rest. Yi Fan waved his hand and looked at Shen Peng beside him. We'll see how it goes. There may not be suitable beasts of the same level in the beast fighting arena. If there are, we can fight more. In a few days, we will start challenging silver-level beasts. Understood. Chen Peng nodded repeatedly. Just then, a voice with a hint of amusement rang out nearby. Fan brother, you are here. At the sound of this voice, Yi Fan frowned and looked at Yi Shinji, who appeared behind Chen Peng. Who are you? Fan brother, you should have seen me before. Yi Shinji's face was full of a friendly smile. I am your grandfather's eldest grandson, Yi Shinji. Grandfather's eldest grandson? Hearing this, Yi Fan was slightly taken aback, and then politely nodded. Brother Shinji, hello. I heard about what you did in the beast fighting arena today, very impressive. Yi Shinji began, his eyes gleaming with laughter. I managed this arena. Since you are here, it is my duty to treat you well. No need for hospitality. Yi Fan shook his head, looking at Yi Shinji with a slightly puzzled expression but finally just waved his hand. I came here with some partners to train. After we finish fighting, I have to go back to handle mercenary group matters. I appreciate your kind offer, Brother Shinji, but I am quite busy. In that case, I won't press it. Yi Shinji replied, cupping his hands towards Yi Fan. Then Fan brother, train well here. I will give a heads up below to arrange beast fights for you first. If you encounter any trouble or anything you can't solve, feel free to seek me out. After saying this, Yi Shinji politely bid farewell to Yi Fan and left gracefully. Yi Fan watched Yi Shinji's departing figure, his brows slightly furrowing. Strangely enough, Yi Shinji showed such courtesy towards him, but within the words and smiles, there seemed to be an indistinct killing intent lurking beneath. What does this Yi Shinji think of me? Slightly thoughtful, Yi Fan furrowed his brows. He had come through mountains of knives and seas of fire, and his sense of killing intent was extremely sharp. Although the other party was deliberately hiding it, his feelings could not be wrong. A clan member wants to kill me. This Yi Shinji is probably not right. Captain, this Yi Shinji. Beside him, Chen Peng spoke softly, seems very strong. Can you feel it? Yi Fan asked upon hearing this. It's not exactly accurate, it's just that when he stood next to me, I felt his blood energy was very intense, and I felt a bit oppressed. Chen Peng replied, scratching his head, I practice body techniques, so I'm very sensitive to others' blood energy. The strength of a martial artist is generally determined by their blood energy. That's right, Yi Fan replied. The one just now is a Dragon Eye user. The blood energy of a Dragon Eye user is like that of a dragon, and that person's strength is at the golden level. It's normal for you to feel it so intensely. Dragon Eye user? Hearing this, Chen Peng was startled. Like the dragon martial arts with ancient bloodline? After saying this, Chen Peng seemed to realize something, looking at Yi Fan and saying, Captain, are you also from a bloodline family of ancient species? Yes, my family is from the Dragon Slayer family. Yi Fan waved his hand. However, my father and I do not possess the Dragon Eye bloodline, so we belong to a more marginalized branch in the family and don't have much say. You may not have the Dragon Eye bloodline, but Captain, you are still very impressive. You already overpower A-class peers your age, which is better than any ancient species. Chen Peng argued, if the family doesn't value the captain, then they truly lack vision. I don't need the family's recognition, Yi Fan replied with a light huff. Besides, times have changed. Some dragon slayers may have forgotten whether they are descendants of dragon slayers or inheritors of evil dragons. After saying this, Yi Fan seemed unwilling to continue, waving his hand. Seeing this, Chen Peng did not ask further. Soon, the first day of battles came to an end. Perhaps Yi Shensi had really gone to say hello, Yi Fan, and their battle arrangements were quite quick. Originally expected to fight only 5 rounds, they ended up fighting a total of 7. 100 battles to earn a title. At this pace, in just a few days, Yi Fan and the others will be able to get their Colosseum titles. Ah, I'm so tired. Finally, I can go home. In the Colosseum, Li Fati stretched lazily, glanced at the already dim sky, and sighed, beast dueling really consumes a lot of energy. You. Watching Li Fati, Yi Fan felt a bit helpless but didn't say anything, waving his hand. The few of them took their communication devices to the front desk for settlement. 30,000 for a match, and 15,000 for a duel. All 4 of us won 7 matches, totaling over 600,000 in rewards. Wow, this money comes fast. Looking at the increased numbers in his card, Li Fati exclaimed, turning to Yi Fan and saying, it seems to be a bigger gain than when we went hunting in the beast forest. Quick money is useless. Once you reach silver level and above, unless you're rich enough to directly buy spiritual pearls, you have to hunt. Not to mention many spiritual herbs and medicines are hard to buy with money. Yi Fan replied, shaking his head. Moreover, 4 people earning 60,000 a day amounts to only 15,000 per person. Such an income is just okay. Let's go. As they prepared to leave, a well-dressed guard quickly approached in the aisle. Young Master Yi Fan, please wait a moment. Perhaps he hadn't heard others call him young master much. Yi Fan paused upon hearing the voice and then looked at the guard, asking, what do you need? Young Master Shinji asked me to bring a few rune cards to young Master Yi Fan. The guard responded, handing over several cards, then added, Young Master Shinji said since young Master Yi Fan fought all day, you must be tired. Since you are here, he wants to offer his help. The Colosseum has excellent guest rooms. Absolute silence, with settings including medicinal baths. Young Master Shinji said this was his little gesture, hoping that young Master Yi Fan would not refuse. Did Lord Shinji arrange several guest rooms for us? Looking at that room card, Yi Fan's brow furrowed again. After a slight hesitation of a few seconds, Yi Fan took the room card. Well then, please thank Lord Shinji for me. All right. The guard bowed respectfully, then added, that golden room card is a top-tier guest room arranged specifically for young Master Yi Fan. This golden one? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan took out the golden rune card and nodded slightly. Okay, I understand. The guard quickly left, while several people looked at the rune card in Yi Fan's hand with wide eyes. Yi Fan, are we really going to stay here? Fatty Lee opened his mouth, seemingly having thought of something. I just passed by their guest room corridor during the competition. Goodness, you don't know how intense that noise was. This is definitely not a place for us young people. After all, it's courtesy from others, we might as well stay. Yi Fan replied, glancing at Fatty Lee, as for that noise, just consider it practice for your focus. After saying this, Yi Fan led the group toward the guest room. The guest rooms were located at the back of the arena, down a long corridor illuminated only by candlelight. Walking through, various sounds were heard. Some were gambling loudly, some were groaning softly, and others were completely chaotic. This arena really does hide a lot of filth, Yi Fan observed, able to distinguish the different situations, but he shook his head and handed over the rune card to a few people, pulling out his own rune card, which the attendant informed him was on the second floor, so he headed upstairs. The corridor on the second floor was very quiet. Yi Fan quickly found his room according to the number on the rune card. Clack! Opening the door, a very spacious room came into view, with a complete set of beds and chairs, and a large balcony facing directly towards a nearby arena. The room also had a large wooden tub filled with medicinal herbal solutions, which was prepared specifically for each guest room. These fighters participated in battles every day, often getting injured, making such baths highly necessary. Yi Fan walked in, sat down on the edge of the bed, and did not take off his clothes, instead quietly leaning against the headboard, a slight smile in his eyes as if waiting for something. He felt that Shinji wanting to keep him here could not be for a simple purpose. I want to see what a descendant of a dragon slayer can do to his own kind in this peaceful city under the broad sky, Yi Fan said coldly, his eyes glinting with a chill. Soon, night fell, time slowly passed, and the sky grew darker, even as Yi Fan's eyes in the room remained bright as ever. Clack! Out of nowhere, a soft sound suddenly came from the room, and the next moment, a figure slipped through the door and entered. Upon entering, the figure froze at the sight of Yi Fan quietly sitting at the head of the bed. At the same time, the room lights turned on, catching the figure off guard, revealing their true identity. When Yi Fan saw this person's true face, his eyes slightly narrowed. Jiang Hong? Why are you here? In the room, it was Yi Fan's teacher's rival, Jiang Hong, appearing in heavy black clothing, as if purposely burying himself within it. You little brat, so alert. Jiang Hong, exposed by Yi Fan, felt a bit anxious. He was forced to act because of orders from above, and finally got news today to find the best opportunity to kill Yi Fan. But now, having been caught first by the other party, he had no other options left. Yi Fan. Today you will die. With a roar, Jiang Hong, at this moment, didn't care about anything, his fist clenched tightly, and a punch came, carrying a terrifying force. This punch was a full-force strike from a golden 8-star strongman. Even though he specialized in beast taming, the power was still horrifying. Yi Fan reacted swiftly. The moment the punch came, he pressed the communication device that Pan Zhao had given him and quickly rolled aside. Boom! The fist struck down, and the wall was immediately smashed, creating a large hole. Jiang Hong, as a school teacher, you attack a student. Aren't you afraid of the law enforcers? Yi Fan shouted, while moving quickly to the side, preparing to leap out from the balcony. At this moment, Yi Fan had nearly confirmed it. Leaving himself here alone to rest while notifying others to come and assassinate him was such a sinister move. The concealed killing intent of the Leaf God machine during the day was not unfounded. And the one coming to assassinate him was actually Jiang Hong. Chapter 110, Danger Everywhere. Boom! On the second floor of the lounge, Yi Fan rolled out, and the Wind Eagle appeared, bringing him down to the ground. It was just barely midnight, yet there was no one in the beast fighting arena. Not only that, but there were also no maintenance guards or cleaning staff, an eerily quiet scene. Yi God machine. Upon landing and seeing this obviously arranged scene, Yi Fan spoke, his gaze turning a bit colder. Click. Across from him, Jiang Hong also landed directly opposite Yi Fan, and in the beast fighting arena, the two stared at each other from afar. Yi Fan. Jiang Hong spoke first, the golden 8-star silver moon howling wolf appearing beside him, its immense power gradually covering the entire arena. You little brat, too clever for your own good. But unfortunately, since we've decided to attack you, we are well prepared. This place is soundproofed, you have no place to escape. Why are you attacking me? Yifan asked, but his eyes were somewhat rigid. He. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hong only chuckled coldly. Yifan, don't you realize what you've provoked? The dynasty organization? Upon hearing this, Yifan's expression slightly changed as he quickly figured out some key points. He and his father were not valued in the family, the Leaf God Machine had no reason to attack him. But what if the Leaf God Machine was with the dynasty organization? The eldest son of the Yi family's younger generation, a heartless and vicious dog. Yifan angrily scolded, looking at Jiang Hong and saying without any courtesy, Jiang Hong, as the ace mentor of Pingcheng High School, responsible for nurturing better talents, behind the scenes you poison the people as a member of the dynasty. How do you face the title of ace mentor? Face the title? Hearing this, Jiang Hong's expression turned cold as he looked at Yifan and said icily, anyone can speak lofty words. Titles are just masks, what use are they? In this world, it's survival of the fittest. The victor is king. Only by surviving can you have a chance to compete. Saying this, Jiang Hong raised his hand, and the silver moon howling wolf, several meters tall, pounced towards Yifan, letting out a wolf howl as a silver shadow appeared. This madman. Watching the silver moon howling wolf charging at him, Yifan's expression changed slightly, swiftly dodging back. Swish! In the next second, silver light flashed, and 3 claw marks instantly tore through the fabric of Yifan's chest, though the marks were not deep, just barely grazing his skin. Yifan took a slight breath. Faced with such a huge power disparity, his brain was racing. The gap in strength was too great. Even with a very strong fighting awareness, his body's agility and power were vastly different. Whoosh! Another sweeping attack came, and Yifan retreated once again, but this time the silver moon howling wolf cut across his chest, leaving 3 blood streaks, the fresh blood quickly soaking through his clothes. The silver moon howling wolf continued to attack. Yifan also dodged, fighting, and evading against the silver moon cursed wolf in the vast arena. You kid, your combat awareness is truly strong. Seeing Yifan wriggling like a loach beneath the silver moon cursed wolf's claws, Jiang Hong said coldly, if you had a few more years, you might achieve something, but unfortunately, you no longer have that chance. As the voice fell, Jiang Hong raised his hand. Silver moon cursed wolf, use moon's grief. Boom! As the sound descended, the silver moon cursed wolf raised its head high, and a silver moon rose suddenly from its head, the moonlight instantly covering the entire space. In the next moment, that silver moon shook violently, and then, it exploded, turning into countless silver fragments that rushed toward Yifan. Moon's grief, the silver moon cursed wolf's innate skill, condensing the silver moon with elemental power and exploding into thousands of fragments to strike a large area. This attack looked ordinary in power, but each of those fragments was comparable to a large caliber sniper rifle, and what was more terrifying was the vast area covered. This guy is determined to keep me here. Yifan gasped heavily, looking at the incoming moon's grief, his eyes, however, scanned around the arena. Facing a powerful enemy 2 major realms above him, even resisting was difficult, he had to rely on some external force. Got it. In the breath of an instant, Yifan's gaze locked onto a nearby spot, rolling quickly, and at the same time, releasing his hellhound. The silver light fell, grazing Yifan's back, but this only caused him to pause slightly, and soon, he rolled next to a large stone in the arena. Jiang Hong pursued relentlessly, commanding the silver moon cursed wolf to chase after Yifan, and soon, the enormous silver moon cursed wolf launched another fierce attack again. With just 1 claw, the giant rock he used for shelter was shattered into pieces, and Yifan seized this opportunity to let his hellhound attack, running towards another rock. These stones were decorations in the arena, but at this moment, they became Yifan's hiding places. You brat! As time passed, Jiang Hong, who was initially full of mockery, now showed some impatience on his face. Unable to break through for so long, this Yifan, at just the bronze level, could hide from him for such a long time. If he reached the silver level or even the golden level, it would be even harder to kill him. End this quickly, if this kid escapes, it will bring endless trouble. Thinking of this, Jiang Hong finally put away his inner pretenses and raised his hand again. This time, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th silver moon cursed wolves appeared. Though their realms were not high, they seemed to have just broken through to gold, like part of the same clan as that golden 9-star silver moon cursed wolf. Wolves gather, all beasts mourn. With the voice falling, several silver moon cursed wolves charged towards Yifan. This scene looked like a pack of wolves surrounding an injured elk. The situation suddenly became critical. Facing just 1 silver moon cursed wolf was already quite difficult, let alone the siege of several silver moon cursed wolves. Even if Yifan had combat experience, he couldn't withstand the attack. Ha! At that extremely critical moment, however, Yifan's gaze became increasingly calm. Breathing out a sigh, he adjusted his route while dodging. Though he was injured, he still gritted his teeth. As he avoided, Yifan gradually approached a spot not far from Jiang Hong. Poof! Jiang Hong noticed Yifan's small movements, but only snorted coldly. A kid not yet at the silver level thinks he can attack me? Before absolute power, there was no way to escape. Tweet. Before the cold snort could fall, suddenly, the cry of an eagle resonated. Jiang Hong's face changed, and he looked up to see that the Gale Eagle had vanished from sight. In the next second, the Gale Eagle's figure appeared instantly. He had already arrived before Jiang Hong, his sharp claws shining with a chilling silver light, slamming toward his face. A spatial skill, is this your trump card? Jiang Hong's face turned cold, his right hand just raised when Yifan's voice rang out. Hellhound, overheat burn. As the sound fell, Jiang Hong's expression changed slightly, suddenly locking onto the Hellhound that had come near him without notice. Overheat burn was essentially a suicide explosion of firepower. At this close distance, even he would likely be injured. You brat, bold. Boom. Before Jiang Hong's words could finish, flames flickered around the Hellhound. In an instant of critical danger, flames surged out, rolling up and instantly engulfing both Jiang Hong and Yifan. Chapter 111, The Arrival of Pan Zhao. Clap. Clap. Flames swept across as Yifan quickly retreated, immediately exiting the fiery encirclement. Jiang Hong was engulfed in flames, but a few seconds later, he burst out from the fire, his body shimmering with an inexplicable glow. That was the mark of having achieved a certain level in breathing techniques, able to use elemental power to protect oneself. You brat! You're dead! Jiang Hong shouted, looking a little disheveled, some of his hair singed. Looking at Yifan, Jiang Hong's eyes were filled with a crazed killing intent. Almost being injured by a mere bronze-level brat was a great humiliation for him. As he spoke, Jiang Hong hesitated no longer, his right hand curling into a claw as he lunged toward Yifan with astonishing speed, fully locking onto him. Yifan quickly retreated, but this attack had locked onto him, and he felt the grip tightening around his throat when a breath suddenly appeared from behind him. Feeling this breath, Yifan froze for a moment, then suddenly smiled, his previously defensive stance opened up. It's a pity, Jiang Hong, today, you probably can't kill me. The words rang out, and Jiang Hong was momentarily stunned. While his expression changed, he still did not give up on this final strike. Jiang Hong, dare you touch my student? At that moment, as the claws were about to descend on Yifan, a voice sounded. Smack! A fist swung out, fists and claws collided, and both figures staggered back. Pan Zhao? Seeing the figure that appeared, Jiang Hong's face instantly grew ugly. Teacher! Looking at the figure in front of him, Yifan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Pan Zhao responded, his sturdy body standing in front of Yifan like a heavy mountain, his deep voice booming. I thought it was some petty person attacking you, but it turned out to be a real petty person. Jiang Hong, are you crazy? Who gave you the courage to attack my student? After saying this, he turned to face Jiang Hong, coldly questioning. A few silver moon wolves drew back to surround them, but Pan Zhao remained unafraid, lifting his hand as the roaring golden nine-star lion appeared. Pan Zhao, this matter has nothing to do with you. Jiang Hong spoke, his eyes looking like a venomous snake as he stared at Pan Zhao. You better step aside. Yifan is my student? You say it has nothing to do with me? Pan Zhao replied, staring at Jiang Hong, but suddenly thinking of something, he spoke up. Jiang Hong, more than 10 years ago, wasn't it exactly like this how Tower was killed by you? When this sentence fell, Jiang Hong's expression instantly changed, anger rising within him. I didn't kill Tower. How many times do I have to tell you? Didn't you kill her? Upon hearing this, Pan Zhao snorted coldly. Back then, I asked everyone who returned from the secret realm, and every one of them said that you were alone with Tower. Tower was not weak, you both went on an adventure together, and they all said you encountered an ambush by the Dynasty organization, yet you came out of the secret realm without a scratch, while she quietly died in there. Do you think I would believe that there's no foul play? I say, Tower died in the secret realm, it was not any Dynasty organization, but you who killed her. I said. I did not kill Tower. Jiang Hong did not explain, just repeated this sentence, his eyes fixed on Yifan. No matter what, Pan Zhao, I must take Yifan's life today. Don't force me. Yifan is my student. If you want to take his life, you must step over my dead body. Pan Zhao stood firm, also shouting in anger. In an instant, the scene became tense. For Silver Moon Silver Wolves, 1 roaring lion, and 2 golden star powerful beings stood ready to fight. At this moment, both sides were on the brink, and once combat broke out, the entire beast arena would likely not withstand it. Snap, snap. And just at this tense moment, a voice suddenly rang out. The three stopped and turned to look. They saw a figure gradually approaching from the other side of the beast arena. Yi Shenji. Seeing this figure, Yifan narrowed his eyes. 2 mentors, the beast arena has already closed. Why are you still here confronting each other so late? Yi Shenji spoke first, wearing a smile, appearing calm and unruffled. Someone wants to kill my student. Are you all in the beast arena doing nothing about it? Faced with Yi Shenji, Pan Zhao did not hold back. What, is your Yi family unable to even protect your guests? Student. Hearing this, Yishinji's expression slightly changed as he looked at Yifan, as if realizing something, a bit surprised. Fan Di, someone wants to harm you? After saying this, Yishinji turned his attention to Jiang Hong. I have a grudge against him, a personal hatred. Are you going to interfere? Jiang Hong stated coldly without much expression as he looked at Yishinji. This attitude stunned Yishinji for a moment, but soon, he showed a smile again. I can't really get involved in personal grudges, but in this beast arena, if my guest is attacked, even if it's from my own clan brother, it would still be somewhat inappropriate, wouldn't it? As his voice fell, Yishinji's smile became serious. He lightly clapped his hands, and in the next moment, more than 10 powerful beings, all golden level, sprang out and surrounded Jiang Hong. Fan Di, you've been scared. After doing all this, Yishinji turned to Yifan and smiled. Fan Di, didn't I say that whenever something happens, you just call for me? In this beast arena, as long as I'm here, no one can harm you. Yes. Hearing this, Yifan simply replied and did not say much, narrowing his eyes. This Yishinji is quite scheming. If it wasn't for my prior suspicions, I might have been deceived by him. He must have been around for a long time. If he really wanted to protect me, so many golden-level powerful beings can't be deaf. Why did they not come out when I was in danger and only appeared when Pan Zhao arrived, when I couldn't back down? Professor Pan, let's go. After a few seconds of silence, Yifan suddenly spoke. Go? Hearing this, Pan Zhao seemed a bit dissatisfied, pointing at Jiang Hong. But this guy. It's all right. The matter happened here with Brother Shinji, and I believe Brother Shinji will give us a satisfactory solution. After all, the big man is still here. If he knows that his family member was attacked in his own beast arena and no one is managing it, he would surely be unhappy. Yifan responded, his gaze shifting toward Yishinji. Brother Shinji, don't you think? This. Hearing this, Yishinji's expression slightly changed as he looked at Yifan, remaining silent for a long while before nodding. Rest assured, since the matter took place here, I will certainly provide a satisfactory resolution for Fan Di. It's just that Jiang Hong is a mentor. How to handle it is up to Brother Shinji. I trust you. Yifan interrupted Yishinji's words, giving a meaningful smile, pulling Pan Zhao and retreating towards the outside. Seeing this, Yishinji seemed a bit hesitant, but in the end, he did not say much and waved his hand to let the two leave. Yifan, why did you hurry to pull me away just now? On the street outside the beast arena, Pan Zhao spoke, as he naturally felt that Yifan was acting strangely. Until now, he finally spoke. Jiang Hong and my cousin are on the same path. My cousin brought people in at that time, but it doesn't necessarily mean it was to capture Jiang Hong. Hearing this, Yifan shook his head. If he had not left just now, he might have worried about the matter being exposed, leading to a fish-dead net broken situation, and he might have acted against the teacher. On the same path? Upon hearing this, Pan Zhao froze. What were they afraid of being exposed? What kind of person would want to kill me? Teacher Pan Zhao, you should be able to guess. Yifan spoke, his voice somewhat low. Guess. Hearing this, Pan Zhao fell silent for a moment, thought of some things Yifan had told him before, and then his expression changed somewhat. You mean to say Jiang Hong and your cousin are both from the Dynasty organization? Chapter 112, Scheme. Yifan nodded heavily, his face slightly gloomy. Jiang Hong just admitted it. This bastard. Upon hearing this, Pan Zhao instantly burst into anger, a dignified mentor, fallen to this extent. After saying this, it seemed Pan Zhao understood something, and shouted angrily, I always suspected he was the one who harmed Tower. I never expected this dog thief is actually a member of the Dynasty organization. Teacher Pan Zhao, you've been talking about Tower with Jiang Hong. Who is she? Yifan asked, did you have any ties with him in the past? I and he were once good friends for many years. Pan Zhao answered, the anger on his face undiminished. That Tower was another friend of ours, the three of us grew up together. Got it. Hearing this, Yifan nodded, no longer pursuing the matter. He had just heard Pan Zhao's questioning of Jiang Hong and, together with this sentence, he had roughly guessed the ins and outs. As for the details, it was Pan Zhao's personal matter, so it didn't need to be probed too deeply. Teacher Pan Zhao, at this time, you must not lose your reason because of anger. Yifan spoke, his gaze particularly calm. The extent of the dynasty's infiltration in Pingcheng is even more terrifying than we imagined. Guardians, Dragon Slayer's descendants, the school's top mentors, these are all heavyweight figures in other places. How dare these bastards? Pan Zhao spoke, seemingly a bit indignant. They hold important positions and should be the ones resisting the dynasty's undermining. There will always be people who forget the blood of the martyrs flows through their veins. Yifan shook his head. He had seen many such people in his previous life, and this point, he understood clearly. Teacher Pan Zhao, you must endure. After thinking for a moment, Yifan spoke, we have already received a lot of information. After waiting a while, we can prepare to close the net. I have no problem with that. Pan Zhao nodded and then said, but you should be more careful. If what you say is true, then your cousin laid down a trap today. You still haven't grown up, many things should not be taken lightly. Yes. Yifan did not refute Pan Zhao's words, however, since he had the courage to stay, he naturally had some confidence. Not only was there Pan Zhao, but he also had the old man's communicator with him. However, this was a deadly weapon, and he wouldn't use it unless absolutely necessary. Teacher Pan Zhao, you should go back. Waving his hand, Yifan said, Yishinji won't do anything to Jiang Hong, at most, he will find an excuse to cover it up. You don't have to rush to question Jiang Hong, revenge will be taken. No matter whether Jiang Hong admits it or not, once everything is clear, the truth can't be false, and the false can't be real. Okay. Pan Zhao replied, his gaze still having some anger, but this anger, I find it hard to swallow. If you really can't swallow it, just beat him up. Yifan spoke, a smile appearing on his face. In 2 months, it's the freshman competition and the mentor competition, Teacher P. If anything happens, notify me through the communicator right away, do not take it lightly. As he spoke, Pan Zhao waved his hand, stepping forward, gradually blending into the darkness of the night. Yifan stood in place, watching Pan Zhao leave until he turned his gaze back towards the distant arena, his eyes gradually cooling down. Clearly, tonight was filled with dangers for him, but at the same time, he had received quite a bit of information, and it was very crucial to filling in some of the previous gaps. First was the turmoil of the Dragon Eye. Yifan had been thinking if this chaos truly began with the Yi family, then even if the elder had died in his previous life, such a large family of Dragon Eye users would not be easily commanded by just anyone, only those qualified could give commands. But now, with the appearance of Yishinji, this fog was gradually clearing. Yishinji, the eldest son of Yi Guihai, the head of the Yi family, the long-awaited successor of the younger generation, this identity really is possible. Saying this, Yifan shook his head. Besides the turmoil of the Dragon Eye, there was also the beast tide in Ping City, which had many doubts, such as with the Guardians defending, why did the secret realm around Ping City suddenly fall into the hands of the Dynasty organization? And why, despite having top experts in Ping City, did they show no resistance in the face of the beast tide, nearly leading to the city's destruction? The answer was now very clear, there were insiders of the Dynasty organization among the Guardians and the top mentors of the Academy. How could there be no chaos, how could they resist the beast tide? In my previous life, I underestimated this so-called cancer known as the Dynasty organization. Thinking of this, Yifan shook his head. When he first learned about the conflict between Deng Li and Ma Dafei that pulled the Dynasty organization into the fray, he didn't think too much about it, he just considered it a chance to handle the situation. But with each key figure appearing, he realized that for the Dynasty organization to be called a cancer, it was not that simple. Right there in Ping City, from the enforcement agencies to gang members, the shadow of the Dynasty organization could be seen almost everywhere. And this was just Ping City. If it were the same in other places, how immense must the power of the Dynasty organization be? If this power gathered and erupted internally, once a riot was sparked at a critical moment, the remnants on the front lines could take the opportunity to counterattack, likely overthrowing the balance that had been maintained for countless generations over the centuries. Compared to the title of cancer, at this moment, the Dynasty organization looked more like a ticking time bomb. If not eliminated, the consequences would be devastating. Yifan, I slept so well yesterday. Early the next morning, Fatty Li pushed open the door and was a bit surprised to see Yifan waiting at the door as if he had been there for a while. Wow, you're up so early? The sun is almost at my backside, is this early? Yifan replied, looking at Fatty Li with a faint smile. Yesterday, he had not taken many people with him and had not said anything deliberately. Jiang Hong and the others focused on him, paying little attention to Fatty Li and the others. That he had smoothly escaped meant there was an absolute witness, so they couldn't touch Fatty Li and the others. This allowed everyone a good night's sleep. Captain, are we going to challenge the Beastmaster in Beast Duel today, just like yesterday? Chen Pang also walked out of the room. Unlike the sleepy Fatty Li, he was dressed in a loose robe, a bit of sweat on his forehead, clearly having gotten up early to work out. Mum. Upon hearing this, Yifan merely nodded and didn't say much, waving his hand to signal everyone to head back to the front desk once more. He didn't choose to skip the arena, instead, he wanted to appear calm and unafraid. What happened yesterday had already occurred. Even if Yishinji had a big enough brain, he wouldn't want to take this risk again. On the contrary, the other party's mood was absolutely very complicated at this moment. Yifan did not expose the other party's identity, he was ambushed in the room arranged in his arena, which could be explained in many ways. But Yifan said nothing, instead leaving the other party with a mystery. And someone as deep-minded as Yishinji, to maintain this mystery, would act like a good person, even if it was just an act. Chapter 113, Compensation. Yifan and his group are challenging again. In the audience seats of the arena, Bai Zhan was the first to stand up as he watched Yifan enter. The host's introduction this time was completely different, highlighting Yifan's past achievements, 7 battles and 7 victories, crushing opponents of the same level. Such a record basically confirmed that Yifan would get the title. I barely managed to raise 2 magical beasts, and he killed them both yesterday. Seeing Yi Sanshao's expression was somewhat helpless. He was also a genius, having watched several of Yi Fan's battles in one day, his perception of Yi Fan had clearly changed. It was obvious that this cousin he had previously looked down upon had exceptional strength. An exaggerated combat awareness matched with perfect battle techniques, and he hadn't sustained any injuries in 7 fights. Someone like this was definitely extraordinary. At the very least, he was not just a showpiece. This Yi Fan and the people around him all have quite good strength. At their age, they are absolutely among the best of their peers. Next to him, seeing Yi Fan once again easily win a battle, Bai Zhan couldn't help but stand up. No, I should try again, and offer a higher price. 200,000 won't work, I'll put it at 400,000. If I can recruit all of them and develop them, perhaps they could one day bring more elders to my family. But not everything can be bought with money. Seeing Bai Zhan's actions, Yi Sanshao spoke up, a hint of pride flickering in his eyes. Some people, the blood flowing in their veins won't allow them to bow down to others. Moreover, others have that strength. Hundreds of thousands are just the cost of a spiritual pearl he will use for training after entering silver. As he spoke, Yi Sanshao stood up and walked towards the passage below. Bai Zhan was taken aback, seeming not to understand Yi Sanshao's words, but he still followed him up. In the passage, Yi Fan returned, and at this moment, several people were waiting. Yi Shenji had arrived at some point, and was talking with Li Pangzi. From a distance, the two appeared to be chatting happily, seemingly enjoying a good conversation. Brother Shenji, the breakfast provided at your accommodation is quite good. The special medicinal bath is also nice. I soaked for a few hours yesterday, and the water in the tub turned black. As they got closer, Yi Fan casually overheard Li Pangzi's words, and his eyes showed a trace of helplessness. This Li Pangzi. Fan brother, you finally came. Li Pangzi, already impatient but holding back to listen to Li Pangzi's chattering, quickly moved aside to walk towards Yi Fan when he saw him arrive. I watched the monster battle just now. Your strength is really impressive, Fan brother. Among your peers in this Ping city, you are truly in a league of your own. Brother Shenji, you flatter me. Hearing this, Yi Fan nodded slightly, looking at Yi Shenji, his eyes showing a hint of depth. Brother Shenji, you came to find me. Is there something you need? Something. Hearing this, Yi Shenji hesitated slightly, his gaze sweeping over Yi Fan's face. Then, he pulled Yi Fan closer and quietly said, I'm sorry about what happened last night. After apprehending Jiang Hong, we discussed it all night and have come up with a solution. A solution? Hearing this, Yi Fan's eyes narrowed. Brother Shenji, feel free to share. It's like this, the mentor Jiang Hong said that he was a bit emotional yesterday. There was not much conflict with Fan Di, but things happened, and since Fan Di was the victim, I naturally have to fight for compensation for you. Yi Shenji spoke and paused slightly before continuing, so, according to mentor Jiang Hong, it's 1 million, as compensation for the fright that Fan Di experienced last night. 1 million? Hearing this, Yi Fan's mouth curled up into a smile. That Jiang Hong, can he really be that generous? This matter is indeed his fault. Fan Di should receive this compensation. Yi Shenji replied, then leaned in closer to Yi Fan's ear. Of course, Fan Di also knows that mentor Jiang Hong is the pride of our Pingcheng High School. If this matter leaks out, it won't be good for his reputation or the school's reputation. Oh, I understand. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan nodded. So the 1 million includes a hush money, right? At this, Yi Shenji's face slightly showed embarrassment, but he still lowered his voice and spoke, you could say that. Then I might have to think about it. Yi Fan replied, crossing his arms and looking at Yi Shenji, a smile appearing on his face. This scene left Yi Shenji a bit puzzled. Seeing Yi Fan's expression made him momentarily unsure of what to say. After a while, it was still Yi Fan who spoke, hinting, Brother Shenji, it's strange. Yesterday, you gave me the room card, so logically, no one else should have been able to enter or exit my room, right? Yes, yes. Upon hearing this, Yi Shenji quickly responded, I've already looked into this matter. One of our receptionists, for some unknown reason, misplaced the spare room card, which later ended up in Jiang Hong's hands. That receptionist has already been found out by me, and she was fired this morning after being investigated. Is that so? What a coincidence. Yi Fan replied, crossing his arms once more. At this, Yi Shenji realized and said, Fan Di, don't be angry. This incident happened in my arena, I naturally have responsibility. As compensation, I will also give Fan Di a spirit tree. I noticed that a few of your beasts are about to reach the silver level, right? The spirit tree bears spirit fruit, which can effectively break the bloodline lock of your beasts. Although it's only a common top-grade treasure, it will surely have great effects for you. Common top-grade spirit tree. Upon hearing this name, Yi Fan nodded slightly. Top grade is a special classification within each category, mostly used to differentiate those that are extremely precious within a level but barely fall short in the next level of treasures, and common top grade is quite close to spirit level low grade. Of course, this spirit tree is relatively rare and scarce in the wild, and Yifan currently does not possess such a treasure. A common top-grade spirit tree is probably worth around 1 million. Yifan thought for a moment and nodded, then looked at Yishinji with a slight smile. Also hush money? This. Yishinji appeared embarrassed. After all, this is our Yi family's business, and if this matter gets out. I understand. Halfway through, Yifan raised his hand, interrupting Yishinji's words. If that's the case, then I can accept it. That's great. Yishinji breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, he no longer cared about other messy things and quickly instructed his subordinates to get the money. At this moment, he was indeed, as Yifan said, somewhat anxious about the suspense in Yifan's words, unclear about what Yifan was thinking. Especially after Yifan's intentional or unintentional mention of the elder yesterday, this anxiety was magnified. Now that the family was conducting a strict investigation into the dynasty organization, any repercussions would be thoroughly investigated, and he might not be able to withstand the scrutiny of the family's higher-ups. Learning that Yifan only wanted compensation and seemed uninterested in saying more, Yishinji suddenly felt relieved. After all, the eldest son of the family managed some family wealth. This small amount of money and spiritual herbs, he can take out casually. Soon, the servants brought the money and precious materials. The spiritual energy tree was packed in a specially made large box, and the money was not cash, but checks issued by the higher-ups. Yishinji signed the numbers and names on the check with ease, and after stamping the official seal, he hurriedly stretched out his hand and handed the check to Yifan. Big brother is being generous today. It looks like you want to throw a celebration banquet for our younger clan brother? Yi Sanxiao's voice rang out, and Yishinji was immediately taken aback. The check halted in the air as he looked at Yi Sanxiao, his face slightly unnatural. Third brother, what are you doing here? I came to see Fan brother. Yi Sanxiao replied, his gaze shifting to Yifan, then he stretched out his hand. Fan brother, my name is Yi Chuan, I'm the third son of your uncle, I'm a bit older than you can call me Chuan Gu. Chuan Gu? This made Yifan feel somewhat helpless, but he still politely nodded and called out, Chuan Gu. I'll just call you Fan brother then, Yi Chuan responded, glancing again at the check in Yishinji's hand and the box beside him. Big brother, what are you preparing? Are you trying to recruit Fan brother to be your enforcer? Enforcer. Hearing Yi Chuan's seemingly deliberate question, Yishinji felt awkward again. We're all family, why talk about enforcers? Chapter 114, Taking Advantage of Others' Misfortune. Seeing Yishinji's expression, Yi Chuan was slightly surprised, his gaze shifting to Yifan. For such a long time, it was the first time he saw his elder brother so embarrassed. Usually, Yishinji was calm and composed. He rarely felt flustered doing things, which is why many people had high hopes for Yishinji and not for him. Chuan Gu, Shinji brother isn't recruiting me into an enforcer group, these things are some compensation. Yifan spoke, smiling. Last night, Shinji brother kept me in the beast fighting arena to rest, but I was attacked at night. This money and spiritual herbs are Shinji brother's consolation fee for me. Attacked? Hearing Yifan's words, Yi Chuan's expression slightly changed, his brows furrowing. He was from the Yi family and knew better than anyone about the security in the beast fighting arena. With so many golden level guards and even some family elders secretly guarding, no one would dare to attack in the arena, let alone say they were attacked. After some thought, Yi Chuan looked at Yishinji, his mind already forming some ideas, but he held back his expression and slowly said. Big brother, I think our guards in the beast fighting arena might be a bit lax. How can we let guests be assaulted in the arena, especially our younger clan brother? Yes, yes. Yishinji repeatedly responded, lowering his head with a gloomy look in his eyes. Fan brother. However, Yi Chuan didn't look again at Yishinji. Instead, he turned to Yifan and softly said, you were startled last night, why don't I hold a banquet today to calm you down? A banquet, there's really no need. Yifan waved his hand, but Yi Chuan showed a smile and grasped Yifan's hand. Fan brother must not refuse. The Yi family members are one body, you came to the beast fighting arena, and I should have held a banquet for you yesterday. Just right, I see you are about to break through to silver recently. I have a blazing fire herb here that can help with breaking the bloodline shackles for fire-type Beastmasters, and I can gift it to you too. Hearing this, Yifan slightly raised his eyebrows and glanced at Yi Chuan. This was obviously a recruitment statement. It seemed Yi Chuan had some ideas about him. A blazing fire herb, while not as valuable as the spiritual energy tree, had strong targeting and was still worth several 100,000. Apart from his distant cousins, who else from the Yi family was so polite to him? Since that's the case, thank you, Chuan Gu. After some thought, Yifan did not hesitate. Setting aside the recruitment statement for now, it was still good to receive a blazing fire herb for free. Alright, Fan brother, come with me. Let's go eat at the best restaurant in town, Iten Tower. Hearing Yifan agree, Yi Chuan was also somewhat pleased, nodded, and said to the few people behind Yifan, you all are Fandy's friends, come and join us. That sounds great. Upon hearing this, Fatty Lee responded, Iten Tower, there must be a lot of delicious food, right? Iten Tower is known for its great taste, there are definitely a lot of delicious things. Yi Chuan answered, his face full of smiles. The group chatted and laughed. At this moment, Yishinji beside them looked somewhat awkward, watching Yichuan, his expression not looking too good. I should invite Fan D to a meal. Yishinji spoke, clearly feeling that inviting Yifan in front of him at this time was somewhat overstepping. Eldest brother, I got along well with Fan D, so I took the lead before you. Yichuan quickly responded, with a smile on his face, saying, I believe eldest brother won't mind, right? No, I don't mind. Upon hearing this, Yishinji went along with it and also showed a smile. Since the third brother is considerate, let's treat the third brother well. Of course. Hearing this, Yichuan waved his hand, turned and beckoned Yifan and his group to head off into the distance. Until the group moved away, Yishinji's expression once again turned cold. Looking at their backs, he spoke with a somewhat chilling tone. You have to compete with me for everything. I see that if that day comes, you would want to compete for the identity of the heir of the Yi family too. In a dark attic at the academy, Zhang Hong quietly entered. It was backlit, the attic was small, and like an old dangerous building, at first glance, it looked like it was about to collapse. Who? Just as he stepped onto the stairs of the attic, a gust of cold wind blew by, and the next moment, a figure in a black robe, Yen, appeared at the entrance of the stairs. Zhang Hong, I told you, if nothing is wrong, don't come to my place, didn't I? Looking at Zhang Hong, Yan's tone was icy. I didn't mean to disturb you, my lord. Zhang Hong replied, half kneeling on the ground, I failed to assassinate Yifan at the Yi family's beast arena yesterday. Assassinate at the Yi family's beast arena? And you failed? Upon hearing this, Yan's eyebrows immediately frowned. You, a golden high-star strongman, how could you fail in assassinating a child in his teens? My lord, Yifan had a communicator given by Pan Zhao. I was about to succeed when Pan Zhao intervened. Zhang Hong replied, Yishinji was afraid of exposure and mediated my conflict with Pan Zhao. Pan Zhao was also involved in this matter. Upon hearing this, Yan's face turned cold, glancing at Zhang Hong, so, you not only failed to assassinate Yifan but also exposed yourself. Zhang Hong remained silent for a moment before nodding. You have disappointed me greatly. Yan spoke coldly, Zhang Hong, you are a smart person, why couldn't you manage such a small thing well? Yes. Zhang Hong did not offer much explanation, answering simply, seeming somewhat helpless, but Yifan did not reveal this matter, accepting the compensation after Yishinji's mediation, pretending as if he knew nothing. This. Upon hearing this, Yan frowned again, saying nothing is rather a dangerous signal. After saying this, Yan looked at Zhang Hong, unable to hold back his anger. Your and Yishinji's identities must absolutely not be exposed, and yet you let it come to this, achieving nothing but destroying things. I can make up for it. I'll take action again. Taking action is certain, but it cannot be soon. That kid Yifan is very vigilant, we need to find a new opportunity. Yan snapped, we can't expose ourselves over and over again, it must be a swift kill. After all, that kid is a member of the Yi family, and Yi Mao is still in Pingcheng. Although the dragon blood backlash occurred, it still holds residual power. If we truly provoke this elder of the Yi family, we cannot bear the consequences. Understood. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hong hesitated, what opportunity? When the fruit of creation comes into existence. Yen replied, shaking his head, I will let people spread the news that the fruit of creation is about to appear. That Yifan, with his D-level talent, upon hearing this news, would definitely go after the creation fruit. As long as we enter the secret realm, with so many people competing for the creation fruit, and no one supervising, we will have plenty of opportunities to kill him. Creation fruit? The name of this fruit startled Zhang Hong, is there really creation fruit in Ping City? When he spoke, there was a hint of surprise in Zhang Hong's eyes. He clearly knew about the creation fruit and understood how much uproar this news would cause if it got out. Yes, but it is within the secret realm, and the secret realm has not yet opened. At this moment, it is still under our control. Yen nodded, the secret realm that has the creation fruit has been hidden for many years, extremely concealed, with no map to find it at all. So we need to give Yifan a map? Zhang Hong replied, what excuse do we use? What excuse do we need? Yen retorted, snorting coldly, isn't the mercenary group in Ping City in conflict with him? We just need to find an appropriate opportunity to have the Red Ghost lead them to their deaths and deliver the map to Yifan. Is this giving flowers to Buddha? Upon hearing this, Zhang Hong thoughtfully spoke. No. Yen shook his head and looked into the distance, and then his eyes turned cold. This is using a knife to kill someone. Chapter 115, Lesson. In Iten Tower, Yichuan booked a private room on the 3rd floor and spent a lot of money to set up a banquet. This banquet was not ordinary, at the very least, the dishes were all made from the blood and flesh of silver-level beast tamers, with various heavenly materials and earthly treasures simmered into soups. Even the water and rice served were specially filtered and grown. This table of delicacies was an unbelievable temptation for Fat Li. During the meal, Fat Li ate heartily, making those watching him a bit nervous. It seems that my brother Fan's friends really liked my arrangements today. Yi Chuan spoke with a smile, gently tapping the table. Since it's my treat, just eat. If it's not enough, we can serve more. There is definitely enough. Brother Chuan is too polite. Yi Fan spoke, also picking up his chopsticks and grabbing a piece of fried meat in front of him. The meat was from an unknown beast, but it had an incredibly delicious taste, appearing somewhat translucent. As it entered his stomach, a warm sensation spread through him. Clearly, a spiritual energy radiated toward his limbs, making his body feel a bit hot, even though the quantity was small. This should be the meat of the pearl linglong deer. This kind of spiritual beast has delicious meat and a foundation-building effect, and it is very rare. If it were wild, one or two could be worth tens of thousands. Yi Fan softly said, looking at Yi Chuan across the table. Brother Chuan has spent a lot. It's nothing, it's the least I can do. Yi Chuan replied, but he put down his chopsticks. Of course, he had not invited Yi Fan to dinner for no reason. He naturally had some thoughts in mind. Brother Fan, do you have any plans for which university to attend in the future? After a while, Yi Chuan asked. University. Yi Fan shook his head, pondering for a moment before saying, unless something unexpected happens, I should be going to Kyoto University. Kyoto University is good, it's the pride of Kyoto. Upon hearing this, Yi Chuan nodded, then continued, what are your plans afterward? Are you going to the front lines to fight or go into politics? They don't conflict. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan shook his head, whether it is going into politics or fighting, the two are not mutually exclusive. That is true. Yi Chuan replied, looking at Yi Fan and pondering for a moment before slowly speaking, however, I still suggest that Brother Fan go into politics. Our Yi family will move to Kyoto next year. You should know that grandfather's health is not very good, and he will probably retire from his position, so the family may need to cultivate a successor. If that's the case, Brother Chuan is planning to compete for that position. Hearing this, Yi Fan replied with a hint of a smile in his eyes. This statement was a bit straightforward, and Yi Chuan was taken aback. After hesitating, he smiled and said, Brother Fan is joking, I am still young. To inherit grandfather's position, I fear I do not have the qualifications. My big brother is still around. Brother Chuan should speak frankly. Hearing this, Yi Fan raised his eyes and spoke. This. Seeing Yi Fan understand so quickly, Yi Chuan felt a bit awkward, but continued, it's like this, I will also go into politics next year, possibly starting from some local positions in the capital. Brother Fan, after you finish your 4 years of university, I should have been promoted by then. If you want to go into politics, I can provide you with some convenience. Understood. Hearing this, Yi Fan slightly nodded, thought for a few seconds, then replied, if that day comes, I will look for Brother Chuan. If that's the case, then that's wonderful. Upon hearing this, Yi Chuan also smiled and quickly raised his hand, come, bring some more dishes for Brother Fan and the others. Soon, a banquet ended, and everyone was feasting happily. Before leaving, Yi Chuan saw them off all the way and even arranged a special coachman to bid them farewell. Yi Fan, why does it seem like your cousin treats you very well? On the road, Li Fatty, who had been quiet, spoke up, his tone filled with doubt. It's all food, drink, and rides, and he even says he'll make things convenient for you in the future. Fatty, you're only seeing the surface. Yi Fan said, shaking his head, what Yi Chuan said isn't about easing something for me in the future, it's just an invitation for me to join him. Join? Li Fatty was taken aback. Yes. Yi Fan replied, seeing Li Fatty's confused expression, he felt a bit helpless but still explained, what he said is pretty clear. My uncle is going to retire, and he wants to inherit my uncle's position. However, with his brother around, he is worried he won't win the competition. He wants some clan members to enter politics to support him in the future. Oh, I see. Hearing this, Li Fatty was slightly surprised, but you're only in your first year of high school. If you enter politics as he said, it will be 7 or 8 years later. Are people from these big families really planning so far ahead? It's not too difficult to plan a matter 7 or 8 years in advance. Yi Fan shook his head, as if recalling something, he slowly spoke, as long as there's a will, for some matters, planning decades in advance is not impossible. In the following days, Yi Fan and others continued to go to the beast arena, making rapid progress. Their reputations gradually grew, and Li Fatty and Ma Xiaoxue also shifted from beast tamer duels to beast fights. The four of them fought from morning till night, and the beasts in the arena were almost not enough. With 100 battles to earn titles, Yi Fan and Chen Peng quickly accumulated 50 fights, while Ma Xiaoxue and Li Fatty were slower but reached over 20 fights. Captain, there's trouble with the mercenary group. One day, just as Yi Fan and his group were about to challenge the next beast fight, a mercenary hurried over from the side of the passage, speaking urgently and looking panicked. Trouble? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan frowned, looking at the members of his mercenary group, and asked, what happened? It's Brother Chang's mercenary group and the Dawn mercenary group. They have been targeting us recently. The member replied, every day, they lead their entire group to block the entrance of Silvermoon Forest. As soon as our team members go out on a mission, they stop us there to rob us of what we've earned. If we don't give it, they will kill. It's been like this for days. This morning, a few of our members didn't give in, and they directly killed them. Now, no one in the mercenary group dares to go on a mission. Are Brother Chang and the Dawn people that bold? Hearing this, Yi Fan raised his eyebrow and looked at the others. Any opinions from you guys? Teach them a lesson. Li Fati shouted, sounding somewhat angry. These bastards started acting up as soon as we weren't around. We can't let them off without a lesson. I agree. Chen Pang, who also rose as a mercenary, spoke. It's one thing for them to make things difficult for us, but making it hard for ordinary mercenaries is somewhat despicable. I also think we should give them a lesson. Agreed. Ma Xiaoxue chimed in. All right. Hearing this, Yi Fan nodded. The gaze turned cold. I didn't want to deal with them recently. Who knew these bastards would come knocking at my door? Since that's the case, then let's give them a good lesson. Chapter 116, Strike Back. Captain, you finally came back. At the entrance of Shinai, seeing Yi Fan and the team return, the mercenaries standing at the door instantly got excited. The captain is back. With this shout, the mercenary group erupted in excitement. A large crowd of mercenaries gathered together. Under the pressure from Chang and the others, and today's incident costing a life, no one in the mercenary group had the courage to take on a mission. Looking at the crowd at the door, Yi Fan simply nodded slightly and walked into the tavern. Wang Lingxi, let's go. Calling out to the counter, Wang Lingxi immediately stood up. Son. In the tavern, Yi Lincheng stepped out and looked at Yi Fan, his expression slightly worried. Are you planning to confront them? I heard that Chang's mercenary group, the Dawn mercenary group, probably has over 100 people mobilized, and their equipment is quite. It's okay, more people doesn't mean they are useful. Yi Fan replied, shaking his head, and said to the mercenaries at the door, I'm going to seek justice for you all. Anyone who wants to vent their anger can come with me. Hearing this, many mercenaries on the scene became excited and quickly followed behind Yi Fan. In a moment, the gathered crowd was likely more than 100, a mighty group. Yi Fan was a bit surprised by this number, but soon, he showed a smile. It seems that sometimes, this is how it works, oppression can actually unite people. Let's go. Yi Fan raised his hand and stepped forward, his expression extremely cold. Shinai, do not allow anyone to oppress us. Long live the captain. A large group followed Yi Fan, leaving the tavern in a mighty wave, causing a stir in the mercenary street. Is that guy Yi Fan preparing to lead a team to clash with Sun Chang? At the Dawn Gate, Zhao Kui watched Yi Fan's group leave, somewhat astonished. Shinai is developing really fast. In such a short time, they've gathered such a large group of loyal mercenaries. After all, they have a few powerful Beastmasters. Next to him, Bai Chen replied, watching the backs of the crowd, but his eyes were somewhat complicated. Why does Sun Chang and Li Ming have such great hostility towards Yi Fan? They have provoked him several times. Aren't they always like this? Those few crooked guys bully the weak and fear the strong. When we at Dawn were not up, weren't they trying to suppress us? Zhao Kui replied, curling his lips, I can't stand these people. Mercenaries are here to make money, no need to complicate things with fights over trivial matters. Yeah. Bai Chen nodded, glancing at Zhao Kui, then shifting his gaze back to the mercenary tavern, scanning the room, suddenly puzzled. Where's Lao Si, by phone? Didn't he just come back yesterday? Why isn't he here now? He said he had something to do and went out this morning. Zhao Kui replied, suddenly remembering something, lowering his voice a bit, and whispered, Shingo, Lao Si has been very close to those from Dawn recently. My men have seen him sneak out to Dawn several times late at night. Lao Si is very close to the Dawn people? Hearing this, Bai Chen frowned slightly and looked at Zhao Kui. What is he going to Dawn for at night? I don't know either, my men didn't dare to get too close for fear of being discovered. Zhao Kui replied, then whispered, Shingo, Lao Si seems a bit off in recent years. He's quietly recruited many hands and has trained his own confidants, and doesn't even listen to our orders. He seems to have some thoughts, you'd better pay attention. Hearing this, Bai Chen hesitated, but soon shook his head. We've been working together for so many years and know each other well. I trust Lao Si's character. But still. Alright, let's. We are sworn brothers, and I won't doubt you. The fourth might have his reasons for acting that way. In some time, he should come to explain himself. Bai Chen waved his hand, interrupting Zhao Kui, who wanted to say more. I have a task to go to East City today. You look after the mercenary group in the tavern. Call me if anything happens. Also, my younger brother shouldn't be running around in this chaotic mercenary street recently. As Bai Chen spoke, he entered the house, while the mercenaries who received tasks crowded around him. Brother Chen, you truly are at the door. Zhao Kui looked a bit helpless, opening his mouth as if to say something, but seeing Bai Chen surrounded by others, he ultimately said nothing. What he had just said was already quite tactful, but their leader was just that kind of person who never doubts his own brothers. This isn't a mistake, Zhao Kui trusts Bai Chen precisely because of his loyalty. Sigh, the elder brother is right, but the fourth I'm afraid he is no longer the young kid we swore brotherhood with back then. Lost in thought, Zhao Kuei let out a deep sigh, no longer caring about the conflicts with Yifan, and turned to enter the tavern. In Silver Moon Forest, at this moment, Li Ming and Sun Chang each led a large group and occupied the entrance of the forest. A large group casually sat around in a big circle. The crowd seemed to appear fearless, but only Sun Chang and Li Ming knew in their hearts that they were somewhat anxious. Standing here boldly like this, if Yifan really attacked, they might not gain any advantage. Li Ming, what do you think will happen if Yifan truly gets angry and comes after us for killing the Divine Leaf people yesterday? Sun Chang, taking a sip of water, looked at the still empty road, speaking with some unease. The beasts of Yifan and those around him are quite powerful, with large area destructive skills. In a direct confrontation, we might suffer heavy losses. I know this too, but what's the solution? Li Ming shook his head beside him, appearing somewhat helpless. The higher-ups ordered us to provocatively confront Yifan and, after the conflict, send a special map to seek peace. Isn't this treating us as cannon fodder? Sun Chang retorted with some anger, a broken map. If you want to send it over, then just send it directly. Why must we engage in a direct battle with Yifan? Do they not treat us as people? The higher-ups require us to do this logically, to act convincingly, so that Yifan doesn't see through it. Li Ming replied, his expression somewhat displeased, but he could only sigh. Our plan was pretty good. We could have used these people to ambush Yifan, which had its chances. Now, this is basically sending us to our deaths, not even allowing us to win. Why should we be subject to others? Accepting their benefits means we have to follow their arrangements. If you ask me, Sun Chang was about to vent his frustration, when suddenly, a sneaky-eyed mercenary rushed over from the side of the road. Brother Chang, Yifan is coming with people. Coming? Upon hearing this, Sun Chang was startled and instinctively shrank his neck, but then felt it was inappropriate and deliberately shouted, so what if they come? Who's afraid? He brought over 100 people, the messenger said, his voice trembling slightly. They're all equipped with firearms, looking like they want to have a shootout with us. He was the little captain who was spared by Yifan last time, and since that life and death experience, he has had nightmares of Yifan's terrifying smile every night. Now, just catching a glimpse of Yifan made his heart race. The captain's fearful expression was quite unbearable. Sun Chang and Li Ming both frowned, perhaps recalling Yifan's previous decisive kills. Sun Chang hesitated slightly and said, if Yifan really attacks, are we truly going to fight them to the death? Not necessarily, our brothers' lives matter too. Li Ming spoke up from the side, pondering slightly. If a war truly breaks out, it won't just be a matter of a life or two. But Yifan has always been ruthless. If a dispute arises, we can show weakness first and then surrender the map after he demands a high price. That's possible. Hearing this, Sun Chang responded, then hesitated a bit, saying, but if we do that, won't it be a bit embarrassing for us? Face is something for the living to see. Li Ming replied, his gaze slightly cold. The higher-ups have already put out the map, clearly intending to put Yifan in a deadly situation. He won't last long. Losing a bit of face isn't a big deal. Upon hearing this, Sun Chang nodded repeatedly. In that case, it's truly not a big deal. Get ready, Yifan is coming. When we talk later, don't show any flaws. Li Ming said as they both looked toward the end of the road. Soon, Yifan's group gradually approached from that direction. Before long, Yifan arrived not far from the large group, with a swift eagle on his shoulder and the hellhound beside him. Ahem. As Yifan drew near, Sun Chang stepped forward, cleared his throat, and was about to speak, but Yifan raised his hand. Shoot! Boom! Bang! As the sound fell, a round of gunfire rang out in succession. Sun Chang's expression changed drastically. Yifan, you dare. Why wouldn't I dare? Yifan said, as a volley of over 100 shots created havoc instantly. Li Ming and Sun Chang's men were thrown into disarray, and in this moment, Yifan stepped forward, with the eagle and hellhound attacking together, leading with the flames of the hellhound. The forest ignited, chaos erupted among the crowd. From the grass, ghostly serpents surged forth, spewing a large cloud of poisonous mist that engulfed many. The Bronze 9 Stars poisonous snakes had deadly venom, and those mercenaries who avoided the mist had no time to escape when a massive rock python emerged, biting one person and directly swallowing him. Its tail swept across, knocking 7 or 8 others to the ground. He came prepared. Seeing several snakes appear from the grass, Li Ming reacted swiftly, looking at Yifan with a shocked expression. This Yifan had no intention of negotiating, he had come ready for war. Is this Yifan a madman? He has over 100 men attacking us, who have several hundred. Sun Chang shouted angrily. His concern grew as he saw the massive casualties. The terrain here is unfavorable for us, it's completely open ground. With them gaining the upper hand, we're practically living targets. Li Ming replied, a hint of panic in his eyes, we need to run into the forest quickly, or we might all perish here. Bang! Bang! As he spoke, gunfire rang out once more. Two men beside Sun Chang were shot down amidst the confusion, with a bullet grazing Sun Chang's face. This bullet chilled Sun Chang's fury. Watching his teammates flee in panic and turning to see Yi Fan's group advancing in formation, he suddenly realized they were in grave danger. They held the upper hand, suppressing fire, and unleashed their beasts. Yi Fan wanted to wipe them out completely. Run! Sun Chang shouted in that moment and hurriedly fled into the thicket behind him. Thus, hundreds of men retreated into the forest in disarray, already facing losses in the hundreds during this hasty firefight. These guys. Watching the people hastily retreat into the forest, Yi Fan couldn't help but smirk coldly. These people truly had no battlefield experience in this kind of battle. They had the numbers, and the best way was to organize a counterattack, using their advantage in numbers to exchange life for life on the front line. But these guys ran into the jungle instead. In this battle, he brought Wang Lingxi, and the guy with the dark vision who joined the mercenary group also participated in the fight. With Wang Lingxi and the others with him, the jungle became their advantageous territory. In this case, we can slowly catch them all. Yi Fan spoke, his tone icy. Hearing this, Li Fati looked up, somewhat surprised. Yi Fan, are we really going to kill all these people? Of course. Yi Fan nodded, just a bunch of dogs and lackeys of the dynasty organization, all gathered together. This time, we'll eradicate them completely. Goodness. Hearing this, Li Fati gasped, looking at Yi Fan, slightly lamenting, there are hundreds of people. It's a bit difficult to kill them all. For us now, it's just a bit of effort. It's not difficult at all, especially since we're fighting in the jungle we know best. Yi Fan shook his head, I gave them a chance. They chose to come at this time, I have nothing to worry about now. As he spoke, Yi Fan glanced at Li Fati, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Before, he had been thinking about how to find an opportunity to completely eradicate the tumor of the dynasty organization in the mercenary world, but he was worried about the people above the dynasty organization coming after him. But now, Jiang Hong had been repelled by Pan Zhao, and the dynasty organization must have been startled. They wouldn't take the risk to act again. At this moment, these people came to cause trouble for him. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to eliminate them? It's a pity that if the people from Dawn had come too, it could have been settled once and for all. Thinking of something, Yi Fan patted the hellhound beside him. The hellhound received the command and quickly charged into the jungle. Soon, the sound of burning explosions erupted, igniting a large area of the jungle, accompanied by some wails. Yi Fan. In the jungle, a furious roar sounded, clearly the angry shout of Sun Chang. But just as the roar echoed halfway, a sudden choking sound followed, quickly quieting down. Hearing this sound, Yi Fan smiled slightly, then stepped forward, strolling leisurely into the jungle. Thud. At this moment, in the jungle, a body with a pierced throat fell to the ground. This body was Sun Chang, caught by the hellhound, killed in an instant as the hellhound locked his throat. The hellhound then ran off, and the eyes of the corpse were wide open, seemingly still in disbelief before dying. He seemed to never understand until death how Yi Fan dared to harbor murderous intentions against so many of them. Chapter 118, Change. Thud thud. In the jungle, Yi Fan's footsteps sounded as he stopped in front of a fallen body, looking at the sheepskin scroll in his hand, frowning slightly. This was Li Ming. Before he died, he waved the sheepskin scroll, as if wanting to use it to exchange his life. But it's a pity. Killing you, this item is still mine. He spoke, shaking his head, then crouched down to take the sheepskin scroll. Opening it, a complex map appeared on the scroll, with 3 characters written in an intricate ancient seal at the top of the map. Creation fruit? Yi Fan recognized the ancient seal at a glance, revealing a look of surprise. This is the map to the creation fruit? How did it end up with Li Ming? Saying this, Yi Fan stood up, not excited about obtaining the long-desired map of the creation fruit. Instead, he faintly felt something was off. These people might not know how important this map was, but Yi Fan knew very well that the map for the creation fruit was extremely significant. It is not something that is priceless, but certainly only powerful people can grasp it, absolutely not something that a few mercenaries can possess. Zhou, come here. After pondering for a moment, Yi Fan looked at the team leader who had been deliberately left behind. Yes. Zhou replied, quickly coming to Yi Fan's side and said with some fear, Captain, is there a problem? Do you know this? Yi Fan raised the map in his hand. Why does Li Ming have this map? It seems to be given to Li Ming by the higher-ups. Zhou replied, I'm not very clear on the specifics, I just know that this time the higher-ups arranged for us to trouble Captain Yi Fan. The higher-ups sent it? Hearing this, Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, pondered for a few seconds, and suddenly snorted coldly. This sound startled Zhou, but Yi Fan waved his hand and stood up. They used people to send me the map of the creation fruit, asking me to go to the secret realm of the creation fruit, which is isolated from the world, and they could attack and kill me without hesitation. Yifan laid it all bare, shaking his head with some helplessness. Such a low-level baiting strategy. It seems that the people from the dynasty organization still regard me as a child. Yes. Jotsun lowered himself beside, his body shaking uncontrollably, glancing at the scene in the jungle, unsure of what to do. At this moment, it could be said that the jungle was filled with corpses. Yifan and a few others acted as if aided by gods, and since they had no fighting spirit, they were all eliminated one by Yifan. At this moment, apart from a few lucky ones or those who escaped far away, the hundreds of mercenaries were all wiped out by Yifan. Captain, that side is also cleaned up. While speaking, Qin Peng clapped his hands and walked over to Yifan with a large bag of things. These are the spoils of our cleanup, Captain, please check. No need to check. Yifan shook his head, let Wang Lingxi tally it up, and after returning, distribute things according to everyone's contributions. Captain is generous. Hearing this, Qin Peng praised, moving closer to Yifan, and saw the map in Yifan's hand, showed a puzzled expression. What is this? A treasure map, a trap carefully laid by the dynasty organization. Yifan replied, waving his hand. Li Ming and the others initially wanted to use the conflict to deliver this map as a legitimate reason, so I wouldn't become suspicious, and following the map would lead me straight into their trap. So? Hearing this, Qin Peng hesitated slightly, glancing at the corpses in the field. He must not have thought that the captain would be so decisive, directly taking action and killing so many people. These are all willing to be the lapdogs of the dynasty. I originally thought there would be trouble cleaning them up in the future, but now that they gathered in one spot, it actually saved some trouble. Yifan nodded slightly. My gosh, these people are quite wealthy, huh? On the side, Fatty Li's voice rang out, holding a money bag. Coming to Yifan's side, the income from this trip rivals what we earned in the previous month. After all, there won't be a second chance for such income. Yifan replied, a hint of a smile in his eyes. That's true. Hearing this, Fatty Li scratched his head, glancing around at the scene, and hesitated. Yifan, we killed so many people, won't we get caught? No, Silver Moon Forest is a place where mercenaries resolve personal grudges. At most, just be a little careful to clean up the traces and avoid being caught. Yifan replied, glancing at the slightly excited Fatty Li, and said, Fatty, when we work, we can't hesitate and look back, or we won't achieve great things. I do not encourage slaughter. Everyone is also human, with their families and their lives, but some people do not deserve to be called human. For such people, those who should be killed can be killed. There is nothing to hesitate about. Kill those who should be killed? Hearing this, Fatty Li paused, as if sensing a bit of iron-blooded will from Yifan. He nodded, I understand. As long as you understand. Yifan spoke, patting Li Pengzi's shoulder, then waving his hand to the crowd and saying, Everyone, take a short break, follow me back to the city. On Mercenary Street, as Yifan led the group back, explosive news began to spread. The leader of the second-ranked Dawn Mercenary Group and the leader of the third-ranked Shanggu Mercenary Group, along with hundreds of mercenary groups, were all slaughtered by Yifan and his team in one battle. After the battle, the two major mercenary groups, Dawn and Shanggu, fell into chaos. Both leaders had brought their most loyal fighters who had joined the dynasty organization and were all wiped out by Yifan. With the remaining members of the mercenary groups starting to fight for power internally and personnel rapidly dwindling due to the battle, the two mercenary groups quickly weakened. At this time, the victorious Xinyi rose to prominence. Many mercenaries came seeking them out, and they entered a phase of rapid development. In just a month, the scale of Xinyi surpassed the previous Dawn, becoming the second-ranked mercenary group on Mercenary Street, even approaching the strength of the first-ranked Shuguang. In just a few months, the pattern of Mercenary Street has been completely rewritten. Shuguang Zhaokue looked at the newly expanded Xinyi, and there was a slight change in his gaze. Zhaokuei's feelings about Xinyi's changes were quite deep. He had witnessed Yifan become a mercenary of Shuguang, take the first mission, then clash with Baiyu, quit the group, and establish his own mercenary group. Who would have thought that this mercenary group, formed by Yifan like blowing air into something, would expand to its current scale? The two mercenary groups that had stood tall in Pingcheng for so many years shattered like glass in the collision with Yifan. It's like a dream. Zhaokue sighed, suddenly recalling something, and glanced toward Bai Qin at the bar, letting out a sigh. If the leader didn't have that brother, such a talent would surely take our Shuguang to greater heights. Chapter 119, Ancient City in the South. Roar. In the beast space, Yifan was practicing the sacred entry again when a low, hoarse roar echoed. Yifan seemed to sense something and looked up. The hellhound was stretching its body, its figure growing larger again, now close to 3 meters tall, with fangs emerging and limbs covered in flames. Little fire, you really broke through to silver level first. Yifan's eyes showed a hint of a smile as he looked at the hellhound, which was taking on a ferocious appearance. His preparations were correct. The hellhound had opened its bloodline shackles early at the bronze level, making its advancement to silver level much easier. Along with the flow rate in the beast space and a series of prepared spiritual fruits, the hellhound successfully advanced after just about 2 months at bronze 9 stars. Little fire, come eat something good. Yifan waved at the hellhound and walked into his medicinal field, taking a piece of red lotus leaf from the Xuanji lotus and handing it to the hellhound. then took out a prepared silver 1 fire element spirit pearl from his bag. The Hellhound didn't hold back, consuming both the lotus leaf and the spirit pearl without hesitation. Soon, its flames surged and it directly advanced another star to silver 2 stars. Entering silver, now it truly begins. Crouching down, Yifan rubbed the Hellhound's head, and the Hellhound affectionately nudged Yifan's hem. Next month is the new student competition. The Swiftwind Eagle will still need some time to break through. That Qijia has an outstanding beast that isn't limited by bloodline restraints, and with unlimited spirit pearls, it'll likely be close to silver 7 stars. Yifan thought, considering what lay ahead. Eliminating several malignant tumors on Mercenary Street. He got the map of the creation fruit, but Yifan didn't rush to search for it. He wasn't a fool. He knew it was a bait, and he wasn't about to dive right into it. The creation fruit blooms once every 100 years. If it was going to bloom, news would definitely spread. He had planted multiple spies in the dynasty organization. When the time came, he could directly leak the information. The world would stir, and chaos would reign. At that point, even if the dynasty organization targeted him, it wouldn't be easy. He wasn't strong yet. Even someone like Jiang Hong could pose a lethal threat to him. Right now, at the silver level, in the presence of true strong people, he could only be seen as a child just learning to walk. But even a child can trip up an adult. With enough strategy and planning, he could use a small force to move a great one. Now was not the time to rush, instead, he needed to wait patiently. With this plan in mind, Yifan had become much more relaxed during this time. He had the chance to focus on himself, using the Beastmaster space to fully exploit some advantages. Of course, this quiet cultivation also made Yifan realize some of his shortcomings, but he had to wait for the Beastmaster breakthrough to the silver level, so he hadn't addressed them yet. The first priority was that he needed a new beast to command. The Hellhound had reached silver level, so Yifan could now hunt stronger beasts. This moment was the perfect time to add more beasts to his collection. A new beast should ideally be at the excellent grade. Next was training in the Saint's Path. He had entered the 3rd layer, devouring, and his speed of improvement was terrifying. He had successfully broken through to silver level physical strength. With his terrifying combat awareness, battling beasts of the same level barely took any effort. However, Yifan wasn't particularly skilled in body techniques, and while he had very high-level techniques, most of them weren't suitable for him. He needed a body technique that suited him, preferably ancient martial arts. Where can I find both an excellent beast and ancient martial arts? Nan Nan spoke up, and Yifan's mind raced. Soon, a name gradually surfaced. The ancient city of South City. How could I forget this treasure-hunting place? Yifan slapped his head and smiled, standing up quickly, leaving the Beastmaster space. Click-clack, click-clack. In the Divine Leaf mercenary group, Fatty Li and Ma Xiaoxue were absent, but Chen Peng had just returned. He had barely sat down when he saw Yifan walking toward him. Chen Peng, come with me to the ancient city of South City. Yifan spoke as he saw Chen Peng. Sure. Chen Peng didn't hesitate and immediately responded. He began to pack his things. Seeing this, Yifan nodded slightly. Chen Peng was a great guy, a late bloomer who was quick to understand. He was the kind of person who would do things well without being told, and he worked hard at them. Such loyal and self-disciplined people were the best model for subordinates. In the future, when we go to the capital, think of a way to bring him along, Yifan thought to himself. At this moment, Chen Peng was ready and said to Yifan, Captain, I'm ready. Then let's go. Yifan nodded. The two of them left together, and as they reached the door, Fatty Li had just returned with the group. Seeing the two about to go out, he quickly asked, Yifan, where are you two going? To the ancient city of South City to buy something. Yifan nodded, looking at Fatty Li who was covered in sweat and smiled. Do you want to come along? Yes, I've been exhausted these past few days. I could really use a place to rest, Fatty Li responded without hesitation. He immediately took off his armor and moved closer to Yifan. Let's go, let's hurry up. Hearing this, Yifan smiled in his eyes and waved his hand. Let's go, we'll visit the ancient city, just treat it as a break for you. Is this the ancient city? South City's ancient city, looking at the somewhat ruined buildings and streets lined with carpets as thick as those in a market. Fat Li sighed a little, it's just like a place specifically for fun. Why have I been in Ping City for so long and never heard of the ancient city? The southern ancient city is quite a niche place in Ping City. You can think of it as a fun spot or a treasure hunting spot, every city basically has places like this, Yifan said, pointing to a stall. There are many such miscellaneous stalls here, selling all kinds of things, some sell jade, some sell calligraphy and paintings, and some even sell beast eggs. They sell beast eggs too? Upon hearing this, Fat Li was slightly surprised, but soon shook his head. The beast eggs here should all be of low bronze quality, right? That's not certain, it's all about luck, Yifan replied, smiling. Most of the things sold here are hard to distinguish between genuine and fake. There are both good and bad items. If you're lucky, there are definitely good things. If I remember correctly, someone bought an extraordinary beast egg here in Ping City last year. Extraordinary grade. Hearing this, Fatly nearly choked. How is that possible? Don't the strong people recognize extraordinary beast eggs? As I said, it's hard to tell the genuine from the fake, so it's not easy to differentiate. Yifan shook his head. It's just that the extraordinary beast had some inherent flaws, and later it was resold for around 10 million. 10 million, and it's only. An extraordinary beast egg for 10 million is considered very cheap. The market price generally starts above 30 million, determined by the type of beast. Some exceptionally special ones are priceless, Yifan said. Besides these, jade, calligraphy, paintings, and techniques have also been bought for hefty prices in various places. Wow, Fatly exclaimed upon hearing this, but soon he also felt tempted. Then let's hurry and take a look. What if we also get an extraordinary beast egg? Wouldn't that mean we're instantly rich? It's not that easy to strike gold. Yifan shook his head helplessly, but still led Fatly and Chen Peng down the street while looking at the stalls along the way. Along the way, Fatly seemed to be suffering from a fit of imagination, picking up a jade bracelet one moment and a painting the next, excitedly speaking up. Isn't this a good thing? Isn't this a good thing? That bracelet is a high imitation, and the painting was probably just done yesterday, Yifan said with a smile. After picking up more than a dozen items, all of which were rejected by Yifan, Fatly finally realized how deep the market was. Just as he was hesitating in front of a miscellaneous stall deciding what to choose, Yifan suddenly spoke, his voice low. Fatly, to your right, that dragon-shaped jade pendant, buy it. Chapter 120, Teaching by Example. Dragon-shaped jade pendant? Hearing Yifan's words, Fatly turned his head and indeed saw the dragon-shaped jade pendant on his right. Shaped like a dragon, with a touch of blood red in the jade, it looks quite extraordinary. You have a good eye, young brother, the store owner, who also heard Yifan's words, said. This blood dragon jade pendant has quite a history. It is said to contain a trace of dragon beast essence blood, which not only can nourish blood energy but also bring good fortune. Upon hearing this, Fatly was stunned by the store owner's words and turned to look at Yifan. If it really had dragon beast essence blood, it wouldn't be here. Yifan just shook his head, looking at the store owner and said, it's not dragon blood, and it doesn't have the effects you mentioned. What matters in jade is the craftsmanship and quality. What you call dragon blood is actually impurities. It just means some blood that couldn't be removed when extracting the jade, and the craftsmanship built a gimmick around it. This. Upon hearing Yifan's words, the store owner was stunned. There was a change in his gaze, it's true, but this dragon jade pendant. I bought this jade stone, and 4,000 is enough for this pendant. Yifan continued to speak. 4,000. Hearing this price, the shop owner frowned. I couldn't even buy it for that price. That can't be. This jade stone, apart from the nice carving, the quality is average. At 4,000, you have a profit margin. Yifan waved his hand. This made the shop owner feel a bit helpless. After a while, he slowly said, you are young, but your eye for value is surprisingly sharp. Not really. Yifan replied, glancing at Li Fati beside him. Li Fati understood and quickly took out the money. Yifan also casually picked up the jade pendant, acting as if it didn't matter, and stuffed it away, continuing to walk forward. Li Fati didn't understand. Watching Yifan leave, he quickly caught up and said with some regret, Yifan, you shouldn't have spoken just now. We could have quietly taken it. It's just a pendant, not some precious item, it's not worth my effort. Even if he heard I took it for 4,000, it would still be 4,000. Yifan waved his hand, took out the pendant, looked at it in the sunlight a couple of times, then tossed it to Li Fati. After going back, soak it in beast blood for 3 days. When the pendant shines red, drop a drop of blood and wear it. So complicated. Li Fati hesitated after hearing Yifan's words, took the pendant, and couldn't help but ask, is this really just an ordinary pendant? No. Yifan shook his head, thought for a moment, and then said, this pendant is used to nurture vitality. It's just that the blood inside is not very good dragon blood, at most, it's blood from dragon descendants, quite low quality, worth about 100,000. My goodness. Looking at Yifan, who seemed very calm while saying this, Li Fati was shocked. You just said this was an ordinary pendant, and both the owner and we believed it. Then you turn around and tell me, it's really a dragon blood pendant? I only said I would take it from the owner for 4,000, not that it's worth only 4,000. Yifan replied, smiling at the astonished Li Fati, and continued, the making of this type of pendant is very complex, and the steps used are not known to many. In the hands of those who know, it is a dragon blood pendant. But in the hands of those who don't, it can indeed only be said to be a beautifully carved decoration of average quality. That's why the owner sold it to me for 4,000. I understand the logic. Li Fati said, looking at Yifan and involuntarily saying, Yifan, you know so many breathing techniques, you understand taming beasts, herbs, and body techniques. Why do you also know this obscure treasure appraisal? To become strong, the more things you know, the better. Yifan replied, patting Li Fati on the shoulder. Having many skills is never a burden. You never know when a certain skill may come in handy. You have too many skills. Li Fati helplessly complained, rubbing the pendant, and then, like a treasure, tucked it into his embrace. Let's continue to look. Yifan waved his hand and continued walking down the street. With Yifan's incredible skill, Li Fati didn't rush to pick things anymore. He just followed behind Yifan, waiting for Yifan to speak, then Li Fati would ask for the price, after which Yifan would bargain, and Li Fati would pay eagerly. The two worked together, and in a little while, Yifan found 7 or 8 decent items, including unsharpened weapons, broken armor, and even a landscape painting. Aren't these things something you bought just randomly? As they walked, Li Fati, wearing a pair of steel bracelets he bought from a stall, said, This stuff, is it really made from meteorite iron? It's just a bunch of scrap metal, at most worth $10. Yifan glanced at the wristband on Fat Li's arm and said casually. But we just spent 20,000. Fat Li was shocked again. Yifan, since you know this, why did you spend 20,000 just now to buy it? Because we have to buy other things later. Yifan replied, a hint of a meaningful smile appeared on his face. When you wear this wristband, others see you as a big fool and will definitely try to sell you a bunch of flashy useless things. So, are we really going to buy? Of course not. Yifan answered, you need to give others the impression that you are a foolish rich person, so when you really want to buy something good, they won't pay too much attention, saving you a lot of effort. I see. I kind of understand now. Fat Li replied, looking at the steel wristband on his arm, muttering, no wonder when I went to pay earlier, that boss looked at me like I was a big fool. Turns out I really am a big fool, spending 20,000 on scrap metal thinking I bought treasure to wear. Sometimes pretending to be a big fool isn't a bad thing, appropriately hiding yourself and being hard to read is a very good habit. Yifan replied, not explaining too much, his eyes brightened as he noticed a small shop nearby. Let's go, it's time to pick some good things. Good things? Hearing this, Fat Li hesitated, looking at Yifan, unsure if Yifan intended to buy genuine good things or fake good things. After hesitating for a moment, Fat Li suddenly realized and slapped his head in enlightenment. When even the people around you don't know what you want to do, how could others possibly see what you are thinking? Yifan is indeed the way, he said, making his actions hard to understand. This was almost a practical lesson teaching Fat Li how to hide himself. Chapter 121, The Sinister Dragon Sword. While Fat Li was spaced out, Yifan had already stepped into the shop located in the bustling city. The shop was not large, with a sign that had crooked golden letters spelling out Creation Shop. This shop had a distinct charm, both the carved flowers on the walls and the layout of the room carried a strong sense of age. Inside the shop, many counters were made of transparent glass, filled with numerous items, each marked with a price and a simple note. Guardian Token, a guardian token from an ancient family. Holding this token allows you to command members of the ancient family and enjoy guardian benefits. Price, 1 million. Thunderstroke Method, a superior breathing technique, practicing to the later stages can unleash the powers of thunder and rain, incredibly powerful. Price, 4 million. Creation Fruit, a legendary fruit that can unlock the second beast mastery talent, possessing the ability to transform decay into something extraordinary. Price, 15 million. Creation Fruit, this boss really dares to put that price. Yifan sighed helplessly when he saw the boss's Creation Fruit. If it were really a Creation Fruit, priced at 15 million, you couldn't even buy the seeds. After entering the shop, no one greeted them. Behind the counter, an elderly man wearing reading glasses lay back in a grand chair, eyes closed, seemingly resting. Yifan didn't rush to speak, he waited at the entrance until Fat Li and Shen Peng entered before he finally spoke. Boss, we want to buy something. At Yifan's voice, the old man in the grand chair woke up, adjusted his reading glasses, and looked at the three of them. He was very old, but his aged eyes suddenly sparkled like a cunning fox. Clearly, he had seen Fat Li, who was wearing a pair of iron rings, the big fool. 3 young friends, what would you like to buy? The shop owner stood up, a smile appearing on his face as he looked at the three. Just looking around for now. Yifan replied, waving his hand. Hearing this, the boss did not give up. Instead, he eagerly approached Yifan and the other two, beginning to introduce the items to them. Yifan was not in a hurry, observing the enthusiastic boss beside him, he merely nodded slightly, deep in thought. The shop owner, Gu Ming, was a very shrewd businessman, known as the Old Fox Gu, extremely cunning, and most items in the shop were fake. Customers often left without a penny, and in his past life, he lost quite a bit of money here. Of course, this time he came back was not to recover his losses. In his previous life, a rare physical technique came out in the ancient city, and that technique was exactly sold from this shop. It was said that a young man accidentally bought it, thinking it was fake, and regretted it so much that he wanted to jump off a building. Later, after 2 years, he returned to sell it in this ancient city, and it was identified as genuine, with a resale price of tens of millions, infuriating the old fox good to no end. This became a great joke at the time. Based on the timeline, he learned of this news in his senior year of high school, so 2 years back, when the young man bought the technique should have been recently, meaning that at this moment, that technique was most likely in the hands of the old fox goo. But, I must not let this old fox notice. After a bit of thought, Yifan seemed to have an idea, his gaze shifted, and a hint of a smile appeared as he looked at Guming. Boss, do you have any good weapons here? Weapons? Guming was taken aback at this, his gaze darting over the iron ring in Li Pangxi's hand, and then he nodded repeatedly. I have too many good weapons here, wait a moment, I'll get you some excellent weapons. Saying this, Guming went towards the warehouse at the back of the shop, and soon he returned carrying a large pile of weapons, clattering them down in front of Yifan and the others. Come on, young friends, take your pick, see if there's anything suitable. Okay. Yifan nodded, squatting down to pretend to browse for a while, and casually picked up a finger tiger. How much is this? The black gold finger tiger, Guming quickly replied. Its previous owner said it was made of pure black gold, extremely sturdy, capable of breaking through the defenses of silver-level beast tamers. You should know about black gold, right? It's regarded as the most precious metal, worth a fortune. This finger tiger made of black gold is extraordinarily valuable. I know. Yifan nodded, yet deep in his eyes, there was a hint of helplessness. This was indeed a black gold finger tiger, but the black gold content was probably less than a gram, most of it was just iron treated and superficially colored. How much? After a brief pause, Yifan finally spoke. Not expensive, I see you're very familiar, it seems destined. I'll sell this finger tiger to you for 300,000. Guming replied, his expression sincere. 300,000. Upon hearing this number, Yifan's expression darkened, but soon, he revealed a smile. All right, I'll take it. Saying this, Yifan looked at Li Pangxi, who was stunned and reluctantly pulled out the card. Wow, you're buying it for 300,000, thankfully, you brought our mercenary group's funds card. Li Pangxi muttered as he swiped the card, while nearby Guming was ecstatic. Chen Pang, this finger tiger is for you. After paying, Yifan tossed the finger tiger to Chen Pang. This is too valuable. Looking at Yifan who bought the finger tiger for 300,000 for him, Chen Pang felt both honored and surprised. It's nothing valuable. Yifan replied with a double meaning, turning again, boss, do you have any better weapons, preferably something larger? Yes. Guming was eager to hear this, quickly going back into the warehouse, and soon he emerged with several weapons on his shoulders. These weapons were much more splendid, whether in shape or shine, seeming to be the very best. Yifan glanced at these weapons, his eyes flickering slightly. They were all just showy decorations, aside from looking good, they were completely useless. The material is all the most ordinary. This Guming really takes them for fat sheep. Little friend, these are all the finest weapons from Ping City. Many of them belong to powerful warriors in their lifetime, carrying the might of the strong, with amazing lethality, Guming said with a smile. I have a connection with you, so you can pick any of these weapons. I'll give them all to you for just 500,000 each. Ahem. Coughing lightly, Yifan suppressed the urge to punch Guming and casually pointed to a massive black heavy sword. I want this sword. What background does it have? This sword is called the Evil Dragon. Don't be misled by its strange name, it's not ordinary. It is said to have once slain a type of dragon. Guming explained. Some even say this sword is specifically forged to hunt dragons. If any dragon lineage is slain by this sword, its soul and blood will be absorbed, transforming into a sword spirit, controlled by the swordmaster. The Evil Dragon Sword? That is quite famous. Hearing this, Yifan nodded slightly. The Evil Dragon Sword is among the top 3 famous heavy swords, known for its mighty reputation, but it had vanished along with its last owner long ago and shouldn't be here. I'll take this sword. Yifan shook his head, now prepared with his excuse, but this heavy sword is too heavy. I haven't practiced body techniques, so it might be hard to use. As he spoke, Yifan reached out and grasped the black heavy sword, but the moment he made contact, a dragon's roar suddenly echoed in his mind, and an image of a gigantic black dragon appeared, its eyes glowing red. At that instant, Yifan felt his blood boiling, and his hand holding the black heavy sword became incredibly hot. Smack! He withdrew his hand, stepped back, took a deep breath, turned his back to Guming, and stared at the heavy sword. Though he maintained a calm facade, a wave of astonishment surged in his eyes. The sword spirit formed from dragon lineage. Is this heavy sword really the Evil Dragon Sword? Chapter 122, Sword Arts. Little friend, what's wrong? Is this sword not to your liking? Observing Yifan's strange reaction, Guming asked with concern. It's nothing. I haven't practiced body techniques, and my physique is quite average. This heavy sword is extraordinarily heavy, I can't lift it, Yifan quickly replied, his gaze fixated on the heavy sword. This time, he didn't reach out to grab it but turned to look at Guming. Upon hearing Yifan's words, not far away, Li the Fatty and Shenpeng exchanged strange glances. It was true he hadn't practiced body techniques, but saying he had an average physique, just the day before, he had barehandedly defeated a raging bull with a bronze 9-star rank in the beast arena. Is it really because you haven't practiced body techniques? Guming, who was unaware of their expressions, lit up with joy upon hearing that Yifan hadn't practiced. I have plenty of body techniques in my shop. If you want, I can get some for you. That might not be too good. Yifan finally got to the point, showing composure, and hesitated again. We didn't bring much money today. After buying this heavy sword, we might only have around 1 or 200,000 left. 1 or 200,000 is totally enough. Body techniques are nothing special, they aren't breathing techniques, they don't cost much, Guming quickly answered, seemingly eager to empty the group's last assets. Seeing Yifan still hesitating, he added, and since you bought 2 precious weapons today, I can make it a deal. Buy 1 body technique, get 1 free, the best price for you. That seems reasonable. Hearing this, Yifan nodded. Please wait a moment, little friend. Guming turned around and entered the warehouse for the 3rd time. When he came back, he was holding a large stack of books, laying them out on the table before saying to Yifan, here are all the body techniques I have in my shop. Feel free to take a look and see what type you want to practice. Good. Yifan nodded, approached the counter, and took a quick glance. Fighting Victory Fist, Whirlwind Leg Technique, Thunderbolt Palm. One by one, Yifan casually picked up 2 books and couldn't help but shake his head. What kind of body technique is this? Clearly, it is a human anatomy drawing book. There are many illustrations, but very few descriptions, completely not a model for body technique. 200,000 taels for this kind of body technique, I could draw dozens of these in a day. Yifan's eyes twitched, but as his gaze swept over, suddenly it stopped at a seemingly worn-out book. At a glance, this book clearly has a strong sense of age. The cover is damaged, with the top half missing, leaving only the lower half with the words, General Outline. Yifan frowned slightly, picked up this book, and opened a page. The pages were yellowed, and the text was somewhat fuzzy, written in ancient characters. Young friend, you have a good eye. Next to him, Guming continued to boast, this is the sect's treasured technique from an ancient sect, with a long history. It was once the body technique of an unparalleled powerhouse that suppressed a generation, and it was lost in ruins for thousands of years before being brought out. I obtained it from a descendant of a family with great fortune. Body technique that suppressed a generation? Hearing this, Yifan merely squinted. He could understand ancient characters and took a glance at the content on the first page. It contained no operational methods, only the self-introduction of the body technique's owner. I am named Ing Luoshui, the world calls me the Sword Saint of Shadows. At the very beginning, a line of straightforward, even somewhat crude introduction made Yifan freeze. This was the first time he had seen a technique directly write its title on it. This Sword Saint of Shadows must have a bit of pride. Yifan spoke, as many strong practitioners were like this, although they possessed immense power, they were also very concerned about face, which meant that reputation mattered to them. This was nothing strange, after all, as long as one was not a monk, everyone would have their emotions and desires either loving money or power, some were lecherous, while others sought fame, all beings are like this. Thinking of this, Yifan smiled and shook his head, continuing to read on. I followed the human king Wanzai, and at the time when my own path was exhausted, I opened the beginning of the sword path. With 1 sword, I opened the heavenly gate. With 1 sword, I stood against the might of the world, crossing the myriad galaxies for 10,000 years. Now I leave this sword technique for future aspirants to learn. Is this sword technique? Understanding the content on the first page, Yifan slightly frowned. In his memory, that invaluable body technique was not of the sword type but a form of palm technique. Now, with beast taming prevalent, sword techniques, knife techniques, and fist techniques, which used to be categorized separately, are now all collectively referred to as body techniques, considered to be external practices within body techniques. Yifan's myriad forms technique was a typical internal practice, where body techniques were a hodgepodge of various aspects. Among these body techniques, many still require external practices like fist and foot techniques, whereas the internal practices have mostly been replaced by breathing techniques. After all, while internal body techniques can extend life and enhance physical fitness, they cannot help Beastmasters open new beast taming spaces, so their elimination was inevitable. Sword techniques are among the less practiced external methods in body techniques. Mastery of a sword technique requires great effort to fully express its essence and power. Originally, not many people practiced body techniques, most just trained some fist and foot skills for self-defense. No one would specifically practice a sword technique. Ing Luoshui, in my memory, doesn't seem to have a sword saint who left any marks in historical books. As for the human king mentioned in the book, aside from a legendary figure who has not been confirmed, I haven't heard of any others. After thinking for a few seconds, Yifan began to doubt the authenticity of this book and turned a few more pages. He couldn't quite determine whether this sword technique was impressive, but it was undoubtedly a genuine sword technique. I'll take this one. After contemplating for a while, Yifan did not hesitate much. What he needed was an ancient body technique. Though this body technique was not the invaluable one he had heard the young man bought, it still held value. Just when he happened to obtain that strange heavy sword, he also had an ancient sword technique, which could be considered the best choice. For him, his mastery in breathing techniques and beast taming was high enough. All he needed was time to grow and enough energy to practice a sword technique. Alright, this book can be given to the young brother at a cheap price, just take 150,000. Seeing Yifan about to buy the book that had been displayed in his store for a few years, Guming nodded in satisfaction and continued, according to what we just discussed, the young brother can choose another one. Sure. Yifan nodded, patiently scanning the entire counter of physical techniques, but didn't find anything truly good. There were only 3 genuine ones, all written by modern martial artists, not comparable to some techniques in Yifan's memory. Forget it, just pick any one. After a while, Yifan casually picked up a physical technique called wind leg technique among the few real techniques, turned around, and handed it to Qin Peng, since you've practiced boxing, this leg technique is for you to fill in the gap. This. Qin Peng was once again astonished that Yifan had given him something, wanting to say something, but seeing Yifan's slightly meaningful shake of the head, he merely responded, "Thank you, Captain." It's nothing. Yifan waved his hand, picked up the book of sword techniques, and turned back. "Boss, please help me wrap that heavy sword." Fatty swiped the card. Soon, at the store's entrance, watching Yifan leave with the heavy sword box alongside Li Fatty, the boss Guming couldn't stop smiling. Physical technique 200,000, finger tiger 300,000, heavy sword 500,000, today's income, nearly 1 million. 3 years with no business, when business opens, it lasts 3 years. It's still easier to earn money from these young boys. Leaning by the store entrance, Guming watched the few people leave, thinking about the items they had just bought, his eyes full of joy. But after a while, as if suddenly remembering some detail, Guming's gaze changed slightly, looking again at the departing Yifan holding the heavy sword, a bit puzzled. This kid, I remember him saying just now that he couldn't afford this sword. Chapter 123, Beast Egg. Yifan, did we just get a big score? On the way, Li Fatty eagerly leaned closer to Yifan, quite interested, and said, "That physical technique must be very powerful. I could see from the start that your weapon was luring that boss to bring out that physical technique." "You can see that, Li Fatty, you've improved." Hearing this, Yifan smiled, patting Li Fatty's shoulder, then slightly shook his head. "I did lure the boss to bring out the physical technique, but it wasn't this one. This one is decent, but what's even better might be this sword on my back." "This sword?" Hearing this, Li Fatty was a bit surprised, but Yifan waved his hand. "When we get back, I'll research it some more. For now, let's hurry to choose a beast egg. We've been out too long today, let's not attract any unwanted attention." Understood. The 3 quickly entered a beast shop on the street, led by Yitong. This beast shop was completely different from the ones outside. There were no beasts for sale, only various beast eggs displayed on the counter and tables, with no introductions at all. The store was large, and many people were here watching and buying. At times, someone would activate a beast egg, causing it to float open, revealing either a low-grade or elite beast, while those nearby would exclaim or sigh appropriately. The beast shop in the ancient city sells beast eggs that are obscured by special techniques, making them indistinguishable on the surface. Yifan walked inside, following the crowd to look at the beast eggs on the shelf, and then explained to the 2 behind him, since the grades are unknown, among these beast eggs, there might be low-grade ones, elite ones, or even exceptional or extraordinary ones. So in many ancient cities, there are these beast eggs, and the business is very good. Are there both excellent and extraordinary levels? Hearing this, Fatty Li was a bit surprised and couldn't help but yearn. If an extraordinary beast egg is produced, wouldn't we make a fortune? There will definitely be extraordinary beast eggs, but we can't get any. Yifan shook his head, glanced at Fatty Li, and lowered his voice. "I told you that the illusion restrictions on the beast eggs are set by humans, so the value of a batch of beast eggs, how inferior or elite they are, is arranged by the shopkeeper. For example, among 1,000 beast eggs worth 500,000, only one might be an excellent level. There will also be extraordinary ones, but that's just a gimmick. If any are produced, they are probably set up by the shopkeeper, and it won't be our turn." "I see." Hearing Yifan's words, Fatty Li immediately felt disappointed, then continued, "So no matter how many beast eggs there are, as long as the right quantity is arranged, the shopkeeper will never lose." "What's the meaning of that? Isn't that just everyone rushing to give money to the shopkeeper?" Upon hearing this, Yifan smiled and shook his head, then said with deep meaning, "But there are always those who believe they are the lucky ones. Everyone thinks like that. Since among 1,000 people, there is one, why can't that one be me?" After saying this, Yifan stopped speaking, walking along the counter, looking at the beast eggs on the shelves. In his eyes, there seemed to be some light shifting, vaguely seeing the island covered in various dark patterns. Those restrictions are quite complex. After all, this business has been popular in cities around this world for over 100 years, bringing enormous income to the consortium behind it each year. As a guarantee for this income, they spend a huge amount of money each year to upgrade the restrictions above, to prevent people from peering into its secrets. If in this life I hadn't practiced the sacred entry technique, perhaps it really would have been impossible. Yifan shook his head, focused slightly, and in his eyes, the originally restricted beast egg gradually peeled away. After a few seconds, the restrictions on the egg faded away, revealing the shape of the beast. The beasts from these eggs are all mature, ready to sign beast contracts, with their embryonic forms already formed. Fire Dog, it's actually a younger brother of Little Fire. Seeing the embryo, Yifan shook his head and continued to walk toward the next beast egg. The sacred entry technique not only allows for a rapid increase in strength, but its massive absorption of spiritual energy enables practitioners' five senses to be sensitive to the spirit, especially enhancing the eyesight the most. By the second layer, one can pierce through some arranged restrictions, and at the final level, one can see through illusions and the essence of all things at a glance. This is the power of the sacred entry technique, and also why it is said that practicing to the end can transcend the ordinary, allowing one to move swiftly, possess immense strength, have sharp insight, and a body as strong as bronze, breaking free from mortal flesh right before one's eyes? Carefully searching in the shop, behind him, Fatty Li and Chen Pang were also following along. However, perhaps because Yifan had shared the truth in advance, Fatty Li appeared a bit disinterested, and as for Chen Pang, he was even less so. He wasn't a Beastmaster and couldn't sign a beast contract. Even if he raised a beast from a young age, it certainly couldn't guarantee that the beast would always belong to him. The captain is still the best, he can practice body techniques and train beasts. Looking at Yifan's back, Chen Pang spoke, filled with envy. Yifan, you compare yourself to him. Hearing this, Fatty Li pouted, comparing people can drive you crazy. You are amazing now too, your body technique is so powerful, I might not even be able to beat you. This is still thanks to the captain's good training. Chen Pang replied, scratching his head, if it weren't for the captain giving me body techniques and breathing methods, I wouldn't have made such great progress. The captain treats me so well, today he even spent a fortune to buy me equipment and body techniques. I don't even know how to thank him anymore. Yifan has high standards. If he noticed you, your physical talent must be very high, or you must have some other shining points. The Daisley Fatty suddenly became very clear-headed and replied, don't be so shy, Yifan considers us as his own people, hoping that we can become his partners. Becoming strong and able to help, that's the best way to thank him. That's a good point. Hearing this, Chen Pang nodded repeatedly, then suddenly thought of something and looked at Li Fatty. Li Yu, why does the captain value you so much? Value me? Of course, it's because I have. Li Fatty answered, but his voice gradually got quieter, I guess it's because of my friendship with Yifan. Are there no shining points? There should be some. Li Fatty felt a bit embarrassed, not knowing how to say it, when Yifan's voice suddenly rang out from the other side of the counter. Fatty, swipe your card. Coming. The awkward Li Fatty hurriedly broke free and went to the counter to pay. Seeing Yifan already holding a pitch-black beast egg and walking outside, he quickly chased after him. Yifan, what did you buy? What did you buy? Is it an excellent quality beast egg? It must be. After stepping out of the shop and seeing no one around, Yifan nodded, gently patted the beast egg in his hand, and then looked at Li Fatty, smiling, have you heard of De Tiango? De Tiango? Upon hearing this, Li Fatty was stunned, and then he looked at the beast egg in Yifan's hand with great shock. The De Tiango that eats the moon? Chapter 124, Little Tiango. Yifan slowly nodded, while Li Fatty was astonished. Wasn't it said that only excellent quality beast eggs are the best? If you directly got a De Tiango, then it should at least be an ancient species, right? Of course it's not De Tiango. Yifan shook his head, a trace of amusement in his eyes, and patted the beast egg in his hand. This beast is just a smaller version of De Tiango, also known as Little Tiango. Little Tiango, what is it? Li Fatty asked with concern. Yifan just waved his hand and didn't say much. Let's go back first. There are too many people here. Okay. Saying this, Yifan stepped away. At this moment, he had obtained the heavy sword, swordsmanship, and a new beast, needing time to digest it all, while behind him, Li Fatty was eager to see what the so-called Little Tiango was, rushing to follow closely behind. Chen Pang fell at the end, hesitating for a moment, then just pulled out his finger tiger and hurriedly caught up. Every day, the ancient city in the south of the city had all kinds of people coming and going. The few people's departure did not attract anyone's attention. Clap, clap. Not long after they left, two familiar figures stepped into the beast shop. Young Master Ji, what wind blew you here today? In the shop, the owner recognized them and hurriedly approached enthusiastically. Long Wu timely reached out to block him, making the owner a bit awkward, stopping in place. Where's the beast egg I reserved a few days ago? Ji Jie glanced at the owner, didn't say much, and just spoke coldly. The reserved beast egg. The owner nodded repeatedly when he heard this. It's here, I specially kept that beast egg for young Master Ji. As he spoke, the owner turned around, reaching for the shelf to grab the item. But halfway through, the owner froze, looking at the empty shelf and saying, Little two, where's the beast egg I put here? The assistant called Little Two walked over from the other side upon hearing this, looking at the owner's expression, didn't realize what had happened, and smiled. Just now, when the boss went to the bathroom, someone bought that beast egg. Bought it? Upon hearing this, the owner gasped, looking at Little Two and said, "Who told you to sell that beast egg? It was put here to sell, right? That beast egg hasn't been sold for days." Little Two replied. Looking into the boss's eyes, he sensed something was off. His voice lowered. "It shouldn't be a precious beast egg, right? You idiot." The boss exploded in anger upon hearing this. That was one of the few high-quality and outstanding beast eggs in their batch, already reserved through special channels long ago, simply displayed to make a show, so the reservers could come and open it on the spot. The store would make money and earn a good reputation. But now, in just a turn of his head, such an expensive beast egg, reserved with a large sum of money, was sold by the worker. "You wait for me." He cursed fiercely. Many customers were in the shop at that moment. The boss couldn't make a scene. He only uttered this, then looked at G. "Yeah, young Master G, I'm really sorry. It was my oversight. I didn't tell the worker that the beast egg was reserved for you. I was careless and let him sell it." "Sold it?" Upon hearing this, G's face became somewhat cold. Looking at the boss, he coldly spoke, "Are you kidding me? How could I dare to joke with young Master G?" The boss shrank back, quickly answering, then added, "Young Master G, I still have another outstanding beast egg here, though it's not as good as the previous one. It's my apology. The price, I'll give it to young Master G at half." "Am I lacking money?" G countered with a question. "This." The shop owner shrank his neck upon hearing this. G's gaze turned icy, but after pondering for a few seconds, he didn't dwell on it any longer. Instead, he asked, "Who bought that beast egg? Tell him I'm willing to offer 5 million to buy it back." "All right." The boss turned around, looking at the worker, barking fiercely, "Who took that beast egg?" I don't know." The worker replied, now aware he'd caused a huge mess, his voice trembling. It was a young man. He seemed to have a sword on his back. Alongside him was a fat man and a strong middle-aged man. A young man with a sword, a fat man, a middle-aged man. Listening to the worker's description, the shop owner frowned. "I remember most of the regulars in the shop, but I haven't heard of such people." Saying this, the boss looked at G, his face turning awkward again. "Humph, you did a good job. I will tell Manager Wang about this." G snorted coldly upon seeing this, no longer saying much. He waved his hand and left the shop, leaving the anxious boss to unleash a tirade at the worker. Clap clap. On the street outside, G's face turned pale, remaining silent as he stared at the road ahead. "Young master, is that outstanding beast egg very precious?" Nearby, Long Wu approached to ask, "Young master, you have one outstanding beast, and you want to train another, would that be a bit distracting?" Distraction is inevitable, but since the great competition is approaching, I am the young master of the G family, representing the face of the G family. No matter what, I must take first place, G replied, shaking his head, and gritted his teeth. "This is why I don't hesitate to be distracted right now to train 2 outstanding beasts." Training 2 beasts would have been manageable, but now, someone has come to snatch my beast away. Saying this, G clenched his teeth, and continued, "Since meeting that Fan, I've felt a sense of unease. He beat me once. For the past few nights I've struggled to sleep." In the spacious backyard behind the Xingyi Tavern, Yifan placed the beast egg on the ground, while beside him, Li Fatty and others curiously waited. Beast, contract. Yifan followed the contract method, dripping blood on the egg, simultaneously activating the beast contract, a small hexagram pressed onto the egg. Soon, the blood seeped into the egg, and then, the beast egg began to tremble. Crack crack crack. Soon, cracks appeared on the egg, increasing in number. At a certain moment, a crisp cracking sound echoed, followed by the sound of a white dog head drilled out from the egg first, letting out a cry. The sound was strange, like the noise an elephant makes, small in size but booming like thunder. "Goodness, what is this?" Soon, the little creature broke out of the shell, and seeing that it looked like a raccoon with a dog head, Fatty Lee was stunned and exclaimed, "There is a beast, its shape is like a raccoon but with a white head, called a celestial dog. Its sound resembles a booming noise, and it can ward off evil." Yifan spoke, a hint of a smile in his eyes, as he reached out and patted this little creature, which felt the bond and affectionately rubbed against Yifan's palm. "What I just said are the exact words from the classics. This little creature is called a white-headed beast, because it is almost the same as the great celestial dog described in the texts, but slightly inferior. It is also called a little celestial dog by people." Chapter 125, Deadly Weapon. "I think I have heard of the little celestial dog." Beside them, Wang Lingxi voiced, raising her hand, "This kind of beast can drive away evil. In the past, our old house was always filled with dark energy. Even in summer the rooms felt as cold as a cave. Later, we spent a lot to hire a specialist, who brought a little celestial dog, and afterward, the dark energy in the old house disappeared. Driving away evil is a falsehood. The dark energy was likely due to some peculiar beasts that were good at hiding, which you did not notice, while the little celestial dog discovered them." Yifan spoke, looking at his first exceptional level beast, a slight excitement in his eyes. "The little celestial dog has a very sensitive sense of smell, capable of detecting unfamiliar scents within a 10-mile radius. Not only that, but it possesses great fighting strength and can absorb various properties of spiritual herbs and medicines, as well as spiritual beads. It can also comprehend skills and attack methods of different attributes. This beast can grow very large. As he spoke, Yifan paused briefly, pointing at the little celestial dog. Don't be fooled by how small this little guy is now, like a puppy. In a while, it can easily grow bigger than my hellhound, and later on, it could grow to the size of a small mountain. That's quite impressive. Fatty Lee nodded, somewhat praising. It really is you, Yifan, who gets such a good beast right out of the gate. Just some luck. Logically, even if there were exceptional level beasts in that shop, it should not have produced a little celestial dog. Yifan replied, thinking deeply for a moment, then addressed everyone. With Dawn and Strong Brother taken care of, it should be calm for a while. In the next month or so, I will enter seclusion to cultivate. If you need anything, you can reach me directly through the communication device. The new student competition is coming soon, and everyone needs to work hard on their training. The mercenary team matters can be set aside for now. Try to unlock another beast space through breathing techniques before the competition. I will come out a few days early to help everyone hunt beasts. No problem. Hearing Yifan's arrangements, Fatty Lee responded immediately. He practices the gluttonous method, so he can unlock the beast space faster than others, eager for Yifan to say this. The others were also very excited. Since joining the mercenary team, their lives had been quite tight, with many daily arrangements, and rare was the time to enjoy a few peaceful days. Before long, the group left one after another. Once they were far away, Yifan called for his father, took out some harvest fruits, and then brought out the lotus leaves from the mystic lotus for the little white beast. Fanner, so many precious spiritual fruits, it's too wasteful to give to me. Yi Lincheng looked at the spiritual fruits Yifan handed over, feeling a bit embarrassed. I'm old, and my beast strength is progressing too slowly. Look, months have passed, and it's still at the low bronze level. You should take these fruits for you or your companion's beasts. It's also right for you to use them, Dad. Yifan replied, a smile in his eyes. Moreover, our beasts no longer need the harvest fruits. This fruit is for Dad, no problem. You all can't use it anymore, right? Upon hearing this, Yi Lincheng nodded his head. Then I have no psychological burden using it. Dad, your strength can also be improved more, but it's too chaotic recently. I have too many eyes on me, so having you and Mom stay at the mercenary group is mainly to ensure your safety. Yifan seemed to think of something and spoke again. Wait a little longer. Once the city is safe, Dad can go back to the arena or the beast control forest. Fighting with beasts is the fastest way for a Beastmaster to improve their strength. Hearing this, Yi Lincheng's expression slightly changed. Before he could speak, Yifan smiled and patted Yi Lincheng's back. I know you've been quite bored in the tavern during this time, Dad. But you and Mom are the most important people to me. When there's danger, I want to ensure your safety first. When it's safe, Dad can continue to chase your dreams. You kid. Upon hearing this, Yi Lincheng couldn't help but smile helplessly. You really think everything clearly. Alright, then I won't say much more to you. Just focus on your retreat. I and your mom will help take care of things in the mercenary group. Yifan nodded and watched Yi Lincheng leave. Then, his mind turned, and the mark on his hand emitted light as he entered the beast control space. What exactly is this sword? In the beast control space, Yifan took out the heavy sword he bought during the day, opened the box, but did not rush to grab it. Instead, he sat down and once again practiced his breathing technique, light shining in his eyes. Staring at the heavy sword, gradually, some secret patterns appeared on the sword, various strange runes entangled and emerged. These are the runes that were originally carved on the sword, hidden by someone using certain means. They're all ferocious beast suppression runes. Just by glancing at those runes, Yifan furrowed his brows slightly. Runes are quite a niche area, occasionally used in weapon forging, but with the rise of beast control, they have gradually declined. Yifan had some knowledge from his past life, but didn't go deep. He could only identify the type of runes. With so many ferocious beast suppression runes, this heavy sword is definitely a deadly weapon. The dragon-shaped essence from before was most likely formed from the ferocity condensed in this heavy sword, Yifan thought thoughtfully, suddenly reaching out again and gripping the heavy sword. The heavy sword became scorching hot once more, and the originally dark blade turned bright red. Roar! In his mind, the giant dragon appeared again, roaring angrily at Yifan as if it wanted to bite him. This time, Yifan wasn't afraid. He still held the heavy sword tightly, but coldly spoke. If you are a real dragon, that's fine. But you, a mere essence, dare to act fierce here with just a dragon shape? Boom! The sailing method began to operate, as a light ringing sound accompanied by a thunderous bell echoed in his mind. The dragon essence seemed to be severely injured, dispersing with its claws outstretched. The heavy sword's heat also calmed down, and the blade became dark once again. In the blink of an eye, this deadly weapon seemed to return to an ordinary form. Yifan, however, didn't care. To use a deadly weapon, first, you must be able to suppress the essence inside the weapon and always be cautious of the weapon's backlash. Of course, at the cost of certain prices, the strength of the deadly weapon is also quite extraordinary. Yifan carefully inspected the sword's body, tested its power, and confirmed its strength. Not to mention the weapon's specific abilities, just its sturdiness and destructive power alone are completely fine as a weapon. Nodding in satisfaction, Yifan slung the heavy sword over his back and then took out the sword technique he had obtained. I want to see what kind of extraordinary sword technique was left by someone who claims to be a sword saint. Saying this, Yifan flipped through the sword manual, and soon, the first sword technique revealed itself. Draw sword style. This move is the beginning of swordsmanship, called drawing the sword. From bottom to top, the long sword emerges from its sheath. At the moment of drawing the sword, the spirit and energy have already reached their peak. With one sword, strike the enemy. Chapter 126, Preparation. Draw the sword. In the Beastmaster space, Yifan uttered these two words, his gaze slightly shining with fierce light, his two hands gripping the heavy sword behind him. Immediately after, the heavy sword was drawn out, and then it heavily smashed down onto the ground in front of him. Boom! With a dull sound, the ground was struck into a dent. Yifan maintained this posture for a moment before slowly exhaling a breath. This draw sword style seemed simple, but in reality, it held considerable knowledge. Drawing the sword concentrated one's mind. At the moment of drawing the sword, the swordsman's spirit and energy must be gathered to the highest point. This determined the might of the sword after it was drawn. This was especially difficult for a heavy sword. To reach the peak of energy and spirit coordination demanded a great deal of physical strength. Even though Yifan had already reached a silver-level physique, a single draw of the sword still consumed most of his stamina. But likewise, such a draw of the sword, accompanied by a strike, bore astonishing lethality. This more than half of his stamina was concentrated into the first strike of the draw, and with one sword thrust, combined with the frightening weight of the giant sword, if the opponent lacked sufficient strength to resist, that single strike could destroy them. Swordsmanship is meant for light swords, and Yifan made a few modifications based on the swordsmanship he learned, transforming the original draw sword style into a draw sword slash. The essence between the two was not much different, yet the styles were worlds apart. This move will last me a long time. After retracting the heavy sword, Yifan took out the swordsmanship book once again, and there was a subtle change in his gaze. Even if he did not understand swordsmanship, from this draw sword style, he could feel the prowess of its master. Such a seemingly ordinary draw of the sword could hold such knowledge, showing how high the other's understanding of sword styles had reached, to an astonishing degree. I'll learn the second style after a while. After a short contemplation, Yifan shook his head, then, he stood up and stretched lazily. Woof! Woof! From not far away, the sounds of the little celestial dog in the Hellhound playing could be heard. Yifan looked up. At this moment, the little celestial dog had grown to be nearly the same size as the Hellhound. Its Beastmaster level had reached bronze 9 stars, and its innate advantages allowed it to swiftly grow through various attributes of spiritual herbs and fruits, ignoring attribute limitations. Exemplary level Beastmasters had no bloodline shackles. It wouldn't be long before this little celestial dog would break through to silver level, while the Hellhound, which had advanced first, was now at silver 4 stars. The slightly later Windhawk had reached silver 3 stars. Silver level required a large amount of spiritual orbs to supply. Previously, Yifan hadn't gotten many suitable spiritual orbs, and the prepared spiritual herbs and fruits were mostly ineffective for silver level beasts, so their progress had slowed significantly. This was quite a long period of seclusion. Outside, only over 20 days had passed, but Yifan had been in the Beastmaster space for almost 2 years. Naturally, the progress was immense. Yifan's physical strength broke through to silver level, and with the support of swordsmanship and the heavy sword, he should be able to spar with a silver 4 or 5 star opponent. Okay, it's time to go out and see how the fat guy and the others are doing. Once again stretching lazily, he took out the communicator and sent messages to a few people. Yifan exited the Beastmaster space. In the mercenary hall, Yifan did not wait long before Li Fati, Ma Xiaoxue, and Chen Peng all arrived one after another. Yifan, I opened the 4th Beastmaster space. Upon meeting, Li Fati spoke excitedly. Good. Hearing this, Yifan nodded, while Ma Xiaoxue next to him was slightly awkward, quietly saying, I haven't broken through my breathing technique and haven't opened a new Beastmaster space. It's fine, just break through slowly later. Yifan waved his hand. At this moment, Li Fati's gluttonous technique had gradually revealed its advantages. In this stage, Beastmasters can generally unlock 2 to 3 beast spaces, while Fat Li has effortlessly reached the 4th, with his unlocking speed showing no signs of slowing down. Thinking of something, Yifan casually took out a scroll of techniques from his clothes and handed it to Ma Xiaoxue. This is the Feng Zheng method, which is essentially a higher-level template of various junior breathing techniques from different schools. Take it and practice, your progress should be faster. This looking at Yifan casually handing her a breathing method, Ma Xiaoxue was taken aback, and then quickly shook her head. The breathing method is too precious, I can't accept it. Just get stronger first, and you can return it to me later. Yifan shook his head. I was originally considering giving you a targeted breathing method, but since I haven't seen you show any particularly outstanding characteristics in a while, I might as well give you a highly versatile one. Like this, hearing this, Ma Xiaoxue hesitated, and after a moment, accepted the Fengzhang method, sincerely saying to Yifan, "Thank you, Yifan. It's nothing." While a few of them were talking, Qin Peng, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up, "Captain, I've broken through to the silver level." Silver level? Hearing this, everyone was taken aback, and Fat Li was the first to react in surprise. "Wow, Qin Peng, you've improved in your physical skills this quickly?" "It's mainly because of the breathing method given by the captain." Qin Peng scratched his head, "and I didn't take too long to break through at the silver level." "If you're at the silver level, you should be able to use attribute powers now," Yifan asked. "The Jingzhi method corresponds to the lightning attribute." "Right," Qin Peng nodded heavily, then spread his hand, a small ball of lightning gathering in his palm. The ball of lightning wasn't big, yet it seemed to contain a terrifying power, buzzing in Qin Peng's hand. "Ha!" Then, Qin Peng called out, and the lightning energy spread, covering his entire arm, looking quite imposing. "Wow, you're the Lightning King!" Fat Li exclaimed again, and Yifan nodded in agreement. "Not bad, starting from the silver level, the Jingzhi method will give you the ability to wield lightning. You're still in the beginner stage now, but in the future, your control over lightning and its additional abilities will grow stronger. Work hard, and in time, you might achieve great things." "Captain, you're too kind," Qin Peng nodded seriously. "I will work hard." Qin Peng is really too hard-working. I live with Qin Peng, and he gets up to practice boxing at 5 every morning, pounding away until 8 or 9. Nearby, Fat Li said gloomily, "Living with Qin Peng puts so much pressure on me, I can't dare to stay up late." Hearing this, Qin Peng felt a bit embarrassed, while Yifan merely nodded slightly. He wasn't worried about Qin Peng, the latter was already a finished product, mature and steadfast, just needing opportunities and time. "Alright, your progress is quite impressive," Yifan waved his hand. "Today, we're going to help Fat Li catch his 4th beast. After the new students' trials in a few days, we'll go do something big." "What big thing?" Fat Li leaned closer. "Going to the secret realm to compete for opportunities against others," Yifan replied, with a hint of mystery in his eyes. "By now, we have already grown a bit, it's time to give others some surprises." Chapter 127, Breaking Through. In the Silver Moon Forest, Yifan and his friends set foot here again, all having reached around the silver level, and they directly stepped into the inner area. "Yifan, are there snake-type beasts in the inner area?" Fat Li asked, looking around the environment, retracting his head. "Yes, in the Silver Moon Forest, there are hundreds of kinds of beast, and snake-type beasts are definitely included. It depends on which one suits you." Yifan waved his hand, with a heavy sword on his back, stepping ahead. "This time, I won't help you capture the beasts. You'll need to prepare for battle yourself and capture the beasts on your own." "No problem," Fat Li replied. Some eager expressions. Circumstances can truly change a person. After leading a mercenary team for so long, with each hunt, Li Pengzi, the captain at the forefront of the mercenaries, gradually changed his mindset. He gained the ability to fight alone and no longer face things with fear and cowardice. Although his beast-taming skills still left much to be desired, he had made immense progress compared to before. This is a visible growth process. In the following time, Yifan and his group also hunted in the inner areas, continuously encountering many wild beasts. One after another, they demonstrated their recent improvements. There's no need to say much about Qin Peng. His combat experience was already rich, and with significant advancements in his physical skills, he killed a wild beast ranked at Silver Tier 3 in a one-on-one situation. Li Pengzi and Ma Xiaoxue had performed well too, successfully killing 2 wild beasts that had just entered the Silver Tier. Taking this opportunity, Yifan released Xiaotian Dog. Although Xiaotian Dog was at Bronze Tier 9, its combat power was extremely fierce. Under Yifan's command, it easily killed a wild beast ranked at Silver Tier 3. Truly impressive, Xiaotian Dog. Watching Xiaotian Dog pick up the corpse of that wild beast, Wang Lingxi couldn't help but praise. Such combat power must be quite powerful even among elite tier beasts. Indeed, it's quite good. Yifan nodded. After all, having the name of a celestial dog comes with many advantages, one of which is the ability to utilize and switch between multiple attributes early, preventing it from suffering losses when battling silver tier beasts. Roar! Suddenly, while they were talking, a ferocious-looking beast dashed out of the jungle, blocking their path and roaring at the group. The white-striped tiger. Seeing this beast, the expressions of the group changed slightly. We must have entered its territory. Looking at the white-striped tiger, Yifan's expression didn't change much. He took a stance and motioned for everyone to disperse. Let me try fighting alone. Saying this, Yifan lowered his stance, half bent over, and gripped the heavy sword on his back. Captain, this white-striped tiger is at Silver Tier 3. Qin Peng looked worried. You alone? It's fine. Yifan waved his hand, bending slightly, his gaze coldly fixed on the white-striped tiger before him. A surge of power seemed to condense around him. The white-striped tiger sensed the pressure coming from Yifan. As a wild beast, it had an instinctive intuition. From this person, it felt a hint of threat. Roar! Letting out a low growl, the white-striped tiger did not back down. After all, as a tiger-type beast, it had an innate pride against weak humans. In no time, the white-striped tiger launched an attack on Yifan, moving swiftly through the jungle, its claw coming at him with immense force. The grass swayed, facing the charging white-striped tiger. Yifan didn't choose to counterattack immediately. He waited until the tiger approached him before suddenly shouting, "Draw the sword!" Clang! The heavy sword was drawn. Yifan seemed to channel a gale as he swung this sword, striking heavily at the white-striped tiger. The sword's edge clashed with the tiger's claw, producing a dull sound. With a thud, Yifan staggered back, while the white-striped tiger flew out like a cannonball, crashing through a nearby large tree. Such terrifying explosive power. Observing this strike, Chen Peng's eyes widened in shock. Without time to say anything, Yifan swung his heavy sword once again, and this slash sent the white-striped tiger stumbling back. Yifan, relentless, swung the heavy sword with wide arcs. Although he didn't use any specific technique, he seized the early advantage. With an astonishing momentum, he followed up one strike after another, forcing the white-striped tiger to keep retreating. Thud! Another dull sound echoed. The heavy sword smashed onto the white-striped tiger's skull. The hard skull seemed to suffer an indelible damage from this strike, and the white-striped tiger let out a painful wail, rolling away. Roar! Quickly getting back up, the white-striped tiger looked at Yifan, lowered its body, and in the next moment, surprisingly turned around and dashed into the nearby jungle. It ran away. The others were left speechless, and Yifan did not chase after it but slowly withdrew the giant sword. What tremendous momentum! After a while, Chen Peng spoke again. Having some talent and physical skills, he seemed to understand the recent battle. Relying on momentum alone can overpower a silver-ranked white-striped tiger. Drawing the heavy sword is all about the advantage of the first strike's collision. If it had stayed calm and blocked my first hit, I might not have gained much advantage. Yifan replied, his eyes calm. My swordsmanship is not very mature. I only learned one draw sword technique, and I am not very skilled at the basic sword moves, which is a significant flaw. One move can conquer all. Fatty Li chimed in from the side, his tone mixed with admiration. Just that sword strike of yours, Yifan, a typical Beastmaster at the beginning of silver rank definitely cannot withstand it. That one strike is enough. Still need to learn more. Yifan shook his head. Our opponents are not strong now. Relying on simple attack methods won't work. Alright, let's move on. That white-striped tiger has a den nearby. If we can find it, we should eliminate it directly. That kind of Beastmaster is very dangerous and will actively attack humans. Leaving it would be a disaster. No problem. Fatty Li nodded, watching Yifan exhale with a gaze that showed slight change. He was one of the first to follow Yifan. In Yifan's eyes, he was changing, while in his eyes, Yifan was also changing, and the change was astonishing. From choosing the fire dog, Yifan began to rapidly improve, not only in beast mastery but in physical skills and breathing techniques as well. Now, having learned swordsmanship, he was almost simultaneously walking the path of a martial artist and Beastmaster, with terrifying combat awareness. Both paths were top tier among his peers. As time passed, Yifan's shortcomings were becoming fewer and he was gradually approaching perfection. Let alone Jia, even a reincarnated Beastmaster couldn't compete with Yifan. Thinking of something, Fatty Li quietly sighed and glanced at Yifan in front, muttering, I need to pull myself together, or I will really be left far behind by Yifan. Chapter 128, Justice. After searching for more than half a day in the Silver Moon Forest, it was not until the afternoon that Yifan and the others finally found a snake-type beast that had just entered Silver Rank 1 star. Ice Python, Elite Peak Grade, a snake-type beast that can use ice elements, is partially restrained by the Rock Python. In the forest, seeing the icy blue python coiling up and flicking its tongue across from him, Yifan spoke to Fatty Li, saying, Be cautious and flexible during the battle, bring out the combination of your three-headed snake. Otherwise, it will be hard to win. Okay. Fatty Li responded, directing his beast towards the ice python. Before long, Fatty Li's three-headed snake beast was in combat with the ice python. With silver rank against bronze rank, there was a level advantage, but Fatty Li's strength lay in sheer numbers. Coupled with the training over time, the coordination between the three-headed beasts was quite good. The rock python was able to withstand some of the ice python's attacks, allowing Fatty Li to gradually gain the upper hand. Before long, Fatty Li achieved victory. As the rock python tangled with the ice python, he released the beast contract and successfully caught his fourth snake beast. Yifan, I have 4 snakes now. After securing the ice python, Fatty Li excitedly waved at Yifan. This battle was not easy for him. After winning, it also meant that he had his first silver-level beast, and it was a silver-level beast captured across levels. Not bad. Yifan smiled and nodded, looking at Li Fatty, who had summoned 4 beasts, and pondered slightly. Now that you have the rock python for earth attributes, the ice python for ice attributes, the black flame snake for fire attributes, and the ghost snake for poison attributes, once all your beasts reach silver level, the diversity of attributes should give you a great advantage in battles. You need to adapt to controlling multiple beasts at the same time. Your number of beasts is greater than average, so the command over your beasts requires a bit more skill. Got it. Upon hearing this, Li Fati nodded repeatedly, just about to say something when the sounds of fighting floated over from the nearby forest. Shuji, I told you, that thing originally belonged to me. It was stolen by that kid. Getting it back is only rightful. The voice came from the forest, and Yifan and the others showed slight changes in expression, clearly recognizing the familiar name. This Chu Ji, always getting into fights with others again? Yifan's expression was a bit helpless. Last time, the two of them had teamed up in the secret realm to deal with Ji Jie, but Ji Jie had suffered a huge loss at Yifan's hands, and Chu Ji hadn't lingered, eventually disappearing without a word. We always encounter strange things in the Silvermoon Forest. Yifan seemed to comment meaningfully, waving to the others as he walked towards the sound in the forest. Regarding Chu Ji, Yifan didn't have much intention of recruiting him. He was a bit put off by Chu Ji's stubbornness. However, overall, Chu Ji was not a bad person. Pushing through the bushes, it wasn't long before Yifan saw Chu Ji, who was arguing with someone. Opposite Chu Ji was a middle-aged man, and beside both of them stood a bronze 9-star beast, clearly indicating that both of them were relatively strong. At that moment, Chu Ji was holding something that looked like a map, while the middle-aged man seemed frustrated with Chu Ji and was angrily pointing at him, shouting, "What you are doing is no different from a thief." Clack, clack. Amidst the argument, the footsteps of Yifan and the others sounded, causing Chu Ji and the other man to stop arguing. Upon seeing Yifan, Chu Ji looked slightly surprised. "What are you doing here?" "We just came to capture some beasts and happened to hear someone cursing your name." Yifan replied, glancing at the thing in Chu Ji's hand and slightly inquiring, "What happened?" "It's like this, I just caught this person stealing someone else's things in the beast forest. I chased him here and got the stuff back," Chu Ji explained, raising the item in his hand. "Justice is in the heart of the people." "Chu Ji, that thing is someone else's. My things were stolen by him." Hearing Chu Ji's words, the middle-aged man began to scold again. "How many times do I have to say it? I only saw you stealing someone else's things." Chu Ji replied, his nonchalant demeanor making the middle-aged man exceedingly frustrated. Seeing the middle-aged man's appearance, Yifan felt somewhat helpless. Clearly, he might be wronged. "Let me see the item." Reaching out, Yifan looked at Chu Ji to determine whether it belongs to him. "Let's call both of them to confirm the information. The real cannot be faked, the fake cannot be true." Upon hearing this, Chu Ji was taken aback, then nodded repeatedly and handed the item to Yifan. Yifan took the item, opened it casually, and his expression slightly changed. "The map of the creation fruit. How did this thing appear here?" Looking at the item that looked almost identical to the map of the creation fruit he had obtained, Yifan's brow furrowed immediately. "Where did you get this?" Yifan looked at the middle-aged man. Yifan spoke, his voice slightly deep. Hearing this, the middle-aged man was somewhat stunned, but soon he answered decisively, "I bought it from a street vendor." "What street vendor? Which place?" Yifan questioned again. "Why should I tell you?" The middle-aged man replied, his gaze becoming somewhat unusual. "You must tell me, otherwise, you cannot get back your things." Yifan spoke, tightening his grip on the map in his hand. "This." The middle-aged man hesitated, staring at Yifan with a sword-like gaze. After a while, he seemed to make up his mind and gritted his teeth, saying, "South City, someone is selling this kind of map at a place called Qijin Pavilion." Qijin Pavilion? Upon hearing this name, Yifan raised his eyebrows slightly, thinking for a moment before finally nodding. "Alright, since it's like that, then this thing should be yours." Saying this, Yifan looked at Chu Ji beside him. "Chu Ji, you can go find the person you said was robbed earlier, and bring him here for questioning." "Okay." Chu Ji nodded at the words, without hesitation, walking towards the edge of the jungle. After a while, Chu Ji returned, looking somewhat gloomy. "How was it?" Seeing Chu Ji's expression, Yifan could roughly guess the answer. "He really is a thief." Chu Ji answered, somewhat awkwardly. "I asked him to come, and he was scared to death, then ended up confessing without being prompted." "Then there's no problem." Yifan nodded, turning around to return the map to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's face looked slightly unnatural. He glanced at Yifan and finally said awkwardly, "Thank you, young brother." "It's nothing." Yifan waved his hand, glancing at the middle-aged man before suddenly saying, "I suggest you better not look for the things on the map. The waters are very deep, and you won't be able to grasp it." This. Hearing this, the middle-aged man seemed somewhat helpless. In the end, he did not say anything more, just cupped his hands and left. Chu Ji stayed in place, feeling awkward to the point of explosion, and finally just hurriedly said goodbye to Yifan. "Yifan, what's going on? How come there's someone with this map?" Until the two left, Fat Li finally approached. "Someone is secretly causing trouble." Yifan replied, thinking slightly, then coldly laughed. "The chaotic fruit should be ripe, and someone is muddying the waters, wanting to profit from this mess." It seems a bit similar to the plan we thought of before. Wang Lingxi spoke up. Yes, this also proves that those who know about the chaotic fruit map are not just the dynasty organization, perhaps it is the dynasty organization that wants to stir the waters. Yi Fan replied, his gaze cold. Qixin Pavilion, it seems to be a store operated by the official in South City. Chapter 129, Conflict. Official in Ping City. Hearing this, Fat Li was slightly stunned. Does the official also open stores in the ancient city of South City? Yes, after all, the official also needs money. There is not much funding from above for places like Ping City. Yi Fan replied, not just Ping City, many small cities have their own operated industries. Opening a store in a place like South City, with an official background, if the business is good, the profit in a year is still amazing. I understand. Hearing this, Fat Li nodded, somewhat uncomfortably saying, can the dynasty organization infiltrate official industries? Shouldn't the official regard such industries as very important? In these days with Yi Fan, he had learned a lot about the secrets related to the dynasty organization, first some gang members, then mercenary group members, and later the guardians from the academy. One identity after another revealed made people's hearts race. Upon careful consideration, the dynasty organization in Ping City had already penetrated like a tangled root, deeply rooted. Yi Fan had eradicated several mercenaries infiltrated by the dynasty organization from the mercenary street. Perhaps it was just a drop in the bucket. Not necessarily. Hearing Fat Li's doubt, Yi Fan shook his head, thoughtfully saying, it is also possible that the official has received some news and has some plans. Then what should we do next? Should we still release the news about the map as before? Beside him, Wang Lingxi spoke up. Let it be, Yi Fan nodded, without much hesitation, since someone has stirred up this muddy water, let it get a little messy. Starting tomorrow, make 500 copies of the map of the creation fruit and post tasks on Mercenary Street to find the creation fruit. No problem. Wang Lingxi, who was in charge of internal affairs, nodded repeatedly, I'll get this done as soon as I go back. Good. Wang Lingxi's organizational skills were quite outstanding, and Yi Fan had no more to say about that. He nodded and waved to several people, in 2 days, it'll be the freshman competition. You all finish your tasks today and head back to school first. I need to go back to my hometown to deal with something, but I'll be back tomorrow. Why go back home? Fatty Li asked, a bit puzzled. To make preparations. Yi Fan replied, his gaze carrying a hint of coldness. This time, the emergence of the creation fruit in Pingcheng is like a heavy rain that might expose many hidden mice. This is a big opportunity, but it also comes with many potential risks. I will only take you all to compete after ensuring enough safeguards. Since we are partners, I won't lead you into danger, at least not now. In Nanchang, at the Rare Treasures Pavilion, located in the most luxurious part of the ancient city to the south, it occupied a large area and boasted a very classical and grand architectural style. Being an official establishment, it was naturally distinct. The shopkeeper sat upright in the shop, dressed in luxurious brocade, with a plump figure and an elaborate outfit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes scanning the coming and going customers, giving off an air of a wealthy landlord. He often sat like this in the shop all day long, his eyes lazily gazing, as if he would never tire. Click, click. In the afternoon, just before dusk, a tall and sturdy man walked in from outside, wearing a cloak. Beneath the cloak, his eagle-like eyes were subtly visible. Shin. Upon seeing this man, the usually arrogant shopkeeper's expression finally changed slightly, revealing a look of respect, as he quietly led Jin to a separate back room. Has the news spread? In the private room, Jin looked at the shopkeeper and spoke, his voice as calm as ever. It's spread, it's spread. The shopkeeper replied, today, through the coming and going guests, about 400 to 500 copies have been circulated. 400 or 500. Hearing this number, Jin slightly nodded, after spreading it one more day tomorrow, we can recall the news. No problem. The shopkeeper nodded in agreement, glanced at Jin, seemingly hesitant, and then asked, Jin, why are we spreading the news about the creation fruit? There are many remnants of the Pingqing dynasty, isn't spreading it equivalent to telling them? This map was obtained from a remnant of the dynasty. Jin shook his head, I recently received some news that said that the dynasty organization controls a secret realm around Pingcheng, likely where the creation fruit blooms. Is that secret realm in their hands? Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's expression slightly changed, then why would they make this map public? They are also suspicious. Jin responded, his expression slightly serious, the specific circumstances are unknown, but the news about the creation fruit is confirmed. It is said that this secret realm has restrictions on the level of entrance, possibly below gold. Below gold. The shopkeeper frowned, this level seems to be targeting Pingcheng students. Yes, over 100 high school seniors from Pingcheng entered the silver level this year, more than 30 sophomores, and perhaps 2 or 3 freshmen. Jin began, if it is confirmed to be this level, the Pingcheng authorities and schools will decide to let the students enter the secret realm with the map. These are the hopes of the young generation in Pingcheng. The shopkeeper, clearly experienced with many storms, caught the unsettling implication after just one sentence. If this batch of people meets with misfortune, the young generation of Ping City will essentially be cut off, which would be devastating for Ping City. Right, that's why the higher-ups want me to send out the map of the creation fruit. Jin nodded gravely and said, let the waters be muddied, let the fish and dragons mix, our students should also disguise themselves. If there are more people, the corresponding danger can be shared. But this will also bring more uncertainty. The boss shook his head, seemingly disapproving, all of them are below golden rank. If so many of our students can unite, they would definitely be formidable. If that were possible, the higher-ups wouldn't have made this decision. Hearing this, Jin sighed. The creation fruit, once obtained, is a once-in-a-century dual talent, bringing double the beast taming quantity, several times the cultivation boost, and countless times the creation potential, enough to make any mediocre person a top-tier powerhouse. For such a thing, don't even think about it. Even we can't unite as one. This left the boss momentarily stunned. After a while, he could only helplessly say, in the face of opportunity, this is unavoidable. If we just don't fight for it, we could also avoid the risks. That is something that defies fate, how can we not fight for it? If I can get in, I would risk my life to bring back the creation fruit. Jin shook his head. Ping City, not just Ping City, we desperately need a top-tier powerhouse to grow. So, even if there are great risks, we must let the students compete. The Dynasty organization is making a comeback. After so many years of lurking, they have gathered too much power. We have already shown signs of decline at the front line, with our position being continually compressed. The king level is not showing, the strong are hiding, the old generation of strong are constantly getting injured while the new generation of strong is few. At this rate, we are gradually reaching the most critical moment. The front line is in urgent need, our higher-ups are forced to negotiate with the magical beasts who want to enslave humanity day and night, even making compromises. The initiative at the front line is no longer in our hands. Sigh. Hearing this, the boss seemed to be lost in thought, reflecting on something, and sighed softly. If the commander hadn't lost back then, in 15 years, perhaps he would have been able to suppress everything. The commander did lose, but he crushed the 100,000 rebels at that time, pushing the front line several hundred miles, which bought us this much time. Otherwise, back then, those magical beasts would have invaded deep into our territory and returned to the human world. Jin replied, fire suddenly igniting in his eyes. So we must fight, even if we know this may carry great risks, we must fight. Chapter 130, Anger. We are all struggling to cross, to win a piece of pure land. The boss spoke, looking at Jin before him, his eyes glowing a bit. He greatly respected this guardian. The other had retired from the Battle Heaven army and was once a member of the legendary legion he dreamed of, bearing the most steadfast will to protect. Such a person is always the backbone of humanity, and even just talking to him, one can't help but be moved by his strong sense of righteousness. If everyone were like that, we could fight the magical beasts for 30,000 miles. The boss murmured softly, glancing at Jin, and said, if one day the Battle Heaven army is restarted, would Guardian Jin return? Every night I dream about returning to the battlefield, fighting side by side with others from the Battle Heaven army again. Jin replied simply, even in dreams, my blood still heats up. I hope that day will come again. The boss responded, just about to say something more when suddenly, a worker rushed in from outside, holding a map in his hand, and said hurriedly, Boss, there are others in Ping City selling the same creation fruit map at an extremely low price. Others are selling the creation fruit map. When this sentence came out, both the boss and the town's brow furrowed at once. Let me see. The boss took the map from the assistant's hand, and upon a close look, his face suddenly turned a bit gloomy. This is really the same map as ours. It's not ours, it doesn't have our store's special markings. Someone is stirring up trouble. The town spoke, his gaze locking onto the assistant, and asked, where did you get this map? From the mercenary street in Pingchang, there was a task reward for the creation fruit posted by a mercenary group called Shinai. As long as you accept the task and pay 100 as a guarantee, you can get a map. The assistant was clearly not an ordinary assistant. During the time he got the map, he had also gathered a lot of information. Currently, this reward has only been published by the Shinai mercenary group, limited to 500 people who can accept it. So far, more than 200 copies of the creation fruit map have been circulated. Since only Shinai has this reward, it must be a task published by that mercenary group itself. Upon hearing the assistant speak that name, the town suddenly thought of something. Shinai? Isn't that the mercenary group founded by Yifan? Yes. How did he get involved in this matter? The town's brow tightened. Because of Yifan's performance from some time ago, he had been investigating matters related to Yifan and the conclusions he got were quite shocking. This Yifan might really be the bloodline of the military leader. This kid is exceptionally perceptive. Could it be that he knows something? The town spoke, somewhat to himself. This kid just reached the bronze 9 stars recently. Such a short time shouldn't be enough for him to break through to the silver level. Even if he achieved a fortuitous encounter and broke through to the silver level, he would at most be a low silver. Does he really want to compete for this creation fruit? As this question emerged, the town suddenly recalled Yifan's feats in the secret realm a few times before and felt a bit startled. If it were someone else, he might not worry, but Yifan was different. This little guy was always reckless, going against bronze with black iron, trying to attack silver level while being bronze. If he really knows about the creation fruit, who knows, he might really dare to compete. Protect him. After some thought, the town's mind flickered. Guardian Town, what should we do? On the side, the boss looked at the town, who had been quiet and seemingly in contemplation, and asked, do we need to use some methods? No need. The people from Shinai are basically students from our Pingcheng. They might have some ideas, but it is not a big deal. The town replied, and did not mention Yifan's matters, just said, what they are doing is similar to us, it can be considered a help. In that case, fine. The boss nodded. I will leave first. The creation fruit is likely about to mature soon. Pingcheng might not be very peaceful lately, so be more cautious on your own in the southern city. The town waved his hand, pulled up his cloak, hiding his eagle-like eyes. As for the creation fruit's secret realm, no need to worry. No matter how much planning or schemes the dynasty organization has, they cannot rise above being a cancer. As long as it is evil, it will ultimately be seen through. In the small house of his hometown, Yifan sat alone at the wooden table in the courtyard, quietly waiting for something. Pat, pat. At a certain moment, steady footsteps sounded from outside the door. Yifan looked up to see Elder Yi arriving. He had a kindly face, but he approached so peacefully, yet the sound of his footsteps was like a heartbeat, making people a bit startled. Elder Yi. Yifan stood up, but Elder Yi only waved his hand and casually sat down opposite Yifan. Fanner, you suddenly looking for me, did you run into something? I've encountered some trouble. I need to compete for some opportunities and might need Uncle's help. Yifan answered directly. Competing for opportunities is a good thing. Upon hearing this, Elder Yi nodded. If there is anything I can help with, feel free to share. The situation is like this. For strong ones, and also for close family. Yifan did not keep any secrets, revealing everything about the Chaohua fruit, and briefly mentioned his plans. You want to compete for the Chaohua fruit? Hearing Yifan's plan, Elder Yi thought for a moment, glanced at Yifan, and did not conceal anything, saying, I know some things about the Chaohua fruit too, and I even investigated it personally. That secret realm only allows people below the golden level, with the highest being silver 9 stars, to enter. You do have a chance to compete. But I don't really recommend you going for it. This time, the official side of Pingcheng already knows about the Chaohua fruit, and it's highly likely to evolve into a conflict between the officials and the dynasty organization. If you get caught in it, the danger could be very great. At this point, Elder Yi paused. You should know that during this time, the dynasty organization has already viewed you as a thorn in their side. If you go to the secret realm, they will definitely try every means to eliminate you. I understand. Yifan nodded, without any hesitation, and spoke firmly, but strong people must compete. Opportunities like this are rare, happening only once in 100 years. If I miss it, who knows if there will be another chance. If you have made up your mind, then go for it. Elder Yi did not try to dissuade him further. He was always a decisive strong man, and seeing Yifan had made up his mind, he nodded and replied, you don't need to worry about the rest. I will go. If things get out of control, I will step in. I have modified my True Dragon 9 transformations, and my strength is now greater than before. In this Pingcheng, taking care of some minor threats isn't too much of an issue. Then thank you very much, Elder. Yifan replied, taking out a list from the side and handing it to Elder Yi. This is a list I compiled during this time of possible remnants of the dynasty. Some of them have already been eliminated by me. Elder can take a look at the ones that are not crossed out. All right. Elder Yi nodded, taking the list and looking down from the top, his expression gradually changing. The list had many names, some Yifan learned about from the mercenary street, some through Madafe, and others from his own encounters. It was a hodgepodge, probably numbering over 100. As the list was scanned, Elder Yi's expression grew more somber. The mentors of Pingcheng and the Guardians unexpectedly have members of the dynasty organization. This cancer is really hidden deeply. Before he finished speaking, Elder Yi suddenly glanced at the last name at the bottom of the list, and his eyes changed instantly. A massive dragon's might surged up. The old man stood up, like a giant dragon awakening. Bang! He slapped the wooden table in front of him, causing it to shatter loudly, and at the same time, Elder Yi's voice filled with rage echoed through the room. Yi Shinji, a member of the Yi family, is still my own grandson. How dare he collude with the remnants of the dynasty? Chapter 131, Praise. At this moment, the shattered wooden table looked quite tragic. That furious slap had nearly turned the table into powder. I had asked Yi Guihai to investigate everyone in the Yi family, but never thought it would be my own grandson who became the lapdog of the dynasty. Elder Yi spoke, his eyes filled with rare fury. Having lived 100 years, he had long since retired from the position of head of the family, but he still monitored the affairs of the Yi family. Yi Guihai's generation had not produced any capable individuals. Although Yi Guihai was not considered a gifted genius, he managed to maintain the family well enough to barely serve as head of the family. Now, it was time for the next generation to inherit. Yi Shinji and Yi Chuan had always been valued by Elder Yi. Although Yi Chuan had greater talent, Elder Yi placed more importance on the steadiness of Yi Shinji. Hence, over the years, he gradually let Yi Shinji take over the family business, preparing to cultivate him as the heir. In recent years, Yi Shinji's performance had been good. Within the Yi family, many supported him, and Elder Yi was satisfied with him. He was an old general who had long spent his life fighting for peace for the human race. He is also a descendant of the Dragon Slayer, so one can imagine how furious this situation makes Elder Yi when Yi Shinji appears on this list. Having such a descendant in our family, especially one from my Yi Mao's bloodline, how can I face the ancestors in the underworld in the future? How can I face my brother who died because of the dynasty organization? Elder Yi spoke, his hands trembling with anger as he held the list, his voice shaking slightly. I will thoroughly investigate Yi Shinji. If it is true, I will execute him on the spot. Anyone related, who provided protection or concealment for him, even Yi Guihai, will be punished for their crime. My Yi family will never tolerate anyone having any connection with the dynasty organization. This matter is Elder Yi's family affair, Elder Yi can decide. Yi Fan replied, looking at Elder Yi, without making further statements. Yi Fan didn't know much about the old man in front of him, but which strong military figure, spending years on the front line, wasn't decisive in killing? Elder Yi took a long time to calm down, finally letting out a long sigh. Fanner, how did you find out that Yi Shinji is tangled up with the dynasty? Elder Yi asked. I believe you, but I also need you to tell me the source of this information, so I can investigate. Yi Fan did not hide it, and recounted what happened in the beast arena. Upon hearing this, Elder Yi confirmed the accuracy of the news, his face now extraordinarily cold. Frame a clan member, collude with a cancer, my grandson's mind is truly as deep as ever. After saying this, Elder Yi nodded. Now calm, he already had a plan in mind, and no longer asked, but looked at Yi Fan and softly said, Fanner, if you encounter danger next time, call me directly. Although your mentor is reliable, their strength is only at the golden level, and they cannot be considered a strong warrior. Sometimes, they may not be able to help. Understood. Hearing this, Yi Fan nodded, thinking slightly, and honestly replied, I would prefer to treat your protection and that of my teacher as a trump card in times of crisis, rather than calling you every time I am in danger. Unless I cannot avoid it, I will do my best to fight. Danger is also a part of opportunities. Upon hearing this, Elder Yi was taken aback, looking at Yi Fan, unintentionally repeating his words, danger is also a part of opportunities. Reciting this phrase, Elder Yi's eyes showed a slight disconnection. To compare danger to a part of opportunities, this was the first time he had heard such words. You child, so young and yet so bold, Elder Yi nodded, most young people prefer ease over effort, having such courage is rare. After saying this, Elder Yi looked at Yi Fan. At this moment, the clouds were shading the moon, the moonlight hazy. Watching Yi Fan's unyielding demeanor, he felt slightly dazed. Back then, War God Tian also had such astonishing courage. After this, Elder Yi sighed again and did not continue speaking. He scanned Yi Fan once more, his eyes holding a hint of a smile. Fanner, your progress is significant. In just a few months, you have already reached silver-level standards. After saying this, Elder Yi noticed the heavy sword that Yi Fan was carrying on his back and was slightly surprised. What's this, Fanner? Have you been practicing sword skills recently? Yes, I bought this heavy sword in South City and found a strange sword technique, so I practiced the sword, Yi Fan replied, taking down the heavy sword from his back and handing it to Elder Yi. Elder Yi, this sword is a bit strange, it seems to be related to the Dragon Slayer. I cannot sense it due to lacking the Dragon Eye bloodline. Please see if you can find anything different about it. All right. Elder Yi nodded, taking the heavy sword from Yi Fan's hands. The moment he held the sword, the blade trembled and emitted light once again, the runes on the sword appearing again. So heavy with malice. Elder Yi showed a hint of surprise, but soon channeled his power, and the sword's glow calmed down, retracting once more. Elder Yi closed his eyes and felt for a moment, quickly opening them again. Looking at Yi Fan, I feel some resonance from this sword. This sword was used by the first Dragon Slayer, it can be confirmed. The sword used by the first Dragon Slayer? Hearing this, Yi Fan replied, at that time, the shop owner said this sword is the evil dragon sword. The evil dragon sword is definitely not, that sword has slain a dragon, the spirit of a true dragon is within it, and only extraordinary people can wield it. Besides, it has been lost for many years. Olji shook his head, looking at the heavy sword, carefully examining it for a moment, then said, most likely, it is the paired sword of some first dragon slayer. Although it has not slain a dragon, it has been nourished by dragon's blood, cultivating the dragon spirit within the sword. This sword is quite good, only those with the bloodline of a dragon slayer can awaken its power, but the requirement is not high, you can also use it without dragon eyes. Saying this, Olgi handed the heavy sword back to Yifan. This sword has a blood groove, along with some related runes. It should be able to enhance the dragon spirit through enemy blood. You can use this heavy sword to kill enemies more often. If one day the dragon spirit can materialize, it will indeed be a great help. Got it. Upon hearing this, Yifan nodded. He wasn't very familiar with weapons, but he had heard of them. After Olgi explained, he mostly understood. A weapon with spirit. Gripping the heavy sword, Yifan's eyes showed a hint of contemplation. Such weapons are not common, but they do exist. They are considered to be from a niche path followed by some martial artists. Although they cannot control beasts, they can use special methods to give the weapon a spirit and then use various means to strengthen the beast spirit within the weapon. Once the beast spirit materializes, it can assist in battle, which is considered a style of combat. Such martial artists are called beast spirit warriors. The strength of a weapon spirit warrior varies, they rely on beast spirits, so the strength of the beast spirit determines the strength of the weapon spirit warrior. However, in recent times, beast controlling techniques have dominated, and other paths have not produced many strong figures. The strongest beast spirit warrior Yifan heard of in his previous life had just reached the glory level, and the weapon spirit was said to have transformed from an ancient fierce beast. Its power was decent. Just do it casually, you are a Beastmaster, focusing on beast control is more important. Nearby, Olgi advised lightly. Understood. Yifan nodded, his eyes slightly thoughtful. In that case, it's settled. In a while, when the secret realm of the creation fruit opens, I will hide myself and go in to support you. Olgi replied, standing up, you don't need to worry about things outside the secret realm, just be extra careful inside. Alright, I will be cautious, there's no need for you to worry, Olgi. Yifan stood up too, bowing to send him off. As they reached the door, Olgi paused, looking at Yifan, who was tidying up the courtyard under the moonlight. In his mind, the image of his dearest kin resurfaced once again. For some reason, perhaps just because of that one sentence, Olgi found himself frequently recalling his exceptionally talented brother who radiated brilliant colors. After some hesitation, he finally spoke, Fan Air, take care of yourself. I know you have the heart of a strong warrior and courage, but in everything, you must ensure your own safety as much as possible. No matter what you do, always have some backup. Okay. Hearing this, Yifan in the courtyard responded, his voice deep, I will do my best. Seeing your progress and gradual growth makes me very happy, but for some reason, I feel a bit worried. You are going to become strong, you will go seek opportunities among various fish and dragons, you will go to the front lines to kill enemies, and you will encounter various dangers. Olgi spoke, standing outside the door, remaining silent for a moment. However, in the end, he simply said softly. I am the eldest son and have watched Zhan Tian grow for many years. After Zhan Tian passed away, I spent many nights without sleep until I saw the newborn Lin Chang. You are his bloodline, as long as you are alive, he has been given continuation. To be selfish, I would rather you live as ordinary people for your entire lives, as long as you are safe and sound, that is better than anything. Chapter 132, Lu Oing. Olgi gradually disappeared into the night, while Yifan cleaned the courtyard. A person sat on the chair, slightly pondering. Yi Lao's earlier words were naturally heard by him, knowing that the relationship between his grandfather and the old man was very deep, and he could understand the hope for his safety. If Yi Lao were still here in the last life, and my dad and mom were in Pingcheng, maybe we could really live safely. Yifan murmured, his eyes slightly shining. In this life so far, he had indeed changed many things, both his own and those around him, even small changes had brought about different butterfly effects. If Yi Lao were still here, the traitor would have been caught, the turmoil of Longtong would not happen again, and the Yi family would still be the dragon-slaying family. But it's unlikely to become an ordinary person. Yifan shook his head immediately. As Yi Lao said, to become strong, one must go through many dangers, and it is a must. Becoming an ordinary person can avoid many dangers, but in the face of danger, there is no real ability to withstand it. Only by becoming stronger, strong enough to one day ignore all dangers and push through everything, can one truly ensure the safety of oneself and one's family. Thinking of this, Yifan's gaze became firm, and he stood up to stretch. In a few days, it will be the freshman competition. That fellow Ji Jia is always stingy, and after losing to me last time, he must have been worrying about it for a long time. Saying this, Yifan suddenly felt a bit funny. In this life, he had come with the memories of a 100-year-old monster. Seeing the still youthful Ji Jia now, he only felt the other was stingy and unscrupulous, a vile person, but in the last life, he and Ji Jia were the same age, and the gap in talent kept them from clashing at first. After a few years, when he finally interacted with the already grown Ji Jia, he thought of him as extraordinarily talented, steady, and insightful, someone worthy of deep friendship. Back then, having just risen to prominence, even speaking a few words to Ji Jia felt like climbing high, naturally magnifying some of his behaviors. Later, becoming brothers, it was equally natural to overlook some of his actions. In fact, to see it fairly, Ji Jia in the last life also did not disguise himself very well, at least from the downfall of the Longwu clan, he should have seen some things. The observer sees clearly, this saying has always been true. Forget it, anyway, I see him clearly in this life, the grudge from the last life will be settled in this one. Shaking his head, Yifan ultimately did not get up and went back into the house. In the sky, the clouds covering the moon moved away, and the moonlight softly cast down into the yard, quietly, with only some shadows of tables and chairs and decorations. In the past, this place was often where Xiaobai played, in summer, Yi Lincheng and the others often relaxed in the yard, but now, it was all gone. With Yifan's rise, they left, and perhaps they would seldom return to the small courtyard in the future. At the academy, with the freshman competition approaching, the school was particularly lively these days, and all the students returned. Yifan also arrived at the academy the afternoon after going back to his hometown. Yifan, do you want to eat buns? In the dormitory, Li Fati pushed open Yifan's dorm room door with a large bag of buns. Chen Peng was also there, holding 2 buns in his hands, wanting to speak, but after seeing the large bag in Li Fati's hands, he hesitated for a few seconds and silently put them away. You. Yifan looked at Li Fati, who was still chewing, and shook his head helplessly, casually picking up 2 buns. Let me tell you, Yifan, I went to the cafeteria today, and I met a really good-looking girl. Thinking of something, Li Fati leaned closer to Yifan, his expression lively. You don't know, that girl is? Oh, I can't describe it, she's just very beautiful. I heard from others that that girl is also from Kyoto like Ji Jia. I don't know how it happened. It's just now you came. You came from Kyoto? Hearing what Li Fati said, Yifan frowned. It's Luoying, right? Hey, how do you know her name is Luoying? Li Fati was a bit surprised. I heard about it. Yifan answered, his eyes squinting. This Luoying, he really couldn't remember well. In his past life, she had appeared at this time, strong in power, but had only been there for half a semester before transferring again. She was also a member of one of the 8 great families, with a high status. Coming to Ping City to attend high school at this time, I'm afraid it's not just a coincidence. Yifan replied. At this moment, he slightly had some guesses. He had thought before, the young master of the 8 great families, a rare encounter with an A-level, Ji Jia had nothing to do, and had to come to Ping City to study. Now having learned about the news of the creation fruit, it could indeed connect some key points. Some big families might have learned about the news of the creation fruit through some channels early on, but their lips were tightly sealed. They used the excuse to let their younger generation come over. Unexpectedly, this Luoying, who was stunning at first sight, was likely one of them. After all, for them, starting with excellence, there was no restriction of silver level, allowing them to quickly rise to silver level, even silver high star, which just happened to meet the threshold of this secret realm. For other students, silver level was the threshold to unlock the door of higher education. But plainly speaking, for big families, silver level was really not hard. With an excellent level, abundant spiritual herbs, fruits, and pearls, they could reach the silver 9 stars bottleneck in the first year. Only at the golden threshold would these people's progress be hindered. This is not an exaggeration. Perhaps in Ping City, a student reaching silver 9 stars in their senior year was impressive, but in Kyoto, it was indeed just the starting point for those from prominent families. With hundreds of provinces, Kyoto gathered the center of the world, independent of the provinces, occupying a top position. Ping City was located in the nearly 80th ranked Nanchuan province. Among its 24 cities, Ping City belonged to the lowest tier of third-tier cities. One can imagine how much the two sides differed in scale. These big family people really don't make things so simple. Thinking of something, Yifan shook his head. Families that had survived for hundreds of years gathered countless resources and wealth, with the best talents. Some of their schemes were quite profound, and without knowing the reasons within, it was hard to guess them. Just like now, it seemed that Ji Jia had only brought Long Wu with him, and had competed with himself so many times in school, but still relied on the followers recruited by the school. However, if they really competed for the creation fruit and entered the secret realm, the family would send numerous silver-level followers. With Luo Ying's arrival, it was likely that more people would join the competition. Yifan, aren't you curious? On the side, seeing Yifan lost in thought, Li Fati was a bit puzzled. Curious about what? Aren't you curious about what that girl looks like? Li Fati spoke. Goodness, she really is beautiful. I've lived in Ping City for so many years and haven't seen anyone look like that. Aren't you interested in knowing more? There are many beautiful people. Yifan shook his head, feeling no waves regarding this statement. In 100 years, he had experienced too much and seen too many beautiful faces, not to mention those who looked like celestial beings were not few. What's the matter? Li Fati, are you interested? Seeing Li Fati's expression, Yifan revealed a smile. Regardless of interest or not, looking at beautiful people is wanting to see more. Li Fati answered, scratching his head, then said seriously, everyone has a heart for beauty. You're quite straightforward. Yifan nodded, then waved his hand. Appearance is ultimately just superficial, seeing too much becomes boring. Don't be biased because of appearance. An enemy is an enemy, a rival is a rival. I don't wish to see incidents like love clouding clarity happen to you. Her strength is pretty good. You are not a weakling. You need to be more careful if you meet someone strong in the freshman competition. The 133rd match begins. Soon, 2 days passed in a blink, and the day of the freshman competition arrived. On the playground, hundreds of new first-year Beastmasters gathered together, and a few second and third-year students also came to act as the audience. Yifan and his group arrived at the competition site, found a spot to sit down, and looked up to see many new students filled with nervousness and excitement. After half a year of being students, many of these students had shed some of their naivety. The world of Beastmasters was not warm and cozy. Among them, who could tell how many had fled in embarrassment during their first battle with wild beasts? They might become strong in the future, but that scene would stay in their minds for a long time. Yifan, the mechanism of the freshman competition is so strange. Beside him, waiting for the start, Fatty complained a bit bored. Why do they use a one-on-one elimination method? If someone meets a tough opponent early on, won't their ranking be much lower than it should be? Luck is part of strength, Yifan replied. Almost all schools use this elimination system to evaluate students. Is it all done this way? Hearing this, Fatty was surprised and scratched his head. Are there any lucky people who always face weaker opponents and get decent results? Of course. Yifan nodded with a meaningful smile. If it happens once, it could be random. If it happens 2 or 3 times, it says something. What does it say? Fortune, Yifan answered. Some people are born with it. They have fortune attached to them. Everything they do tends to go smoothly. They casually encounter opportunities, and when danger appears, they easily escape. It's like they have endless good luck. These people are often called the children of fortune. Children of fortune? That sounds mystical. Fatty was taken aback. So the school uses this method to find these children of fortune? Sort of. Cultivating a person with great fortune usually makes things much easier, Yifan shook his head. But, you see, fortune is just one part, it's not everything. Those who can truly push through anything will always be the first, no matter what kind of competition. No matter how fortunate you are, bronze or silver, you can't win against a royal level. That's true. Hearing this, Fatty nodded. Following Yifan for so long wasn't for nothing, he had absorbed some of Yifan's spirit. But saying that, who wouldn't want to be a child of fortune? Seeing Fatty's confused expression, Yifan shook his head, his eyes showing a hint of amusement. He had heard about this school's method of selecting those with fortune for many years, but he had never fully agreed with it. Some people indeed have fortune, but similarly, aren't those who can become strong people with another kind of fortune? Rather than chasing after so-called continuous good luck, it's better to be practical, take charge of everything for oneself, and the benefits gained won't be few. If you can pick up heavenly treasures, I will go find them myself. If you escape luck from a beast, I will simply defeat the beast. Everyone is a Beastmaster, you have your luck, and I have my means. Who knows who will reach the peak after 100 years? In the afternoon, the competition finally began. The first day's schedule was not long, with only 3 rounds, eliminating half of the participants each round. By the end of the first day, with less than 500 participants and a few who took leave, the top dozens would soon be decided. Perhaps because of what Yifan said about the children of fortune at noon, Fatty was particularly sensitive to the matches among the students that entire afternoon. As soon as someone is left out, people will immediately suspect that the person is the child of fate. Over a dozen people took leave, so there were also over a dozen people left out. Plus, with the elimination system, there would be one person left out each round, and that person became a point of focus for Fatty Lee. Fatty, where did so many children of fate come from? Yifan found it somewhat amusing as he explained, there are very few people who can truly be called children of fate. With so many schools, we only have a few hundred students here, while a single high school in the capital has thousands of students, and for years, not even one has been singled out by the school as a child of fate. But what if? The child of fate is so mysterious, maybe our school has one, Fatty Lee said, and when he saw a person left out in a venue, he immediately raised his hand. Look at that person, glowing red face and slick hair, just like the laughing Buddha. This one definitely looks like a person with fate. You? Upon hearing this, Yifan helplessly shook his head and said nothing. Fatty Lee was excited and was about to guess again when he suddenly heard Pan Zhao calling his name, quickly standing up and walking towards the competition stage. Fatty Lee's opponent was from an elite class, and that person's strength was good too, with 2 high bronze star beasts, making him one of the strong contenders in the same grade. However, facing Fatty Lee, who had a silver level ice python and 3 bronze 9-star beasts, he ultimately got eliminated. In the stands, seeing Fatty Lee win this match, Yifan nodded in approval. For a bronze 9-star, Fatty Lee was not too strong, but now with the silver level, he was indeed quite impressive. Among this cohort of students, Fatty Li's strength was at least in the top 5. Ma Xiaoxue, who had learned some combat techniques, was about the same level. Only Wang Lingxi, who was not very skilled in combat, was somewhat weaker, but she had 2 high bronze star beasts, so her strength was also considered top in the newcomers. Some growth, Yifan nodded as he watched their matches. He wasn't too worried about their strength improving too quickly. For his companions, on the contrary, this level of strength was just adequate. Yifan's benchmark wasn't the ordinary students of this small town, but the true geniuses of the same age. In this phase, with abundant resources, Ji Jia and Luo Ying had nearly reached the silver high star level. Though his progress was slightly slower due to insufficient spirit pearl supply, his actual combat power should not be inferior to theirs, while Ma Xiaoxue and the others would likely be stuck at the bronze level for months, if not half a year. This time was too long, which was also why Yifan decided to take them into the secret realm together. For the people around him, Yifan had his own plans for the future. He wanted them to grow into capable individuals, not just rely on him for help against difficulties like soft-shelled shrimp. Guided by a king-level mentor, with top breathing techniques and the best spirit herbs and medicine combinations, even Rottenwood should be able to carve out a decent sculpture. The 214th match, the contestants are from the ordinary class, Yifan, and from the elite class, Luo Ying. The voice of the competition host suddenly rang out, and Yifan, who was lost in thought, jolted and instinctively looked towards the other side, where a girl in white stood up, her hair tied up, with an exquisite makeup. Her appearance indeed is Fatty Li described, somewhat outstanding. I met Luo Ying in the first match? Beside him, the just-returned Fatty Li was also taken aback, glancing at Yifan, and then suddenly recalling something, tapped his head. Oh no, Yifan, you've become the reverse child of fate. What child of fate? It's just like that. Yifan shook his head. Without much thought, I lightly walked toward the arena. Across from me, Luo Ying, dressed in white, also stepped onto the arena. She had been in Ping City for a few days and had heard of Yifan's reputation, ascending the arena while looking at the young master of the Ji family who had been humbled by Yifan. Are you a member of the Yi family from Ping City? Luo Ying asked Yifan, her voice like a gentle bell. Yifan nodded, glancing at Luo Ying with little change in his expression, and asked in return, which position do you hold among the 7 daughters of the Luo family in this generation? You know about the 7 daughters of the Luo family? Luo Ying was somewhat surprised by his response. I know. The 7 daughters of the Luo family are exceptional, with the most talented and promising 7 selected from their clan in every generation. Yifan nodded slowly and spoke. He didn't have much impression of Luo Ying, but he definitely knew about the 7 daughters of the Luo family. Unlike other families that choose heirs, the Luo family values women and selects 7 of the most outstanding in talent and character from the clan. These 7 women are the future co-managers of the Luo family, a tradition that has lasted for hundreds of years and continues to this day. Hearing Yifan's words, Luo Ying hesitated slightly, but still softly replied, I am ranked 4th among the 7 daughters. 4th? Okay. Upon hearing this, Yifan nodded and didn't pursue the matter further, his expression somewhat unenthusiastic. In his memory, among the 7th daughters of the Luo family, the 6th was very powerful, rising to king level soon after he did, becoming more courageous in battle until she defeated a legacy breed and became known as the first-generation princess of the Luo family. Being one of the 7 daughters is not necessarily a glory. The Luo family has lasted for 100 years, but not every generation is outstanding. The reason it remains large and powerful today partly comes from strategic marriages. If one is not excellent, then one can find someone excellent. Each of the 7 daughters possesses extraordinary beauty, and being backed by the vast Luo family means there is no shortage of talented individuals seeking them out. People should be able to control their own destiny. Thinking of something, Yifan said this with a hint of emotion and waved his hand, causing Xiao Tiango to appear in the arena. At this moment, Xiao Tiango had broken through the silver tier limit and reached silver 2 stars, its large body exuding a subtle pressure. The white-headed beast. Seeing Xiao Tiango summoned by Yifan, Luo Ying was slightly surprised. Anyone who could be connected to the legacy breeds was extraordinary. Clearly, such a beast was also rare for them. Let's see your strength. Being ranked among the 7 daughters, your talent should be A-level, right? Yifan spoke, and Luo Ying no longer said much, raising her hand as a silver 3-star white demon ape appeared. The white demon ape, named by Mo, had skin as white as freshly applied paint, and it only appeared on the front lines of battle. It was as strong as an ox and extraordinarily fierce. When injured, its fury surged, and the more it fought, the more relentless it became. What was even more troublesome was that its strange skin granted it innate immunity to attributes. Unless the difference was too great, ordinary water, fire, wind, and thunder attributes couldn't harm it. The white demon ape, finding such a beast, shows that the Luo family still has some capability. Upon seeing this beast, Yifan narrowed his eyes slightly. The innate magic immunity of this beast often made it a frontline charge against human defenses. After hundreds of years of grueling battle, their numbers had rapidly dwindled, and they only appeared on very rare occasions. Across from him, Luoying also raised her hand, light glowing in her palm. Beast, promotion. As her voice fell, the light focused on the white demon ape in front, and in an instant, its aura rapidly increased, its original level rising from silver 3 stars to directly breakthrough to silver 7 stars. What a guy, playing dirty. Watching this scene from the side of the arena, Fatty Lee snorted, this is directly raising the beast's level, it's too much. Promotion, an amazing talent. Seeing this scene, Yifan slightly retracted his casual expression. The A-grade talent promotion is as straightforward and simple as its name suggests, directly and briefly enhancing the Beastmaster's level, even allowing beasts like the 9-star bronze, which are stuck at a bottleneck, to break through to silver. However, this effect does not remain constant. As the level increases, the degree of promotion will shrink. Silver can promote to 4 stars, gold to 3.5 stars, and later on, it might even only be 1 star or less, but the extent of the increase is still roughly similar. In fact, at higher diamond or eternal levels, a single star's increase can be stronger than 3 or 4 stars of gold or silver. It is one of the rare A-grade talents with strong versatility. Beastmaster, ascend. Yifan also raised his hand, and the light of ascension enveloped him, allowing Yifan to launch the first attack. Little Tengu, energy cannon. Boom! As the voice just fell, a fiery red light gathered in Little Tengu's mouth and blasted toward the white magic ape like a cannonball. However, facing the attribute energy attack from Little Tengu, Luoying seemed indifferent. She waved her hand, and the white magic ape raised its fist to pound its chest, allowing the energy cannon to come rushing in. Boom! Bright light burst forth, and the fire-based energy cannon dispersed, leaving no trace on the white magic ape's body. Little Tengu, use the water-based energy cannon. Yifan gave another command, and the energy cannon gathered once more, hitting without success again, after which Yifan did not issue any further orders. That white magic ape is still as disgusting as ever. Seeing this scene, Yifan shook his head slightly. Little Tengu's strength lies in its natural ability to switch attributes, allowing it to use various attribute attacks. In simple terms, it acts like a mage skilled in dealing damage with different elemental powers. In contrast, the white magic ape is a magical immunity meet shield within a certain range. Yifan initially wanted to see if he could break this magical immunity's range, but it was clearly not possible. It can be considered a counter-restriction. If it were the Gale Eagle, which is focused on physical attacks, it might have been manageable. I still need to take action myself. With a helpless sigh, Yifan gripped the heavy sword behind him and stepped toward the white magic ape and Luoying. This scene left Luoying momentarily shocked, while in the distance, Pan Zhao, who had just exited seclusion that morning, also changed his expression. This kid, why is he using his sword now? Pan Zhao said, frowning slightly. It was evident that he was optimistic about Yifan's future as a Beastmaster. Seeing the other party distracted by learning something else, he felt it was somewhat inappropriate. One can only focus on one path with their mind, mastering multiple paths simultaneously is too difficult. Someone who has reached 100 in one path may reach 80 in 2 paths, but there is an insurmountable gap between 80 and 100. The combined score of 80 from 2 paths is less than 100 in one path. As he frowned, in the arena, Yifan drew the heavy sword and attacked the white magic ape, still using his signature sword drawing technique. With one strike, the arena changed instantly. The white magic ape, with clenched fists, aimed a punch at the heavy sword, but this strike was infused with terrifying power. Clang! A dull sound echoed, and the white magic ape was forced back, quickly approaching the edge of the arena. Luoying's face also changed drastically, and she hurriedly raised her hand to issue a command, but the next moment, Yifan once again presented his sword technique. This sword technique was strange, holding the sword at his waist, his whole body bent like a bow, and his body tightened like a bowstring, with the sword acting as the arrow. Dust flew up in the arena, and at the moment the white magic ape stabilized its stance, Yifan shouted loudly. Sword mastery, tooth charge. Boom! As the sound rang out, Yifan's body straightened and surged forward with the heavy sword, appearing as if he and the sword had become one, forming a true sharp fang. Swish! In an instant, Yifan and the heavy sword streaked past Luoying, the overwhelming momentum forcing Luoying to retreat uncontrollably. When she realized what was happening, she immediately shouted, White magic ape, use gravity smash punch. Roar! Facing Yifan, who was approaching like a sharp fang. The white magic ape clenched its fist, a fist as big as a sandbag, with light gathering like a whirlpool on it. This is the white magic ape's innate skill, able to influence gravity to unleash punches, a powerful being in its race that could collapse city gates with a single blow. Bang! This terrifying punch collided with the heavy sword in Yifan's hand, holding for just a moment, then the heavy sword broke the skin of the white magic ape, and the impact that followed sent Yifan flying back, while it also staggered back repeatedly. Clap, clap. Standing firm 7 or 8 steps away, Yifan found his footing, while on the other side, the white magic ape stumbled, ultimately stepping off the ring and falling down. The arena was somewhat silent, as the referee beside the ring looked at the white magic ape, which was falling and roaring in anger, seemingly not quite registering what had happened. This was the hardest siege beast on the front lines. How could it be knocked off the ring by someone with just 2 swords? Thinking this, the referee looked at Yi Fan, a look of confusion in his eyes. Isn't he a Beastmaster? A proper Beastmaster with a sword this big? Chapter 135 Time Confirmation. On the stage, Luo Ying was also stunned. The sword that just passed in front of her had such terrifying power that could make one's heart race. A Beastmaster who practices swordsmanship? What kind of sword technique is that? After a while of watching Yi Fan, Luo Ying spoke with a somewhat dry voice. A sword technique from someone who calls himself a sword saint, no name. Yi Fan replied, sheathing the heavy sword, patting the little sky dog beside him, and jumping off the stage. At that moment, the referee announced that Yi Fan had won the match, and in the first round of elimination, the white magic ape was eliminated by Yi Fan's 2 swords. If nothing unexpected happened, Luo Ying might end up with over 500 in her first freshman competition. So fierce, so fierce. Fatly squeezed up beside Yi Fan, his eyes sparkling as he looked at the heavy sword behind Yi Fan. Such a cool sword technique, I want to learn it too. Sword techniques are not easy to learn. Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled and shook his head. Even he, having spent nearly 2 years in the Beastmaster space, had just mastered the drawing sword style and had only recently learned the first move of the sword control style. He had a terrifying amount of knowledge, and learning this single sword technique took him so long. Generally, without 3 to 5 years, one might not even be able to get started. Learning swordsmanship is based on one's proficiency in beast mastery, which allows for distractions. If someone else tries to learn swordsmanship this way, their beast mastery would absolutely be wasted. Focus on beast mastery, any other means are just assistance. Yi Fan looked at Fatly seriously, then at Chen Peng and others, and said, don't follow my path, everyone's suitability is different. You excel in snake beast mastery, Chen Peng excels in physical training and a tough physique, Ma Xiaoshui excels in sharp combat awareness, and Wang Lingxi excels in logistics and control. Your paths are all different, you need to see your own path and focus unwaveringly. Understood. The others responded, this was clearly a very direct statement of their characteristics. Fatly nodded in agreement but quietly said to Yi Fan, then I want to master many paths as well. One law mastered, all laws mastered, when you reach the extreme in one path, other paths become unimportant. Yi Fan waved his hand and turned back towards the stands. When a sword is sharp to the extreme, do you still care about its weight, length, or shortness? The group looked at each other, all nodding secretly, as they maintained almost absolute trust in Yi Fan's words. Each of them had their reasons for following Yi Fan, except for Fatly. They were all rescued by Yi Fan during their moments of struggle, and after being accepted by Yi Fan, it felt like a door to a new world had been opened. Turns out talent is not everything, that D-class can easily defeat A-class, that physical skills can also overcome strong enemies. So much, from Yi Fan, even just a casual word seemed to carry endless wisdom. The future seems like it has been illuminated by someone holding a lamp. Someone among them said this, and soon, there was a sparkle of light in everyone's eyes. They were all ordinary people, but who didn't want to leap over the Dragon Gate? The truth was, before Yi Fan, they couldn't even see where the Dragon Gate was. But now, Yi Fan had brought the Dragon Gate to them, telling them how to get over it, and had even set up a ladder for them. All they had to do was follow Yi Fan's instructions. Climb up. This Yi Fan, I haven't seen him for a few days, and he has once again surprised me greatly. On the platform, as he watched Yi Fan calmly return to his seat, Pan Zhao's expression changed little. The previous dissatisfaction had vanished, leaving only astonishment and admiration. By now, he felt more and more that this student of his was extraordinary. The incredible calmness of his nature, an acute battle awareness, a wealth of knowledge and skills in beast control, and now, he had added a powerful swordsmanship, defeating the heirs of great families from Kyoto again. Facing such a student, Pan Zhao found it hard to pinpoint what he could still teach Yi Fan. Apart from improving power levels, in many respects, he might even be inferior to this teenager, especially regarding the schemes of the dynasty organization, which Pan Zhao found hard to imagine. If the other students were raw wooden statues waiting to be carved, Yi Fan was a completed masterpiece, and one that required no sculpting at all. As long as he didn't die, he would surely become a big shot in the future. What virtue do I have, that I can have such a student here in Pingchen? With a hint of emotion, Pan Zhao shook his head. He had felt depressed for many days when he was assigned to the ordinary class. He could never talk with the mentors and feared being marginalized, but Yi Fan's appearance changed everything. He not only helped him hold the scene but also did what he wanted to do, confront the dynasty organization. Little Pan, are you free? Just as Pan Zhao was feeling a surge of emotions, Pumi's voice suddenly rang out beside him. Principal. Seeing the elderly man with white hair, Pan Zhao quickly straightened up. I am free now, is there something you need, Principal? Pumi nodded, said no more, and handed him a map. You should know about the matter of the king fruit. There has been a conclusion recently, determining that only those under golden level can enter the secret realm, and it has been decided to let the capable students from our school go in. There are many seniors and juniors qualifying for the first year. Currently, there are only Ji Jia, Luo Ying, and your classes Yifan and Li Yu. I have this map. Li Yu will follow Yifan. You can later give the map to Yifan and have them go to the secret realm next weekend. Don't make it public, and try to conceal their identities as much as possible. This. Looking at the map in the principal's hand, Pan Zhao seemed a bit troubled. He didn't know that Yifan already had a map, but he had learned from the school's official sources about the dynasty organization controlling the King Fruit secret realm. There were traitors from the dynasty organization in the school. If Yifan went, he would definitely be targeted. He just said that Yifan was a completed masterpiece, destined for greatness if he survived. Such danger made Pan Zhao reluctant to let Yifan take the risk. As for Li Yu, that annoying brat could hardly do anything right in a day. Letting him follow Yifan into danger would only add more worry for Pan Zhao. Principal, Yifan is still young, and his strength isn't beyond silver high stars. If you ask me, it's better not to compete for this. After a moment's thought, Pan Zhao ultimately did not take the map and replied. We must compete. The King Fruit is of great importance, and we must obtain it. One more person means one more chance. Pumi replied, observing Pan Zhao's troubled expression, and said again, Yifan will definitely want to compete as well. You might as well ask for his opinion. All right. Upon hearing this, Pan Zhao couldn't refuse any longer, taking down the map and heading towards Yifan. As Pan Zhao approached, the others politely greeted him, Teacher Pan. Pan Zhao nodded and waved at Yifan. Yifan, come here. I want to discuss something with you. Okay. Yifan nodded and walked aside with Pan Zhao. Pan Zhao looked around before lowering his voice and leaning close to Yifan's ear, saying, the principal asked me to bring you a map and wanted me to ask if you want to participate in a secret realm. After saying this, Pan Zhao whispered, that secret realm is very dangerous and is under the control of the dynasty organization. I suspect this news was intentionally leaked by them. If you go, you will definitely be targeted. I suggest you don't go. Just say you're sick and need. Is it the secret realm of the creation fruit? Hearing Pan Zhao, Yifan suddenly spoke up. How do you know? Pan Zhao was taken aback, then saw Yifan pull out a map. I have a map, Teacher Pan, you don't need to give me one. You still have a map? Pan Zhao, who had been in seclusion lately, was completely unaware of Yifan's recent activities. Seeing him pull out a map now shocked him. There are many maps from Ping City that were sent out from me. Yifan replied, waving his hand, I got this from some lackeys of the dynasty from Mercenary Street. It's likely bait intentionally released by the dynasty organization to lure me in. It's good that you know. Hearing this, Pan Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. Then I will help you turn down the principal. No need to turn it down, I will go. Yifan shook his head. You know it's targeting you, and you still want to go. Pan Zhao became anxious at this point. The secret realm has many people, a lot of high-ranking silver warriors. Even if you're strong, how will you deal with so many people? It's too dangerous. Dangerous is dangerous, but as they said, creation fruit, I must compete for it. Yifan replied, looking at the worried Pan Zhao. He paused slightly before continuing. I understand Teacher Pan's concerns, but to achieve great things, one must experience danger. This danger could be fatal. Pan Zhao retorted. I dare to go, I definitely have my confidence. Teacher Pan, you just need to rest assured. Yifan said, but his tone had a slight depth. They think they have set bait to hunt me, but once in the secret realm, the roles of predator and prey may just be reversed. Chapter 136 Trouble Approaches. Yifan, hearing this, Pan Zhao felt helpless but had nothing more to say. He could only advise, just be careful. No matter what you encounter, make sure you can stay alive. Understood. Yifan nodded, looking at Pan Zhao with some fluctuations in his eyes. He could see that Pan Zhao was straightforward and sincere, his concern coming from the heart. Since making his mark, Pan Zhao had mostly acted as his protector, even rescuing him from the beast arena later on. Teacher Pan. After a moment of contemplation, Yifan suddenly spoke, after the freshman competition, there's the mentor competition. Do you have a chance against Zhang Hong? Of course I do. Pan Zhao replied immediately, in my lifetime, I, Pan Zhao, will never lose to that small-minded Zhang Hong. Mentioning Zhang Hong revealed Pan Zhao's anger. For him, the death of his lover many years ago was a knot in his heart, and this knot was tied to Zhang Hong. He wasn't someone who couldn't bear to lose face, but to Zhang Hong, Pan Zhao would never let himself lose. Looking at Pan Zhao's expression, Yifan fell silent for a moment. He believed in Pan Zhao's strength, but his straightforwardness could easily lead to falling for Zhang Hong's tricks. After thinking for a while, Yifan finally said, I have a way that can guarantee Teacher Pan completely suppresses Zhang Hong in the competition. Upon hearing this, Pan Zhao was stunned, looking at Yifan as if shocked again. What is your method? I have one. Yifan nodded. Then Zhang Hong should be proficient in Beast Ta. Last time I was assassinated by him, he used 4 silver moonwolves. During the competition, he will probably use those 4 silver moon wolves again. Yi Fan spoke, slightly analyzing, and then lowered his voice, looking at Pan Zhao and said, the silver moon wolf has a weakness that is not very obvious. What weakness? They have extremely good hearing and can hear very subtle sounds clearly. Yi Fan answered, waving his hand. At the same time, this brings about the fact that they are quite fearful of harsh and sharp sounds. Their eardrums are very fragile and can be easily damaged by high-intensity sound waves. How is that possible? Upon hearing this, Pan Zhao shook his head, seemingly unwilling to believe. I have never heard of the silver moon wolf having such a weakness. Because almost no one studies the silver moon wolf intentionally. Yi Fan replied, a trace of a smile in his eyes. Did Teacher Pan not notice that the ears of the silver moon wolf are different from other wolf species? They often fold over like folded ears, blocking their ear holes, which is actually an adaptation developed to hide their own weakness during a long evolutionary process. Upon hearing this, Pan Zhao hesitated a bit, recalling the details from the battles with Zhang Han's silver moon wolves over the years, frowning. It seems there really is such a thing. After a while, Pan Zhao nodded to himself, then looked at Yi Fan, his eyes slightly changing. So, what can make a sharp sound? A conch, a commonly found beast by the seaside, should be easy to buy in the market, often used as a military horn or alarm. Yi Fan answered. You? At this moment, Pan Zhao finally realized something. Wow, my student is teaching me about beast taming? Silver level teaching gold level? Ahem. Suppressing some emotions in his heart, Pan Zhao coughed a couple of times, seeming a bit hesitant. Using a conch feels somewhat unfair. Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled. Beast taming relies on one's own methods and understanding. If I attack his beast's weakness with my beast's strength, what's wrong with that? Upon hearing this, Pan Zhao also revealed a smile on his face, looking at Yi Fan, pulling him over. You kid, really amazing. Didn't you say almost no one studies the silver moon wolf? How do you know then? Almost, not all. Yi Fan replied, also showing a meaningful smile. Teacher Pan, I used to be the top theorist in Pingshan Junior High. The freshman competition was still ongoing. On the first day of the competition, Yi Fan and his friends did not encounter any strong opponents and smoothly passed through 3 rounds, advancing to the top 64. In the second and third rounds, Yi Fan used a little Tengu, a beast capable of flexibly switching attributes to unleash energy cannons. Without facing beasts that are natural counters like the white magic ape, it acted like a mobile cannon, causing astonishing damage, often sweeping opponents off the stage in 1 or 2 rounds of attacks. Hey Yi Fan, have you heard? This time the first prize in the freshman competition has a big reward. On the way back, Li Fatty leaned close to Yi Fan, gossiping a bit. It is said that this time the prize might be an outstanding level beast. How could it be an outstanding level? Hearing this, Yi Fan waved his hand. The funding that Pingshan High can get in a year is not much. They have to take care of the growth of several grades and maintain the operation of several secret realms, not so much money. But I heard them say they will give out an outstanding level beast. Upon hearing this, Li Fatty muttered, aren't the principal and the others strong enough, above gold level? Can't they even get an outstanding level beast? Of course they can get an outstanding level, but there are very few that are suitable for students to use. It's not easy for them, not to mention they spend most of their time at school. Where would they find it? Yi Fan answered. Looking at Fatly, he said, generally speaking, most extraordinary beast tamer beasts have a strong sense of their species. They will protect their young until they grow up, and when the young grow up, they are mostly above silver and gold levels. They are strong, so they can definitely win, but students can't tame them. It is basically impossible to tame a wild strong beast unless you defeat it yourself. Oh, I see. Hearing this, Fatly nodded, and then thought for a moment. Then this freshman competition is not interesting. There are no rewards for extraordinary beasts. If you want extraordinary beasts, just get stronger. Then you can tame them yourself when the time comes. Yi Fan waved his hand, and then seemed to think of something and added, this time, there should be extraordinary beasts in the Fruit of Creation's secret realm. In places rich with spiritual energy where heavenly materials and earthly treasures grow, there are usually some high-quality beasts. So, does that mean I also have a chance to tame extraordinary beasts? Hearing this, Fatly became a bit excited. Of course, you have a chance, but whether you can catch them depends on yourself. Yi Fan replied with a smile in his eyes, and looked over at Ma Xiaoshui and Wang Lingxi beside them. The opportunity is the same. If there are suitable ones, you can also tame them. Of course, the premise is that you need to open the new beast taming space. Suddenly, while they were talking, a few slightly robust figures blocked the way in front of them. They stood right in the middle of the road like roadblocks, and one of them, tall and strong, exuded a fierce aura. The group stopped, and Yi Fan looked at them, slightly frowning, while the big man in the middle spoke first. Who is Yi Fan, who injured our young miss today? Hearing he was looking for himself, Yi Fan raised his eyebrows slightly and quickly scanned the few people, roughly understanding the situation. I am Yi Fan. What's the matter? So it's you. What are you? How dare you injure our young miss during the competition? Take my punch. The strong man shouted angrily, raised his hand, and muscles twisted like a dragon, striking a punch towards Yifan's face. This punch was swift as thunder, and when it was thrown, it even created a sound explosion. Looking at the punch coming, Yifan narrowed his eyes but didn't make a move. Meanwhile, Chen Peng had already stepped forward. As Yifan's most loyal follower, he often took action first when Yifan was in danger. Chen Peng is here. If you want to hurt the leader, you'd better ask me first. With a swift punch carrying a bit of thunder power, Chen Peng struck, colliding solidly with the strong man's punch. Bang! A dull sound echoed, and Chen Peng retreated a few meters, while the strong man also staggered back several steps. In a place like Ping City, can someone actually block my punch? The strong man spoke, looking at his fist, which was slightly charred, and showed a hint of surprise at Chen Peng. Where did you learn this technique? Can one with silver-level strength use attribute power? Chen Peng snorted coldly but didn't reply. He was about to step forward again when Yifan pressed his shoulder and shook his head slightly. Seeing this, Chen Peng stopped attacking and retreated to Yifan's side. What's wrong? The 7 daughters of the Luo family are now learning the noble young master's style? Yifan looked at the strong man opposite and said, losing the competition and then seeking a duel privately is somewhat disgraceful. Don't speak nonsense. The strong man replied, his voice a bit quieter. Many prominent families typically spend a lot of money to train dedicated guard servants, many of whom have been loyal servants for generations, devoted to their masters and families. Among them, Luo Nyo Heir is one such. He not only performed well but was also granted the surname Luo by the Luo family. After following Luo Ying, he became even more loyal, fearing that Luo Ying might get hurt. Upon learning that Luo Ying was defeated in the competition, he was anxious and hurried to find the boy named Yifan, preparing to seek revenge for his young miss. But with one strike, he got no advantage. Hearing what Yifan said, he felt something was off. Losing the competition and seeking revenge privately is not something that has a good reputation. Our young lady has always cherished her reputation, how could she endure such a stain? It was my choice to act, it has nothing to do with my young lady, Luo No Heir added, thinking of this. Oh? You want to act yourself? Yifan laughed upon hearing this, you don't seem like someone who just became a bodyguard. Your young lady didn't give you an order. Haven't you thought about the consequences of acting on your own? Moreover, if I can defeat your young lady, my strength naturally won't be inferior to hers. Your martial arts level is merely around silver 3-star, where do you get the confidence to trouble me? With these 2 consecutive questions, Luo No Heir was somewhat stumped, staring at Yifan, unable to respond for a moment. As both sides were at a standstill, just then, a voice broke the tension, No Heir, what are you doing here? The voice came like a savior, and Luo No Heir hurriedly turned around. When he saw Luo Ying, he quickly spoke, Mississippi. What happened? Luo Ying frowned, noticing Luo No Heir and the others confronting Yifan, seemingly with some kind of confrontation going on. Upon hearing this, Luo No Heir immediately felt a twinge of regret, saying, Miss, I heard you were injured by Yifan in the competition, so I wanted to come and get justice for you. Nonsense. As soon as these words came out, Luo Ying was slightly angered, who asked you to get justice for me? It's No Heir who was impulsive. At this moment, Luo No Heir realized his mistake and quickly agreed. The competition was fair and just. Losing means one is not as skilled. I, Luo Ying, am not someone who can't accept defeat. Luo Ying was a bit annoyed and scolded No Heir before turning to Yifan, saying in a serious tone, Young Master Yi, my guard is a bit reckless. After the competition, I was tired and went to rest alone. It was careless of me to let my guard bump into you, Luo Ying apologizes for this. I can't really take the title of Young Master. Yifan replied, waving his hand. The Yi family in Pingchang is a historically famous dragon-slaying family. Young Master Yi is a descendant of dragon slayers, so you certainly deserve this title. Upon hearing this, Luo Ying felt a bit awkward. Yifan didn't seem to take it seriously. After hesitating for a few seconds, she added, since it was my guard who bumped into young Master Yi, I also have the fault of not managing him properly. How about this, I invite young Master Yi to Etienne Tower, the food and drinks will be on me. No need for Etienne Tower. If Miss Luo is sincere, just pay a bit more attention. Yifan replied, speaking with some depth, when a guard oversteps, such matters can be big or small, Miss Luo should know this. I understand. Luo Ying quickly responded, and Yifan waved his hand, preparing to leave with everyone. Young Master Yi. Seeing several people leaving, Luo Ying hesitated and spoke again. Do you have something else to say? Yifan stopped. Indeed, there is one more thing, Luo Ying said, stepping slightly forward. After a while, the Destiny Fruit's secret realm will open, you should know about this, right? I would like to invite young Master Yi to accompany me, Luo Ying said directly, there are all kinds of people in the secret realm. I rushed to Pingcheng, and my family didn't send me many guards. I see you only have a few companions, so why not join forces to increase the chances of obtaining the destiny fruit? Join forces. Upon hearing this, Yifan fell silent for a moment, and a few seconds later, he suddenly spoke. The destiny fruit is absolutely only one. If we get it, how will we divide it? This question was evidently piercing, and Luoying fell silent as well. After hesitating, she said, my family needs me to obtain this destiny fruit. If we obtain it together, I am willing to pay young Master Yi an appropriate reward. If that's the case, Miss Luo can find some mercenaries. I also aim for the destiny fruit, so I'm afraid I can't agree. Yifan replied, rejecting Luo Ying's proposal. Thank you for Miss Luo's kindness. Everyone has their own ambitions. We are all going for that one destiny fruit, we can't share it. In the end, collaborating led to a broken relationship, so it's better not to cooperate at all. After speaking, Yifan left with a group of people, while Luo Ying stayed in place, watching them leave, feeling somewhat helpless. During a competition, she could clearly feel Yifan's extraordinary prowess. Being able to defeat the white demon ape enhanced by herself with just 2 swords showed that Yifan's overall strength was definitely close to Silver High Star. If he were to have some fortunate encounters in the secret realm, where gold doesn't shine, it wouldn't be impossible for him to sweep through the area. Although this person is a bit arrogant, he has a broad mind. If we could cooperate, that would be great. Murmured Luo Ying, shaking her head. Miss, today is all my fault. Beside her, Niu Er spoke with regret. If it weren't for my reckless actions leaving a bad impression on Yifan, he wouldn't have refused you. After all, it's the fruit of creation, no one would willingly give it up, Luo Ying replied, glancing at Niu Er, who seemed to be filled with remorse for his mistake, and sighed helplessly. Alright, although you acted impulsively in this matter, the fault is not yours but mine. Hearing this, Niu Er was stunned. Miss, what fault do you have? Poof. Luo Ying lightly snorted, then waved her hand. Niu Er, you have always guarded my room. Suddenly disappearing, did you really think I wouldn't know? Captain, why didn't you let me teach that scoundrel Niu Er a lesson just now? On the way back, Qin Peng expressed his dissatisfaction next to Yifan. I really despise people like him who seek personal revenge. He's just a pawn, it's not worth fighting with him, Yifan replied, patting Qin Peng. When he made his move, Luo Ying had already arrived, she just didn't show up. What? Qin Peng was shocked upon hearing this, so Luo Ying didn't say she was resting. What others say is often a mix of truth and lies. Yifan shook his head, glancing at Qin Peng. That's why I told her the issue could be big or small. Then what's the meaning of her doing this? Qin Peng still didn't understand. If she wanted to collaborate with the captain, she could have invited him sincerely instead of letting her subordinates provoke the captain and then apologizing. Creating a coincidence, building a good image for herself, Yifan shook his head. If I hadn't told you this, wouldn't you feel she's quite a nice person, immediately apologizing when her subordinate made a mistake, showing sincere intent in the invitation? This. Qin Peng hesitated, while the chubby Li nodded repeatedly. It really is like that. I was just thinking Luo Ying seemed pretty good, quite polite. Yifan, why didn't you show her a good face? I never like to give a good face to people who play tricks. Yifan waved his hand and walked ahead, his tone somewhat self-absorbed as he muttered. First showing weakness, then swallowing you whole little by little, this is an old trick of the Luo family's 7 daughters. I don't know which old fogey taught them this, but why is everyone using it? Chapter 138, Spirit Breath Pill. The new student competition ended quickly. Surprisingly, in the third day's quarterfinals, Ji Jia did not attend, and Yifan advanced effortlessly. In the end, everyone secured a spot in the top 8. Wang Lingxi achieved the 8th place with slightly lower combat power, Ma Xiuxue took 4th, and the chubby Li encountered Yifan in the finals and took 2nd. The rankings of the few in the new student competition were quite impressive, which marked a significant transformation for them. Thus, Yifan and his group's reputation was thoroughly established in Pingcheng High School, with physical skills able to defeat peers of the same age like Yifan, possessing multi-headed snake-type beasts, and with Ma Xiaoxue's sharp combat awareness and experience, plus Wang Lingxi's strong support and control awareness, they began to stand out. After the match, the school held an award ceremony with some formality, and the principal came in person. As usual, the award ceremony was filled with official speeches, and the principal looked at each student, presenting the corresponding prizes, until he finally stopped in front of Yifan. This was also Yifan's first close encounter with the principal of Pingcheng High School. You did well, said Principal Pumi, looking at Yifan with a kind smile, seeming to appreciate him a bit. Thank you for your praise, Principal, Yifan replied calmly, looking at the principal while pondering slightly in his heart. He practiced the sacred advancement method, which allowed him to sense the strength of powerful individuals within 2 major realms of himself, but now at the silver level, he couldn't see how strong the principal was. The 2 realms above silver are gold and eternal. This principal might be at the eternal level or even higher, though it's also possible he practiced the art of breath concealment. Whichever it is, his strength is definitely not weak. It's not flattery, I've been watching your performance, and I've heard about what you've done in Pingcheng, Pumi continued, with gentle eyes. You are a good kid, just like your grandfather back in the day, decisive in action, yet full of compassion. I heard your mercenary group offers the best benefits in the entire Pingcheng mercenary world. That's only right, Yifan replied with a nod upon hearing this. It's not exactly compassion, but when it comes to his own people, he would never let them down. Pumi glanced at Yifan's unassuming demeanor, smiling, nodding slightly, seeming a bit emotional. I suppose no one has told you much about your grandfather. No, my uncle said a bit, but my father doesn't know too much, Yifan answered. You're still young, sometimes it's better not to know everything, Pumi responded, wanting to say something more but just shaking his head in the end. I won't say more. I hope you can be as outstanding as your grandfather in the future. I will do my best, Yifan nodded in reply, looking at Pumi with a glint in his eyes, not showing too much enthusiasm. The principal's words seemed sincere, but this only left Yifan a bit unsure of him. In today's Pingcheng, even guardians can turn against you, anything can happen, but one thing is certain, in Yifan's memory, it was the principal who had placed Pan Zhao in a regular class, which led to many years of frustration for Pan Zhao in his past life. He was the school principal and was not weak in strength, even if he couldn't see Jiang Hong's true nature. Pan Zhao was upright and full of justice. If there was no reason, why would he favor Jiang Hong while suppressing Pan Zhao? But if he were deceitful, this heartfelt expression did not seem like an act. Just like that, there was silence for a few seconds. The principal didn't say anything more, took out a delicate small box, and handed it to Yifan. Inside, there are 3 healing spirit pills, refined from spiritual level herbs, capable of quickly healing injuries of those below the gold rank or spirit beasts for a period of time. I heard from Pan Zhao that you've decided to go to the secret realm this time. These pills are for your urgent needs. Okay. As Yifan received the box, the award ceremony came to an end, and the next event was the instructor competition. Compared to the student competition, the instructor competition had much more intense energy. Instructors from 1st to 3rd grade were basically at the gold level, and the combat power and lethality of the spirit beasts far exceeded that of the newcomers. From time to time, the arena erupted with booming sounds. The clashes of gold-level powerhouses were an eye-opener for the newcomers, and this was part of the competition process deliberately arranged by the academy. Teacher Pan Zhao is quite impressive, Yifan remarked, watching Pan Zhao effortlessly defeat an instructor in the arena without much effort. Li Fati was a bit surprised. I thought Pan Zhao only had a sharp tongue, but I didn't expect his real strength to be so impressive. He and Jiang Hong are among the top 5 mentors at Pingcheng High School. If it weren't for a few veteran powerhouses, they might be the most powerful. Yifan replied, adding, after breaking through to the silver level from the gold level, the speed of beast control advancement slows down a lot. It requires not only a massive amount of resources but also extensive combat experience. Unless the beast's rank is very high, even a 1-star promotion takes quite a while. Teacher Pan Zhao is only in his 30s, so his progress is relatively fast. He might be able to break through to eternity before he turns 40. Breaking through to eternity by 40 is considered fast? Li Fati shrank his neck. How old do you have to be to reach starshine or glory? The pace is relative to most people. Truly gifted individuals definitely progress much faster, Yifan replied. According to records, the youngest starshine level was 27, and the youngest glory level was 34. Both records were set by the same person. Breaking through a major level in 7 years. Hearing this, Li Fati was somewhat odd. Then he must have broken through to the king level before 50, right? No. Yifan shook his head. That person went astray and researched an evil cultivation method, using his beasts to feed other beasts to level up. After breaking through to glory, he attempted to devour 4 glory-level beasts in his beast space to become a king, but ended up losing control and self-destructing. Ah. Upon hearing this, Li Fati felt a bit awkward, wiping the sweat from his head. I thought he was a legendary figure, but you tell me he was an evil cultivator. If you don't consider his technique, he indeed qualifies as a legendary figure, Yifan answered. Excluding him, the youngest starshine level is 30 and the youngest glory level is 42. That record sounds much more believable, Li Fati nodded, glancing at Yifan and the principal in the distance. He then whispered, Yifan, what was that thing the principal just gave you? A healing pill, right? That stuff can't be worth much. It's not that it's worth much, but for us, that pill is very precious. Yifan replied, his eyes seeming a bit deep. Lingxi pill, for those below the gold level, is pretty much a second life. Basically, as long as the injury isn't instantly fatal, it can be healed. So powerful? Hearing this, Li Fati was slightly surprised. It's okay. Mainly because there aren't many alchemists in a place like Pingcheng. The basic materials for alchemy are all spirit level, and such precious materials are rare here, so there aren't many alchemists. Yifan shook his head and took out a pill, sniffing it. The Lingxi pill is considered a basic first-level pill, made from low-grade spirit fruits. This pill is actually quite good among first-level pills. Next to him, watching Yifan expertly assess the pill's quality, Li Fati was stunned and hesitantly said, "Yifan, you can't also refine pills, can you?" "A little bit." Yifan waved his hand, putting the pill away casually. "The pill isn't poisonous, the principal's gift is really solid." "You're so cautious." Li Fati mumbled. "That's the principal, he shouldn't harm us, right? Always keep an eye on everyone." Yifan replied, not saying much more, his eyes glimmering slightly. Having lived a second life, he naturally wouldn't make the same mistakes again. Apart from his parents, he kept a basic level of vigilance towards everyone. Let alone a seemingly kind principal, even a relative had once made a blood oath. Li Fati and the others were his companions, and Yifan maintained trust in them. However, also leaving himself some leeway, he nurtured them, teaching them breathing techniques, beast control, body techniques, and even attacking methods. All of this was obtained from Yifan, his strengths, weaknesses, and even vulnerabilities, Yifan understood instantly. Following him, there was a road to heaven, but with a divided heart, what awaited was purgatory. I hope that day will never come. Thinking of something, Yifan's gaze was slightly cold. At this moment, a harsh conch sound echoed in the arena. Buzz. This conch sound was very different from ordinary conch sounds, too sharp and too high-pitched. In just a moment, many people covered their ears. The echoing conch. Upon hearing this sound, Yifan's gaze moved, looking towards the center of the arena, where Pan Zhao and Jiang Hong were in a standoff. Under the sharp sound, the few silver moon howling wolves in front of Jiang Hong also appeared restless. After a few seconds, accompanied by the howl of the lead wolf, a series of wails erupted. Looking closely, the ears of the several silver moon howling wolves were bleeding. All of them appeared dispirited, severely injured. "Pan Zhao, you despicable!" Jiang Hong's voice rang out in the arena, "Using the echoing conch against me, what kind of skill is that? What's wrong with using it against you?" Pan Zhao answered just as rudely, "Is it only allowed for you to feed the beast's frenzy fruit to temporarily level up, but I can't use the echoing conch against your silver moon howling wolves?" As soon as these words were spoken, many people in the arena were somewhat astonished, including most, who seemed to have just realized that Pan Zhao used the echoing conch specifically to target Jiang Hong. A frail echoing conch could severely injure several extremely fierce silver moon howling wolves? Indeed, Jiang Hong uses some despicable tactics. On the sidelines, watching this scene, Yifan just nodded. Pan Zhao specialized in one, relying on his roaring lion being 1 star higher than Jiang Hong's lead wolf, able to suppress the pack's momentum. But if the lead wolf and Pan Zhao's roaring lion were of equal level, and the lead wolf could withstand the pressure, then facing the pack's offensive, Pan Zhao would likely lose. Beast taming is truly interesting, there are many things that are unexpected. The winner and loser have been decided. Upon seeing this, Yifan lost interest in continuing to watch, waved his hand, and turned around. Clap clap. Just as he turned around, a group of middle-aged men dressed in black suits walked in from the other side of the playground. This group of people didn't have any excessive presence, calm yet like moving mountains, their steps synchronized. They were not particularly fair-skinned, their faces bore some creases, adding an imposing aura. Upon seeing Yifan, this group seemed to have found their target, marching straight towards Yifan. Which faction is looking for trouble with the commander again? Seeing this group approaching Yifan, Chen Peng stood up once more. They are a group of veterans. Yifan spoke out, restraining Chen Peng, looking at these middle-aged men, faintly sensing a murderous and iron-blooded aura from them, and as they walked, there was a natural order. This was the unique aura that only frontline veterans possessed. Yifan had mixed in the frontlines for many years and was very familiar with this aura. Meanwhile, many people in the playground noticed this scene, including the principal. They were a bit cautious about the arrival of this group. For a moment, no one watched Pan Zhao and Jiang Hong anymore. Clap, clap. Quickly, the synchronized footsteps stopped in front of Yifan. One person stepped forward, first bowing to Yifan, then to the principal not far away. "Principal, General Yimuo has ordered us to bring young Master Yifan back to Chenfeng for family matters. We mean no offense to your school's order, please bear with us. Since it is General Ye's request, feel free." Upon hearing this, the principal responded. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on Yifan. Many who previously did not know Yifan's family background were now quite surprised. There were many who didn't even know the Yi family, but the leading man mentioned the general. They could still understand. There is a family with a general, and the general is still alive. This is not an ordinary family. The eyes of the crowd gathered, and Yifan felt somewhat helpless. There was no need for this elder to be so high-profile. "Please, young Master Yifan, return with us," said the man among them, looking at Yifan with a steady and strong voice. "Okay." Yifan nodded. At this moment, he probably already knew what the elder wanted to do, so he did not feel restrained, waved his hand, and walked ahead. The group quickly surrounded Yifan, forming a square to protect him on all sides. "What a guy," Yifan said. He was not valued by his family, but this formation is even bigger than Jijia's family. Watching the group leave, Li Fati and a few others looked on, their eyes a bit amazed. When they followed Yi Fan, they had not had much contact with his family, they had only caught a glimpse at the beast fighting arena. Now, seeing it again, it was even more different. The captain is so outstanding, he should be the future heir of the Yi family, Chen Peng said thoughtfully as he looked at the backs of the others. The heir of the Yi family is not the Yi Shinji and Yi Chuan we saw last time, right? Li Fati replied, that Yi Chuan even tried to win Yi Fan over, he is a golden 9-star, quite impressive. It's not decided. Chen Peng disagreed, seeming very confident in Yi Fan. What's so great about a golden 9-star in their 20s? With the captain's abilities, he can catch up soon. If such an outstanding descendant is not chosen as the heir, then the head of the Yi family must also be blind. Chapter 140, The General's Past. Young Master Yi Fan, please sit. After leaving the school gate, a square and majestic black car stopped at the roadside, followed by several white cars. The middle-aged man in the lead waved to Yi Fan, who then got into the back seat of the first row. The middle-aged man sat in the passenger seat, while others orderly took their seats in the white cars behind. Vroom vroom. The car started. Inside, the middle-aged man kept sizing up Yi Fan, and the driver also kept glancing at him through the rearview mirror. The two did not speak, the car was somewhat silent. Yi Fan naturally felt their scrutiny and was a bit displeased, but suddenly, the middle-aged man spoke. Young Master Yi Fan, you truly have the air of a general. As soon as he spoke, the driver chimed in, yes, seeing young Master Yi Fan's appearance is just like the young General Zhang Tian, so impressive. General? Hearing this, Yi Fan was slightly taken aback, my grandfather? Yes, he is the brother of General Yi Miao, your grandfather, young Master Yi Fan. The middle-aged man answered, we were all soldiers under the general and later went on to serve under General Yi Miao. You all know my grandfather. Yi Fan nodded, looking at the two, pondering slightly, and said, how much do you know about my grandfather? Hearing this, the middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, then smiled, young Master Yi Fan, your grandfather is a legend to us soldiers on the front lines. Legend? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, can you tell me specifically about my grandfather? Of course. The middle-aged man didn't shy away, looking a bit wistful, turned his head to Yi Fan, his tone slightly excited, the general is truly an extraordinary person, starting from humble beginnings, like young Master Yi Fan, he also had D-level talent, but General Zhang Tian had the Dragon Eye bloodline, and had a fortuitous encounter. He is the only Beastmaster in recent times able to freely activate his dragon transformation. Dragon transformation. At this, Yi Fan was slightly surprised. Dragon transformation is also a proprietary term of the Dragon Slayer family. One must have nearly more than half of their bloodline is hybrid blood, and after reaching a certain level of strength, one can transform into a giant dragon, greatly increasing their power. It was like a transformation. But still, because of the dragon blood's toxic power, without finding a suitable method, when an ordinary person's dragon blood concentration exceeds 20%, they would be backfired by the dragon blood. To activate the dragon transformation is basically impossible, unless in some special situations, like extreme anger or sadness affecting them. The true Dragon 9 transformations that Yi Fan gave to his grandfather could barely let the Dragon Eye user reach the dangerous line of dragon transformation, whether one could activate it also depended on certain opportunities. To freely activate dragon transformation at the same level would be invincible, Yi Fan said thoughtfully. Not just at the same level, the middle-aged man replied, his expression somewhat excited, when the commander was at honor 3 stars, he could already kill royal-level relics. If he ascended to the royal level, he could definitely suppress everything. Didn't my grandfather ascend to the royal level? Hearing this, Yi Fan was slightly surprised, with his exceptional talent, he shouldn't be stuck at the royal level. The commander could definitely have ascended to the royal level, but the changes back then came too quickly, the middle-aged man replied, his tone changing slightly as he sighed. 20 years ago, the front line was not like it is now, humans and beasts were almost equal. But since the commander appeared and formed the Battle Heaven Army, this balance was broken. The commander is very strong, and the Battle Heaven Army he organized is also very strong. They almost won every battle on the front line. The Beast Army tried several times to kill the commander, but not only did they fail, the commander only grew stronger. By the time he killed the royal-level relics, his power had reached its peak, the commander had already reached honor 9 stars, just one step away from proving his path to kingship. But the commander was too strong, so much so that some despicable people were afraid, they feared that the commander would ascend to the royal level and sweep everything away, so they colluded with some high-ranking officials to slander the commander and instigated a rebellion. The Beast Army also took this opportunity to launch surprise attacks on the front line. Despicable people, hearing this, Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, are they from the dynasty organization? Yes. The middle-aged man nodded, then shook his head, back then, the dynasty organization was indeed powerful. To carry out that rebellion, they went to great lengths, mobilizing most of their strength, and colluding with those treacherous beasts, wanting to encircle the commander in Wind City. We were unprepared, by the time we learned the news, the Beast Army and rebels had already attacked. The commander was extremely proud. Even when there was a clear opportunity to escape, he still refused, leading the Battle Heaven army out of the city to confront them. As he spoke, the middle-aged man seemed to recall something and shook his head helplessly. In that battle, the commander pushed the front line back hundreds of miles, killing countless rebels and beasts. But ultimately, 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands. What about the others? Hearing this, Yi Fan asked back. The rebels and beasts could gather, what about the other commanders? Did no one go to help my grandfather? Some did, but most were delayed on the way. Only a few legions managed to break through, but by the time they arrived, the commander had already charged deep into the front line. The middle-aged man replied, the deep front line was already home to some powerful beasts, with many royal-level beasts. At that time, our royal-level powerhouses were all stationed in the rear to quell the rebellion and unrest caused by the dynasty organization, making it impossible to provide rescue. So it was a long-planned murder. Yi Fan said, looking at the middle-aged man, they feared my grandfather would ascend to kingship, so they went to great lengths to kill him before he could reach that level. Exactly. The middle-aged man nodded, then replied, but in that battle, although the commander died, the dynasty organization also paid a heavy price. Almost all the rebels dispatched at that time were executed, and the high-ranking officials were ruthless, purging the dynasty organization after the commander's death. Previously, we were not this harsh towards the dynasty organization. But even with such harsh measures, the dynasty organization has still managed to recover once again. Yi Fan answered, his eyes slightly cold, Sir, you called me today to deal with matters regarding the dynasty organization, right? The middle-aged man replied, his voice a little lower, it's about Master Shinji. General Yi Mojuan has already found out that Master Shinji colluded with the dynasty organization. Today, we are here to invite young Master Yi Fan to witness the family law being executed. Aside from this, General Yi Mao seems to also want to discuss with young Master Yi Fan about selecting an heir. Chapter 141, The Choice. Heir? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, isn't that for the sir to decide? What do I have to discuss? You'll know when you arrive, young Master Yi Fan. The middle-aged man replied, looking at Yi Fan with a somewhat dazed expression, we've actually been here for a while, just waiting for young Master Yi Fan to finish the great competition for freshmen. It's truly impressive that young Master Yi Fan achieved first place so quickly after just beginning the journey of a Beastmaster. It was just a competition in Pingcheng, merely hundreds of people fighting. Yi Fan waved his hand dismissively. That is just the beginning of the brilliance. The middle-aged man shook his head, seeming a bit persistent, we can all feel it, young Master Yi Fan's talent is not inferior to those monsters from the capital. Being confined to Pingcheng limits your potential. Young Master Yi Fan, you should come to the capital with us next year to compete with those monsters, that would be interesting. I will go in the future. Yi Fan replied, but I still have some matters to attend to in Pingcheng. Is it about the dynasty organization? The middle-aged man asked, you don't need to worry about this, young Master Yi Fan. General Yi Mojuan has already recalled some of his battle group from the front lines. Once the timing is right, we will wipe out the dynasty organization in Pingcheng without leaving any hidden troubles. It's not completely about the dynasty organization. Yi Fan shook his head but did not continue speaking. Seeing Yi Fan's reluctance, the middle-aged man still wanted to persuade him but ultimately held back, letting out a sigh instead. The car continued to drive, and after an unsure amount of time, it slowly turned into the Morning Wind Village. Today's Morning Wind Village was particularly somber, the roads were blocked with checkpoints, and there were rows of soldiers on both sides of the road. The entire Morning Wind Village was dead silent, not even a trace of birds could be seen. A group escorted Yi Fan and quickly arrived at the hall where Yi Mao held the birthday banquet last time. Clap. The door opened, revealing 6 members of the Yi family present. Yi Mao sat at the top, while below, Yi Shinji was being pressed to his knees by 2 men. Beside him were Yi Guihai, Yi Chuan, and 2 elderly men who resembled Yi Mao. General, young Master Yi Fan has arrived. The middle-aged man who brought Yi Fan in announced, then immediately retreated. All eyes turned to Yi Fan, who showed no fear and slightly nodded, sir. After saying this, Yi Fan looked at Yi Guihai and Yi Chuan, uncle, brother Chuan. The few responded, and Yi Mao then stood up to introduce, this is your 4th uncle Yi Wu and 7th uncle Yi Xiao. 4th uncle, 7th uncle. Yi Fan nodded and slightly bowed to the 2 elderly men. Get up. Yi Wu spoke, looking at Yi Fan with a slightly scrutinizing gaze, the grandson of Tiandi has grown so much, I wonder how much of his charm he has? Grandfather is my elder, I dare not compare. Yi Fan replied, his tone humble, yet his actions remained calm. This scene made Yi Wu raise an eyebrow slightly, just as he was about to say something. Yi Xiao patted him, alright, this is Tiandi's grandson, what are you testing for? After saying this, Yi Xiao appeared much more easygoing, glancing at Yi Fan with a smile on his face. He really looks like Tiandi. Alright, bringing Fanner here today is not for you to catch up on old times. Yi Mao's voice interjected. As soon as his voice fell, everyone became serious and looked at Yishinji, who was being restrained below. According to the investigation by Yi family's guards, Yishinji, while in charge of the Yi family's industry chain in the Pingcheng Beast Arena, not only embezzled public funds but also had multiple close communications with the Dynasty organization to provide a place for the Dynasty organization to gather and meet in Pingcheng. Yi Mao spoke, his voice icy. Not only that, Yishinji has colluded with the Dynasty organization, deliberately keeping Yi Fan in the arena during training, intending to harm our kin. Here are all the materials and evidence I possess, everyone can take a look. With that, Yi Mao took out a thick document and handed it to Yi Wu, who was beside him. Damn thing. Yi Wu just glanced at the first page of the document, and his expression immediately darkened. He tossed it aside toward Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, who usually had a good temper, picked up the document and looked at a few pages. Finally, he too became impatient, handing the document to Yi Guihai with a frown. Yi Guihai received the document, and like Yi Wu, his reaction was similar. After only a glance, he was furious. Yishinji, how could I have such a disgraceful son like you? As he spoke, Yi Guihai stepped forward and kicked Yishinji to the ground. Yishinji trembled and dared not utter a word. The document went around, eventually landing in Yi Fan's hands. Although he read through it in detail, after just a few pages, he shook his head. The content was simple and clear, all of it irrefutable evidence of Yishinji colluding with the Dynasty organization. I really did not expect that in my Yi family's lineage, there would also be scum from the Dynasty organization. Yi Mao sighed, all those who provided cover and concealed for Yishinji have been executed by me. Yishinji is a direct descendant of the Yi family. Regarding his execution, I hope everyone can express their stance. Scum from the dynasty, what more needs to be said? Yi Wu immediately voiced his support, execute him on the spot and remove his name from the family tree. Beside him, Yi Xiao also nodded, not saying much more. In the hall, the three elders' attitudes were clear, yet their gazes all turned towards Yi Guihai. Clearly, the issue of this execution was not just about Yishinji. If it were only about him, it would not have come to this point. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense, and Yi Guihai realized something was amiss. He took a glance at Yishinji, whom he had always been proud of, and sighed, Yishinji, as his father, I have not disciplined him well, and I too have my faults. Starting today, I will resign from the position of family head. Good. Unexpectedly, Yi Mao responded immediately after Yi Guihai spoke, then added solemnly, Guihai, although you have made no major mistakes as family head over the years, you have also achieved no major successes. Your merits and faults balance each other out. This resignation is normal, and outwardly, we will not announce your faults. I will take over the position of family head, and within 5 years, I will select the next heir of the Yi family. As these words fell, Yi Fan suddenly began to understand why the atmosphere had been so oppressive when he arrived. Before he came, the elders must have pressured Yi Guihai, demanding he step down from the position of family head. This was quite normal. With the strength of his uncle restored, he remained a top-notch powerhouse. Given the matter with Yishinji, the family must have had some major reforms in mind. Some things were now difficult to execute through Yi Guihai. Using Yishinji's case to apply pressure was also a way to give both sides a way out. It's just that such a transfer of power within the family made him wonder why he had to be present. Fanner. In the midst of his thoughts, Yi Mao's voice rang out, and Yi Fan looked up to see Yi Mao looking at him with a gentle smile. You are a very good child. In Pingcheng, I saw your determination to fight against the dynasty organization and your outstanding talent. Do you have any thoughts about being the next heir of the family? Upon hearing this, Yi Chuan's face turned somewhat unnatural. Previously, the heir had to be chosen between him and Yishinji. Now that Yishinji had lost his qualification, logically, the position of heir should have been his. But Yi Mao directly skipped over him and chose to ask Yi Fan. Moreover, his words were very straightforward. It is clear that there is a preference for choosing Yi Fan. This made Yi Chuan, who was feeling a bit pleased today, suddenly uncomfortable. Yi Fan was also taken aback by Yi Mao's question, but after a little hesitation, he shook his head and said, I don't have many thoughts about being the heir of the family. Why? Upon hearing this, Yi Mao pressed further. Well. Yi Fan paused, and after a few seconds, he spoke again. The family has its own rules and too many restrictions. I don't really like them. Do you think the family will restrict you? Yi Mao pondered upon hearing this, but a powerful force can bring you endless help. After all, it's the Dragon Slayer's family. There are too many relationships to consider, and the heir has to think about the rise and fall of the family, Yi Fan added. I'm just a young man, and I'm just starting out. I hope to focus more on my own growth. That's true, Yi Mao nodded, hesitating for a moment before continuing. The family doesn't need you to inherit right now, you can wait until you grow up. Well, at this point, Yi Fan cupped his hands and said, there are many talented people in the Yi family, and I think others might be more suitable to be the heir. Thank you for your generous love, Elder Yi. After saying this, the expressions of those present changed somewhat, and Yi Mao did not say anything more, casually waving his hand. Alright, since you don't wish for it, I won't force you. First, deal with this family disgrace. As he spoke, Yimao turned around. At that moment, a great aura rose from him as he approached Yishinji. With just a cold snort, it felt like an invisible force pressed Yishinji down to the ground. Yishinji, do you know your crimes? Shinji knows his crimes. At this point, Yishinji did not say anything more. As a member of the Yi family, you should have boundless glory. Why would you choose to be that disgraceful dog? Yimao spoke again, a bit frustrated. You know that anyone can betray, but not a disciple of the Yi family. How can you face your ancestors? How can you face your heavenly grandfather by doing such things? For committing such a crime, Shinji knows he deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Yishinji answered once more, but this time he raised his head, seemingly with a hint of stubbornness. But grandfather, heavenly grandfather is gone now. If I don't find a way out for the family, how will the Yi family move forward? The dynasty organization is eyeing the Yi family covetously, and you are the last barrier for the Yi family. But now your health is not good. If you were to pass away in a few years, the Yi family would be in grave danger. Are you saying that you colluded with the dynasty organization for the good of the Yi family? Upon hearing this, Yi Wu beside them became somewhat angry. I know several grandfathers don't want to hear this, but what Shinji says is the truth, Yishinji replied. When heavenly grandfather was still alive, no one dared to lay a finger on the Yi family. 15 years ago, heavenly grandfather tried to destroy the dynasty organization alone, but the dynasty organization came back from the dead and has now gathered great power again. But the Yi family? It is gradually declining. If nothing changes, the current Yi family has no path to withstand a confrontation with the dynasty organization. Shinji doesn't dare to say he has devoted everything to the Yi family, but everything he thinks and does is for the Yi family. I have thought about this for a long time. The dynasty organization is coming back. In the current situation, for the Yi family to move forward, we can only unite with them. Nonsense. As soon as these words came out, Yimao finally became furious, and a massive aura immediately hurled Yishinji away. Even if my Yi family were to be destroyed, we would never collude with the malignant tumor of the dynasty. Bang! Yishinji crashed into the wall, falling down with blood at the corner of his mouth. However, he still managed a bitter smile and continued, Grandfather, do so many members of the Yi family have to accompany heavenly grandfather in death for his hatred? What does it mean to accompany your heavenly grandfather in death for his hatred? National grievances and family hatred. Your heavenly grandfather fought for humanity and for the Yi family. He was a once-in-a-generation extraordinary talent with hopes of reaching legend, but he died due to the conspiracy of the dynasty organization. Such hatred, will you choose to forget it? Yimao asked back, his voice cold. What right do you have to forget, and what right do you have to ask for forgiveness on behalf of your heavenly father? I did not say forgiveness, Yishinji began. The Yi family no longer has the power to fight against the dynasty organization. Even if we have no power, you must fight on. Yimao spoke up at this moment. Moreover, who says our Yi family has no power to fight anymore? After saying this, Yimao suddenly raised the staff in his hand and struck it against the ground. In the next moment, the golden light in his eyes shone like daylight, and a substantial dragon might rose from his body. The hall immediately became oppressive, and the previously low-spirited Yi Guihai now looked at the old man before him in shock. Father, you. Yimao nodded lightly. Fan helped me cure the poison of dragon blood backlash. Not only that, my strength is even greater than before. Boom. With another thud of the staff, Yimao's voice rang out. As long as I, Yimao, am here, why does the Yi family lack the power to fight? With these words, both Yi Chuan and the two people beside him changed their expression slightly. On the other side, Yishinji, who had blood at the corner of his mouth, looked at the now resolute old man and was momentarily stunned. He then sighed helplessly. Since Grandpa is still well, then the Yi family can continue to exist. After saying this, Yishinji did not continue, but slowly lowered his head. A great mistake has been made. I have nothing to argue about anymore. After speaking, Yishinji raised his hand, gathering some light in his palm. He prepared to commit suicide to atone for his sins. Fan, brother. Just as he was about to act, Yishinji suddenly thought of something, turned to look at Yi Fan, and suddenly smiled. Do you believe that I did all this for the Yi family? Hearing this, Yi Fan fell silent for a moment, then nodded. At the end of one's life, belief or disbelief no longer matters. Whether he intended to betray or was doing it for the family, it does not change the fact. Only Yi Fan saw the dragon pupil's chaos that would happen years later, knowing that Yishinji's choice was wrong. The two sides were like fire and water. Even if Yishinji let go of his hatred to join forces with the dynasty organization, he ultimately could not escape being used as a pawn, and in the end, the Yi family would still face destruction, and that destruction would come at the cost of lost honor. Thinking of this, Yi Fan looked at Yishinji in the distance and spoke. Brother Shinji, to seek skin from a tiger will result in being killed by the tiger. Upon hearing this, Yishinji was slightly stunned, but in the end, he could only shake his head with a bitter smile. If the Yi family were still as strong as before, why would we need to look up at these scraps? After saying this, Yishinji raised his palm, and in the next moment, he slapped it against his chest. Boom! A muffled sound rang out, and Yishinji fell straight to the ground. That sound was like a heavy bell tolling. Chapter 143, Opening. In the hall, there was a moment of silence. Looking at Yishinji lying there, Yi Fan remained silent for a while. This was also the reason he refused to be the heir. After all, family is blood-related, different from one's own forces. You can lead your forces to charge together because you are all like-minded partners with a common goal, but family is different. Here, there may be your uncle, your brothers, your parents. Asking them to charge along with you under the burden of kinship would inevitably cause hesitation. Elder, since things have been settled, I will take my leave. After a pause, Yi Fan finally spoke and bowed to Yi-Mo to bid farewell. Will you not stay a few more days? Yi-Mo asked, your fourth uncle and seventh uncle rarely come back to Pingcheng, it would be good to see them more. In a few days, the secret realm of fortune will open, and I need to prepare more during this time. Yi Fan replied, addressing the two elders, there will be plenty of time in the future to gather. Fourth uncle and seventh uncle, take care of your health. So it is, you should go. Yi Wu replied, waving his hand. By the side, Yi Xiao reminded, be more careful. Yes. Yi Fan cupped his hands in farewell and soon disappeared from the hall of the Yi family. In the hall, the three old men remained silent. Yi Guihai sat beside Yishinji's body, looking somewhat mournful. Yi Chuan stood nearby, feeling a little awkward but unable to say anything. Chuaner, you need to work hard in the days to come. After a long pause, Yi Mao suddenly spoke. Yi Chuan was taken aback. Hearing this, he instinctively looked up at Yi Mao. Grandpa. Your big brother has gone astray. Among the young people of the Yi family in this generation, there aren't many who can carry the big flag. Yi Mao said seriously, your nature is somewhat unruly, not too steady. After going to Kyoto, I hope you can train yourself more. I will ask a few old friends to arrange for you to go to the front lines. Our Yi family only fights, without entering politics. This statement was already very straightforward. Clearly, Yi Mao planned to pass the mantle of the heir to Yi Chuan. This should have been a happy thing, but after asking Yi Fan first, Yi Chuan's expression was somewhat complex. You don't need to feel uncomfortable. It seemed Yi Mao sensed Yi Chuan's thoughts. He sighed lightly and continued, Chuaner, we are a family. For family, one's thoughts should not be selfish. Whoever is capable and can lead the family further should be chosen as the heir. This is beneficial for both the family and the individual. Today I originally intended to name Fanner as the heir, but he may have other thoughts. Since he is unwilling, I won't force it. You have always wanted to be the heir, so now I give you this opportunity. Choosing an heir is to better continue the family, not for you all to scheme against each other. In the future, if you inherit the family, you must prioritize the family, putting personal feelings aside. You must remember this. Yes. Hearing this, Yi Chuan nodded slightly, falling into silence. He glanced at Yishinji in the distance and spoke, Grandpa, although my big brother has made a big mistake, he has already hanged himself to atone. Let him keep his identity as a member of the Yi family. As these words left his mouth, Yi Mao's expression flickered. He looked at Yi Chuan and then at Yi Guihai not far away, finally only nodding silently. Actually, Shinji wasn't bad. I have always believed he would be a qualified heir, it's just that he ultimately chose the wrong path. A few days passed, and soon the day for the opening of the Creation Fruit Secret Realm arrived. Yi Fan got up early as usual, and several people also prepared well, gathering early to head towards the secret realm of the Creation Fruit. This secret realm was not located within the city. After exiting the city, they had to pass through some narrow and dangerous paths. In the sky, large shadows occasionally passed by, which were the traces of flying beasts. This was indeed one of the rare occasions when Li Fati and the others went outside the city. In the past, they had mostly just moved around in the Silver Moon Forest. Yi Fan, I feel like many people are watching us. Walking along the way, Li Fati seemed to sense something, shrugged his shoulders, pointed at a few passers-by who were heading in the same direction not far away, and whispered, those guys have been following us since we left the city. After saying this, Li Fati turned to look at a few groups of people behind them, those people too. Fati, your vigilance has improved a lot. Next to Li Fati, Yi Fan nodded, his eyes calm. Indeed, those people are following us with a strong purpose. Are they all from the Dynasty organization? Wang Lingxi seemed a bit tense, do you need me to release Bo Bai Bird and Jean Mao Mouse? No need, at this time, don't show anything. Yi Fan shook his head and added, and they may not necessarily be from the Dynasty organization. In this world, apart from the official, there are too many kinds of people. Some may have heard our news and want to take advantage of us, some may have received money and want to buy our lives, and there might even be those who don't know us but see us as students and want to take some easy benefits. No need to be overly nervous, just stay vigilant. Got it. Wang Lingxi nodded and fell silent. Next to her, Li Fati cautiously asked, "Do you feel we will encounter many enemies this time?" Yi Fan nodded, glanced at the people present, pondered for a moment, and said, after several failed attempts, "This time the dynasty organization will definitely be determined to kill me. Entering the secret realm is their home turf, and we will likely face many attacks. The secret realm is below gold, and there will be many silver high stars coming after us. This time will surely be difficult. With the captain here, I'm not afraid of a few silver high stars." Shen Pang spoke confidently, showing no fear at all. "No need to be afraid, but we must be mentally prepared," Yi Fan said, seemingly remembering something. "Our progress is limited by the lack of spirit pearls, while these silver high stars possess a lot of spirit pearls. If they kill us and lose to us, that would be a huge prize. As long as we survive this time, our strength will see explosive improvement. I even hope we can take the initiative. They want to hunt us, but we can also hunt them. Silver high stars seem so hard to deal with," Li Fati whispered. "We just entered silver. Silver also depends on the level." Hearing this, Yi Fan shook his head. "Some silver high stars made of soft tofu are nothing special. You all have the best breathing techniques, the best combinations, and the best guidance. If 3 to 5 of you can't even handle one silver high star, that's underestimating yourselves and overestimating the opponent. Strong people are respected for their hard power. Defeating an opponent of the same level is a requirement for ordinary people." Chapter 144, The Lineage of the King of Humans. But the few of us, to put it accurately, seem to not have reached silver yet. Wang Lingxi spoke in a low voice beside them. "Only Liu is subdued a silver-level beast, and Shen Pang has broken through silver easily with body cultivation. We can find ways to help the beast break through to silver." Yi Fan shook his head. "Breaking through the bloodline shackles is not difficult for me. With some suitable spirit herbs and medicines, it's possible. However, you are all novices in this, so your control over the beast is too unfamiliar. Letting you spend some time at the bronze level to settle down can also be seen as preparation." "Yi Fan, why do you feel like you aren't stuck at the silver level?" Li Fati asked, a bit confused. "You just closed yourself off for a while. The Hellhound opened its bloodline shackles early and broke through to silver easily, but your Gale Eagle also broke through. Both of your beasts are silver 5 stars, while we are still at the bronze level. I'm different." Hearing this, Yi Fan just chuckled. His space had a flow rate of 30 to 1, allowing him to pause for 2 years. In 2 years, he went from bronze 9 stars to silver 5 stars, which wasn't fast, but also wasn't slow. Silver level requires a large amount of energy provided by spirit pearls to quickly break through levels or high-grade spirit herbs and medicines. Unlike those disciples from big families who have unlimited supply of spirit pearls, he didn't have many suitable spirit-level herbs and fruits. During those 2 years, aside from breaking through the silver-level shackles, most of the improvement relied on the self-growth of his beasts. Without external means, the growth rate of a beast is very slow. Of course, this is also compared to their exceptionally long lifespan that greatly exceeds that of humans. Without spirit pearls, herbs, or fruits, they need to spend a lot of time to grow. Humans are the same, they need resources. Yi Fan had a beast space, which also required resources. Even with a lot of ordinary spirit herbs and medicine, it could only allow him to quickly reach silver. After silver, it is another accumulation process. He needs higher quality spirit pearls, rare treasures from heaven and earth. Besides improving beast taming, he also needs to delve into more areas such as swordsmanship, body techniques, and many paths he has never walked before. This is also why Yi Fan does not often stay in the beast taming space. If closing the door to create something could make one a king, he could easily stay in the beast space for decades or even centuries. Moreover, in this life, he still has many things to do and many plans to make, and none of these can be accomplished in the beast taming space. In this life, my vision is far beyond what everyone else can see. Thinking of something, Yi Fan sighed and spoke, his gaze looking into the distance, where there was a dense forest and a gray teleportation portal about 2 meters off the ground. This scene seemed somewhat similar to when he charged into the territory of the time-space dragon in his previous life. Being at the king level does not mean invincibility. Achieving the proof of a king may just be the starting point. Yi Fan knows this. In his previous life, he did not reach the limit, but he could already glimpse that legendary realm. In this life, he will be fully prepared. Yi Fan, there are a lot of people, all at the silver level. Beside him, Wang Lingxi's voice rang out as she watched the many entering the secret realm, looking a bit worried. There are too many people. Can we compete with them? If we compete, we will know. Hearing this, Yi Fan just shook his head, seemingly unconcerned about the silver-level beast tamers coming and going. It's not that he is arrogant, it's just that a person who has ridden the Kuanping giant dragon, even if they no longer have glory, how could a few small larks catch his eye? Crushing them is all it takes. Yen, that kid really came. Above the secret realm, amidst the clouds and mist, a tall man and woman, cloaked in black veils hiding their faces, were indeed the 2 long-hidden guardians of Ping City. That kid is really arrogant, Yin said, looking at Yifan and his group entering the secret realm, coldly snorting. Bringing a few bronze level and low silver level helpers, how dare he challenge the secret realm? I feel something is off, the female guardian Ning said, seeming a bit hesitant. This kid, while arrogant, is definitely not the type to act rashly. In previous attempts, he was always well prepared, and we ended up suffering great losses. This is a secret realm under our control, our home ground, and no one else can help him. What can he possibly prepare? Yen seems somewhat indifferent. This time, we have sent dozens of high-star silver-level fighters inside. If we still can't kill him, it would truly be a joke. His combat strength is not weak. A few silver beasts and that strange swordsmanship bring his actual combat power close to a high-star silver level. Ning still felt something was amiss. With so many people in the secret realm, our people are not all concentrated. In a one-on-one, it might not. In a one-on-one, he will still die. Yen spoke, his eyes narrowing. He looked at Ning, fell silent for a moment, and lowered his voice. Do you know about Jiada Bailong? This time, he will make a move. Jiada Bailong? Upon hearing this name, Ning was taken aback and then exclaimed, that legendary young genius rumored to have the bloodline of a king? How could he be here? The fruit of creation, anyone would be tempted. Yen answered, shaking his head. The higher-ups promised Jiada Bailong that if we obtained the fruit of creation this time, it would be given to him. Using the fruit of creation to exchange for Yifan's life, the higher-ups are overestimating Yifan too much. Ning shook her head. And giving the fruit of creation to Jiada Bailong would only create another terrifying opponent, right? He belongs to the royal bloodline and has considerable influence. What royal bloodline? That was thousands of years ago. The king is not here, and the sword saint is not here, who would acknowledge them as orthodox? Yen replied, disdain evident in his cold snort. The human race has no king and will not acknowledge that there has ever been a king. They say the fruit of creation is for them, but who can prove that in the end the fruit of creation will be in our hands? Hearing this, Ning hesitated a bit. The king of humans, that is a long and blurry history. Some say there was once a king who united the human race, who suppressed the beasts for 300 years. However, this king eventually set sail for distant lands, leaving nothing behind, only a lineage said to carry the blood of the king. This group of people is very small, but whenever one is born, they are extraordinarily powerful, and there are many who have been crowned kings among them, making it a very mysterious and strong ancient family of the human race. Of course, the royal organization aiming to restore the beast kingdom and those who wish to revive the glory of the king of humans are naturally at odds, but over such a long time, the royal organization has not provoked the lineage of the king of humans, showing remarkable restraint. To offend the current descendant of the king of humans for Yifan's sake, Ning does not feel it is worth it. On the contrary, she is increasingly worried. Ning, you are being too cautious, Yen said, watching Ning, who appeared a bit worried. Compared to a king of humans whose existence we are unsure of, Yifan is much more worthy of our attention. The Yi family has recently undergone changes. Yi Guihai has resigned from his position as head of the family, and Yi Mao has taken control of the power again. It's very likely that he is planning something big. After more than 10 years, the followers of the Zhang Tian army cannot just vanish. As long as Yi Mao is still here, once Yifan grows up and raises his arm to call, many loyal followers will still rally around him. The royal plan has reached a critical moment and must not be disrupted. This descendant of the Zhang Tian Wang must die. Chapter 145, The Hunt begins. Outside the secret realm, the crowd flowed like a river, with silver-ranked and bronze-ranked individuals continuously entering the secret realm. There were even some black iron-ranked and martial masters joining in. Above the secret realm, clouds covered the sky, and some figures were faintly visible within them, clearly strong individuals watching from above. Inside the secret realm, it was another world altogether. This place was an incredibly vast space, stretching endlessly. The sky was dim, the ground a dark red, and the twisted, bare trees resembled a colorless painting. Is there really a chaotic fruit here? In the secret realm, Li Fati looked around and shrank his neck. Most likely, it is real. Yifan nodded, looking at the desolate scenery around him and said, the chaotic fruit does not have a clear rank, but it is at least above the Shin level. This type of fruit requires a massive amount of energy to mature, some needing elemental power from the space, while others require the fertile life force contained in the land. This secret realm is so desolate, likely because the maturing chaotic fruit has drained a vast amount of life force from the entire land. I see. Upon hearing this, Li Fati hesitated. Does that mean there are no other spiritual herbs or fruits in the secret realm? There should still be some, but most are quite special and do not require much life force from the land. Yifan replied, those fruits that grow relying on the elemental power from the space are generally not limited by the land's barrenness. Actually, that's good. We need a lot of spiritual pearls and spiritual herbs that suit our beast-taming attributes. The absorption of the chaotic fruit excludes many miscellaneous items. As Li Fati said this, he nodded, his eyes shining. Then can we start treasure hunting? We can, but we need to wait a moment. Yi Fan replied, moving his body, and with a flash, his heavy sword struck toward a passerby not far away. But before that, we need to warm up properly. As the heavy sword was drawn, the others were momentarily stunned. Before they could react to why Yi Fan attacked, the passerby had already countered, raising their hand to summon their beast. Clang! The person raised their hand, but the heavy sword had already crashed down, splitting them in half from the raised hand with a single blow. In an instant, the surrounding people leapt back in shock, while a silver-rank 6-star Iron Tooth Mad Bull was summoned. Bam! Yi Fan struck out with his sword. Standing still, looking at the blood on the heavy sword, he cast a cold glare at another passerby not far away, who seemed to be in shock, a cold smile tugging at his lips. What's wrong? You bunch of cowards, are you afraid of death? How do you recognize us? The passerby spoke, his voice trembling with fear. Ha! Upon hearing this, Yi Fan merely snorted coldly, resting the heavy sword on his shoulder, as the Wind Eagle, Hellhound, and Little Dog Spirit appeared around him. You hide well, but unfortunately, the killing intent on you is too strong. Killing intent. The man changed color, and before he could say anything, Yi Fan was already on the attack, the three beast companions lunging at him, while he raised the heavy sword in hand. Fatty, lay the snake ambush. Wang Lingxi provide vision within 100 meters. Ma Xiaoxue, Chen Pang, follow me, face the enemy directly. Boom! Hearing Yi Fan's command, the few who had fought alongside him many times reacted swiftly. In an instant, their beast companions lit up with brilliance. Li Fatty's four snakes slithered through the overgrown grass, Wang Lingxi's golden fur mouse and Bobo bird stood guard, while Chen Pang and Ma Xiaoxue positioned themselves left and right next to Yi Fan. Several beast companions charged at the man, and in just a few exchanges, the Hellhound bit through the iron-toothed savage bull's throat. At this moment, the remaining man was already dazed, gazing at the beasts rushing towards him, his eyes beginning to lose focus. A heavy sword suddenly tore through his vision, the sky seemed to be ripped apart, and a headless corpse fell to the ground. In his ears, only a light, drifting voice remained. Do you really think this is your hunting ground? This is your graveyard. In the secret realm, a bizarre scene began to unfold. The young man with the heavy sword advanced boldly, with his companions following closely behind with various beast companions. They searched the sky, the grass, and the ground like a carpet. They always moved straight towards a certain direction, stopping briefly whenever they spotted someone. A moment's inattention, and they would strike, never uttering a superfluous word. This group acted decisively and resolutely, their teamwork astonishingly cohesive as they seized the initiative. Opponents often lacked the time to prepare. In just a few exchanges, one or even several silver high-star individuals would be cleaved beneath their horses. They seemed unstoppable, becoming the fiercest beasts in this secret realm. Snap! Snap! Deep within the secret realm, a young man dressed in a sky-blue coat stopped his steps, taking out a string of jade pendants, his brow furrowed. These jade pendants were used by the Dynasty organization to record the life signs of its members. Once a member died, the pendants would shatter. After a day, every so often, the pendants would break one or two pieces, and even now, at night, it remained the same. Is someone deliberately targeting our Dynasty organization? Looking at the one-third shattered pendants in his hand, the young man spoke, seemingly puzzled, but our members are all hidden, it's impossible to recognize them all, right? Something's off, something's seriously wrong. There must be a ghost here. My people are the best among the silver ranks, how could they possibly die one after another like this? Shaking his head, the young man appeared somewhat confused. He turned to look at another person nearby. That person was Jia Bailong. He looked plain, but at this moment, he was fighting a silver 9-star secret realm beast. Notice, it was a fight. He was bare-chested, like a bronze bull, not using any unnecessary moves, only employing the most primitive attack method, trading blows with the secret realm beast. He seemed to possess divine strength, every punch he threw carried a terrifying sound explosion, making the beast stagger back. In no time at all, the secret realm beast was knocked down to the ground. The lineage of the human king is indeed terrifying. Watching this scene, the young man's pupils contracted slightly, his gaze flickering for a moment. Walking to the side of Jia Bailong, I lowered my voice and said, Brother Bailong, it seems my people have run into some trouble, many have died. Could I trouble you to come with me to take a look at the outskirts of the secret realm? I only promised you that I would act against Yafan, I didn't promise to help you deal with trivial matters, Jia Bailong replied, his tone very cold. Hearing this, the young man's face instantly darkened a bit. Looking at Jia Bailong, he wanted to say something but finally didn't speak. After hesitating for a moment, he waved to the more than 10 people around him. Let's go, follow me to take a look. I want to see who is so bold, daring to hunt our people in our controlled territory. A group of people followed the young man as they left, while Jia Bailong merely watched them depart, letting out a cold grunt. Even silver level can be killed, it's just a few trash. To waste my time over trash, do they even deserve it? Chapter 146, Welcome Gift. That's it for today, let's take a break. As night gradually fell, after another member of the dynasty organization was shot dead, Yafan raised his hand, and everyone stopped. Everything went quite smoothly today, with Wang Lingxia's control. Yafan and the others were usually able to detect the presence of their enemies in advance, thus taking the initiative to approach them. Under Yafan's sensing, as soon as the opponent showed intent to kill, they would strike immediately, gaining both the upper hand and a decisive advantage. In just one day, they hunted nearly 20 high silver stars, all above silver 6 star. This was unimaginable. A group of bronze and silver levels, once the meat on the chopping block, truly became the hunters as Yafan said. Today's harvest is so great, said Li Pengzi, who was sorting through today's gains, unable to contain his amazement. 5 silver 6-star spirit pearls, 8 silver 7-star spirit pearls, 3 each of 8-star and 9-star, and nearly 20 to 30 below 6-star. Just today's harvest is probably worth over 20 million. High risks bring high rewards, it's normal. Measuring the gains of Beastmasters with money is not accurate. At this stage, getting this amount of spirit pearls is not an easy task, and their value to us far exceeds 20 million. Yafan replied, directing a few people to leave. Don't linger in one place for too long. Make sure to clean up the traces of the battle to avoid being followed. Soon, the group found a secluded spot to set up camp. I will use the 6-star and 7-star spirit pearls to help my beasts break through to silver 7-star and above. As for the 8-star and 9-star, I will keep them as backup, Yafan said without hesitation, putting away the spirit pearls while dividing the lower star spirit pearls into several portions. He also took out several portions of spirit herbs and fruits. These spirit herbs and fruits are specifically matched for your beasts to break through the bloodline shackles, all in the best dosage. Take them to use for your beasts and break through to silver as soon as possible, then use the spirit pearls to raise their star level. For Qinping, directly using the thunder attribute spirit pearl to upgrade is the way to go. Looking at Yafan take out many prepared portions of spirit herbs and fruits, Wang Lingxi was a bit surprised. Yafan, how do you have so many spirit herbs and fruits? Common spirit herbs and fruits are not precious to me, Yafan replied, simply shaking his head. The uniqueness of the beast space allows Yafan's accumulation to grow larger. It's not like before, when to give the Hellhound the potential to open the bloodline shackles early, Yafan had to spend a lot of time gathering enough targeted spirit herbs and fruits. Now, in his beast space, he has a large number of common spirit herbs and fruits of various attributes and effects. With reasonable combinations, they are enough to quickly elevate a beast to silver level. Thus, these resources allow Yafan to rapidly arm those around him, and as he and those around him grow stronger, they can seize better and more resources. This is the gradual process. It may not seem obvious now, but if we continue to speculate, Li Fan can casually turn a beast into silver level now, and later it will be golden level, then eternal level, star shining, and even glory level, or even king level. All of this is possible. By then, Li Fan will have the true power to turn decay into magic. At that time, he alone will be more terrifying than the powers of any great family, and if king level becomes easily obtainable, why can't he look forward to that legendary realm? Next to Li Fan, several people silently took the spirit grass and spirit fruit from his hands. After fighting side by side for so long, they no longer frequently thanked him. What they needed to do was to strengthen themselves and play a better role. Gratitude at black iron level is always light as a feather. This is something Li Fan has said to everyone. Li Fan, you said we kill those people based on your judgment of whether they have murderous intent. As they were feeding their beasts, Li Fatty suddenly raised a question, hesitatingly speaking, but those who have murderous intent towards us aren't necessarily from the dynasty organization, right? Fatty, you sometimes are just too rigid. Upon hearing this, Li Fan smiled and shook his head, then patted Li Fatty's shoulder. Since they have murderous intent towards us, it doesn't matter whether they are from the dynasty organization or not. They are enemies, kill them, and that's it. In this secret realm, there's no need to probe so deeply. Hearing this, Li Fatty was stunned, looking at Li Fan's seemingly indifferent smile, and then instinctively shivered. Li Fan, it still has to be you. Sometimes, when doing things, be a bit more decisive, there's no need to get entangled over so much. Kill what should be killed. Li Fan continued, patting Li Fatty's shoulder while glancing at his own beasts beside him. The Hellhound, Swift Wind Eagle, and Eagle Dog combination are all now silver 5 stars, because of their rank. Swift Wind Eagle has one more innate skill, and at silver level, Hellhound has gained a second skill called Explosive Burn, which can instantly release a burst of intense flames. The Swift Wind Eagle's silver skill is more ordinary, Sharp Claws, which allows its claws to gain extra sharpness for a period of time. The Little Tengu is silver 3 stars, but being of the excellence level, its special race allows it to absorb various attributes of spirit grass and spirit fruit, and Li Fan's beast space is quite suitable for it, which makes the Little Tengu's attributes balanced and its strength close to the ordinary beast silver 6 or 7 stars. This is his current combat strength on paper. With the 2 beasts plus himself, his real combat power is already close to silver 8 or 9 stars. Among his partners, Li Fati is silver 1 star, Ma Xiaoxue is bronze 9 stars, and Chen Peng is silver 3 stars. Their real combat strength can all be adjusted up by 1 to 2 stars. He can already fight alone, and his partners also have decent strength. This is also why Li Fan started a killing spree as soon as he entered the secret realm. The creation fruit won't be easily obtained, and snatching it will surely lead to a great battle. He must raise both his and his partner's strength, and improving strength requires resources. The fastest way to obtain resources is through slaughter, and this secret realm, uncontrolled and full of chaos, is the best place for slaughter. Killing a silver 6-star Beastmaster will get them at least 2 or more spirit beads from his beasts in storage. Killing a 9-star will likely yield 7 or 8 beads. This speed of hunting and gaining resources is sufficient for Li Fan to raise himself and the 3 beasts to silver 9 stars before the big battle. By then, he could fight at golden level. Li Fan, it seems someone is coming. Just as night fell, Wang Lingxi suddenly spoke up. In the eyes, the glow of the beast taming talent was flickering. More than 10 people are coming toward us, their direction hasn't changed. Is it the people from the dynasty organization coming? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan frowned. They should also have the beast taming talent for tracking. It seems so. It should be a talent that enhances the beast's sense of smell. I saw they are being led by a wind dog, Wang Lingxi replied. Being responsible for controlling the situation, she had gained some judgment ability about the circumstances. They probably haven't confirmed our exact location yet, just following some previous bloodstains. There are more than 10 people, with 4 at silver 9 stars, and 7 at silver 8 stars. With so many numbers, it's a bit difficult to deal with. It's midnight, a direct confrontation wouldn't be too favorable. Upon hearing this, Yifan nodded slightly, and in the next moment, he stood up. Fatty Li, bring over the dry cow dung we collected in the afternoon for the fire, mix it with some water, and add a stinky fruit. Since others have caught up, we should at least give them a little welcoming gift. Chapter 147, Heart-Pounding Moments. Woof! Woof! In the night, the wind dog that was leading a group suddenly stopped, barking towards the grass a short distance ahead. Master, it seems there is something ahead. Behind the wind dog, its master turned to the group of leading men and spoke. Did you find the ones who killed our members? The leading man was named Wang Hao, the young man previously seen next to Jiadong Bailong. He was one of the senior members of the dynasty organization, in charge of coordinating with Jiadong Bailong, and a top figure here, with a silver 9 stars beast tamer, his strength considered among the best in this secret realm. Not sure. Hearing Wang Hao's question, the wind dog's master felt a bit awkward and said quietly, my beast taming talent can only enhance the wind dog's sense of smell, it doesn't let me know the beast's thoughts. As a silver level beast tamer, you can't even communicate simply with your own beast? Wang Hao retorted. Master, I just got the wind dog not long ago. I'm still not too familiar with beast taming. Hearing this, Wang Hao couldn't help but shake his head, but he didn't say anything more. In the structure of the dynasty organization, nepotism was common. Indeed, this time, the person responsible for scouting was one of his subordinates, but an outsider had been unceremoniously shoved in, a nephew unaccustomed to field tasks. Forget it, I'll do it myself. After glancing at the dark, dense jungle ahead, Wang Hao hesitated for a few seconds, then decided not to let the wind dog's master explore, lowering his footfalls to head toward the bushes himself. His demeanor was clearly different, his footsteps were light, paying extra attention to the surroundings. Soon, upon reaching the edge of the jungle, Wang Hao looked up and saw Wang Lingxi and Li Yu among a few people gathered around a campfire, with their tents behind them. In one tent, a figure of a man was faintly shadowboxing. People around Yi Fan. Upon seeing these figures, Wang Hao's eyes lit up. It turns out this group was searching tirelessly and found them without any effort. Whispering, Wang Hao raised his hand, and behind him, his subordinates followed closely. Silently surround them, these people are all Yi Fan's companions. After saying this, Wang Hao pointed at the tent with the shadow. Yi Fan should be inside the tent. I've heard that this boy Yi Fan is quite cunning, we need to be cautious and cut off their escape routes. Wait for the right moment, as soon as I give the order, attack immediately. Understood. Everyone replied in unison, scattering along the bushes, but Wang Hao didn't leave. He concealed himself among the bushes, watching the shadow in the tent, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Yi Fan, a bounty of over tens of millions, even up to 1 billion has been placed on him. Killing him not only gets the reward but also offers additional generous rewards in spiritual herbs and fruits. Even obtaining a noble title within the dynasty. If I had known this kid would come knocking, why did I have to watch the face of that Jada Bailong these past few days? With a cold snort, Wang Hao clenched his fist, and a shimmering light flashed. A ghostly wolf appeared beside him, its eyes glowing green in the night. After waiting for a while, seeing that the figure in the tent seemed to be falling asleep, Wang Hao felt a surge of excitement and gradually raised his hand. Snap! But the gesture did not go down, instead, a crisp sound of shattered jade pendant made Wang Hao's face change. My man is dead. He took out the jade pendant and focused his gaze. It was indeed that white-faced kid who got in through connections. How could it be him? In an instant, Wang Hao became alert. He had seen the world. That person who came up to cut the throat of the Beastmaster overseeing the situation clearly understood positional warfare. It can't be Yi Fan, right? Thinking of something, Wang Hao quickly looked towards the tent. At this moment, the figure in the tent was already gone, causing his heart to jump. Snap! Snap! Again, two sounds of jade pendant shattering echoed, and Wang Hao had no time to react. Suddenly, the campfire around those sitting was extinguished, and at the same time, a sound like a wolf's howl rang out. Shadows surged like a tide, covering the sky above the jungle. The entire jungle plunged into darkness. The celestial dog eats the moon, the talent skill of the little celestial dog. This is Yi Fan's beast control. Looking at the sky that seemed to be covered by a black cloth, Wang Hao reacted, I've been hit. Saying this, Wang Hao also reacted decisively, raising his hand, and a bell quickly chimed in his grasp. Everyone! Gather around me immediately! As his voice fell, footsteps sounded from the grass, but soon after, a sound like someone splashing water echoed, followed by chaos erupting in the jungle. What is this thing? It stinks! Damn, someone is throwing poop at us! With these sounds, at the same time, a foul smell spread through the jungle. A few seconds later, a person's wail rang out, followed by an abrupt silence. In the next second, the sound of jade pendant shattering rang out. In just a moment, the sounds of 4 or 5 jade pendants shattering echoed. At this time, Wang Hao pressed his hand to his heart, striving to calm down. But around him was pitch black, with a foul odor wafting through the air. The more he wanted to calm down, the more panic he felt. Finally, when the ninth sound of jade pendant shattering rang out, Wang Hao broke down. Retreat, retreat immediately! Saying this, Wang Hao took his beast and without hesitation retreated in the direction they came from. It was clear that the figure in the tent was not Yi Fan, and their encirclement was likely falling right into Yi Fan's trap. If so many people gathered together to attack, even if they fell for the other side's tricks, Yi Fan and his crew might not gain much advantage. That's why they were prepared with those stinky things to ambush themselves. But by choosing to scatter their encirclement, they had given the enemy the chance to pick them off one by one. At this moment, realizing this, Wang Hao appeared regretful, and on his face, unconsciously, there was a hint of fear. From Li Yu and the others by the campfire to the figure in the tent, all of this was an illusion. He had underestimated Yi Fan. The other party had long discovered their presence and made thorough preparations. From the moment the fire was extinguished, they had already launched a counterattack. He finally understood why those above were willing to pay a high price, even willing to use transformation fruit to ask Jia Bai Long to take action against Yi Fan. This kid not only had astonishing combat power but also terrifying control and strategic abilities. It was highly likely that from the very beginning, all of this was a trap. He had purposely lured them over. Snap! Another sound of a jade pendant shattering made Wang Hao completely lose courage. His footsteps quickened as he sought to leave the area covered by celestial dogs eating the moon. Footsteps sounded in the jungle. At first, there seemed to be a lot of noisy sounds, but gradually, the noise quieted down. Wang Hao sensed something was wrong. Instead, we are becoming more fearful. Clearly, he took the wrong path. Please, please. Reciting this, Wang Hao continued to run. The more he ran, the more jostled he became, as if he was about to fall in a panic. Boom! Finally, at a certain moment, a heavy sword fell from above, precisely crashing down in front of Wang Hao. Wang Hao stopped, and the first thing he did was start breathing heavily. In such an environment, the pressure on him was far too great. It was pitch dark, only the sound of the jade pendant shattering accompanied his running, as if death itself were chasing him, and the heavy sword crashing down felt like the Grim Reaper's scythe, almost collapsing his psychological defenses directly. Slap! The heavy sword was lifted, and behind the sword, the black-clothed youth raised a cold curve at the corner of his mouth. Beside him were the hellhound with blood still on its mouth and the little Tengu, both coldly staring at Wang Hao in front of them. What's wrong? Are you scared? Chapter 148 Opportunity. You. Looking at Yi Fan in front of him, at this moment, Wang Hao felt as if he was choked, his pupils violently constricted. More than a dozen silver high stars, even if they were dealing with a golden level, would not be like this. Turning off the lights, pouring dirty water, such methods similar to ruffians and bullies, made his group of people completely lose the ability to resist from start to finish, like pigs being slaughtered. You don't have to find it hard to accept. Looking at Wang Hao opposite him, Yi Fan just smiled. In my eyes, you are just a toddler learning to walk. But you are only 15 years old, why? Wang Hao struggled to speak, his heart racing uncontrollably. A 15-year-old boy, with such terrifying combat power and thinking, if given more time to grow. What, starting to be scared again? Yi Fan seemed to see through Wang Hao's thoughts, just shook his head. From the moment I came into contact with you, you only had one chance to kill me, which was when I first went home, sending a silver or golden level to kill me. But unfortunately, that time you only sent a bronze-level person. We underestimated you too much. After a long time, Wang Hao only spoke one sentence and said no more. By then he was actually not that afraid and said, in the game of kings and losers, the day I joined the organization, I had long thought of dying for the organization. Saying this, Wang Hao raised his head, closed his eyes, as if he was straightly prepared to face death. Time passed quickly. After waiting for a while, the heavy sword he expected did not come. Wang Hao, impatient, opened his eyes to see Yi Fan quietly standing in front of him, looking down from above. You're not going to kill me? Instead of killing you, I have some questions I want to ask you now. Yi Fan spoke, as if he thought of something, squatted down. I won't betray. Wang Hao began to speak, but before he finished, Yi Fan raised his hand. Don't worry, I don't intend to get any secrets of the dynasty organization from someone of your level. These words stunned Wang Hao, hesitating for a few seconds, then he nodded. You can ask. I really want to know, what are you people joining the dynasty organization for? Yi Fan spoke, his voice a bit deep. To be honest, I didn't expect there would be so many people, even some key figures from certain institutions joining the dynasty organization. Beasts enslaving mankind for thousands of years, we finally achieved freedom. Why would you want to return to that time? Is it merely for some power and money, or is it simply to do inhumane things? Just. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Wang Hao suddenly laughed, glancing at Yi Fan, his gaze seemingly void of fear. You are from the Yi family, a noble descendant of dragon slayers, a grandson of the war king who nearly suppressed an era. Power and money for you, of course, are just two words brushed aside. Saying this, Wang Hao seemed somewhat agitated, but for us ordinary people. Do you know how important these two things are? For 1,000 years, human society has long been divided, with powerful aristocratic families monopolizing everything. How much effort do we ordinary people have to spend to even reach the starting point of others? To say surpassing is simply a joke. Look at that Ji Jia, look at that Luo Ing, they are born with the best resources. Just a single phrase of exceptional Beastmaster or 15 years old silver level is something many people never have in their entire lives. How can we compare ourselves to them? They will always be strong. Even when they decline, another family will take their place, and it will never be our turn, these people buried in dust. Hearing this, Yi Fan nodded slightly and looked at Wang Hao, saying, So, you want to redefine the power of humanity and reshuffle the decks? Is the restoration of the Beast King dynasty just a facade? Of course not. I can answer this question clearly. The higher-ups are doing all this because they want to restore the Beast King dynasty and want humanity to be defeated. Wang Hao spoke. I joined the dynasty organization when I was 11 years old. I assure you that what I say is correct. The entire higher echelon of the dynasty organization thinks this way. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan frowned. If you really succeed, will you be able to live better under the Beast King dynasty? I don't know if we can live better. Wang Hao replied, looking at Yi Fan, and seeing his furrowed brows, he forced a bitter smile. But for ordinary people like us, why bother with so much? We are not like those big shots in the upper echelons, we don't have grand aspirations. We just want a chance. Without an organization to take us in, I would have starved to death on the street at 11. How could there be a me today? At this point, Wang Hao did not pause. He stood up and said to Yi Fan, those gangs in the city, those underground members, before the dynasty organization came, they could only be full for a meal and hungry the next, bullying weaker ordinary people to survive, fighting for a piece of territory, living and dying over it. But now? With standardized planning, they no longer have to fight each other. They have the chance to access breathing methods and physical techniques they never dared to dream of before. They have stable territories, food, and money, and even the possibility of aspiring to become strong. I can't say that the dynasty organization is doing something righteous, but for me, and many others, the dynasty organization has indeed given us the chance to change our lives. We don't discuss right or wrong, we just want to live, to pursue those higher and further things. At this point, Wang Hao fell silent, just looking at Yi Fan, as if waiting for his response. Yi Fan also fell silent for a moment, seemingly in thought. Regarding Wang Hao's answer, Yi Fan was somewhat surprised, and Wang Hao's reply explained well why, even though the dynasty organization was wrong, so many people were still willing to lay down their lives for it. Indeed, over thousands of years, many social classes have been fixed. The gap from ordinary people to top-tier big shots is immense. Crossing this class is not impossible, but those are chances only geniuses have. For ordinary people, it is as hard as ascending to the heavens. And now, the emergence of the dynasty organization has given them a chance. So, you are not loyal to the dynasty organization, you just want to change everything about yourself. After a while, Yi Fan spoke, glancing at Wang Hao and shaking his head slightly. What you said is very good, but it cannot absolve you. You should know better than I do what the dynasty organization has done. Whether you kill to save someone or kill for the thrill, fundamentally, it is still killing. No matter how many reasons or circumstances there are, it doesn't change the essence. I didn't want to absolve myself of anything, I just thought that since you asked a question before dying, I should say a few words for myself, Wang Hao replied. Taking a glance at the slightly thoughtful Yifan, he suddenly smiled. I'm indeed not a good person, and in fact, I might even be considered ruthless. Most people in the dynasty organization are also ruthless. We are many, but not all of us are in it for some damn restoration of the dynasty. It's just that we are unwilling to settle for being ordinary. Chapter 149, Brutal Clarity. Good. Hearing this, Yifan merely nodded, stabbing the heavy sword into the ground, sitting down casually. I truly didn't expect to hear these words come from your mouth. Indeed, it has been years since the front lines have been at war, the human domain is vast, the situation is grim, and the higher-ups can't pay attention to so many things. Having said that, Yifan looked at Wang Hao in front of him and suddenly asked, if this world becomes better, would you still join the dynasty organization? How could it get better? Hearing this, Wang Hao shook his head and replied, us, living in the mud, can see the filth of this world more clearly. Corruption, dictatorship, division, strife, those big families and tycoons are no longer the heroes fighting for humanity that they used to be, they monopolize resources, scheme against each other, and are full of dirtiness. You always say the dynasty organization is a tumor, but aren't these families and tycoons the same? At this point, Wang Hao paused, looking at Yifan, as if realizing something, his expression slightly complex. Yifan, I can see that your mind far surpasses others. There are some things I don't need to elaborate on, just 2 points. Good. Yifan nodded. First, Wang Hao spoke. Zhan Tianwang is the only person in the past century to be awarded a royal title with glory level. His combat power is unparalleled. Even back 20 years ago, shortly after he gained his glory, he could slay kings. In the Battle of Fengfeng City, it was said that the dynasty organization mobilized forces, but only 3 kings went. He was already a glory 9-star, capable of transforming into a true dragon. Not to mention being invincible among kings, how could 3 ordinary sealed kings be his match and cause his defeat? Upon hearing this, Yifan squinted his eyes. You mean to say that my grandfather's death back then is suspicious? Absolutely, Wang Hao replied, his gaze firm. I have seen the information about Zhan Tianwang and some footage from that time. He truly is the kind of person who could suppress a generation. It's impossible for him to be defeated by 3 ordinary kings. That battle surely involved more than just the dynasty organization and the beast side. The human race, there must have been someone who acted, and they were among the top-tier powerful. Top-tier powerful. Yifan spoke, as far as I know, besides those few high-ups in the capital, only the Ling family and Mu family have kings. After saying this, Yifan frowned. The Ling family is an old guardian family, with the family head being the principal of the capital university, while the Mu family is responsible for guarding the frontline borders, acting as demon wardens. These 2 families are the greatest shield for humanity and also cultivators of human elites, having always been revered for centuries. There must be. Wang Hao looked at Yifan's expression, affirming. Good. Yifan did not hesitate much, since he couldn't guess now, he could investigate in the future. He nodded and continued, what about the second point? Second point. Wang Hao began, actually, it is quite similar to the first point. The dynasty organization has been able to hide and grow again smoothly for 15 years because someone has been providing convenience to them, and not just one side. I've vaguely learned that at least 3 or more top-tier families have secretly helped the dynasty organization, and one could even say that the upper echelon of the dynasty organization is simply these people. 3 or more. This statement once again furrowed Yifan's brow. Which ones are the specific families? I only know they exist, I don't know who they are. Wang Hao shook his head. Yifan fell into slight silence. After a long while, he finally nodded. In this case, I have indeed underestimated the dynasty organization. Yifan, you only see the surface in Ping City, you haven't seen all of it. These days humanity is too chaotic. Wang Hao recalled something, letting out a sigh. The essence of the chaos among the human race is the discord among the higher-ups and those great families. The dynasty organizations are just a part of these discordant products. Chaos, darkness, and endless black. We ordinary people struggle in this darkness and chaos, shrouded by black without realizing it, wanting to seek a future, to seek something different and extraordinary in life. We can only join in. This is why I say the world is getting worse. No matter how many geniuses the human race produces, it doesn't matter, the roots are rotten, and they can't be set right. Your words remind me of something, Yifan replied, a slight change in his gaze. In my previous life, the human race was in a panic in the early stages, but as new kings emerged in the mid-stages, the panic eased, only the dynasty's turmoil persisted. I had already become one of the few famous new kings, facing many obstacles on the path of growth, without the time and energy to understand and dig deep into the dynasty organizations as I do in this life. However, I have been exposed to much in this life, and now hearing Wang Hao speak, I feel a sense of clarity. Rather than saying the dynasty organizations disrupt the world, it is more accurate to say that some great families of the human race play the role of wolves in sheep's clothing. They want to stir up chaos among the human race, and the dynasty organization is just one of the successful examples. Such a cult, I had heard of others as well. Only chaos is beneficial, only great benefits allow them to act without restraint. If that's the case, then that guy, Ji Jie, perhaps had motivations beyond just wanting the thing in my hand in my past life. Yi Fan's eyes gleamed as he thought of something. Since it has come to this, why not be more straightforward? Jia, the Ji family, is simply a member of the dynasty organization. If this premise is reconsidered, wouldn't everything make more sense? The War King has the potential to suppress an era, so those people go to great lengths to kill him. We new kings also harbor such potential. Thinking back to just before my death, it seems some new kings who entered the king rank around the same time as I did had already shown some signs. The Royal King died of poison, the Rainbow King was surrounded and fought to the death by ancient creatures, the Nine-Headed Snake King and the 100 Battles King both perished in secret realms. They were all new kings who, like me, had potential, courage, and determination. Why did they die one after another during that time? Did they truly die as claimed, or was there someone behind pushing things along? With these thoughts, Yi Fan took a deep breath. He vaguely felt that he was beginning to see many things he hadn't seen in his previous life. There was a big net that seemed to have already descended. In his previous life, he was trapped within it without realizing it and didn't fully comprehend it even until he became king and left resentfully. I will tear this net apart. After a moment of silence, Yi Fan spoke, seeming to have made a certain resolution. Yu Wanhao heard this, wanting to say something but hesitating, shaking his head instead. If you can do it, that would certainly be the best. Breaking the net, perhaps we can all breathe a little easier. The dynasty organization and the many hidden behind them are afraid of the War King and even more afraid of the emergence of the next War King. If a true suppressor of an era could arise to cleanse everything, perhaps the human race could truly become better. Good. Hearing this, Yi Fan nodded, then stood up, sheathing his heavy sword, ready to leave. There's one more piece of news. This time, the dynasty organization has invited the Jade Dragon with the cost of the creation fruit to take action against you, Wang Hao said. He is the heir of this generation of the human king lineage. Jade Dragon. Upon hearing this name, Yi Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of change in his breath. But after a few seconds of silence, Yi Fan said nothing more, merely shouldering the heavy sword. You must kill me. Just before leaving, Wang Hao spoke again, seemingly resolute. You've given me many useful pieces of information. It's enough to exchange your life back from my hands. Yi Fan waved his hand, turning from darkness to light as possible. I said that the dynasty organization gave me this opportunity, and that's why I am what I am today. I also said I wouldn't betray the organization. Now that I've already broken my vow, I might as well pay with my life. Wang Hao shook his head, looking at Yi Fan. His eyes were somewhat sincere. It was the poisonous snake that saved me, but the snake's venom has also become my companion. I cannot break free. I've long signed a vow. Now, if I can talk to a genius like you before I die, that is worth it. Saying this, Wang Hao once again tilted his neck. If you don't ask why, then I have nothing more to say. I've already said everything I wanted to, so I feel somewhat relieved. From here on, I just seek death. Chapter 150, The Battle for the Fruit of Fate begins. Yi Fan, everyone has been cleaned up. It was late at night. Li Fati and Chen Peng asked about whereabouts and opened a patch of weeds to find Yi Fan quietly sitting on a large rock, his heavy sword beside him, while the Hell Dog and the little Sky Dog lay quietly next to him. On the sword, there was a dark red bloodstain. What happened? Seeing Yi Fan's somewhat silent expression, Wang Lingxi asked softly, where's the leader of the dynasty organization? Did he run away? Dead. Yi Fan casually waved his hand, turned his head to glance at the others, and suddenly his gaze deepened as he motioned to them. Remember what I said, fight with all your might to become strong. Only by becoming strong can you have the chance to control your own destiny. If you want something, you must fight for it. Regrets that come when it's too late are the most useless. Okay. Chen Peng was the first to respond, the others were a bit stunned, then they answered one after another. I hope you all can truly remember what I told you. Yi Fan said, clapping his hands, then picked up his heavy sword and stood up. Alright, give me some spirit orbs, I'll try to help the beasts level up quickly over the next few days. In 2 days, we will encounter a very terrifying opponent. That person is very strong, so you must be prepared. How strong is very strong? Hearing this, Chen Peng showed a look of surprise. He is a person of the same age as me, with world-shaking talent, and unbeatable at the same level. Yi Fan replied, a hint of a scene flickering in his eyes. Jia Bai Long, Yi Fan had a deep impression of this person. In his past life, he held the title of king without equal, meaning a king with no rivals, hailed as the #1 king of the new generation, with a mysterious background, and his combat power was beyond ordinary people's imagination. Very strong, someone who has been undefeated at the same level since childhood. The lineage of the human king, this term is the second time I've heard it. This Jia Bai Long, I didn't expect he has such a background. Muttering to himself, Yi Fan seemed to remember something. He glanced at the others out of the corner of his eye, and a subtle smile crept onto his lips. People like them love to fight fiercely against true geniuses. Time in the secret realm didn't pass slowly, over a dozen days quietly slipped by. That morning, Yifan stepped out of the tent, stretching lazily, and the powerful aura radiating from the 3 summoned beasts immediately drew the astonished gasps from the others. Ninth star in silver? Looking at the hell dog and little sky dog that had already grown to 4 or 5 meters tall, Fatty was the first to be shocked. Yifan, did you give your beast steroids? We just barely got our beasts to break through to silver, and you jumped straight to silver ninth star? Breaking through to silver rank is pretty easy, enough spirit orbs are all you need. It's just that leveling up to gold takes a bit longer, probably over a year or 2. Yifan shook his head. Ninth star in silver is the limit for ordinary folks. Stepping into gold means being strong even in lesser places, being able to be a teacher or a guest in small families, or a bodyguard or something. Living without worry about food and clothing is not a problem. It sounds unreal. Wangling Seaside, there are so many people with 9 stars in white silver in this secret realm. After all, we are touching the world of Beastmasters. Yifan said with a hint of meaning, waving his hand casually, alright, now that the level of the beasts has increased, we need to do serious business. Serious business? What serious business? Fatty leaned over. Competing for the fruit of creation. Yifan answered, I felt the life force in this space has once again declined, it's already reached a critical point. If nothing unexpected happens, the fruit of creation should ripen in the next couple of days. We are going to enter the most core area. Just in these 2 days? Hearing this, everyone became a bit tense. Yifan became a bit serious, nodding to the others, my conclusion is based on evidence. I can't say the exact time, but it should definitely be in the next 2 days. Get yourselves ready, we are preparing to enter. Once we reach the core, there will be many tough battles to fight. No problem. Chen Peng sounded confident, I will surely fight for the fruit of creation for the team leader. Hearing this, Yifan paused slightly and glanced at Chen Peng, a hint of a smile appearing in his eyes, I prefer to fight for it myself, you following me is more about learning how to profit from the chaos and how to protect yourselves amidst the mix. At the core, the group appeared quietly, reaching the most central area. At this moment, they finally understood how deep the waters Yifan spoke of really were. The fruit of creation had not yet bloomed, and in front was a valley with only one entrance. Everyone stopped before the gate. Hundreds or even thousands of people were there, each forming their own factions, some were lone wolves, some were in groups of 3 to 5, and others had formed alliances. Some had set up tents, while others sat directly on the ground without even a mat. At a glance, there were at least dozens of forces. If not for the fruit of creation, one might think this large crowd was here on holiday. Yifan, you are truly amazing. How did you know there would be so many people with masks at the core? A deep voice spoke out. It's not just the core, in any open secret realm, there will be many wearing masks. Yifan replied. Look, there's our school's faction. Under the pig head mask, Fatty continued speaking, pointing in a direction, it seems it's that guy Deng Chang's cousin. It's not seems, it is. Yifan, wearing a black bat mask, followed Fatty's gesture and saw indeed a large group gathered together, wearing the uniforms of Pingcheng High School, numbering nearly 100. If it's not a united group, when it really comes time to compete, it will be chaotic. Seeing this scene, Yifan merely shook his head and began searching the area with his gaze. There were many factions, and Yifan couldn't recognize them all. He could vaguely see the symbols of several big families, with Ji Jielua and Yinghe prominently among them, surrounded by dozens of followers, clearly reinforcements sent by their family. After observing for a while, Yifan shook his head and shifted his gaze to a group of people dressed in the attire of the dynasty organization. After all, this secret realm was their home ground, and this group occupied the best positions, equipped finely, exuding a fierce aura, and in large numbers, they should also be considered the most powerful organization in the secret realm. Jade Dragon from the dynasty, really here. Among the crowd, Yifan locked onto a figure at first glance. Even though still young, he could see the person's identity. In just a moment, a surge of battle intent welled up in Yifan's eyes. This person is really here, then this competition for the fruit of creation will definitely be interesting. No king, long time no see. Chapter 151, A Bad Mouth. Battle intent. In front of the crowd, the Jade Dragon from the dynasty, who had been quietly waiting for the fruit to bloom, seemed to sense something and turned to look back. At a glance, his gaze locked onto Yifan, who was wearing a black bat mask. Just a slight glance, the brow slightly furrowed. Yifan naturally did not feel timid, only quietly gazing at Jiada Bailong. In this generation, there are not many who can meet my gaze. After a moment, Jiada Bailong spoke and withdrew his eyes. Brother Bailong, what's wrong? Beside him, another small leader named Huang Wei from the dynasty organization eagerly leaned over. It's nothing. Jiada Bailong shook his head, glanced at Huang Wei, and said coldly, what about that Yifan you mentioned? He has been in the secret realm for many days, why haven't you found his trace? This. Upon hearing this, Huang Wei felt a bit embarrassed. The intelligence side is mainly handled by Wang Hao, but recently Wang Hao went missing. We need to occupy this entrance here, so it's not convenient to redeploy. Then there's nothing more to say.
After hearing this, Jada Bailong shook his head. At this time, the fortune fruit is about to ripen. Since you can't find Yifan's trace, then our deal is off.
I'm never willing to associate with trash.
Without the deal, we don't have to act together, to avoid lowering my status as Jada Bailong. Once in the secret realm, whoever fights for the fortune fruit, that fortune fruit is theirs.
Ah, Brother Bailong, this matter is we.
Huang Wei hurriedly wanted to say a few words to keep Jada Bailong from cutting ties, but Jada Bailong did not speak, only snorted coldly and walked to the side, distancing himself from the people of the dynasty organization.
At this moment, many forces were standing still, and Jada Bailong's departure was particularly noticeable. This Jada Bailong. Watching Jada Bailong leave, Huang Wei's eyes turned gloomy. What kind of person is he, to be so arrogant?
A subordinate nearby spoke, seemingly defending Huang Wei. I say, with so many of us in the secret realm, we might as well just take him out.
Slap. Before finishing this sentence, Huang Wei slapped the subordinate's face. What are you, to be so arrogant?
Huang Wei said, his voice cold and cruel. This Jada Bailong claims to be invincible at the same level, defeating dozens or even over 100 top talents of the same rank.
He has the right to be arrogant. With you bunch of misfits, even if dozens of you attack together, can you guarantee you can take him down?
Don't say you can't take him down. Even if you could, he is from the royal lineage, with several powerful ancestors who were titled kings.
Do you dare say those powerful titans in his family are all dead? Words like that are creating enemies for the organization. Want to die? Don't drag us down with you.
After a few scoldings, the subordinate, already stunned by the slap, became even more frightened, quickly responding and backing off.
Huang Wei's expression did not improve. Obviously, being made a fool of by Jada Bailong in front of so many people left him very unhappy.
Yifan, the Jada Bailong is pretty arrogant, seems to have a conflict with the people of the dynasty organization. At the end, where not many were paying attention, Fat Li also saw Jada Bailong leaving the group and spoke to Yifan.
That's just how he is.
Upon hearing this, Yifan had a smile in his eyes and shook his head helplessly. This guy's temperament has always been like this, with a filthy mouth, and anyone he looks down on gets called trash and waste. In his previous life, when he clashed with an old, well-established hidden family, that family's ancestor learned of Jada Bailong's arrival and treated him respectfully with tea in an attempt to resolve the conflict. As a result, rather than resolving the conflict, Jada Bailong pointed at the family elder, who was over 170 years old, calling him an old turtle, old trash, causing the already ailing elder to vomit blood on the spot, and not long after, he passed away. Don't mind him for now, prepare yourself. Soon the fortune fruit will bloom, and it will be a big melee. Yifan said, taking out a heavy sword wrapped in white cloth from beside him.
A big melee? Hearing this, Wan Lingxi was slightly puzzled. Aren't we supposed to start fighting only after we get inside? Why fight now while still outside?
To enter, that's the second round, Yifan spoke, his gaze shifting. Not everyone wants to compete for the creation fruit, some are looking to harm and kill for wealth, and there are even those with personal grudges. You can pay close attention to the actions and expressions of various parties. At this moment, many people already have their targets and are eager to move. Once the creation fruit appears, they will strike immediately. Upon hearing Yifan's words, the few of them focused slightly and looked at the surrounding factions.
Although most seemed unremarkable, there were indeed several factions, as Yifan had said, with conspicuous intent, clearly prepared for action. Is someone targeting us? Wang Lingxi whispered.
Yes, and it's not just one party, Yifan replied, gesturing subtly while pointing to two factions behind and to the right. Their strength is average, there's only one silver 9-star leading them, and their team is no more than 20 people, so they're not hard to deal with.
2 parties. Hearing this number, Wang Lingxi frowned slightly but didn't say much, just nodded. Captain, what about Ji Jia and Luo Ying? Has anyone made a move against them? Chen Ping asked.
I don't think so, Yifan shook his head. They have a strong team and are powerful, no one would dare to attack them.
They are likely to fight only after getting inside.
This statement, which seemed obvious, made Chen Peng's expression somewhat strange. If everyone is here to compete for the creation fruit, then they should be targeting Ji Jia and Luo Ying, yet it's the weaker ones who are fighting amongst themselves.
People are just like that.
Hearing this, Yifan laughed and shook his head, patting Chen Peng's shoulder. They all want to survive, they all want to fight. If they cannot contend with the strong, they will fight those weaker than themselves.
It's just how it is.
In a way, everyone is Wang Hao, you and I are no different. The strong must fight, and the weak must also fight.
Must fight.
Upon hearing this, Chen Peng was momentarily stunned, glanced at Yifan, opened his mouth, and finally just nodded. Yifan remained silent, nearly peeling away the white cloth wrapped around the heavy sword.
Some things you do not understand now, in the future, you will.
As Yifan spoke, the white cloth was gradually pulled away, revealing the heavy sword inside. Yifan's movements were slow, as if he was intentionally prolonging something. Whoosh! At a certain moment, Yi Fan raised his hand, throwing the white cloth into the air, and at the same time, he stood up.
Alright, it's time for us to begin the fight. Boom!
As he finished speaking, from far away, the valley suddenly changed, the sky shifted, radiant light filled the horizon, and a strange fragrance wafted through the air.
The creation fruit has appeared. Chapter 152, Nurturing the Heavy Sword.
At the moment the phenomenon occurred, it seemed that as Yi Fan had said, an all-out war erupted outside the entire valley in an instant. Those who were enemies, who had personal grudges and calculated schemes, were now taking action without any restraint, using the creation fruit as the excuse, while the major families and factions maintained considerable restraint. In fact, they seem to have already discussed some order, with the dynasty organization and several major families entering first, followed by some second-tier families, and lastly, the families from Pingcheng and local forces, continuing to enter in an orderly manner.
Outside the valley, everything seemed divided. The courteous and law-abiding frontlines contrasted sharply with the chaotic brawls of small families and factions struggling in the back, as if they were not even in the same world. Boom!
At this moment, everyone had entered, and Yi Fan, no longer holding back, unleashed his heavy sword. With 3 silver 9-star beast tamers and his own immense strength, he was unparalleled in this outer area. Unstoppable among the crowd, the heavy sword swept around carelessly, and a single thrust could take a life. Fat Li and his companion showed extraordinary strength as well. By this time, they were already beginning to show their advantages. Though they were not crushing their equals, their power was indeed among the best at the same level. Originally, such a small team was not eye-catching in this chaotic battle among thousands, but as their kills began to rise, many people started to take notice of them. That guy must be Yi Fan, the leader of the Divine Leaf mercenary group ranked 3rd in Ping City. On a large stone, a scarred, one-eyed man spotted Yi Fan moving through the crowd like a tiger among sheep, a cigarette dangling from his mouth as he looked at several people beside him. There were 3 men and 1 woman in total, each equipped with gear and beasts, all of them at the high silver rank, clearly a very formidable team. I heard that the Dynasty organization has offered sky-high prices to mercenary killer groups in cities around Ping City for Yi Fan's life. Now many are looking for him. Why did this guy decide to show up at this time? A tall, slender man with a bow walked over, glancing at Yi Fan and shaking his head. His strength is indeed impressive, but being so high-profile and getting recognized could lead to him being besieged and getting into trouble. I actually think he's great, a charming girl in a red dress chimed in, her voice like a delicate bell as she gazed at Yi Fan, her eyes sparkling.
Isn't it right for a man to stand tall and proud? Being a hero for a second is much cooler than being a coward for a lifetime.
Upon hearing this, both the scarred man and the tall man darkened their expressions, their foreheads adorned with black lines of disdain. After a pause, the scarred man finally turned to the middle-aged man with glasses, who had remained silent, and quietly asked, "Military advisor, what do you think?
Should we take action against Yi Fan?"
"I wouldn't recommend it," replied the man known as the military advisor, waving a fan as if deep in thought. "Yi Fan's beast mastery is very strong, and he seems to be a martial master himself, on par with some top talents at the same level. To kill him, we would need several of the same rank, and there would certainly be heavy casualties. We're just here to make money, going to kill him is too risky. Even if we succeed, with so many factions getting wind of it afterwards, it's uncertain if we would even get a share. It's a thankless job. In the end, we might gain less than what we lose." Hearing the military advisor's words, the scarred man nodded, watching the various forces approaching Yi Fan suffering heavy losses under his seemingly chaotic slaughter, shaking his head.
"We can't afford to deal with his rampage."
The military advisor sees it clearly. "Let's retreat. After they finish fighting, we can come back and reap some profits," the military advisor suggested, fanning himself. "This chaos has drawn too much attention from all sides. It looks like just a bunch of silvers fighting, but they are backed by powerful forces in the shadows. This is a huge whirlpool. The dynasty organization stirring up such a big storm can't just be targeting Yi Fan, there must be other motives. We, without any background, are better off not getting involved."
"All right."
The scarred man expressed his agreement with the military advisor's proposal, nodding repeatedly without hesitation and turning to the other two, red sleeve, white clothes. "Let's go, we'll avoid the spotlight for now."
"Sure."
The man called White Clothes nodded, putting away his bow and following the steps of the scarred man and the military advisor. However, Red Sleeve seemed reluctant to leave. She pouted, staring at the fighting Yi Fan in the crowd, her eyes filled with longing.
Why do they always have to listen to the military advisor? What a great opportunity. Isn't it even better to have a thrilling kill? If I were a man, I would have such daring spirit.
After saying this, she stopped there, looking for quite a while, until the scar-faced man called out again, then Hong Xiu reluctantly followed along.
"Yi Fan, should we continue killing? It seems a bit wrong."
In the crowd, after knocking down another person, seeing the number of people around not decreasing but instead increasing, Fat Li seemed to sense something was off and spoke up to Yi Fan beside him.
"You all retreat and wait for me near the entrance.
Ahead, Yi Fan spoke, his clothes already stained red with blood, face turned to the side, sleeves fluttering in the wind, with blood dripping from the bat mask, looking somewhat eerie.
Someone is intentionally hunting me, there are many forces.
You wait for me at the entrance, I'll kill a few more people and then retreat.
We will rush into the valley.
This.
Hearing Yi Fan's words, Fat Li hesitated, glancing at Yi Fan's profile, seeming somewhat confused.
He knew Yi Fan was not someone who craved killing.
Since he was already under siege, shouldn't they retreat immediately? Why insist on killing more? I have my own plans.
Yi Fan's voice rang out again, sounding like the toll of a bell. This time, Fat Li did not say anything more, waving to Chen Ping and the others beside him, quickly retreating to the back of the battlefield. As they withdrew, the pressure around Yi Fan suddenly increased. Many people attacked him, and just relying on the 3 Beastmasters wasn't enough to fend them all off. Watching the battle situation grow urgent, yet Yi Fan's face showed little anxiety, his eyes focused on the heavy sword in his hand, with a glint of light flickering in them. At this moment, the heavy sword in his hands was already stained red with blood, as if dyed in color, but beneath that red, there was a faint glow. As he swung the sword, occasionally, one could hear the sound of a dragon's roar.
The dragon spirit in the sword should awaken soon.
Yi Fan spoke, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. To seize the creation fruit, he would most likely collide with the royal descendant of Jia Bai Long in the inner circle.
This king's descendant was invincible at the same level.
At this moment, his own strength hadn't been fully displayed, and he needed more chips to ensure his victory. This was also why he wanted to unleash a massacre. The dragon spirit was nurtured by blood, and to awaken it in a short time required a lot of blood.
If he were outside, he wouldn't be able to awaken the dragon spirit quickly.
But this secret realm was the best opportunity, he could kill without restraint. Once again, swinging the heavy sword, knocking down several people, Yi Fan looked at the crowd rushing up again and shook his head. Thinking back, if it weren't for the dynasty organization, by following the plan, without the large number of spirit beads from those dynasty organization members, he wouldn't be able to quickly level up. Enemies who are determined to put you to death, sometimes, perhaps become your support. Competing for the great path may just be like this.
Chapter 153, The Son of Heaven appears.
A long time passed, and the scar-faced man, along with the strategist and others, left the battlefield. It turned out their choice was correct. Not engaging in the great battle allowed them to gain a lot of good things, even picking up a few well-to-do young masters. The strategist truly deserves the title, the direction chosen always leads to good harvests. Tossing aside a head he held in his hand, the scar-faced man weighed the money bag in his hand, a smile on his face. In battle, wealth rises, they seek great fortune, we seek small gains. The strategist waved his feather fan, saying this, but looking at the heads on the ground, he seemed to remember the earlier scene and frowned.
Isn't this person the leader of the force that besieged Yi Fan before? How did he end up here? They lost? Lost?
Hearing this, the scarred face shook his head, that's impossible. They are all at the silver level.
That Yi Fan is like a god descending to earth. Can he really fight off 100 hands with just 2 fists? Maybe.
The strategist shook his head, fell silent for a moment, then said, I think we should go back and take a look.
Didn't the strategist say?
This made the scarred face hesitate, but he didn't refuse. Seeing the strategist's heavy expression, he still agreed and waved his hand.
Since the strategist said so, Hong Xiu, by E, we will go back and take a look. We are going back.
Upon hearing this, Hong Xiu, who had been thinking about the earlier scene, appeared a bit excited and quickly nodded, Great, I just want to go back and see. Saying this, the group retraced their steps, heading back toward the valley once again. This time on the return trip, everyone immediately felt something was different. Many people were retreating in 3s and 5s, some injured, some fleeing, all with faces filled with panic, as if something terrible had happened ahead. Seeing such a scene, the already uneasy scarred face was even more confused.
After observing for a while, he finally couldn't help but grab someone nearby and shout, Hey, what happened up ahead?
The person caught by the scarred face was already scared, and being grabbed by the fierce-looking man made him even more terrified. He stuttered, up ahead, someone summoned a dragon-type beast.
Dragon-type beast.
Upon hearing this, the scarred face was shocked, and his hand shook, almost dropping the person to the ground. On the other hand, the strategist, who had remained silent, suddenly brightened his eyes and spoke, What dragon-type beast?
Who summoned it? No, I don't know what kind of dragon it is.
The person trembled and softly answered, The one who summoned it is Yi Fan, the person who was heavily rewarded by the dynasty organization.
Many people died, and we all escaped.
Some went to the valley to seek help.
Yi Fan. Upon hearing this name, the strategist nodded, no longer hesitating, and quickly stepped forward.
Strategist, strategist. Seeing the strategist leaving, the scarred face hurriedly called out.
When the strategist didn't respond, he quickly followed. Meanwhile, Hong Xiu and Bai Yi exchanged glances in place. that Yifan summoned a dragon-type beast. At that moment, Bai Yi looked at Hong Xiu, seemingly unable to believe it. A dragon-type beast? Aren't they ancient species? A silver level can possess a dragon? I don't know either. Didn't they say he is a descendant of the dragon slayers? Dragons and him should be incompatible. How could this happen?
Hong Xiu also felt a bit confused and only replied with a sentence before quickly running after them. Roar! Outside the valley, the sound of dragon's roar shook the sky. At this moment, many people in the valley stood there like wooden dolls. In the field, Yifan stood like a god of slaughter, his long black hair dancing without wind, his heavy sword planted in the ground before him. In the sky, a giant black dragon circled around him like an ominous shadow, the terrifying pressure stirring the winds and clouds. It was just like a real black dragon, its scales smooth as if made of soft material, possessing all the features of a dragon, covered in countless floating runes that wrapped around it like chains, emanating a slightly eerie glow. Surrounding them were bodies lying everywhere. Those who had attacked Yifan were almost completely wiped out. At the mouth of the valley, Li Fati and others watched Yifan, who was sitting beneath the giant dragon's tail, their expressions filled with shock and fear. Yifan shut his eyes, and at this moment, only he knew the situation before him. Through the fierce battle, he summoned the dragon spirit from the heavy sword. The dragon spirit awakened, wreaking havoc, and the thick blood essence allowed the dragon spirit to quickly replenish itself. After a brief recovery, it already possessed the power of a low-level gold rank. This also brought about a question that Yifan had once pondered. This was a deadly weapon, and the dragon spirit within the sword was the most ferocious type among all beast spirits. Once the dragon spirit awakened, its power would immediately surpass Yifan's. It is to backfire against its own master. At this moment, he was engaged in a fierce battle with the dragon spirit in his mind, using a rare mental secret technique to activate the restraints on the dragon spirit's body, which is also why chains appeared on the dragon spirit. He was in quite a troublesome time. To others, it seemed as if no one could approach him, but on the contrary, he had lost his fighting ability. Outside the valley, there was a dead silence. Many people were fleeing in a panic, but at a certain moment, as a middle-aged man with a swaying feather fan stepped in, the dead silence seemed to be broken. This middle-aged man was the strategist beside the scar-faced man. At this moment, as he stepped in, he looked at the dragon spirit circling above Yifan's head, seemingly obtaining some kind of answer.
It's a beast spirit. It truly is a beast spirit.
Strategist. As these words fell, behind him, the scar-faced man and others hurried over. Before they could speak, they only saw the fanaticism on the strategist's face. Wang Tu, help me snatch that sword from Yifan's hands. At these words, the three looked at the strategist's enthusiastic and excited expression, all stunned. They hadn't seen such a look on the usually calm strategist's face in a long time. In their memories, apart from that one night when they found him covered in blood and in a terrible state, the strategist always appeared to be a person who understood everything, calm and steady. Strategist, that sword. The scar-faced Wang Tu spoke, looking at the strategist with some hesitation. That's Yifan's sword, and that dragon beside him. That's not a dragon, it's a dragon spirit. Right now, he is entangled with the dragon spirit in the sword and cannot get free. The strategist spoke, his tone barely concealing the intense fluctuation of emotions. He was too careless, or he didn't know how to utilize the beast spirit, causing the beast spirit to backfire, and he is currently fighting for control against the essence of the beast spirit. At this time, he is at his weakest. Anyone could defeat him. That sword is my opportunity to turn my life around. I must obtain it. As he said this, the expressions of the three changed a bit, becoming rarely serious. We three are just street vendors, we are not strategists, and we wouldn't have today without him.
In the end, it was Wang Tu who spoke. Though he looked somewhat hesitant at the dragon spirit above Yifan, he still nodded. Since the strategist said so, we will help the strategist seize that sword. Boom! As he spoke, Wang Tu waved his hand, and the other two also did not play around, each summoning their beasts and charging towards Yifan. Even Hong Xiu's eyes were exceptionally firm. At this moment, they were of one mind. Someone wants to sneak attack the captain. At this moment, Chen Peng and others outside the valley also sensed something was wrong. It seems the captain is in some trouble and can't move. Protect Yifan. Protect the captain. The few moved as well. Clearly, Yifan's kindness was not without return. He treated them with sincerity, and in this life, they had not betrayed him in the slightest. Both sides clashed, with no excess fancy or volatility. Snake control expert Fatty Li, body technique master Chen Peng, battle maniac Ma Xiuxue, and the controlling Wang Lingxi and Wang Tu collided. Wang Tu and their levels were higher than Fatty Li's group, all at high silver stars, with considerable strength as well. 3 against 4, for a time, both sides became entangled, hard to determine a victor. The few people beside Yifan are unexpectedly difficult to deal with. After being repelled by a clash with Chen Peng, Wang Tu's face showed difficulty as he looked at the not-so-distant Yifan and the other factions that had noticed Yifan's unusual situation and were approaching, growing somewhat anxious.
The strategist was incredibly wise, but he couldn't control beasts and couldn't cultivate body techniques, which had always been their regret. They had survived together with the strategist, they were family, trusting each other with their hearts. They too wanted to find ways to make up for this regret. Since the strategist had said it, that sword in Yifan's hand must have great significance for the strategist. Thinking of this, Wang Tu no longer hesitated, advancing forward, regardless of his disadvantage in body technique. You. Hearing this, the strategist raised his head, looking at the young boy in front of him, filled with shock in his eyes.
How do you know who I am?
You don't need to worry about that. Yifan smiled mysteriously, his eyes slightly rippling. In this world, besides Beastmasters, there are many paths, and extraordinary arts are certainly not lacking. Among them, there is one extraordinary art that everyone dares not neglect, known as the art of deduction. Only the Yen Tian sect in the world practices this extraordinary art. The people of Yen Tian sect are exceptionally intelligent, capable of divining the heavens and the earth, attracting blessings while avoiding disasters.
To avoid further discussion, they can see through illusions and turn misfortune into good fortune. People from any force wish to have a Yen Tian sect disciple assist them. As for the one called the Son of Heaven's calculation, being addressed as such proves his mastery in the art of deduction. There were rumors that his skills had reached unprecedented heights, even to the point of predicting the future. But later, for unknown reasons, he was expelled from the Yen Tian sect and had his cultivation abolished, leaving his life and death unknown. Yifan knew about him because he did not fall from grace, on the contrary, he rose again in the future, reaching the pinnacle of the art of deduction once more. Not only did he become a powerful figure, but he also established a force called the Calculation Pavilion. Though not as large as the Yen Tian sect, his influence was still considerable. Fame is also well known. So even a son of heaven can fall to this. After thinking of something, Yifan chuckled softly. Do you want the dragon spirit weapon in my hand to make a comeback?
Yes. The strategist replied, he was not an ordinary person.
After the initial shock, he quickly calmed down.
He glanced at Yifan and shook his head. I am no longer a member of the Yen Tian sect.
Do not call me son of heaven, just call me by my real name, Swan San Shang.
Okay, Swan San Shang, 3 lives, all things, counting the world and everything, that's a pretty good name.
Yifan nodded slightly. It's just a name, it doesn't represent anything.
Swan San Shang replied, but you, without the ability to control spirits, can still subdue that dragon spirit. Hearing this, Yifan smiled and said nothing. He could not control spirits, but the backlash of the beast spirit was in his mind and thoughts.
Who is he?
With 2 lives lived, how firm is his will and how vast are his thoughts. An assault on his mind was nothing more than an ant shaking a tree.
Even without the ability to control spirits, letting the dragon spirit ram into him freely would only exhaust it until it surrendered. His gaze shifted to the still battlingly Li Fati and others. Fatty, no need to fight anymore. Once the words fell, Li Fati stopped in succession, watching Swan San Shang standing right in front of Yifan. Wang Tu appeared a bit nervous, wanting to step forward, but Swan San Shang waved his hand. If he wants to attack me, you won't have a chance to save me.
As the voice fell, Wang Tu and the others froze in motion, while Yifan's eyes held a hint of amusement. You should have something you want to say to me, Swan San Shang spoke again, his eyes shimmering with a glint. Your wisdom should not make you unaware of what I'm thinking, Yifan replied, slightly raising his heavy sword. If I want a heavy sword like this, getting another one is not difficult.
That's a very tempting condition.
Swan San Shang spoke, his eyes glinting. He looked at Yifan for a moment, then slowly said, I can't see through you, you seem shrouded in mist. But beneath the mist, I can see you have a terrifying ambition.
It's just ambition, what's so terrifying about it?
This only made Yifan smile, looking at Swan San Shang with eyes that seemed to ignite wildfires.
I want to overturn this era.
This made Swan San Shang pause for a moment. Even a person like him, who had seen much of the world, couldn't help but tremble slightly inside upon hearing Yifan's resolute declaration. But soon, he calmed down, shaking his head, with the heart of an eagle, but you are still very young.
Members of the Yen Tian sect only follow the Son of Destiny.
But you already said you are no longer a member of the Yen Tian sect, Yifan gently said.
The art of deduction is to follow the will of heaven. You aspire to defy heaven, and I do not dare to follow.
Swan San Shang replied, bowing slightly to Yifan, then spoke in a somewhat low tone. I have already failed once, I cannot take such risks again. If that's the case, I won't force you, Yifan said no more, glancing at Swan San Shang as he raised his heavy sword.
Brother San Shang, please proceed.
Good. Swan San Shang replied, looking at Yifan with a hint of hesitation in his eyes, but in the end, he said nothing and stepped back, with Wang Tu and the others quickly following.
The 4 came quickly and left quickly, soon disappearing from the scene. Seeing Yifan recovering, those who originally wanted to seize the opportunity fled in embarrassment once again. Yifan, just let them go like that? Li Fati approached, watching Swan San Shang and the others leave, seeming a bit dissatisfied.
Yifan nodded without explaining much, but Wang Lingxi, who was sharp-minded, whispered, Yifan, you must have some thoughts about that strategist.
Who wouldn't want more from a smart person?
Yifan replied, waving his hand, if someone like him can be recruited to hold down the fort, it will save you a lot of trouble. After saying this, Yifan seemed to imply, a wise general can resist 10 military generals.
Then why didn't the leader just force him to stay? Chen Peng said, since he is a talent, using some means is fine. I have never forced anyone to do something against their will.
Yifan shook his head, then smiled mysteriously. Besides, we should encounter him again. Hearing this, the others looked at each other, seeming somewhat confused. Yifan didn't dwell on it for long, simply putting away his heavy sword and saying to the others, you all prepare, we're going into the valley to snatch the fortune fruit. Someone has probably leaked my message, so we will attract a lot of attention when we go in.
No problem.
The others nodded, but Fat Li looked a bit hesitant and said softly, if we go in now, the fortune fruit should already be picked by them.
Picked, so we have to snatch it.
Yifan replied, the first person to pick the fortune fruit doesn't actually own it, they have to be able to keep it for it to be theirs.
Got it. Fat Li nodded, so should we grab it right away or wait until they tire themselves out? Just act as the opportunity arises.
Yifan waved his hand and walked ahead.
The group followed closely behind, watching Yifan walk ahead with seemingly firm and decisive steps. Fat Li mumbled. Wow, Yifan is really the same age as me, I'm 16, but he seems like a 61-year-old. He wouldn't have been possessed by an old monster, would he? Chapter 155, Entering the Arena.
In the valley, chaos reigned, just as Yifan had said, grabbing the fortune fruit was just the beginning. One person snatched the fortune fruit, and a crowd rushed at him, like a pack of wolves, taking not only the fruit but also that person's life. Then the next person grabbed the fortune fruit, and the same tragic fate followed. The powerful factions remained relatively calm until it seemed a member of a prominent family snatched the fortune fruit, at which point the situation gradually spiraled out of control, and everyone began to fight.
Moreover, the hatred between these families and factions erupted right at that moment.
No one could take the fortune fruit out of the valley, it became a meat grinder, crazily erasing one life after another. It was madness.
Clap, clap.
Outside the valley, Yifan led Fat Li and the others into the valley, where people were still frantically fighting each other, hardly anyone noticing their presence. This tumultuous battle left Fat Li in a daze. Wow, this place is like raising venomous insects.
This terrain could clearly be artificially created.
Yifan looked around, a smile in his eyes. If the dynasty's organization had mastered this secret realm long ago, they've most likely been expecting this day. Their goal was to let these people fight to the death here.
But if they do this, wouldn't it greatly reduce the chance of their people getting the fortune fruit?
At this moment, Chen Peng also voiced his doubts. Besides, if they mastered the secret of the fortune fruit long ago, why not quietly hoard the information for themselves? Those are people from the dynasty organization, a bunch of varied thoughts gathered together. Expecting them to keep a secret together is too difficult. Yifan shook his head. The upper echelons of the dynasty organization are actually quite good, seeing things clearly. They know complete secrecy is impossible, so it's better to make it public and build this terrain instead. Everyone coming here is a talented person from various powerful factions, along with many young people. In this fierce fighting, any side will suffer heavy casualties, thus, even if they don't get the fortune fruit, they still achieve some of their goals.
So, whether or not they get the fortune fruit is irrelevant to the dynasty organization? Chen Peng was taken aback.
To be precise, for these people who entered, it is very important, but for the upper echelons of the dynasty organization, it's best if they get it. If not, there's no real loss. Most of those they sent in are not exceptional anyway.
Just some useless pawns.
Yifan spoke, his eyes squinting. The upper echelons of the dynasty organization are quite interesting.
Excluding hostility, at least they are a group of bold and cunning people.
It feels like a tough challenge.
Wang Lingxi made a sound. From what you said, Yifan, doesn't it mean that everyone in this struggle is a loser, while only the dynasty organization has no losses at all? Losing some silver-grade minions is merely a minor cost, right?
Using these minor costs to exchange for the young blood of various families and prestigious schools is, in my view, quite worth it, Yifan replied, waving his hand.
That's also why I want to recruit San Sheng.
A smart person can offer many great strategies. Upon hearing this, a few nodded slightly, their faces showing some understanding.
So, Yifan, what should we do now? Fatty Li asked.
Fight. Since we're talking about raising poisonous insects, let's eat all the other insects, Yifan replied, his voice tinged with a hint of iron blood. Just as he was speaking, a figure rushed out from the side, eyes fierce, with a long knife seemingly thrusting at Yifan from a strange angle.
100 million in bounty, here I come. Sizzle.
Before the words fell, Yifan effortlessly dodged, gripping the person's neck, a crisp sound echoed, and the person's body slumped down.
In battle, I've seen countless ways of ambush.
Yifan raised his hand, casually tossing the person aside, his expression unchanged.
Only through countless battles can you become a true strong person.
This is like a nouveau riche compared to a self-made millionaire, both may have equal worth, but their levels are worlds apart.
Let's fight.
As his voice fell, 3 beast companions appeared, and Yifan charged into the crowd. The 3 exchanged glances, then with resolute expressions, they too dashed into the crowd.
Did Yifan and the others come in too?
In the chaotic melee, Ji Jian noticed Yifan and the others first, his face somewhat grim, but he didn't say much. This battle was not easy for him either. The Ji family was not the only dominating force, and families like the Luo family were not lacking. Everyone was targeting each other, and with the need to seize the creation fruit, he had no time to spare. On the other side, Luoying also noticed Yifan, her eyes slightly shifting. This guy is really quite impressive, even surrounded by so many people, he still managed to charge in. Saying this, Luoying seemed to think of something and smiled slightly. Such a cold man, taming him must be quite interesting.
Boom!
Before her words fell, a big knife swung down, but thankfully, Luo Ying's beast companion rushed in to block the hit.
You little brat, dared to fight me and still distracted, with that look like you're daydreaming, thinking of which wild man? A rough voice boomed.
Hearing this, Luo Ying, whose face had turned pale from fright, instantly got angry, glaring at the bearded man opposite her.
Lei Sanfei, clean up your mouth. Clean up my mouth? Lei Sanfei laughed upon hearing this.
I've been a bandit in Leishing Mountain for many years, I always speak with my family included.
You want me to clean up my mouth?
Sorry, but this is just who I am.
Better than you bunch of hypocrites from the Luo family.
Who are you calling a hypocrite?
This enraged Luo Ying.
At this moment, she no longer hesitated despite her initial fear of the bandit Lei Sanfei, and a brilliance erupted in her hand as several beast companions advanced in strength. The beast companions, nourished to silver 9 stars, under her beast mastery talent, all approached golden level. In just a few exchanges, one of Luo Ying's beasts struck Lei Sanfei in the chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood.
You little brat, your strikes are ruthless. Lei Sanfei cursed.
But looking at the cold-eyed Luo Ying, he just spat, I'll come back to settle the score with you next time.
After saying this, Lei Sanfei left with his group, while Luo Ying sneered.
At this moment, in the battle ranked at silver 9 stars, her promotion talent seemed a bit broken, leveling up allowed her several beast companions to approach gold. Although they could only be considered as gold 1 star at most, there is a huge gap between gold and silver, with 3 gold-level beasts making her the strongest presence on the battlefield.
The creation fruit is mine for the taking.
After repelling a few more people, Luo Ying gazed at the creation fruit held by someone in the distance, her determination strengthening. Now is the perfect time to act. Saying this, she led her companions toward the creation fruit, 3 gold beasts clearing the path, making it seem extraordinarily powerful, no one could stop her.
Yifan, Luo Ying has snatched the creation fruit.
As Luo Ying took the creation fruit, Li Fati and the others grew anxious.
Idiot.
Hearing this, Yifan looked at Luo Ying in the arena and coldly cursed. This single remark stunned not only Li Fati and his group but also those who were battling Yifan. Goodness, someone else got the creation fruit, and you call them an idiot. Yifan did not hold back, swiftly dealing with the stunned opponents before waiting for Li Fati's group to approach, then he spoke up. Luo Ying has advanced, able to have 3 gold-level beasts is basically a bug in this secret realm, she had a huge chance to grab the creation fruit, but now she is completely making a mistake. Everyone is attacking each other because they are all more or less equal, she alone with 3 gold-level beasts means everyone will unavoidably target her first.
3 gold can take on hundreds of silver 9 stars? Who does she think she is? This isn't being an idiot, what is it? Chapter 156, A Punch.
The words hit hard and Li Fati's group was momentarily taken aback, but they quickly reacted. If Luo Ying hides until the end, waiting for fewer people to strike, with 3 gold beasts and so many followers, others might not be able to stop her.
Wang Lingxi spoke up. The 7th daughter of the Luo family, how could she be so lacking in strategy?
Yifan only shook his head, waved his hand, and recalled his beasts.
Next, it should get lively, we can just watch the fun for now.
As his words fell, soon after Luo Ying acquired the creation fruit, the battlefield changed dramatically, and those who were fighting among themselves turned their focus toward Luo Ying. This time, those members of prominent families who had been silent also joined the fray. Others may not care if someone else snatched it away, because they couldn't take it, but seeing Luo Ying, with 3 gold-level beasts, they didn't want her to succeed. The battle intensified, many parties entered the fight, and while Luo Ying faced off against the attackers, she initially had an advantage with her 3 gold-tier beasts.
But as the battle stagnated, gradually, Luo Ying couldn't hold on anymore.
Her promotion wasn't permanent, it lasted less than an hour, and that hour quickly passed. She could only push to the mouth of the valley, eventually losing the creation fruit in the fray.
Damn it!
Falling to the ground and watching the already lost creation fruit, Luoying knew she had missed her chance, cursing in frustration, and wanted to get up, but looking at the few remaining guards around her, she could only grit her teeth and give up. The next to catch the creation fruit was also a member of a prominent family. Yifan didn't know his exact identity, but he appeared even more pathetic and frantic, fighting until his companions were wiped out, ultimately being pierced through the chest by a sword. Following this was like a relay race, one after another, members of prominent families entered the scene, grabbing the creation fruit and rushing toward the mouth of the valley, but not having gone far before it was stolen away. They all had strength. There is no one-to-many crushing, only this succession one after another. The number of people in the valley is rapidly decreasing, from originally hundreds or thousands, soon, only a little over 100 are left. The ground is covered with blood and severed limbs, the smell of blood fills the air, some find it nauseating. But in the midst of it all, the battle continues, everyone is fighting with all their might, not feeling fear because of the terror, instead, it's as if they have caught the scent of blood, displaying a bloody frenzy. These people are all acting like they are crazy. Watching this scene, Fatty Li, who has already experienced many battles, feels somewhat uncomfortable, looking pale as he casts a glance at Yifan. People are just like this. When there are no restraints, they can be more bloodthirsty than wolves. Yifan shakes his head, but there's nothing wrong, everyone has their own goals, and to achieve those goals, anything goes. Get ready, we are going to make our move. As soon as the words fell, the latest successors of the creation fruit finally rushed out of the valley. That person seemed to be just a rich kid, lacking strength, but at the moment he burst out of the valley holding the creation fruit, seeing the bright and white exterior, a relieved smile appeared on his face. But then, in the next moment, a sharp knife pierced through his chest. The lad's face changed dramatically, he turned his head in disbelief, and when he saw the person beside him, he could only utter his last words, "Jia, didn't we agree? My dad will give you those things, you help me. Did you really think your family has the qualifications to negotiate with me?" Jia snorted coldly, pulling out the blade and roughly pushing that person aside, taking the creation fruit for himself. At the same time, a group of people quickly shielded Jia. By now, there were still over 20 people around him, and the remaining people rushed over, making it impossible to stop him at that moment. Having already rushed out of the valley, the open terrain allowed them to escape the encirclement. Soon, Jia dashed over hundreds of meters with the creation fruit. This guy, still able to endure as always. Watching this scene, Yifan shook his head, his pace still unhurried, so many people are fighting desperately, yet he's hidden away like a merchant's son, and at the last moment, he strikes. As expected of him, always so venomous. Yifan, Jia is getting away. Beside him, Fatty Li and the others appeared anxious, those people were desperate to compete before, now, they can't possibly stop Jia who has been taking it easy. He can't escape, there are still people who haven't made their move. Yifan remains calm, his gaze fixed on the distance, as if waiting for that figure. Clop, clop. Ahead, Jia, holding the creation fruit, looked at the forest that was now appearing, a spark of excitement gleamed in his eyes. As long as he charged into the woods and shook off these people, just a little further ahead would be a straight path, at that point, he could completely break free from the secret realm. Humph, a bunch of trash, fighting me for the creation fruit. Throwing a glance at the relentless crowd behind him, Jia snorted coldly, his gaze shifting to the calm Yifan at the back, revealing a hint of ferocity. Yifan, wait until I get the creation fruit. If I can become double a grade, killing you will be like killing a dog. With a curse, Jia turned back and rushed forward, but a figure stood quietly there ahead, bare-chested, seemingly waiting for a long time. Who are you? Seeing this figure, Jia paused, clearly feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from the other person. Jade Dragon. The figure across answered, his eyes fixed on Jia like a sharp sword. Faced with this sharp gaze, Jia's heart trembled, instinctively averting his eyes. Observing Jia's reaction, the Jade Dragon only snorted coldly, then spread out his hand, "Give me the creation fruit, and you may spare a life." "You're so bold." This was something Jia could not tolerate, he instantly shouted angrily, waving his hand, the silver 9-star beast, imbued with divine powers beast-controlling talent appeared. "Get out of the way, don't block my path here." Saying this, the imposing beast charged forward, equally boosted by a grade. Still focused on power, the Qianquan beast at this moment had nearly reached golden strength. This charge was like a mountain, and facing this mountain, the bare-chested Jia Bailong simply watched calmly, until the Qianquan beast rushed in front of him, then opening his mouth, he exhaled a breath. "What kind of trash are you, to dare to confront me?" Boom! As the words fell, Jia Bailong struck out with a punch that felt like it carried hundreds of millions of tons of weight, instantly tearing apart the branches behind him with its wind. Thud! His fist collided with the Qianquan beast, and the next moment, the Qianquan beast was blasted away like a cannonball, soaring past Jia's ear and crashing into the mountain. The world fell silent at this moment, not just Jia, but even those chasing after him. Everyone stared at the Qianquan beast embedded in the mountain wall, then at the unmoving Jia Bailong, a chill slowly rising in their hearts. "A bunch of trash, what right do you have to compete for the fruit of creation?"
Besides dog eats dog, what else can you do? Jia Bailong just mocked, walking towards Jia.
At this moment, Jia, who seemed as rigid as a stone sculpture, did not resist, allowing Jia Bailong to take the fruit of creation from his hand. Until Jia Bailong turned to leave, Jia finally opened his mouth and struggled to speak.
What was the name of that punch just now?
Hearing this voice, Jia Bailong snorted coldly, but still waved his hand. My punch was passed down from my ancestors, without a clear name.
If you really want a name, you could call it Million-Ton Heavy Punch. Chapter 157, The Final Confrontation.
As Jia Bailong entered, the atmosphere in the field became somewhat stiff. Few knew Jia Bailong's identity, but those who did all changed their expressions at this moment.
Damn it, how can he have the fruit of creation?
The captain of the Dynasty organization team spat, looking at Jia Bailong. He couldn't stand Jia Bailong's foul temper, but at the same time, he roughly understood the horror of the other party, and after witnessing that punch, he became even more terrified. A punch from a silver 9-star could knock away a top-level Beastmaster with golden strength. Jia Bailong's strength probably approached that of a transcendent Beastmaster of the same level, and it wouldn't be impossible to say he was a rare breed.
Freak!
After cursing, that captain didn't pursue, waving his hand to prepare to retreat with the people by his side.
Click-clack.
But they hadn't had time to retreat when Yifan, carrying a heavy sword, walked past with Fatty Li and others, seemingly not noticing them at all as he looked towards the distant Jia Bailong. Being ignored made the captain even more furious, as if more fuel had been added to the fire.
If we can't deal with Jia Bailong, can't we handle you?
After saying this, he raised his hand, a glimmer shimmering, and a winged beast pounced towards Yifan. At this moment, Yifan turned his head, looking at the charging winged beast with some impatience.
I don't even want to kill you, yet you insist on wasting my time. Boom!
The heavy sword struck, cleaving the winged beast in half, not even allowing it to let out a piercing scream, as it dropped to the ground like a block of tofu. The captain of the Dynasty organization was stunned, watching Yifan slowly walk towards him. Panic gripped him. But at this moment, panic was of no use. With the dragon spirit awakened, Yifan, even without summoning force, could unleash near golden strength with this heavy sword, combined with his terrifying combat ability. Within no time, he wiped out the remaining remnants.
Yifan, Jia Bailong has left, should we chase? Fatty Li finally spoke.
Of course we should chase.
He is very strong.
Chin Peng next to him voiced the worries of the few, strong to the point of absurdity. If the captain wants to compete with him, what if? I've already thought about competing with him, whether he is strong or not, I will still compete. Yifan shook his head, glancing at the others, feeling a bit helpless. To say he is strong is true, but not absurd. Remember what I told you before? Evaluating strength is not just about looking at levels, it's about considering combat power at the same rank.
True strong candidates have impressive combat abilities even among peers. This is why the college entrance examination uses peer mirroring assessments.
In the same rank, being able to win against the elite or the inferior is merely being ordinary. Being able to defeat the extraordinary is quite good, while beating the exceptional is top-notch. Only competing with the rare breeds counts as a real top-tier powerhouse. His strength just now wasn't fully revealed, but it should be at the level of extraordinary beast masters at the same rank, which isn't too unreasonable.
Defeating an extraordinary opponent of the same rank sounds already absurd.
Li Fati mumbled, I find it a bit difficult just to fight against the elite of the same rank. You still need time to grow, that's normal.
Besides, Jia Bailong isn't an ordinary person.
Yifan shook his head, looking thoughtfully in the direction Jia Bailong had left. If it weren't for the fact that I don't hit women, you would have been dead by now. With a thud, in the jungle, the pursuing Luo Ying was sent flying backward by a hit from Jia Bailong, watching her beast companions lose their fight power beside her, feeling somewhat helpless. If she hadn't used an upgrade, her 3 silver 9-star beasts might have been able to entangle Jia Bailong after leveling up. But at this moment, Jia Bailong didn't even have to exert much effort to knock her down.
The gap between them felt like heaven and earth.
This oppressive feeling made Luo Ying, who always considered herself a peerless talent, find it hard to accept. The last time she lost to Yifan, she might have used the excuse of being unprepared. This time losing to Jia Bailong was a complete crushing defeat.
Who exactly are you? Which family's disciple are you? Finally speaking up as she watched Jia Bailong about to leave, Luo Ying asked.
I said, I am Jia Bailong, Jia Bailong replied, seemingly impatient, as for my family, you trash have no right to ask. These words made Luo Ying grit her teeth. This kind of defeat was truly hard to accept. Facing an unassailable opponent was one thing, but having the opponent call her trash made her mindset shatter.
This humiliation was hard for Luo Ying to bear.
Looking at Jia Bailong, who was standing still, she whispered, if I ever have the chance, I will definitely kill you. As her voice fell, footsteps approached, and Jia Bailong walked toward Luo Ying. This instantly made Luo Ying anxious, wanting to back away, but the feeling of humiliation held her back.
Trash is just trash, what else can you say other than threats? Jader Bailong finally stopped in front of Luoying and said just one sentence.
Luoying opened her mouth, about to respond, but not far away, a teasing voice called out.
Jader Bailong, your mouth is as nasty as ever.
This voice was quite familiar, and Luoying seemed a bit surprised. She looked up to see it was indeed Yifan arriving with a large sword.
Yifan. Luoying spoke up.
At this moment, feeling humiliated, her emotions surged and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably.
No need to feel touched, I'm not here to save you, Yifan's voice rang out.
Then he looked at Jader Bailong. I just know someone will be here waiting for me for a challenge.
These words froze Luoying.
She saw Yifan looking at her while, at the same time, Jader Bailong was also intently staring at Yifan. Clearly, the two seemed to disregard her presence entirely. I might as well be dead then, Luoying felt doubly humiliated at this moment, burying her face in her clothes, saying nothing more.
I think since you dare to charge into the valley, you wouldn't hesitate to compete for the creation fruit with me, Jader Bailong said, looking at Yifan, seeming a bit scrutinizing. You are Yifan? That's me. Yifan nodded.
So it's you, no wonder you dared to make eye contact with me outside the valley.
Jader Bailong nodded.
For the strong ones, he did not insult them with garbage words, but merely nodded slightly to Yifan.
Having dealt with the trash, now let's decide the ownership of this fortune fruit? Good.
Yifan nodded, showing no sign of disdain, lowered his body, and gripped the heavy sword. Seeing Yifan's actions, Jader Bailong narrowed his eyes, but he did not hesitate, throwing a punch as powerful as the previous million-ton fist.
Draw the sword.
Yifan spoke at this moment, drawing the heavy sword, and his aura instantly soared, with the wind howling along the path.
Boom!
The punch and sword clashed, the tremendous force causing both to stagger back several steps. As this sword fell, just as Jader Bailong steadied himself, his expression changed.
You are the descendant of the Sword Saint? Chapter 158, The Perfect Way.
I shouldn't be considered a descendant of the Sword Saint, I can only say that I have learned his swordsmanship.
Yifan stood not far from Jader Bailong, holding the sword in his hand, his gaze slightly flickering.
When he first acquired swordsmanship, he had some guesses about its master and came to understand the concept of the human king. Now encountering Jader Bailong, the recognition confirmed the impressive identity of the swordsmanship's master. To learn the Sword Saint's swordsmanship, it seems you have extraordinary insight.
Jader Bailong spoke, with a rare compliment in his words. The Sword Saint was on good terms with my ancestor, he was the most respected elder and protector of my ancestor. I must say, we have some connections. Your ancestor was truly a human king? Yifan questioned, slightly curious.
Of course, my ancestor was the leader of humanity in this world, having suppressed the magical beasts for 300 years.
Speaking of his background, Jader Bailong couldn't help but feel proud. If it weren't for my ancestor's innate kindness, reluctant to bring suffering to living beings, those outer domain magical beasts would have been completely exterminated long ago. I see.
Hearing this, Yifan slightly nodded, refraining from saying much. He admired the human king, a supreme power that could dominate the ages, and even without a physical body, his legendary name could endure for many years.
The strength of your human king lineage should also come from the glory of your ancestors, right?
Thinking of something, Yifan spoke, his eyes bright. Your punching technique seems to have been transformed from that of magical beasts. Such techniques have high demands on physique, and it's hard for ordinary humans to execute. Your physique is obviously different from that of ordinary people, not a hybrid bloodline, yet your blood vitality surpasses those who possess hybrid bloodlines. This should be the reason you can execute such punching techniques.
Upon hearing Yifan's words, Jader Bailong's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Clearly, Yifan had seen through him. I am a descendant of the human king, indeed born with a strong physique.
Jader Bailong admitted confidently, glancing at Yifan, continuing, my inheritance is also extraordinary, the body techniques and breathing methods I possess are on a higher level than those of ordinary people. I measure myself against magical beasts of the same level, to defeat me is very hard.
That isn't necessarily true.
A slight smile appeared on Yifan's face as he looked at Jader Bailong, raising his hand as three beast companions appeared beside him. He had enough confidence and preparation, in this life, even if it were the human king's descendants, at the same level, he would still compete. Perhaps I may not match you in strength, but I have many paths, all of which are top-notch.
Now, that sounds interesting.
Hearing this, Jader Bailong laughed, with a hint of combat spirit in his eyes.
If that's the case, let's fight passionately.
After speaking, Jader Bailong once again struck with a punch, still leading with the same million-ton heavy punch. Yifan was not polite, he swept his heavy sword, notably using a thrust while the three beast companions each launched their own attacks. The battle was about to ignite, and at that moment, the strengths of the two top geniuses were fully displayed. Jader Bailong's terrifying physique, compared to the power of the hybrid beasts, still had the upper hand. Yet Yifan was not weak either, although he did not have the advantage in direct confrontation, his terrifying combat skills and awareness still provided him with almost the same lethality as Jader Bailong. In the jungle, with no pursuers, Jayat Bailong and Yifan fought joyously, each showcasing their magical abilities, employing various techniques such as body techniques, boxing, swordplay, beast taming, and even formations for attack and defense. A king-level reborn powerhouse and an undefeated descendant with the bloodline of a king displayed their terrifying depths. In this silver-level arena, they revealed many techniques that even those at the gold level could not comprehend or execute. Boom! 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 The great trees in the jungle were continuously swept away. The battle between the two was like a tornado, wildly destroying everything around them. Luoying, who had initially buried her head on the ground, could not withstand it and slipped to the side. Oh my god, is this a battle of two silver-level warriors? On the edge of the battlefield, Fat Li and others stood there, watching the battle in the arena, their eyes filled with astonishment. So strong, it completely looks like something that humans can't achieve. Chen Ping also spoke up, but his gaze was more on Jayat Bailong. He practiced body techniques and understood the horror of Jayat Bailong very well. His step punch was similar to a sudden explosive technique like a million-ton heavy fist. However, even with Chen Peng's training in the waking insect law physique, which had already surpassed ordinary people, using the step punch would still impose significant pressure on him, and after a few uses, he would also sustain injuries. Jayat Bailong's million-ton heavy punch was even more terrifying. That single punch drew upon all the strength of his body. If he threw such a punch, the backlash could seriously injure him. Yet in Jayat Bailong's hands, that kind of boxing technique seemed burdenless and was used freely. A freakish physique, Chen Peng voiced, showing a hint of worry. I wonder if the team leader can win. He can win, Ma Shishua's voice rang out, steady and firm. At the sound of her voice, Fat Li and the others froze for a moment. Ma Shishua was usually very reticent, and this was the first time she took the initiative to speak. Yifan has an incredibly steadfast heart. For powerful warriors at this level, if their strength is similar, then who has the stronger heart, that person can win. Ma Shishua did not look at the others but kept her gaze fixed on Yifan, and then, as if resolutely, she said, I will always believe he will win. Advisor, Yifan's strength is even more terrifying than we imagined. On a distant hill, the group led by Swan Sancheng stood tall, watching Yifan and Jayat Bailong battle far away. Jayat Bailong's physique is frightening, he looks like a human beast, Red Sleeve exclaimed, covering her mouth as she watched Jayat Bailong rampaging through the arena. What's terrifying about Jayat Bailong is not his physique, but what he represents. Swan Sancheng shook his head, gazing into the distance with a deep look in his eyes. The family that can raise such a monster is perhaps unimaginably powerful. Could it be stronger than the 8 great families of the capital? Red Sleeve asked. The 8 great families of the capital, huh? Swan Sancheng snorted lightly. What is presented before ordinary people is merely the so-called strength of the secular world. Once he spoke, the others fell silent, but Wang Tu looked at the battle and spoke. It seems Yifan is about to be defeated. He can't withstand Jayat Bailong. No, it's Jayat Bailong who was about to be defeated, Swan Sancheng replied, pondering slightly. Jayat Bailong's hard strength is strong, but his battle awareness and ability to control the battle situation fall far short compared to Yifan. In a battle without a direct crush, this kind of fight is like an old man playing with a child. You can look closely, at most in 15 exchanges, Jayat Bailong will fall into a disadvantage. As soon as the words were spoken, not much time passed before the situation in the arena suddenly changed. With Jayat Bailong's heavy punch missing, Yifan rushed forward, and at the same time, 3 beasts also charged in. The well-timed attack had almost become a chain reaction, forcing Jayat Bailong to retreat continuously. Truly miraculous. Watching this scene, Wang Tu marveled, military advisor, how did you discover this? It's obvious. You have fought too few battles and encountered too few experts. When you meet more in the future, you will naturally understand. Swan Sancheng waved his hand, observing the arena, shaking his feather fan, but his eyes contained an uncontainable shock. One person cultivates 100 paths, my divine I can hardly find his flaws. This Yifan seeks to accomplish the perfect path and walk the truly against the world road. Chapter 159 Victory and Defeat. The Perfect Path. Nearby, Wang Tu seemed to have heard the military advisor's words and leaned in. Military advisor, what is the perfect path? It is a road without weaknesses, Swan Sancheng replied, shaking his head. Some people are talented in body techniques, some in beast taming, and some in formations. Each path has its strengths and weaknesses. But if some paths are combined to strengthen the weak, after reaching a certain level, it can be called the perfect path. You can see from the battle between Yifan and Jayat Bailong that Jayat Bailong knows many techniques, but they all relate to body techniques and fighting. Yifan, on the other hand, knows many things: swordsmanship, body techniques, beast taming, even beast spirits and formations. Moreover, his proficiency in these paths is not low, forming a closed loop. What is strong is his combat awareness, but in reality, what makes him truly strong is that he knows a lot and can use it perfectly. That's why Jayat Bailong has no way to defeat him. To put it simply, Jayat Bailong's combat power may be 99.1, mastering body techniques beyond the top genius. But Yi Fan's swordsmanship is 99, beast taming is 99, and various 99s combined bring him close to the threshold of 100.
99 and 100, the difference doesn't seem too big.
Hong Xiu had a somewhat different opinion. Yi Fan has to know so much to only slightly surpass Jia Bai Long, it feels not worth it. It'd be better to focus energy on one path and make that path a 100.
No one can reach perfection on a single path.
Even if they reach the extreme, like Jia Bai Long, there will still be clear weaknesses. At most, they will still lack 1 point. Xuan Sansheng spoke, his gaze fixated on Yi Fan. Only by walking the perfect path and combining these roads can one possibly achieve it.
So, is Yi Fan already on the perfect path, a score of 100?
Hong Xiu seemed a bit concerned, asking earnestly.
Not exactly.
At most, he has a rough form. The roads he has cultivated have formed a closed loop, allowing him to surpass monsters like Jia Bai Long at this stage. But to reach perfection, all his paths must approach the level of Jia Bai Long's one path, or even surpass it.
After saying this, Xuan Sansheng exhaled, the light in his eyes fading as he released a deep breath. No wonder he wants to seize the creation fruit.
Once he gets the creation fruit, his mastery in beast taming can break through a limit.
With this limit, if he acquires some terrifying breathing technique, or obtains some top-level swordsmanship.
At this point, Xuan Sansheng did not continue, a strange light flashing in his eyes as he recalled Yi Fan's earlier recruitment. If he is that person who can defy heaven, if I follow him, can I also change the destined fate? After hesitating for a long time, Xuan Sansheng finally redirected his gaze to the few people beside him.
Wang Tu, Hong Xiu, it was they who saved him.
More often than not, they were like family to him. He was the most terrifying heir of the Yin Tian sect. Without strength, even just formulating strategies could already change their fates. But without him, these few people, Wang Tu, competitive and drinking-loving, Hong Xiu, indecisive and fond of men, the little brother, aimless and muddled.
Thinking of this, in the end, Xuan Sansheng just shook his head.
The gaze shifted away from the battlefield, waving a feather fan.
It's over.
The outcome of the contest for the divine fruit has been decided.
We should go home. Boom.
In the center of the battle, with a heavy sword strike from Yi Fan, the already exhausted Gad Baolong finally knelt halfway to the ground. His massive body was covered in various scars, but these injuries seemed powerless to cause him any pain. He merely gritted his teeth and prepared to rise again to fight. If we keep fighting, it will come down to life or death. Yi Fan's voice rang out at this moment. He had not gained much advantage either. His 3 beasts had already returned to the beast space heavily injured, and the dragon spirit in his sword was also too weak to hold on. His clothes were tattered, his hands bleeding. Your remaining strength is not enough for you to unleash a few more of those heavy punches.
If you can't knock me down in 3 punches, you will die. Of course, if you are unwilling, you can take a gamble and try to defeat me within those 3 punches.
As the words fell, Gad Baolong fell silent, looking at Yi Fan, his eyes shimmering with a hint of brilliance. But in the end, Gad Baolong did not throw a punch. He took off a ring and threw it to Yi Fan. This is a storage ring, ownerless.
The divine fruit is inside.
Good. Yi Fan took the ring, focused his thoughts, confirmed that the divine fruit was inside, and nodded.
You are strong. I have never encountered anyone who could defeat me at the same level. Gad Baolong replied. It's not a defeat. You haven't thrown those 3 punches yet.
Yi Fan shook his head.
I know those 3 punches cannot knock you down. Your condition is better than mine.
You have a very strong body technique, which is even comparable to mine. Gad Baolong answered confidently, glancing at Yi Fan, suddenly saying, you have learned swordsmanship, body technique, can control beasts, can nurture beast spirits, and just now used some techniques related to formations.
What you are practicing is the perfect path. Perfect path?
Upon hearing this name, Yi Fan squinted his eyes slightly. He indeed had not thought about the perfect path, he just wanted to acquire more means of fate in this life. But with Gad Baolong mentioning it, Yi Fan suddenly felt a bit enlightened. What he practiced seemed to align with the concept of the perfect path. The perfect path is very difficult to practice.
The way of heaven has its flaws.
In the past, there have been exceptionally talented individuals who practiced the perfect path, yet no one ever succeeded.
Gad Baolong looked at Yi Fan.
At this moment, having lost, he felt little resentment, speaking with a hint of sincerity, there are challenges for kings.
The stronger one is, the harder it is to ascend to kingship. Even the war king of yesteryear eventually fell under the tribulation lightning of kings, right? The war king died under the tribulation lightning of kings?
Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's eyes suddenly narrowed.
Wasn't it said that the war king was killed by the dynasty organizations and the beast king dynasty?
Pretty much, but what I mean is that he was severely injured due to the tribulation lightning, which led him to be attacked by those petty individuals.
Gad Baolong replied. In that case, that makes sense. Yi Fan nodded. Thank you for the reminder.
The perfect path or whatever, I never planned to practice it, but if I can succeed, I wouldn't refuse.
For people like us, if there is a road to perfection, how could we not walk it? That is true. This statement seemed to gain Gad Balong's approval. He smiled and, quite generously, stood up. Well, although I lost today, this battle was what I longed for. Losing once is nothing. If there is a chance in the future, I will challenge you again.
Upon hearing this, Yi Fan smiled and nodded.
I won't say much more.
My elders are waiting outside, and if I delay too long, it might cause trouble. Gad Balong, however, was left a bit puzzled by Yi Fan's smile. He dusted off his clothes and strode away, waving goodbye to Yi Fan. You better not get lost in the pursuit of the perfect path.
Dying under the heavenly lightning would be quite meaningless.
I still have some paths to refine.
Next time, you may not win against me. Then let's wait and see. Hearing these words, Yi Fan nodded, watching Jader Bailong's departing figure with a hint of a smile in his eyes.
In today's battle, he had somewhat taken advantage of experience. If given the chance, he was also eagerly looking forward to fighting a fully grown Jader Bailong. The path of the strong is lonely. If there's an equally strong opponent to compete with along the way, that would truly be interesting.
Chapter 160, The Storm Approaches. Yi Fan, you won. You won.
As the battle ended and at the moment Jader Bailong left, Fat Li came over and helped the slightly staggering Yi Fan.
I won.
Yi Fan replied, a smile on his face as he looked at the ring in his hand, letting out a long breath. With the creation fruit, this was truly the start of his rise.
Captain, what should we do now? Should we take advantage of this moment when there are fewer people and rush out, or should we recover a bit?
Chen Peng also came over, his heart full of excitement as he saw Yi Fan win the match. Captain, we still have fighting power, we can give our all to send you out.
It's fine, no one dares to provoke us.
Yi Fan waved his hand, just one Jader Bailong is enough to scare them to death, facing me is merely a joke.
We can just walk out openly, once we are outside, you all follow behind me.
Saying this, Yi Fan took another breath, practicing his breathing technique, drawing in large amounts of spiritual energy to restore his strength. Not much time passed before Yi Fan stood up straight, glanced at the few people beside him, and looked around at the surrounding ruins, feeling a surge of heroic spirit arise within him. Let's go, from now on, we will shine brightly.
No one can stop our rise anymore.
As he spoke, Yi Fan stepped forward, dragging his heavy sword behind him. The others were stirred by his words, invigorated, following Yi Fan as they walked outward.
In the secret realm, everyone saw this group of people. From a distance, it looked like an army, all of them retreating in fear.
On the wide road, no one dared to block them. Perhaps this was the power of strength. When you are strong enough, just your presence can make others retreat.
How could a wolf dare to stare directly at the king of all beasts?
In place, Luoying watched the retreating figures, her eyes filled with surprise that was hard to hide. She had witnessed the battle between Yi Fan and Jader Bailong, and even personally clashed with Jader Bailong. To be able to defeat Jader Bailong head-on, even at the silver level, was enough to leave people in shock. Such a person has obtained the creation fruit.
Luoying spoke, her voice slightly trembling as if she was unaware of it. The more talented one is, the more they see and understand the implications of certain events.
In this secret realm, speaking not of all the top young talents, but Jader Bailong's defeat could almost be said to have allowed Yi Fan to suppress all outstanding peers of the same level. At this moment, his only weakness was the lack of beast-taming talent, but this victory would compensate for that weakness, even turning that weakness into his greatest strength. Such a person, if he grows up, will likely suppress a generation, becoming the strongest king among his peers. The Battle King was like this back in his day, sweeping through and suppressing a generation, but in the end, he still failed to ascend the throne and died with regret. Does Yi Fan aim to fulfill the Battle King's regrets? Thinking of this, Luoying spoke, her gaze seemingly flickering with images, for a long while, looking at Yi Fan's back, finally speaking slowly, with a hint of doubt and confusion in her eyes.
Could he be the reincarnation of the Battle King? With centuries of cultivation, the gap between classes is like a chasm. How could an ordinary family's abandoned child suddenly rise and reverse their fate like this? Outside the secret realm, many had already been waiting for a long time. Some were in the clouds, while others sat on the ground outside. Most of them were incredibly strong.
It was not people who should appear in Ping City, but because of this battle for the divine fruit, they all gathered here. Different people wore different expressions on their faces. Some were filled with expectation, some with worry, and others carried a hint of malice.
Boom! Boom!
At one moment, the entrance of the secret realm trembled, and one person hurriedly stumbled out, his luxurious clothes indicating that he was from a prominent family.
Zheng Heng, where is the young master? As soon as this person appeared, a middle-aged man outside urgently shouted.
Zhang Heng, anxious, saw the middle-aged man and burst into tears, quickly saying, "Second family head, the young master. The young master was attacked and killed by others while fighting for the divine fruit."
What?
Hearing this news like a bolt from the blue, the second family head of the Zhang family immediately became dizzy and almost fell backward.
More, my more.
In the next moment, the second family head cried out, his voice spreading and raising the hearts of many people around. Soon, one by one, people emerged from the secret realm, and corresponding family heads rushed to inquire. There was not a single good piece of news, every family suffered heavy casualties, and this secret realm battle seemed even more brutal than they had imagined. Many people collapsed, especially those families whose successors had personally entered the arena, were furious on the spot.
Who killed my son?
At one moment, a devastated family head learned about his family's misfortune. Unable to accept it, he roared and grabbed a surviving servant, almost screaming, "Tell me, who?"
It was.
The servant trembled and could only utter one name, Jade Dragon. His name is Jade Dragon. The young master was killed while battling with him.
Jade Dragon. Upon hearing this unfamiliar name, the family head became even more furious. He had never heard of the Jade family, did not know the lineage of the king of humans, and now, even more so, he was enraged by a descendant of an unknown family. Where are the Jade family people? Come out and pay for my son's life.
He roared, but no one responded. They all looked at him coldly. However, soon, more and more people stepped out. The name Jade Dragon was repeated again and again, and they began to panic. That Jade Dragon had caused more than 20 family heirs to die under his hand.
More critically, he had taken the divine fruit. Either piece of news could drive anyone mad.
More and more families gathered together, preparing to put pressure on this unknown Jade family.
Of course, not everyone was a fool, some knew what the word Jade meant. Those lofty big families merely looked coldly at the crowd, their faces devoid of any expression.
Some were cursing, while others were hurling indiscriminate insults at this unknown family.
Who exactly is the elder of Jade Dragon? Your kid has committed such a huge crime and you don't come out to explain? Is Jade Dragon an orphan, or is your Jade family a bunch of spineless losers?
Once these two sentences were shouted, suddenly, the weather outside the secret realm darkened.
Say what you just said again.
A gigantic man descended from the clouds. He was extremely robust, his height might be 15 feet. As he landed, he stood before the person who spoke. The oppressive feeling of such a giant instantaneously made the family head panic, but the many people behind him seemed to bolster his confidence. He braced his neck against the giant, like a child stubbornly arguing with a teacher. What I said, is you this.
Boom.
Before his words could finish, the gigantic palm struck, and before his voice hung in the air, the man was turned into dust by one blow. Clearly, the family head was not a child who would argue back, and the giant was not a teacher who would forgive you. The area fell silent. The family head was not particularly strong, but he was an eternal level powerhouse, and in such a face-off, he instantly vanished. It was hard to imagine the power of this giant. The crowd was silent, the giant merely looked coldly around at those who had previously hurled insults. When the king of humanity was alive, all subjects were submissive. But after hundreds of thousands of years, how dare you people speak such words against the lineage of the king? Jade Dragon is the only inheritor of the king of humanity in this generation. With strength, he obtained the fruit of creation.
How can you insignificant people dare to speak out? I see you have forgotten the weight of the words king of humanity. Boom.
As he spoke, the terrifying aura of the giant exploded forth, and he walked toward those people, seemingly wanting to start a massacre.
Rumble.
As he stretched out his giant hand, the portal shook once again. Jade Dragon stepped out from the portal, looking at the giant who was about to get angry, and sighed in relief. Third uncle, I knew that if I came out a little later, you would be angry again.
Grandmother said not to kill indiscriminately.
This group of insignificant people has dirty mouths, they should be taught a lesson.
The giant replied, but he no longer had the intention to strike. He waved his hand, pulling Jade Dragon to his side. Nephew, did you get the fruit of creation?
No. Jade Dragon smiled bitterly. I met an opponent in the secret realm and lost to him, so the fruit of creation went to him.
Lost to him? This statement made the giant's body shake. Looking at Jade Dragon, he instinctively asked, did he ambush you? Or were you seriously injured? Neither, it was a fair and square battle, and he defeated me head-on. Jade Dragon replied, looking quite generous.
However, his generosity was genuine, and many around him who knew his identity were a bit nervous, while the giant was also disheveled in the wind.
Who is it? Which young person of this generation could defeat you? The giant spoke, seemingly voicing everyone's anxiety.
And Jade Dragon did not hesitate, knowing all the eyes were on him. He simply smiled and said, his surname is Yi, and I think he is probably a member of the Yi family, but it seems he has no dragon eye bloodline. Upon hearing this, multiple shocks erupted from the clouds. Clearly, Jade Dragon may have had good intentions, not wanting to reveal Yi Fan's true identity, but he did not know that this statement had become the answer instead. The Yi family is descended from dragon slayers. Most who lack dragon eyes are quietly unknown, and recently there has only been one person rising like a new star.
Heh, it is actually this child.
A cold voice sounded, followed by several echoes. The sky darkened completely, and it seemed thunder rolled.
Everyone's eyes focused on the portal, waiting for that person to come out.
The undercurrent surged, and with Jade Dragon's words, a storm was quickly brewing outside the secret realm.
Chapter 161, Coming. I seem to have said the wrong thing. Sensing the change in atmosphere, Jade Dragon's face changed slightly as he quietly looked at the giant beside him. Do they all know Yifan? How would I know?
Your second uncle has always looked down on talking to these insignificant people, the giant replied, seemingly still immersed in the emotion of not being able to accept that Jade Dragon had lost. You brat, losing to someone else, and still worrying about others.
But it's rare to have an opponent, isn't it? Otherwise, it's so boring to always fight with those trash. Jade Dragon responded.
Their conversation did not lower in volume, and at that moment, their voices reached outside the secret realm. Many people lightly coughed, clearly feeling that this statement had somewhat offended their pitiful pride.
The giant and Jade Dragon did not linger for long.
After saying a few words, the somewhat unhappy giant stopped caring about Jade Dragon's thoughts and simply pulled him away from here. As soon as the two left, the oppressive atmosphere outside the secret realm seemed to transmit. Everyone remained silent, quietly looking at the entrance. Soon, a figure appeared from the portal. It was Yifan. The sky suddenly sounded like thunder exploding, numerous powerful pressures descended. Yifan also felt the change in atmosphere, fell silent for a moment, then smiled, seemingly indifferent to these pressures, looking up at the sky above.
How is it, esteemed seniors? Do you want to congratulate me on taking the creation fruit? Yifan, do you know your crime?
As soon as these words were spoken, a thunderous sound echoed in the sky.
In the secret realm, why did you dare to kill a member of my clan? In the secret realm's contest, fairness and justice reign. If one is outmatched, they deserve to die.
Yifan merely snorted, then looked up and said, "The senior speaking, you should ask, why did your clan's younger generation dare to fight me?"
Bold.
It seemed this statement left the person in the clouds speechless, and they cursed angrily, then said, "What is your identity?"
How dare you speak to me like this?
What my identity is, that won't change, Yifan replied, the corner of his eye raising slightly. But this senior, by saying that, do you mean your identity is very precious? Upon hearing this, the person in the clouds seemed choked, snorted coldly, but no longer spoke.
Clearly, he was unwilling to reveal his identity.
Yifan, however, did not rush to say anything. He just made a gesture to the chubby Li and others behind him, signaling them to follow him. At this moment, he was not afraid of anything. He had prepared well before coming here, and instead, he wanted to do more. After all, they had baited him to the secret realm. Now that the bait had been eaten by him, how could they be willing to let him go? Esteemed seniors, if there is nothing else, Yifan will take his leave. Saying this casually, Yifan took a step forward, seemingly unconcerned about the oppressive pressure above him, and simply walked outward. The crowd was silent, seemingly watching Yifan leave quietly, but still, someone couldn't hold their silence and spoke first.
Yifan, you injured so many people in the secret realm, do you not owe us an explanation?
Upon this remark, it seemed to voice thoughts from many people, and several spoke in agreement.
Yes, will you not give an explanation? My younger generation died in vain?
Those were elites that our sect worked hard to cultivate, only to die in vain like this. As these voices emerged, a smile appeared on Yifan's face, and he stopped. Esteemed seniors, the trial in the secret realm is a dragon and tiger battle. I already said that if one is outmatched, they deserve to die, and I don't want to repeat it a second time.
Bold.
This time, the same words did not silence this group. One person shouted angrily, "The contest in the secret realm rewards the capable, but you are all of the human race, killing your own kind. What is your intention?" Our human race desires talented individuals who care for the people and hold the world in their hearts. With such a cruel heart, even with outstanding talent, you will never gain the recognition of the human race.
Esteemed senior, you are putting a huge hat on me.
Hearing this, Yifan shook his head and then waved dismissively. As for what human recognition is, I do not care, and I cannot achieve being considerate of the people.
Some people look human, but in truth, they do not deserve to be called human. Still quibbling.
Another person spoke. This time, he stated without providing reasons, "Esteemed seniors, this Yifan has a cruel heart. If we allow him to grow, he will surely bring disaster to the human race. We must kill him now, while he is still weak." As his voice fell, several people echoed their agreement. Instantly, a murderous intent filled the air. Facing this intense pressure, Yifan sneered continuously but remained unafraid, even too lazy to argue about right or wrong with them.
This is just a bunch of scoundrels wanting to find an excuse to kill me. Why bother to waste words?
Yifan scoffed and retaliated once more. If you want to kill me, just come. Hiding in the clouds is not any real skill. Seeing Yifan still arrogant and unyield. Where does such great confidence come from? One person spoke, and then, a tremendous giant hand fell from the sky, as if it was the foot of a great beast.
Boom!
This foot had not yet landed when an old man stepped out above Yifan, blocking this strike. In the competition for the secret realm, casualties are inevitable. I hope everyone can understand.
The elderly speaker was Pumi. Principal.
Seeing this old principal, Yifan was taken aback. Although he knew he wouldn't be harmed, he hadn't expected the first to come to his aid would be this principal he couldn't fully see through.
Pumi, do you want to speak up for your student? The person who struck from the clouds seemed somewhat displeased with Pumi's intervention. Isn't your school dedicated to nurturing students of good character? Do you really want to protect such a malevolent student?
Yifan is my student from high school, only 16 years old this year, with a pure heart. Perhaps he acted inappropriately in the secret realm, but you are all important figures. Adults should be magnanimous and understanding. Pumi responded, proving to be quite the crafty old fox, with his words so precise that the original speaker was left speechless.
Hurry and leave.
Pumi took the opportunity to signal Yifan. Yifan understood. Although he felt somewhat helpless, he still began to move. With Pumi protecting him, they covered some distance without anyone speaking up.
However, as they were about to depart, perhaps seeing no new figures emerge to protect Yifan, someone finally couldn't hold back.
Such a malicious child, how can we let him go today?
Boom! Boom!
After speaking, several figures descended from the clouds, blocking Pumi's path. The 4 talents of Cloud City. Seeing these individuals, Pumi was momentarily stunned, and then his expression changed slightly.
You are all renowned figures. Do you really want to strike a child? Who says it's only us?
The leader of the 4 talents of Cloud City spoke boldly, smiling rather arrogantly. We, the 4 talents of Cloud City, are committed to ridding the world of harm. If we do not kill such a future calamity of humanity, how can we achieve that?
But
Pumi began to speak, wanting to interject, but the 4 talents were impatient and acted directly. The scene changed dramatically. Yifan and the others were pushed back by Pumi, while Pumi himself surged forward. This old principal unleashed terrifying strength at that moment, managing to block all 4 attackers simultaneously. The battle reached a stalemate, but others couldn't sit still and appeared from the clouds. Soon, one after another, high-ups emerged from the clouds, standing in front of Yifan and the others.
Pumi finally couldn't hold on any longer and was knocked down after a short while. Pumi, I tell you, you might as well go home and retire peacefully, one person sneered. Do you still think you are the formidable principal of Magic City University back in the day? Now, you are just like those wasteful students of your high school. The Yi family hasn't sent anyone. Based on you alone, do you think you can protect Yifan and the Fruit of Fate?
As the words fell, a final figure emerged from the clouds, joining in the encirclement of Yifan. At this moment, with so many people gathering together, these powerful figures looked at Yifan and the downed Pumi, labeling them waste and poisonous tumors of humanity in turn.
Yifan, if you are sensible, I advise you to hand over the Fruit of Fate. If you do so, we might consider lightening your punishment.
Ha! Hearing this, Yifan laughed, looking at the crowd before him who no longer hid their intentions. Scenes fluttered in his mind as he looked up at the sky. There were still people up there, the 8 great families and some hidden clans. Surely there were still onlookers, yet at this moment, none spoke. My grandfather once fought in Windward City. Perhaps it was just like this, with a crowd of small birds chirping and dogs barking, while the gods merely watched from the sidelines.
Looking at the sky.
Yifan's face turned cold. He picked up the button beside him and pressed it, then spoke.
Since that's the case, sir, we will no longer hold back. Boom!
At the moment the voice fell, a powerful aura soared from the clouds. A pair of golden eyes pierced through the clouds like the scorching sun. The dragon's might spread, and a gigantic creature seemed to awaken, followed by the dignified voice of the old man. Yi Mao is here. Today, I will certainly purge you little rascals.
Chapter 162, Kill. Yi Mao. How could it be him? Didn't he have little time left due to the backlash of dragon blood?
Old Ye's aura surged at this moment, and everyone's faces changed dramatically, only to hear a thunderous sound as the old man landed. At this moment, the power of the dragon-eyed person showed its might. Those golden glowing eyes like substantial dragon might weigh down on everyone's hearts like a terrifying beast. He did not look at these people, only took a step towards Yifan, but everyone present felt anxious. Old Yi, we were just playing around with your young one, and the first to speak was the first to strike, from the 4 heroes of Cloud City, who now showed flattering expressions, though their flattery was filled with fear.
We didn't know Old Yi was still alive.
Before the words fell, Yi Mao had already raised his hand.
What are you, to dare speak such fox and wolf words in front of me?
With a thunderous sound, Old Yi casually waved his hand. A dragon form spread out. A massive dragon claw grasped the leader of the 4 heroes of Ping City, crushing him instantly. The sound was silent for a few seconds, and then everyone panicked. No one knew how strong Yi Mao's combat power was. Since he inherited the position of family head, he rarely acted, but now, just a casual strike made everyone tremble in fear.
His strength was absolutely not inferior to the giant from the Jiade family who had just acted.
Old Yi, we apologize for our offense, please forgive us. A person spoke out immediately, and faced with the unfavorable situation, he decisively chose to back down.
Since you know you have offended me, then why still ask for my forgiveness? Boom!
Another strike fell, and the one who spoke was killed on the spot. At this moment, everyone dared not speak. Yet Old Yi had no intention of letting these people off. He continued to step forward, gazing at the one who had just mocked Pumi and said, Principal Pumi has nurtured so many elites for our human race. He was gravely injured in order to protect students leaving the front line. That's how he ended up like this. Such a person, you dare to speak disrespectfully? Boom. Another strike fell, and Old Yi turned to look at another person. Your Zhang family has always been a group of sycophants, no need to say more. With each punch, Old Yi's fist seemed like the Grim Reaper. Anyone he looked at was struck down. It seemed he was in no hurry to protect Yi Fan, and was now on a killing spree. Yi Fan, your grandpa is really fierce. Beside Yi Fan, seeing Old Yi move through the crowd as if in no man's land, Fat Li couldn't help but be surprised, slightly sighing, is this the power of the king level? The king level is not just like this. Yi Fan smiled, grandpa should not have reached the king level, at the peak of glory, but after all, he is a dragonite individual, not far from someone who was crowned. Even so fierce is still not king level. Fat Li was speechless, glancing at the still killing Old Yi, he shrank his neck. Feels like Old Yi has gone berserk. Definitely not, the people grandpa is killing are basically related to the list we got earlier. Yi Fan replied, shaking his head, seeming to notice something. His mouth showed a hint of a smile as he looked to the sky. After all, there are still so many big fish lurking. If we don't kill more of their seeds, they won't come out. Those people in the clouds? Chen Peng approached. What kind of people are in the clouds? They are some top figures of the human race. Various stewards, family heads, and elders of big families. Yi Fan replied, curling his lip, there will be many people with considerable strength. Then, what about Elder Yi alone? Upon hearing this, Chen Peng's expression slightly showed worry. A person like the Lord won't do things without confidence. Every veteran who has retreated from the front lines is filled with wisdom. Yi Fan was confident, just nodding, clearly relaxing a little. We just need to wait for Elder Yi to handle it. Today will be a massive purge. Boom, Yi Lao once again killed a person on the spot and prepared to continue killing another. This time, someone in the clouds could not sit still. General Yi, although these people have offended the Yi family, they are quite powerful and useful to humanity. Isn't killing a few enough? Useful to humanity? Upon hearing this, Yi Lao paused his actions, looked up at the sky, and, with a change in his gaze, let out a breath. What? Our defender of Ping City wants to discuss something with this old man? I wouldn't dare. General Yi is a hero of humanity. I am merely offering a suggestion. The voice of Yen echoed, and Yi Mao recognized him, not hesitating to step out from the clouds. Yen, it's been a few years since I've seen you. Looking at Yen in front of him, Yi Mao narrowed his eyes, his gaze indeed somewhat icy. Did you participate in the Battle of Windward City back then? General Yi, I dare not speak of such things lightly. At these words, many people present changed their expressions, and Yen quickly shook his head. The Battle of Windward City was a trap carefully plotted by the dynasty's tumor to harm our human race's battle king. We, as warriors fighting for humanity on the front lines, could never have participated in this. If you didn't participate, then why are you speaking up for this scoundrel? Yi Mao pressed on, still glaring at Yen, pointing at a certain family head who looked ashen before him. The Song family of Ping City is a lackey of the dynasty. Don't you know that? The Song family. Hearing this, Yan's expression changed again as he glanced at the Song family head, his face showing a somewhat forced expression as he spoke. General Yi, on what basis do you say this? Basis? Oof. Yi Mao snorted coldly, casually taking out a booklet and tossing it in front of him. For the past 3 months, I've been investigating those colluding between Ping City and the dynasty. All the crimes of those listed are recorded here. Today, I have activated the Order of the Royal Sky Army. Now, we are encircling and slaughtering all members on the list in the city, and the people I have killed so far are all on this list. This. Upon hearing this, Yan's expression changed, and everyone in the clouds fell silent. Ping City has always been the territory where my Yi family stands firm. Now I want to eliminate the remnants of the dynasty. Ladies and gentlemen, do you have any objections? Yi Mao raised his head, addressing the sky. Since they are remnants of the dynasty, naturally they ought to be exterminated. Someone spoke up, followed by another silence. Clearly, their words sounded good, but in reality, no one moved. Instead, one of the 8 families stepped forward. Elder Yi, it seems that the frontline troops are not allowed to be stationed in Ping City. The Royal Sky Army belongs to the frontline and cannot be summoned by private orders. Ji Neng? Upon hearing this, Yi Mao smiled, looking at the speaker and snorting coldly. What? Do you also want to speak up for the remnants of the dynasty? Elder Yi, you can't say that lightly. Ji Neng hurriedly replied, I know the Yi family and the dynasty have deep enmity. I can understand Elder Yi's feelings. I just feel that it's somewhat inappropriate. If Elder Yi has evidence, it can be decided through high-level resolution on how to punish and conduct thorough investigations. Such arbitrary killing is somewhat. My Yi family killing people from the dynasty organization needs to report to the higher-ups? Upon hearing this, Yi Mao only sneered, then turned his head to look at Yi Fan, speaking as if he didn't know who he was addressing. The dynasty organization killed my brother, destroyed the only chance for humanity's resurgence in 100 years, and has deep blood feuds with my Yi family.
I will kill them, without needing to report to anyone. Chapter 163, Battle Against Heaven. Yi Lao's tone was extremely firm. In the crowd, people changed color, and Ji Nang's expression in the clouds shifted repeatedly. In the end, he did not dare to speak, and others remained silent. No one dared to provoke a powerful dragonite warrior like Yi Lao. Yi Mao was not an easy person to deal with, and if not for Yi Zhantian's death affecting his mindset and causing him to fall from his peak, he would have been the first dragonite warrior to ascend the throne in that generation. This was a truly decisive and formidable figure, the commander on the front lines. Whether it was himself, his family, or the imperial army, they were not to be underestimated. Yi Lao, being too angry is harmful to your health. Amidst the silence, Yan finally spoke. Looking at the old man across from him, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. His gaze brushed over Yi Fan, and there was a touch of regret in his eyes. Clearly, they had fallen into the trap set by this Yi family master and grandson. Yi Mao had come back to life, and his strength was even greater than before. This news had never reached them. They only knew Yi Fan had come to the secret realm without any elders to escort him, so they confidently set up their lines and gathered people from all over Pingcheng and its surrounding forces. They no longer underestimated Yi Fan as they had before. Time and again, their failures combined with Yi Fan's gradually exposed talent as the King of War had long made Yan alert, so this time, they were determined to kill him. But this determination to kill had instead fallen into Yi Fan's trap. Yi Mao had gathered evidence, and today, all these people were gathered here. They wanted to cleanse Pingcheng all at once. Yi Lao, the younger generation, does not know about the collusion between the Song family and the dynasty organization. As thoughts raced in his mind, Yan panicked at this moment. He was the top envoy sent by the dynasty organization in Pingcheng. If they started to investigate, he would not escape. He had to shake off suspicion at this moment. But to Yi Lao, this only seemed somewhat amusing. Yi Lao turned to look at Yi Fan and spoke softly. Fanner, do you believe what the Guardian Yin said? Uncle, I certainly don't believe it. Yi Fan voiced his opinion, standing firm under the gaze of powerful figures around him. Young friend Yi Fan, you can't speak carelessly. Yan's face changed slightly, but he was also an old fox. While changing, he smiled back. I am the Guardian, protecting the peace of humanity. I loathe the dynasty organization, a cancer. How could I? I was guarding you while you were in the secret realm, you just didn't notice. Well, I indeed didn't notice that the Guardian was watching over me. Hearing this, Yi Fan laughed, locking eyes with Yan, and it seemed there was a little clash between them. But after a few seconds of clash, Yi Fan suddenly waved his hand. Guardian Yan, why don't you take a look at the list and see what names are on it? At this, Yan was stunned for a moment and immediately looked at the list thrown on the ground. Just a glance, Yan saw the first page with a huge character Yan. Below it were densely packed various pieces of evidence and testimonies. Boom! In just a second, a powerful aura erupted from Yan's body. I am the Guardian, I am a high-level direct subordinate. With just a list, you have no right to judge me. The aura soared into the sky, and the next moment, Yan immediately fled into the distance without hesitation. He was scared. At this moment, just looking at that damning evidence, he already knew that if he did not escape, he would have no opportunity. Poof! Watching Yan escape, Yi Lao did not remain idle. A mere initial glory level, wanting to escape from my hands. I, Yi Mao, am not old enough to this extent. Boom! As his words fell, his figure shifted, and Yi Lao disappeared from his spot. The next moment, he appeared above Yan, his dragon claws descending like a cage. Old Yi, impossible. Spare him. As Yi Mao was about to execute Yan, this time, Ji Nang and another member from the 8 great families stepped in, each on one side, blocking Yi Mao's dragon claws. Boom! The collision pushed both men back, but they still managed to take Yan away first. Old Yi, the protector is appointed by the higher-ups. Even with ironclad evidence, it should go to arbitration, Ji Nang spoke, his tone somewhat anxious. I know you're angry, but Yan cannot die. Cannot die? Old Yi raised an eyebrow, looking coldly at the 2 men opposite him. What if I insist on killing? What will you do? Old Ji, this is the rule. If you really want to break it. Ji Nang gritted his teeth, then his voice grew heavy. Don't blame my Ji family for being rude. At that moment, the words were almost blunt. To protect Yan, the Ji family and the Sun family were willing to tear their faces apart. Yan's value is extraordinary. He is the biggest boss in Pingcheng, with too many connections. He absolutely cannot die here or be captured by Old Yi. Boom! Just as his words fell, suddenly more than 10 figures descended from the clouds, each exuding an overwhelmingly strong aura, yet that aura was filled with deathly energy. What was even more strange was that each of these people looked like a bull, with horns and yellow scales on their bodies. Kuei Nyo clan. Seeing these figures, Yi Mao's brows furrowed slightly, looking at Jinang. Have you made the Kuei Nyo clan people into puppets? The Kuei Nyo clan vowed to die loyal to the Ji family. They volunteered to be made into puppets, Jinang explained quickly, seemingly worried about misunderstandings, and then continued, here are the strongest warriors of the Kuei Nyo clan in nearly 100 years, a total of 13, all of them are glorious. Oh, 13 glorious remnants of bloodlines, that's quite weighty, Yi Mao nodded, moving his gaze towards the person from the Sun family. And you, Sun Wu, what does your Sun family bring? Sun family, Iron Guard camp, Sun Wu answered briefly. Behind him, 100 auras rose in the valley, swirling in the sky and causing turmoil in the wind and rain. Iron Guard camp. Sensing the strong aura, Olji lightly nodded. The undead under the Sun family's command, they supposedly eat, sleep, live, and die together, their auras are connected, and their strength is shared. That's really interesting. You are obstructing me, relying on these. Olji, we do not wish to be enemies with you. It is just that today you have already opened a massacre, causing great suffering. Now, wanting to kill the protector is truly crossing the line, Jinang spoke, still polite on the surface, but his eyes were somewhat gloomy. The Yi family now only has Old Yi strong. I hope you can be more rational and not make a grave mistake. This statement was cruel yet flavorful, a mix of warning and concession, while also provoking. Indeed, the Yi family now only has me to rely on. Yi Mao replied, nodding, if I were to forcefully kill, I truly couldn't match your Iron Guard camp and the remnants of bloodline puppets. As he spoke, Jinang and Sun Wu revealed a hint of joy in their eyes. But this joy did not last a few seconds, as Yi Mao's next words shattered it instantly. But the Yi family is not only me who is powerful. Yi Mao pointed to Yi Fan behind him. You all have knowledge, you wouldn't not know what my grandson represents, right? Old Ji, what does this mean? Watching Yi Mao's actions, Jinang was horrified and almost guessed something, quickly opening his mouth. Old Ji, you must not. Before his voice fell, Yi Mao raised his hand, a golden light shot into the sky, and the next moment, the sound of a dragon's roar echoed in the heavens with a decisive tone. Today, I shall eradicate the rebels. If those treacherous people obstruct me, I, Yi Mao, did not wish to make a big deal out of this, but since I'm powerless, I can only borrow Yi Fan's name and the bloodline of the Battle King to seek out the rebels. Even though the Battle King is dead, the will of the army remains. Where are the people from the Battle King's army? As the voice fell, the clouds seemed to be cleared, revealing the frightened faces inside. Everyone was in a panic at this moment, those who knew, those who didn't, especially the remnants of the dynasty who were already afraid, they scattered like startled mice. The Battle Heaven army was no ordinary force, even though Battle Heaven King had died, even though they were dismantled by higher powers due to fear, just one name was enough to intimidate this group of rats with guilty consciences. Boom! Someone fled. This time, not just those on the ground, but someone even fled in the sky. In one direction, suddenly, a scream echoed, and everyone's movements froze. Through the clouds, a person rode an 8-legged celestial steed, holding a silver spear that looked like a dragon, with the other hand, holding the head of a rat-like creature. The Battle Heaven army, Silver Moon Spear King Zhou Long is here. Before the voice even finished, another sound rang out. A woman with a beautiful face, surrounded by several butterfly-shaped figures, casually swept the two people away from the scene. The Battle Heaven army, Butterfly Empress Consort Go Linger is here. With their arrival, the entire valley seemed to explode, one voice after another ringing out. The Battle Heaven army, White Dragon Lu Min is here. The Battle Heaven army, Nine-Headed Snake Luochong is here. The arrivals grew fewer, and eventually, a man and a woman appeared last. Perhaps they were familiar faces, as when they saw Yi Fan, there was an excitement on their faces. They raised a large flag, and the words Battle Heaven shone like a glaring symbol, illuminating this land. The Battle Heaven army, General Zhu Yuyu, General Zhu Rizhen, are here. Though Battle Heaven is dead, we are still here. Chapter 164, Confrontation. As the former members of the Battle Heaven army arrived, the land fell into a deathly silence. Especially Jinang and Sun Wu, who had previously faced Yi Mao, their faces turned ashen. Old Yi, we have come to answer the summons. The first to speak was Silver Moon Spear King Zhou Long. His strength seemed to be the greatest among this group of people. Ignoring Jinang and Sun Wu, he walked straight to Yi Mao and cupped his hands. Old Yi, may I ask who the bloodline of the commander is? He is right in front of you. Yi Mao replied, stepping aside to reveal Yi Fan behind him. He is the only grandson of your commander. Just now in the secret realm, he defeated the current heir of the Jayat family and obtained the fruit of creation. The rebellion of the dynasty in Pingchang was also discovered and reported by him. The bloodline of the commander truly is unlike any other. Hearing Yi Mao's words, Zhou Long's eyes brightened as he looked at Yi Fan. When he saw Yi Fan's calm and composed demeanor, without a trace of fear, he immediately praised, such demeanor is truly exactly like the commander when he was young. Senior Zhou Long, you flatter me. Yi Fan responded politely, cupping his hands in return.
But just with this polite gesture, Zhou Long suddenly knelt with a loud thud, his knee hitting the ground, causing the earth to shake. When the commander died back then, we were all heartbroken, regretful for being powerless. These years we have wandered the world, constantly remembering the commander's kindness to us. We should have accompanied the commander to the grave, but rumors said the commander had descendants, and we secretly decided to serve the commander's descendants. Now, seeing the commander's demeanor still the same, we are willing to submit. The battle have an army, only obeying the orders of the commander's descendants. With these words, Zhou Long bowed deeply to Yi Fan. At that moment, as if taking the lead, one after another, the descendants of the battle have an army followed suit. The battle have an army, only obeying the orders of the commander's descendants. The voice was firm and powerful, and the ground in the valley seemed to shake. Everyone was speechless, their hearts roaring like a tsunami. The human race's strong ones don't maintain private armies, and this scene, if blown out of proportion, could be seen as a rebellion. Especially since the battle have an army, which had been dismantled out of fear, was now gathering again to swear allegiance to Yi Fan. This moment held far more weight than it appeared. Some even showed malicious expressions. This submission was no different than when one of the 8 great families or any other family declared independence. If Yi Fan dared to accept, both Yi Fan and the battle have an army would be guilty of high treason. Even if the battle have an army could protect Yi Fan, those in the higher-ups' eyes cannot tolerate such sand. Seniors, please rise quickly. Yi Fan was not an ordinary person. Having lived to the later stage of the prosperous Wang dynasty, he understood the situation and righteousness clearly. After only a few seconds of astonishment, he immediately realized that it was inappropriate. Such a terrifying group, and not all of them are the legacy of the Zhan Tian army. If they declare allegiance, if he were the king of Zhan Tian or a comparable powerhouse, there would be no problem. Just this declaration alone could announce the rise of a force that would make humanity more fearful than the 8 great families. But he was not the king of Zhan Tian. At this moment, not even gold mattered. The Zhan Tian army's unlawful reorganization and announcement of allegiance brought potentially devastating consequences. A common man is not guilty, but holding a gem can bring trouble. This saying has always been true. I understand the feelings of my seniors towards my grandfather, and I know the glory of the name Zhan Tian. After thinking for a few seconds, Yi Fan spoke solemnly, but the Zhan Tian army does not fight for the Yi family. My grandfather did not fight for the Yi family, we fight for humanity without selfishness. We do things according to the rules, and we fight for humanity. All of you seniors are veterans of the Zhan Tian army. We fought side by side to eliminate the traitors of humanity, and we gather here today because of traitors obstructing us. Kid Yi Fan hopes for your help, but what I hope more for is that in the future, when we are on the battlefield together, with your seniors' strength behind me, there is really no need to talk about submission now. The Zhan Tian army fights for humanity. In the future, I may have the opportunity to fight alongside you seniors. For now, I just want to ask you seniors to help eliminate the remaining scum. As soon as his voice fell, many people's expressions changed slightly. The rejection in Yi Fan's words was extremely clear. Many members of the Zhan Tian army had surprised expressions, and the leader, Zhou Long, was particularly incredulous. However, there were more who understood, especially the steadfast protector, Jin, who reacted immediately. But he was not just shocked, there was a hint of joy on his face. Jin, why are you smiling? Yu, who was nearby, looked at Jin's expression with confusion. This kid Yi Fan is really remarkable. Jin spoke up, don't be fooled by his few words, it's precisely these words that make our responsibilities for coming here crystal clear. We high-level members have always been concerned, we shouldn't have regathered. Today, we came prepared for the worst outcome, even worse than death, but once he said this, we suddenly had a reason. But didn't he refuse our allegiance? You still didn't understand. This is not refusal, didn't he say that when he has our strength in the future, we will fight together? It means that he is too weak to rise against us now, but when he has enough strength, he will let us follow. Jin explained, and couldn't help but praise, the descendant of the commander is truly remarkable, in such a short time, he managed to articulate such meticulous words. With this kind of sharp thinking, this kind of eloquence, and this monstrous talent, this kid will certainly achieve great things in the future. So that's what he meant. You nodded, somewhat dazed, and suddenly thought of something and quickly said, then you better go tell Zhou Long, that straightforward guy won't understand such roundabout talk, and he'll get angry. Okay. Jin spoke, walking toward Zhou Long with a big smile, whispering a few words. Ha ha ha, good. Zhou Long quickly burst into hearty laughter, raising his spear with joy. The words of the commander's descendant are correct, we all fight for humanity. The emotions just got the better of us for a moment. Today we are here merely to help the commander's descendant eliminate the traitors. Come, young friend Yi Fan, please feel free to point them out. If it's confirmed to be remnants of the dynasty, we'll execute them on the spot. None of us here dares to say a word. As these words fell, a faint smile also appeared on Yifan's face, looking at the faces of some who had turned somewhat ugly. He couldn't help but hum lightly. He was once a man who built a great power, knowing what was against the rules and what was forbidden. He understood well enough how to stay out of gossip. Then thank you, seniors, for your help. Yifan answered, his gaze shifting. This time, it was the first appearance of relaxation in his eyes as he looked at Old Yi and nodded slightly. He and Old Yi had begun their planning months ago, pulling at the roots of these dynasty organizations bit by bit, and choosing to act on the day when the secret realm opened could be considered a perfect timing. In fact, the outcome was even better than Yifan had imagined. He initially just wanted to take advantage of this moment to eliminate some of the high-ranking members of the Pingqing dynasty organization, but Old Yi mobilized the Yutian army to wipe out the forces in the city and even called in the Zhantian army to pressure these powerful clans into inaction, aiming to catch all in one net. It seemed like just a matter of deploying troops, but it required not only Old Yi's complete trust in him but also to take on the responsibility for Yifan's sake. Using private soldiers was the biggest taboo. Even if it was to eradicate the dynasty first, it basically broke the rules. Even with Old Yi's high prestige, after this battle, he would undoubtedly be questioned by the higher-ups. But precisely because of this, Old Yi truly deserved to be the head of the Dragon Slaughterer family. This kind of courage and decisiveness was not at all inferior to those top-tier kings. If all the strong of the human race were like this, why worry that great things cannot be accomplished? Why worry that the beasts cannot be slain? Chapter 165, The Curtain Falls. Pingcheng, this was destined to be an unforgettable day. The ordinary people were not the powerful beings with destructive powers outside the valley. They had no special fruits, did not think about being superior, nor did they think about competing for anything. They had families, careers. This was everything to them. The breakfast shop opened on time. The honest-looking boss brought out the steamer, while the shrewd-looking boss lady helped with the soy milk and fried dough sticks. Those who worked early shifts would arrive in the next hour to buy the breakfast they had prepared. The sun rose, but today the first to pass by the breakfast shop was not hurried pedestrians but a group of armored soldiers. Clatter, clatter. The dense, orderly footsteps made the boss and the boss lady anxious, watching the army march past, seemingly unable to understand why they were appearing in Pingcheng. On those armored soldiers, there was only coldness, seemingly no extra emotions. Old Du quickly closed the door. The boss lady shouted, somewhat scared, to her husband, who was called Old Du. The man quickly put away the steamer he had just taken out with much effort. In the end, he grabbed the boss lady's hand, pulling her into the house and shutting the door, looking anxiously at the passing soldiers as he closed it. Yutian army is on a mission to eradicate the remnants of the dynasty. Everyone must not go outside. The stern voice entered everyone's ears. A strong warrior ascended to the sky and set down restrictions. An invisible cover enclosed the entire Pingcheng. Bloody killings and battles came at this moment. It had nothing to do with ordinary people, yet it was fundamentally a massacre based on ordinary people. This was the reckoning. Boom! At the academy, armored troops arrived. A squad of Yutian army surrounded the dormitories, seemingly fighting someone. No one anticipated that this change would come so quickly, no matter who it was. Awakened by the sound, Pan Zhao walked out of the dormitory, but as soon as he stepped out, he saw the enclosure not far away. With the sound of a wolf's howl, Pan Zhao immediately recognized who was being surrounded. In the howl of the wolf was unwillingness, an unmistakable weakness. Clearly, the person trapped was at the end of their strength. Jiang Hong. For some reason, this voice made Pan Zhao feel inexplicably anxious. He should have been happy to learn that Jiang Hong was surrounded, but at this moment, he felt a sudden sense of loss. As if something was about to be lost. Everyone, I am Pan Zhao, Yifan's mentor. Pan Zhao's reaction was quick, walking towards the group of soldiers while speaking loudly. The soldiers didn't pay him any attention. However, a young soldier in the corner seemed to think of something and whispered to the people nearby. Soon, a line of people stopped, and a tall officer stepped out, looking at Pan Zhao with little smile, only coldly opening his mouth. Instructor Pan Zhao, we were ordered by Commander Yimao to eliminate the remnants of the dynasty. Instructor Jiang Hong from Pingcheng High School joined the dynasty organization 13 years ago, and for all these years, he has been working for the dynasty, planning several murders of student elites. The evidence is overwhelming. 13 years ago? Hearing this, Pan Zhao was stunned, and the next moment, his eyes turned red. 13 years ago was the very day Jiang Hong and Tower went to the secret realm. That bastard. How dare he say Tower wasn't killed by him? I want to kill him. After cursing, Pan Zhao no longer cared about anything. His eyes red, he rushed to charge in. The officer prepared to stop him but was somewhat moved by Pan Zhao's appearance. In the end, he seemed to think of something and waved his hand, letting the soldiers clear a path for Pan Zhao. Soon, Pan Zhao broke into the inner circle and immediately saw Jiang Hong, who was now heavily injured. You dog! Pan Zhao opened his mouth, about to curse in anger, but at that moment, Jiang Hong lifted his head, spitting out a mouthful of blood, looking at Pan Zhao and showing a smile. Pan Zhao, you came. I've come to take your life. Pan Zhao only cursed, clenched his fist, and hurled a punch at Jiang Hong. Come on. But unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Jiang Hong did not resist. Instead, he seemed somewhat relieved, closing his eyes and raising his neck.
I owe you and Tower a life. Boom. The fist ultimately stopped at Jiang Hong's face. Pan Zhao gritted his teeth, withdrawing his hand, his eyes fixed on Jiang Hong. You were once my best brother, we ate and slept together, attended the best university, and even loved the same person. Do you blame me for falling in love with the same person? Jiang Hong replied, opening his eyes.
Perhaps knowing it was an inevitable death, Jiang Hong spoke again. I never intended to compete with you for Tower.
I never said I blamed you. Pan Zhao shouted in anger, but why did you join the dynasty organization? Why did you kill Tower? We swore to protect her. I've said many times, I didn't kill Tower.
Jiang Hong replied, a mouthful of fresh blood spilling out. I had no choice. That secret realm was a long-planned trap. We were all caught. The dynasty organization used Tower's life to coerce me. I had to join them, but I also didn't expect they would go back on their word. Pan Zhao, when Tower died, I was even more heartbroken than you. Upon hearing this, Pan Zhao paused, seemingly shaken, glancing at the surrounding ready-to-fight soldiers from the Yutian army, and finally hesitantly spoke, are you telling the truth?
You and I have been brothers for many years, can't you tell whether I am telling the truth? Jiang Hong countered. You.
Pan Zhao opened his mouth, looking at Jiang Hong, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and grabbed Jiang Hong by the collar.
Why the hell didn't you say anything? I couldn't say it.
Jiang Hong replied, a tragic smile, allowing Pan Zhao to hold him but pointed at his own head.
The dynasty organization is a venomous snake. Once bitten, I will be controlled by them for life. I can only live like a dog, wagging my tail to them, begging for scraps, or I could become like them, a poisonous snake, committing evil like them, or even becoming a bigger snake. You know, I didn't want to be a dog, so I became a snake. Over the years, I indeed did many evil things. I killed many people, including Yifan, and I really wanted to kill him. Cough.
At this point, Jiang Hong seemed to trigger some kind of restriction, blood leaking from his eyes and nose.
It was truly a terrifying sight.
Kong Hong raised his head and looked at Pan Zhao, seemingly smiling with some relief.
You see, I told you, I have no way to say it. You.
At this moment, Pan Zhao finally learned the truth and fell silent. He stared at Kong Hong, opening his mouth several times, but could not say a word, ultimately just biting his teeth tightly. His eyes were clearly somewhat cloudy, yet he just kept biting his teeth, not uttering a sound.
Pan Zhao, you will always be like this, stubborn, caring about your pride.
Seeing Pan Zhao's expression, Kong Hong chuckled bitterly and waved his hand.
But still, you mustn't cry. A person like me doesn't deserve your tears. If you want to cry, go to Tower's grave and cry. Just consider it crying for me. I won't cry for you, Kong Hong. You deserve it. Back then, why didn't you call me to go with you? I had the mentor's token.
I was there, nothing would go wrong.
Even if something happened, at least we would be together.
Pan Zhao replied, cursing. But in the end, his voice faded as he looked at the clearly fading life of Kong Hong, softly stating something bitter.
Is there anything else you want to say? Say it quickly.
There's so much I want to say, so listen carefully.
Kong Hong answered, his weak voice forming a thin line.
I've been thinking about this day for a long time, but I didn't expect it to be this time, or that I would have this day.
Yifan's appearance is quite good.
Without him, without Yi Mao, nobody would dare to investigate the dynasty organization.
Many are covering for them. Behind the dynasty organization lies evil that you and I can't even imagine. In these years, I have seen a lot.
The human race has already rotted to the core. Yifan's appearance may be a strong medicine, but after the strong medicine, perhaps there will be even darker things.
Those who are sanctimonious are nothing but lowly scum.
You and I were unfortunate to be born in this world. You must not follow Yifan to struggle. Go home, take care of our father from back then, and stay away from all this.
If there is a next life.
Forget it, in this world, this rotten human realm, I don't want to live through it again. At this point, the conversation abruptly stopped. Pan Zhao seemed to wake up and looked up, but he only saw Kong Hong had closed his eyes, and his heart suddenly sank. Blood flowed from all 7 orifices, dying an unforgiving death, appearing as a malevolent ghost. The surrounding soldiers, upon seeing this scene, were all slightly moved. He was supposed to be the kind of bad person who should die like this. He did so many bad things, and if it weren't for those last few words, everyone would applaud. But because of those few words, perhaps some would remember this gloomy, cold, cruel man. He was once a stunning young man. That year, in his youthful vigor, he dreamed of riding horses and wielding swords across the mountain town.
Chapter 166, Take Care. Bang.
Outside the secret realm, with yet another person executed, this nearly crazy purge came to an end.
Only one person left.
Holding the list, Yifan carefully examined it several times, finally shifting his gaze to Yen, who was being restrained not far away, a smile appearing on his face.
Lord Yen, you are the last one.
At this moment, the dust had settled, and there was no strength to turn the tide. However, Yan looked disdainful. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, he spat. Kid, I admit you have some skills, but do you think that by killing these people, you've won? Of course, I know there are many of you. Besides those in the open, there are many in the dark. Yi Fan responded, his expression unchanged, calmly speaking, I will pull you out one by one and completely destroy you. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Yen laughed as if he had heard a funny joke, appearing somewhat insane. Who do you think you are? Just you? Do you think you are Zhang Tianwan? Don't forget, even Zhang Tianwan was eventually killed. I want to reach out to stop something, but I'm afraid of what others might say, so in the end, I remain silent. Noticing the change in expression, Yi Fan naturally saw it all, his brow slightly furrowed as he looked at Yen and coldly spoke, What do you mean by that? My grandfather was not killed by your dynasty organization? Hearing this, Yen spat again, not responding to Yi Fan's words, only huffing coldly. You say we are maggots and tumors, but the real maggots are among you. You bold fool. At this, someone finally couldn't hold back and shouted angrily from the side, The tumors of the dynasty, don't spread your deceitful words. You are the true maggots in this world. Yen, as a guardian, you have joined the dynasty organization, completely betraying the glory of the guardians. You are unworthy. As the words fell, Yen turned his head, looking coldly at the person who spoke, and that glance was obviously lethal. As he looked at that person, they seemed a little flustered, their eyes shifting away. We are all trash in the mud, what right do you have to call me a maggot? Yen surveyed the crowd, his tone filled with icy disdain, You call me unworthy as a guardian, do you truly think you are worthy? As soon as he finished speaking, a muffled grunt was heard, and then Yan's eyes widened in fury, blood oozing from his 7 openings. In the next moment, he crashed to the ground. The valley fell into a slight silence, Yan's last words echoing in the valley. The ground was soaked in blood, and the soldiers of the Battle Sky Army stood calmly, their eyes devoid of emotion. They despised the dynasty organization and were eager for more slaughter like this. On the other hand, the many aristocratic family members present each had different expressions, holding their breaths as they faced Yi Fan, who seemed to be in thought. At this moment, all the members of the Battle Sky Army were present, having previously made things difficult for Yi Fan. If he wanted to, without considering the consequences, he could easily deal with all of them right now. It's hard to imagine, but this top-tier group of aristocratic families was at this moment showing anxious feelings because of a boy who was barely in his teens. Yi Mao was also a bit surprised at this moment, looking at Yi Fan beside him, and ultimately just stood to the side. Everyone didn't even dare to breathe loudly, quietly watching the boy who initiated this grand reckoning. I just spaced out for a moment, my bad. At a certain moment, Yi Fan woke up, looking at the people around him, seemingly surprised, and said, Respected elders, you haven't left yet? As this voice rang out, many people breathed a sigh of relief, and then one after another took their leave. The tone was so polite, the attitude so respectful, that anyone unaware would think their relationship with the Yi family was exceptionally good. Soon, people left in succession, and at this moment, Yi Mao finally looked at Yi Fan. What were you thinking just now? That reaction must have been intentional, right? I just wanted to give these people a way out, these aristocrats are just like that. Yi Fan answered, looking at Yi Mao. He pondered for a bit and then quietly said, To be honest, I was a bit inclined to keep all of them here. They are clearly connected to the dynasty organization, letting them go back might be bad for Elder Yi and the Battle Sky Army. But if we kill them, the aftermath would be even greater. Elder Yi replied, Today's matter can at most be attributed to my private army, but after all, the extermination of the dynasty organization came first. It's no more than some verbal disputes. If we kill them, it might invite a lot of accountability. So I let them go. Yi Fan replied, but his gaze shifted to the ground before him. It's hard to imagine that just the massacre in Ping City had claimed around 20 or 30 lives. Many of these people were clan leaders, various high-ranking officials, and so on, but in Ping City, they were all people of status, not including those who weren't present today. So many people, encompassing various industries, mutually protecting each other, and then those aristocratic families shielding them. If Yi Fan hadn't encountered Ma Dafei and if Yi Mao hadn't intervened with overwhelming power, how would anyone else investigate? How would anyone else dig into this? Elder Yi, I don't know why, but I always feel. It seems the human race is sick. With a sudden thought, Yi Fan let out a deep sigh. Once, when I didn't understand the dynasty organization, I felt the human race was quite nice, but now, everything is off-putting. These big families should be the backbone of the human race, inheriting the teachings of the ancients, but now, they not only forget their ancestors but also seek to stifle the future. If you hadn't told me, I would have thought the same about the human race. Yi Mao replied, also sighing. I always believed it was just mutual backstabbing among the families, and that there was still a sincere devotion to the human race. For those strong individuals, the state of the world doesn't matter. As long as there are benefits, they don't care about the rise and fall of the human race, Yi Fan replied, shaking his head. Perhaps they have all forgotten they are part of the human race.
There are many good people too.
Yi Lao said, looking at the War Heaven army waiting quietly not far away. He spoke softly.
At least they still have a heart full of loyalty. What do you plan to do about them?
We'll see about the future.
For now, I can't say anything about reunions, they might bring disaster for everyone.
Yi Fan answered, looking at Yi Mao and saying, give me a few more years, once I get to university in the capital, I'll figure out a way to gather everyone again. They are warriors who should fight bravely on the battlefield, return home with honor, rather than die in a foreign land stifled by the higher-ups, their skills going to waste.
Your words are enough.
Hearing this, Yi Lao nodded slowly, then patted Yi Fan's shoulder.
Alright, I have to handle some mundane affairs.
After such a big uproar, the higher-ups will soon hold me accountable. I need to clean up the situation.
You are a good child. Use the creation fruit as soon as possible. I'll wait for you in the capital.
Okay.
Yi Fan nodded, watching Yi Lao walk towards the War Heaven army. As he saw his slightly stooped figure, he suddenly recalled the Dragon Eye Chaos. Now, everything became clear.
The Dragon Eye Chaos began with Yi Lao's illness, compounded by Yi Shinji's closeness to the dynasty organization, ultimately becoming a pawn in the whirlpool in the capital.
The War Heaven King, the Dragon Slayer Yi family, finally had all traces erased from history.
Thinking of this, Yi Fan shook his head, looking at Yi Lao's back, and spoke solemnly. Grandpa, the capital is the center of power, filled with countless cunning and treacherous people, both open and hidden weapons. You must take care of yourself.
Chapter 167, Future Plans. The chaos eventually calmed down.
This purge that swept across the entire Ping City came swiftly and left just as quickly. In less than 2 days, the Yutian army had eliminated all those related to the dynasty organization, executing everyone except for Ma Dafei, who provided information voluntarily, and a few who had made fewer mistakes. The entire Ping City, from top to bottom, experienced a wave of massive bloodshed. Of course, such a big move would not go unnoticed by the higher-ups. On the third day of the bloodshed, someone came personally from above, issuing an order to summon Yi Mao and everyone involved in this suppression from the War Heaven army and the Yutian army. Fanair, here are 3 talismans forged from my blood. If you encounter any dangers, shatter the talisman and it can help you through a crisis. As they left, Yi Fan escorted Yi Mao to the city outskirts, watching Yi Mao take out the talismans without hesitation and accepting them. I will send people to protect you. As they exited the city, Yi Mao still seemed a bit concerned and spoke to Yi Fan. No need for protection, I'm not the kind of fool who doesn't know the depth of things. Yi Fan responded, looking at Yi Mao and advising, Grandpa, once you arrive in the capital, they will surely hold you accountable for this matter.
Remember what I told you, never act impulsively. Understood.
Yi Mao nodded, looking at Yi Fan with a hint of concern, appearing somewhat dazed. Sometimes, I see your grandfather's shadow in you.
He was remarkably stable when he was your age, it's just a pity. Let's not dwell on the past, Grandpa.
It's always a pity, but it's useless. Yi Fan shook his head.
Past regrets cannot be made up for, but future regrets can be avoided.
Before Yi Mao could speak, a calm voice sounded, I have heard that the youngest son of the Yi family has a bit of a warrior's demeanor.
Now that I see it, it is indeed true.
Hearing this voice, Yi Fan was slightly surprised, turned his head, and saw a man in official attire, appearing to be middle-aged, smiling at them near the city gate. Yi Fan had little involvement in politics in his previous life, and looking at this man, his eyes held a hint of strangeness.
This is Li Ming, the governor in charge of the southern district. You should call him Uncle Li.
Instead, Yi Mao spoke first. Your Uncle Li was a classmate of your grandfather and a close friend who fought together.
I see.
Upon hearing this, Yi Fan pondered slightly and nodded to Li Ming across from him, his expression neither humble nor haughty, and said, Hello, Uncle Li.
Hello.
Li Ming nodded, his gaze still surveying Yi Fan, a smile in his eyes as he kept nodding. Before I came, I heard that you were defeated by Jiada's 100 dragons in the secret realm.
Is this true?
Yes. Regarding his performance in battle, Yi Fan did not deny it and nodded.
Not bad.
Upon hearing this, Li Ming praised him, repeatedly patting Yi Fan's shoulder.
The grandson of a warrior truly is extraordinary.
That 100 dragons of Jiada is a descendant of the human king lineage, with a monstrous talent. To defeat him at your age already qualifies you as unparalleled among your peers.
Thank you for the compliment, Uncle Li.
Yi Fan nodded, looking at Li Ming without saying much more. Li Ming, however, saw that Yi Fan seemed a bit down, so he thought a little more and after a few seconds, comforted him, you don't need to worry about your uncles. Although there have been some petty people causing trouble in the capital in recent years, the higher-ups have sharp eyes.
I have also listened to the feedback from many citizens and will certainly report back truthfully.
Although the Yi family has mobilized private troops, clearing away a city's tumors should still earn rewards regardless of the pros and cons. Thank you for your good words, Uncle Li. Upon hearing this, Yifan replied with a smile, his eyes holding some contemplation. Having not entered the political arena, but with many years of changing fortunes in his previous life, he understood human nature deeply. He felt uncertain about whether Li Ming was good or bad, which was not a good sign. After all, those who hide daggers behind smiles are the most frightening.
Uncle, since Uncle Li has personally come to pick you up, I won't waste your time.
After thinking for a moment, Yifan spoke to Yi Mao, saluting to say goodbye, uncle, with high mountains and long roads, and human hearts riddled with emotions, take care.
Okay.
Listening to Yifan's words, Yi Mao nodded and did not hesitate any longer, soaring into the sky with Li Ming, disappearing from view in a short while. This marks an end to the matters in Ping City. After watching the two leave, Yifan finally let out a sigh, turned around, and looked at Ping City at this moment. As the sun set, the city, having undergone a baptism of blood, seemed to emit a faint glow. This scene, combined with the experiences of this time, made Yifan feel slightly dazed.
Yifan, Yifan.
A familiar voice startled Yifan awake.
He turned his head and saw not far away Li Fatty carrying 2 large bags of steamed buns, followed by Wang Lingxi, Chen Peng, and Ma Xiaoxua walking towards him.
Hurry, hurry, the buns will get cold. I bought these from the best bun shop in Ping City. Reaching Yifan, Li Fatty didn't say much, handing over 1 bag of buns while also not being polite, casually grabbing one to stuff into his mouth. Yifan took the buns and froze for a moment, then looked at Li Fatty with a somewhat helpless smile and said, Fatty, you.
It's fine, don't mind me, I have more. Li Fatty quickly replied, raising another bag of buns somewhat unclearly. I need more, this will be enough.
As soon as Li Fatty finished speaking, Wang Lingxi and the others all burst into laughter.
What are you all laughing at?
Seeing everyone laughing, he asked. Li Fatty felt a bit confused, and then swallowed the bun before looking at Yifan.
Yifan, what do we plan to do next? Should we go into seclusion for a while, or do something big? What, do you still want to do something big? Upon hearing this, Yifan looked at Li Fatty, jokingly saying, aren't you afraid of dying?
Of course I'm afraid of dying, Li Fatty replied, scratching his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. It's just that since I started following you, the things we've done have gotten bigger and bigger, competing with the talents and those from royal organizations, and we've been through so many grand scenes. And our strength has increased. If you ask me to go back and compete with those students in the academy, all the big shots like Ji Jieluwang have gone back to the capital to study, it feels a bit boring now.
Feeling bored is a good thing.
This time, Yifan nodded and said more seriously, it proves that your vision is expanding. Before, you could only see a small pond, and when the big fish appeared in the pond, you were amazed.
Now that you've seen the real ocean and the grandeur of the Kunping, of course, you won't find the pond interesting anymore. So, should we still go do big things?
Hearing this, Li Fatty's eyes showed a hint of expectation. It can't be called big, but it will definitely be more interesting than studying in the academy. Yifan replied, waving his hand. But before we do anything big, we need to solidify our recent gains.
Let's go into seclusion for a month. After a month, we'll set off. Set off?
Upon hearing this, Li Fatty was a bit surprised.
Aren't we in Ping City? Ping City?
Upon hearing this, Yifan smiled. Ping City has already been cleansed, staying here leaves us with no challenges.
We still have 2.5 years of high school left, we can do much more than you think. Chapter 168, The Capital. The capital, this is the center of the human race, gathering all the essence, while also collecting quite a bit of dross. The speeding carriage rushed past the main road, pulled not by an ordinary horse, but a silver 9-star swift wind horse. Such a beast, if owned by an ordinary person, would be able to live a worry-free life. In small towns, it would even be respected as a powerful beastmaster, but here it was merely a tool for pulling a carriage. Boom! Boom! Boom!
The carriage moved extremely fast, racing down the crowded street, and pedestrians hurriedly dodged to the sides. But some people were slow to avoid, and with a yelp, they fell to the ground.
Blind your dog eyes, didn't you see this is the G family's carriage?
The fallen pedestrian did not receive an apology, but rather a whip and a curse from the driver.
You've delayed young Master G's business, that's enough to kill you 300 times, do you understand?
It was clear that the driver was no ordinary person. The whip fell with quite some force, striking the pedestrian's head, which burst like a watermelon, scattering everywhere. At this, the surroundings became noisy. Killing someone in broad daylight was no small matter. The onlookers blocked the road, and the aggressive driver panicked. You bunch of ungrateful folk, this is his own fault.
Quickly get out of the way, don't waste young Master G's time.
After cursing, the pedestrians didn't disperse, but rather more gathered around. Of course, they couldn't confront young Master G, but such useless watching, anyone dared to join in, even daring voices shouted to bring the enforcers to handle the situation.
What's going on? Why is it so noisy?
The commotion woke Ji Jia in the carriage. In the capital, only he could be called young Master G. Competing for spiritual fruits and power, Ping City had experienced its fair share of blood and chaos. Plus, with Yifan steadily pressing him down, Ji Jia, although somewhat unwilling, still listened to his family elder's advice.
Returned early to Kyoto. A person died?
Peeking his head out of the carriage, Ji Jia saw the tragic scene in front of the cart and nearly frowned, looking at the coachman. Young Master Ji, he came up on his own. I just casually whipped the reins, the coachman explained with some fear, his hands trembling and stuttering slightly.
Fool.
Ji Jia's face darkened, but he only cursed once before sitting back in the carriage.
Soon, the law enforcers arrived in Kyoto.
Seeing the corpse on the ground, they were initially very angry, but upon looking up at the carriage, their faces changed to flattering expressions as they eagerly approached the side of the cart. So it's young Master Ji who has returned. I was wondering why such a big scene was made. The tone was warm, the words intimate, and as this was said, the bystanders who hoped for justice from the law enforcers felt disappointed.
Just handle this.
I'm busy going home, and the old master is still waiting for me at home. Ji Jia's voice came from within the carriage. Oh, of course, of course. The law enforcer quickly replied, turning to his subordinates and calling out, hurry, drag the body away, don't delay young Master Ji's matters. This kind of handling, especially after witnessing the flattering demeanor of the law enforcer, left the passers-by feeling somewhat ashamed, some even displayed disdain, whispering among themselves, buzzing with murmurs. The expressions and whispers of these people could naturally be seen and heard by the law enforcer, who seemed a bit angry, brandishing his stick and showing a fierce expression to the crowd.
What are you looking at? The law enforcer is handling matters, do you need to meddle? Get lost.
If you continue to gather here, I'll charge you with illegal assembly and take all of you away.
The crowd could not withstand such threats and quickly dispersed. With the body dragged away and the crowd cleared, the road soon returned to normal traffic.
The law enforcer approached the carriage again with eagerness. Young master, everything has been taken care of.
Ji Jia's voice sounded, and the coachman promptly moved the carriage.
The law enforcer watched from behind, behaving like a loyal dog unwilling to part ways. Those unaware might think he was not the same person who had just bellowed aggressively.
Is this how law enforcers execute their duties?
In the sky, along with Li Ming, Yi Mo had witnessed the entire scene and looked at Li Ming beside him, seemingly upset. I thought the negligent law enforcers in Pingchang were bad enough, but I didn't expect that here in Kyoto, known as the center of the world, it would be even worse, turning black and white upside down, submissive as dogs to the powerful but fierce as wolves to ordinary people.
Can they still be called law enforcers? Ahem.
Beside him, Li Ming, who had also seen the scene, felt a bit awkward, coughed twice, and whispered, Brother Yi, you know how it is with the human race. These big families have increasingly greater weight and power in both grassroots and higher tiers.
Even if these law enforcers want to manage things, they don't dare to. Alas.
Upon hearing this, Yi Mo sighed and shook his head relentlessly. Strong fighters battle for the human race, and more importantly, they clearly wish for the common people to live happily. Why has it turned into this? Perhaps everyone. Li Ming forced a smile, leaning closer to Yi Mo, and could only say, what you said makes perfect sense, Brother Yi.
Though I hold the title of Southern Governor, I actually serve in Kyoto.
For so many years, I've wanted to make changes, but one person's strength is ultimately too small, I can do nothing.
Surely not only you can see this in the upper echelons of Kyoto?
Yi Mo retorted, somewhat angry. As far as I know, the current governor of the Western District and the Eastern District, along with several others, all retired from the front lines many years ago. They were all generals fighting for the human race, now in their official positions. Upon seeing such a scene, don't they get angry?
Haven't they thought about correcting it?
This question stumped Li Ming for a moment, and after a long pause, he could not say anything.
Alas. Yi Mo naturally saw the emotions in Li Ming's eyes and sighed once more.
And no longer tangled in this moment, he instead said, the higher-ups should have told you how to deal with me this time.
You and I have known each other for many years, can you tell me the truth?
They did tell me, but the higher-ups asked. Halfway through the words, a slightly angry voice from Yi Mao rang out, Li Ming, you have called me brother for 20 years.
Now, are you going to talk to me with these official words?
That loud shout shocked Li Ming. Then he seemed to remember something, and a brief clarity flashed in his eyes. Brother Yi, Li Ming would not dare. With that, Li Ming no longer hid anything this time and whispered, the current idea of the higher-ups is to use this chance to let Brother Yi take off the armor and return to the fields, and take a post in the capital.
Take off the armor and return to the fields? Hearing this, anger instantly appeared in Yi Mao's eyes.
People of the Yi family always die on the front line of the battlefield.
To make me take off my armor and return to the fields. Brother Yi, do not be angry.
Seeing Yi Mao about to explode again, Li Ming hurried to calm him. After all, this time you moved the Yutian army without permission and even gathered the Zhantian army. It truly is a very serious taboo. The higher-ups feared that if Brother Yi ever grows a different heart, the consequences would be terrifying, so they had no choice but to use this plan. But Brother Yi does not need to worry.
The higher-ups know your will. This time returning to the capital will only last 5 years. After 5 years, they will send Elder Yi to the front again. 5 years. Hearing Li Ming's words, Yi Mao clenched his teeth. He wanted to refute, but suddenly the face of a young man appeared in his mind, and he hesitated for a few seconds. 5 years. Yi Fan should arrive in the capital then. To speak honestly, if in these 5 years he could pave a road for Yi Fan, then when he comes, things would be much easier for him. This capital is full of wolves and tigers. In such a world, without preparation, he would not be able to move even an inch when he arrives. Thinking of these things, in the end, this army commander and general who had spent so many years on the front line with countless merits, helplessly nodded. If it is only 5 years, I, Yi Mao, can accept it. Chapter 169, The Stars Change. The creation fruit, this kind of treasure of heaven and earth, I did not expect it to appear so soon in this life. In the beast taming space, Yi Fan carefully transplanted the roots of the creation fruit into the spirit field. Looking at the fruit in his hand with mysterious marks, the light in his eyes was a bit strange. Although he finally ascended the throne in his past life, the natural disadvantage of his beast taming talent had made him fall behind other beast tamers of the same level many times. Of course, he made up for those gaps with what he learned elsewhere. He could confidently say he did not care whether his talent was D-level, but if he could gain a new talent, who would not want that? Those mysterious and powerful beast taming talents, many of them, even after ascending the throne, still remained a strong support. A-level beast taming talent is never the highest. Above that, those are methods close to God's. If you have seen them once, you will never forget them. I hope this time I can awaken a strong talent and let me feel what it is like to be blessed by heaven. Looking at the creation fruit, Yi Fan spoke, and then swallowed it. A shaking feeling came, and in the next moment, the space around him seemed to freeze instantly. Time quickly slowed, and a black space was slowly forming around him. This was the vision when awakening a beast taming talent. Even after so many years, seeing this scene again made Yi Fan's heart tremble. Yi Fan's mind drifted as he looked at the pitch-black space. Here, countless points of light rippled, as if he were standing in a galaxy of stars. Every point of light was a beast-taming talent. When a point of light attached itself to you, that would be the talent you were about to awaken. Those light points like suns should be the legendary top-level beast-taming talents. Looking at the sun-like points of light far away, Yi Fan was slightly shocked. The difference in talent was displayed here without doubt. The top talents were as bright and blazing as the sun, while the weak ones shone even less than an oil lamp. What kind of talent? Who would choose me? Yi Fan waited quietly, although he still looked forward on the surface. Inside he felt a bit disappointed. The location that appeared in the Beastmaster space was actually related to the Beastmaster talent you could awaken. Those who awakened strong talents would enter deep into the starry sky, surrounded by powerful Beastmaster talents. No matter how they awakened, it wouldn't be too bad. And around him, there were only some small light points, with a high probability that he wouldn't awaken a very good talent. Before long, suddenly, a tiny light point floated towards him from not far away. Just as Yi Fan thought, the size of that light point was similar to the previous D-level ascension. Still D-level? Seeing this Beastmaster talent light point, Yi Fan frowned and instinctively waved his hand to refuse. As Yi Fan waved his hand to refuse, that light point seemed to sense his resistance and humanly drifted away again. This scene left Yi Fan stunned, and then, it seemed that Yi Fan reacted, looking at his hand, his eyes slightly turbulent. I can move in the Beastmaster space? Saying this, Yi Fan tried to move his body, but immediately, a restraining power came. Seeing this, Yi Fan frowned, moved his arms, but found that he could move his arms. Only able to refuse, but not move? Confused in his mind, Yi Fan waited, and about half an hour later, another light point approached, still very tiny, and Yi Fan hurriedly waved his hand, and indeed that light point again drifted away. The second talent opened by the creation fruit allows a person to have the passive right to choose. No wonder it's the creation fruit. Confirming this thought, a trace of fanaticism appeared in Yi Fan's eyes, and he suddenly looked towards the few hottest light points in the distance. As long as he can refuse, he can keep choosing and waiting until a suitable light point approaches him, and the flow of time in the Beastmaster space also provides him with the best waiting time. It's okay to stand far away, he can wait. Dong. Dong. In the deep mountain, the temple bell was struck, a high incense was lit, and with the arrival of the morning sun, the smoke of fire rose in this ancient sect filled with a sense of history. This is a rare ancient family of the human race, often passed down for many years. Over the years, they gradually withdrew from the deceit and intrigue of the human race, hiding in deep mountains or in some unknown secret realms, occasionally sending disciples out to experience. They are often powerful and mysterious, and perhaps this sect is no exception. In the temple, an old man was sitting at a table, and on the table was a strange thing that looked like a living painting, filled with endless stars. Those stars were not dead objects, they moved and floated, colliding and pressing against each other within the painting. The old man seemed to be engrossed in this painting.
Since the bell rang, he had been looking at it, and even until noon, he still remained motionless, completely focused.
Pata pata. Sect Master, it's time for lunch.
At a certain moment, a child with horned braids walked in with a bowl of rice, came to the old man's side, and when he saw the old man, as usual, absorbed in watching the strange painting, curiosity drove him to ask.
Sect Master, why do you watch these moving stars every day? What is the meaning of this?
It's meaningful, my grandson. The old man replied, glancing at the child, a glimmer of mystery in his narrowed eyes. This painting contains the whole world.
The world?
The child was surprised to hear this, leaned in to look at the painting, but shook his head. Sect Master, you are lying to me again, these are just stars.
What world is there?
The stars represent the world.
The old man replied, stroking his beard, these stars represent many things. Represent many things? The child was a bit skeptical. What do they represent? Do you see the brightest star in the middle?
The old man still smiled. This is Jada Bailong, the heir of the human king lineage of this generation.
The one with the most luck today is very likely to be the strongest king of this generation. Strongest king.
This topic seemed to spark the child's interest as he leaned in to look at the bright, large star in the center.
It's so bright. Bright, isn't it?
The old man replied, smiling as he pointed to several other stars. Look, this one is the Luohua of the Luo family, Luoying, and this one is Jie of the Ji family, and the Sun family's Sun prophet. These are all people with luck and destiny, who may become powerful kings in the future.
To be a king must mean being in exceptional power. The child responded, amazed but a bit confused, but master, why are we looking at these?
Silly child, we are from the Yentian Gate, following the will of heaven, observing the celestial phenomena, of course, to find the best path for our future. The old man shook his head, pointing at the star chart. See this starry river, dark and gloomy, like an invisible river. It indicates that humanity will face a long period of darkness ahead. To survive in this darkness, we must rely on the stars that can fight against it to live on.
Oh, I see.
The child said, somewhat understanding, searching the star chart with his eyes, but there don't seem to be many stars up here, much fewer than the stars at night. Those who can leave a mark on the star chart are all remarkable figures. The old man shook his head. The star chart isn't fixed, new stars can suddenly enter it. You don't understand these yet. When you grow a little older, Grandpa will teach you all of this.
I don't really want to learn, it sounds too hard. The child was somewhat uninterested in that complicated knowledge, staring at the star chart for a while until he suddenly spoke. Grandpa, what's that red star? The red star represents slaughter, and it also represents rebirth. Do you remember the war king I often talked about?
The old man began to speak, but his expression suddenly froze in mid-sentence.
Red star?
How can there be red stars during the Great Darkness Age?
Look, isn't that a red star? It's still moving.
The child spoke, his innocent finger pointing toward a corner of the star chart. The old man hurriedly looked over. Indeed, a red star was slowly rising from a corner of the star chart, and following it, several small red dots trailed behind.
Killing star. It's over, the star chart is about to become chaotic.
The old man was completely shocked, a strange panic flickering in his eyes as he hurried to calculate, seeking the latest celestial phenomena. Mystical incantations accompanied by hand gestures were deployed, and the next moment, the star chart indeed changed, with many stars' positions and brightness interchanging. The largest and brightest star was pushed aside, replaced by that small red star, and the entire star chart transitioned from darkness to a deep red hue.
This scene caused the old man's expression to change dramatically. Among the killing stars, darkness dissipates. Blood mist descends, all stars compete. This is even more dangerous than the star phenomena 15 years ago.
100 years of calculations, all changed in an instant. How could this happen?
2 years.
In that special space, upon seeing a weak light point rise once more, Yifan almost instinctively waved his hand to refuse. He had not lost in the flow of time. Over the past 2 years, he had rejected thousands of weak light points. There were larger ones too, but they were still only at most level B, eventually leading to Yifan's refusal. The only comfort was that the talents he had previously rejected would not come again, so the frequency of rising light points had recently decreased.
Waiting for those powerful beast-controlling talents seems unlikely.
Although unwilling, after spending such a long time, Yifan felt somewhat weary. In 2 years, I could have learned a new sword technique. Wasting time here feels not worth it.
I'll wait for one more. About B level would be just fine.
After a brief thought, Yifan ultimately decided to wait once more, and time quickly passed again, with light points rising one by one, yet no significant light points appeared, not even a C-level one.
Am I really not suited for beast taming?
In this situation, Yifan could not help but doubt himself, feeling a sudden urge to randomly select one.
Suddenly, a tiny light point emerged.
This light point was still very small, but at the moment it lit up, a strong desire arose in Yifan's heart. The feeling came inexplicably, leaving Yifan puzzled. He didn't know if the desire was emitted by the light point or if it came from himself. This was the first time such a feeling occurred in 2 years.
Does this light point have something special about it?
Yifan frowned, staring at the light point that was at most sea level and felt a bit hesitant. After hesitating for a while, Yifan raised his hand and chose to accept it. If there were no choices for top-tier talents, then A, B, C, or D would all be the same for him.
Better to trust this inexplicable feeling. Boom!
With the raising of his hand in agreement, the light point rapidly surged toward Yifan. The powerful impact filled with massive information knocked Yifan back a step. As he stepped back, the originally magical scene dissipated, and the surroundings returned once more to the appearance of the beast-taming secret realm.
Woof woof.
The voice of the hell dog rang out, and several tamed beasts noticeably grew in size, their previously floating silver 9-star levels becoming considerably more stable. Indeed, 2 years had truly passed.
Ha!
Yifan stood still, taking a deep breath, then closed his eyes, seemingly searching for the information about the beast-taming talent he just encountered. Soon, Yifan opened his eyes, revealing a bright light within them.
Heavenly match.
Saying this, Yifan did not hesitate, lifting his hand and pointing at the hell dog at his feet.
Beast tame, enchantment. Boom!
Light instantly emerged, countless tentacles reaching toward the hell dog, and the next moment, the hell dog transformed into light, surging toward Yifan. A second later, flames erupted from Yifan's body, a powerful aura sweeping through.
Overheat burn.
Yifan softly spoke, a blazing red light igniting in his eyes, the flames exploding from his body and sweeping around him. This scene stunned the nearby little sky dog and swift-winged eagle, their necks stretching to look at Yifan, seemingly unaware of what was happening. In no time, as the flame's explosive aftermath faded, the hell dog reappeared, while Yifan's face was filled with smiles.
Woof!
At this moment, the hell dog looked confused, staring at its own paws, seeming a bit strange.
It's okay, I just absorbed your power, we have combined now.
Yifan replied with a smile, patting the hell dog's head, while looking at his own hand, the heat in his eyes unavoidable. Enchantment, a special class of beast-taming talent, can extract the power of the tamed beast and attach it to oneself. During the attachment period, the beast tamer can use the skills mastered by the tamed beast, including its innate skills and even its innate abilities. It sounds like a powerful skill, but this talent is indeed sea-level in beast rating, due to many disadvantages. The first is that the enchantment period consumes a large amount of stamina, and as the level of the tamed beast increases, the stamina consumption during the enchantment also rises. If the enchantment time is exceeded, not only will the enchantment state be undone, but the beast tamer will also lose combat power due to excessive stamina consumption. Secondly, if it is an ordinary beast tamer, with their own strength generally not strong, the combined strength of the beast in themselves would be like 1 plus 0.1, which makes little difference. In fact, the gap between the human body and the beast might lead to clumsy use, resulting in negative growth.
There is no substantial enhancement and many side effects.
Being rated C-level is because enchantment is a special class, to be precise, it is actually a D-level talent.
But this fake C-level. It was a completely different concept for Yifan.
He had an excellent physique, able to withstand enchantments of the same level. Even with the recently enchanted Hellhound, he could last for over half an hour. Plus, his combat power was extremely strong, and his control and understanding of beast taming were terrifying. He had many methods at his disposal, completely avoiding the drawback of being inflexible after enchantment. In other words, this talent in him could perfectly avoid the flaws and connect his own path to beast taming, achieving a 1+1 equation. 1+1 means close to, or even exceeding, 100%, such an increase in power. It really feels somewhat like the perfect path, Yifan said thoughtfully, looking at the several beasts in front of him, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. To sum it up clearly, what was strong was not just a sea-level enchantment, but rather his own path gradually approaching perfection. The initial form of this perfect path created a closed loop, and when connections were added later, the flaws that had merged together would bond more tightly. Instead, it would completely compensate that connection, allowing them to unleash even more terrifying power together. Looking at it this way, sea-level isn't just sea-level. If I can achieve such a great path, the future is full of possibilities.
Yifan, are you really leaving?
In the academy, the dean, Pumi, looked at the few people in front of him who had made up their minds to go, unable to help but speak again to persuade them.
If you stay at the academy, I can protect you.
Dean, we already have our plans, Yifan also spoke, cupping his hands and stating. The human race's undercurrents are surging, it is a time of great change, and with great change comes great opportunities. I do not wish to waste time growing comfortably in the academy.
The path to greatness is about struggle, how can one cross without fighting? Sigh.
Hearing Yifan's words, Pumi sighed, finally helplessly waving his hand. You are all golden scales, with the winds and clouds changing, I can no longer keep you. Be careful after you leave, keep a communication device, and don't miss the college entrance exam. Pumi fussed for a long time before finishing, and Yifan and the others respectfully bowed in farewell. Outside the secret realm, Pumi was the first to stand up to protect them. Though his few words revealed little of good or evil, it could also show he was a good person. In these high school years, he may have seen things but done nothing, yet everyone has unspeakable difficulties. After all, he knew he had fallen to this state for the safety of his students.
That alone was enough.
Principal, the mountains are high and the road is far, take care.
Before leaving, Yifan turned back and spoke to the white-haired old man.
The petty criminals in Ping City have been cleared, and although I don't know what the higher-ups are planning, at least in the coming years, Ping City will be a bit cleaner. If the principal has ambitions, feel free to unleash them.
I understand.
Upon hearing this, Pumi nodded, his eyes slightly complicated as he looked at Yifan about to leave. He hesitated for a few seconds and still spoke up.
Yifan, before you leave, go see your teacher.
He lost his beloved one and came to Ping City filled with hatred, and now he has lost his dear friend as well. With nowhere to put his former hatred, he returns alone to care for his aging, deaf, mute, and insane foster father, perhaps feeling a sense of confusion and despair. You are the student he values the most, full of rising passion. Go see him, perhaps you can bring him some hope.
Chapter 171, Following Pan Zhao.
Outside Ping City, beside a thatched cottage, Yifan found Pan Zhao. At this moment, Pan Zhao looked almost like a completely different person from before, unkempt with a scruffy beard, disheveled hair, and a haggard face as if he hadn't rested well for days. He sat alone at the table, staring blankly into the distance. Not far away, an old man was in the field, not knowing whether he was planting something or not, mumbling and gesturing as if he were somewhat crazy. Pan Zhao seemed to have no awareness of Yifan and the other's arrival, having lost the perception of an old golden-level powerhouse.
He had completely lost the drive he once had.
His gaze was vacant, like a walking corpse. Seeing this scene, Yifan couldn't help but feel a slight pang of sadness. Some people live for hatred, especially Pan Zhao, who embodies this. For over a decade, he had been straining to bite Zhang Hong to death, but now that Zhang Hong is dead, he has learned the truth. More than 10 years of hatred ultimately brought no satisfaction, only the loss of an extremely important partner in life. Perhaps only Pan Zhao could understand the pain of gain and loss during this time. Teacher Pan Zhao, Yifan said after a brief pause, signaling the others to be quiet as he approached Pan Zhao.
At the sound of his voice, Pan Zhao reacted. He lifted his head and, upon seeing Yifan, a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes but quickly faded as he shook his head. I have resigned from the position at Pingcheng High School. I am no longer your teacher. For me, being a teacher is not just a job title. Yifan shook his head and sat down opposite Pan Zhao, not rushing to speak. They sat in silence for a while, and then Yifan looked at the old man not far away and spoke. Teacher Pan Zhao, that is your adoptive father, right? Yes, Pan Zhao replied, his eyes hinting at some pain as he added, he is deaf and mute, and not quite normal, yet he managed to raise both me and Zhang Hong. Love knows no boundaries. Sometimes, what's impossible can still be achieved if one simply wishes for it. Yifan shook his head. I don't know much about the past, but I believe Grandpa wanted teacher Pan Zhao to grow up not consumed by pain like a walking corpse every day. I know, Pan Zhao said with a nod, but I can't help it, Yifan. I don't know if you can understand. I have hated Zhang Hong for over 10 years, but in the end, I found I didn't even understand the man I hated. My lover, my former brother, is just gone. It feels like an emptiness all at once. I seem to have no interest in the future. How could you have no interest? Yifan replied. Teacher Pan Zhao, you say you hated the wrong person, but shouldn't you know who to hate now?
I know, but I only know that it was the Wang Dynasty organization that did it, about who killed Tower and harmed Zhang Hong back then.
Pan Zhao shook his head.
I don't even know who to take revenge on. There's no way to investigate, no place to vent.
Why does it have to be specific to one person?
Yifan asked, his gaze deepening as he looked at Pan Zhao. Knowing that it was the Wang Dynasty organization is enough. Since it was the Wang Dynasty organization that did it, we should take revenge on the entire Wang Dynasty organization.
Take revenge on the entire Wang Dynasty organization? Pan Zhao was taken aback.
Yes, Yifan answered, waving his hand casually. The Wang Dynasty organization killed the teacher's dearest love and brother.
Does the teacher think that just killing a few people who harmed them is enough? Enough?
This question seemed to shake Pan Zhao to his core, stirring intense emotions in his previously dim eyes.
Soon, he seemed to understand and gritted his teeth, declaring, not enough. It can never be enough.
Seeing this scene, a smile appeared in Yifan's eyes, and he stopped speaking, getting to his feet.
Teacher Pan, you should have your answer now. We will set off for Yunqing tomorrow for training. Perhaps we will meet more remnants of the Wang Dynasty there. If Teacher Pan wants to join me, we can leave together tomorrow morning.
The next morning, Yifan and the others were already prepared.
Yifan, will Teacher Pan Zhao come?
Li Fati, while eating buns and carrying a large and small bag, asked Yifan. Of course, he will come, Yifan nodded.
Why?
Because of hope, Yifan replied, a hint of deep meaning appearing in his smile. The principal said he would give Teacher Pan hope, and I gave him the greatest hope. Compared to verbal encouragement and false visions, Hatred, at times, is more useful than anything else.
Captain, are we really going to Yun City just to kill members of the Dynasty organization?
Chen Pang leaned over and asked. Killing is definitely on the agenda, but it's not the main goal. Yifan shook his head. The reason the Dynasty organization wreaks havoc isn't just because of itself. To truly cure the problem, we need to fully correct the chaos and have the ability to bring about real change.
This isn't something one person can accomplish. I need help, and there's someone in Yun City that I need to assist me. One person? Chen Pang was taken aback by this. Are we going to Yun City just to win over one person?
It's very difficult to win him over. The energy he possesses is enormous, or else I wouldn't care so much, Yifan replied, not continuing further, only saying, just follow me.
The trip to Yun City won't be simple.
Hearing this, Chen Pang was puzzled, but he didn't say anything more. Having fought alongside Yifan for so long, they were already won over by his insight and vision. Many things Yifan didn't want to say didn't affect their willingness to follow him.
Hey Yifan, Teacher Pan Zhao is here.
Suddenly, Fatty Li spoke up while they were waiting. Upon hearing this, Yifan turned to look and immediately saw Pan Zhao slowly approaching in the distance. At this moment, the weariness on him was completely gone, his eyes were sharp, as if he had returned to his strong self from the past.
Teacher Pan, Yifan said as he saw Pan Zhao coming, not surprised, just asking, have you made up your mind?
Pan Zhao nodded and came before Yifan, then suddenly dropped to one knee.
From Ping City, Pan Zhao, to eliminate the remnants of the dynasty, I swear to follow you till death, my liver and brain are yours.
Teacher Pan, I don't need your loyalty, Yifan replied, shaking his head as he reached out to help Pan Zhao up, but Pan Zhao just shook his head.
This is my vow, you only need to accept it, no need for more words.
Seeing this scene, Yifan hesitated briefly but soon nodded.
Alright, I accept.
Upon hearing this, Pan Zhao stood up and stepped beside Yifan, his gaze firm as he said, I know your trip to Yun City is part of a grand plan and is also for training. I will do my utmost to cooperate with you.
When you don't need me to step in, I won't.
If we encounter an insurmountable danger, I would die before you. These two short sentences conveyed Pan Zhao's determination. Hearing this, Yifan said solemnly, I won't do things without confidence, but if we face an unbeatable danger, I don't want you to die because of me, you should live on even more resiliently. I recruit partners not to cultivate tools that can die for me, but to give you a brand new life. I was already a dead person at heart, and your word saved me. This life of mine belongs to you. Pan Zhao shook his head, looking firmly at Yifan, declaring. Zhang Hong said, only you have the chance to overturn the current world and eradicate the dynasty. I fight for hatred, if you die, I have no reason to live.
Chapter 172, Under the Oil Lamp. Pat.
After several days of traveling, Yifan and his group had crossed a long distance and arrived here. Yun City, compared to Ping City, was much better. It was one of the top 10 cities in the Southern River Province. Yun City really has clouds, Fatty Li said in astonishment while standing outside the city, gazing at the clouds in the sky. These clouds seem connected, forming a large continuous blanket, just one cloud, perfectly covering the entire sky above Yun City. This cloud is what gives Yun City its name. Before it, Yun City was called Kulai City, Yifan replied, looking at the cloud with a hint of emotion in his eyes. This is a product of technology, something someone has researched.
A product of technology?
Upon hearing this, Fatty Li was stunned, stammering as he looked at the cloud.
So, is this cloud not a real cloud?
No, Yifan replied affirmatively. Looking at Fatty Li, who seemed a bit surprised, he shook his head. It has been in Cloud City for 10 years. 10 years ago, Cloud City was even more backward than Ping City. It is because of this cloud, for 10 consecutive years, Cloud City has had favorable weather and bountiful harvests, which is why we see today's scene. Most people don't know the origin of this cloud, they just think it is the work of nature. This is even more amazing than nature's work, Fatty Li exclaimed, creating a cloud that can change the weather. It will sound like something from the hands of a god. Now you should understand why I said coming to Cloud City is interesting, Yifan said with a smile in his eyes. Imagine, if we could control such a thing, what could we achieve?
Hearing this, several people's expressions changed, during which Fatty Li rubbed his hands eagerly and said, that would be too interesting, what should we do next? Should we rob the city lord to force him to hand it over, or sneak into the treasury to take away the technology? Do we need to wear masks? What style? Right now.
Looking at Fatty's expression, Yifan stretched out his voice. Now, we should first find a place to stay, settle down, and have a good meal.
Fatty Li felt a bit dejected upon hearing this. Just like that? Of course, when doing big things, one must first settle down, observe, and then act.
Yifan waved his hand, taking steps ahead, leaving behind a meaningful sentence.
Cloud City is not like Ping City. In Ping City we have families, elders, teachers, and various helpers. Here, we are just a few outsiders, nothing more.
Every day, countless outsiders come to Cloud City, and the arrival of Yifan and the others did not attract much attention. This is a thriving city, with that cloud, full of vitality, like a vigorous child growing strong. Of course, beneath the strength and vitality, not everything is bright, there are many hidden things that are hard to discover.
In a basement, a dim oil lamp flickered, somewhat precariously.
The entire basement was filled with a strong smell of gasoline, overwhelming and hard to stay in for long. Yet in such an environment, under that oil lamp, a man who looked terribly thin sat at a table, fiddling with a device before him. He was really thin, his bony face looked somewhat distorted, yet his frail body did not hinder his total concentration as he fixed his gaze on the device, occasionally operating it, and rapidly writing on nearby paper, as if recording some precious data. The environment did not affect him, in his eyes, there seemed to be nothing but his passion for research.
Snap, snap. At a certain moment, footsteps echoed in the basement as a middle-aged man in a white robe arrived.
He was well dressed, with a proper appearance, seeming to be an upright person. Entering the basement, the middle-aged man naturally smelled the odor in the air and frowned slightly, but upon seeing the frail man at the table, his eyes began to show some complexity. The middle-aged man stepped forward, slowly approaching the thin man who was immersed in his research, seemingly unaware of his presence, still focused on the device. After a moment of silence, the middle-aged man finally spoke, "Chen Changsheng, there is news from above, they want me to hand over the core of Changsheng Cloud this month." As the voice sounded, the thin man named Chen Changsheng paused his actions for a moment, but soon he resumed, casually replying, "Giving them the core is fine, we can recreate it."
"Didn't we give it to them before?" "Without me, no one can activate the core."
Just a short sentence, yet filled with strong confidence.
"I know," the middle-aged man replied.
But with a sigh, he said, "But this time, the core they spoke of
is you."
The voice echoed in the basement, seeming to blend with the sound of a sigh. Chen Changsheng stopped his actions, turned his head, and his eyes were not filled with fear but with disbelief. "Wei Dong, you betrayed me?"
"It's not me who betrayed you, it's your disciple."
Wei Dong shook his head, feeling a bit indignant. He has sided with the powerful in Cloud City, using the secrets of the longevity cloud as a badge of loyalty to exchange for a life free from worries.
"My disciple, won by him."
Chen Changsheng spoke, his words filled with contemplation. After a long moment, he shook his head, seemingly resigned. "Wan Bai was previously an unfortunate child, he has never had a good day, if he betrays me, I can understand."
"Even at this point, you still speak for him."
Wei Dong spoke, his expression a bit displeased, but looking at Chen Changsheng, he could only sigh.
"When they didn't know the secret, we could stall, but now they know you. They are all pressuring me to hand you over, I can handle it alone, but I fear they will harm those around me. I have family, a daughter just 4 years old." "Is that so?"
Hearing this, Chen Changsheng's tone paused. After a long while, he spoke with a hint of emotion. "It seems Cloud City has changed. Back then, everyone worked together to fill their stomachs. Yes, everyone has changed, only you remain the same, still thinking of those who go hungry, still generous." Wei Dong spoke, looking at Chen Changsheng, complicated emotions tangled in his eyes, revealing his pain. "We all thought that with the discovery of the longevity cloud, everything would get better, but why?"
"It's okay."
Chen Changsheng naturally saw Wei Dong's pain, and even after realizing his disciple's betrayal, he still appeared calm, standing up to embrace Wei Dong.
"If there's no way out, just hand me over. I will not help them. But do you know what they will do to you? They will torture you, using unimaginable suffering to force you."
Wei Dong spoke, his tone trembling.
"It's okay."
Chen Changsheng repeated once more, his eyes carrying a calmness that seemed to see through everything. "I can bear all of this."
"You are talking nonsense, you can't bear it, you will die."
This calmness only stung Wei Dong. He pushed Chen Changsheng away, then turned around, his face no longer showing the previous internal struggle, leaving decisively. "I cannot hand you over, the more you urge me to do so, the more I cannot comply. I will send another plea for help to those above, I will think of every possible way. You are a god, the savior of Cloud City, no matter what, I must protect you." The next day, stepping out of the guest room, Yifan looked at a few people sitting in the hall already having breakfast, a smile on his face. It must be said that since Chen Peng joined, the personalities of the group have somewhat changed. Yifan is the leader, he is diligent and disciplined, but he does not manage his companions closely, often allowing them to flow freely. But Chen Peng is different, he's on the same level as the others, exercising early every day, working hard, his progress is obvious, creating a sense of urgency among the group. This was evident when the mercenary team gradually went competitive in leading the hunts.
"How is the breakfast in Cloud City?"
Sitting down, Yifan asked the others.
"It's okay, the buns aren't very tasty," Fatty Lee replied, taking a sip of the porridge in front of him, "but the prices are truly low, we ordered so many things, and it cost less than 50 cents for a bun. In Ping City, that's about the price from my childhood. Cloud City produces abundantly, so prices naturally won't be high." Hearing this, Yifan simply nodded. Did not eat the things on the table, just said to a few people, after eating, "We need to prepare to go out for a while and gather some information."
"Gather information?"
Hearing this, a few people were somewhat puzzled. What information?
You will know if you follow me. Yifan waved his hand. Also, I plan to establish a mercenary group in Yun City. In a few days, I will transfer a batch of our previously trained fixed team members from Ping City.
Establish a mercenary group in Yun City? Upon hearing this, Shinpeng showed some interest. Are we looking to expand our influence in Yun City too?
Of course, whenever there is an opportunity to grow our influence, we will take it, Yifan answered, his tone thoughtful. As I said, one hand cannot make a sound. In the next period, after finishing matters in Yun City, we will also go to other cities. Basically, we will establish mercenary groups everywhere, and if there is an opportunity, we might also open a merchant association. One or two may not be useful, but when these things gradually gather, they will become a considerable force in our hands.
A single spark can start a prairie fire?
Suddenly, Wang Lingxi, who had been silent, spoke up.
You could say that, Yifan replied, a smile on his face. Nothing happens overnight. The bigger the ambition, the more we must consider every aspect.
I understand, Wang Lingxi nodded. So, next, we will collect intelligence on one hand and recruit people for the mercenary group on the other, and then slowly wait for the right moment.
That's about it, but we shouldn't wait too slowly. We have a lot to do in Yun City.
Yifan answered, waving his hand, and did not continue. The few were pondering, but evidently, Wang Lingxi had more thoughts which also met Yifan's expectations. Liu, Chenpeng, Wang Lingxi, and Ma Xiaoxue, these four were his initial partners, and Yifan's expectation for them was not just to hope they become powerful beast tamers, but rather to become great talents capable of ruling a region in the future. The current situation was not only dependent on the front line but also on the unity of the human race. Past experiences, coupled with what he saw in this life, told Yifan that to cleanse humanity required a strong outside force. Just like the Yi family intervening in Ping City, within months, they could clear everything completely. Yifan now had to achieve such a level gradually. Therefore, Yifan needed to plan bit by bit, recruit talents, gather warriors, and build a powerful force, and the foundation of this force lay within this initial group of people. Setting aside the other three, regarding Wang Lingxi, Yifan hoped she could, like her talent in beast taming, become a wise general stationed at the rear, able to devise strategies and control the overall situation. Hence, many times, Yifan focused on teaching Wang Lingxi theories and tactics.
Cultivation or something like that, isn't it the most interesting thing?
Thinking of something, a smile appeared on Yifan's face. In fact, being able to see the human race in such a turbulent situation was not necessarily a bad thing, at least it provided him with many things to do. The 7 emotions and 6 desires of humans, love, hate, and conflict, were indeed very interesting matters. Without these, if every day was just about cultivating, then sleeping after cultivating, and waking up to cultivate again, even if one later became a king, coming to this world would feel rather dull without much excitement to speak of. In Yun City, walking on the mercenary street, there was a sense of familiarity yet complete strangeness at the same time.
Yifan, are we really just walking swaggeringly down the street like this? Seeing the occasional glances from the people around, Li Fati seemed a bit nervous and whispered beside Yifan, shouldn't we change our appearances or names or something?
No need to be that careful, this is still the human race. Even if some people have changed, we still have to maintain appearances, Yifan replied, dismissively waving his hand. If there is a place where the strong can act recklessly against the weak on the street, causing deaths without anyone addressing it, then we can say it's truly terrible.
Like this.
Upon hearing this, Fatty Li nodded, looking somewhat uneasy, and said, but you are Yifan. Precisely because I am Yifan, and precisely because this world still retains a few superficial appearances, we have nothing to fear. Yifan replied, looking at Fatty Li, with a depth in his eyes, Fatty, don't be afraid after seeing those big figures. On the contrary, they can intimidate others with their identities and abuse their power, why can't I?
I, Yifan, am a descendant of the dragon-slaying Yi family, a descendant of the War King, the one who defeated the 100 dragons of Jiada and seized the fruit of creation. On the surface, how many people have the guts to lay a hand on me? Even if they have the guts, do they know if someone is protecting me? Dare they act? We don't need to fear anyone, rather, they should be afraid of us.
Hearing this, Fatty Li was stunned, then seemed to understand.
Yeah, my good brother is so amazing, what do I have to be afraid of?
After saying this, Fatty Li straightened his back and marched forward with a swagger, looking quite arrogant.
You.
Seeing Fatty Li like this, Yifan shook his head helplessly, turned around, and walked into the nearby mercenary group. This mercenary group was not large, appearing quite ordinary, a makeshift mercenary group with a common name, lacking distinctive features.
Hey, isn't this Yifan, young Master Yi?
Our mercenary group has really welcomed a big shot today.
A man with a handlebar mustache and dressed in a gossip style eagerly approached.
The mercenary group was indeed a place where news circulated. Just during Yifan's short time on the road, it seemed everyone already knew about their arrival in Cloud City.
Yifan, of course, was not surprised by this scene. He simply nodded to the man, scanned the room briefly, and then said softly, I want to post a mission. Post a mission?
Hearing this, the man with the handlebar mustache was even more enthusiastic. He quickly called for tea and respectfully invited Yifan to take a seat.
Young Master Yi, what mission do you want to post? Just say it. Yi Fan nodded, glanced at the man. Let me see all the missions you've posted this month. I need to gather some items and see the market prices. This. Upon hearing this, the man with the handlebar mustache hesitated slightly but quickly nodded, leading Yi Fan to the front desk to check the registered missions. Yi Fan pondered and immediately saw the first line of the mission list. Buy rice, 7 yuan per gene. Signed, Zhao family of Cloud City. What is the rice price in Cloud City? Yi Fan raised his head and looked at the man with the handlebar mustache. Well, ordinary rice seems to be 5 yuan and 3 jiao. The man with the handlebar mustache scratched his head. A bit better can be 6 or 7 yuan, and even more expensive ones are available. 5 yuan and 3 jiao, yet someone offers 7 yuan for rice. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's eyes narrowed, raising the rice price. It seems someone is already prepared. Silently plotting, he thought for a moment, then stood up. Help me post a bounty to buy rice as well, offering 7 yuan and 1 jiao, and sign it as the Divine Leaf Mercenary Group. Chapter 174, Zhao Family's Response. 7 yuan and 1 jiao? Hearing this, the man with the handlebar mustache was taken aback. These mercenary group members were clever, and he immediately sensed something was off. Is young Master Yi planning to compete with the Zhao family for business? What's there to compete about in business? The highest bidder wins. Yi Fan waved his hand, glancing at the man with the handlebar mustache, and said coldly, what's wrong? Don't you dare take this bounty? Of course, we dare to take it. The man with the handlebar mustache replied, smiling flatteringly, I just wonder how much young Master Yi wants to buy. There are 30 million here, buy first, and if it's not enough, come back to me. Yi Fan said no more, tossing out a card. All right. Seeing the money, the man with the handlebar mustache smiled even more happily, respectfully taking the card, registering the news, and hesitating. The Divine Leaf Mercenary Group, is it to be delivered to the Divine Leaf Mercenary Group in Ping City? No need, just in Cloud City. In a few days, I will create a mercenary group with the same name. Yi Fan's voice rang out. The mustached man was stunned, looking up to see Yi Fan had already left the mercenary group. What is Yi Fan doing, making a big fuss in Cloud City to compete for business with the Zhao family? Did he take over the Yi family's business? Yi Fan, why are we collecting so much rice? Outside the mercenary group, the previously silent Fat Li couldn't hold back any longer, his face full of pain. 30 million. We've worked hard for half a year in Ping City, that's most of our fortune. Collecting rice is naturally useful. Yi Fan replied, waving his hand, what's 30 million in rice at this time? In a couple of days, we can turn it over and make a few million. Turn over? Hearing this, Fat Li was a bit skeptical. We're already collecting rice at 7 yuan a unit, which is higher than anyone else's current price. How can we turn it over? Cloud City produces a lot, so rice must be in surplus. Who would offer a higher price? Just wait and see. The information we're collecting today is about the rice price. Yi Fan didn't explain too much, just smiled mysteriously. Soon, the rice price will not just be 7 yuan 1, 7 yuan 2, in fact, it will be higher than you can imagine. After this remark, everyone was even more confused about Yi Fan's actions. Even Pan Zhao, who had seen much, felt puzzled. Coming to Cloud City, gathering information about prices, then offering a high price for rice in this abundant city? Alright, it's time to go through the mercenary group process. We now have 5 at the silver level and 1 at the gold level. As soon as the mercenary group is started, we will immediately be the largest in Cloud City. Everyone will be busy during this time. Yi Fan didn't explain anything further, just said this and stepped forward, his eyes full of fiery determination. Cloud City. I learned of this city's name because of a genius who once shocked the whole human race, and this shocking event started with that small rice family. In past years, only a small number knew this cloud was created by humans. Most people thought it was a miracle, just like in previous lives, but later news broke that made people sigh in regret. Humans' desires are endless, clearly possessing such technology, such a great creation, yet to prevent the technology from being misused, the one who created the eternal cloud hid away, only secretly activating it without showing up at all. Hiding away is fine, but how could those who longed for the eternal cloud let him go? To force him out, they quietly accumulated a large amount of rice, artificially creating a drought, and prohibited outside trade caravans from bringing in a large amount of rice, driving the price of rice in Cloud City to a terrifying height. Natural and man-made disasters. That year was called the Year of Golden Rice, where rice prices soared like gold, causing countless people to starve to death. The creator of the eternal cloud was a sage who could not bear to see such suffering. Ultimately, he stepped forward and acknowledged his masterpiece. Those people got him, but by that time, who still wanted the eternal cloud? They forced him to convert the technology to create devastating weapons. Later, that weapon was revealed, named Heavenly Punishment. Just one of it destroyed a city on the border, and millions of people perished in an instant. King's Tribulation thunder only stretched 100 miles, but that single bomb destroyed 1 million lives.
Such a weapon used on the front line could change everything. Used against humanity itself was truly heavenly retribution. The human race was in turmoil, and its creator, after witnessing this great calamity, fell into utter despair and committed suicide. Afterwards, no such heavenly punishments ever appeared again, nor did miracles like the Eternal Cloud. This event remained deeply etched in Yifan's memory. Coming to Cloud City with great fanfare was all for this very person. Without saying any flattering words, whether it was the Eternal Cloud or heavenly punishment, both were miracles. A person capable of creating such miracles could rightly be called a prodigy envied by heaven. He should have had a more magnificent life, all his abilities. It could have changed the entire human race.
Fighting for rice?
All the rice in Cloud City comes from him.
Unfortunately, there's too much rice, and unexpectedly, it has maggots.
Thinking of this, Yifan made a cold grunt.
The Zhao family in Cloud City? They really are the ones sticking their necks out.
Master, something bad has happened. Over there, Yifan was posting a task at the Flowing Water mercenary group, and in no time, the news naturally reached the Zhao family. At this moment, the head of the Zhao family was sitting in his spacious hall, where the so-called god of wealth was worshipped. He was plump, sitting in front of chairs and tables carved from 100-year-old precious wood, with gold and silver cups on the table, brewing priceless spirit herb tea. At this moment, he was happily sipping his tea when he heard the voice and looked at the anxious face of the servant, feeling somewhat displeased.
Acting so flustered in broad daylight, disturbing the family worship, what is this?
I deserve to die.
The servant was terrified and quickly knelt down.
However, the Zhao family head merely felt displeased and muttered a few unintelligible curses, then stood up. First, he bowed to the god of wealth, then said to the servant, "What's the matter?
Speak quickly." Returning to the master, Yifan has come to Cloud City. Yifan has come to Cloud City? Upon hearing half of it, the Zhao family head waved his hand impatiently. What does that have to do with me? My Zhao family has nothing to do with the dynasty organization. We stand tall and sit straight. No.
The servant shook his head. He has posted a task at the Flowing Water mercenary group, offering 7 coins per unit of rice. The leader of the Flowing Water mercenary group said he gave a 30 million deposit.
30 million deposit? The Zhao family head's expression changed slightly. When?
Just now, the servant replied. The leader of the Flowing Water mercenary group is an old student of yours, so he reported the news right away. By the way, it seems Yifan just arrived in Cloud City. I heard from others that he and a few companions stayed at the Li family's hotel yesterday.
He only came to Cloud City yesterday.
Upon hearing this, the Zhao family head seemed to relax his guard. Then it's nothing much, it's merely that he got some inside information and wants to make some money. After saying this, the Zhao family head sat back down, his plump body almost stuck in the chair. Nothing to worry about, let them collect. The Yi family is also a big family, might as well give them some face. In a few days, raise the price of rice to 8 coins, let them earn some money.
Master.
Upon hearing this, the servant hesitated. Clearly, he was not just relaying messages but had heard some news. Looking at the self-satisfied Zhao family head, he wanted to speak but held back. But Yifan is not an ordinary person.
So what if he's not an ordinary person? This is Cloud City. A strong dragon does not suppress a local snake. Besides, my Zhao family is no local snake. The Zhao family head responded, waving his hand, seeming a bit impatient. Let them go. What can a few teenage boys do? They are just a few outsiders. Chapter 175, Gift of a Book.
Starting a mercenary group is not difficult. After all, with such an identity, everything becomes much easier. The Mercenary Association didn't charge a penny, lowering the commission fee to the minimum, providing the hall, guest rooms, and even giving them a warehouse. When leaving, the president of the Mercenary Association personally saw them off, chatting kindly all the way, extremely polite in appearance.
Yifan, it seems like what you said is true.
On the way back, Fatty Lee sighed a bit. Everyone seems very afraid of us, very respectful. This is why so many people are obsessed with power.
Yifan replied, shaking his head. Isn't it strange?
When we wanted to start a mercenary group in Ping City, we were very poor, but all the rules restricted us, demanding our money, making it hard for us to move, preventing us from bearing the consequences of failure. When we have strength and our reputation rises, we have money, but at this time, the rules no longer apply to us, instead, they have to cater to us.
It desperately wants us to succeed, even more eagerly than we do. Is this the power of authority?
Li Fati was taken aback, seeming to ponder for a moment, scratching his head. It sounds somewhat enticing.
Of course. Countless people get intoxicated by it.
Even you and I are enjoying the advantages of power now. Yifan shook his head, his expression deepening. We are all striving to be the strongest, to be the greatest, just like the Lion King in a pride, wanting to rule everything, to be unrivaled.
Captain, does this mean we are to become the most powerful people of the human race in the future?
Hearing this, Jin Pang, who was beside him, spoke up, his eyes filled with questions.
The most powerful?
perhaps. Yi Fan replied, his eyes flickering with emotions. After thinking for a moment, Yi Fan waved his hand and started walking towards the mercenary street. The joy that humans can obtain is more than that of animals, otherwise, there wouldn't be this lone life cloud in Yin City. In the afternoon, with the sound of firecrackers, the Shinai mercenary group officially began. Unlike the first time, which was cold and empty, this time, having already learned of Yi Fan's arrival, the popularity of this talented descendant of the Yi family was nearly as immense as the sky for ordinary mercenaries. The whole mercenary group saw a sea of people signing up. It was so crowded that the mercenary group couldn't even contain them, bustling with excitement. On Mercenary Street, the leaders of several mercenary groups stepped out of their taverns, looking at the lively scene of Shinai while glancing at a large number of withdrawal applications in their hands, shaking their heads helplessly. Yun City is larger than Ping City, but the biggest mercenary group in the city is merely 2 or 3 silver ranked, and the strongest is less than golden. 5 silver, 1 gold, the quality of such members is larger than any other group. The mercenaries are all there to make money, and there's little loyalty, so quite a few have already run away. Yun City has become lively now. Outside the Flowing Water mercenary group, the man with the mustache who had received Yi Fan looked at the scene, unable to help but feel a bit jealous, sourly saying, I wonder what this Yi Fan is doing in Yun City, coming to compete with us common folks for food?
De Lao Ba, you are a commoner, others may not necessarily be.
A strong man with a thick chest hair spoke up from the entrance of another mercenary house. In my opinion, Yi Fan coming to Yun City is a good thing. The recent cleansing of Ping City by the Yi family has made the lives of Ping City's citizens much better. It'd be best if he also cleans up Yun City. Some people have filled their bellies with riches over the years and it's time to remove that fat. Zhangde, Yun City does not have the Yi surname.
De Lao Ba replied, don't forget, there's also the Zhao.
Yes, there's also the Zhao family. Zhangde seemed unwilling to listen, only responding with a hint of sarcasm, De Lao Ba, you can only talk about the Zhao family.
Isn't it just that Zhao Deming used to be your teacher for 2 days?
You keep mentioning him. If someone didn't know, they would think Zhao Deming is your own father. That's right, the Zhao family is a wealthy landowner. Some people probably wish they could be Zhao's own sons.
With this remark, laughter erupted from Zhang Da's side among the mercenaries.
The laughter from this group made De Lao Ba's face alternate between green and red, and rather than argue with Zhao Deming, he turned away with a dark face, his eyes clouded with gloom.
Zhangde, you dog, you will die in my hands sooner or later.
Yi Fan, here's the list of everyone we've recruited today. As night fell, Wang Lingxi finally finished the first day of recruitment, bringing a large stack of papers to the rear parlor.
Thank you for your hard work. After taking the documents, and seeing Wang Lingxi's clearly fatigued face, Yi Fan waved his hand, if you're tired, you should go rest early, there's nothing more to do today. No need.
However, Wang Lingxi refused, looking at the list in Yi Fan's hands. With eyes shining brightly, I want to learn how to select members from you. Hearing this, Yi Fan was slightly taken aback, and then a smile appeared on his lips.
Sure.
Saying this, Yi Fan waved to Wang Lingxi while picking up a list, glancing at it casually, then shook his head. Look at this person, he has been in 7 or 8 mercenary groups, and stayed in each for less than half a year, clearly a traitor.
Such people cannot be trained. Our mercenary group should try to recruit those who can be developed into permanent members. This kind should be eliminated first. No disloyal ones, Wang Lingxi added.
Right, after all, we cannot understand a person well in such a short time, and this person is not important to us.
So we can roughly conclude from the information, disloyal and backstabbing ones should be excluded first.
Yi Fan replied, flipping through the papers and pulling out a few more, like those with some suspicious points. We need to verify them later. For example, this one has run a small shop for over 10 years and suddenly wants to be a mercenary, but there is no unrest in Yun City.
Why the sudden change?
He was marginalized in the last mercenary group, but he brought over a dozen or 20 companions.
Did others push him out, or did he push others out?
Listening to Yi Fan analyze the materials one by one, judging and providing evidence, Wang Lingxi had the patience and seemed to be focused until the evening. After Yi Fan finished the last piece, she nodded heavily.
I remember everything you said. You remembered everything?
Upon hearing this, Yi Fan was slightly surprised.
Yes. Wang Lingxi nodded, and looking at Yi Fan's expression, seemed a bit embarrassed. I think my memory is especially good. Good memory.
Hearing this, Yi Fan pondered slightly. However, after a while, Yi Fan said nothing more and just patted Wang Lingxi. Having a good memory is a good thing. It will help you do many things well.
I will work hard. Wang Lingxi replied. Good.
Yi Fan nodded, looking at Wang Lingxi's serious demeanor, his eyes slightly filled with appreciation. You come from a family background, many things, you should understand even without me saying.
You should have the best talent and insight among your group.
Unlike Qin Pang and the others, you don't need to possess strong combat power, but you must have a clear mind.
In the future, I will entrust many important matters to you. Keep it up, I look forward to your growth.
After saying this, Yifan walked toward the living room exit and casually placed a book on the table as he left.
Seeing the book, Wang Lingxi was slightly taken aback.
Looking at Yifan's retreating figure, she eventually picked up the book.
The cover was simple, only a few big words written on it. Words of the Sage. Opening a page revealed Yifan's familiar handwriting. Those capable have more wisdom. This book comes from the insights left by ancient sages.
It includes military tactics and political strategies.
Study and read more, it can help in your cultivation. Chapter 176, The Talking Beastmaster. Here, the process of recruiting members was rapidly advancing.
In just a few days, the number of people in the Shinai mercenary group had reached 300. The progress was quick, and Yifan had confirmed the initial fixed team members after another selection.
Today, we can prepare for the hunt.
Early in the morning, Yifan packed his belongings and, for a rare occasion, released several of his beast companions.
Captain, are you going personally today?
Qin Pang, who was already ready to take the lead, looked at Yifan with some confusion.
Yes, for our first hunt, we must win convincingly. Yifan waved his hand and said little else, just telling Qin Pang and the others to organize the team, as usual, leaving Wang Lingxi to guard the home. Soon, the 100-person team was assembled and set out grandly from the mercenary street of Yin City. This Yifan has quite the spectacle. Many gathered, watching Yifan lead the team away.
In the corner, someone showed a fierce expression. This person's appearance was ordinary, but their eyes were sharp like an eagle's.
Some are fierce. Is he really not afraid of death? Coming to Cloud City alone and daring to go out hunting so openly. Boss, should we take action against him?
A voice echoed from the shadows nearby.
We've gathered most of the information these days.
It seems he only has a strong ally from the Golden 9 Stars by his side, his former teacher from Ping City.
Golden 9 Stars.
Hearing this, the leader hesitated a bit.
A strong one at this level can be tricky. Do we know anything else? What is his purpose in coming to Cloud City?
In the past few days, he only placed a 30 million order for rice with the Flowing Water mercenary group and nothing else.
The subordinate replied. Why is he buying rice? This topic immediately caught the leader's attention, and he asked cautiously, does he know about the Eternal Cloud? He probably has some inside information.
The subordinate spoke. This Yifan seems determined to oppose the organization. The leader replied, with a hint of ruthlessness in his eagle-like eyes. Yimao has already been removed from his position and kept in the capital for him, yet he still wants to stir things up.
Is he truly not afraid of dying? Or does he have some hidden cards?
Saying this, the leader's tone grew cold.
After a brief pause, he didn't dwell on Yifan anymore but rather thought aloud, what about the Zhao family? Is he willing to cooperate with us? We've contacted the Zhao family, but it seems their head is not keen on interacting with us. He beat up our representatives and drove them away. The subordinate's voice was hesitant, seemingly afraid of angering the leader. After a few seconds of pause, he continued, he said he only wants to make money and has no interest in the Eternal Cloud. He told us not to bother him, or else he would fight us every time we met. This fat pig. Hearing this, anger flashed on the leader's face. Where does he get the courage? I don't know.
The subordinate shook his head, glancing at the leader and whispered, the Zhao family is the wealthiest in Cloud City. Without their support, our plan might.
If they won't help, then they can die. I've always found that fat pig of the Zhao family displeasing. The leader was decisive. At this moment, he no longer looked at Yifan but turned to the few people beside him and whispered, go contact our people and inform a few other families. Let's first take down this ungrateful fat pig. Clap, clap. Outside Cloud City, in the forest, Yifan arrived with a group. Having reached the Silver 9 Stars, he entered a long period of stagnation, which might last several months for him. He was not anxious about breaking through to a higher realm, he wanted to do so on an incredibly solid foundation. The beast control space brought Yifan such benefits, allowing him to maintain the same rate of advancement as those young geniuses without consuming massive amounts of resources. Yifan, are we going straight into the inner area? Asked Li Fati, standing beside Yifan. We just push through directly. Yifan replied, seemingly unconcerned. Charge towards the core area. I plan to fight a golden low-star beast. I've opened a new beast control talent and want to test my combat strength. Fight a golden beast.
Upon hearing this, Li Fati felt a bit frightened.
Yifan, are you a freak? What's freakish about this?
Yifan shook his head and took a step forward. It's nothing if you can fight beasts of lower levels or elite bloodlines. To be truly abnormal, you need to fight extraordinary foes or rare breeds. Good heavens, battling extraordinary rare breeds at the same level is already ridiculous, and now you're talking about fighting beyond levels. Li Fati muttered, watching Yifan go further and quickly called out, everyone follow me, we're pushing straight ahead. Saying this, Li Fati released his own beasts, and several snakes of various colors appeared. Soon, they started encountering various types of beasts along the way, and the few of them showcased their strength to the mercenaries trailing behind. The ones who followed were all ordinary mercenaries, not many beastmasters, most of them holding muskets, carefully moving in the forest, struggling to hunt a silver-level beast, never having seen such direct hunting before. In a moment, they were all discussing amongst themselves. That fat guy is really fierce, alone with 5 beasts, all silver 6 stars, able to cooperate with each other, using poison, freezing, and burning. This combat power is probably close to silver 9 stars.
What's so fierce about the fat guy? He is a Beastmaster.
I'm saying, Chen Peng is what's fierce. Look at his body skills, a single punch can knock over a silver 4 or 5 star beast.
Hey, why can't you all see the real expert?
That Ma Xiaoxue, don't look at her being a girl, her moves are so clever, every strike is a kill, and she can even fight with beasts herself.
That's the top expert. The people around Yifan are so strong, how strong must he be? The crowd's discussion was ringing in his ears. In front, Li Fati had a displeased look on his face, complaining to Chen Peng and Ma Xiaoxue beside him. What does this mean? Don't I deserve a name?
You all get called by your names, but I'm just called that fat guy, fatty brother.
I'm this powerful, I don't even deserve to have a name?
Ha ha, Liu, everyone might have heard Yifan call you fatty and got the wrong impression. Chen Peng replied with a big laugh, firmly patting Liu's shoulder. It's okay, in my eyes, you're not a fatty. Look at your build, at most you weigh about 200 pounds. The 3 yuan pig my mom used to raise can weigh more than 300 pounds, heavier than you.
Liu, well, I really thank you for your comfort.
Shoo. While the group was still making noise, Yifan suddenly stopped, looking at the forest not far away, slowly lowering his body, his hand reaching for the massive sword behind him. Beside him, Chen Peng and the others immediately realized that there was a strong enemy and became alert right away. But while Chen Peng and the others understood Yifan, many mercenaries behind them did not. At this moment, everyone was still lost in the feeling of being able to move freely in the forest, taking big steps forward. Some people reacted and alerted those around them, but others stepped in too quickly, one foot stepping into the forest. Roar! In the next moment, amidst the startled cries, a beast's roar sounded, and that person was grabbed by a giant hand, thrown away, crashing into a tree, and dying on the spot.
Who dares to intrude into my territory?
As the voice echoed, everyone's color changed, staring at the huge figure that appeared in the bushes, their hearts racing.
A talking beast. Chapter 177, a startling spectacle. My God.
Hearing this horrifying voice, before anyone could react, Li Fati was so scared that he almost jumped up. Don't panic, it's a 4-armed demon ape, elite peak level. Yifan spoke, signaling everyone to back off. I've told you before, ape-type beasts are very intelligent, golden level is a threshold. Once they reach the golden level, many ape-type beasts can speak human language. As soon as this was said, in the jungle, the beast that Yifan called the 4-armed demon ape walked out. It was extremely large, about 6 or 7 meters tall, with dark skin and 4 robust arms, radiating a very strong aura. It seemed to have just woken from a deep sleep, with a few blades of grass still on its head. Once it appeared and saw Yifan and the others, the 4-armed demon ape seemed startled, ready to retreat, but didn't take a step. It scanned the area, surprisingly not finding any stronger enemies, even most were not beastmasters.
It showed its fierce fangs, stomped its foot. Boom!
The stomp sounded like a drum, creating a muffled thud as the ground shook, and many people were pushed back by the invisible shockwave.
Golden 4 stars.
Seeing the level of the 4-armed demon ape, Chen Peng revealed a worried expression, looking at Yifan. Captain.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You all step back. Yifan called out.
There were still no unnecessary movements, just holding the sword. Beside him, the hellhound, the swift wind eagle, and the little celestial dog all vigilantly stared at the 4-armed demon monkey. Hearing this, the few people stepped back in worry, and with this retreat, the frontmost Yifan immediately caught the attention of the 4-armed demon monkey. The instinct of beast taming made it feel a threat from Yifan, but upon noticing Yifan's weak strength, this threat somehow made it a little angry.
Human, you all deserve to die.
With a somewhat incoherent roar, the 4-armed demon monkey moved its 2 arms, casually uprooting a large tree and charging at Yifan. 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step. As the 4-armed demon monkey approached, Yifan was also quickly gathering strength, and at the moment when the large tree was about to slam down on him, he suddenly drew his sword. Draw sword. As the sword came out, all the tamed beasts around Yifan moved at this moment, launching attacks from different directions. Swish. Regardless of the quality of the large tree, it couldn't withstand the heavy sword in Yifan's hand. With just a clash, it was split in 2 like dried firewood. Boom. The heavy sword struck the 4-armed demon monkey, and the immense force immediately sent it flying back, followed by several attacks from the tamed beasts, which caused it to suffer continuous injuries.
Despicable. Despicable.
The four-armed demon monkey roared in anger, still using the limited vocabulary to curse. Looking at the wounds on its body, its fierce nature blooming even more, it stretched out its forearms, pulling out 4 more large trees, and charged at Yifan again.
Beast taming, enchant.
Seeing this scene, Yifan didn't hesitate and activated his beast taming talent. Light gathered, enveloping the hellhound beside him, and the next moment, flames covered Yifan's body.
Fong thrust.
Softly uttering these 2 words, Yifan stepped forward, one sword aimed at the heart of the four-armed demon monkey. This sword came with great momentum. With just one clash, the large tree in the four-armed demon monkey's hand was destroyed.
Despicable.
Seeing the heavy sword approaching its heart, the four-armed demon monkey panicked and hurriedly retreated.
But retreating was not easy. It was charging forward with such momentum. At this moment, how could it retreat so easily?
Yifan pushed the heavy sword, stepping forward closely following the four-armed demon monkey.
Boom boom boom. In the forest, a scene that made one's teeth ache appeared. A person and a monkey were rapidly closing in, seeing the heavy sword about to pierce the heart of the four-armed demon monkey. But just then, the four-armed demon monkey stepped on a giant rock by the roadside, swayed, and fell down. Yifan's sword missed, but the pursuit did not stop. Just after falling, a sharp eagle cry sounded from the sky, and the next moment, the swift wind eagle dashed through the air, its sharp claws piercing directly into one of the four-armed demon monkey's eyes. Roar! With a surge of pain, the four-armed demon monkey stopped cursing despicable, using the most primal roar, hurriedly trying to stand up, but as it stood up, the energy cannon had already gathered at the mouth of the little celestial dog. Boom!
The cannonball exploded on the chest of the four-armed demon monkey, instantly causing massive damage. At this point, the four-armed demon monkey was completely panicked. The successive attacks had obviously taken its life.
Don't kill me!
Yelling this, the four-armed demon monkey stood up again, but this time, it no longer thought about attacking Yifan. Instead, it turned its head and ran straight deeper into the forest.
Escape?
Seeing this, Yifan's eyes gleamed with a hint of coldness as he raised his heavy sword.
Third style, startling swan.
The heavy sword swung in place, and the next moment, everyone gasped. A sword energy close to 10 meters wide condensed as the heavy sword was swung out, swiftly attacking the four-armed demon monkey. Swish! With a sound of sword energy piercing into the body, the four-armed demon monkey, which had not escaped more than a few steps, suddenly froze, a massive blood streak slashing through from its shoulder to its opposite side. The wound quickly erupted, and the four-armed demon monkey crashed to the ground, blood spilling everywhere. The sword energy seemed to possess terrifying lethality, plowing the ground into a deep furrow. In the forest, an eerie silence fell, looking at the four-armed demon monkey that had already fallen a short distance away. Looking at Yifan, who was slowly sheathing his sword, his eyes were filled with disbelief.
The wild beast of golden 4 stars just died like this? Wow, Yifan, this.
Beside him, Fatty Lee was already stuttering, coming to Yifan's side, his words a bit unclear. Just now, that was the legendary sword energy.
Yes.
Yifan nodded, but his tone was a bit weak. Help me up, I'm completely drained.
Oh, alright. Fatty Lee quickly replied, supporting Yifan.
However, Chin Pang seemed to have noticed something, and said thoughtfully, the sword technique the captain used just now seems a bit like my inch-step exploding fist. Both extract energy from within the body and explode instantly.
Pretty much. Yifan replied, shaking his head, each of my sword moves is explosive.
Jing Hong is the only one that can attack from a distance, but it puts a load on the body.
If it weren't for the enchanted state, I wouldn't be able to use it at all. Enchanted state? What is that? Fatty Lee asked with some confusion, isn't it the Beastmaster talent you just gained? Yes, it's a talent that allows me to extract beast energy for a short time.
Yifan answered, but at this moment, he felt no joy, sensing a strong emptiness within his body, frowning.
My sword techniques require too much energy and must be enchanted. But after enchanting, the simultaneous drain on stamina means I can hardly use a few moves.
But even those few moves are very strong. Ma Xiaoxue spoke up, those few moves were enough to leave a golden 4-star four-armed demon monkey defenseless.
That's because it didn't have the right weapon and couldn't withstand my collision.
If it were a strong opponent of the same level, those few moves wouldn't work. Yifan shook his head, lost in thought. The consumption is too great, this is a fatal flaw, and it won't change as my level increases. I need a secret method to expand my internal energy capacity, or a container that can restore my stamina at any time. Chapter 178, The Zhao Family's Plans. Hearing Yifan's words, the others nearby felt somewhat inexplicably helpless. Wow, everyone thought your few sword moves were amazing, and yet you say that it's a fatal flaw. Fan, we don't have to be so harsh on ourselves. Seeing Yifan deep in thought, Fatty Lee patted his shoulder, don't be unhappy.
I'm not unhappy, rather, I feel somewhat fortunate.
Yifan shook his head, a deep look in his eyes. I have already discovered the flaw in my path, this is a good thing. Once I fill in this flaw, my path will become even more perfect.
To give a simple example, if I find a solution and can use Jing Hong indefinitely, what would that concept be?
Indefinitely using sword energy like that. Hearing this, Fatty Lee fell silent, recalling the astonishing sword move just now, then thinking of the sky filled with sword energy, and instinctively shivered.
This. See, you should understand now.
Yi Fan patted Fatty Lee's shoulder, a smile appearing on his face.
Alright, next I have another thing to do. Let's wrap up and head back.
With this four-armed demon monkey, our good start is settled. As he spoke, Yi Fan put away the heavy sword, turned around, and slowly walked the way they came. Fatty Lee and the others lagged behind, calling out while cleaning up the aftermath.
That sword move is too fierce.
Seeing the tragic state of the four-armed demon monkey's corpse, even Fatty Lee could not help but frown. At that time, I thought Yi Fan bought a fake sword technique, talking about sword saints and whatnot opening Heaven's Gate with one sword. I didn't expect it to be this powerful.
What kind of person is the old man who developed this sword technique?
In the evening, Yi Fan and his group returned. Over 100 people returned with a great harvest, and the four-armed demon monkey they were carrying was even more eye-catching. Before even reaching the mercenary group, the news of Yi Fan killing the four-armed demon monkey in a one-against-one battle spread rapidly.
Especially that last stunning sword strike, it was blown up to be a miracle. Yi Fan, Yi Fan.
At the entrance of the mercenary group, Wang Lingxi came out to greet and looked at the returning crowd with astonishment, speaking to Yi Fan. I just heard the mercenaries say you battled the four-armed demon ape in the forest, using only one sword, directly sending out a giant sword energy over 1,000 meters, cutting the entire forest in half?
This.
Hearing this, Yi Fan was somewhat helpless. Don't listen to their nonsense. I'm silver, not glory, and definitely not a king-level powerhouse.
If I could cut the forest in half with one sword, I would have already gone to the front lines to slay enemies. Oh. Upon hearing this, Wang Lingxi responded. What do you mean by that disappointed expression?
Nearby, Li Fatty chimed in, chopping gold with one sword is already impressive.
Isn't it because they first said one sword split the forest, which feels deflated? Wang Lingxi replied, glancing at Li Fatty, why are you so excited? It's not you who did the chopping. So what if I didn't chop it? Li Fatty protested, raising his head, my good brother is so amazing, this brings great glory to us.
Hearing the playful banter, Yi Fan had a slight smile on his face, shaking his head without saying anything. He certainly hoped they all got along better. After all, they fought side by side, they were all life and death friends.
Snap, snap.
After entering the hall, not long after, Dai Laba arrived, wearing an eager smile on his face. Young Master Yi truly has unmatched power.
The silver 9-star rank is able to slay the four-armed demon ape. You are indeed one of the greatest young talents in this current world. The praise slipped out, and Yi Fan looked at the man with a mustache, but his expression did not change much. Dai Captain, did you come to congratulate me specifically?
Of course, congratulations are just a side matter. Dai Laba's expression remained cordial, with a full smile. I came because you asked me to do something.
Oh? At these words, Yi Fan raised his eyebrows. Did my 30 million rice get collected? Collected, of course collected.
Dai Laba answered hurriedly, coming right in front of Yi Fan. Also, I have brought good news for you.
Good news, tell me. Yi Fan said.
The head of the Zhao family, Zhao Deming, is willing to buy the rice you have at a price of $8.
Dai Laba opened his mouth, his tone carrying a hint of exaggeration. Recently, the Zhao family seems to urgently need rice. You are making a great profit, young Master Yi. This investment insight is extraordinary. $8.
Hearing this, Li Fatty and the others were stunned. Clearly, they all recalled what Yi Fan had previously said. Buying 30 million at $7 a unit, selling all at 8 means at least a 3 million profit.
Is money really coming this quickly?
The head of the Zhao family is quite straightforward. Yi Fan's eyes showed a smile at this moment, but it was not because of the profit. He saw the true motives of Dai Laba before him. He was not deaf and could hear the relationship between Dai Laba and Zhao Deming. Reciprocation, thinking he just wanted some money. At this moment, he staged a show, gaining favors while also kicking himself out, killing two birds with one stone. Unsurprisingly, at this point, in the Flowing Water mercenary group, not even a pound of rice had been collected for himself.
However, I'm not in a hurry for money. Thinking of this, Yi Fan spoke, looking directly at Dai Laba. If I want rice, I can make use of it. Since Captain Dai has collected the rice, then just bring it to me. Ah. Upon hearing this, Dai Laba suddenly froze. He was completely seen through by Yi Fan. At this moment, he was merely relaying Zhao Deming's words, coming to gain a favor, and had never expected Yi Fan would refuse. He could earn a few million for free, and without hesitation, with one sentence, Yi Fan countered him. You said you collected rice. Well, that's good, just bring the rice over, I don't want money. But at this moment, where would Dai Laba get the rice? It was all collected for the Zhao family. In the warehouse, there was only a basin of rice that his family cooked. Embezzling mission materials is not a trivial matter in the mercenary world. Neither of the two spoke. Yi Fan watched Dai Laba with a faint smile, which instead brought enormous pressure to the other party. What? Captain Dai said he gathered everything. Could it be that he is lying to me?
After a moment, Yifan spoke, his tone already carrying a hint of authority.
Young Master Yi, this.
At this moment, faced with Yifan's questioning, Dai Laoba was clearly flustered, thin beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. In a moment of panic, Dai Laoba's mind raced, and finally, he smiled and said, "Well, young Master Yi, our mercenary group is small and can't hold that much rice, and afraid of theft. In order to gather rice for you, we built a warehouse outside the city. The warehouse is a bit far from here. If young Master Yi wants it, I can gather people and have it delivered to you first thing tomorrow morning. How about that?"
Tomorrow morning?
Hearing this, Yifan merely raised an eyebrow. And Dai Laoba, under the pressure, responded, "Yes, it will be delivered tomorrow morning." Yifan paused, and after a few seconds, nodded, "All right." The pressure was lifted at this moment, and Dai Laoba let out a sigh of relief, bowing to Yifan as he hurriedly walked outside. Dai Laoba was already hunched over, and now in a hurry, he looked just like the tortoise minister rushing to inform the Dragon King. Watching Dai Laoba leave, Yifan, who had just fought a fierce battle, showed no signs of fatigue. Instead, he narrowed his eyes, and a glimmer of brilliance flickered. "This Zhao Deming really treats me like a child.
Does he have no contact with the dynasty organization? Hasn't the dynasty organization suffered enough? Is he going to suffer again?" Chapter 179 Visit. Master, Yifan said he doesn't want money, he only wants rice.
At the Zhao family, the tortoise minister naturally came to find the Dragon King, and Dai Laoba hurriedly ran over, startling Zhao Deming in the middle of the night. "He just asked me for rice, and I found an excuse to say I would give it to him tomorrow morning."
"Master, what should we do?"
"I've already said we gathered all the rice, and Yifan is not an easy person to deal with.
"If we can't deliver it tomorrow morning, I fear he won't let me go."
In the hall, seeing Dai Laoba's anxious expression, Zhao Deming furrowed his brow as well.
"This Yifan, he doesn't want money, only rice?" After saying this, Zhao Deming's expression slightly darkened. "What does he want?" "Master, I think he might know something."
Dai Laoba spoke quickly. The Yi family has always seen the dynasty organization as a thorn in their side, and not long ago, they eradicated the dynasty organization in Pingcheng. He probably knows about Chang Shengyan here in Yuncheng.
"Knows about Chang Shengyan?"
Zhao Deming spoke, his face, full of flesh, revealing a thoughtful expression at this moment. "Don't underestimate him just because he seems fat and incompetent. The Zhao family is the wealthiest family in Yuncheng, and he is the head of the Zhao family, which says a lot. Go, prepare.
Tomorrow morning, I will personally visit this kid."
After pondering for a while, Zhao Deming spoke.
"Personally go?"
Hearing this, Dai Laoba was taken aback, and then hesitated. "Master, now the dynasty organization is very dissatisfied with you, and they can't do anything to you because of the protective arrays of the Zhao family.
If you go out,
I, Zhao Deming, can't stay in this tortoise shell forever. It's time to go out for a change. I don't believe they dare to act against me." Zhao Deming shook his head, his gaze deepened. "This Yifan, although he is a foreigner, his background is extraordinary. I need to know if he is here for Chang Shengyan, or if he just wants to disrupt the plans of the dynasty organization."
"If it's the latter, that's fine, we have no conflict of interest, and we might even cooperate. But if it's the former, then we are enemies."
The next day, before the mercenary group opened, Zhao Deming had already arrived for a visit, bringing many gifts with his attendants, waiting at the door of the mercenary group. Mercenary Street was a bit lively. After all, it was Zhao Bapi coming. For him to come so respectfully, Yifan was indeed someone of great importance.
"Boss, what do you think Zhao Bapi is up to so early in the morning?" said a hunter named Zhang De, curious after yesterday's argument with Dai Laoba. "Is he trying to butter up Yifan?" "Butter up?"
"You think too highly of Zhao Bapi," Zhang De replied with a snort. "That bastard Zhao Deming only has money in his eyes. He comes to visit Yifan simply because he thinks Yifan is blocking his money path and he can't intimidate him.
He wants to make peace."
"How can Yifan block his money path?" The hunter was puzzled. "One is a businessman and the other runs a mercenary group. They have nothing to do with each other."
"Nothing to do with each other is what you think. Haven't you heard?"
In the Waterway mercenary group, Yifan and the Zhao family both issued announcements about collecting money. "They must be fighting over something," Zhang De replied, shaking his head. "These people are not simple. It looks like they are collecting money, but I suspect there are other moves."
"I see," the hunter nodded, seemingly in thought. "So which side should we stand on?" "Which side?"
Zhang De shot a glance at the hunter. "What scale are they, and what scale are we? Standing on one side doesn't affect the outcome of their fight at all, even a small ripple could crush us. One must have self-awareness. I'm not a fool like Dai Laoba, trying to get a bit of oil out of everything.
In the end, I wouldn't even know how I died. We are just ordinary folks.
We should hunt more, earn more money, and go home to spend time with our wives and kids.
That's what we should do."
"Oh." Hearing this, the hunter seemed to understand a bit, paused for a moment, and suddenly spoke. "But what if I don't even have a wife?"
"What if you don't have a wife?"
Upon hearing this, Zhang De choked, took a while to recover, and immediately gave the hunter a slap on the head. You don't even have a wife and you're here talking about this.
Hurry up and pack your things to go hunt. Earn some money for better clothes and go find a wife.
You're 21 in real years, 22 in fake years, and almost 23 and a half, and you're still so aimless. Why are you caring about these things?
Not long after, the mercenary group opened its doors.
Fatly, who was responsible for opening the door, yawned and was startled by the large crowd in front of him.
Goodness, what are you all doing? Inviting a god this early in the morning?
As his voice rang out, the crowd outside looked a bit displeased. Zhao Deming, too lazy to waste words on the fat man beside Yifan, gave a glance, and the steward quickly approached with a smile. We are from the Zhao family of Yunqing, here specifically to visit team leader Yifan. We have urgent matters to discuss, please help us.
Zhao family? Fatly raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. You came this early?
Murmuring to himself, Fatly did not bother to say more and turned to call Yifan. After a while, Chen Peng came out. Master Zhao, team leader Yifan says to let you in to talk.
Good.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Deming responded, but his eyes flashed with dissatisfaction. To not come out even for a visit, and just have his subordinates tell him to go in, what a big show of arrogance.
With a wave of his hand, Zhao Deming entered the mercenary group and at a glance, saw Yifan sitting inside.
His expression changed rapidly, and a smile appeared on his face.
Young Master Yi truly is as impressive and talented as the rumors say. Master Zhao, you flatter me.
Yifan cupped his hands but did not stand, simply saying, please take a seat. This subtle action immediately caused Zhao Deming's dissatisfaction to build up again. However, being a businessman who had seen many arrogant young masters, Zhao Deming only paused for a second and still sat down with a smile on his face.
As soon as he sat down, Zhao Deming immediately cupped his hands, speaking sincerely with a seemingly regretful expression. Young Master Yi, to be honest, I have come to apologize to you. Apologize? Hearing this, Yifan merely raised an eyebrow. Master Zhao, what crime is there? It's about the matter of you collecting money, Zhao Deming began, sighing.
To be honest, the Zhao family is currently mining a large mine in Yun City, gathering tens of thousands of people. The daily consumption of food is enormous, so we have been buying rice from the mercenary group at a high price. Originally, there was enough rice, but unexpectedly, young Master Yi also started buying rice. Old 8 Dai is quite straightforward, the highest bidder gets the goods. We first helped young Master Yi collect rice, and because our Zhao family's rice was not enough, yesterday we suddenly ran out. In a moment of helplessness, we could only take the rice that originally belonged to young Master Yi from old 8 Dai. Zhao Deming had no intention of competing with young Master Yi, but the situation was urgent and it was impossible to rotate the supply. He intended to compensate young Master Yi at a high price and hide the matter, but yesterday old 8 Dai spoke, and only then did I realize that this couldn't be kept under wraps.
After this incident, I felt anxious and couldn't sleep all night.
Therefore, this morning, I specially prepared a hefty gift to personally apologize to young Master Yi. As he spoke, the butler, who was good at reading the room, quickly clapped his hands, and the servants brought in the items. There were several large boxes of goods. When the boxes were opened, gold, silver, and jewels filled the mercenary group, dazzling everyone in an instant. Yifan said nothing throughout, merely watching the actions of these people quietly. Zhao Deming was indeed a businessman. A series of moves made it seem as if he had lowered his stance completely, but in reality, it conveyed one message. It was me who took your rice. I had no choice as it was for the workers of the Zhao family, and I'm here to apologize to you. You can't blame me.
The rice is already gone, and there's nothing you can do.
This was not something a person without a way with words could express. If it were just Yifan, he would have let it go if there were not deeper issues behind the rice dispute. Seeing Yifan remain unmoved, Zhao Deming felt something, but still braced himself and said, Young Master Yi, please accept this apology.
Of course, I have to accept it. Since the head of the Zhao family said it's an apology, how can we call it an apology without compensation?
Yifan finally spoke, looking at Zhao Deming in front of him, pausing slightly before slowly continuing.
However, to apologize with just a few boxes of jewels seems a bit too small, don't you think?
This statement caused a slight stillness in the air. Even Zhao Deming couldn't help but be momentarily stunned.
However, his reaction was quick.
He nodded and quickly replied, Young Master Yi is right, this amount of things is definitely not enough. Let's do this, young Master Yi, if there's anything you want, within my ability, I will get it for you.
Oh? Upon hearing this, Yifan's eyes shone with amusement.
It seems that the head of the Zhao family has some connections. Connections are not the right term, it's just that the Zhao family still has some weight in Yun City. Zhao Deming replied while speaking.
Alright, then let me think. Yifan nodded, genuinely appearing to contemplate.
Watching Yifan seem to actually ponder what he wanted, a hint of impatience finally appeared in Zhao Deming's eyes. Clearly, from the moment he stepped in, this kid had been expressing a stance of superiority. He seemed to regard Zhao Deming as insignificant, lacking basic etiquette, and seizing the opportunity to make a hefty demand. All of this ignited a fire of anger in Zhao Deming's heart. However, being an old fox, he had his own objectives for this visit. Suppressing his anger, he smiled at Yi Fan again. "Young Master Yi, whatever you want, feel free to tell me later, there's no rush."
"Good." This time, Yi Fan played along, looking at Zhao Deming with a smile and nodding. "Since the head of the Zhao family has said so, let's turn the page on the rice issue." After saying this, Yi Fan's tone became somewhat profound, as if he had a deeper meaning. At least the head of the Zhao family was eager to get rice for the starving workers, and not just thinking about making some money unethically, which is commendable. "Thank you for understanding, young Master Yi."
Zhao Deming ignored Yi Fan's remarks and responded with a smile, while also asking, "Young Master Yi,
I am a bit curious, weren't you studying in Pingcheng? How did you suddenly come to Yuncheng?"
I received some news that Yuncheng is undergoing a major change, so I came to take a look and verify a bit," Yi Fan replied. "By the way, the Zhao family head has power and influence in Yuncheng.
I wonder if he knows anything about this change." "Change?"
Zhao Deming was slightly startled upon hearing this, and then he smiled and waved his hand. "Yuncheng is peaceful, and the people are living happily.
How could there be any big changes? The Zhao family has always been law-abiding, not involved in any chaotic matters. As for changes, we are quite unaware."
"Oh, being unaware is fine," Yi Fan nodded, a slight smirk on his lips. It was clear that no useful information could be squeezed out of him. Zhao Deming was clearly an old fox, testing each other, both trying to extract information through others' words, continuously sending out smoke bombs.
The more they talked, the less substantial anything became.
After a brief silence of a few seconds, Yi Fan stared at Zhao Deming and slowly spoke.
"If there's nothing else, should you take your leave?"
"Leave?" Such a direct way to bid him farewell caught Zhao Deming off guard. He paused for a moment before slowly standing up. "Since that's the case, I won't disturb young Master Yi any longer." This statement carried some weight.
Zhao Deming stood up and walked towards the exit.
Clearly, this visit, while solving the rice issue, failed to extract any news. Instead, Yi Fan's arrogance was on display, which made him a bit annoyed. Yi Fan remained seated, watching Zhao Deming walk out, his gaze filled with contemplation. It wasn't that he looked down on this oily old businessman, this stance was merely an attempt to deliberately provoke him.
Anger can blind one's eyes.
To extract anything from this old fox's mouth, one must first infuriate him. Only then can a crack be pried open during a moment of his confusion.
Zhao Deming certainly knew more than he did. Yi Fan only knew about the Changqing cloud and the person who made it. The specific details were only known by those local.
This information wasn't hard to obtain, but unfortunately, this old fox clearly had more patience than he expected, and was more cautious than he anticipated. From start to finish, he hadn't given Yi Fan a single excuse to explode. Though he looked down on him, he still maintained enough vigilance. "I really don't want to deal with such a tricky person, he's too patient." Yi Fan muttered to himself before looking at Wang Lingxi beside him. "Lingxi, do you know what Zhao Deming was really trying to ask me just now?"
"I know," Wang Lingxi nodded. "He was asking what you're doing with the rice. As for the other words, I can't tell what's real and what's fake."
There's no need to distinguish the truth from the lies, just knowing what he wants is enough."
Yi Fan replied and stood up. "Alright, let's consider this a test. Starting tomorrow, let's see how their rice prices change, and raise our price by a dime. I want to see how long Zhao Deming can hold out." "Understood," Wang Lingxi nodded and went off to handle it.
She didn't fully understand what Yi Fan was contesting with Zhao Deming, but at this point, she only knew that this small amount of rice had a lot of connections behind it.
Boom!
Just after she had just walked down, not much time had passed when suddenly, an explosion was heard outside Mercenary Street, followed by the sounds of beasts and the chaotic sounds of battle.
"Yi Fan, outside, someone is fighting with Zhao Deming's men."
Li Pengzi rushed in hastily from outside.
"It's a fierce group of people, they seem to be from the Dynasty organization, all dressed in black masks. Someone is fighting with Zhao Deming's men?"
Yi Fan's brows furrowed instantly upon hearing this.
"Zhao Deming just left me and then was attacked. Is he trying to stage a scene to frame me? It doesn't seem to be the case." "Yi Fan,"
Li Fati answered, seeming hesitant, "Those masked people are really attacking, they're all targeting Zhao Deming, and it seems they want to kill him."
The members of the Dynasty organization want to kill Zhao Deming?
Upon hearing this, Yi Fan stopped saying more, stepped outside, and suddenly saw that a crowd was already fighting on the street not far away. A group of black-robed people, all of high silver rank, among them, there were several gold ranks as well. There were few experts around Zhao Deming, and at this moment, he was already at a disadvantage. It was definitely a real fight, those masked people clearly wanted Zhao Deming dead, and many were commanding their beasts to attack him.
It really is the Dynasty organization trying to kill Zhao Deming. Yifan's keen eyes spotted a badge on a person lying on the ground and felt something was wrong. Isn't Zhao Deming in cahoots with the dynasty? With such a bold attack in broad daylight, it seems these people are very intent on killing him. Captain, what should we do? Chen Peng had already squeezed over. If we just watch Zhao Deming die, people might suspect it was deliberate on our part. The Yi family has moved to Kyoto. How can I summon so many people? Yifan shook his head, pondering for a moment, yet he still gripped the sword behind him. Forget it, although Zhao Deming isn't a good person, he's still better than the remnants of the dynasty. Prepare, and wait for them to fight again before we act. These guys are quite clever to attack at this moment, aiming to kill Zhao Deming and drag me into it. This is their usual style. Chapter 181, Wei Dong appears. Head of the family, hurry and leave. On the street, faced with the attack from the black-robed people, there weren't enough people beside Zhao Deming. At this moment, his subordinates were loyal, standing firm like they wished to die for him, seemingly afraid Zhao Deming would be assassinated. Zhao Deming appeared very calm, looking at the few powerful black-robed men before him, coldly shouting, "Are you dynasty people crazy? The human race is still the human race. Yun City is still the humans' Yun City, not a place where you malignant tumors can act recklessly." He. The leading black-robed man let out a mocking laugh, looking at Zhao Deming with a hint of ridicule. Zhao Deming, hearing such words from someone like you is truly annoying. How many people have you harmed for money? Do you even have the right to call us malignant tumors? In Yun City, aren't you the biggest malignant tumor? I'm a malignant tumor? This seemed to anger Zhao Deming. The money I earned is from my own intelligence. What malignant tumor are you talking about? Enough, Zhao Deming, we're not here to debate what a malignant tumor is, we are here to take your life. Another black-robed man spoke up, seeming to urge the others, hurry up, that Yifan has always viewed us as enemies, he might meddle, and this plan cannot be delayed. All right. The others responded. At this moment, they disregarded everything and launched their attacks towards Zhao Deming. These few people were quite strong, all at gold rank, with powerful beasts. In just a few exchanges, they defeated the protector standing in front of Zhao Deming, attacking directly towards him. Boom! Looking as several beasts pounced toward him, the fierce lethality startled Zhao Deming slightly. He took out a red gemstone, seemingly wanting to activate some switch. And seeing this scene, Yifan and his group not far away had already prepared to intervene. Bold. Within Yun City, who dares to commit murder? Before these attacks could land, suddenly a cold shout rang out, even preempting Yifan and the others. A scroll appeared out of thin air, instantly blocking all the attacks of the beasts. The rumbling was deafening, but that scroll was as hard as steel, steadily blocking all the attacks. A person appeared, standing in front of Zhao Deming, waving his hand as the scroll retracted, wrapping around the attacking few. In the next moment, he gave a casual push, and the scroll fell to the ground, leaving only a pool of blood. Wei Dong. The remaining members of the dynasty organization seemed to sense the extraordinary presence of the newcomer, their faces changed dramatically, and they hurriedly fled. In Yun City, no violations of the law are allowed. Wei Dong snorted coldly, simply retrieving the scroll and sweeping his gaze around coldly, then, with a loud shout, he commanded. City Guard, eliminate the traitors. As his voice fell, well-equipped troops appeared in the alleys of Mercenary Street, each holding a strange firearm. The guns were odd, not mechanical, but appeared incredibly clever, shimmering with an inexplicable light. Boom! 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 In the next moment, the guns fired, and the bullets, like energy cannons, caused terrifying destruction, creating large holes when hitting the ground. Very quickly, the members of the dynasty organization fell one by one. Mercenary Street became quiet, from Wei Dong's appearance to his counterattack against a few golden-level foes and the cleaning up of the entire Mercenary Street. No more than 10 minutes had passed. What surprised everyone even more were the strange scroll and those firearms. These were things that had never appeared among all of humanity, whether in terms of activation methods or destructive power, they far exceeded their understanding. This made many people feel uneasy. While firearms could not kill silver-level or higher strong individuals or spirit beasts, now someone had developed firearms with even higher lethality, which was no small matter. Ladies and gentlemen, the traitors have been eliminated. Please step away. Wei Dong ignored the thoughts of those present, simply saying this as if ready to turn and leave. Wei City Lord. Zhao Deming stopped Wei Dong, seemingly recovering from the shock. Have you applied the longevity technology to weapons? Upon hearing this, Wei Dong's expression instantly turned cold. He simply waved his hand and pushed Zhao Deming away. Zhao Deming, I warn you, you should know what to say and what not to say. After saying this, Wei Dong no longer bothered with the crowd. As he left, he seemed to glance in Xinye's direction, then just placed the scroll at his waist and departed with everyone. On Mercenary Street, where corpses lay all around, soon another group of people arrived to clear the bodies. Damn, Yifan, did you just see that? At this moment, Fat Li finally spoke up. That Wei Dong is so strong, he can take down a few golden-level folks so easily. Is he an eternal-level strongman? No, I just scanned, his strength is only golden. Yifan shook his head, looking at the empty street, his brows furrowing in thought. The scroll in his hand and those firearms seem like products of some kind of technology. Zhao Deming seemed to say it's longevity technology.
Chen Peng added, it's the technology you mentioned for creating longevity clouds.
No.
Hearing this, Yifan shook his head. Longevity technology isn't related to weapons, at least not now. In his memory, there was nothing related to these weapons, not even a hint. They had seen the weapons launch at close range. The lethality of those firearms completely surpassed traditional firearms, possibly equal to the power of silver-level spirit beasts. If such weapons existed in the past, they would definitely be well known, as there would be annual conscription, and many would go to war. With this kind of technology, it would receive a lot of attention. These weapons shouldn't exist, Yifan thought for a while and shook his head, unless Wei Dong developed them himself. He should have some connection with the maker of the longevity cloud, knowing some longevity technology and modified it to create weapons.
Sounds complicated. Fat Li listened, somewhat confused, and finally returned to the familiar phrase, Yifan, what should we do?
Break the deadlock, there's already a clue, and the people related to the longevity cloud have appeared.
We should enter now to get more news. Yifan answered, slightly in thought. After a moment of silence, Yifan finally looked at Zhao Deming, who had finished organizing and was about to leave again. Let's start with this Zhao Deming.
Fatty, go give Zhao Deming an invitation letter, just say I want to treat him to dinner tomorrow noon.
If he asks, just say I need something. Understood.
Upon hearing this, Fatty Li nodded, adjusted his pants, and walked out.
I'll stop them right now. Who told you to go now?
Seeing Fatty Li's movement, Yifan felt a bit helpless and shook his head, saying, go in the afternoon or evening.
Leave some room for maneuver.
Everyone is watching right now. If you go like this, everyone will know I have business with Zhao Deming.
Chapter 182, The City Lord's Mansion. In the City Lord's Mansion, a woman dressed simply yet with an extraordinary appearance sat in the courtyard. Not far in front of her, a little girl was jumping around playing with toys. Perhaps it was getting late, or maybe she was getting bored of one toy. The girl suddenly looked over at the woman who was sitting and staring blankly. Mommy, when will Daddy come back?
Daddy went out to do something, he should be back soon. The woman replied, but her eyes revealed an uncontrollable worry.
Why does Daddy have things to do every day?
The little girl was still young and did not sense the woman's strange emotions. She replied with a little pout, he doesn't play with me properly. Daddy is the city lord, he has to take care of the folks in this city. The woman responded, reaching out to pull the little girl into her arms, he has to defeat those bad people, to protect all the kids in this city who are the same age as you. Defeat the bad people. Upon hearing this, the little girl was slightly stunned, but Daddy said bad people are really strong.
Can he defeat those really strong bad people? Of course he can. Your daddy is a hero.
The woman replied, and as if remembering something, a crescent-like smile appeared on her face. In the past, there were many powerful bad people in Yin City, but they were all defeated by your daddy.
Wow, Daddy is so amazing.
The little girl replied, excitedly waving her arms, my daddy is the strongest hero.
Yes, your daddy is the strongest hero.
The woman echoed, swaying the girl, but a hint of complexity was hard to hide in her smiling eyes. Soon, night grew deeper, and the little girl slowly fell asleep in the woman's embrace.
Creak.
At some unknown time, the door opened, and Wei Dong, wearing a white robe, walked in.
Upon seeing his wife holding their daughter in the courtyard, a sense of inexplicable relief crossed his weary face. Why did you come back so late?
The woman chided lightly, a hint of blame in her voice, our daughter is already asleep, you said you would stay home with us today.
It's my fault, my fault.
Wei Dong didn't argue, simply showing a pleading expression to apologize. He came to the woman and embraced both of them. It's all my fault, Shen, don't be angry, being angry is bad for your health.
You.
After Wei Dong's stream of apologies and such a close embrace, the woman felt her anger dissipate. She held her daughter and gently patted Wei Dong's head.
You've had a hard day too.
Saying this, the two cuddled for a while, and soon, the woman got up, carrying their daughter into the room. When she came out again, she brought out steaming hot dishes.
I saved some food for you in the steamer, hurry up and eat, it's late, you must be very hungry. You're the best. Wei Dong replied, sitting down on a small stool.
At that moment, this imposing city lord Wei, who was mighty outside, was digging into his food like a child, savoring the rare leisure time with his family. The woman just sat quietly beside him, watching Wei Dong eat until he gradually slowed down before speaking.
Wei Dong, why did you take so long today?
I went out to handle some matters, Wei Dong replied, his eyes dodging. You know, in such a big city, there are many random issues every day, arguments here and there. As the city lord, I have to take care of everything.
That's not right.
The woman spoke up, Wei Dong, you changed your clothes, but there's still a smell of blood on you.
Did you kill someone?
Wei Dong tried to fabricate a story, but the woman saw right through him, leaving him somewhat speechless. I heard that the city guard killed a group of members from the Dynasty organization on Mercenary Street today, the woman said again. Wei Dong, why are you lying to me? I didn't mean to lie to you, Wei Dong replied, lowering his head. It's just that there are some things I don't want to talk about.
Don't want to talk about? Seeing Wei Dong's reaction, the woman seemed to understand, her eyes changing a bit. Did you activate the longevity technology? Caught off guard by this question, Wei Dong paused and then sighed. Yes, I activated it.
I upgraded the city guard's weapons and created an energy scroll capable of killing golden-ranked beast tamers.
You? This made the woman hesitate a little, but you promised Chen Qiansheng that you wouldn't use the longevity technology to create weapons? I have no choice. Wei Dong replied, a trace of pain showing on his face. Now everyone is putting pressure on me, intentionally creating chaos in the city. The enforcers in the city are completely out of my control. I can only use my city guard to enforce the law, but most of their combat power is ordinary. Without new weapons, I can't quell the chaos.
But if those weapons appear, they will attract even more people's greed, the woman replied, her words showing her delicate nature. Chen Qiansheng didn't let you use the longevity technology for weapons because he is worried about this.
If I suppress them now, they will go even crazier later. But if I don't suppress them, Cloud City will be in chaos. Wei Dong replied, do you know who they want to kill today? Zhao Deming. The person related to half of Cloud City's economy.
They want to use this pressure to force me to hand over Chen Qiansheng. If I don't stop them, Cloud City will soon fall into chaos, and the higher-ups have always given me no response or assistance.
I can only do this. I know this is drinking poison to quench thirst, but I have no choice. I must protect Chen Qiansheng.
The voice echoed in the courtyard, somewhat intense. The woman was also taken aback by this, looking at a seemingly agitated Wei Dong, which seemed unexpected.
And Wei Dong looked at the woman's demeanor. He was originally very tough, but at this moment, he softened again and said in a low voice, Xian, I'm not trying to scare you. I have no other choice but to do this.
The woman fell silent. After a moment, she could only sigh.
If that's the case, I won't stop you from acting.
Chen Qiansheng is the benefactor of all of Cloud City, you should protect him. Saying this, the woman hugged Wei Dong and spoke softly, I'm just worried that you will lose yourself in the power of technological weapons.
We've all seen the power of longevity technology.
Once lost and intoxicated in it, it will be a disaster of destruction.
I won't.
With you and our daughter here, I won't be tempted by these outside powers, Wei Dong replied, looking at the woman with concern. I'm just worried that those despicable people will come to harm you.
We will be more careful. This courtyard is the best protection, right? We will stay here.
The woman replied, I will take good care of our daughter.
Good.
Hearing this, Wei Dong nodded, and after a long time, he finally got out of the woman's embrace, lowered his head, and picked up the bowl on the table. I might need to go to the research building tonight. It seems there are some issues with today's longevity weapons that need improvement to better fit the city guard's use. You should spend more time with our daughter and let her rest early.
When I have time, I will accompany you all at home.
After finishing a few bites of rice, Wei Dong stood up and walked towards the outside. The woman did not reply, only watching Wei Dong walk away, her eyes filled with an undeniable hint of worry as she looked at his back. They all knew that the longevity technology could create miracles, but once they touched the source of these miracles, no one knew what would happen next. In over 10 years of marriage and more than a decade as a city lord, Wei Dong had never spent a night away from home.
Today, it seemed like a bad omen had begun. Chapter 183, Change.
Dressed in a white robe, Wei Dong left home, heading towards the research building he mentioned. This so-called research building looked more like a fortress. Even at night, it was still brightly lit, and one could faintly sense something unusual in the air. Soon, he entered the fortress, climbed to the second floor, his steps seeming quite light, and pushed open the big door.
Inside stood an aging researcher operating some complex machinery. Uncle Day, how is the modification going?
Seeing the researcher, Wei Dong's face lit up with a smile. Not very optimistic, the material of the weapon is too poor, and our extraction concentration for elemental ore is not enough. Forcing it to increase power could cause an explosion, Uncle Day replied, placing an iron nail into a vial filled with red liquid. As soon as the nail was placed in, the liquid began to bubble violently, and in an instant, it exploded with a loud bang. The vial was made of special material and did not shatter, but the power caused the whole floor to tremble, and some wall bricks in the lab even fell off.
It was hard to imagine, if that vial hadn't contained the explosion, perhaps with just that one action, the entire research building could have been destroyed.
You see, this is the consequence of forcibly increasing power, Uncle De seemed unperturbed, only shaking his head. But Wei Dong did not feel disappointed. Looking at the vial now turned into black powder from the explosion, he said excitedly, just 1 kilogram of energy extracted from the elemental ore can produce such explosive power. If we could turn it into a bomb, it could definitely kill a golden level expert. If we condensed it a bit more, what about an eternal level?
Wei Dong.
Before Wei Dong could finish, Uncle D interjected, his expression reflecting a hint of anger. We are making weapons to defend Yun City's peace, not for slaughter. This kind of explosion is a product of our loss of control and carries a wide range of lethality. Making it into a weapon no longer aligns with our original intent. Stunned by these words, Wei Dong paused, shaking his head as he realized his mistake and quickly apologized.
I'm sorry, Uncle D, that's not what I meant.
Uncle D still seemed a bit angry, saying nothing and turning around. After a while, he picked up something from another instrument table. This is your mountain river painting. I have completed its power modification.
You've completed the modification already?
Hearing this, Wei Dong felt excited as he took the painting into his hands and examined it closely. With this mountain river painting, you should be able to face several golden level experts directly.
Its defensive power is extremely strong and can also rebound some absorbed damage, Uncle D instructed.
The shortcomings of the mountain river painting are too obvious, so I have embedded a new form within it. You can give it a try by pressing that red button.
All right. Wei Dong nodded and followed Uncle D's instructions, pressing the button on the painting.
In the next moment, the painting suddenly shrank and transformed into the shape of a blue-green long sword, which emitted a ghostly light and was clearly different from an ordinary sword. This is the second form of the mountain river painting. Let's call it the mountain river sword. In this form, its lethality will be greatly enhanced, capable of releasing a sword energy like lethal force by drawing a small amount of energy from within you. Uncle D nodded slightly while looking at the long sword. With this form to make up for the flaws, you can already be considered quasi-eternal level. Those at gold level can't do anything to you. Your weapon is currently the most advanced and unique among the weapons we can modify.
Quasi-eternal level.
Hearing this, Wei Dong's eyes narrowed, holding the mountain and river sword, feeling somewhat reluctant to part with it. But while swinging it, out of the corner of his eye, Wei Dong caught sight of the ashes in that bottle, faintly, as if it were speaking in a voice only he could hear. Is this really the highest power that the longevity technology can unleash? At noon, in a private room of the restaurant, Zhao Deming arrived as promised. But perhaps because of the assassination yesterday, he returned with several strong warriors next to him, all dressed in long robes, silently standing at the door.
Zhao family head, were you startled yesterday?
Yi Fan spoke upon seeing this scene. Startled is not the word, it just means being a bit more careful. Even the rats in Cloud City dare to come out and bite. Zhao Deming responded, looking at Yi Fan and the table full of dishes, seemingly a bit surprised. Yi Xiao is being quite polite today.
Please, have a seat.
Yi Fan gestured, watching Zhao Deming take a seat before he spoke. My companion must have relayed my words.
It has been relayed. Zhao Deming still wore a smile. Has Yi Xiao thought of what you want? I have thought of it.
Yi Fan nodded, no longer testing like yesterday, speaking directly. Zhao family head, what I want is not complicated, you should be able to provide it. Things given, the previous matter regarding the rice is set aside, and the 30 million in rice money need not be mentioned again.
Oh? Perhaps hearing about money made Zhao Deming's eyes shine. Yi Xiao has any requirements, just speak.
Yi Fan looked at Zhao Deming, squinting his eyes, casually pointing to above his head. I need to know some about the longevity cloud. Upon hearing this, Zhao Deming's expression suddenly stiffened, and he forced a smile. Yi Xiao is joking, things related to the longevity cloud, those are not for people like us to possess. Of course, I didn't say I wanted to obtain them from Zhao family head, I'm just saying I want to know. Yi Fan responded, staring at Zhao Deming, I want to learn about the longevity cloud from you.
To know. This made Zhao Deming hesitate. He also looked at Yi Fan and asked back, what does Yi Xiao want to know about this? It's just about entering the scene. At this point, Yi Fan no longer concealed it, but laid everything on the table. I've already learned about the situation in Cloud City. To be honest, I have some intentions regarding that person. You also know Chen Changsheng? Zhao Deming was startled upon hearing this. Chen Changsheng?
Yi Fan frowned, so his name is Chen Changsheng. Seeing this, Zhao Deming immediately realized he had slipped up. A trace of annoyance flashed across his face. Not even knowing Chen Changsheng's name, he claimed to know about the matters in Cloud City. What the hell does he know?
Cough.
Slightly losing composure, Zhao Deming finally learned the news he wanted from Yi Fan and no longer concealed it. Yi Xiao, right now in Cloud City, everyone wants to obtain Chen Changsheng, and everyone has their own means. Information is also a method.
If Yi Xiao wants to join, why not seek it out yourself? Searching by myself is too much of a waste of time.
Yi Fan shook his head, seeing you talked to City Lord Wei yesterday, I roughly understood that you, Zhao family head, have plenty of information, so isn't that why I came to discuss cooperation with you? 30 million is just for some news. Zhao family head shouldn't be unwilling to engage in such a profitable business. After all, the rice matter can be big or small, if I wanted to make a scene. As he spoke up to this point, Yi Fan stopped, while opposite him, Zhao Deming also understood Yi Fan's intention. This damn kid, this isn't negotiating terms, he is clearly here to blackmail me. Zhao family head, don't hesitate anymore, a few words for 30 million, it's a good deal.
Yi Fan simply waved his hand, watching the hesitant Zhao Deming.
After all, according to the Zhao family's policy, this 30 million rice, in the future, will be worth far more than 30 million. You. As he spoke to this point, Zhao Deming's eyes showed slight anger, but at the same time, there was some confusion. This Yifan clearly knew his plan. Logically, he should be very aware of the situation in Yun City. But he didn't even know who Chen Changxing was, and it seemed he only understood the surface of Changxing Cloud. Was it knowledge or ignorance? For a moment, Zhao Deming was perplexed. So, after hesitating for a while, Zhao Deming finally spoke with some thought. Young Master Yi, what information do you want? Oh, it's nothing much. Upon seeing Zhao Deming finally speaking, Yifan broke into a smile. I want to know a lot. Brother Zhao, you'd better speak for yourself. The questions I ask might annoy you. Young Master Yi can ask first. Zhao Deming restrained himself. Whatever young Master Yi asks, I will answer. Well then, I won't be polite. At this point, Yifan waved his hand, stopped hesitating, and said directly, Brother Zhao, where is Chen Changxing now? We don't know where Chen Changxing is. Upon hearing Yifan's question, Zhao Deming simply shook his head. Only Wei Dong knows. Even the news about this Chen Changxing, we only just learned a little while ago, and it came from the Zheng family. Wei Dong? Is that the city Lord Wei? Yifan nodded slightly, glanced at Zhao Deming, thought for a moment, and then asked, Brother Zhao, who is currently interested in Chen Changxing? Who is interested? Upon hearing this, Zhao Deming was taken aback. In Jun City, anyone who knows about Changxing Cloud is interested in Chen Changxing. Right now, the most powerful should be the Sun family and the Zheng family. They likely have connections with the dynasty organization, putting pressure on Wei Dong both openly and secretly. They have sidelined the enforcement agency of Yun City, and their recent plan should be to send people from the dynasty organization to cause trouble everywhere, leading to civilian casualties. Wei Dong is the city lord, and with the dynasty rampaging, the higher-ups will hold him accountable. They have sidelined the enforcement agency in Yun City? Upon hearing this, Yifan was slightly surprised. The enforcement agency is directly managed by the higher-ups. It isn't easy for such an agency to be sidelined. Even in chaotic Ping City, the enforcement agency remained active, though disorder would arise in certain areas. The situation in Yun City is quite special. Watching Yifan's surprised expression, Zhao Deming spoke, pondering before continuing. Yun City was very poor at the beginning, so the enforcement agency was funded and supported by the Sun family and Zheng family, but later it was gradually monopolized. I see, that's why they can act so shamelessly here. Does the higher-ups not care about these matters? Yifan interjected, Wei Dong is the city lord, he can definitely report to the higher-ups. The word of a city lord should still carry some weight. They probably can't get through. Zhao Deming shook his head. The Sun family in Yun City is a subordinate of the 8 great families in the capital, precisely responsible for handling various appeals and controlling the regulatory bureau. It's that Sun family's subordinate. Upon hearing this, Yifan understood and could not help but frown slightly, so it means Wei Dong is completely in a sideline state. A city lord who has been in power for so many years? Has he made no preparations? Even if he had preparations, he has no way. Wei Dong's talent is average, and his strength has improved too slowly. He is only a low-level gold now and cannot intimidate others at all. If not for his achievements over these years, he would have lost the position of city lord long ago. Everyone in Yun City wants Chen Changxing, but to protect Chen Changxing, he is now being targeted by most people. Zhao Deming replied, shaking his head. But then he remembered something. However, I saw yesterday that he seems to have used a weapon modified with Changxing technology. If he has that, he should be able to hold on for a while longer. Understood. Hearing this, Yifan slightly nodded, having generally understood the situation in Yuncheng. It was like an eagle catching a chick. At this moment, Wei Dong was the hen protecting Chen Changxing, while the many forces around were the eagles eyeing Chen Changxing hungrily. Wei Dong had no powerful background, relying solely on his achievements over the years. In this era, achievements do not overshadow a person. Without strength, others simply do not care about your thoughts. This Wei Dong, however, was still a decent person. Thinking of this, Yifan slightly nodded and glanced at Zhao Deming, suddenly speaking, Zhao family head, you quietly raised the rice price. It should also be to force Wei Dong to hand over Chen Changxing, right? I'm not doing it for that. Zhao Deming waved his hand, revealing a smile. I'm just making some money by going with the flow. Doesn't seem like it. Knowing the truth, but seeing Zhao Deming turn back into an old fox at this moment, Yifan merely said, waving his hand, if that's the case, then today's news is enough. Zhao family head, a pleasant cooperation. At this point, Yifan's smile faded, and he picked up the cup of wine on the table. A pleasant cooperation. Zhao Deming also smiled, raised his cup, and drank it all at once. After finishing one cup, Yifan said nothing more and stood up. Zhao family head, since the matter is settled, then I shall take my leave. As he said this, Yifan walked out, and Zhao Deming's cup had not yet been put down. Hearing this, he was momentarily stunned, and then looking at Yefan actually leaving, he couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed.
This kid still lacks manners. Can't he even say a polite word?
In the mercenary group, seeing Yefan return, the chubby Lee had been waiting at the door for a long time and finally let out a sigh of relief. Yefan, you finally came back.
What happened?
Looking at Lee's appearance, Yefan frowned slightly.
Don't you know?
Many masked people from the Dynasty organization appeared in Yunqing today, burning, killing, and looting everywhere.
Lee responded, the main urban area is in total chaos.
The people from the Dynasty organization want to kill you. You went out alone for half a day and didn't return. We were all worried sick.
Many masked people? Hearing this, Yefan's brow couldn't help but furrow again. Have these people become this reckless?
Yes, Captain, I just came back from the main city. It is a complete mess over there. Chen Peng also spoke up nearby, his eyes filled with worry. Pingcheng wasn't even this chaotic back then. It seems they are doing it on purpose. As soon as the city guards showed up, they ran, and then more came from other places. City Lord Wei had no way to handle it.
Got it. Hearing this, Yefan nodded and stepped into the mercenary group.
Li and Chen Peng hesitated, but seeing Yefan say nothing, they did not speak up, simply following behind Yefan.
Clap. Eventually, Yefan stopped, turned around, and looked at the awkward expressions of the two behind him, slightly smiling. What, do you want to go help City Lord Wei?
Want to. Li opened his mouth hesitantly. Yefan, you might not have seen, those people are truly horrifying.
They're killing indiscriminately, sparing no children or elders. Looking at this situation, those big families aren't taking action, and City Lord Wei is completely isolated. If we don't help, those common people won't know what to do.
That's right, Captain. Chen Peng also spoke up. We all have combat power, we want to help. It's rare that you guys would take the initiative to ask. Hearing this, a slight smile appeared in Yefan's eyes, and he did not pause for long, waving his hand. Since you want to help, then let's help.
Help. Notify all mercenaries, anyone willing to participate can join.
Our mercenary group will cover our own expenses. Kill one, pay money, if killed, 3 times the compensation.
Good.
Hearing Yefan's agreement, both Li and Chen Peng became excited, quickly calling over the mercenaries nearby.
Yefan also had a rare smile on his face as he stood up.
To the side, Pan Zhao spoke, Teacher Pan, let's join in.
You happen to want to kill these tumors.
Hearing this, Pan Zhao furrowed his brow slightly. Yifan, you don't need to go personally.
You have significant connections. Since it's so chaotic, you should stay out of it. I can go ensure safety. You are the most important. These battles should be fought by others. Don't take risks. I definitely have to go.
Yifan simply shook his head, glanced at Pan Zhao, and smiled. I go to kill the enemies, not only because of hate, but for other reasons too.
Wei Dong is isolated and helpless.
At this moment, only I can help him, and only in this way can I meet Chen Changsheng.
Chapter 185, Assistance.
Hearing this, Pan Zhao was slightly taken aback, but soon he just nodded. Then you will join me, I will protect you as much as possible.
Okay.
This time, Yifan did not refuse again, he simply nodded, but there was a smile in his eyes as he spoke. It wasn't that he had ulterior motives. Even without Chen Changsheng, he would choose to act. It's just that, perhaps, as Pan Zhao said, he would handle other matters. But if it concerned him, he had to show up.
Such extraordinary talent couldn't be easily persuaded with just a few words.
It needed to gain his recognition, so risking it to kill a few remnants of the dynasty was not a big deal. It was far more righteous than those who forced with price increases during chaos.
Soon, within Xinyi, dozens or even hundreds of people had gathered.
These were people who had witnessed Yifan's strength, and they loathed the dynasty organization just as deeply. At this moment, with the opportunity to participate and win huge rewards, many were willing to take up their guns and fight. Yifan, a total of 112 people signed up. After the preparations, Fatty Li leaned towards Yifan's ear.
More than 100, that's good.
Yifan clearly felt satisfied with this number, watching the lively crowd in the tavern, a hint of a smile in his eyes.
He thought there wouldn't even be 100. He underestimated them.
In the hearts of these ordinary people, there was certainly some passionate blood.
Everyone, follow me.
Yifan casually said, saying no more, he took down the heavy sword from his back and walked towards the outside. A group of people erupted in noise and chaos, pouring out of Xinyi. The already tense mercenary street had many who heard the somewhat crazy words of the Xinyi mercenaries.
This group of people with guns, they plan to kill the members of the dynasty organization?
At the entrance of the lone wolf, Zhang De, who usually watched over the street, naturally heard this, looking at the group of Xinyi mercenaries gradually fading into the distance, his eyes filled with surprise. Yes, the people of Xinyi are saying that Yifan offered a huge bounty, 50,000 for killing one, and if you die, the compensation is 3 times. The guide who had been scolded last time, Xiao Sanzi, leaned closer to Zhang De while saying, looking at the figures, seemingly a bit envious.
What? You want to go too? Seeing Xiao Sanzi's appearance, Zhang De spat out a few sunflower seeds from his mouth. Have you married a wife? Thinking about these things again?
If you go and die, no one will help you claim the compensation.
I still have my parents.
Xiao Sanzi replied, even if I die, the compensation is 150,000, enough for my parents to live for the next several decades.
You're talking nonsense.
Hearing this, Zhang De slapped Xiao Sanzi on the head. You're an only child. If you die, how will your parents live? Hurry back and clean the tables, every day thinking about nonsense.
Didn't I tell you last time? Is this something you can participate in?
After being slapped, Xiao Sanzi stumbled, shrinking his neck, but still a bit stubborn. But
I really want to.
Those rotten elements of the dynasty organization, killing them, I feel it's worth it.
It's not worth it at all. Hurry back. This comment seemed to irritate Zhang De.
He stood up and kicked Xiao Sanzi into the mercenary group with one foot, then cursed angrily, your mother handed you over to me to have you hunt well, earn money, and marry a wife, not to kill some dynasty organization. If you die, how do I explain to your mother? If anyone is to kill, it should be me. What does it have to do with a little chick like you who hasn't even grown up yet?
Xiao Sanzi was nearly kicked hard and fell to the ground, but hearing the latter part, he got up in surprise. Captain, are you going to help Yifan too? Who said I'm going to help Yifan?
I'm going to help our city Lord Wei, Zhang De replied, picking up a big knife beside him, walking into the mercenary group, and loudly said. Our city Lord Wei has done so much for us over the years. It hasn't been easy for Yunqing to have what it has today. Can we leave the city Lord Wei isolated?
No. In the Lonely Wolf Tavern, many voices echoed.
They had fought alongside Zhang De for many years and were now responding with determination. Hearing this response, Zhang De smiled widely, patting his chest covered with hair.
We aren't as rich as that Yifan, but just one sentence, for those who kill, we'll send you 2 pounds of pig head meat. For those who die, your parents are our parents, and in the future, we'll take care of them till the end. Those who want to go, come with me.
After saying this, a group of people had already stood up from their seats. Xiao Sanzi on the ground was also preparing to get up, but this time, he was seen again by the turning Zhang De, who kicked him back down. You little chick who's an only child with no wife and no kids, don't come along. We are all well-known figures in Mercenary Street, taking a child out to kill is just asking for ridicule. After saying this, Zhang De also shouldered his big knife and stepped out. This group was different from Yifan's. They were full of the air of the rivers and lakes, most of them reeked of liquor and bore scars, carrying guns and swords, looking fierce, but at this moment, they oddly had a sense of heroism. On the entire Mercenary Street, only these 2 mercenary groups set out. After a flurry of noise, it fell into silence. It was as if no one had ever helped City Lord Wei from beginning to end. City Lord, these remnants of the dynasty can't be killed completely, we have too few people. In the main urban area, after driving away a group of chaotic dynasty remnants, a city guard spoke up. The main urban area is so large, and they are causing trouble everywhere. We only have one team, the brothers are all ordinary people, carrying such heavy firearms, it's too much.
I know.
Upon hearing this, Wei Dong, who was holding a sword, replied, looking at the guards beside him who were sweating profusely, his brow slightly furrowed. He had greatly underestimated the shamelessness of those families. Watching the dynasty organization openly wreaking havoc in Yunqing was really unacceptable. Not everyone is in collusion with the dynasty organization, but these people were equally hateful. They had benefited a lot from Yunqing's rapid development over the years and could easily produce a team comparable to the city guards. But at that moment, they were entirely on the sidelines, allowing such riots to happen. Everything was just to get Shen Chansheng, to obtain the technology of immortality, to control the immortal Yunqing.
Then what's the use of these families? Without them, Yunqing would be better off. Thinking of something, Wei Dong spoke and couldn't help but clench his fists. City Lord, there's another group causing trouble over at Ningjian Street. Before Wei Dong could continue thinking, someone reported again. Go!
Wei Dong heard this, didn't say much, just gritted his teeth and rushed toward that direction. Behind him, the city guards felt somewhat powerless, only able to take a deep breath, forcefully muster their strength, and then followed him. Dragging this out will only make the situation spiral out of control. Still on the road, Wei Dong was panting, looking at the exhausted city guards behind. He couldn't help but bite his teeth. Looking at the departure point, he saw no one this time, only more than a dozen members of the dynasty organization who had already perished. What happened? Seeing this scene, Wei Dong couldn't help but be stunned, while the intelligence officer hurried to ask the civilians. Soon, the intelligence officer returned, excitement on his face, saying, Lord Wei, it's Yifan, he brought the Divine Leaf mercenary group to help us. They have dispatched more than 100 people, led by Yifan himself, and with the strength of the Golden 9 Stars, they crushed the remnants of the dynasty here.
Yifan? Hearing this name, Wei Dong raised his eyebrows slightly. Is it the one from the Ping City Yi family? Yes, that's him. The person replied, and many members of the city guard breathed a sigh of relief. The Yi family and the dynasty organization are mortal enemies. It's reasonable for the Yi family to intervene, but isn't old Master Yi summoned back to the capital? What is Yi Fan doing here in Cloud City alone? Wei Dong pondered, not having time to say much when someone else reported chaos elsewhere. Without time to think more, Wei Dong led his team over, and this time, he encountered a group from the Lone Wolf mercenary group. Their strength was not as top-notch as Yi Fan's. Among the mercenaries, there were only a few Beastmasters, and only the leader was at silver level, relying on firearms to win, resulting in a rather tragic battlefield. Seeing this, Wei Dong hurriedly joined the battlefield and quickly resolved these people. Zhang De, why did you come to help? After the battle ended, Wei Dong was a bit angry. This is simply madness. The people from the dynasty organization are powerful, how can you get entangled with them? Yi Fan, a person from Ping City, came to help, so how could we, the people of Cloud City, let the Lord be isolated and helpless? Zhang Di replied with a grin, back in the day, it was Lord Wei who gave us a meal, allowing us to form the mercenary group, otherwise, we would have starved to death on the streets. But your strength is not enough, participating in this is? Wei Dong replied, but looking at the people in front of him, he finally shook his head and looked back at the city guard. Divide half of the firearms to them. Okay. The city guard completely obeyed Wei Dong's orders. Upon hearing this, they immediately divided half of the firearms they had. These firearms have great power and can injure silver beastmasters. If you want to join the battle, take these weapons. Wei Dong spoke. Then thank you, Lord. Zhang De did not refuse, although he came to help. It was best if they could reduce casualties. Where are Yi Fan and the others? Wei Dong asked, looking at Zhang De. We don't know either. Zhang De replied, when we came, we saw them heading north. Alright, you take the firearms and be responsible for the west. I will lead people to the southeast. The situation was urgent, and Wei Dong didn't say much more, quickly leading people southward. With the firearms, Zhang De and his group gained the ability to independently eliminate the dynasty organization. Combined with Wei Dong and Yi Fan, what was originally just one team transformed into three, significantly increasing the efficiency of the extermination. The members of the dynasty organization were not infinite. Facing such a situation, they gradually sensed something was wrong. This Yi Fan, he really dares to intervene. From the north of the city, watching Yi Fan and his group come to eliminate their forces, one person hidden in the shadows of a tree looked a bit anxious. Clearly, although Yi Fan and his team had no firearms, their top-tier power was strong, with 5 of them able to easily eliminate opponents of the same level, and coupled with the golden 9 stars level Pan Zhao, their killing ability was immense. More crucially, they seemed to be able to accurately predict where their members were preparing to appear. Many times, they even showed up ahead of time, and as soon as their people appeared, they were directly eliminated. Their extermination efficiency was even higher than that of the city guards armed with firearms. No, we must inform the higher-ups. With Yi Fan and the others getting involved, if we go out like this, everyone will only be sending themselves to death. Seeing this group being wiped out, in his anxiety, the man took out a device that looked like a communicator and was about to speak. Suddenly, a clear female voice rang out from Yi Fan's group. Yi Fan, there's someone in the tree. As the voice fell, the man was startled. He quickly looked up and had already seen Pan Zhao arriving with a loud crash. Thud. The communicator fell to the ground and was crushed underfoot. Yi Fan came to the tree and revealed a smile in his eyes. In the past, his brilliance was too evident, and these people completely focused their attention on him, forgetting that there was someone in their ranks without combat ability, but whose influence on battle was equally immense. Yi Fan, to the northeast, about a kilometer away, there's a group of people in black robes. Wang Lingxi's voice timely rang out. Okay. Yi Fan nodded, turned his head, glanced at Wang Lingxi, and smiled faintly. A talent that combines support and internal affairs is truly valuable. Who would have thought that someone who could impact the battle so significantly had just months ago been fleeing in the academy? Anyone can train a genius, but cultivating an ordinary person like this is also a form of cultivation. With such a speed in clearing, by evening, the chaos had been completely quelled, and Yi Fan and Wei Dong's groups met in the center of the city. Thank you, young brother Yi Fan, for your great help. Upon seeing Yi Fan's group, Wei Dong, who had now controlled the out-of-control situation, was somewhat happy. It was just a small effort. Finally seeing Wei Dong, Yi Fan also had a hint of a smile in his eyes. It's far from a small effort. If it weren't for you, young brother Yi Fan, today's situation could have been a huge mess. Wei Dong responded. Perhaps due to his innate good feelings towards Yi Fan's identity, he appeared somewhat polite. With such great help, I invite you, young brother Yi Fan, to a meal another day. No need for a meal. Yi Fan shook his head, looked at Wei Dong, and suddenly said, City Lord Wei, why hasn't the enforcer shown up amidst today's chaos? Alas.
Hearing this, Wei Dong let out a long sigh. Don't be afraid of laughing at me, young brother Yifan, the enforcement agency in Yun City is completely beyond my control.
The major families in Yun City hold the main power now. They no longer listen to my commands. I see.
Hearing this, Yifan nodded.
He clearly already knew this information. Asking now was merely to continue the conversation. Today's incident was instigated by the Dynasty organization, and these families are indifferent, which means they have colluded with the Dynasty organization?
Upon hearing this, Wei Dong was taken aback, instinctively wanting to deny it, but then thought of Yifan's background and shook his head, smiling wryly. Young brother Yifan sees clearly.
The way I manage Yun City is worth a laugh for you. That's not a laugh at all.
City Lord Wei isn't wrong, it's just that these people are truly hateful. Yifan replied, pondering slightly before looking at Wei Dong, a hint of a cold light in his eyes.
City Lord Wei, do you have any thoughts about these people? Thoughts? Upon hearing this, Wei Dong was slightly taken aback.
For a moment, a cold light flashed in his eyes, but soon, he just shook his head.
Most of these major families control the lifeline of a certain industry in Yun City.
If we touch them, Yun City will be in chaos. But Yun City is already close to chaos. Yifan replied, glancing at Wei Dong, and spoke meaningfully, these people can never be satisfied. Even if City Lord Wei satisfies their appetite this time, next time, they will have other demands to threaten you.
Appetite. Wei Dong's brows furrowed as he looked at Yifan. You already know. MHM.
Yifan did not hide his identity, and as the conversation reached this point, in a straightforward manner, he said, Lord Wei, I am here to find Chen Chongsheng.
You want to find him too? Wei Dong replied, do you also want the longevity technology in his hands? I don't want any longevity technology.
Yifan answered, a smile appearing on his face, I just think that such a genius should shine bright and proud, not be hidden away like this.
I feel the same way.
These words seemed to touch Wei Dong, who nodded slightly and then replied, but in Yun City, I am isolated and helpless.
I can help Lord Wei.
Yifan replied promptly. Wei Dong hesitated, glancing at Yifan in front of him, you are alone, and the Yi family has already returned to the capital.
To quell the dynasty organization doesn't necessarily require a large force.
Yifan shook his head, the biggest problem now is just that we can't get the message out.
This, I can solve.
Although I don't know how the higher-ups will react, if Elder Yi steps in, they won't turn a blind eye.
However, there might be some interference that could delay things.
The main issue is to suppress the chaos during this time. After all, the people of the dynasty organization are everywhere now.
If there are too many casualties among the people, the disputes that arise will implicate Lord Wei. Your analysis is quite clear. Wei Dong nodded, seeming to trust Yifan a bit. He looked at him, hesitated slightly, and said, so, do you want to cooperate with me? Yes, let's say it is cooperation. Yifan nodded, I want to see Chen Chongsheng. I can't let you meet him now.
Everyone is watching me, and I need to avoid him being discovered by others as much as possible.
Wei Dong replied, cupping his hands.
It's not that I don't trust you, young brother Yifan, but this period is indeed very dangerous.
In that case, it's acceptable. Yifan nodded, slightly pondering, then asked, Lord Wei, the firearms in your hands are manufactured using longevity technology, right?
Yes. This time, Wei Dong did not deny it and nodded, it is part of the longevity technology. We purified the ore to replace the original bullets to provide power to the firearms.
So they are bullets with elemental power. Understood. Yifan nodded, looking at Wei Dong, falling into silence for a moment. So, does Lord Wei agree to cooperate with me? Cooperation is cooperation, but I don't know what young brother Yifan means by cooperation. Wei Dong said helplessly, does young brother Yifan want to cooperate with me to resist the dynasty organization, or does he simply want to meet Chen Chongsheng? I want both.
Yifan replied, a smile appearing on his face, people like Lord Wei should understand this. Sometimes, we don't need to be so clear-cut about things, as long as we achieve the final result.
All right. Hearing this, Wei Dong was not a hesitant person, and he nodded. Young brother Yifan, if you have any requests or plans, just tell me.
I need such firearms. Yifan began, about 50 of them, to arm my people. I will help Lord Wei defend the northern district for a while. During this time, I might have some actions, and if I need Lord Wei's help, I will inform you.
50 guns.
Upon hearing this, Wei Dong hesitated slightly, but after considering for a while, he still nodded in agreement with a smile.
I can agree to this condition. Then it's a pleasant cooperation. Once the chaos in Yun City is settled, I hope to meet Chen Chongsheng. As he said this, Yifan also smiled, reaching out his hand towards Wei Dong. Seeing this action, Wei Dong extended his hand first, and when he shook hands with Yifan, he suddenly froze for a moment, looking at this very calm boy whose eyes seemed certain about everything. It was as if he suddenly realized.
This kid in front of him was only 15 years old, but in their conversation, he had clearly held the initiative the entire time. The feeling he gave off was like that of a steady adult, whether in speech or action, there was completely no hint of restlessness.
City Lord Wei, I'll be heading back now.
In the end, it was Yifan's voice that startled Wei Dong awake. When the other party realized it, he looked at Yifan's gradually receding figure and the beast following him, revealing a hint of surprise in his eyes.
Is this really a child in his teens? Old Yi, there's news from Yifan.
In Kyoto, Yi Mao, who was idly sitting at home, stood up at the sound of the soldier bringing news. The high-level meeting had ended long ago. On the surface, he was awarded the title of commander for the achievements of the dynasty, but in reality, it was just a way to strip him of military power and leave him in the capital. High-ranking, but without real power, it was basically as if he had nothing to manage and couldn't manage anything.
What was the life of these high-ranking officials like? Every day, it was either meetings or various banquets, saying flattering words and doing ambiguous things. This kind of life was something the battle-hardened Yi Mao could not adapt to.
This had left Yi Mao quite bored. He had been staying at home these past few days, not wanting to go out or participate in any high-level meetings. His second son, Yi Chuan, was taking this opportunity to hold an official position in Kyoto, officially starting his career.
What did Fanner say in his letter? Hurry and tell me.
At this moment, hearing news from Yifan, Yi Mao was quite happy and waved his hand. Soon, the soldier brought the communicator, which was one of the modern technological devices that could transmit brief messages over long distances. On the communicator, there was only a short line of information.
I plan to recruit a talent in Cloud City. At this moment, the dynasty organization and the prominent families in the city are colluding, and the situation is urgent. The Sun family is deliberately obstructing the information. Please, uncle, help me get this out. Cloud City? After just a glance at the information, Yi Mao furrowed his brows. What is Fanner going to do in Cloud City? Do you need me to ask old Yi? No need, whatever he says is fine. This kid, recruiting talent, yet runs to Cloud City, what does he plan to do, raise private soldiers?
Yi Mao replied, slightly frowning, but said no more and stood up.
Old Yi, are you heading out? The attendant quickly approached.
Yi Mao replied, and at that moment, a smile suddenly appeared on his face, which had previously shown some frustration from being stuck in the capital. Those petty officials think keeping me in Kyoto is useful, but my Yi family still has a descendant who can stir up trouble. The remnants of the dynasty colluding with the wealthy locals, and the Sun family obstructing people from petitioning, this is enough for me to say a few words. Let's go, today, I'll properly accompany those people and hold a meeting.
Chapter 188, Retreat. Early in the morning, the central hall of Kyoto opened as usual for the daily morning assembly.
This assembly was bustling with noise, with most of the most powerful people among the human race participating. This kept those who wanted to ingratiate themselves busy, running around giving gifts and passing invitations. These high officials formed factions, often gathering under the lead of the 8 great families, each leading their own group up the long stairs. Among these people, today, a strange old man appeared. In the crowd, he walked with his head held high, standing out distinctly.
Why is Yi Mao here for the morning assembly? Someone noticed the old man's appearance and looked somewhat surprised. Ever since Yi Mao was reassigned to Kyoto, he rarely attended. The higher-ups didn't bother about it and let him be. There must be some reason. Someone nearby whispered, "You don't know the Yi family?
Every time they come to court, something big happens." The War King went to court 3 times in total, and each time there was a military expedition, whether it was attacking this or that, the officials up top were all scared. But Yi Mao's military power has been stripped away.
What expedition can he possibly start?
The whispers of these people did not affect the progress of the morning court. Soon, the palace opened, and a group of people entered one after another. Inside the palace, there were no unnecessary decorations, just a round table at the end of which sat 3 elderly-looking people with kind eyes. They were the highest figures, the representatives of the Arbitration Council, known by titles of civil, military, and wisdom. They seemed to be former noble lords, stationed here to decide various matters during the daily morning court. The seating arrangement was quite significant. Generally, the more powerful someone was, the closer they sat to the front. It was an understood consensus that the first row was usually reserved for the Ji and Sun families. However, when Yi Mo arrived, he did not pay attention to that and directly sat in Sun Wu's position. This clearly made Sun Wu's expression darken. Just as he was about to say something, Yi Mo spoke first. "What, now in this council hall, do we also have to follow the bureaucratic rules?" "You." Upon hearing this, Sun Wu was a bit taken aback. At the front, an elderly man helplessly interjected, "Yi Mo is a marshal, by seniority and age, he can sit here."
"Sun Wu, be a little more gracious. Listen to Wang Wan."
When said, and Sun Wu stopped his rebuttal, nodded, and took a seat below Yi Mo. The meeting quickly began. The first item typically involved officials reporting some matters that needed discussion regarding regional issues, followed by discussions of the frontline situation.
These processes were long and tedious. EMO had planned to wait a bit, but after more than an hour with no end in sight, he could not help but speak. Wang Wen, EMO has something to report.
Upon hearing this, Wen's expression changed slightly. He exchanged glances with the two people beside him, and their eyes showed a hint of helplessness. They had to admit, they were also afraid of EMO speaking. Once he began, it was likely to lead to yet another dispute. But since the situation had reached this point, everyone fell silent, and Wen had no choice but to nod. Marshal Yi, what do you have to say?
Wang Wen, I have received news. In Yun City, a family has colluded with the dynasty organization, causing chaos, and Yun City is unable to suppress it. EMO replied, I request Wang Wen to send troops to suppress it.
With this statement, Sun Wu's expression immediately changed.
EMO was indeed here to stir trouble. Yun City? Upon hearing this, Wang Wen furrowed his brow. How does Marshal Yi know about Yun City's situation? In response to Wang Wen, the Yi family has descendants training in Yun City. I see.
Wang Wen did not pursue the matter further. He appeared slightly puzzled. If Yun City is unable to suppress the dynasty organization, they should report it to the regulatory bureau.
At this point, Wang Wen looked at Sun Wu. Director Sun, have you received any reports from Yun City? In response to Wang Wen, no.
Sun Wu's face showed a slight oddity at this moment, though he kept a very natural demeanor.
No?
Sun Wu's answer made Wang Wen furrow his brow again, glancing at GMO, but GMO slammed his palm on the table with a loud bang. Some people choose to remain blind and deaf, of course, it is not reported. The sudden bang startled many people. Sun Wu's expression shifted drastically. Marshal Yi, you cannot speak carelessly. What do you mean by some people choosing to remain blind and deaf? Falsifying reports and creating public opinion. Even if you are EMO, the marshal, you cannot slander others like this.
I, EMO, do not even look down on slandering you, a mere Sun Wu.
EMO merely snorted coldly, choosing not to entangle with Sun Wu, turning to Wang Wen, performing a salute. My descendant would never lie. Please send troops, Wang Wen. This made Wang Wen feel a bit troubled, but seeing Sun Wu's expression, Wang Wen sensed something. After a brief moment of silence, he softly said, both of you, please do not rush, perhaps there is some misunderstanding. There are many various intelligence reports submitted daily, there might be errors.
Director Sun, you can send someone now to investigate. All right.
Hearing this, Sun Wu replied, his eyes a bit gloomy, but he still stood up and walked outside. Soon, he returned with a stack of letters. The messages received by the Regulatory Bureau every day are recorded immediately and will go through 3 reviews before reaching me.
Each review has detailed records, no way to falsify.
I have extracted various reports from Nanchuan province over the past 100 days, King Wen can check.
Good.
King Wen responded, taking the letters and flipping through them, indeed finding nothing, and could only look towards Yi Mao. Marshal Yi, there is really nothing.
Is there nothing? In the Regulatory Bureau, it still depends on some saying it counts. Yi Mao replied. Yi Mao. Hearing this, Sun Wu was a bit angry.
Likewise, Yi Mao did not back down and also stood up. In an instant, the atmosphere in the palace turned tense. The 3 kings present looked somewhat helpless, indeed.
Both of you, please sit down.
In the end, it was still King Wen who spoke to mediate, waving his hand, and only then did they sit down. Marshal Yi, the dynasty organization is something everyone wants to eliminate. Director Sun should not act so recklessly. King Wen spoke, still looking at Yi Mao. Marshal Yi's descendant may be a bit sensitive, but each city is equipped with a considerable number of law enforcement agencies, and they should not be able to suppress some small remnants of the dynasty. The 2 sides may have been at an impasse for a few days. Perhaps in a few days, the situation will stabilize. The central military forces are mostly very important. Recently, the front lines are tight and cannot be transferred casually.
My descendant does not lie.
Yi Mao replied, looking at King Wen, such matters do not require words. King Wen just needs to send a strong person to check.
Checking is fine.
Upon hearing this, King Wen nodded. He was also afraid of the stubborn Yi Mao and was relieved to see Yi Mao make a concession.
Yun City is in Nanchuan province. Since it's Nanchuan province, let Governor Li Ming go check.
Yes. In the middle of the round table, Li Ming stood up. King Wen, I will handle this matter promptly and give Marshal Yi and King Wen an answer.
Go ahead. King Wen nodded, watching Li Ming leave. He then looked at Yi Mao. Marshal Yi, is it okay for Li Ming to go? I'll follow King Wen's arrangements.
Yi Mao nodded, his eyes showing a slight change. Li Ming is considered his brother, he should be able to handle things fairly if he goes.
Chapter 189 Blueprint.
Little brother Yi Fan, this is the gun I had made overnight yesterday. There are not many, only 30. In the morning, Wei Dong arrived at Xinai. The box containing the guns was very conspicuous.
Thank you. Yi Fan replied, giving a glance to Fatty Li, who quickly put away the box.
Later, I will take over the original law enforcement team. Mayor Wei, should I have all privileges?
Privileges.
Hearing this, Wei Dong hesitated slightly, but soon nodded. I will give little brother Yifan a document, appointing you as the captain of the patrol team. Some matters you can handle yourself.
All right. Upon hearing this, Yifan nodded, then thank you, Mayor Wei. I should be the one thanking little brother Yifan.
Wei Dong replied, cupping his hands, I will go down to handle the city guard's matters. If someone causes trouble later, we will take action together.
Okay.
After the negotiation, Yifan watched Wei Dong leave, then went to the backstage, looking at those firearms, his eyes revealing a strange brilliance, casually picking one up, and his eyes lit up as soon as he touched it. These guns have refined energy, which should come from ore, controlling the energy precision very well, then transforming this energy into controllable power.
The longevity technology should be the key to this refining technology. Goodness, does this mean you already know how to do it, Yifan?
Fatty Lee exclaimed, shocked. I just understand the principle, technology is the core, how could one understand everything just by looking? Yifan smiled and shook his head, however, knowing this technology is enough. This is enough for us to work so hard to find Chen Changxing here.
So, are we just patrolling here for our next time? Li Fatty asked in confusion.
It's a kind of patrol, but of course, there are other things to do. Yifan spoke, recalling something, and said to Wang Lingxi not far away, the team from Ping City has arrived, let them come find me.
Okay. Wang Lingxi nodded, picking up the communicator beside her. Soon, two people walked in, and seeing Yifan, they were a bit excited. Boss Yifan. You too? Seeing the two, Li Fatty was slightly taken aback. Jotsong, Deng Ai?
Yes. Yifan nodded on the side without saying much, just patted Jotsong's shoulder. Your talent is similar to Wang Lingxi's, the reason I brought you here is to do patrol.
You must have experience hunting in Ping City, right?
This time, your hunting target is the members of the dynasty. Distribute the firearms to the brothers, from now on, you will be my first troop, and you two will be the squad leaders.
Squad leader? Upon hearing this, Jotsong was taken aback, and then a bit delighted. So, does this mean I've been promoted?
That's right. Hearing this, Yifan smiled and patted Jotsong's shoulder again. Go ahead, do your job well, and maybe in the future, you can be promoted to team leader.
Good, good, good. Jotsong nodded repeatedly, lifting the box of firearms with Deng Ai and walking out. He was clearly very happy. Watching the two leave, Wang Lingxi then spoke, Yifan, why did you choose these two as squad leaders?
These two have quite practical talents. Yifan replied, waving his hand, just squad leaders, nothing major, giving it to them now is only to see if they can take on the responsibility. We need to start building a blueprint, some personnel need to be armed, and having such opportunities allows them to train more.
Building a blueprint? Upon hearing this, Li Fatty looked puzzled. What blueprint are we building? The power blueprint.
Yifan replied, forming a mercenary group or a business association, it's all part of the blueprint. Right now we don't have good channels, the main thing is to select personnel from the mercenary group, forming an independent small team, providing benefits, and nurturing our own followers. When our followers become strong, they can give back to the subsequent business association.
Currently, it's a small team, in the future, there will be 10, even 100.
These are our strengths.
So, we are planning to raise private soldiers?
Chen Peng spoke beside him, seemingly a bit worried. There are currently prohibitions against anyone having private armies.
1 or 2 small teams is fine, but if we have more and someone finds out, that is a serious crime. Who says this is a private army?
Yifan replied calmly, looking at Chen Peng and showing a hint of a profound smile, these are not my mercenary group members. Upon hearing this, Chen Peng was stunned, and then seemed to come to a realization.
No wonder Yifan, you want to build a mercenary group.
Li Fatty also suddenly understood, to build your own power under the name of a mercenary group, while the mercenary group makes money, you then use that money to create power, and then use that power to earn more money.
If we accumulate this. Good heavens, Yifan, you don't want to rebel, do you?
Rebellion isn't the right term, this world doesn't have a famous name.
Even if there is a rebellion, whose rebellion is it?
Yifan just smiled and shook his head, patting Li Fatty's shoulder and revealing a hint of a profound smile.
Fatty, I often tell you to have a grand vision, look further ahead, and you'll see more. Now you all see many things, ultimately, we have to go to university, but when we graduate, will we stay on the front lines or return home?
To take that legendary step, whether it's power forces or personal strength, both are essential. Those big families are all cultivating their own powers everywhere. Take the Sun family in Cloud City, can you say he isn't a pawn of the Sun family?
It sounds so complicated.
Fatty Lee listened and couldn't help but shiver a little. Why does it feel like the human race is about to start a cold war, with various warlords carving out their territories everywhere?
Aren't people already doing that?
Yifan replied, as an insight flickered in his eyes. I'm beginning to understand why some members of the dynasty say the problem isn't with the dynasty organization.
In fact, you can see many things from Cloud City.
Many big families are already dissatisfied with the restrictions of the rules.
On the surface, they still submit, but in reality, they are already exploiting the loopholes in the rules. You see, to force out Chen Changsheng, they are working hand in hand with the dynasty organization. Those who don't know would think Wei Dong is the real villain. Rather than saying the dynasty organization is reckless, it's more accurate to say that these families with ulterior motives are giving them a green light, profiting from the chaos. But if it's just for profit, they might not rebel, right? Fatty Li hesitated, aren't they just after money? You're thinking too simply. Yi Fan shook his head, looking out the window. Profit has its limits, but human greed knows no bounds. When they discover they can bypass the rules, one day they will want to establish new rules. It's just a matter of time. Chapter 190, The Commotion. At night, the Sun family in Cloud City was bustling with activity. Several families sat together, including the heads of the Sun and Zhang families, while some men in black robes stood respectfully beside them, silent. However, the symbols on their clothes revealed their identities. They gathered around a fire, seemingly huddled together for warmth. Head of the Sun family, what's going on today? The first to speak was a person very close to the fire. He squatted on the ground without a stool. Gathering us all together at this late hour must mean something important, right? The news from above says that Ji Fan has reported to Qingwen that the dynasty organization is wreaking havoc in Cloud City, the head of the Sun family calmly stated, and is requesting Qingwen to send troops to Cloud City to quell the disturbance. Upon hearing this, several people were startled. It's obviously that brat Ji Fan's doing. Someone voiced their concern, in Cloud City, it's just us. If someone investigates, it could lead to big trouble. Have they sent troops? Where are they now? No troops have been sent yet, but they have dispatched the southern governor Li Ming, who is expected to arrive in Cloud City in 3 to 5 days, the head of the Sun family answered. 3 to 5 days? That's not enough time. Some faces turned pale, our people are all in important positions, we can't evacuate in time and will be discovered. Why evacuate? The mountain is high, and the emperor is far away. They don't know Cloud City's situation, the head of the Zhang family spoke up, seemingly unconcerned, isn't it just the dynasty wreaking havoc? We can simply help to quell the disturbance in the next few days. Zhang family head understands what we mean. The head of the Sun family nodded with a smile, looking at those beside him, I brought everyone here for this reason. Currently, we don't know what Yi Fan reported, but if it's just about the chaos of the dynasty, we can just put on a show for the people above. The real key is Chen Changsheng. Whether there is chaos in the dynasty is not for us to decide. Let's send some servants and lackeys from each family, have them wear the organization's clothes and go out. We'll take the initiative to assist, then quell the disturbance, and they'll have to credit us with the achievement. But can this really work? Someone expressed worry, that's the southern governor, at least at the glory level. If he really decides to investigate. In this day and age, who still cares about whether it's true or not? The head of the Sun family remarked with a seemingly very calm tone, Li Ming is indeed the southern governor, but his son Li Xiao is working in the supervisory bureau. Saying this, the head of the Sun family turned to some people, smiling, you all are seasoned veterans. Everyone should know a saying. The martial world has never just been about fighting and killing. As these words were spoken, everyone fell into a slight silence, and soon, someone let out a laugh, followed by laughter from everyone else. Under the night sky, the laughter around the campfire sounded somewhat mocking. The next morning, Zhou Cang and Deng Ai's team armed themselves and took their positions, while Wei Dong led his patrol in the city early on. By 10 o'clock, chaos erupted once again in the main city center, but this time, when Wei Dong arrived with his team, he saw the enforcers already dealing with members of the dynasty organization. One incident after another followed this pattern. By afternoon, the chaos quickly subsided. The intensity was far less than before, and the enforcement team handled each situation swiftly. This made Wei Dong very puzzled, and as the afternoon wore on, he decided to visit Xinyi to explain the matter to Yi Fan. The enforcers actively dispatched troops? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan frowned slightly. Yes, almost all the disturbances today were quelled by them. Wei Dong hesitated as he spoke beside Yi Fan, is it because brother Yi Fan already reported the news? That might be the case. Yi Fan responded, lost in thought. People from above felt the pressure from these major families and were afraid of being held accountable, so it made sense for the enforcement team to move, but the people above are not blind. This last-minute effort would be exposed with just a little investigation. What's the point of pretending with something that has no real significance? Besides helping, have those people shown any unusual behaviors? After a while, Yi Fan asked. Nothing else, they haven't had any dealings with me, they just killed and left. Wei Dong replied, pausing for a moment as if recalling something, then added, but today, those members of the dynasty organization were very weak, almost without Beastmasters, they were just ordinary people holding firearms. Ordinary people holding firearms? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan hesitated, so they are just sacrificing themselves to show a performance to those above. Could it be that they bribed people from above? Didn't rumors say that Wen Wang personally sent his men from the capital? How are they in collusion with these people?
Thinking of this, Yifan seemed to remember something and took out his communicator to inquire about the only signal toward the capital. Messages spread quickly, and before long, the communicator lit up again. Yifan looked at the message, and a few short words made his brow furrow deeply. The person coming is the southern governor, Li Ming.
Yifan said, looking at Wei Dong beside him, City Lord Wei, you have been in office for many years, do you have any impression of Li Ming? What is this person like? Have you had any contact? Governor Li Ming?
Upon hearing Yifan's question, Wei Dong paused slightly, a look of recollection in his eyes. He has worked in the capital for many years and occasionally inspects Yun City. I've had a few interactions with him, but I don't have much impression. He's quite standard, not the kind who deeply cares for the people or is morally upright, nor is he a corrupt official.
Standard.
Yifan nodded slightly, so he is mediocre and incompetent. At this point, Yifan seemed to have figured something out. The Sun family in Yun City is connected to the capital.
My uncle argued with Sun Wu on site about whether the situation in Jin City was true, and Sun Wu denied any disorder in Jin City. This matter is not small. If it's false, my uncle wouldn't lose out, but if it's true, the punishment from above could be severe.
Li Ming's official position is not significant in the upper echelons of the capital. Compared to those powerful families, he is not even on the same level.
He likely wouldn't want to offend Sun Wu over such a matter.
As long as he saves face, he probably won't care about Yun City's situation.
Ah, I see.
Upon hearing this, Wei Dong was taken aback, so it means that it almost makes no difference whether someone came from above or not.
Almost like that.
Yifan nodded, looking at Wei Dong, his eyes squinting slightly. But even if we don't want to care, we still need to maintain our face.
Since they don't care about their face first, we don't have to be so polite. No need to be polite. Hearing the coldness in Yifan's words, Wei Dong hesitated slightly. Brother Yifan, how do you plan to be impolite? Let's cause some chaos.
If they can have their people pretend to be the dynasty organization and make a scene in Yun City, we can do the same. Yifan replied, hitting the nail on the head, then slowly continued.
It's not so easy to just brush the matter aside.
Tonight, I'll take people to burn down the Sun family's granary.
Burn the granary? Wei Dong was slightly taken aback upon hearing this.
Yes. Yifan nodded, glancing at Wei Dong, then said, I've roughly understood over the past few days that the Sun family and the Zhang family have specifically built granaries in the city. Unlike the Zhao family, they don't loudly buy rice at high prices, instead, they are quietly storing it. Storing rice at this point, Wei Dong fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, he suddenly reacted, are these people trying to
create chaos in the city, raise rice prices, then come a man-made drought?
Yifan answered, his tone calm, I don't know who Chen Changxing is, but I believe anyone willing to use that kind of technique to create a long-lasting cloud wouldn't be able to tolerate such horrific suffering.
But if we burn down the granary, won't the rice in it be gone?
Wei Dong seemed a bit hesitant. If that's the case, Yun City will still lack a lot of food.
City Lord Wei, that food belongs to them, not yours, and certainly not Yun City's. I hope you can distinguish this point.
Yifan replied, glancing at Wei Dong, and continued, not everyone thinks like you and Chen Changsheng, wishing for the common people to live and work in peace.
Some people only see themselves. A group of thieves. Wei Dong spoke out, have they forgotten how we all lived before there was an industry in Yun City? Forgotten.
Yifan replied, seemingly not wanting to continue on this topic, just waving his hand, City Lord Wei, there is one thing I hope you remember.
No matter how much you once fought side by side, no matter how united you once were, as it stands now, you are enemies. What more is there to say to enemies? Understood.
Hearing this, City Lord Wei paused, then nodded, if that's the case, I agree with your actions.
Is there anything you need my help with? The Sun family and Zhang family might have eternal level experts appearing. Help isn't necessary. As for the eternal level, they may not even dare to act against me. Yifan replied, turning around.
City Lord Wei, just wait for good news. At night, in a corner of Yun City, many warehouses were built here. Although it was nighttime, people were still delivering goods from time to time.
We probably collected about 50,000 pounds of rice today.
After delivering the last batch, closing the granary door, it was already deep into the night. The head of the delivery crew clapped his hands. Perhaps at this silent hour of the night, he scanned his eyes and saw a thin young man sitting at the warehouse door. That young man seemed a bit rebellious, sitting there alone with a long spear beside him, completely gilded, looking rather extraordinary.
Brother Jingling, why are you still awake so late?
Seeing the young man, the head hesitated a bit, but still came over, smiling at Jingling.
My duty is to guard the granary. Jingling replied, appearing very easygoing. After answering, he asked the head, Brother Lu Chen, aren't you resting? Us people have no opportunity to rest.
In response, Lu Chen became rather familiar, sitting down next to Jingling.
We are all serving the higher-ups. We've received money and sold our lives, and likely won't have any chance to rise in this life. Brother Lu, you don't have to be so pessimistic.
Jingling shook her head, seemingly comforted, and said, if you can get promoted, there will still be great opportunities in the future.
I don't want a promotion anymore.
We common folks have no talent, no beast taming ability, no body technique skills, we can only do some chores.
To think about becoming a high official is just a fantasy.
Lu Chen responded, taking out a pack of cigarettes and pulling one out, but Jingling waved her hand to refuse, saying, I don't smoke.
Not smoking is good.
Lu Chen said, looking at Jingling's youthful appearance, suddenly interested, Jingling, I heard you were sent down from above.
What are the higher-ups of the dynasty organization like? What are higher-ups like?
Upon hearing this, Jingling fell into a slight silence, frowning and thinking for a few seconds, then just shook her head, they are no different from others, they are still people, just maybe of a higher status.
So they're big shots, huh? I get it.
Lu Chen didn't wait for Jingling to continue speaking, igniting the cigarette for himself, seemingly relaxed as he leaned his hand against the steps.
After exhaling a puff of smoke, Lu Chen turned his attention back to Jingling, then asked curiously, how did brother Jingling join the organization?
You're such a talented young man with skills, you should be great even just studying properly.
I joined the organization because my adoptive father is also a member.
Jingling answered, not hiding anything, I was an orphan and my adoptive father raised me.
Now that I have skills, I should help him. So it's to repay your adoptive father.
Upon hearing this, Lu Chen fell into a brief silence, pondering for a while, then suddenly spoke, I see brother Jingling is about 25 or 26, you should be married by now.
Not married, I just have someone I like.
Jingling began, and as he spoke, a smile unconsciously appeared on his face, after all, I'm a member of the organization, so it's a bit inconvenient. If I can have a proper identity in a few years, we'll get married.
That's great, then.
Lu Chen replied, nodding, and looking at the granary behind him, as if daydreaming, us common folks don't have any grand ideals like those big shots. Just to support ourselves and provide a good life for our families, that's enough.
If that's the case, brother Lu Chen is quite a practical person.
Jingling replied, showing a smile.
What can we do? The lives of ordinary folks are just like this. Lu Chen nodded, stretching lazily as he stood up. All right, brother Jingling, it's getting late.
I'm going back to rest, I still need to go load goods early tomorrow. If you guard the warehouse by yourself, and no one is watching you, you could secretly sleep at night, it's all Sun's family stuff.
Who would come to steal it? Okay.
Hearing this, Jingling nodded, have a good rest, brother Lu Chen.
I'm off. Lu Chen laughed, turned around, and walked towards the end of the street.
Jingling stood in place, watching Lu Chen leave, a smile in his eyes as the shadow fell on the ground. It was only after Lu Chen turned the corner that Jingling prepared to look away and continue with his business, but just as he was about to, he suddenly saw Lu Chen staggering backward. Under the moonlight, several figures concealed Lu Chen's shadow.
Brother Lu Chen, what's wrong?
Jingling shouted, picking up the spear from the ground, his eyes filled with vigilance. Lu Chen turned his head, but his eyes were full of terror, he said nothing, just opened his mouth, unable to make a sound, as if he was saying to run away quickly.
Who is it?
This scene didn't scare Jingling, instead, holding the spear, he advanced towards Lu Chen. Not having taken a few steps yet, a black heavy sword crashed down. Jingling's eyes sparkled, and he quickly swept the spear, just lifting it to block the heavy sword, stepping back a few steps with a clang. The next moment, at the end of the street, a group of people dressed in black robes appeared, and at the forefront was the master of the black sword.
You are alone, guarding the Sun family's warehouse? Chapter 192, Flames. Who are you?
With a long spear in hand, Jingling spoke, looking at the group of people emerging on the opposite side, his gaze fixated on the person at the front wielding a black heavy sword. His hand trembled slightly, that previous sword strike seemed to possess terrifying power.
Me?
Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's lips slowly curled up beneath the mask.
I am a member of the Dynasty organization. Members of the organization?
Hearing this, Jingling was taken aback, then immediately shouted angrily, whose men are you?
Yun City is under the rule of the town king.
This fierce shout did not drive the newcomer back, instead, it made Yi Fan slightly stunned.
Town king? The town king responsible for guarding the beast border on the front lines?
As the voice fell, Jingling's face changed dramatically, realizing the opponent's identity was fake, and quickly raised his spear to attack Yi Fan.
His spear technique was extremely domineering, striking with great force.
A casual thrust shattered several bricks beneath his feet, and his attack was fiercely relentless, with a combat power at the level of 4 to 5 stars in gold. Yi Fan drew out his heavy sword and engaged in battle with Jingling. Although he was somewhat lacking in strength, he did not fall behind. After exchanging attacks for 20 rounds, the long spear swept towards him. Yi Fan defended and was knocked back in front of several people.
Such a domineering spear technique is rare.
Yi Fan raised his heavy sword, looking at Jingling with narrowed eyes. I have seen such spear techniques among the human race. Your identity seems unusual. Poof. Jingling snorted coldly but did not answer a word, merely sweeping his long spear once more toward Yi Fan. This time, Yi Fan didn't hold back. He summoned 3 beast companions and casually raised his hand.
Enchantment, Gale Eagle.
A gust of wind surrounded him, forming a whirlwind around Yi Fan. The Hellhound and Little Tengu sprang into action, each revealing bright light as they launched their attacks.
The enchantment of the Gale Eagle enhances my 5 senses.
Feeling a noticeable increase in his field of vision, Yi Fan clenched his fist and charged again, engaging in battle with Jingling once more. This time, the situation was clearly different. He could withstand Jingling's fierce spear technique. With the help of his beast companions, it was as if Jingling was starting to fall behind.
You are Yi Fan.
After another collision, Jingling seemed to recognize Yi Fan's identity, sweeping his spear to kick up a piece of the floor. Yi Fan casually struck down with his sword, splitting that section of the floor, but at the same time, the distance between them opened up a gap.
Who taught you your swordsmanship?
Jingling asked, gripping the long spear with his hand, the flesh around his knuckles slightly splitting from the strain. This swordsmanship is even more domineering than my spear.
Your Yi family practices bare-hand combat. How do you have such swordsmanship?
The Yi family practices bare-hand combat because Dragon Eye practitioners cannot command beasts. I am not a Dragon Eye practitioner, so practicing swordsmanship is not a problem. Yi Fan replied, staring intently at Jingling. Step aside, you cannot stop me. In terms of weapons, you are not my match. In terms of commanding beasts, you are not my match.
A few star-level differences cannot smooth out the gap between us. Back off.
Hearing this, Jingling's face flushed with anger. This is my responsibility. If you want to come over, you must defeat me.
Do you think I'm only one? Boom.
Immediately, Jingling thrust his long spear heavily into the ground, and in the next moment, the spear vibrated, producing a buzzing sound. Then, the golden spear emitted a dazzling light, and a golden tiger sprang from the spear, boasting dual wings. With a mighty roar, it seemed to reverberate through half of Yun City.
Beast Spirit Warrior.
At this moment, seeing the golden tiger emerging from the spear, Yi Fan frowned slightly. A golden 6-star beast spirit, the spirit of the golden winged tiger, the essence of a transcended beast. Yi Fan, we cannot afford to delay. Seeing the beast spirit appear, Pan Zhao stepped forward from behind. The commotion is too loud, let me settle this swiftly. No, you just need to burn the granary. Yi Fan shook his head, looking up at the golden winged tiger in the air.
Someone is starting to stir within me. Let me fight him.
All right. Hearing this, Pan Zhao said no more, signaling to the fat man beside him, and a group of people began to move forward.
You can't do this.
Jingling roared, sweeping her long spear, as the golden winged tiger looked ready to pounce, yet opposite her, Yi Fan spoke coldly.
Jingling, your opponent is me. Boom.
A heavy sword struck the ground, a black dragon emerged, coiling above Yi Fan, and the moment the dragon's roar sounded, Jingling's eyes widened in shock. You are also a beast spirit warrior.
How could one person cultivate so many paths? Not all impossibilities in the world are unbreakable.
Yi Fan simply spoke, lifting the black heavy sword. I too would like to see how beast spirit warriors fight against each other. In the sky, the black dragon roared and charged towards the golden winged tiger at Yi Fan's call.
Meanwhile, Pan Zhao and his group leaped over Jingling, holding torches and rushing towards the Sun family's granary.
Night fell, the stars hidden from view, yet the massive cloud did not obscure the moon, but instead, it was beautifully illuminated by the moonlight. The head of the Sun family and the head of the Zhang family drank together in the courtyard, each holding a cup of wine. It was the head of the Zhang family who spoke first. Once Li Ning finishes his investigation, we should be ready to take action. Yi Fan is a troublesome matter. Luckily, Yi Mao has been called back to the capital, otherwise, given the Yi family's usual style, we might face serious trouble. Serious trouble might not necessarily happen. Last time during the crackdown on Pingchang, Yi Mao improperly summoned the Heavenly Army, and even let the battle Heavenly Army gather again. He broke major taboos. The head of the Sun family seemed somewhat unconcerned. The Yi family members never seem to learn their lessons. The stronger they become, the more wary the higher-ups are.
When the Battle King held power, the entire upper echelon of humanity was dissatisfied.
With Yi Mao on the front lines, the higher-ups have no way to deal with him. Now that they've finally found an excuse to call him back, Yi Mao probably won't have another chance to leave for the rest of his life. Indeed, the Yi family is too rigid, too slow to react. The head of the Zhang family replied, it looks like this time Yi Mao's actions made a name for himself among humanity, but in reality, he's only pushed himself to his doom. In the capital, without real power, he's like a toothless tiger, no threat at all. The head of the Sun family nodded, seeming to think of something as he looked up at the sky, speaking to himself, by the way, the Chen Changsheng is truly a genius. I wonder how he makes something like the Changsheng cloud. We don't need to worry about how it's made, anyway, those above want him, and that's enough.
The head of the Zheng family replied, shaking his head.
Once we finish this task, both of us should be ready for promotion. Promotion isn't a big deal, just give us something practical. The head of the Sun family shook his head. We've been in Yun City for 15 years, I'd say this Yun City is better than any other place, and we've grown accustomed to it. Head Zhang, look at the night in Yun City, it's truly beautiful. I wonder if all the thousands of cities of humanity have such beauty. Other cities do not have this cloud. The head of the Zhang family replied, seeming somewhat emotional. Gazing at the cloud for a moment, the head of the Zhang family felt something was off and suddenly spoke, Head son, why does tonight's night seem not so dark, radiating a hint of red?
Because there are lamps. What kind of question is that, Head Zhang? The head of the Sun family replied, raising his head but suddenly realizing something was wrong. Is something burning? It feels a bit hot.
Saying this, Head Zhang frowned, and the next moment, he turned around and saw the scene behind him, instantly changing his expression.
It's on fire. On fire?
The head of the Sun family also turned, and at a glance, saw the raging flames in the distance.
That's towards my granary.
Someone set fire to my granary.
Quickly, follow me to the granary.
Soon, the heads of both families gathered, and 100-person team swiftly headed towards the Sun family's granary. As soon as they arrived, a group of people dressed in black robes rushed out, with Yifan at the forefront, carrying a black sword. Seeing this familiar attire, the Sun family head was momentarily stunned. Noticing the black sword and the beasts beside Yifan, he hesitated slightly and roared, Yifan, how dare you?
Who said I am Yifan? I am the leader of the dynasty organization.
Yifan simply replied, patting the small Tengu beside him. The small Tengu opened its mouth, conjuring elements into a cannonball that blasted towards the group, and then they prepared to retreat. Stop them, the Sun family head shouted, as many powerful fighters around him got ready to attack. But before they could strike, Yifan waved his hand, and dozens of people armed with the energy guns given by Wei Dong opened fire, instantly overwhelming and pushing the group back.
Sun Ping, take action.
The Sun family head was not discouraged and reacted swiftly, calling out as a thin man exuded a fierce aura stepped forward. As he stepped out, with a single palm, he unleashed a massive palm print that covered the bullets, slamming towards Yifan and his group. At the same time, Pan Zhao also emerged, roaring as a lion appeared, and with a powerful swipe, tore apart the paw print. This attack did not stop Yifan and his group. After the collision, they vanished into the moonlight. Sun Ping wanted to chase, but the Sun family head grabbed him, urgently saying, Quick, put out the fire, put out the fire. We have millions of pounds of grain here. Hearing this, Sun Ping halted, turning to look. At that moment, the grain was already ignited, and the warehouse and houses burned into a vast inferno. He furrowed his brows, waved his hand, and summoned a beast that resembled a whale, appearing on the ground, bringing with it a sea of water. Whoosh! The beast opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of water that surged towards the burning warehouse, controlling the flames at that moment. Upon receiving the news, the law enforcers quickly arrived, and with the teamwork of all, the fire was brought under control and extinguished, leaving only a string of now charred ruins.
This Yifan is completely insane.
After a long time, the Zhang family had arrived late, staring at the vast ruins in disbelief. How dare he? Beside him, the Sun family head's face was already ashen. Millions of pounds of rice weren't expensive, at most worth several million, but with Yifan's burning, he had not only destroyed the grain but, more importantly, directly ruined the Sun family's granary. This was no different than slapping his face in public, and the one doing the slapping was Yifan himself.
This Yifan. Suppressing his anger, the Sun family head took several deep breaths, finally managing to calm himself down.
Looking at the vast ruins ahead, he spoke coldly. Li Ming will come to investigate in a few days. This Yifan intends to embarrass us. Here, where millions of pounds of grain could be stored, now burned to such a state, recovering it was possible, but it would take more than 3 to 5 days.
Sun family head, they are too arrogant. In Yun City, how dare a few outsiders do this?
The Zhang family head spoke with some anger. They have Wei Dong's guns, it must be allowed by Wei Dong.
We can ask Wei Dong for an explanation.
Hearing this, the Sun family head immediately shook his head. This is not the time to find Wei Dong. He dares to take action in dresses in our organization's clothes. Even if we go to find Wei Dong, he can push the blame onto the organization, making it look like it was what Wei Dong wanted. They are deliberately causing trouble before Li Ming arrives, and they have already succeeded. Hearing this, the Zhang family head hesitated. This doesn't seem like something Wei Dong would do. Wei Dong wouldn't, but this kid Yifan is audacious, he dares. The Sun family head replied, his face darkening once more. None of us expected that this kid could be so bold, and also so shameless. So what should we do next? What else can we do? Master Sun snapped, keep the granary secure, and don't let anything happen in the next few days. When Li Ming arrives, just say we accidentally burned it ourselves.
Wow, this fire feels really satisfying.
In the mercenary group, Fat Li took off his hood, his face full of a triumphant smile.
Master Sun is so angry his beard might fly off.
They surely never imagined that you, Yifan, would lead us to burn their granary.
It's just some tricks, they can use them, so can we. This is their inspiration for me.
Yifan replied, also wearing a smile. Tomorrow we'll burn another one, they won't be able to hide it then.
Are we going again tomorrow?
Wang Lingxi frowned, seeming somewhat disapproving. We just burned one today, they will definitely be on high alert.
It's probably not going to be so easy.
This time they were so relaxed that we almost got stopped.
That sun ping seems to be an eternal level.
I didn't say to burn the granary, Yifan responded, just waving his hand. Their family doesn't just run granaries, we can burn a tavern or a shop, just find something we don't like and burn it.
We don't need to be so righteous towards small people.
The current situation is that they have to care about their face, not us. Hearing this casual attitude, everyone was taken aback, as if they hadn't thought of this angle.
Wow, you really are a ruthless person.
In the end, it was still Fat Li who spoke, his tone somewhat admiring. Yifan, if the Sun family makes you their opponent, they are truly out of luck.
Against opponents, I have never been merciful.
Yifan waved his hand, but at this moment, faint sounds began to echo in the tavern. Hearing the noise, Yifan's gaze turned towards the corner of the mercenary group. Everyone understood and looked over there, only to see Jingling, tightly bound and with a cloth stuffed in his mouth, struggling hard, his eyes wide open in panic. The delay in the granary battle was also due to Jingling. Yifan fought him fairly, and the result was clear as day.
I almost forgot about you.
Yifan smiled as he walked towards Jingling, squatting in front of him with a slight grin. Reaching out, Yifan pulled off the cloth, and Jingling immediately howled in anger.
Kill me. Kill you?
Upon hearing this, Yifan raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Do you feel humiliated to be captured by me, or is it because you lost in your proud beast spirit domain and find it hard to accept? You didn't win by your skills in controlling beast spirits, it's just that your beast spirit is stronger. Jingling replied defiantly, if it weren't for the powerful dragon spirit in your sword, how could you win against me? The dragon spirit being strong is also a type of skill, Yifan snorted lightly. Your golden 5-star can't beat my silver 9-star, and your golden 6-star golden winged tiger beast spirit can't compete with my golden 3-star black dragon beast spirit. Whether it's martial arts, beast control, or spiritual control, you lost to me. Even the powerful guard 100 dragons lost to me at the same level.
You, a second-rate talent warrior. What do you have to be so defiant about?
Voice fell in the mercenary group. Jingling was somewhat speechless. Clearly, Yifan's words had struck a blow to his confidence. This was something he had never encountered. In his 20s, standing as a golden 5-star, he was among the best of his age, possessing domineering marksmanship and a well-matched beast spirit weapon. His combat power was not weak at the same level, not to mention against ancient species, he could easily defeat superhumans. But such power was defeated by Yifan at a much higher rank, and the differences were pointed out so straightforwardly by the opponent. Indeed, the powerful guard 100 dragons also lost. He was not weak, but the other side was perhaps the likely top contender of this generation.
What else could he be unconvinced about? Kill me.
After a long silence, Jingling finally had to say this one sentence, then emphasized again.
I won't tell you anything. You not telling me is useless.
Yifan just smiled. You have already said the most important thing. Saying this, Yifan looked at Jingling and spoke in a deep voice. You said this place is under the jurisdiction of the town king, which means the town king, who holds great military power, is one of the top leaders of your dynasty organization. The town king is one of the 5 kings on the front lines and is very close to the separation king. If he defects, the separation king will surely follow suit. Plus, with the Sun family controlling the supervision bureau and the Ji family controlling the inspection bureau, your high-level leaders already have the ability to influence the decisions of the human race's upper ranks, and they have formed a closed loop. No wonder the remnants of the human race's dynasty have been growing stronger in these years. With such huge protectors, no one dares to investigate, they can only turn a blind eye.
Listening to Yifan's gradual analysis, Jingling's face looked a bit ugly, but he continued to grit his teeth, remaining silent. Alright, there's no need to put on a brave face there. Seeing Jingling's expression, Yifan merely squinted his eyes. Do you think you can hide the news?
Your marksmanship, if I'm not mistaken, is called the Overlord Spear, handed down from the powerful figure known as the Overlord, who was titled several hundred years ago. The Overlord mastered weapons, and the Overlord Spear is one of the 15 weapon techniques he passed down. After the Overlord, there have been 7 generations, and in this generation, it should be Wu Jingtian.
Don't say any more.
Upon hearing this, Jingling finally broke down a bit, looking at Yifan, his eyes filled with shock.
Why do you know so much about these things? I can see more than you think.
Yifan spoke, his eyes deep and unfathomable. The Jingling in front of him didn't seem like a small character in his past life. If it weren't for that gun spirit appearing in the end, he might not have recognized him at all. When he died, Jingling hadn't yet become a king, but in terms of marksmanship, he was unmatched in the human race's weapon techniques, coupled with terrifying spiritual control techniques. He could compete against those at the pinnacle of glory right as they just entered the king level. The two had once clashed. At that time, he had mastered marksmanship and had an equally powerful beast spirit, sweeping everything aside as if moving mountains and seas, causing him quite a bit of trouble. However, they only fought once, and Yifan didn't have a very deep impression. It was only when he saw the golden-winged tiger that he remembered, so he didn't kill him but instead went to great lengths to keep him. Alright. With that said, it was already enough. Yifan wore a hint of a smile and casually pulled over a chair to sit down. Now, you should be able to speak, right? At this moment, Jingling let out a long sigh, his whole person seeming a bit defeated and soft. He was completely seen through by Yifan. Even after just a few words at the beginning, along with details of their battle, Yifan had already deduced all the information he wanted. He did not want to betray his adoptive father, but at this moment, he had exposed everything. After a long time, Jingling sighed, merely lowering his head, seeming a bit tired as he spoke. You know everything, what else do you want me to say? I want all the information you know. Yifan replied, all the people you know, everyone who has joined the dynasty organization. I can't do that. Jingling shook his head. If I leak the organization, I would deserve 1,000 deaths. For a dynasty organization, you can be so loyal? Yifan merely retorted, your strength is good, and you don't seem like a rigid and dull person. You can't possibly think that what the dynasty organization does is right. I am loyal to my adoptive father. Jingling simply replied, he took me from the orphanage, raised me, taught me marksmanship, gave me weapons. Though called adoptive father, in my heart, he is 100 times more important than a biological father. Wu Jingtian's adopted son. Hearing this, Yifan nodded and did not continue to press further. Wu Jingtian's strength is quite good, and within the dynasty organization, he is considered to be of high rank. Your status shouldn't be so low, so why were you sent here to guard a warehouse for some local families? This. Upon hearing this question, Jingling fell silent. After a long pause, he merely shook his head, I don't know. Seeing Jingling's expression, Yifan seemed to understand something, and simply laughed lightly. Your adoptive father, if I'm not mistaken, he must have adopted many sons, right? Yes, 79. Jingling nodded, understanding Yifan's meaning, and immediately denied, but my adoptive father doesn't have selfish motives. He treats us all very well. Do you believe that yourself? Yifan asked in return. Hearing this, Jingling hesitated for a moment, but soon decisively nodded, I believe it. If he truly treated you well, he wouldn't send his adopted sons to such a place, Yifan replied. Wu Jingtian doesn't have a son, so why adopt you all and take in 79 sons? Is it because he's kind-hearted? Someone who can deliberately cause chaos in the human race, you're calling him kind-hearted? You're just lying to yourself. Everything he does could create more orphans like you. That's not true. Upon hearing this, Jingling immediately rebutted. My adoptive father and the others, they are truly loyal to the human race. What they're doing is to reunite the human race once again and bring about a new human king. Unite the human race again? These words made Yifan furrow his brow. It was clearly the first time he was hearing such news. Isn't the dynasty organization aiming for the restoration of the Beast King dynasty? Why is it now about the human king? Are you from the human king's lineage? We mean a new human king, not the old one, Jingling answered, his gaze becoming more serious. My adoptive father has said that only through great chaos can there be great peace. Our organization, the dynasty organization, is stirring up chaos to bring about peace. After the death of King Zhan, the human race entered a dark period. If things don't change, we will only face the counterattack of the foreign beasts. Only through a complete chaos can a new human king emerge. Only under the rule of a human king can everything for the human race change. Great chaos for great peace. Hearing this, Yifan suddenly felt that those words sounded strangely familiar. He paused for a moment but couldn't recall where he had heard them before. However, this left him somewhat puzzled. Is this belief your adoptive father's alone, or does the entire upper echelon of the dynasty organization think this way? My adoptive father said that at least some people think like this. Jingling answered, then stared at Yifan. Not everyone who joins the dynasty organization is a bad person. Those who do evil aren't necessarily evil people. Your words have made me think a little. Listening to Jingling's words, Yifan stopped speaking, pausing. In that moment, a sudden realization sparked in his eyes. What Jingling said about Wu Jingtian's words wasn't without reason, especially considering Yifan himself had personally experienced it. In his previous life, he divided his life into 3 stages. In the early stages, the human race was indeed in chaos. The dynasty organization rampaged, with beast tides and uprisings. The front lines were in urgent need. Various events left the human race struggling with internal and external dangers. In the middle stage, new kings rose one after another.
powerful new kings suppressed territories, stabilizing the situation.
Many new kings established their own forces, leading to a fragmented landscape. Yifan's god Leaf was part of that fragmentation. These forces had conflicts, but they didn't stop the human race from gradually growing stronger. In the later stage, just before Jijia's betrayal, the human race reached its peak and then fell. One after another, powerful kings from the new era perished due to various circumstances, and the human race once again began to struggle.
He, too, fell during this period.
This was Yifan's conclusion. And during that time, he had felt the presence of a massive web behind everything.
Great chaos for great peace. During the early and middle stages.
It is indeed because of the chaos that many rising figures emerged, leading to the New King era in the middle period. If people like Wu Jingtian had anticipated this long ago, then the large net I feel is not just a groundless rumor.
Yifan murmured, his eyes flashing slightly. With this in mind, everything starts to make sense. The essence of the dynasty organization is still bad, but some individuals have noticed or seen something and hold certain thoughts. They actively cooperate to promote the dynasty organization, allowing for great order, that is, the arrival of the New King era. However, this still does not change the essence of the dynasty organization. Another group of people, perhaps unwilling to accept the rise of humanity when the New King era arrives, seeks every possible way to snuff it out, leading to the subsequent resurgence of chaos in the New King's downfall period. Moreover, there is another group of people who, seeing the New King era, do not see the king they want to emerge, thus they once again go with the flow. Perhaps there are some good people within the dynasty organization, but their proportion will not be very high.
I have indeed underestimated this dynasty organization, which I had never taken to heart in my past life. After thinking, Yifan spoke again, looking towards Jingling. Putting aside Wu Jingtian's true intentions for the moment, at least, you have given me some useful information. After saying this, Yifan stood up, stretched lazily, and casually remarked, every person in the world has their own story, good and evil are not singular. I am too lazy to delve into what is right or wrong, nor do I wish to ask. I don't care who is right or wrong, who is good or bad. When I see something I cannot tolerate, I will obstruct it.
Standing against me is my enemy.
You are now my enemy, possessing enough potential. I will not let go of someone who might threaten me simply because of a few words. So, follow me, or die. I can give you a choice. Looking at Yifan's figure, for the first time, Jingling actually hesitated. He had been by Wu Jingtian's side for over 20 years, spending so long in the dynasty organization, yet he could never quite understand what the dynasty organization truly was, what everything was about. He simply instinctively believed in his adoptive father's words. He could also feel the presence of a great net, but could not see through anything, even as a part of the net. However, at the moment Yifan lifted his head, Jingling surprisingly saw a penetrating feeling in the youth's eyes. After a pause, Jingling finally spoke, Yifan, I want to ask, what exactly do you want to do?
What do I want to do? Hearing this, Yifan raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? It seems you know a lot, and you are taking action for it. Jingling spoke, my adoptive father said he joined the dynasty organization for that great order. Then what are you doing all this for? You eradicated the dynasty organization in Ping City, then in Yun City. You helped Wei Dong eliminate the chaos and the destruction of several families. Is all of this just because you have a dislike for the dynasty organization? This question.
Upon hearing this, Yifan rarely displayed a contemplative expression. Of course, I have a dislike for the dynasty organization, I will not deny that. After thinking for a while, Yifan spoke, but what I do is not simply because of this dislike. I enjoy the feeling of having everything in my grasp. I do not believe in great order coming after great chaos. If I want to bring order, I will bring it now. Why wait for chaos? So, you want to govern humanity? Jingling pressed, to be the king among humanity? I have never thought about that. Yifan shook his head, what I want is quite simple. Life contains many regrets, I hope to minimize regrets as much as possible in my lifetime. When I see things I cannot tolerate, I will intervene, those I cannot bear will be eliminated, those that are still decent, I will let them remain.
On the path of cultivation, I aspire to step onto the legendary peak. The king of humans speaks too wisely, I will only do what I want to do, everything from the heart. From the heart. Hearing these words, Jingling fell into a slight silence. You have a determination to die, you need not be entangled in whether to follow me, Yifan said, looking at Jingling. You ask me what I want to do, why not ask what you want to do? What I want to do.
Upon hearing this, Jingling hesitated, a handsome and cute figure slowly appearing in his mind.
He paused and then gently spoke, I have someone I love, I want to live a dignified life, to become strong, and to marry her honorably. For love then.
After hearing this, Yifan said nothing more, only nodding.
I will not question your love. But I think, if you follow me, I can give you a new life. In the future, I can guarantee that I can give you a proper reason to marry her.
Jingling hesitated, wanting to nod, but in the end, he still gave up, retreating.
But how can I face my adoptive father? I betrayed him.
If your adoptive father truly is the most loyal protector of the human race as you say, he will not blame you for joining me. Yi Fan merely waved his hand. You can tell him that the peace they desire includes your participation. If your adoptive father is not, then there's even less need to be entangled. A relationship built on lies is not worth mentioning. As these words left his mouth, Jingling fell silent again. He was bound, yet at this moment, his face seemed to be experiencing a fierce struggle. Everyone struggles, and that includes his adoptive father who gave him life, the woman he loves, the ideals and justice left in his heart, along with his seemingly vague yet real dreams. Time passed, it's unclear how long it took, but Yi Fan remained silent, simply waiting quietly. Finally, Jingling raised his head. This future master of marksmanship seemed to have made a certain determination and heavily nodded his head.
I am willing to follow you. Chapter 196, Arrival.
3 days passed quickly, and Li Ming also arrived in Cloud City. Before coming, he hesitated for a long time, unsure of the situation in Cloud City, but ultimately, he hoped that Cloud City would be stable. This would reduce many disputes and avoid many troubles. However, when he truly arrived in Cloud City, Li Ming felt somewhat helpless. At this moment, a tavern was still burning fiercely, and a group of people were frantically busy extinguishing the fire. Zhan Tian, your grandson really knows how to stir up trouble. In the sky, Li Ming saw everything clearly and distinctly. He noticed where the group of black-robed people had gone, and after pausing for a long time, he could only shake his head helplessly. He was an old hand, and he understood many things with his own judgment. As for the judgment of things, he knew that he didn't need to speak too clearly. He could confirm that Zhan Tian's grandson was unrelated to the Covenant organization. Even if the group of black-robed people went to Divine Leaf, it wouldn't affect his judgment, even though they displayed the emblem of the Covenant organization. Having stayed in the capital for so long and heard so much, he actually didn't need to come to Cloud City. He already knew whether the chaos in Cloud City was true or false. This kid sure underestimated me, thinking that I, Li, am one who is afraid of trouble, timid and weak. Li Ming shook his head, and although there was a slight discomfort in his heart, his face revealed a somewhat self-deprecating smile. He, Li Ming, was once a general on the front lines, filled with courage. Even in the face of waves of monsters, he remained calm. Yet now, even a youth far away in the capital believed him to be timid and weak. He understood the reasons behind it too. Alas, life is really going backward. Thinking of something, Li Ming sighed and did not linger any longer. He fell from the sky, landing beside the tavern. With just a wave, he extinguished all the flames of the tavern. Many people in front of the tavern were shocked, especially a certain family head who had seen much in life, who knelt down at once. Governor, I bow to you. I do not accept such a grand salute. Li Ming merely turned to the side, casually saying a few words, raising his hand slightly, and an invisible force lifted that person up. The surrounding people were just ordinary folks, and having witnessed such miraculous power, they felt a wave of fear and unease wash over them. I have been sent by the higher-ups to observe the recent situation in Yun City. You need not be fearful. Li Ming spoke to the crowd, his face adorned with a faint smile. He maintained a consistent warmth towards ordinary people. Do not make a fuss, I will stroll around the city. After saying this, Li Ming took a step, and his figure vanished noiselessly, like a gust of wind, from the view of the crowd. These simple actions appeared to some passers-by like those of a god, and even some seemingly unruly family leaders retracted their claws at this moment, gazing at the empty street with a sense of unease in their hearts. At this moment, the head of the Sun family was sitting in the courtyard, listening to reports from those beside him, and he was no longer angry, just sitting there. Encountering Yi Fan, it seemed they had hit a stroke of bad luck. This young lad was full of tricks, making decisions they could never foresee. Burning the granary and the tavern, wherever they weren't prepared, that's where he struck. They were on guard, yet he even dared to come directly to burn down the Sun family estate. That bastard child. Looking at the charred wall not far away, the head of the Sun family could only curse. Last night, he had watched the flames in his yard, almost rolling out of bed. The head of the Sun family was furious. He even wished he could cut Yi Fan down with one blow, but he was helpless against him. Later, the other side even neglected to wear black and came boldly, setting fire and leaving. What could you do about it? The grandson of War King, do you dare to kill him? Yimapu was still around. Could you withstand his rage and the remaining wrath of the War King's army? Would you go burn down Yi Fan's mercenary tavern? Then they would all self-destruct, and Yun City would be engulfed in flames? When Li Ming arrived, would he see Yun City in ruins? Yi Fan seized the opportunity where they dared not act, leveraging his identity to intimidate them, leaving them without a way to retaliate. I give up. After a long while, the head of the Sun family could only utter this one statement. At this point, he was even too lazy to say anything more, no longer willing to take any deliberate actions. It was too late for that. Yi Fan had forced them into a showdown. Now, they could only wait for Li Ming to arrive and see what attitude he took. I wonder when exactly Li Ming will arrive. If he doesn't come soon, my Sun family's property will be burned to the ground by this kid. Murmuring softly, while his words still lingered in the courtyard, in the next moment, a gust of wind swept through the Sun family estate, and immediately after, a figure appeared. I have arrived. As the voice echoed, looking at the lean old man who appeared before him, the head of the Sun family nearly collapsed to the ground, his legs turning to jelly.
Governor!
The head of the Sun family stood up, his eyes fraught with a hint of panic. In such a situation, he had considered various sayings for when Li Ming came, but the unexpected arrival made him somewhat frantic, even momentarily at a loss for words.
You need not say anything.
Li Ming observed the flustered head of the Sun family and simply shook his head. But after shaking his head, he once again gazed at the head of the Sun family, his eyes carrying a fierce light. A powerful aura enveloped the entire Sun family estate, and he spoke with an icy tone of iron and blood.
Now, whatever I ask, you shall answer.
Yi Fan has been completely burned. Xin Yi, Jingling walked back with an empty bucket, and undeniable excitement evident on his face.